This is a world overrun by strange beasts, where everyone has the opportunity to become a professional and protect humanity once they reach adulthood. But the most dangerous thing is the expansion of the interdimensional rift. Once the rift opens, unknown and terrifying creatures may crawl out. Historically, many professionals have driven significant changes in their countries after successfully transitioning to new careers. The man has been in this world for 2 years. He's blind, his eyes are covered with black bandages, and only Jiang Chuha is willing to stay by his side. But he has already found his own job change, a hidden class, Ashura. 100 years ago, there was an Ashura named Wang Xiao who gave up his eyes in order to enhance his perception. He eventually became the strongest Ashura, leaving corpses strewn everywhere he went. After losing his sight, Chu Fan began to imitate Wang Xiao, training his hearing and perception abilities, and became convinced that he could become an Ashura. Today is the day of job transition. At Yanqing No. 1 Middle School, students, led by their teachers, came to the square to wait for the opening of the Temple of Gods. The Temple of the Priests is a sacred place in the hearts of all professionals, used to assess students' talents and suitable professions. The students in the square were all excitedly watching the temple. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, however, appeared unusually calm. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the square. It's Su Muin and Gu Cheng. They've arrived too. I really envy them. They're a couple, and a perfect match. Speaking of which, have Chu Fan and Jiang Chua arrived yet? The surrounding whispers reached Chu Fan's ears. Gu Cheng, Su Muin, these were people who had once been connected to him. Chu Fan suddenly felt Jiang Chua tighten her grip on his hand, and the air currents became more turbulent. Clearly, Jiang Chua was angry when she saw Su Muin. It's all right, don't worry about it. Chu Fan gently comforted her. Jiang Chua nodded. At this moment, Gu Cheng walked over. Chu Fan, what are you doing here? Chu Fan calmly replied. The school didn't say I can't come, did it? Gu Cheng smiled slightly. Of course I can come, but I'm afraid you'll see everyone else successfully change jobs while you're left as a useless nobody. The surrounding students burst into laughter. Everyone knew that Chu Fan had poor mental fortitude and had harmed himself after his breakup. Suddenly, a slap rang out, the laughter stopped abruptly, and all eyes turned to Jiang Chua. She slapped Gu Cheng, and half of his face swelled up like a pig's head. You dare hit me? Gu Cheng glared at Jiang Chua. After the job change, in the final battle on the arena, I'll kill you. Do you dare to accept? Jiang Chua said coldly. The final battleground is the battlefield for those who have successfully changed jobs, and Jiang Chua's willingness to challenge Gu Cheng shows her strong confidence. Gu Cheng glared angrily at Jiang Chua, about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Muin. No need to agree. After the job change, we are destined to have no contact. She walked up to Chu Fan and said, if you need help, you can come to me. I can help you survive in this chaotic world. Chu Fan sneered. Thank you, no need. He had no intention of exposing Su Muin's ugly face in public. Su Muin gave Chu Fan a deep look, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards the entrance of the Temple of Gods. Soon after, 4 people approached from a distance, 3 men and 1 woman, all professionals, around 30 years old. Tang Meng, Greatsword Warrior, level 25. Qi Jiang, Assassin, level 25. Wang Bo, Martial Artist, level 25. Du Jing, Berserker, level 26. The 4 mentors have arrived, Jiang Chua said softly. Chu Fan nodded. These 4 were the 4 professional mentors of Yanqing No. 1 High School. 4 mentors walked toward the temple, followed by thousands of students. Before the temple, the mentors raised their right hands, which gleamed with golden light. The 4 announced in unison, Yanqing No. 1 Middle School in Jiangnan Province hereby announces the commencement of student career change programs. Golden light shone towards the Temple of Priests, and a light screen appeared on the door. Recorded, job change ranking activated. The gate slowly opened. In the center of the divine hall, a golden pillar reached straight to the dome. Tang Meng turned around and said to the students, the class teacher should have already explained the precautions for changing jobs. Now, we will take turns entering the Temple of Gods. The Temple of the Priests will offer suggestions based on your strengths and help you choose the most suitable profession. It is recommended that you follow the Temple of the Priests' advice and not overthink it. First one. With Tang Meng's shout, Ji Peng, who was standing at the front, stepped forward. He entered the temple, and all eyes followed him. A few minutes later, Ji Peng came out and said, I failed. The Temple of the Divine Office said I don't meet the requirements for the job change. All right, second one, Tang Meng said loudly. A petite girl hurried into the temple. A short while later, she emerged from the temple, a broad smile on her face. She excitedly clenched her fist. I did it. I'm a wet nurse now. Nanny is a colloquial term for a healer. This profession is suitable for casual players. You can easily level up to 10 simply by buying a basic healing skill. Congratulations. Let's add each other as friends. What's your name? People crowded around. Chun Huan Huan was a little shy. My name is Chun Huan Huan. One at a time. Tang Ming coughed lightly, then looked at Chun Huan Huan and said with a smile, being a doctor is a good profession. Show me your profession panel. Chun Huan Huan nodded, and her professional panel appeared in front of her. Name, Chun Huan Huan H, 18, occupation, doctor. Qualification, B grade, 10%. Strength, 9 intelligence, 11 agility, 9 stamina, 9. Du Jing explained. Each professional will receive a professional panel to help them understand their own strength. Chun Huan Huan's mentor is Qi Jiang, who will provide you with professional training over the next 4 months, Du Jing added. Qi Jiang nodded in satisfaction. All right, next one, Tang Ming announced loudly. Then he looked at Gu Cheng. Go in. Gu Cheng nodded and entered the shrine. Less than 5 minutes later, he emerged from the shrine. He smiled at Su Yuen. He then opened his character panel in front of everyone. Name, Gu Tianqi, ID, age, 18 class, Berserker. Qualification, A level, 10%. Strength, 15 intelligence, 7 agility, 15 stamina, 15. A collective gasp filled the air. A grade A. This is the highest possible grade so far, and the strongest class is Berserker. Du Jing whispered to Wang Bo. His aptitude is A, that's right, but his intelligence is too low, only half his strength. Wang Bo smiled. This kid's father and I have some connection. I'll mentor him. I'll personally guide him before the college entrance exam. Although Gu Cheng was somewhat displeased, he still smiled and replied, Then thank you very much, Uncle Wang. Just then, Tang Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at the next student who was about to enter the Temple of Gods. Are you Su Yuen? Tang Ming asked. Su Yuen replied, Yes, mentor. Please come in. 10 minutes later, Su Yuen finally emerged from the Temple of the Gods. Tang Ming smiled and said, Yuen, open your panel and take a look. Su Yuen refused Tang Ming's request. I'm sorry, the panel is my privacy, I can't expose it. This left the 4 mentors and the students present stunned. She actually refused the mentor's request? After Du Jing finished speaking softly, she said, She's in your hands now, Tang Ming. Tang Ming laughed loudly. Haha, then I'll accept her. The job transfer ceremony continued, and after several failed students, the highest qualification was only B level, with most being C level. Next, Tang Ming announced. Jiang Chuha released Chu Fan's arm and asked, Are you going first or should I? You go first, Chu Fan replied. Jiang Chuha walked into the divine hall, and Gu Cheng sneered. That bitch dared to hit me. After I finish my job advancement, I'll make her beg for mercy in front of me, Gu Cheng thought to himself. 3 minutes later, Jiang Chuha walked out of the temple. Would you like to open the panel? Tang Ming asked. Jiang Chuha suddenly looked at Chu Fan and asked, Should we show it to them? Everyone was stunned. She actually asked Chu Fan if she wanted to show the panel to the mentor. Chu Fan smiled and said, Sure. Jiang Chuha's profile panel displays. Name, Jiang Chuha, age, 18, occupation, martial artist, qualification, S. Level, 10%. Strength, 20 intelligence, 20 agility, 20 stamina, 20 skill. Hook punch, tier 1%. The scene erupted in cheers. Holy crap, S-rank aptitude. The first S-rank aptitude. She already has skills right after changing jobs? Chu Fan was shocked. Hook punch? How could Chu He have the skills of a martial artist? In the distance, Su Yuen looked up and frowned. An S-level martial artist? I underestimated you. Gu Cheng clenched his fist. S-level qualification? What makes her so special? But the profession of martial artist is no good. I'll surpass her soon enough. Wang Bo looked at Jiang Chuha and asked, Would you like to join my class? I'm also a martial artist. The other instructors also expressed their willingness to accept Jiang Chuha. Jiang Chuha looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan smiled. Anyone is fine. Choose whoever you like better. Jiang Chuha nodded. Then I'll join Professor Du Jing's class. Du Jing looked delighted, glanced at Chu Fan, and showed gratitude. Wang Bo shook his head in disappointment. What a pity. Du Jing smiled and said, Chu He, from today onwards, I will do my best to train you. She gave a slight bow to the 4 mentors, then walked directly to Chu Fan. Jiang Chuha playfully shook Chu Fan's arm and asked triumphantly, How was it? Chu Fan gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Chu He, there are still 4 months until the college entrance exam. We need to do our best to improve and get into a good university, Chu Fan said softly. Jiang Chua nodded. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether the university is good or not. Wherever you go, I'll go. Chu Fan was slightly taken aback. What if I go to a regular university? Jiang Chua replied without hesitation. Then I'll go to a regular university. From now on, listen to me regarding upgrade paths and equipment choices, Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chua nodded obediently. The boys were furious at the couple's interaction. In the distance, Gu Cheng stared intently at Chu Fan, clenching his teeth in anger. Su Muin, on the other hand, calmly flipped through her book. Next, Chu Fan, Du Jing announced. Here he comes, Chu Fan is going up. Haha, let's wait and see how he fails. Chu Fan ignored the taunts and patted Jiang Chua's hand. Wait for me. After he finished speaking, he walked straight towards the shrine. Du Jing was startled when she saw Chu Fan's eyes were covered by a black cloth. Young man, she said, your eyes. Gu Cheng laughed from the side. For mentors, this student named Chu Fan is blind. Letting him into the temple of gods would be blasphemous. The four mentors exchanged glances, but said nothing. Chu Fan smiled. I'm also a student at number 1 high school. I have the right to change classes. Whether I succeed or not, we'll have to try. Du Jing nodded. You have the right to change jobs, go in. Chu Fan clasped his hands in thanks and entered the Hall of Divine Offices. As soon as Chu Fan entered the hall, he felt a strong sense of being watched, as if everything about him was being seen through. This is the Temple of the Gods. Chu Fan thought to himself. He walked towards the base of the divine pillar and felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. A mechanical voice announced, you meet the requirements for job transfer. Tests have shown that your physical fitness far exceeds that of your peers, reaching 2.0 times the adult level. Suggested job change, summoner. Summoners fight by summoning beasts. Chu Fan interrupted. Stop. I want to change to Ashura. Ashura? This profession is extremely dangerous, the mechanical voice replied. What kind of danger? Chu Fan asked. The mechanical voice explained. Ashuras are companions of hell. Only 5 have ever appeared in the history of this profession, and in the end, they all became murderous demons and committed suicide. Chu Fan was slightly taken aback. Your willpower is extremely strong, and you possess excellent perception abilities. I agree to your Ashura class change. Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief, finally successfully changing his class to Ashura. He knew that his year of training had not been in vain. Relying on his perception abilities, he successfully changed his class. Suddenly, a tremendous force pressed down, his breathing became rapid, and everything went dark. Am I unconscious? Chu Fan murmured softly. He found himself standing in a huge square, with hundreds of small, thin creatures kneeling on the ground. These creatures had whitish-purple skin covered in black veins, and they had 3 eyes. What are these? Chu Fan was shocked. The creatures all turned their gazes toward Chu Fan, their 3 eyes fixed on him simultaneously, their mouths slightly open, revealing sharp teeth. Not good. The kneeling creatures all turned to stare at Chu Fan. Chu Fan found himself unable to move. What's wrong? I can't move. Suddenly, the creature closest to him rose from its kneeling position. Its size rapidly increased, and it moved closer to Chu Fan, its 3rd eye constantly darting around. Adasgar. The creature suddenly spoke. Chu Fan was shocked. It could actually talk? The creature turned around and roared. Adasgar, Manhwa. The other kneeling creatures looked confused, then responded in unison. Ataska, Manhwa. Their voices were deafening like thunder. Suddenly, the world spun around him, and Chu Fan's vision went black. When everything returned to normal, he found himself back in the Temple of the Gods. Chu Fan felt uneasy. Any one of those creatures he had just released was far stronger than the 4 mentors. At this moment, a mechanical voice came. You have successfully changed your job to Ashura. The job panel is now open, and the job change ranking list is also now open. Hide your name. Chu Fan nodded decisively. Yes. Please enter your ID. Chu Fan replied. Stranger. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light screen appeared before his eyes, displaying his professional panel. Name, Stranger. Age, 18. Occupation, Ashura. Quality, S rank, 10.00. Strength, 20. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Stamina, 20. Mental strength, 5. Skill, Wave perception, tier 1, 89%. Chu Fan noticed that a new mental strength attribute had appeared on his panel. This should be unique to Ashura, right? His skill, Fluid Sensing, has reached 89% of the 1st level, which is obviously related to his daily training. Not bad. Chu Fan smiled with satisfaction. He had finally completed his class change and become an Ashura. View the job change rankings? The mechanical voice asked again. View. Chu Fan replied. A screen displaying the class change rankings appeared before their eyes. Chinese class change rankings. Time. Chinese calendar year 3024. First, Beijing number 1 high school. Name. Chun Haoyu. Occupation. Exorcist. Hidden occupation. Qualification. SSS. Second, Shanghai High School affiliated to Shanghai. Name. Yasuo. ID. Occupation. Rogue swordsman. Hidden occupation. Qualification. SSS. Third, Beijing Experimental Middle School. Name. Great Sage equal to Heaven. ID. Occupation. Traveler. Hidden occupation. Qualification. SSS. Chu Fan's heart sank when he saw the names on the list. Yangcheng was too small, and there were too many powerful people in China. Suddenly, he realized, why can I see these things? He looked around and found that the air was filled with red mist and the environment was dim. Chu Fan looked towards the palace gate, where students were standing waiting to change their professions. I can see now. Could it be that my mind's eye has awakened? He looked at the divine pillar, which reflected his image like a mirror. Chu Fan's eyes widened as he discovered a red eye had appeared on his forehead. He took a deep breath. Being able to successfully change jobs and see objects was already a great achievement. As for the eye, he'd deal with that later. We don't need to worry about those creatures for now. We can ask for help on the dark web if we get the chance, Chu Fan muttered to himself. However, this eye must never be seen by anyone else. Chu Fan's third eye darted around, continuing to scan the job change rankings. Almost all of the top 20 students had SSS level aptitude, many of them holding hidden jobs. Starting from 21st place, the SS rank is determined. Therefore, it's clear that the job advancement ranking is entirely based on aptitude. Every year, there are approximately 50 million high school graduates nationwide, and nearly 40 million successfully change careers. Of these 40 million, only 20 achieve SSS, Special Skilled Skill, certification. The list shows that more than half of the top 1,000 students come from Beijing and Shanghai. These two cities are not only the largest cities in China, but also the places where the strongest individuals are concentrated. The main hall of the Divine Hall is located in the capital city, while the headquarters of the Martial Alliance is in Shanghai. The Martial Alliance was founded by Wei Wuji, who was the first professional in China to reach level 70 and is a legendary figure in China. 58th place. Chu Fan found his name. 58th. Yangcheng number 1 Middle School. Name. Stranger ID. Occupation. Ashura hidden occupation. Qualification S. However, he then noticed another line. 60th. Yangcheng number 1 Middle School. Name. Wenwan ID. Occupation. Which hidden occupation. Qualification S. Wenwan. Chu Fan instantly recognized the name. Su Muan. What a scheming woman, choosing such a gentle name. Chu Fan sneered. Witches, as a hidden profession, can control enemies through mental attacks, and when powerful, they can even subdue people with just their eyes. Finally, he found Jiang Chua's name. 352. Yangcheng number 1 Middle School. Name. Jiang Chua. Occupation. Martial artist. Qualification S. Silly girl. She hasn't even changed her ID. Chu Fan smiled wryly. She's number 352. I reckon some universities will contact her. Congratulations, you've ranked 58th on the job change list. A mechanical voice sounded. Chu Fan quickly closed his third eye, the red eye disappearing into his flesh and blood. As he stepped out of the temple, he sensed a fluctuation. The fluctuation was sharp and violent, but one of the fluctuations was gentle and mild. That was Jiang Chua's fluctuation. Chu Fan, what was the result? Du Jing asked, and everyone perked up their ears. Facing the mentor's gazes, Chu Fan smiled and replied, "Job change successful." Du Jing was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" "He said he successfully changed jobs," Qi Jiang said in surprise. Tang Meng and Wang Bo also stared wide-eyed, remaining silent. The students stood there, stunned. Chu Fan had actually succeeded in changing his class. Could a blind person really do that? Many people looked unconvinced. Those students who failed to change jobs couldn't believe that they were inferior to a blind man. Gu Cheng took a while to come to his senses, then gritted his teeth and said, "He actually managed to change jobs successfully. This kid is really lucky." Su Muan looked up from her book, gave Chu Fan a deep look, and then got up and left. Gu Cheng quickly followed. Du Jing smiled and said, "All right, the fact that the Temple of the Clerics recognizes you means you do have exceptional abilities. Would you be willing to show us your class stats?" Chu Fan shook his head. "I'm a hidden class, Ashura. I can't show it." Du Jing smiled. "All right, how about you join my class?" The other three mentors didn't compete for him. Since Chu Fan had successfully changed his class, They believed his qualifications were at most C level, and such a student wasn't worth their effort. Du Jing invited Chu Fan to join her class, clearly out of consideration for Jiang Chua. But Chu Fan smiled and declined, saying, "Professor Du, I want to study on my own." His profession is unusual, as are his third eye and that mysterious plaza. All of these are his secrets. Self-taught? Do you think you have S-level qualifications? The instructors shook their heads inwardly, thinking that Chu Fan was too arrogant. Du Jing sighed, hesitating whether to keep Jiang Chua away from Chu Fan. "Fine, then I won't force you," she said. "However, I must remind you that there are only 4 months left until the college entrance examination. The training from a tutor is much more effective than self-study." Chu Fan nodded. "I know. Thank you, Professor Du." After saying that, he walked to Jiang Chua's side. His refusal of his advisor's invitation shocked the students present, but no one noticed why he could accurately determine directions. "What class did you switch to?" Jiang Chua asked in a low voice. "A hidden class," Chu Fan replied with a mysterious smile. "Really? There are too many people. I'll talk to you privately later." Chu Fan whispered in her ear. "Oh," Jiang Chua replied casually, taking it as a joke, though she still nodded obediently. The job change continued, and time passed quickly. By 7 p.m., the job change for the day was over. The 4 mentors looked seriously at the students below. Du Jing spoke up. "As you can all see, changing jobs is not easy. Today, 510 students changed jobs, and 320 were successful, a success rate of less than 65%. Most of the students who successfully changed jobs were C-level, only 23 were B-level, and only 2 were A-level. As for the S-level qualification, there is only one person, Jiang Chua. She should be able to enter the Huaxia career change ranking and become the focus of universities across the country. Everyone needs to recognize the gap. Yangcheng is just a small place, and there are too many strong people in China." Du Jing continued. "Changing jobs is not easy. Successfully changing jobs is just the beginning. The college entrance examination that follows is the bigger challenge. Don't be discouraged if you fail to change jobs. After 4 months, you can focus on your academic studies and try to get into university. Everyone has their own value, whether it's researching technology or fighting for humanity against alien beasts." Du Jing's encouragement ignited the passion of the students present. They secretly rallied their spirits, while those who successfully changed jobs were filled with excitement. Chu Fan glanced at Jiang Chua and noticed tears welling up in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chua said in a low voice. "From now on, we are professionals, and those classmates who did not successfully change professions will no longer have any contact with each other." Jiang Chua suddenly asked, "We won't break up, will we?" Chu Fan was stunned, thinking to himself, "We're not even together yet, and you're already thinking about breaking up." Chu Fan looked up into the distance, offering no direct answer. He knew that the path of a professional was fraught with challenges, and no one could guarantee a smooth journey. Night had fallen, and Su Muin stood alone in the moon-gazing pavilion, gazing at the full moon reflected in the lake. She thought to herself, "I never expected him to successfully change jobs. It's quite interesting." Gu Qing walked to her side and whispered, "Mu Wan, don't worry. Even if Chu Fan successfully changes jobs, he'll still be useless." Gu Cheng gazed at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. He had always liked Su Muin and had confessed his feelings to her before, and she seemed to be reciprocating. But Chu Fan's appearance became a thorn in his side. "Don't worry. Chu Fan isn't worth your concern," Gu Qing said. "You're so kind." Su Muin nestled gently in Gu Cheng's arms. "If only I had met you sooner." Gu Cheng smiled gently. "It's not late now. It's getting cold. Let me take you home." Su Muin sighed. "You go home first. I want to be alone." Gu Qing nodded. Though disappointed, he respected her request and turned to leave. Su Muin watched Gu Cheng's departing figure, her smile gradually fading, and opened the job change ranking list. Su Muin's gaze swept across the job change rankings. The top 20 were almost all geniuses with SSS-level aptitude. She had to get into one of the top 4 universities to be able to come into contact with these top figures. Suddenly, she saw a name on the list, 58th, Yangqing No. 1 Middle School, name, stranger, ID, occupation, Ashura, hidden occupation, qualification S. Yangqing No. 1 High School, S-rank talent, Ashura, who? Su Mu was surprised that his school had such a high-ranking student. Looking back on today's job change, among the most outstanding students, only Wu Haobai did not have a display panel, but he was accepted into the class by mentor Qi Jiang. Could this Ashura be Wu Haobai? Her breathing became rapid, and a strange smile appeared on her lips. It must be him. She jumped to her feet. Wu Haobai, just like me. is a hidden profession with S-rank aptitude. How interesting. In the Minter building, mentors sat in their offices discussing today's job transfer situation. Less than 70 of people successfully changed jobs this year, Tang Ming said with dissatisfaction. Don't worry, there's still one more day, Wang Bo replied with a smile. Tomorrow will probably be even worse than today. Today we had 2 A level and 1 S level. Tang Ming sneered. And Su Muan, I really want to know what her qualifications and profession are. Qi Jiang stroked his chin. I'm interested too. Shall we take a look? Tang Ming suggested. Wang Bo nodded. Sure. Tang Ming waved his hand, and a light screen instantly appeared. As mentors, they knew the purpose of the career change ranking list, to help universities select outstanding talents. Even if a student's real name is hidden, universities can still trace the student's identity through information. The 4 mentors' eyes quickly moved across the screen. Found it. Number 58, the outsider from Yangqing number 1 high school, profession, Ashura. Qi Jiang exclaimed in shock. Could this be Su Muan's ID? Tang Ming, Wang Bo, and Du Jing were all shocked. A hidden class. Ashura? Du Jing stared at the light screen in astonishment. Do you know anything about the Ashura class? Wang Bo asked. Several mentors shook their heads. Details of many hidden professions are kept secret. Ordinary people cannot learn about them unless they search through the dark web. I read in a history book that the profession of Ashura is killing, and they are prone to becoming bloodthirsty, Wang Bo said in a deep voice. Du Jing and Tang Ming frowned, but Qi Jiang laughed. To survive in this world, you have to be ruthless, ruthless to yourself, ruthless to your enemies. Being bloodthirsty isn't a bad thing. Du Jing and Tang Ming nodded slightly. Although they agreed with this point, they still felt uneasy whenever they heard the phrase bloodthirsty. Qi Jiang looked at Tang Ming. How about you hand her over to me? Tang Ming shook his head and refused. How can I easily give up a student with S-level qualifications? If the 58th ranked candidate can progress normally over the next 4 months, they will most likely be able to enter a top university and, after graduation, join the Temple of Gods or the Martial Alliance, with unlimited potential for the future. Qi Jiang suddenly shouted. Look, the 60th place is also from our number 1 middle school. Everyone turned their attention to the 60th place, whose ID was Manhwa. Could it be that our number 1 high school is about to rise to prominence? Qi Jiang said in surprise. Manhwa, isn't that Su Muan? Du Jing's eyes flickered. It should be her. Wang Bo and Qi Jiang responded. Then who is the stranger in number 58? The 3 of them looked at the list at the same time. Stranger. Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. An S-rank shrine maiden is quite impressive. I didn't expect there to be someone ranked higher than Su Muan. Du Jing pondered for a moment. Only 3 people hadn't posted their data today. Su Muan, Wu Haobai, and Xu Fan. Could the stranger be Wu Haobai? Du Jing asked. It might be him, Qi Jiang replied. Then why did you take Wu Haobai in? Du Jing looked at Qi Jiang. Qi Jiang smiled wryly. That kid has such an arrogant look on his face, he's just my type. Taking him in was that simple. At this moment, Wang Bo suddenly said in a deep voice, could it be Xu Fan? Chapter 13 Youth is wonderful. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. Xu Fan, he laughed. This joke has gone too far. How could it be? It must be Wu Haobai. Qi Jiang laughed happily. He's the number 1 in Yangqing, and he's a hidden talent. His future is limitless. He never expected that the students he took on would be so talented. Du Jing interjected. Don't be too happy yet. You should pay attention to what Wang Bo said. Qi Jiang didn't take it to heart. A bloodthirsty nature is good. I like this kind of student. Wang Bo laughed and said, the Ashura thing might be a rumor. Who knows? Tang Ming nodded. It's a pity the principal went to Shihai City, otherwise he would know more. All right, everyone's tired. Let's go back and rest. All 4 mentors left one after another. On a night in Yangqing, Xu Fan and Zhang Chuha walked down the street. Xu Fan didn't tell Zhang Chuha that he could see things again, and that his third eye was related to the terrifying square they had seen before. He decided to continue pretending to be blind, so as not to worry Zhang Chuha. However, he quite enjoyed walking hand in hand with Zhang Chuha. Zhang Chuha was dressed very beautifully today, and she was also very tall. Xu Fan accidentally bumped into her while walking. You, Zhang Chuha glared at him, bad man. Xu Fan stopped innocently. I can't see anything. Zhang Chuha thought about it and realized that she had indeed misunderstood him. She looked at him tenderly and said, Brother Fan, let's become stronger together. What did you say? Let's become stronger together. Then you can continue to call me Brother Fan. I'm really serious. The 2 walked on the streets of Yangqing, their shadows stretching long under the streetlights. The next day was still a job change day. The senior high school students were given a holiday yesterday. Today, Jiang Chuha arrived at the orphanage early to wait for Chu Fan. They agreed to relax together today and enjoy some rare leisure time. Little tiger, the beautiful lady is waiting for you downstairs again. Chu Fan walked to the window, activated his third eye, and saw Jiang Chuha dressed in exquisite clothes, with an outstanding temperament. She was dressed very beautifully today, which attracted a lot of passers-by. Chu Fan nodded, got dressed, and prepared to go out. As soon as the door opened, when Xiaohu saw Chu Fan, he asked suspiciously, "Why are you dressed so handsomely?" Chu Fan smiled and said, "I'm on a date. I won't be back tonight. I know what to say to the dean, right?" "So fast," Little Tiger exclaimed in surprise. Chu Fan patted his head. "When you turn 18, everything will be even faster." He left the orphanage. Xiaohu snapped out of his daze and rushed to the dean's office. "Grandpa Li, something terrible has happened. Brother Chu Fan is in trouble." The children from the orphanage crowded around, their faces filled with tension. What happened to Brother Chu Fan? Yesterday and today are job change days. Did Brother Chu Fan successfully change jobs? Xiaohu said anxiously. "Brother Chu Fan went on a date and won't be back tonight." "Will that beautiful woman drain my life force?" a little girl asked in terror. "Grandpa said that you can't date before you're 18, otherwise you'll deplete your vital energy." Li Mu smiled and shook his head. "Youth is wonderful." Chu Fan walked up to Jiang Chua, and she quickly took his arm. She was wearing brown platform shoes today, and she didn't look short standing next to Chu Fan. "Come with me. I'll take you to a nice place." Jiang Chua pulled Chu Fan to a red sports car. "Get in the car." She opened the passenger door and helped Chu Fan into the car. Chapter 14, Professional Trading Market. After getting into the car, Chu Fan was surprised to find that it was the Thor 1 from the Shanghai group, the top-of-the-line pro version. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 1.2 seconds, and its speed could reach 1,000 kilometers per hour in flight mode. This vehicle can both drive on the ground and fly. It is not for sale to the public and can only be purchased with the approval of Qin Shanhai, the president of Shanghai Group. Chu Fan thought to himself that Jiang Chua's background was indeed not simple. "What kind of car is this?" Chu Fan asked, his eyes covered with cloth, pretending not to know. "It's a regular car. Someone gave it to my dad, and he gave it to me after I successfully changed jobs," Jiang Chua said as she drove. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Thor 1 being given away? Who is this person? "Hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate." Jiang Chua activated flight mode, and the car quickly took off, almost knocking Chu Fan over. "Speed 820 kilometers per hour. Please control your speed," the in-vehicle announcement reminded. Jiang Chua didn't care at all and accelerated even more, while Chu Fan held his breath. 5 minutes later, the car landed in a parking lot. "Where is this?" Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chua said, "The professional trading market is where you buy skills and equipment. We're going to the dungeon tomorrow, so we need to prepare in advance." Chu Fan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "Professional trade market? Is this the largest in China?" Jiang Chua nodded. "Yes, don't worry, I have money." As they were talking, their Thor 1 attracted the attention of those around them. "Is this really Thor 1? You can't buy a car even if you have money. Who owns it?" Not far away, the Lamborghini stopped, with Su Muin and Gu Cheng inside. Gu Cheng looked at Thor 1, unable to hide his shock. He had asked his father to contact Qin Shanhai to buy a car, but was refused. Today he actually saw this car here. "What are you looking at?" Su Muin asked. Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "This is a car from the Shanghai group, Qin Shanhai's." "Qin Shanhai?" Su Muin asked with interest. "He didn't give you any face." Gu Cheng sneered. "Qin Shanhai won't sell it to me, but she can open it. The person behind this is even more powerful than my father." The two walked toward Thor 1, and onlookers took photos, with crowds gathering around the car. Jiang Chua frowned, disliking that kind of gaze. "Why are there so many people?" She frowned. Chu Fan laughed and said, "Let's go, ignore them." Jiang Chua got out of the car, instantly attracting the attention of those around her. "This girl is so pretty. She must be some rich heiress, right?" A look of disbelief flashed in Gu Cheng's eyes. "Jiang Chua? How could it be her?" Su Muin raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jiang Chua. "That's impossible," Gu Cheng said through gritted teeth. Jiang Chua walked to the passenger side, opened the car door, and Chu Fan got out of the car. The onlookers began to whisper, "Is he blind?" Gu Cheng was stunned. Why would Jiang Chua personally open the car door for a blind man? This means that the person behind Jiang Chua is even more powerful than her father. Gu Cheng gritted his teeth. "Impossible." Su Muin glanced coldly at Chu Fan, then turned and left. "Let's go." Chapter 15, Money Makes One Willful. Gu Chang came to his senses and quickly caught up with Su Muin, whispering, Muin, I really didn't expect Chu Fan to appear here. I'm sorry. It's all right. Su Muin took a deep breath, then looked at Gu Chang. Didn't you say you were going to make a move on him? When are you going to do it? Gu Chang smiled and said, It's not easy to make a move in the city. I've already made arrangements, and we'll take action tomorrow. I'll make Chu Fan's first dungeon run his final resting place. Don't let your guard down. Jiang Chua has been with Chu Fan the whole time. They might go into the dungeon together. Jiang Chua's Thor 1 is definitely not an ordinary background. Su Muin reminded him. Besides, you can't kill people in the dungeon. If you're in a difficult position, then forget it. Gu Chang said gently. I'm willing to do anything, no matter how dangerous, for you. Sai, why bother? You're so good to me, A misty look flashed in Su Muin's eyes. I'm willing to give everything for you. Gu Chang looked at her with deep affection. As the crowd parted, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua walked smoothly through and entered the magnificent building ahead. This is the Yangqing branch of the professional trading market, and this is Chu Fan's first time here. As soon as he entered, he activated his fluctuation perception. There are 3 people within 10 meters, breathing steadily, with profound qi and blood. These 3 are actually stronger than Instructor Du Jing. Chu Fan was startled, but then he understood. Professionals in Yangcheng can buy items through an app auction, but they can't see the actual items, or they can come here like this to observe the goods on the spot and avoid being scammed. There are still quite a few scammers in this world, and the trading market is naturally the favorite gathering place for professionals. Professionals have one chance to awaken at level 30, and the better their aptitude, the higher the chance of awakening. After awakening, their blood and bones will change, Chu Fan analyzed. These 3 don't seem to have awakened, so their strength should be around level 27 or 28. He quickly assessed the approximate strength of the 3 individuals, a testament to the power of his perception abilities. The 3 people were unaware that someone was spying on them and continued walking on their own. Jiang Chua looked around and pulled Chu Fan in one direction. They soon arrived at a large room of 5,000 square meters. Virtual screens hung on the walls, displaying various goods, including equipment, medicines, and skills. There were at least several thousand people in the room, all staring intently at the huge screen. Several uniformed staff members moved among them, introducing various products. This is the trading center, with 21 rooms in total. We're going into room number 7, Jiang Chua said softly. Chu Fan was shocked to hear this. There were 21 such large rooms, each several thousand square meters in size. The trading venue in Yangqing was so huge. If it were the headquarters in the capital, it would be even more unimaginable. The professional trading market is indeed incredibly lucrative, Chu Fan thought to himself. What do you want to buy? Equipment, skills? Chu Fan asked Jiang Chua. Jiang Chua smiled and said, I want the equipment, skills, and medicine. Of course, I'll also buy you a set. Buy me a set too? Chu Fan hesitated. Should I accept it or not? It seems inappropriate to refuse, but accepting it would feel like I'm living off a woman. I'll definitely pay you back once I've made some money, Chu Fan said firmly. Let's talk about it later. Jiang Chua smiled gently. What do you think is the most suitable thing for us to buy? Chu Fan nodded and continued. Leveling up in the early stages is crucial. The faster you level up, the stronger you become, and the higher the level of dungeons you can enter, the faster you'll level up. He had already researched a lot of information on the dark web and even summarized a set of upgrade strategies. Equipment is divided into several stages, and you can change to a new stage every 10 levels. We can only wear level 1 equipment now, and we can only change to a higher level after we reach level 10, Chu Fan said. To improve efficiency, it's best to buy a set of beginner equipment first, and then change it when you reach level 10, he continued. Equipment is divided into common, good, excellent, rare, epic, and legendary based on quality, and set bonuses are even better. As for the price, ordinary beginner equipment costs about 50,000 Chinese yuan, while a set of rare beginner equipment costs 300,000 yuan, Chu Fan explained. How much is a set? Jiang Chua asked. Around 300,000, Chu Fan replied tentatively. Buy it, Jiang Chua said without hesitation. Chu Fan was stunned. What else do you want? Jiang Chua seemed to be intentionally showing off her generosity in front of Chu Fan, raising her chin. That rare set is enough, Chu Fan replied. As for skills and medicine, well, you're a martial artist, and you already have the hook punch skill. You can buy another one, instant step. This skill is very useful and will make you safer. Jiang Chua nodded. And what about you? Me? Chu Fan pondered for a moment. I want a warrior's rage skill. Jiang Chua didn't hesitate. Buy. Chu Fan was taken aback. I haven't finished speaking yet. Is there anything else you need? Jiang Chuha continued to ask. Chu Fan thought for a moment. We also need to prepare some medicines, such as qi and blood pills, and clearing miasma pills. Jiang Chuha nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll buy them all. Chu Fan's lips twitched, and he thought to himself, being rich really makes you carefree. Chapter 16 B-Rank Skills, Instant Kick and Resilience. Soon, a waitress came up to them. We need to purchase 2 sets of rare beginner outfits, initial outfit, the martial artist skill Instant Step, the warrior's general skill Rage, 30 chi and blood pills, and 30 clear miasma pills. The waitress seemed not to have heard clearly. Initial set? Are you sure? She looked slightly surprised. Jiang Chuha nodded, confirmed. The waitress's face immediately lit up with excitement. Rare beginner sets were almost universally unsellable, offering poor value for money and short usage periods. Unexpectedly, this beautiful woman had bought 2 sets at once. Add to that the 2 B-rank skills, Instant Step and Rage, which were quite valuable. Each skill alone cost 150,000 Chinese yuan. And the qi and blood pills and cleansing pills weren't cheap either. In total, this transaction would exceed 1 million Chinese yuan. The waitress smiled happily. It seemed her commission was already close to a year's salary. She smiled at Jiang Chua, nodded to Chu Fan, and then hurriedly left. A short while later, she returned with a USB drive and a small box, handing them to Jiang Chua. This is a skill storage device, she said, pointing to the USB drive and then to the box. Inside are 30 qi and blood pills and 30 clear miasma pills. The rare beginner set will be mailed to you. Please provide your shipping address. Jiang Chua nodded. Send them to 2 addresses, one in Xingchen Community and the other in Qiqing Orphanage. An orphanage? The waitress looked at Chu Fan with a puzzled expression, then at Jiang Chua, seemingly understanding. She immediately resumed her professional smile. Ma'am, that'll be 1.2 million in total. By card. Jiang Chua nodded and quickly swiped her card to pay. Chu Fan followed behind her, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. No wonder so many people dreamed of living off women in their past lives. It turns out the experience is truly tempting. After completing their shopping, Jiang Chua and Chu Fan quickly left the professional trading market. However, shortly after they left, a man and a woman entered room number 7 and found the female waitress they had just met. It was Su Muan and Gu Cheng. Here's 50,000 Chinese yuan. Tell me, what did they buy? Gu Cheng handed her a card. The waitress paused for a moment, then swallowed hard. I'm sorry, sir, the items a customer purchases are private matters, and I cannot disclose them. 100,000, Gu Cheng said coldly. The waitress was startled, took a deep breath, and put the card in her pocket. Outside the trading area, Gu Cheng couldn't help but mutter, how stupid. He actually bought a rare beginner set at level 1. Even if he had money, he shouldn't have spent it like that. He slammed his fist into the stone pillar beside him. His opponent possessed a rare set of armor, which would inevitably disrupt his plans. It seems Jiang Chua's identity is indeed not simple. Su Muan frowned. So what do we do next? Sigh, forget it, if there's really no other way. No way. Gu Cheng's anger erupted instantly. I can afford the rare beginner set. The equipment gap can be bridged, and then it's their skills that matter. Muan, he bought the Wrath warrior skill. It seems that Chu Fan is also a warrior who has changed classes. Su Muan nodded and remained silent. She had never taken Chu Fan seriously. Now, her goals were clear. Only Jiang Chua and Wu Haobai remained. The skill Rage has a flaw. After it is released, it can briefly increase speed and attack power, but it will soon leave you feeling weak, Su Muan analyzed calmly. Gu Cheng laughed. Haha, when he's weak, that's when he'll die. Su Muan walked into the trading area. They bought the cleansing pills. They must be trying to level up. We'll buy some too. Leveling up is very important. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua returned to the car. Shall we go eat? Jiang Chua asked. Chu Fan shook his head. No rush, let's wait a bit longer. Jiang Chua was puzzled, but she nodded anyway and took out her phone to start watching martial arts live streams. A few minutes later, Chu Fan suddenly spoke up. Chu He, drive around the area. Without asking any further questions, Jiang Chua immediately started the vehicle, and Thor leaped into the air, driving away into the distance. Gu Cheng quietly appeared at the corner of the parking lot, watching Thor gradually turn into a small black, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Following Chu Fan's instructions, Jiang Chua walked around in a circle, and half an hour later they returned to the professional trading market. Why are we back here again? Jiang Chua asked, puzzled. Chu Fan replied calmly. All items purchased in the trading market require a decryption code to be retrieved. If the code cannot be cracked, You can return the items within 2 hours. Go return Instant Step and Rage and exchange them for Instant Kick and Resilience. Chu Fan smiled slightly. He had already seen through Gu Cheng and Su Muin's tricks. He deliberately made them mistakenly believe that he had bought Instant Step and Rage, thus making them underestimate his true strength. I'll take care of it. Jiang Chua nodded and quickly got out of the car. Remember to change rooms, Chu Fan reminded him. Clear. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chua returned to the car with the new items, and Thor once again took to the air and flew into the distance. This time, they were truly gone. The two then went to a buffet restaurant and enjoyed a seafood feast. Afterwards, they went to a private cinema. The private cinema was very quiet, with soft lighting, perfect for relaxation. However, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua hadn't come here to watch a movie. Their real purpose is to learn skills. Jiang Chua sat on the sofa, looking somewhat at a loss. Chu-hee, show me your skills, Chu Fan said. Jiang Chua then came to her senses and took out the USB drive. After entering the decryption code, a light screen appeared on the screen, reflecting a human-shaped light and shadow figure. Chu Fan explained, "This is a skill simulator. All skills purchased in the trading market will be taught using this simulator." Jiang Chua nodded, her eyes fixed on the light and shadow. The light and shadow began to move, quickly assuming a crouching posture, and then forcefully kicked forward with its right leg. At the same time, a line of text appeared above the light screen. Skill, Instant Kick. Skill level, B. Skill details. Concentrate all your strength into your legs and kick forward with force. Attack power, 70, strength 203.5, plus 328. Cooldown time, 8 seconds. In Chapter 17, Dark Web, Jiang Chua nodded as she looked at the skill details. Martial artists are physical professions, and their attack power is closely related to their strength. If I put on the equipment now, my strength will be greater, and the skill damage will also increase accordingly. Chu Fan smiled and replied, "That's right. Martial artists are among the strongest damage dealers, and the key lies in skill bonuses. With high-level weapons and equipment, and by accumulating power, a single skill can instantly kill a lord." Excitement gleamed in Jiang Chua's eyes. Don't daydream. Focus on the movement of the light and shadow. This is the key to the Instant Kick skill, Chu Fan reminded him. Jiang Chua nodded, calmed down, and carefully observed the movement of light and shadow. The movement is not complicated. First, squat down slightly to increase the grip of your legs. Then concentrate all your strength into your right leg and kick out suddenly. After watching it several times, she began to imitate the movements of the light and shadow, her long legs constantly swinging out and retracting. Snap, snap, snap. Vibrations could be heard coming from inside the room. Soon after, Jiang Chua retracted her leg, having mastered the essentials of the Instant Kick, and the light and shadow disappeared. Brother Fan, it's your turn. Jiang Chua picked up the USB drive again and pointed it at the space in front of her. A golden light flashed, and another figure appeared, beginning to teach the skill Resilience. Skill, Resilience. Level B. Skill details, a general warrior skill. After activation, stamina plus 5, physical defense plus 10, magic defense plus 10. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Chu Fan looked at the skill description of Resilience, and even Jiang Chua was somewhat tempted. Can I learn warrior skills? Jiang Chua asked softly. Chu Fan shook his head. No. After the job change, the divine pillar will modify everyone's body. Different professions have different physical structures, characteristics, and blood flow patterns, Chu Fan continued to explain. For example, the Resilience skill allows warriors to increase their physical endurance by controlling bone displacement, which is why it has a duration and a cooldown. Martial artists, on the other hand, can freely control the flexibility of their bodies and concentrate their power at a single point. Even if I knew the principle of the Instant Kick skill, I still couldn't learn it because I'm not a martial artist and can't control my body's flexibility. And since you also lack the characteristics of a warrior, you naturally cannot learn the Resilience skill. That's why every profession has unique characteristics. Jiang Chua was stunned for a moment before saying, Brother Fan, you know so much. This knowledge isn't even mentioned in the books. No wonder you've always been number one in the school. If it weren't for... Jiang Chua suddenly stopped talking. Theoretical knowledge is supplementary. Real strength is the only true measure. Chu Fan smiled and didn't say anything more. He continued to perceive the light and shadow of the classroom, observing its every movement. After watching it only twice, Chu Fan learned the Resilience skill. There was a reason why he chose this skill. Before finding more information about the Ashura class, it is crucial to improve one's survivability, especially to guard against Gu Cheng and Su Muan. Resilience is one of the strongest defensive skills in the early game, which can greatly increase the chances of survival. Bite. Jiang Chuha's communicator rang. She glanced at the display on her wrist. We received news from the trading market that the beginner equipment has been delivered to our home. Then, shall we go back? Chu Fan asked. Sit a little longer? Jiang Chuha suggested. All right, since we're already here, let's watch a movie. Chu Fan agreed with a smile. The two found a quiet place to sit down and enjoy a moment of leisure. Time flies, and the sky gradually darkens. Jiang Chuha escorted Chu Fan to the courtyard gate, looking at him with reluctance. Brother Fan, Jiang Chuha called softly, her voice as gentle as a murmur. I'm really happy today. Just as Chu Fan was about to answer, he suddenly felt a soft touch, and his lips were gently covered. Cool, soft, and with a faint fragrance. Chu Fan was stunned, his hands frozen in midair, his heart pounding. But soon, he began to respond, and just as he was about to go deeper, Jiang Chuha quickly pulled away, lowered her head, and blushed. Good night. After saying that, she turned and walked away quickly, fleeing like a frightened little rabbit. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Fan smiled gently and said, good night. Instead of returning to the hospital, he began his nightly ritual of running. Train your perception and improve your physical strength. An hour later, Chu Fan stopped where he was and opened his profession panel. Name, stranger. Age, 18. Occupation, Ashura. Qualifications, S. Level, 10%. Strength, 20. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Endurance, 20. Mental strength, 5. Equipment, none. Skills, fluctuation perception, Tier 1, 90%. Resilience, Tier 1, 2%. My perception of fluctuations has increased by another 1%. Chu Fan was overjoyed. It seems that the ability to perceive fluctuations can indeed be improved through daily practice. Keep going. He wiped the sweat from his face, his eyes shining with determination, and continued running into the distance. This time, he deliberately chose a narrow path with more obstacles to increase the difficulty of his workout. He continued running until he felt his body was almost at its limit, his back soaked with sweat. Is this my limit? Chu Fan forced a smile and muttered to himself, suppressing his exhaustion. No pain, no gain. Only he knows the suffering he endured after losing his sight. Hardship has become a part of his life. From today onwards, I will train to my limit every night. To become stronger, I must endure pain that ordinary people cannot bear. Chu Fan made this resolution in his heart. He fastened his blindfold again, took a deep breath, and ran forward once more. Boss, let's keep going all night. Turn on the computers. Chu Fan's voice sounded tired in the internet cafe. Tonight's workout left him almost exhausted and weak, but he also gained something from it. Just now, he checked his profession panel again, and his fluctuation perception had increased to 92%. If his body can no longer keep up, he will definitely continue training. The internet cafe owner glanced at Chu Fan and said, 20 Chinese yuan a night. Chu Fan handed over a banknote, then found a quiet corner where no one would disturb him and turned on his computer. The boss watched from a distance, his expression complex. There are too many down-on-their-luck people in this world. Many are homeless and have no choice but to spend the night in internet cafes, where at least there is heating and it's not as cold as outside. This world is truly too bitter. The boss sighed and looked away. In the corner, Chu Fan fought off his drowsy fatigue, and the skin on his forehead began to twitch as a third eye appeared. He quickly turned on his computer, skillfully entered the website address, and clicked confirm. A few seconds later, a dark red website appeared on the screen, the dark web. This website address was sent to him via text message by a mysterious person 2 years ago. Chu Fan still remembers the contents of that text message. Brother, your little sister misses you. Come find me here. Here's my account and password. Your little sister is waiting for you. At that time, Chu Fan had not yet been betrayed by Su Muan. As a 16 or 17-year-old young man full of vigor, he couldn't resist his curiosity, so he went to an internet cafe and logged into that website, entering his account and password. However, to his surprise, the website did not contain any sisters, but was filled with chilling and dark information. Chapter 18: The Beginning of a Career. Chu Fan opened the website and entered the trading area. Urgent. 200 dark coins to save the opponent's level 27 robot. DM me if you're willing to take the job. Upon seeing this post, Chu Fan fell into deep thought. This is the dark web, an underground website strictly prohibited by the authorities. Even transactions involving buying and selling one's life are openly posted on it. Chu Fan had always been curious about the dark web, especially about its founder, who had managed to keep it from being shut down for so many years. What puzzled him even more was the identity of the person who sent him the text message. The sender had deliberately revealed a dark web link and even helped him register an account and password. Chu Fan checked the text message and found that the sender's IP address was from overseas. Although he couldn't find any trace of the sender, he didn't bother to investigate further, given the sheer size of the dark web's resources. The website only has 1,000 registered users, and that number has remained constant. Chu Fan guessed that the dark web might have a rule that when a new user joins, an existing user must leave. Over the past 2 years, Chu Fan has gradually become drawn to the dark web because the information there is often unavailable in the open, especially information about hidden professions. Tonight, he came here specifically to search for information about the Ashura profession. His third eye slowly moved, carefully searching the posts. Lonely heart, begging for the berserker's weakness, 30 dark coins as a reward. Loves to gnaw on chicken butts. My friend is a night stalker. Does anyone know anything about this hidden class? 35 dark coins reward. Chu Fan was already used to these posts. He glanced at them and, finding no information about Ashura, decided to post one himself. A mere mortal, requesting information on the Ashura class for 40 dark coins. DM me. A mortal is Chu Fan's ID on the dark web. Dark coins are the common currency on this website, which can be earned by posting, replying, and checking in daily, with a maximum of 1 dark coin per day. The most effective way to quickly accumulate dark currency is by selling information or completing dark web tasks. However, the timing of task releases is not fixed. In the past 2 years, Chu Fan has only seen 10 tasks, each rewarding tens of thousands of dark currency. But at that time, he was just an ordinary person and had no way of understanding the task content, let alone completing them. Over the past 2 years, Chu Fan has been consistently checking in, posting, and replying to posts every day to earn dark coins. Including his previous expenses, he has now accumulated 700 dark coins. Fortunately, the dark web has voice recognition capabilities, allowing Chu Fan to still search and post content via voice even after he lost his sight. He found Ashura's post using voice guidance and even recorded the content. Dark currency can not only be used to exchange for help from others, but also to purchase various items. Thinking of this, Chu Fan opened the goods section, where the dazzling array of items overwhelmed him. The hidden class, Necromancer, has an S-rank skill called Summoning Spirits and costs 100,000 dark coins. The hidden class, Mechanical Heart, has an S-rank skill called Predator and costs 100,000 dark coins. The level 45 Greatsword Warrior Epic Weapon, Soul Eater, is priced at 300,000 dark coins. The prices of these goods were astonishingly high. Chu Fan glanced at the 710 dark coins in the upper right corner and sighed inwardly. These things were too far out of reach for him. Only by improving his strength and waiting for the dark web to release tasks could he obtain more dark coins. Chu Fan returned to the trading area and kept refreshing, but still couldn't find any posts about Ashura. It seems I can only continue to wait. I hope someone will reply to my post. He minimized the dark web and reclined in his chair. Exhaustion quickly overcame him, and Chu Fan soon fell into a deep sleep. When Chu Fan woke up again, the morning light was already faintly visible outside the window. He checked the time. It was 7:10 a.m. Oh no. He jumped up from his chair and quickly glanced at his post, only to find that no one had replied yet. He quickly closed the web page, shut down the computer, and then ran out of the internet cafe as fast as he could. The internet cafe owner rubbed his eyes, watching Chu Fan's hurried departure, and muttered, "I'm really tired. I'm even hallucinating. I'll sleep some more." February mornings always arrive slowly, and today it's drizzling, with few pedestrians on the road. Chu Fan ignored the stares from others and thought as he ran. In just 20 minutes, he will be waiting for me at the gate. I wonder what she'll think if she finds out I didn't come home last night. He quickened his pace and hurried toward Chiching Orphanage. After changing jobs, Chu Fan's physical abilities improved significantly. It is estimated that his maximum speed has reached 15 meters per second, which means he can run 900 meters in 1 minute. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan finally arrived outside the Chiching Orphanage and stopped, panting heavily. Thank goodness, I made it in time. He breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he noticed a person standing next to him, smiling at him. Grandpa. Chu Fan's lips twitched. Limu was standing there, his face slightly pale. He smiled and nodded. Then with a wave of his right hand, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, while his left hand held a stack of clothes. These are the beginner equipment sent from the trading market. Li Mu tossed the long sword and clothes to Chu Fan. You've successfully changed jobs. Very good. Keep up the good work. Li Mu patted Chu Fan on the shoulder and turned to leave. Chu Fan took a deep breath, secretly relieved. Luckily, Grandpa didn't ask any more questions, otherwise I really wouldn't know how to explain it. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to Li Mu's way of doing things. Li Mu didn't talk much. All his care was shown through his actions. I remember when Su Muin blinded him, Li Mu only asked one question. What happened to your eyes? It was all because of Su Muin, Chu Fan replied. I understand. Li Mu replied simply and never mentioned the matter again. However, Chu Fan discovered that Li Mu had been injured during that time. Later, he learned from Xiao Hu that Li Mu and Su Changfeng had fought, and both were injured. Chu Fan realized that his grandfather had gone to settle scores with Su Muin's father. From that moment on, Chu Fan remained grateful. Li Mu was like a grandfather to him. His care for him was silent yet profound. Pulling himself back to reality, Chu Fan looked at the beginner equipment in his hand. This initial set included a helmet, top, bottom, belt, and shoes, while the only weapon was the initial sword. Chu Fan picked up the initial sword and looked at the information that appeared on it. Initial sword. Introduction. At the beginning of your career, I hope you will always remember the sword that accompanies you. Crafter, Luo Fan. Attack power, 110. Strength, +5. Endurance, +5. Agility, +5. Intelligence, +5. Chapter 19 Dungeon. Slay the Beast. Chu Fan grasped the initial sword. Its blade was jet black and incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of cutting through anything. This is the initial sword, representing the beginning of my profession, he murmured to himself. The coldness and sharpness of the blade made him ponder, wondering what material it was forged from. Next, Chu Fan picked up the other equipment. The material of this equipment was soft, seemingly woven from some kind of silk. Even when the shoes and clothes were piled together, he couldn't detect any obvious difference. Soon, Chu Fan changed into his new gear. As soon as he put it on, he felt a powerful force surge into his body, as if every muscle was filled with power. He quickly opened the class panel to check the set's attributes. Initial set. Set bonus, strength +10, stamina +10, agility +10, intelligence +10, base attack +10%. Each part also comes with some additional attributes. Chu Fan brought up his class panel. Name, stranger. Age, 18. Occupation, Ashura. Qualifications, S. Level, 10%. Strength, 20+20. Intelligence, 20+20. Agility, 20+20. Endurance, 20+20. Mental strength, 5. Basic attack, 170+17. Equipment, initial set, rare, level requirement, 1. Skills, wave perception, tier 1, 92%. Resilience, tier 1, 2%. As expected of a rare set, Chu Fan looked at the panel and took a deep breath. The bonuses from each piece of equipment nearly doubled his base attributes, especially the 10% attack bonus, which made him incredibly excited. Although it only increased his attack by 17 points, this was a percentage bonus based on his base attack. The higher his base attack, the more significant the increase. That's the power of money. Chu Fan smiled, holding his long sword as he walked out of the orphanage gate, preparing to meet up with Jiang Chua. At 7:30 a.m., Jiang Chua arrived on time, rushed over and grabbed Chu Fan's arm, excitedly saying, "This is the first time you've waited for me like this." She looked Chu Fan up and down, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. "You've already put on your newbie outfit? You look so handsome." Chu Fan smiled and asked, "Aren't you wearing any?" Jiang Chua pursed her lips. The initial set is made of silk spun by the exotic beast Mercury silkworm. The fabric is a bit see-through, and you will only wear it before entering the dungeon. Chu Fan's eyes lit up slightly, transparent. Jiang Chua ignored his expression and gently pushed him away. "Let's go. Let's have breakfast first, and then go to school." Yangqing No. 1 Middle School. After 2 days of transition, first and second-year high school students returned to campus. Due to the school's large size, the lower grades and senior grades live in separate buildings, making it difficult for students to meet. After parting ways with Jiang Chua, Chu Fan went into the classroom of Class 2, Grade 12, and sat down to listen to the students discussing their career changes. The failure rate for this job change is quite high. Only 65% of those who successfully changed jobs were C-level, with the highest being S-level. By the way, have you heard? Chu Fan successfully changed jobs on his first day, but he actually refused instructor Du Jing's invitation and chose to learn on his own. What? He rejected Professor Du Jing? Has he gone mad? Keep your voices down. The people that Professor Du Jing has chosen can't be ordinary. I'm just a little resentful. They weren't as good as me before, but now they've become elites. Chu Fan listened to these discussions, shook his head slightly, and found it somewhat amusing. Suddenly, the sound of hurried high heels rang out, and the homeroom teacher, Wu Yu, walked in. She was holding documents in her hand, walked to the podium, and nodded slightly to Chu Fan when she saw him. Wu Yu placed the documents on the podium and began to speak to everyone. The job transfer is over, and most of the students who remain here are of average aptitude. However, I want to tell you that aptitude does not determine everything. While highly qualified professionals have an advantage, there have also been instances in history where people with less talent have become powerful through hard work. So don't be discouraged. Diligence and hard work can make up for the difference in talent. These words helped some of the dejected students regain their confidence. Chu Fan sneered inwardly. He'd heard this kind of inspirational talk countless times. While there were examples of low-aptitude professionals becoming stronger, they were extremely rare, the chances of which were like finding a needle in a haystack. For the next 4 months, you will need to prepare for the college entrance examination, Wu Yu continued. The college entrance examination score consists of 2 parts: academic subjects and practical skills. Academic subjects account for 10%, and practical skills account for 90%. Therefore, you should focus your energy on improving your abilities. At this point, Wu Yu looked at Chu Fan and asked with a smile, Chu Fan, tell me, what factors mainly influence a professional's strength? Level, equipment, skills, and the success rate of awakening. Chu Fan replied, standing up. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to sit down. Chu Fan is right. The higher the level, the stronger the basic attributes, the better the equipment, the stronger the skills, and the success rate of awakening will also affect the strength. Then she said, your task now is to kill monsters and level up. Try to reach level 20 before the college entrance examination. Level 20 is the minimum requirement. If you can't reach level 20, you won't be able to get into university. Today's tasks are simple. First, learn skills and get weapons. Second, go into dungeons and fight against alien beasts. After receiving your skills and weapons, you will enter the dungeon and begin your first battle against the alien beasts. Upon hearing about the dungeon raid's monster kill, Chu Fan's eyes lit up and an expectant smile appeared on his face. Finally, it's time to go to the dungeon, he thought to himself. Chapter 20 Chu Fan, slow down and don't fall. The elite building with his classmates when the way they looked at him changed noticeably. The mocking and disdainful glances of the past were now filled with envy. He realized that perhaps it was true, as he had said, that only the weak are mocked, and that in this world, the weak were destined to be unable to escape this fate. Just then, a voice broke his reverie. You're overestimating him. Teacher Du Jing only invited him because of Jiang Chua. Maybe he only has a C-level qualification, which is far inferior to Gu Cheng's A-level qualification. Chu Fan looked up and saw Lily not far away, speaking sarcastically. She was alluring, heavily made up, and her eyes were full of contempt. Chu Fan ignored her. In this world, there will always be some people who will never understand. He didn't need to bother with them. At this moment, a tall boy exclaimed, This is a rare beginner set, the initial set. The students around him all turned to look at him. Gao Xiang, what's the starting set? Someone asked curiously. You know that equipment is divided into levels, right? Gao Xiang explained. From common to legendary, there are multiple levels, and the starter set is a rare set specially for beginners. A complete set is worth 300,000 Chinese yuan. As he spoke, his eyes were full of shock. As soon as he finished speaking, the students who were running around stopped in their tracks, looking surprised. 300,000 Chinese yuan? Gao Xiang, are you kidding me? A student asked doubtfully. Gao Xiang scoffed dismissively. You think I'm joking with you? Look closely. Chu Fan is wearing the initial outfit. Chu Fan's equipment, worth 300,000 Chinese yuan, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Li Li's eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Chu, slow down. Don't fall. Let me help you. Suddenly, a group of boys surrounded Chu Fan, vying to offer their help. Student Chu, I'd love to lend you my shoulder, a student said with a smile. Seeing this, Li was furious. She wanted to squeeze into the crowd to help, but found it impossible. The boys had already taken the front spots. She could only angrily curse. A bunch of useless bootlickers. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan sighed inwardly. Money makes the world go round. However, he ignored his classmates' flattery and continued striding towards the elite building. The elite building stood before them. Hundreds of students had already gathered below, each with a qualification level of B or higher, their eyes gleaming with pride. Chu Fan and his classmates, however, appeared somewhat dim. The gap between them was obvious. Once outside the hall, Chu Fan noticed Li Li walking towards a short boy named Lu Mang. Li Li smiled broadly and tried to ask him to take her to a dungeon. Lu, could you help me with a dungeon run? Li Li asked cautiously. Lu Mang was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then coldly replied, Take you to a dungeon? Haven't you always looked down on me? Why are you coming to me now? He said angrily. Li Li hurriedly explained, I didn't look down on you. I've always thought you were a very good person, handsome, with a great personality, and very gentle. Stop pretending, Lu Mang retorted angrily. I used to be your lapdog, don't you remember? The surrounding classmates chuckled at the sight. Li Li's face instantly turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with helplessness and regret. She finally realized that Lu Mang was no longer someone she could look down on so easily. Chu Fan found it somewhat amusing. The scene was ironic, yet also a true reflection of reality. Li Li then realized that her previous disdain might have been a mistake. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, Student Jiang is here. Everyone immediately fell silent, their gazes fixed on the entrance to the elite building. A girl dressed in a black, fitted outfit slowly walked out. Jiang Chuha had a slender figure, and the outfit accentuated her perfect curves. Every gesture exuded elegance and confidence. Her appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Chapter 21, The Dark Forest. Chu Fan quietly opened his third eye slightly, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Chua, and he was immediately stunned. Sure enough, she was a promising prospect. A thought struck him. What would Jiang Chua look like if she wore the initial outfit? Holy crap, Jiang Chua has such a great figure. I really didn't notice. How come I didn't pay attention before? Chu Fan really hit the jackpot. You made money? What did you make money from? Damn it, stop talking, my stomach hurts. I'm so angry. Jiang Chua's face was icy cold, like a goddess on a high and mighty throne, and the boys around her all lowered their heads and stepped back. Suddenly, she ran up to Chu Fan, instantly transforming from a cool demeanor into that of a sweet girl next door, smiling and pouting. Brother Fan, why did you come over? We don't need the skills and weapons the school gave us. She gently shook Chu Fan's arm, her coquettish tone making the boys around them swallow hard. Chu Fan was stunned for a moment, not expecting Jiang Chua to be so bold. Seeing the envious and jealous looks from his classmates, Chu Fan instantly understood that this girl was obviously doing this on purpose, not only making himself the target of hatred, but also piquing everyone's interest. It's free, why not take it? Chu Fan laughed, responding casually. At this moment, Gu Cheng and Su Muin also walked out of the elite building, attracting everyone's attention. Su Muin merely glanced at Chu Fan without speaking, while Gu Cheng's gaze was unusually cold. The two quickly moved away from the crowd, as if deliberately keeping their distance from others. Dean of Students Luo Ning is here, quiet, someone whispered a reminder. Before the words were finished, a man in his 40s, dressed in black armor and with a dignified face, walked over, followed by the four mentors. They walked to the center of the hall, where a pile of weapons lay. Everyone line up to receive your beginner skills and weapons, Director Luo Ning said with a loud laugh. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha obediently lined up. Half an hour later, all the students had received their weapons. Some carried longswords, some carried gauntlets, and some carried daggers. Everyone was eagerly playing with their new weapons. At the same time, everyone received a smart ring meter. You have 2 hours to learn skills and form teams. We will start the dungeon in 2 hours, Luo Ning announced, and the scene instantly became lively. I am a B-level mage. Anyone with B-level qualifications, come over here. The team already has 3 people. Healers and protection warriors who need to team up. Come quick. Brother, can I come with you? If you have a C-level qualification, go find someone with a C-level qualification to team up with. Don't try to freeload. Damn it, who do they think they are? I'll form my own team. C-rank players, gather here, warriors and healers first. The venue almost turned into a team-up lobby. Su Muin and Gu Cheng remained away from the crowd, seemingly not planning to team up with anyone else. On Chu Fan's side, a large group of people arrived, but they weren't there for Chu Fan, they were there for Jiang Chua. Seeing Jiang Chua acting cute and charming next to Chu Fan, many classmates realized that if they wanted to join Jiang Chua's team, they first had to win over Chu Fan. Chu Fan, my name is Xia Hang, from Class 5 of Senior 3. We used to play games together, do you remember me? Chu Fan shook his head. Xia Hang? I don't know him. Xia Hang gave an awkward smile and turned to try and get on the good side of others. Chu Fan, I'm Li Li from Class 3 of Senior 3. My profession is a doctor. Can I join your team? Lily removed her makeup and reapplied light makeup, deliberately trying to appear pitiful. She spoke in a low voice, making sure Chu Fan couldn't hear her. Chu Fan sneered and was about to respond when Jiang Chuha coldly said, "No." "Jiang." Chu Fan didn't refuse, "So you." "Chui said it was my decision. Get out." Chu Fan said bluntly. Lily was stunned for a moment, then turned and left, cursing inwardly. During this time, two more classmates came to find Chu Fan, one of whom was Liang Tao and the other was Chun Huanhuan. Liang Tao and Chu Fan were not averse to it. After all, he was also a B-level defensive warrior, and Chun Huanhuan was the first doctor to successfully change jobs, also a B-level doctor. Both the tank and the healer are indispensable roles in the team. One is responsible for absorbing damage, and the other is responsible for healing and applying support auras. However, Chu Fan still refused them. After all, the initial dungeons were for rapid leveling, and too many team members would dilute the experience distribution. He and Jiang Chuha are enough. To Chu Fan's surprise, the atmosphere around Jiang Chuha was also somewhat unusual. "That's Wu Haobai," Jiang Chuha said in a low voice. "I heard he switched to a hidden profession with an S-rank aptitude, and his ranking on the job change list is even higher than Su Muen's." "What is his profession?" Chu Fan asked curiously. "Ashura," Jiang Chuha replied. Chu Fan was taken aback, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Wu Haobai, dressed in white, looked radiant and stood out among his classmates, who surrounded him. Gu Cheng and Su Muen couldn't help but look over there as well. "So Wu Haobai is the outsider who transformed into an Ashura?" Gu Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Muen nodded. "It should be him." His ranking is even higher than yours. Let's see if he can come out of the dungeon alive," Gu Cheng sneered. Soon after, everyone formed teams and began learning skills. The entire hall was filled with flashing light screens, and the light and shadow of skills appeared in the air, imparting new abilities to the students. Chu Fan learned the parry skill. Although it wasn't very practical, it could at least provide some protection in battle. Jiang Chuha learned the straight punch, which, although not very damaging, was still better than her previous skills. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed quickly. Luo Ning walked to the center of the field, scanned the students, and said seriously, "Preparations are complete. Remember, this is not a game. You are facing alien beasts from another world. Although the risk is lower before level 10, there is still a risk of death. Cooperation and trust are the most important things. Survival is the top priority." He pressed a button on the smart ring watch, and a flash of light appeared. A black hole slowly emerged in the center of the hall, deep and dark, like a bottomless black hole. This is a teleportation array leading to a low-level dungeon, the Dark Forest. Inside, there's a group of weak beasts kept by powerful beings, called Shadow Beasts. Your mission is to enter the dungeon, kill the Shadow Beasts along the way, and finally defeat the Lord. After defeating the Lord, you will reactivate the teleportation array at the Lord's location and return here. Chapter 22. Attention from all sides. If anyone is seriously injured along the way, they can press the red button on the smart ring to be teleported out immediately. We use voice rang out, reminding the students to be careful. Chu Fan wasn't drawn to this feature. His attention was focused on the dungeon, the Dark Forest. Previous beginner dungeons were the Thorn Jungle, but this year it was the much more challenging Dark Forest. Why did they change the instance this year? Chu Fan wondered. It didn't affect him much, but for the other students, it undoubtedly increased the danger significantly. Everyone, remember, only by constantly slaying alien beasts can you become stronger. You must overcome your fear and return in triumph. Tang Meng's voice was full of encouragement. Returning in triumph, the students responded with fervor. While most students shouted excitedly, a few looked somewhat frightened. The shadow beasts of the Dark Forest sounded terrifying. All right, all teams, take turns going through the teleportation array. Team members, hold hands to make sure you don't get separated after teleporting. Will you instructed? Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha walked hand in hand into the teleportation array. The other students followed suit, and soon only Luo Ning and the 4 instructors remained in the hall. I hope the mortality rate will be lower this year, Du Jing said softly. The setup of the instance is decided by the higher-ups. We are only responsible for execution. Luo Ning waved his hand. The shadow beast is strong, but it's only one of the weakest of the alien beasts. If we can't even deal with it, how can we talk about these students' future careers? Luo Ning said firmly. This will test teamwork. Only by working together can we defeat the shadow beasts, Tang Meng added. The 4 mentors stared intently at the dark cave entrance, remaining silent for a long time. Yangqing City, a towering black building, stands majestically. This is the Yangqing Ministry of Education building, its exterior gleaming with metallic luster, resembling a steel beast. In a conference room on the 99th floor of the building, 5 men and 1 woman sat together, looking down at Yangqing. The first dungeon for this year's senior high school students has finally begun, Ho Chang, a leader from the Yangqing Education Department, said with a smile. Minister Ho, why was the beginner dungeon in Yangqing changed to the Dark Forest? A middle-aged man asked. Ho Chang calmly replied, "It was my suggestion. You proposed this?" The people in the conference room exchanged bewildered glances. Increasing the difficulty of dungeons undoubtedly meant increasing the mortality rate, making this decision seem rather unusual. Ho Chang continued, Yangqing's college entrance examination results are always at the bottom every year. Why? Because our system is too simple and students' progress is far behind that of other cities. Other cities opted for the more challenging Dark Forest, where students would grow faster when facing more powerful monsters. But wouldn't that be too risky? A young man asked doubtfully. Ho Chang smiled and said, Risk? If we always worry about risks, then students will always be hothouse flowers that can't withstand the storms. Yangqing's strength this year is different from the past. Continuing to choose the thorn jungle will not help the students at all, nor will it improve the strength of Yangqing's professionals. The others nodded in agreement, clearly agreeing with Ho Chang's view. So who is the most promising candidate on this year's career change list? A senior executive asked. Ho Chang smiled slightly. This year, 36 students have entered the top 1,000 of the career change list, which is an achievement that would have been unimaginable in the past. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Su Muan and Jiang Chua, Ling Tianhua from number 2 middle school, Ma Tao from number 6 middle school, Liu Mo from Yangzhong middle school, Lu Riyue from number 3 middle school, and Yu Gang from number 9 middle school. These students all deserve our attention. They have a great chance of getting into the top professional universities in the country, and it is not impossible for them to even enter the Big Four accounting firms. The Big Four? Everyone was shocked. China's Big Four universities are known for their extreme difficulty of admission, with only a very small number of elites able to enter. Minister Ho is truly wise. Under your leadership, Yangqing is growing stronger day by day, a high-ranking official said with a smile. Yes, with Minister Ho here, Yangqing's future will definitely be better, another high-ranking official echoed. The woman standing to the side, who hadn't spoken until now, seemed hesitant to say anything. She was around 30 years old, wearing bright red lipstick and sporting big, wavy hair, exuding a mature and sophisticated aura. Cheng Feng, what do you want to say? Ho Chang noticed her expression. Cheng Feng frowned and said, Minister Ho, have you seen the job transfer list? The 58th person on the list is a student from Yangqing number 1 middle school. He's not on the list you just mentioned. Chapter 23 One Kick. When Cheng Feng asked this question, everyone else looked puzzled. Ho Chang glanced at them and said calmly, Everyone has seen the job change list, right? You should know what job Cheng Feng mentioned that the student changed to. Everyone else nodded slowly. They had all naturally seen the job change list. Ranked 58th is an Ashura named Stranger. Ashura. This profession is undoubtedly very powerful, but historically, all Ashuras have met tragic ends. Because of their cultivation of the mind's eye, Ashuras often come into contact with things that ordinary people cannot. Within the profession, it is referred to as the call of the devil. Therefore, under the call of the demons, the Ashuras will eventually lose their minds, becoming like demons themselves, unable to distinguish friend from foe, and only wanting to kill. Without exception, every Ashura will eventually bring a catastrophe to the local area. The reason I didn't include that stranger is very clear to you. History has shown that Ashuras don't have a bright future, Ho Chang said tactfully. Then, should we train him? Cheng Feng probed. After all, he could be a huge threat once he grows up. Ho Chang glanced at Cheng Feng. Train her? Why wouldn't we train her? Regardless of what the future holds, for now, he is a student of Yangqing, and we should nurture him. As for the future, that's not something we need to worry about. Ho Chang glanced around and said in a deep voice, Remember this. Since we are in this position, we should be responsible to the country and to the students. Otherwise, they would be unworthy of their position. All the senior officials nodded deeply upon hearing Minister Ho's words. Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Minister Ho is wise. Stop flattering me. Ho Chang smiled and waved his hand. That kid is ranked 58th on the job change list, which is a great honor for Yangqing. Go and prepare a reward. I have already sent you the reward list. Don't rush to give him this award. Let their principal come to me first. Didn't the principal of number 1 middle school go to Shihai City to provide support? Someone asked. Ho Chang squinted and smiled. With the principal gone, the vice principal should take charge, but that guy has always preferred to be a hands-off manager. At the same time, the Yangqing branch of the Divine Hall. Inside the magnificent, golden council chamber, 9 men and women dressed in different styles sat inside. The middle-aged man sitting in the head seat was named Lu Jun, and he was the head of the Yangqing branch hall. This year's graduating class of high school students will soon be entering the Dark Forest, so we must keep a close eye on them, Lu Jun said in a deep voice. Especially those students who have made it onto the job change list. We need to pay close attention to them. This year, we were given a task from above, and there is one spot available. If this batch of candidates has strong qualifications, character, and practical skills, they can be allowed to join the Temple of Gods and take up temporary posts ahead of schedule. Understood. The crowd below nodded. Not only the Temple of the Divine Office, but also the Martial Alliance and various universities are eager to make their move. It can be said that at this moment, the eyes of the whole country are focused on the first dungeon trip of this year's graduating high school students. The future prospects for professionals are predictable. First, check their qualifications. Secondly, one must consider temperament and practical experience. The job change ranking allows you to view students' qualifications. The first encounter with a strange beast reveals their temperament and combat abilities. This is an assessment of the students. Chu Fan knew nothing about these matters. At that moment, he opened his third eye and saw the colorful light all around him. It was like passing through a legendary wormhole. A few minutes later, he fell heavily to the ground. A faint fragrance wafted from my face, along with a soft touch. Oh! A scream rang out. Jiang Chuha quickly stood up, her pretty face flushed. She muttered angrily in a low voice. How could it just happen like this? Chu Fan quickly closed his third eye, looking confused, and asked, Where is this? Chu-hee, are you there? I'm here. Are you all right? Jiang Chuha stepped forward and helped Chu Fan up. She said seriously, We should be entering the dark forest now. Have you come in? Chu Fan took a deep breath, inhaling a cold, damp smell into his lungs. Of the dark forest instantly appeared in his mind. The entire dark forest is circular, and the Lord resides in the dark nest to the due north. The shadow beasts along the way range in level from 1 to 5. Those powerful beings who created the dungeons arranged the levels of the shadow beasts according to the order along the way. In all the places where novice professionals appear, there are only level 1 to 2 shadow beasts. The closer you are to the dark nest, the higher the level of the shadow beast. As for the Lord, he reached level 6. Therefore, to kill the Lord, you must reach level 6 before reaching the dark nest. Otherwise, your chances of surviving the Lord are very low. Where are we now? Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chuha glanced at the smart ring watch, a red dot was flashing on the screen, indicating her and Chu Fan's location. According to the smart ring, we should have been teleported to the southwest of the dark forest, Jiang Chuha said. Chu Fan nodded slightly. Since the dark nest is in the north, new players will appear somewhere in the south of the map. What do we do now? Should we head straight north? Jiang Chuha asked. Chu Fan suddenly grinned and said, Let's not go north first. Let's kill the shadow beasts horizontally first. Horizontal? What does that mean? Jiang Chuha tilted her head. You'll find out soon enough. Let's go, let's kill the shadow beasts. Chu Fan took a step forward, then suddenly stopped. By the way, are you wearing your initial set? I forgot, should I wear it? Of course I'll wear it. Otherwise why would I buy it? Chu Fan said seriously. It gives a huge attribute bonus. Oh, okay then. Jiang Chuha took out her initial outfit from her bosom and said weakly, You. Don't worry about changing it. I can't see it anyway. Chu Fan said seriously. Jiang Chuha glanced at Chu Fan suspiciously, then went behind a giant tree 3 meters thick and began to change her clothes. A rustling sound came from inside. Chu Fan's third eye was itching to move, but it still didn't activate. Soon, Jiang Chuha emerged from behind the giant tree. Chu Fan opened his third eye immediately. I just want to complain. Was the designer of this initial set a pervert? It's definitely very sheer and very tight. The thin clothes clung tightly to her body. At the same time, she was also wearing a pair of white gauze gloves on her hands. Chu Fan swallowed hard and slowly closed his third eye. Through his senses, he noticed that Jiang Chuha had put the coat she was wearing before back on, covering her graceful figure. Brother Fan, I'm all dressed up. My class stats have improved a lot, and I really like this weapon. Jiang Chuha fiddled with the thin gauze gloves on her hands. Is this a weapon? Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. If you like it, then let's go, kill monsters, and level up. The two walked together to the side. The dark forest is densely forested with towering trees, and is filled with a cold, damp atmosphere. The two walked together, constantly keeping an eye on their surroundings. Hiss. Not long after they started walking, a sound that made your teeth ache rang out. Shadow Beast. Chu Fan's ears twitched. In the bushes ahead, be careful. Jiang Chua took a deep breath and stared intently at the 1-meter-high bushes in front of her. Grumble. Suddenly, a creature that was entirely black and resembled an octopus sprang out of the bushes. It crawled quickly on the ground, opened its huge mouth, and revealed fine, sharp teeth. Almost instantly, the shadow beast covered several meters and arrived in front of Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. Be careful, the shadow beast is very fast, don't let it get close, Chu Fan warned. He didn't make a move, intending to observe Jiang Chua's reaction and strength. Jiang Chua, with her initial set of armor, was perfectly capable of handling these shadow beasts and would not be in any danger. Bang! There was a loud bang, followed by a poof sound. Jiang Chua is still in the kicking position. The shadow beast that charged towards them was instantly reduced to ashes and vanished into the air. Instant kick. Chu Fan stood there, stunned. Such powerful single-target burst damage. Jiang Chua slowly retracted her long legs and said excitedly, I thought it was something special, but it was just one kick. Ahem. Chu Fan coughed. Is that something that can be done with just one kick? You're wearing the initial set, and with various attribute bonuses, your base stats are no weaker than a level 3 professional. Not to mention you possess a B-level skill like Instant Kick. How many people have both rare sets of equipment and B-grade skills at level 1? Rather than saying the Shadow Beast is too weak, it's more accurate to say that it's invincible if you spend money. Chu He, I can't see it. Look for the spiritual crystals on the ground, Chu Fan said, looking at the spot where the Shadow Beast had disappeared. Chapter 24 Rapid Leveling Up. Jiang Chua nodded and bent down to search the ground. Not long after. Found it. It's a small blue crystal, Jiang Chua exclaimed excitedly. That's a spiritual crystal. Professionals rely on it to level up, Chu Fan said with a smile. Spiritual crystals? All exotic beasts contain spiritual crystals. Killing exotic beasts and absorbing their spiritual energy is the essence of a professional's leveling up, Chu Fan explained. I was already a terrible student, but in front of you, I feel like I'm even worse than a terrible student, Jiang Chua muttered under her breath, wrinkling her nose. At this moment, blue energy slowly emerged from the spiritual crystal, then split into 2 waves and entered Chu Fan and Jiang Chua's bodies. A strong feeling of comfort washed over me. Is this spirituality? Chu Fan's body trembled as he absorbed spirituality for the first time. Spirituality. According to the origin of professionals, all things have a spirit, and professionals upgrade by absorbing the spirituality in spiritual crystals. Some people spend their entire lives researching how to directly absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, but none of them succeed. Ultimately, the professionals concluded that the most effective way to absorb spiritual energy was to kill exotic beasts and obtain spiritual energy from them. I've reached level 2, Jiang Chua said with a happy expression. Chu Fan smiled and nodded. He's already at level 2. Open the career panel. Name, stranger. Age, 18. Occupation, Ashura. Qualifications, S. Level, 2, 1%. Strength, 30 plus, 20. Intelligence, 30 plus, 20. Agility, 30 plus, 20. Endurance, 30 plus, 20. Mental strength, 5. Attack power, 185 plus, 18.5. Equipment, initial set, rare, level requirement, 1. Skills, wave perception, tier 1, 92%. Resilience, tier 1, 2%. Block, tier 1, 1%. Upon leveling up, each basic attribute increases by 10 points. Chu Fan knew that the spirituality of a level 1 beast had allowed them to advance from level 1 to level 2 because it was their first time absorbing spirituality. As your level increases, your body's resistance to spirituality will also increase. The higher the level, the more spiritual energy it needs to absorb. This is why high-level professionals don't bother with low-level dungeons. Feeling their physical abilities improve, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua were very excited and continued their journey through the dark forest in search of the shadow beast. Chua, be careful. There's a shadow beast coming towards us from our left rear. Chu Fan's ears twitched slightly as he gave a reminder. Okay. Jiang Chua nodded, turned around, quickly got into position, and gathered all her strength in her legs. They're here. Bang. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Jiang Chua kicked forward with all her might, causing the air to vibrate. Puff. Before the shadow beast could react, it exploded. Jiang Chua quickly found the spiritual crystal on the ground. Soon, the spiritual energy transformed into streams of light and entered the bodies of Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. Jiang Chua's face flushed, and she pouted. Didn't you level up 3 times? Chu Fan laughed and said, it won't be that fast. The amount of spiritual energy needed will increase more and more in the future. All right, let's continue. Brother Fan, you locate the sound, and I'll take care of the little shadow beast. This is a little shadow beast? Chu Fan smiled and continued walking forward with Jiang Chua. There were many shadow beasts along the way, and one would appear from time to time. However, as long as they entered a 10-meter range, they could not escape Chu Fan's wave perception. Chu Fan reminded Jiang Chua to attack, and the two cooperated more and more smoothly, killing more than 10 shadow beasts in succession. Jiang Chua kicked a level 2 shadow beast that was completely black to pieces. Finally, the two looked at each other and smiled. Level 3. Chu Fan's senses quickly scanned the profession panel. When he saw the fluctuation perception, first order 93%, the corners of his mouth slowly turned up, although it only improved by 1%. But compared to the improvement in the 4-dimensional attributes brought by the upgrade, he was more excited about the improvement in the fluctuation perception skill. Can we upgrade my fluctuation perception to the 2nd tier in this dungeon? Chu Fan asked expectantly. I wonder what changes will occur with 2nd-order fluctuation perception. At the same time, southeast of the dark forest, Su Muan and Gu Cheng were also killing the shadow beasts. Muan, you don't need to do anything. Leave it to me. Gu Cheng smiled warmly, swung his sword, and killed a level 2 shadow beast that was rushing towards him. After absorbing the spiritual crystal, Gu Cheng laughed and said, this beginner dungeon is no challenge at all. We'll be level 3 soon. Wow, you're amazing. Su Muan clapped her hands and grinned. Gu Cheng's body trembled, and his back straightened considerably. At that moment, 2 men and a woman walked towards them. Gu Cheng, so you were here. The leader was a fair-skinned young man with a black blade of grass in his mouth. Gu Cheng looked at the fair-skinned boy and was slightly taken aback. Li Mo, you're already at level 3? Faster than me? Li Mo's lips curled up slightly. Of course, I'm an A-level mage. Isn't it normal for me to level up quickly? You know why I came to find you, right? Gu Cheng said. Don't worry, as long as you can make Chu Fan die in the dark forest, I will not shortchange you on any of the benefits I promised. That kid has his eyes wrapped in cloth, so he's easy to spot. He's also blind and weak, but Jiang Chua and his team is an S-rank martial artist. You should keep an eye on him. Upon hearing this, Li Mo's eyes darted around. An S-level martial artist? Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? This will cost extra. 1 million Chinese yuan. Gu Cheng frowned. That's not enough. Killing a classmate in a beginner dungeon is a crime. I'm taking the risk for you. Besides, even if Chu Fan is weak, he has Jiang Chua by his side. Li Mo looked troubled. She has S-level aptitude. It's very risky for the 3 of us to deal with her. How much do you want? Gu Cheng frowned. 2 million Chinese yuan. Li Mo said, plus a level 10 rare weapon. And I want 2 million right now, Li Mo said. The weapons can be given to me after the deed is done. You, Gu Cheng's eyes widened. The other party is clearly making an exorbitant demand. But he didn't dare to personally attack Chu Fan. Gu Cheng quickly gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll transfer it to you right away. I'll personally deliver the weapon after it's done. After saying that, Gu Cheng took out his phone to transfer the money. Cell phones still have signal in the instance, since the instance is actually a real-world location. After receiving the 2 million yuan transfer, Li Mo and his team left immediately. Gu Cheng's heart was bleeding. 2 million. Although his family is wealthy, 2 million is not a small sum. This completely drained his savings accumulated over many years. Gu Cheng glanced at the silent Su Muan beside him and felt that it was all worth it. As long as Chu Fan dies, Su Muan will definitely open her heart to him. 2 million to buy your life. Chu Fan, you should be proud of yourself, Gu Cheng sneered. On the other side, Li Mo and the others walked to a spacious area. Brotherly, are we really going to deal with Chu Fan? Someone in the group asked. Li Mo sneered. Deal with what? Are we idiots? Killing people in beginner dungeons. Do you still want to take the college entrance exam? Besides, do you think I don't know what kind of person Gu Cheng is? He wants to deal with Chu Fan, but doesn't dare to make a move himself. He thinks he can ruin our future with just 2 million. Dream. Everyone laughed when he said that. As expected of the captain, his skill in sabotaging others is too strong. One scam, and they lost 2 million. The girl's eyes lit up. Captain, what about the 2 million? Don't worry, you'll get your share. Li Mo pulled out a small black blade of grass from somewhere and put it in his mouth. However, if I really run into Chu Fan, I still plan to share some with him. After all, he also contributed to this money. Chapter 25 Outright Robbery. Chu Fan had no idea that someone was going to share money with him. At this moment, he and Jiang Chuha continued to move laterally. The majority of the shadow beasts on this line are level 1 or 2. Level 2 shadow beasts are much stronger in speed, size, and attack power than level 1 ones. However, under Chu Fan's wave perception and Jiang Chuha's powerful attack, the level 2 shadow beast was kicked to pieces by Jiang Chuha as soon as it emerged from the shadows. After killing more than 20 shadow beasts and absorbing their spiritual energy, Chu Fan suddenly felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Another upgrade? Haha, awesome. Chu Fan laughed loudly. He looked at the career panel. It has been upgraded to level 4, and its 4-dimensional attributes have also improved. What he cared about more was the ability to sense fluctuations. Fluctuation perception is now 95%. Chu Fan grinned. At this rate, we could achieve second-order wave perception today. Similarly, Jiang Chuha also leveled up to level 4. Brother Fan, I'm level 4 too, Jiang Chuha said. But have you noticed that now when we absorb the spiritual crystals of level 1 shadow beasts, the improvement is very limited? Chu Fan smiled and said, not bad. That's why I wasn't in a hurry to go north. Level 3 is a span. Before level 4, the difference in spiritual energy gained from killing a level 1 shadow beast and a level 3 shadow beast is not significant. So we naturally choose to kill the level 1 ones, as they are more efficient. Now that we've reached level 4, level 1 spirituality offers little improvement. It's time for us to hunt high-level shadow beasts. Of course, we can't let go of level 1 enemies either. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Jiang Chuha suddenly realized, so that's how it is. How do you know everything? I just use the time others spend playing to read books, Chu Fan said earnestly. Okay, I can fight monsters, but when it comes to reading, I just want to sleep. Jiang Chuha blinked. Luckily, this era only values strength. If it were ancient times, I would probably only be able to get into a vocational college, while you would get into a top university. You would definitely look down on me. No, it won't happen. Chu Fan ruffled Jiang Chua's hair. Let's go. This time, they changed direction and headed directly north, heading straight for the dark nest. They encountered shadow beasts along the way. With the cooperation of the two, Jiang Chuha would kick twice if one kick wasn't enough. As her level increases, Jiang Chuha's instant kick skill also gains significant attack power. As they continuously absorbed the spiritual crystals, their experience bars visibly increased. Not long after, Chu Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowed tightly. Run! Several people came running quickly from a distance, their faces filled with terror as they shouted. Behind them followed 2 enormous shadow beasts. A level 4 shadow beast, Jiang Chuha said coldly, then took a step forward. Just as she was about to lift her leg, Chu Fan grabbed her. Don't do anything, let's go. Chu Fan grabbed Jiang Chuha and ran. Jiang Chuha felt as if she were being grabbed by a tremendous force, with the wind whistling in her ears. In a very short time, the two left their original spot and went to a place about 20 meters away. Brother Fan, your strength and speed, Jiang Chuha exclaimed in surprise. Chu Fan smiled and said, don't forget, I'm a genuine professional too. Jiang Chuha glanced at Chu Fan suspiciously. Why does it feel like Chu Fan's strength and speed are on par with hers? Even stronger? Is it just my imagination? You have to understand, she's an S-rank professional. The higher the aptitude, the greater the bonus to the 4 dimensions with each level increase. Chu Fan is at the same level as her. To reach her strength and speed, unless. Chu Fan also has S-level aptitude. But that's impossible. I'll explain later, Chu Fan said. Jiang Chuha nodded, not arguing much, and then looked at the group of people in the distance. At this moment, the group of people who were being chased by 2 level 4 shadow beasts saw Chu Fan and his companion run into the distance and simultaneously turned a corner and rushed towards them. Brother, you saw your classmate in trouble and didn't help him? The boy in the lead shouted angrily as he ran. Chu Fan smiled and pulled Jiang Chuha away from where they were again. Huh, you just stand by and watch someone die? These people lured over 2 level 4 monsters. What would happen if he and Jiang Chuha were only level 1? It was obvious that these people were using them as cannon fodder to attract the monster's attention so they could escape its pursuit. Otherwise, given how vast this dark forest is, wouldn't it just be heading in their direction to escape? Damn it, Brother Zhang, how come that kid is so fast? We can't catch him. How are we going to get rid of these 2 shadow beasts? A boy said anxiously. The boy surnamed Zhang snorted coldly. I'll remember him. There's no running away now, so we have to fight back. I'll count to 3, then we'll all stop and attack these 2 shadow beasts. 3, 2, 1. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks and turned to attack the 2 shadow beasts. On the other side, Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha stood at a distance, watching the battlefield. Brother Fan, why are we running? I feel like I could kick even a level 4 monster to death with one kick. Jiang Chuha swung her long legs, her face full of confidence. Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. Who would have thought that such a pair of shapely and slender legs could conceal such terrifying strength? If someone marries Jiang Chuha in the future, then, Chu-hee, you're too naive. Just you wait and see. Jiang Chuha looked puzzled, obediently standing beside Chu Fan and watching the battle in the distance. Time passed. The two shadow beasts were exceptionally ferocious, each a meter long, and when they spread out, they resembled a giant black umbrella. After a stalemate, all of them were injured. However, with the combined efforts of the group, they managed to turn the two shadow beasts into black smoke. Two deep blue spiritual crystals fell to the ground. Those men's eyes gleamed. The spiritual crystals of level 4 shadow beasts can give them a lot of experience. Haha, a level 4 shadow beast is nothing special. We underestimated ourselves. The lead boy had a huge gash ripped open in his chest by the shadow beast, and blood was gushing out. The healer in the group stepped forward and cast a healing spell on him. Brother Zheng is right. The rest of the team were pale and seriously injured, but their faces were full of joy. Under the doctor's treatment, the boy surnamed Zhang's wound visibly healed, and color returned to his face. He glanced back at Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, a barely perceptible ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He then stepped forward, intending to pick up the spiritual crystal from the ground. Just then, a figure flashed by. The two spiritual crystals on the ground also disappeared. The boy surnamed Zheng looked at Jiang Chuha in front of him and shouted, "What do you mean by this? Can't you see that? We're obviously robbing each other." Chu Fan walked over and took the spiritual crystal from Jiang Chua's hand. "Court death." The boy surnamed Zheng shouted angrily and suddenly jumped up. He never imagined that the spiritual crystal he obtained at the cost of injury would be snatched away by someone else. The two people he had previously used as cannon fodder were the ones who intercepted his bid. Chapter 26, 1 verses 4. Arrogant. That's incredibly arrogant. Zheng Yuan's eyes were practically spitting fire. He withdrew his momentum and glanced at Jiang Chuha warily. "I'll give you one more chance. Return the spiritual crystal, and I can let bygones be bygones." Chu Fan smiled. "Give it back? Are you kidding me?" If Zheng Yuan and the others hadn't deliberately lured the shadow beast towards him, he might have considered leaving half a spiritual crystal for it. But now, all I can say is that the other party didn't seize the opportunity. "Damn it, get the hell out of here." Zheng Yuan roared and charged forward without hesitation. "Follow the captain. We must retrieve the two spiritual crystals." The others also joined in. These two spiritual crystals are extremely important, as they are related to the advancement progress of all of them. The group quickly surrounded Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. "Are you planning to attack your classmate?" Chu Fan took a step back, feigning slight panic. "This is illegal and will be punished by the Temple of the Divine Office. Aren't you afraid?" "Yeah. The Temple of the Cleric only stipulates that you can't kill people, but it doesn't require you not to injure people. If I cripple you, the Temple of the Cleric won't care," Zheng Yuan sneered. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan smiled. "You guys deal with that woman. I'll take care of this piece of trash," Zheng Yuan said to the people around him. The group nodded and all turned their gazes toward Jiang Chua. Two of the soldiers quickly ran towards Jiang Chua. The team's healer cast a blessing aura on them, further boosting their speed. "Go!" The remaining mages stood at a distance, flames appearing in their hands, gradually forming a fireball half a meter in diameter, which roared towards Jiang Chua. Extremely fast. "It's a fireball spell, Brother Fan, be careful." Jiang Chua left behind a single sentence and disappeared from the spot. Boom. The fireball struck the ground, creating a crater, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. "Captain, this is a tough one," the mage shouted as Jiang Chua easily dodged his fireball. At this point, Zheng Yuan no longer cared about anything else. At this moment, all he wanted was to cripple Chu Fan. He appeared behind Chu Fan as if he had teleported. The assassin's B-rank skill, Shadow Step? Chu Fan frowned slightly. Zheng Yuan turned out to be an assassin. Assassins are incredibly fast and possess incredible abilities. For example, Shadow Step allows you to appear behind your opponent as if by teleportation and deliver a fatal blow. But Chu Fan is an Ashura. Even if you can teleport, once you enter within 10 meters, you won't escape his senses. "Die, you scum." Zheng Yuan appeared behind Chu Fan, holding a dagger coated with deadly poison, and stabbed Chu Fan in the back. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly turned around and grabbed Zheng Yuan's wrist. "What?" Zheng Yuan's face showed horror. "How did you detect me?" Zheng Yuan felt as if his wrist was being clamped by a giant vice, and he couldn't break free at all. At that moment, Chu Fan snatched the dagger from Zheng Yuan's hand and stabbed it into his thigh. Assassins have extremely high agility and are incredibly fast, but its strength is very weak. In addition, Chu Fan has the bonus from his initial set, making his strength several times that of Zheng Yuan. Naturally, he could easily snatch the dagger from him. Zheng Yuan's thigh was quickly paralyzed by the toxin, which then gradually spread to the surrounding area. I can't feel my lower body anymore. You'll die a horrible death. Zheng Yuan suddenly sensed something. His face changed drastically, and he roared madly. Assassins would coat their weapons with poison. But no assassin carries an antidote, since assassins usually kill with a single blow. Who would have thought that the poison they applied would have an effect on themselves? It was intentional. Chu Fan must have done this on purpose. Zheng Yuan's face turned deathly pale. Without the antidote, the nerve-numbing toxin would soon spread throughout his lower body. He'll be a cripple with a disability in his lower body by then. Help me! Help me! Zheng Yuan shouted to the rest of the group, his face filled with fear. However, when he looked at the battlefield on the other side, he was completely stunned. The rest of the team collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. The girl, on the other hand, was completely unharmed, without even a scratch. How is this possible? Zheng Yuan's eyes widened. Keep in mind that his team includes a berserker, a protection warrior, a mage, and a healer. The configuration is complete. The other party was just one person. That woman. Fighting 4 people at once? They're a bit weak. Jiang Chuha walked to Chu Fan's side and kicked her legs. You have S-level qualifications, Chu Fan said with a smile. Help me. The Divine Hall is watching all of this. If you dare to lay a hand on your classmate, the Divine Hall will not let you get away with it. Zheng Yuan shouted. Chu Fan laughed and said, the Divine Hall only stipulates that you can't kill people, but it doesn't require you not to injure people. If I cripple you, the Divine Hall won't care. Zheng Yuan stood there, stunned. Chu Fan returned to him exactly what he had said before. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha left immediately. Zheng Yuan stared in disbelief at the 2 departing figures, a deep sense of regret rising in his heart. Brother Fan, I didn't expect them to be so evil, actually trying to use us as cannon fodder. On the way, upon hearing Chu Fan's explanation, Jiang Chuha wrinkled her nose and said angrily. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and has never experienced the wickedness of human nature. But after becoming a professional, she discovered that, just as Chu Fan had said, the human heart is the most terrifying thing in the world. As long as we are strong, even the most wicked people will not pose any threat to us. Chu Fan said with a smile. Does strength allow one to ignore everything? Jiang Chuha murmured softly. It can be said that no matter how terrifying the human heart is, it will be crushed into dust by absolute strength. Chu Fan stopped in his tracks, looked up, and asked, Chu He, can you see the mountains in the distance? He had learned about the dark forest beforehand. The Lord was at the bottom of a giant mountain. Yes, we can see it. It's about 2 kilometers away from us, Jiang Chua said. Chu Fan nodded. The dark nest where the Lord resides is located in that mountain. At our current speed, we should be able to arrive in 3 hours. We must reach level 6 within these 3 hours. Okay, what should we do? Chu Fan smiled and said, if you want to reach level 6 as quickly as possible, of course you have to steal it. Rob. Jiang Chuha was stunned for a moment. Then a hint of excitement appeared on her pretty face. Is this a good idea? Just tell me if you're willing to rob it or not. Chu Fan said with a smile. I'm willing. Jiang Chuha nodded vigorously, her eyes brightening slightly. Especially those who look down on you. I'm going to make them question their existence. Chu Fan smiled bitterly. After making their decision, the 2 continued their journey north. Of course, the closer to the north, the stronger and fewer the shadow beasts become. With other students taking them all, the chances of meeting them become even fewer. The 2 finally managed to capture 3 level 4 shadow beasts, quickly killed them, and absorbed their spiritual energy. Level 4 is 76%. Chu Fan looked at the job panel in front of him and nodded slightly. It's still too slow. At this rate, it's questionable whether we'll even reach level 6 before we reach the Lord's lair. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting came from afar. Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. Everyone, I'm sorry. Chapter 27 The Temple of the Divine Office. Over there, a 5-person squad had killed 4 shadow beasts and was enjoying the joy of victory. Haha, the spiritual crystals of 4 level 4 shadow beasts. Captain Wu, you're amazing. Lily looked at Wu Haobai, her eyes almost brimming with tears. She was very glad that Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha hadn't agreed to let her join the team. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance to join Wu Haobai's team. With Wu Haobai around, killing 4 level 4 shadow beasts was a piece of cake. It's rumored that Wu Haobai is the 58th ranked Ashura on the job change list, the top student in the school, and the top student in Yangqing. He is the young hero who made Yangqing stand up again. And he's handsome too. Lily secretly resolved to take down Wu Haobai. As expected of our captain, the #1 genius in Yangqing. The others in the team also flattered him. Wu Haobai smiled slightly, exuding elegance. Everyone, they are just a few level 4 shadow beasts. We need to look ahead. Our goal is to reach level 6 lords. Everyone looked embarrassed and nodded in agreement. Have a look. That's the difference. That's what vision is all about. Lily looked infatuated. He's handsome, strong, and very composed. He's miles ahead of that blind man Chu Fan who only knows how to rely on women. Lily held a grudge after Chu Fan told her to get lost, and she would inadvertently compare her future husband, Wu Haobai, to Chu Fan. The more they compared, the more they felt that Chu Fan was trash, a scoundrel, while Wu Haobai was a chosen one. The two are like heaven and earth. Wu Haobai looked at everyone, smiled and nodded, then walked to the place where the shadow beast had disappeared. Looking at the 4 spiritual crystals on the ground, a smile appeared on his lips. I must say, this identity is really useful. Although I don't know who you are, I still have to thank you. At that moment, a figure flashed by. The 4 spiritual crystals on the ground disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone stared blankly at the man and woman in the room. It was Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. At this moment, Jiang Chua was handing the 4 spiritual crystals to Chu Fan. Chu Fan, Jiang Chua, you. Li Li's eyes widened, as if she thought she had seen wrong. Just as I was thinking about these 2 people, they appeared. And they seemed to be fighting over the spiritual crystals. They stole the spiritual crystals from Wu Haobai's team. Isn't that just asking for death? Who is Wu Haobai? Being ranked 58th on the job change list is far beyond what Jiang Chua, who is ranked in the hundreds, can compare to. Chu Fan is an even worse useless gigolo. Where did they get the guts? Li Li's eyes darted around, ready to watch the show. The others, after a brief moment of confusion, snapped out of it and glared angrily at Chu Fan and his companion. Captain, don't let them get away. Damn it. Of all people to rob, they dare to try and steal the #1 person in Yangqing? They're as stupid as trying to carry a lantern in a toilet. They're asking for death. Haha. I remember Jiang Chua also has S-level aptitude. Does she think that S-level is the same as S-level? Team leader. Everyone looked at Wu Haobai, waiting for him to speak. Wu Haobai's expression became somewhat unnatural. What do you 2 mean by this? Chu Fan laughed and said, Isn't it obvious? Just rob it. Rob. Wu Hao swallowed hard. Brother, isn't what you're doing a bit unethical? Wu Haobai appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was panicking. How could he possibly be a match for Jiang Chua? Jiang Chua is a genuine S-level talent and has made it onto the job change list. But he is just an ordinary A-level qualification. Why the hell did you have to rob me of all people? Haobai, those 2 are truly wicked. They actually dared to try and steal your spiritual crystal. Heh, as expected, blind people are blind too. They even picked the wrong target. Li sneered. I think, perhaps. Shut up. Snap. Wu Haobai roared and slapped Li across the face, knocking her jaw crooked. Li touched her face, looking at Wu Haobai with teary eyes. Her future husband actually hit her? At that moment, Wu Haobai's back was covered in cold sweat. He noticed that the air around Jiang Chua suddenly turned cold after Li uttered the word, blind man. Therefore, he dared not let Li continue, for fear of getting into trouble. Wu Haobai took a deep breath and smiled. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua are classmates from the same school. Isn't this unnecessary? Either we fight and you take it back, or we just leave it at that. You choose, Chu Fan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone in Wu Haobai's team turned red with anger. That's incredibly arrogant. This kid is incredibly arrogant because he has Jiang Chua backing him up. Judging from his demeanor, someone unaware of the situation might think he's even stronger than Jiang Chua. Captain, don't hesitate. Take it back. Yes, we'll take action immediately if you give the word. They've already been robbed. What are you still hesitating about, Captain? Chu Fan watched this scene with a smile. After a long pause, Wu Haobai sighed. Well, we're classmates, so forget it. If you want the spiritual crystal, take it. It's only level 4, no big deal. Even Chu Fan was shocked to hear this. It's only level 4, what's the big deal? That's just awesome. That's very generous, thanks. Chu Fan nodded with a smile. After saying that, he and Jiang Chua left directly. Captain Wu, what you've done. Those are 4 level 4 missiles. How can you just give them up like that? After Chu Fan and his companion left, the rest of Wu Haobai's team were somewhat dissatisfied. Wu Haobai looked at Li Li with a cold expression. From now on, you no longer belong to my team. Li Li stood there stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. Wah, brother Haobai, please let me stay. It's dangerous for a weak woman like me in a dungeon. Li Li burst into tears. If you want me to stay, I'll do anything you ask. Wu Haobai took a deep breath. That's really appealing. But he dared not stay. If Chu Fan hadn't held him back, Jiang Chuha would have obviously attacked Li Li, and he might have suffered as a result. Leaving Li Li in the team is just asking for trouble, isn't it? No need, you can go. Wu Haobai shook his head. Li Li gave Wu Haobai a venomous look before leaving alone. At the same time, the Yangqing branch of the Divine Hall. 9 people sat in the magnificent hall. They were all high-ranking members of the Yangqing branch temple. It's a being that can shake Yangshang if you stomp your foot. At this moment, they are sitting together, watching a video recording on a large screen. One of the women said, the number of novice professionals in Yangqing this time far exceeds that of the past. The following are the outstanding students I have selected. As soon as he finished speaking, images began to appear on the screen. It is precisely the different students' performances in the Dark Forest. The video finished playing quickly. The young man sitting in the head seat nodded and said, yes, these people are quite good in terms of both talent and character. They can be included in this round of evaluation by the Temple of the Priests. Keep observing. To enter the Temple of Gods, aptitude and temperament alone are not enough. After saying that, the man got up and prepared to leave. The woman in charge of playing the video called out, Palace Master Lu, I have something to report to you. Lu Jun stopped and sat back down in his seat. Speak. The woman said, the students we just played were all outstanding students from this year's class. They all reached level 5 after an hour in the Dark Forest. But the other students are not so good, even worse than in previous years. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun frowned deeply. Having only a few outstanding students while the overall quality of the other students declines is not a good thing for Yangqing. Ultimately, we still need to look at the overall picture. What happened? Lu Jun asked. The woman quickly brought up a screen. The picture is Chu Fan. Because he stole a lot of the students' loot. Upon hearing this, all the senior executives stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Rob, who is this kid? Lu Jun became interested and said with a smile, turn on his first-person perspective live stream. I want to see how he steals it. Chapter 28 The Black and White Duo. Level 5, 48%. Strength, 60 plus, 20. Intelligence, 60 plus, 20. Agility, 60 plus, 20. Endurance, 60 plus, 20. Mental strength, 5. Attack power, 230 plus, 23. Skills, wave perception, tier 1, 95%. Resilience, tier 1, 8%. Block, tier 1, 6%. Chu Fan opened the profession panel. After absorbing the 4 spiritual crystals from Wu Haobai's team, he and Jiang Chuha both successfully leveled up to level 5. Afterwards, the two encountered several more small teams, who stood aside and waited for them to kill the shadow beasts. Immediately after killing someone, Jiang Chuha would go and collect the spiritual crystals. Although the squads were furious, they could only swallow their anger and accept their bad luck when they saw that the other party was Jiang Chuha. In 1 hour, Chu Fan and his companion collected a total of 12 level 4 shadow beast spirit crystals. Chu Fan's level has also reached level 5, 48%. We still have to rely on brute force. Chu Fan laughed. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly looked up at the sky. A black, eagle-like creature was circling high in the sky. It's the eagle eye of the Temple of the Divine Office. Am I being watched by the Temple of the Divine Office? Chu Fan wondered to himself. He quickly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. As long as you don't kill anyone in the beginner dungeon, you haven't broken the rules. He was just stealing the spiritual crystal. The two continued toward the dark lair. The number of shadow beasts is decreasing. Occasionally, a huge level 5 shadow beast will appear, but it will be instantly killed by Jiang Chuha as soon as it appears. However, their target was not the shadow beasts, but other squads. Haha, this must be a shadow beast lair. There are 6 level 5 shadow beasts here, and they're even injured. It's like a blessing from heaven for our team. A 5-person team looked at the 6 shadow beasts in front of them with great excitement. The shadow beasts were lying on the ground, licking their wounds, clearly quite badly injured. Normally, if these people saw 6 level 5 shadow beasts, their only option would be to run. But at this moment, these heavily injured shadow beasts were practically easy prey. Yeah, Captain, it seems like even the heavens want us to reach level 6 before we get to the dark nest, huh? Captain, quickly kill the one absorbing the spiritual crystal, just in case, someone in the team whispered a reminder. I'm a little worried about the black and white duo. The black and white duo? Well, they say it's a man and a woman. The man is dark-skinned, and the woman is fair-skinned. They've told us to be careful. The fat man laughed. Heh, they're still too green to try and steal my spiritual crystal. Go, he commanded, and the 5 of them rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of skills at the shadow beasts. The shadow beasts let out mournful cries, and before long, they were all killed and turned into black dust. Cool, the fat man shouted, his chubby face jiggling. Suddenly, someone in the group shouted, Holy crap, Captain, get the spiritual crystal. The fat man jumped up and immediately lunged toward the 6 spiritual crystals on the ground. However, Jiang Chuha was still a bit too fast. The next moment, the 6 spiritual crystals were in Jiang Chuha's hands. Damn it, the fat man roared. That's my spiritual crystal. Chu Fan took the spiritual crystal from Jiang Chuha's hand with a smile on his face. Black and white duo. The fat man took a deep breath. I'm Yu Gang from number 9 middle school. I have no grudge against you. Why are you robbing me? Chu Fan grinned, revealing his white teeth. Let me give you a taste of the harsh realities of society in advance. Do you really think Yu Gang, am a pushover? They may be afraid of you, but I'm not. His body suddenly swelled up, forming a fleshy ball with a diameter of 2 meters, and rushed towards Chu Fan and the other person. Huh? What kind of profession is this? Chu Fan became interested. Chu He, it's up to you. Jiang Chuha stepped forward and kicked the ball of flesh hard. Uft. The fleshy ball shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon, and Yu Gang flew through the air for 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. This? Everyone stared at Jiang Chuha in disbelief. With just one kick, Yu Gang was sent flying. How terrifying must that be? No wonder he's one of the black and white duo. The black and white duo is this strong, then what about black? Everyone stood still, no one dared to move. Thanks, Chu Fan said with a smile, then left with Jiang Chuha. Captain, everyone rushed to Yu Gang's side. Are you alright? Yu Gang lifted his shirt to reveal his stomach, which still bore a footprint. You kicked my stomach so small it shrunk a whole size, and you call this nothing? Everyone looked at Yu Gang's stomach and swallowed hard. Yu Gang's big belly has indeed shrunk a bit. The opponent's attack also has a weight loss effect? Only Yu Gang secretly rejoiced, because he knew that Jiang Chuha had held back. When Jiang Chuha kicked out, she held back her strength, ultimately directing all the force onto the fat on his belly. If he doesn't stop, even if he activates enhancement, his internal organs will be severely injured, not just the surface. Suddenly, 3 spiritual crystals landed on the ground in front of him. Yu Gang quickly picked it up, turned to look at Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha who had disappeared from sight, and murmured, Thank you. Brother Fan, Yu Gang is from another school, and we really don't have much interaction with him. So why did you snatch him? Jiang Chuha asked. Chu Fan smiled. Didn't we return 3 to him? Do you believe he'll thank us? Jiang Chuha shook her head in bewilderment. Chu Fan smiled, but didn't say anything more. Jiang Chuha had held back against Yu Gang, which naturally did not escape his perception. Chu Fan did not object. His purpose was not to harm people, but to obtain spiritual crystals. Chu Fan took out 3 spiritual crystals, absorbed them first. A powerful spiritual force entered their bodies. A feeling of comfort washed over me like a sudden awakening. Soon, Chu Fan took a deep breath and smiled at Jiang Chuha. I've reached level 6. How about you? Me too. Jiang Chuha smiled sweetly. Chu Fan smiled and nodded. At this moment, the job panel shows that his fluctuation perception has reached level 1, 96%. So close. The mountain where the dark nest is located is just ahead. It's only a 5-minute walk away, Jiang Chuha reminded him. Okay, let's kill a few more shadow beasts, and then head over. Chu Fan took a step forward. He needs to raise his vibration perception to level 2 before heading to the dark nest. The Yangqing branch of the Divine Hall. Inside the council chamber, the executives, watching Chu Fan in the video, all gasped in shock. Holy crap, the black and white duo. Humph. They do level up very quickly by robbing like this, but it's unfair to the students who are robbed. I think these 2 should be punished. Our temple doesn't have a rule against stealing, does it? That's right. Besides, the ownership of the Lord's spiritual crystal is still something that has to be fought over. It's an unwritten rule, since there can only be one Lord. These 2 little guys just brought the fighting forward. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the high-ranking official who proposed punishing Chu Fan and his companion looked rather displeased, but remained silent. Speaking of which, I don't know what this kid's profession is. I've never seen him fight, but I really like that little girl. She's a martial artist just like me, A man in training clothes said with satisfaction. Sectmaster, has this kid made it onto the job change list? Everyone looked at Lu Jun, who was seated at the head of the table. Lu Jun tapped his fingers on the table and smiled. The number 1 in Yangcheng, the 58th on the job change ranking. That's him. Chapter 29. Marching into the Lord's Lair. What? Is he the outsider? A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. Everyone present knew who the top student in Yangcheng this year was. ID, stranger. The profession is the hidden profession, Ashura. Students of Yangcheng number 1 middle school. But they didn't know his true identity. After all, only the branch hall master has the authority to query. After the initial shock, the senior executives all wore wry smiles. This kid. Who would have thought that the young man who broke Yangcheng's record and ranked 58th on the national job change list would be fighting over items as soon as he entered the dungeon? If I'm not mistaken, that fat guy just used the Devourer's exclusive skill enhancement, which doubles his physical attributes after enhancement. That's right, that fat guy is a hidden profession, Devourer. He can gain spirituality just by eating, which is why he's so fat. But he was still kicked away by that little girl. Are martial artists that strong? The man in training clothes laughed and said, just a reminder to everyone, the world's strongest man, Wei Wuji, is a martial artist. After these words were spoken, the room fell into a brief silence. The man in the training clothes realized he had said the wrong thing and immediately shut his mouth. Wei Wuji was the founder of the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance is currently the only organization that can rival the Temple of the Gods. The two major forces are rivals. Is a taboo within the Temple of Gods. Lu Jun changed the subject. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. After seeing the performance of the students in Yangcheng, who do you think should get the sole spot in the Temple of the Clerics this year? Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials fell into deep thought. There are many outstanding students in Yangcheng this year. Several hidden professions have already appeared. They were also in a difficult position. At this moment, the high-ranking official who had proposed punishing Chu Fan and his companion spoke up. Branchmaster, the Ashura profession is very special. They can hear the calls of demons and are at risk of becoming demons themselves at any time. So, he was wearing a black mask, and a downward-sloping scar on his right eye was covered by the mask. Lu Jun looked at the scarred man. Gao Chuan, what do you want to say? Gao Chuan said, my meaning is very clear. We can't give him the spot, so as not to have a bad impact on our temple. Lu Jun looked at Gao Chuan and said coldly, there's something I haven't asked you yet. Who gave you permission to reveal this person's information to the main hall without my consent? Everyone looked at Gao Chuan with surprise. Could it be that this guy bypassed the branch hall master and reported the Ashura incident in Yangcheng to the main hall? Branch halls also have their own authority. The discovery, recruitment, and training of talent can all be handled by the branch hall itself. The main hall will not interfere. In other words, if the branch hall does not report it, the main hall will not know that an Ashura has appeared in Yangcheng. However, Gao Chuan took the initiative to report the matter. This can be either large or small. The Ashura profession is special, and since the main hall knew about it in advance, they certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Gao Chuan's act of reporting directly to higher authorities clearly shows that he doesn't take Lu Jun, the branch hall master, seriously. Gao Chuan remained calm. I'm also thinking about our temple. After all, no one wants to have a threat around them. Branch master, I suggest you think this over carefully. If you recruit him, he will bring trouble to us in the future, and you may find it difficult to keep your position. After saying that, Gao Chuan stood up. Are you threatening me? Lu Jun said coldly. Gao Chuan left without saying a word. Lu Jun frowned deeply, then said to the woman in charge of playing the video, Li Yin, report to headquarters that this year's quota should be given to him. Li Yin nodded blankly. Received, branch hall master. Sect master, what Gao Chuan said earlier makes sense, Someone stood up and said. Lu Jun glared at him directly. Am I the branch hall master, or is he the branch hall master? Alright, that concludes today's meeting. Meeting adjourned. After saying that, Lu Jun disappeared from his seat, as if he had never been there. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. What do you think? Gao Chuan has connections, perhaps even a powerful figure behind him, helping him to covet the position of branch hall master. Damn, Gao Chuan has been here for years, and I've never even seen what he looks like. He's always so mysterious. Compared to him, I still think Palace Master Lu is better. Palace Master Lu acted impulsively. By reserving the spot for that kid, he was clearly going against the person behind Gao Chuan. If we really let that kid into our Yangcheng branch, the risk is indeed very high. Actually, we could have waited until after the college entrance exam to make a decision. It was indeed hasty. The Dark Forest. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha traversed through the forest. By this time, the reputation of the black and white duo had already spread. Many people know that a handsome blind man and a fair-skinned, beautiful woman specifically seek out groups to steal spiritual crystals. The beautiful woman in the story is an S-level martial artist who kicked Yu Gang, who had activated his enhanced skills, to pieces. Yu Gang himself admitted that he couldn't withstand even one kick from Jiang Chua. It's worth noting that Yu Gang was also on the job change list, ranking over 700th. Only then did the teams realize how terrifying Jiang Chua was. The black and white duo? Are you sure it's Chu Fan and Jiang Chua? Gu Qing asked, pulling a classmate aside. The classmate nodded quickly. Yes, a blind man and a beautiful woman. Who else could it be but Chu Fan and Jiang Chua? After saying that, the student quickly left. Gu Cheng punched a big tree next to him. Damn it, how is Jiang Chua so strong? Chu Fan clung to her leg and stole other people's spiritual crystals and probably also reached level 5. That idiot took 2 million from me. What exactly did he do? Su Muin said calmly. It's just a rank that you climbed up through trial and error. It will eventually reveal its true form. After saying that, she walked towards the mountains ahead. Gu Cheng gritted his teeth and quickly followed. What he cares about is the 2 million. The money was spent, but Chu Fan was completely unharmed. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua? Which school are they from? Near the Lord's lair, a man in golden armor, wielding a long spear, stood with a boy dressed in black. They are all individuals who have made it onto the job change leaderboard. Ling Tianhua from number 2 middle school and Ma Tao from number 6 middle school. He was only noticed by Ho Chang, the Minister of Education, and was given the opportunity to enter one of the big 4 accounting firms. Their coming together, a powerful alliance, was also to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. There can only be one Lord. It doesn't matter who kills the Lord. Whoever can seize the spiritual crystal will have the last laugh. To put it bluntly, the ownership of the Lord's spirit crystal ultimately depends on fighting for it. They are all from number 1 middle school, said Ma Tao, the boy in black. The man in golden armor looked at the mountains ahead, frowned, and said, Number 1 middle school. We must take down the Lord, and our only threats are the stranger and gentleman in the first school. Do you think the black and white duo might be the stranger and Wan? The boy in black laughed and said, No, the girl in the black and white duo used her real name on the job change list. She is Jiang Chua. And that boy is blind and hasn't made a move yet. He's probably just clinging to Jiang Chua's coattails. The real gentle and graceful is Su Muin, while the stranger is a boy named Wu Haobai. Ling Tianhua nodded and walked forward. Let's go. It's time to wrap things up. Chapter 30 Second Order Fluctuation Perception, Sword Chi. Grumble. A shadow beast, over 2 meters tall, leaped down from the giant tree. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it arrived in front of Chu Fan. He is at the top 5 level. Jiang Chua swung her leg and kicked upwards. Bang! The shadow beast was kicked 5 meters away by Jiang Chua and crashed heavily to the ground. The shadow beast cried out in pain, its cold eyes fixed on Jiang Chua before vanishing from the spot in an instant. He's still alive. Jiang Chua narrowed her eyes, raised her right leg again, and concentrated all her strength into one point. If one kick isn't enough, then let's try another. The shadow beast, being of low intelligence, charged straight at it. Puffed. This time, it turned into black blood mist in midair. Impressive. Even a level 5 shadow beast couldn't withstand 2 kicks from you. Chu Fan gave a thumbs up. Jiang Chua rolled her eyes. I'm already level 6, and my instant kick is a B-level skill, plus the attribute bonus from the initial set. It takes 2 kicks to kill a level 5 shadow beast. To be honest, I'm a little dissatisfied. Chu Fan said, it's already quite good. At the same level, alien beasts are generally stronger than humans. Otherwise, so many humans wouldn't have died in their mouths. The attribute improvement in the early stage is very small. If you can kill the beast with 2 kicks when you are only 1 level ahead of it, you have already surpassed 99% of the newcomers. Many professionals can only kill lower-level beasts by leveling up, thanks to the huge attribute boosts from each level and the support of various high-level equipment. That's practically a one-hit kill. Really, Jiang Chua was secretly delighted to receive Chu Fan's praise. Chu Fan nodded. Every profession has its own unique characteristics. Jiang Chua is a martial artist. With each level up, her strength and agility increase the most. Ashura is a balanced class, with improvements in various attributes, but its strength and agility are naturally not as much as those of a pure damage-dealing class like martial artist. With the equipment bonus, my current strength is 90, and he should be 100. Combined with a high-burst skill like Instant Kick, it's reasonable for him to kill a level 5 Shadow Beast in 2 kicks. Chu Fan nodded to himself. By the way, your skill is Instant Kick, but the initial set of weapons is Gauntlets, which doesn't quite match. Chu Fan looked at the thin gauze boxing gloves in Jiang Chua's hand. Actually, Jiang Chua puffed out her cheeks. Actually what? It's nothing. Let's absorb the spiritual energy quickly. Jiang Chua quickly went to the place where the Shadow Beast disappeared, picked up the spiritual energy crystal from the ground, and 2 blue lights floated out and entered the 2 people's bodies. Chu Fan silently looked at his profession panel, overjoyed. Grade 6, 10.28%. The 4-dimensional value reached 90 points. Most importantly, the wave perception has finally reached level 2. Spotlight perception, tier 2 1%. Perceive spotlights within a 30-meter radius, enabling the release of spotlight sword energy attacks and granting access to the weakness perception skill. Weakness detection, passive, utilizes fluctuations to detect the opponent's weaknesses. This can be described as a great success. Not only did it reach level 6, but its wave perception also reached the 2nd level, increasing its perception range from 10 meters to 30 meters. Chu Fan knew very well how important this 20-meter increase in perception range was to him. For example, if the Shadow Beast that he encountered before, which was hiding in a tree, had exceeded his 10-meter perception range and was fast enough that he wouldn't have time to react, he would definitely have been injured. The increased perception range of 20 meters further enhances his safety. Besides, the other 2 abilities are the key. Sword Energy. Release wave-like sword energy to attack. Chu Fan tried to sense the fluctuations around his body, and gradually, he discovered that he could control them. A wave of gas appeared at his fingertips and quickly disappeared. Chu Fan immediately realized that this fluctuating gas needed a carrier to be released. The sword is the vessel. The last ability is the ability to sense weaknesses. Chu Fan activated his weakness detection on Jiang Chua. Jiang Chua's figure appeared in his perception. On that figure, there were some small black dots moving around. Are these the weaknesses? Chu Fan wondered to himself. The largest black spot on Jiang Chua's body is located near her heart. Brother Fan, when are we going to the Lord's Lair? Jiang Chua asked. Chu Fan withdrew his weakness sense and smiled. Let's go now. Now that his strength has greatly increased, and he and Jiang Chua are both at level 6, it's time to go and reap the heads of the lords. At this moment, in the northernmost part of the dark forest, several hundred professionals formed small teams and stood far away in front of that giant mountain. To be precise, it was standing in front of a huge cave entrance at the foot of a giant mountain. The cave entrance is 100 meters long and 100 meters wide, and the inside is pitch black, like a gaping maw of an abyss, ready to devour anyone who might enter. That's the Shadow Nest. The Lord is inside. Everyone knows, but nobody dares to go in. Some classmates died, and others were teleported out. I tried my best to get here, but I don't dare to enter the Lord's Lair. I'm such a waste. There's no other way. We're only level 5. It takes 3 of us to deal with a level 5 Shadow Beast, let alone a level 6 Lord. I don't want to die. Sigh. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Look over there. With a loud shout, everyone's eyes turned to the distance. There were 5 people standing there. 3 men and 2 women. The man is handsome and dashing, and the woman is graceful and charming. Everyone, that boy in the golden armor is Ling Tianhua, a genius from our number 2 middle school. He has an S-level aptitude. It looks like he's forming a team and planning to venture into the dark nest. Ling Tianhua? Is he the one ranked 306th on the job change list? He's so handsome. He's really handsome, and incredibly strong too. I can't take it anymore. The one in black is Ma Tao from our number 6 middle school. He's ranked 601st on the class transfer list and is a defensive warrior. Holy crap, Ling Tianhua and Ma Tao are both geniuses who made it onto the job advancement list. I didn't expect them to team up. It seems that even they have to be cautious when facing a level 6 lord. Who are those 2 girls? That's Su Myuan, our number 1 high school's goddess. She's ranked 60th on the job change list, ahead of Ling Tianhua. What? Ranked 60th? My god, the only one ahead of her is that stranger, right? By the way, who exactly is this stranger? You're from number 1 high school, do you know? It's Wu Haobai, that's the one. Someone pointed to one of Ling Tianhua's group. Is he the stranger? My idol, a girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Wow, this team is too strong. Everyone looked towards the line over there. The lineup is too strong. Wu Haobai, Ling Tianhua, Su Myuan, Ma Tao, and another doctor who entered the job change list, Lu Riyue, the school beauty of number 3 middle school. These 5 people actually formed a team. They should be the top 5 strongest people in Yanqing right now. Yes, the 5 strongest. If they attack together, there will be no surprises. Even a level 6 lord will be instantly killed. Sigh. I was planning to stay here and try my luck to see if I could find a bargain, but now it seems there's no hope. Who can pick up the scraps from these 5? Hey, aren't those Chu Fan and Jiangchua? They've come here too. A gasp of surprise followed. Everyone looked at the man and woman walking towards them from a distance. It was Chu Fan and Jiangchua. Holy crap, the black and white duo. Damn it, they dare to come here again. What black and white duo? Didn't you get robbed? Those 2 guys stole a lot of teams, which prevented many people from reaching level 6. Damn it, it's them who stuck my level at 90% of level 5. So it was them. Haha, they wouldn't be thinking of stealing the Lord's spiritual crystals, would they? That blind man is a useless freeloader. It's always Jiang Chuha who's been doing the work. It's one thing for Jiang Chuha to steal from us, but to try and steal from those 5 geniuses? Are you kidding me? That's right, Jiang Chua's ranking is not even as good as Lu Ruyue, the weakest in that team. Haha, look at that blind gigolo. He's still laughing, looking all high and mighty. Who gave him the courage? With Jiang Chuha backing him up, he's become arrogant and doesn't know his own worth. Chu Fan's ears twitched slightly, and he heard all the discussions around him. I've gotten arrogant and don't know my own limitations? Chu Fan sneered. They're a bunch of frogs in a well. At this moment, Chu Fan turned his head to look at Ling Tianhua's team. Those people also looked over, but quickly looked away. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha are not good enough for them. Su Muan frowned deeply, seemingly lost in thought. Only Wu Haobai's expression turned strange for a moment before he continued chatting and laughing with Ling Tianhua. Chu Fan activated his wave perception, and the 5 people were as if they had been stripped naked, with no secrets left in his mind. Are they all level 6? A protection warrior, a witch, a healer, a berserker, and Chu Fan sensed Ling Tianhua, who was wearing golden armor, and a demon lancer. Chu Fan drew his long sword from behind his back and smiled. I'll test my strength on you. Chapter 31. Chu Fan makes his move. Holy crap, look, that blind guy has a weapon. It's a sword. Is he switching to berserker mode? Are any of you from number 1 middle school here? Can you explain? I'm from number 1 high school. Chu Fan didn't show us his stats, so I only found out he's a warrior now. What about qualifications? It should be grade C. Ha ha ha. A berserker with C rank qualifications dares to enter the Lord's lair? No. Have you ever considered that he might have been hiding his strength by not making a move before? Hidden my foot. He's blind. How high could his aptitude be? His name is Chu Fan, right? He dared to steal my spiritual crystal. I'll remember this debt. When everyone saw Chu Fan holding the sword, they all sneered. In a corner at the back of the crowd, Gu Cheng's eyes were gloomy. He and Su Muan came here with the intention of killing the Lord together. Unexpectedly, after Ling Tianhua casually invited her, Su Muan joined Ling Tianhua's team right in front of him. Before leaving, Su Muan told him that the Lord was in great danger and that only by joining forces with Ling Tianhua and others could the risks be minimized. Seeing Su Muan and Ling Tianhua exchanging glances, Gu Cheng felt an urge to kill them. Seeing that Chu Fan had also arrived safely, Gu Cheng became even angrier. Damn it, once I get stronger, I'll make you all kneel down and beg for mercy. He moved away from the crowd, opened a portal, and left. Not long after Su Muan's 5-person team finished their discussion, Lu Riyue bestowed a halo upon everyone. In an instant, golden light emanated from the 5 people. B-rank skill, Blessing Aura. Increases the 4-dimensional attributes of team members for a certain period of time. Soon, the 5 of them headed towards the cave together. They looked very small in front of the enormous cave. But no one dared to question these 5 people, because they represent the strongest fighting force among the newcomers of Yanqing. At this moment, Chu Fan said to Jiang Chuha, "Let's go in too." Should we rob them again this time? Jiang Chuha asked in a low voice. Of course, Chu Fan said in a deep voice. Jiang Chuha nodded. Those 5 people were very strong, on a completely different level from the team we encountered before. Even she wasn't confident she could defeat those 5. But when Chu Fan said to rob, Jiang Chuha didn't raise any questions. Just do it. The 2 walked into the cave together. Everyone present smiled as they watched this scene. They actually went in. Ha ha. I hope Ling Tianhua won't let them come back alive to avenge us. What are you talking about? Killing is prohibited here. What if the black and white duo died at the Lord's hands? Brother, you're really cunning. You're just like me, he. The dark lair was shrouded in darkness. A fishy, foul smell permeated the air. It's so dark. Jiang Chuha suddenly stopped in her tracks, tightly gripping Chu Fan's hand, her delicate body going limp. Relax, I'm here, everything will be all right. Chu Fan comforted him. Jiang Chuha took a deep breath. I forgot about your perception ability. Let me ask you, how strong is your profession? The cave was very large, and Chu Fan said as he walked. Every profession has its own characteristics. The characteristic of my profession is that I can fight both at close range and at long range. My strong perception ability not only allows me to avoid danger, but also to see through the opponent's weaknesses. You can even see my weaknesses? Jiang Chuha was surprised. Then sense what my weaknesses are. Your weakness. Chu Fan was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Chu He, to the right front. Jiang Chuha was startled, completely different from the person who had kicked her without saying a word before. Seeing this, Chu Fan swiftly swung his sword, a streak of light flashing past and disappearing into the darkness. What is that? Jiang Chuha hugged Chu Fan even tighter. Is it a shadow beast? Chu Fan was puzzled. This isn't like the usual Jiang Chuha. Chu Fan said. It's not a shadow beast, it's a tentacle. Tentacles? Jiang Chua's pretty face changed drastically. I'm most afraid of soft-bodied animals. And what were you just waving around? It's my ability. I can unleash sword energy. Sword energy? Jiang Chuha leaned against Chu Fan and asked in surprise. This was the first time she had seen Chu Fan make a move. Sword energy? What kind of profession is this? Chu Fan didn't explain further. Now was not the time to explain. He immediately activated his third eye, scanning his surroundings. The red mist, like a lamp, illuminated the entire cave. This cave is enormous, and every 20 meters or so, a pitch-black tentacle emerges from the ground, as if it were growing out of the earth. What did you sense? Jiang Chuha couldn't see Chu Fan's third eye and thought he was standing still, sensing his surroundings. Chu Fan said solemnly, what I just severed should have been the Lord's tentacle. There are a total of 25 tentacles in this cave. So many. Jiang Chuha shrank her neck. Come with me. Chu Fan pulled Jiang Chuha and ran to the left front. He held the sword in one hand, and when he encountered the tentacle, he swung it directly, the sword energy flashing like a streak of light, severing the tentacle. Soon, they stopped at a certain point in the cave. Chu He, there's another cave entrance ahead. The Lord should be down there. Let's go down, Chu Fan said. How high is it? I'm afraid of the dark. Jiang Chuha gripped Chu Fan tightly. Chu Fan patted Jiang Chuha on the shoulder. Don't worry, with our current physical condition, the height of 3 stories is no problem. Hold on tight to me. Jiang Chuha nodded and hugged Chu Fan tightly. Well, feeling the delicate fragrance emanating from her and the soft touch up close, Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. What's wrong? It's nothing, I jumped. Chu Fan leaped into the cave entrance. Soon, we reached the bottom. This is an open space 10 meters high, covered by rocks. Unlike the pitch-black environment above, the walls here are inlaid with luminous pearls, illuminating the entire space. I can see now. With the light, Jiang Chuha instantly felt safe and broke free from Chu Fan's embrace. She looked at the glowing beads on the wall, her face full of surprise. These beads are so beautiful, and they can even glow. Chu Fan quickly closed his third eye and exclaimed in delight. These are materials for making armor. Moonstone sand and chuha. We're rich. Moonstone sand is one of the essential materials for making armor. Even the crafting of high-level epic equipment requires the use of moonstone sand. In the professional trading market, a single piece of moonstone sand is worth 20,000 Chinese yuan. There are at least 100 moonstones here, worth more than 2 million. Chu Fan's eyes gleamed beneath his satin cloth. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. Over 2 million? Not bad. Jiang Chuha nodded. But how come there's so much moonstone sand here? Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. 2 million? Is that all you're talking about? Calming his thoughts, Chu Fan frowned. I don't know. Perhaps these moonlit sands attracted the Lord here, and then it made this place its lair. It's also possible that the Lord brought these moonbright sands over. However, from today onwards, all this moonlit sand belongs to us. Haha, let's kill the Lord first. Jiang Chuha looked ahead. A black creature, over 8 meters tall and entirely black, resembling a ball of flesh, stood in the distance. Its body was covered with tentacles, at least 100 in number, densely packed, with more than 20 of them embedded in the rocks above the open space. Perhaps they wanted to take the intruders above by surprise. This is a Lord-level beast, whose intelligence far surpasses that of ordinary beasts. Even a level 6 Lord knows how to use the environment to stab people from above with its tentacles. No wonder the book says that the intelligence of high-level beasts is no less than that of humans. Chu Fan clicked his tongue in amazement. At this moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly activated his second-order wave perception. He saw everything that was happening within a 30-meter radius. Brother Fan, I'm going. Jiang Chua clenched her fist, just about to rush forward. Wait. Chu Fan suddenly grabbed her and whispered, don't go yet. Chapter 32 is too slow. Chu Fan pulled Jiang Chua to the back. Roar. The Shadow Beast Lord's eyes turned bloodshot when it saw the intruder, and it brandished its tentacles. However, just as it touched 3 meters away from itself, it was bounced back. It was as if an invisible barrier was binding it inside. Hey, it's trapped by something, Jiang Chua said. That's a beast-trapping barrier. Chu Fan said. Dungeons are all located somewhere in reality. Powerful beings capture exotic beasts here to train their practitioners. In low-level dungeons, lords are all placed under a beast-trapping barrier, which prevents them from leaving the barrier unless a professional player approaches it. This can be considered a form of protection for professionals. After all, the lord is very strong, while the students who enter the lower-level dungeons are weak. If the lord takes the initiative to attack, the survival rate of these students will be greatly reduced. But those high-difficulty dungeons don't have this beast-trapping barrier. It's said that when students from big cities like Beijing and Shanghai entered the lava land, they were the ones who voluntarily requested the removal of the beast-trapping barrier placed on the lord. As Chu Fan spoke, he secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. It's like the difference between top students and struggling students. Top students will actively increase the difficulty for themselves, while struggling students will actively reduce the difficulty or even give up. Hearing Chu Fan's explanation, Jiang Chua nodded. Why did you bring me back? Do you think I can't beat it? Chu Fan's gaze swept across the arena. That 5-man squad came in first, but we didn't see them. With their strength, how could they have been killed by the Lord's tentacles up there? That's what he thought of, which is why he activated his vibration perception. Jiang Chua suddenly realized. You mean they're here too? Chu Fan nodded. Jiang Chua immediately became alert. There are 5 people behind that huge stone pillar to the left. Chu Fan whispered. Before long, the 5 people emerged from behind the stone pillar. The man in the very center, clad in golden armor and wielding a long spear, was none other than Ling Tianhua. So you black and white fiends got here by stealing other people's spiritual crystals? Ling Tianhua said coldly. I bet you came in here hoping to pick up the scraps from us, and then when you found we weren't here, you shrank back like turtles? Chu Fan said calmly. Weren't you hiding over there waiting for us to make the first move? These men arrived first, but instead of attacking the Lord, they hid behind the stone pillars. The purpose is self-evident. Killing the Lord is very risky. If you can take others down with you to attract the Lord's attention, then they can attack the Lord without any risk. Clever. Ling Tianhua laughed, pointing his spear at Chu Fan. Now I order you two to enter the barrier. Forget it. We can't beat this Lord, so we'll leave him to you. Chu Fan raised his hand, as if to teleport away. Court death. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind came. Ling Tianhua, who was 15 meters away just moments before, suddenly appeared in front of Chu Fan and his companion. Bang! However, the next moment, he was sent flying backward. Jiang Chua remained in the kicking position. Her eyes sharpened, and she slowly lowered her long leg. Want to fight? I'm ready. Su Muin and the others were stunned by what they saw. What did they see? Ling Tianhua was actually kicked away by Jiang Chua. Although Ling Tianhua underestimated his opponent, this is just too exaggerated. No matter what, Ling Tianhua is ranked 306th on the job change list, making him a genius of this generation. Brother Tianhua. Ma Tao stepped forward and asked in a low voice, Are you all right? Ling Tianhua stood up, looking coldly at Jiang Chua and Chu Fan, and took a deep breath, saying, It's nothing. It was my carelessness. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. Ling Tianhua was hit by the instant kick, but was not injured. Brother Tianhua, how about we call it quits? Lu Riyue, dressed in a light blue gauze dress, stepped forward and spoke. We shouldn't be in any danger if we attack the Lord directly. We're all classmates, no need for them to. Shut up. Ling Tianhua glared at Lu Riyue. If the other party dares to refuse him, or even attacks him, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Lu Riyue took a step back and said nothing more. Ling Tianhua stared intently at Chu Fan and the other person. You're not getting out of this instance. After he finished speaking, his aura changed drastically. His black hair flew wildly, and he stood in place holding a long spear, like a demon god. Ma Tao exclaimed in surprise. Is this the Demon Lancer's A-level skill demon god transformation? It is said that after being released, it can temporarily increase strength. I feel that Brother Tianhua has already reached the level of level 7. Level 7. Su Muin's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke. Tianhua, besides the skills you just learned, Jiang Chua also possesses the skills Hook Punch and Instant Step, both of which are at the B level. Be careful. As for Chu Fan, he only knows the skill Rage. Ignore Chu Fan and attack Jiang Chua directly. If you need our help, just let us know. Ling Tianhua's aura continued to rise as he laughed. Muan, I heard that blind man Chu Fan is your ex-boyfriend. If I were to... Tianhua, please don't pollute my ears, Su Muin said, frowning. Haha. Ling Tianhua laughed loudly and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The speed is even faster than before. Is this the effect of demon god transformation? TSK, we don't even need to make a move. Those two have no chance of withstanding Brother Tianhua's attack. Ma Tao shook his head and said, this is the reality of the dog-eat-dog world. Don't blame us for being ruthless. You can only blame yourselves for messing with the wrong people. Su Muin looked expectant. Lu Ryu bit her lip tightly, turned her face to the side, and dared not look directly at the commotion. Wu Haobai stood at the back of the line, sighed deeply, and felt fortunate. Fortunately, he took advantage of his status as a stranger in a foreign land. Without this layer of identity protection, he wouldn't have been able to get here. Level 7 professional, Chu He, stepped back. Chu Fan held his long sword and shielded Jiang Chu He behind him. Jiang Chua hesitated for a moment, then stepped back behind Chu Fan. Su Muin froze on the spot when she saw this. Chu Fan actually shielded Jiang Chua behind him. Is he confident that he can withstand Ling Tianhua's attack? How could that be? At this moment, Ling Tianhua possessed the strength of level 7. Even she couldn't guarantee that she would survive Ling Tianhua's attacks unscathed. How dare Chu Fan? Lu Riyue was equally surprised. She glanced at Chu Fan and silently prayed. Ma Tao sneered. A hero saving a damsel in distress? Heh, it's not worth risking your life. Chu Fan activated his second-tier fluid sense immediately. Insight into weaknesses. In Chu Fan's perception, a golden light was slowly rushing towards him. There were some small black dots on that light and shadow. These are all Ling Tianhua's weaknesses. The largest black spot was located on his lower abdomen. In other words, Ling Tianhua's weakest point is his lower abdomen. Just then, Ling Tianhua arrived in front of Chu Fan and thrust his spear forward suddenly. His target is Chu Fan. Kill the weak first. Chu Fan's death would also throw Jiang Chua into chaos, killing two birds with one stone. As for killing people in the instance, Ling Tianhua didn't care. With his father around, this little thing can be easily resolved. Remember this in your next life. Never refuse a request from someone stronger than you. Ling Tianhua smiled slightly. Bye. In an instant, the spear, like a dragon, suddenly pierced towards Chu Fan. However, the next moment, Chu Fan slightly tilted his head, dodging Ling Tianhua's sure-kill attack. What? Ling Tianhua was taken aback. Su Muin and the others watched this scene in disbelief. He actually dodged it. Too slow. Chu Fan dodged Ling Tianhua's fatal blow, calmly dusting off his shoulder. How could that even hit someone? Chapter 33 Instant Kill. Chu Fan wasn't bragging. Under the second-order fluctuation perception, Ling Tianhua's movement slowed down by at least 2 times. It was indeed too slow. Upon hearing this, everyone stood frozen in place. Su Muin's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Chu Fan in disbelief, her mind churning with thoughts. Impossible, how did he do that? Jiang Chua stood behind Chu Fan, staring blankly at everything. She knew Chu Fan was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. However, Jiang Chua soon smiled as she looked at the figure in front of her. Chu Fan was like a mountain, protecting her behind him just like before. This feels really good. You. Ling Tianhua's spear missed its mark, his face showing surprise. He didn't expect that his opponent would dodge his attack in his demon god form. It's important to know that demon god transformation is not only an A-level skill, but also a special type of skill, an enhanced skill. This skill can enhance one's 4 main attributes. After using the demon god transformation, his 4-dimensional attributes reached level 7, and his speed increased by at least double, but Chu Fan easily dodged it. Where did this Chu Fan come from? Ling Tianhua was shocked. Not good. Ling Tianhua quickly retreated, keeping his distance from Chu Fan. He was arrogant, but not stupid. Even a fool could see that Chu Fan was no ordinary person at this moment. Therefore, Ling Tianhua's first thought was to withdraw. However, Chu Fan remained calm and lightly swung his long sword at Ling Tianhua. The surrounding air vibrated, and a wave of sword energy appeared out of thin air, shooting towards Ling Tianhua. What kind of skill is this? Ling Tianhua's expression changed drastically. The sword energy was too fast. It struck his abdomen in an instant before he could react. Hiss! Ling Tianhua felt a chill in his lower abdomen and looked down. The sword energy pierced through the area, and blood gushed out. The excruciating pain spread throughout my body, followed by intense fear. Ling Tianhua screamed, I'm gone, I'm gone. Chu Fan sheathed his sword and nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the attack power of the sword energy. Even a level 7 magic lancer couldn't withstand it. Looking at the injured Ling Tianhua, Ma Tao said in a trembling voice, Do you know who Tianhua's father is? Now you've cut off his lineage, and his father will never let you off the hook. Chu Fan shrugged. I didn't want to make a move either. He attacked first, and I was just acting in self-defense. Justifiable defense? Everyone was stunned by Chu Fan's words. You've cut off someone's manhood. You call this legitimate self-defense? Is there such a thing as legitimate self-defense? You all saw it just now. He attacked first. I had no choice but to retaliate. You are all my witnesses. Chu Fan glanced at the crowd. As Chu Fan's gaze swept over them, everyone lowered their heads slightly, not daring to meet his gaze. If anyone asks, you won't make false evidence, will you? Chu Fan smiled and swung his sword. The sword energy suddenly shot out, and a huge rock in the distance instantly turned into dust. Everyone was shocked. No, you were indeed in self-defense. Apart from Su Muan, Ma Tao, Lu Riyue, and Wu Haobai all nodded quickly. At this moment, Su Muan's eyes were clouded with blood. She slowly stepped forward and looked at Chu Fan, saying, Chu Fan, you're the outsider here, aren't you? Upon hearing this, even Ling Tianhua, who was clutching his lower abdomen, was stunned for a moment. Ma Tao and the others all looked at Wu Haobai, then at Chu Fan. Who exactly is the stranger in this land? Chu Fan shook his head. Does it matter who I am? Su Muan stared intently at Chu Fan, and she had made up her mind. Her eyes flickered, as if she wanted to say something, but she finally sighed and returned to the group. Chu Fan, I don't care who you are. If you dare to cut off my lineage, then die. At this moment, Ling Tianhua roared and took out a red pill. It's a blood explosion pill. Ma Tao exclaimed. Blood explosion pill? Chu Fan also knew about this kind of pill. It can accelerate blood circulation in professionals, significantly boosting their abilities in a short period of time. Even the most severe injuries will be numbed by the boiling blood within the body. It can have a surprising effect when used in a crisis. Of course, the side effects of this kind of elixir are also very serious. At this moment, Ling Tianhua couldn't care less about anything else. He only wanted to kill Chu Fan. Ling Tianhua took the blood explosion pill. His body turned bright red, a sign that his blood was boiling. Demon God Transformation. He activated the Demon God Transformation once again. With the combined effects of the Demon God Transformation and the blood explosion pill, Ling Tianhua's hair turned blood red. He held a long spear, like a bloodthirsty demon god. My god, Brother Tianhua's strength is already close to level 8. Ma Tao exclaimed. Level 8? Lu Riyue and Wu Haobai were both shocked. If you're 2 levels above them, even if Chu Fan is incredibly powerful, he'll still be instantly killed. Brother Fan, let me do it. Jiang Chuha stood in front of Chu Fan with a serious expression. Chu Fan smiled and shook his head. Go to the back, you're no match for him. And you? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Chu Fan said. Jiang Chuha stood behind Chu Fan, holding her breath, ready to make a move at any moment. Die! Ling Tianhua roared in fury, charging towards Chu Fan like a cannonball. Chu Fan stood there, surrounded by darkness. Quickly activate wave perception. Ling Tianhua's speed was instantly reduced by half. Die! Ling Tianhua thrust out with his spear. However, the next moment, Chu Fan turned slightly and easily dodged the shot. What? He can still hide. Ling Tianhua, a level 8, couldn't even touch a hair on Chu Fan, a level 6. Is this the strength of the number 1 person in Yangqing? They're 2 levels below us. Everyone's eyes widened. Ling Tianhua thrust out his spear repeatedly with astonishing force, sending stone chips flying everywhere in the cave. Chu Fan let Ling Tianhua attack, dodging each of his attacks with composure. Why isn't he making a move? He's been hiding the whole time. I remember the stranger's profession is Ashura. Could this be the Ashura's ability? Not strong in attack, but outstanding in evasion. While dodging, Chu Fan observed his class panel. Wave Perception, 2nd Order 3%. Wave Perception, 2nd Order 4%. Wave Perception, 2nd Order 5%. Indeed, Chu Fan was using Ling Tianhua to train his perception abilities. After 10 minutes, the wave perception has been improved to the second order 10%. Seeing that it was difficult to improve his perception of fluctuations, Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. Objective achieved. He stumbled, deliberately meeting the tip of Ling Tianhua's spear head-on, and fell backward. Bang! Chu Fan clutched his chest, his face turning deathly pale. Everyone looked on in surprise at what they saw. Not hiding anymore. Has it reached its limit? To be able to hide for more than 10 minutes in front of a professional who is 2 levels higher than himself, he truly deserves to be called a stranger. Yes, but he kept dodging, so his attack power must be lacking. The sword energy he released earlier was also limited. It's a pity Ling Tianhua won't let him get away with this. Lu Ryu sighed. Ling Tianhua, panting heavily, came to Chu Fan's side and said in a soft, feminine voice, "Keep hiding. Keep hiding. Even if you are the best in Yangcheng, if I kill you here, no one will know." Chu Fan looked surprised. "You want to kill me? Haha, do you think I'm joking? Go to hell." Ling Tianhua sneered and suddenly thrust his spear forward. "It's over." Ling Tianhua smiled. "It feels great to kill the number 1 in Yangcheng. This at least proves that his strength is no less than that of the outsider. It ranks among the top 60 in the country." Suddenly, a sword aura whistled past. A head shot into the sky. Ling Tianhua stared at the headless corpse, momentarily stunned. "That's my body, I am dead?" "No." Bang! The head fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ling Tianhua's eyes widened, but a smile remained on his lips. He never imagined, even on his deathbed, that he, who had been in the lead, would be instantly killed by Chu Fan. Chapter 34 Illusion, the Third Eye. A head that has fallen to the ground. Ling Tianhua's eyes were filled with deep regret. He should have had a bright future. With his father around, he could have easily entered 12 top universities after the college entrance examination. He is destined to become a powerful figure in the future. But now it's all gone. He died in the beginner dungeon, at the hands of Chu Fan, whom he looked down upon. If I had known earlier that Chu Fan was a stranger, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Looking at this scene, everyone stood frozen in place, the only sound in the cave being the distant roar of the Shadow Beast Lord. You killed Ling Tianhua." After a long silence, Ma Tao exclaimed in horror. Lu Riyue and Wu Haobai trembled all over. "That's terrifying. This is the power of outsiders. The most shocking thing is that he killed someone. He killed Ling Tianhua." Su Muan stood in the group, her eyes already turning bloodshot. Chu Fan looked up and said, "You all heard it just now. He wanted me dead, so I had no choice but to kill him. I'm taking emergency evasive action." Uft. Jiang Chua couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ahem, that's right. If we hadn't taken emergency evasive action, it would have been Brother Fan who died." Jiang Chua raised her chin and gave Su Muan a special look. "Next, it's time to settle accounts with you." After saying that, Jiang Chua pushed off with both legs and charged directly at Su Muan. "Chu He, come back." Chu Fan called out. Jiang Chua didn't listen. She was extremely fast and arrived in front of Su Muan in an instant, raising her foot to kick her. At this moment, Su Muan's pupils suddenly changed. Crimson color was chilling, and its eyeballs were divided into 4, making it look extremely eerie. Upon seeing Su Muan's eyes, Jiang Chua's movements slowed briefly. Jiang Chua's consciousness gradually faded, and her eyes became empty. Chu Fan's heart tightened. This girl actually disobeyed and attacked the Shrine Maiden. When dealing with hidden classes, the worst thing you can do is to act rashly. Because the abilities of hidden professions are all very strange. Jiang Chua has committed a major taboo for professionals. "Release her," Chu Fan said. Su Muan said weakly. "We just broke up not long ago. Is she the only one in your heart now?" "I'll say it again, let her go," Chu Fan said, holding the initial sword. "Don't use your skills on me. I can't see them, and they have no effect on me." A sword aura roared out, slashing directly at Su Muan. "Really?" Su Muan's lips curled up. The sword energy pierced through her body, like passing through a ripple. Su Muan was completely unharmed. Chu Fan was surprised. What's going on? He was unaware of the priestess's skills. "All I know is that the priestess fights with her mind. Why did my sword energy pierce through Su Muan's body, yet she remained unharmed? Could it be a hallucination?" Su Muan asked. "Chu Fan, is your profession Ashura?" "Not bad," Chu Fan admitted. He's stalling for time, thinking about how to deal with the current situation. "I never expected that you would not only successfully change your class, but also become an Ashura, ranking first in Yangcheng on the class change leaderboard." Su Muan smiled wryly. "That's you. No matter where you are, you're always the best." "What do you want to say?" Chu Fan said coldly. Su Muan pouted. You're being mean to me. You never used to be mean to me. Now that you have this woman, you've forgotten about me. Actually, I had no choice but to hurt your eyes. Do you believe me? Su Myun walked up to Chu Fan, seemingly begging for his forgiveness. We can't give her too many chances to speak. Chu Fan ignored Su Myun's words and swung his longsword forward. A sword aura, larger than the previous one, appeared, like silver moonlight, and slashed towards Su Myun. This sword energy, like piercing ripples, pierced through Su Myun's body. You're still going to lay a hand on me? It seems you don't want to forgive me. Blood tears streamed down Su Myun's face. Then I'll give you my eyes in return. Is that all right? Su Myun gouged out her own eyes and threw them in front of Chu Fan. It really was an illusion. Chu Fan thought to himself, how do I break free? They say even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. We've been together for so long, yet you treat me even worse than Jiang Chua. Su Myun's voice came from behind Chu Fan. Call out. A sword aura slashed backward. What a scumbag. Su Myun's voice appeared above Chu Fan again. Chu Fan frowned deeply. Miko. As expected of a priestess capable of mind control. Chu Fan took a deep breath. In that instant, Chu Fan suddenly realized that his surroundings had changed, and he was now in a dark little room. Chu Fan, can you quickly help me identify this? The playful and adorable Su Myun walked into the room, carrying a bag in her hand. The venom from the venom sac of the seven-colored poison toad. The seven-colored poison toad is a third-tier beast, with strength no weaker than a level 20 professional. Where did you get it? Hee, look at the small print on the bottle. What small print? Oh, scene after scene is being replayed here. Chu Fan felt as if he had returned to the moment when Su Myun blinded him. Despair and fear filled his mind. Muwan, why? Chu Fan's heart was breaking. I'm sorry, I didn't want to either. Someone threatened me, and I didn't want to either. Su Myun shed tears. You will forgive me, right? Su Myun looked at Chu Fan pitifully. Chu Fan looked into Su Myun's eyes, which were as beautiful as stars, captivating all who looked into them. Of course I'll forgive you. Chu Fan touched Su Myun's face with both hands. Don't you agree? Which Su Myun? Suddenly, a blood-red eye opened on Chu Fan's forehead. What is this? Ah! Su Myun screamed as if she had seen something that terrified her. She tried desperately to break free, but Chu Fan's hands held her head in place like pincers. The image shattered like glass. Chu Fan returned to the cave where the Lord was. Has the illusion been broken? Chu Fan asked. Unexpectedly, his third eye had the miraculous effect of breaking illusions. My eyes, my eyes. Inside the shadowy lair, Su Myun covered her eyes and screamed shrilly. What was that? What was that? Chu Fan walked to Su Myun's side, said nothing, and directly swung his longsword. The sword energy shot out from nowhere, slicing Su Myun's body in two. It's over. He stared at Su Myun's corpse, feeling nothing. Chapter 35 Source Material. From the moment Su Myun blinded him, it was destined that this would happen. Chu Fan had thought this day would last a long time. I didn't expect to achieve my goal on my first dungeon run. Seeing Chu Fan cut Su Myun in two, Ma Tao and the other two were filled with fear. First he killed Ling Tianhua, then he killed Su Myun. Is this man a god of death? At this moment, Jiang Chuha also regained her senses. She was stunned when she saw the body lying on the ground. You killed him? Chu Fan nodded. Oh, Jiang Chuha pursed her lips, seemingly lost in thought. Chu Fan suddenly looked ahead. At this moment, the Shadow Beast Lord was frantically ramming against the barrier, its tentacles flailing wildly. Even the tentacles that it had pierced into the rocks above were retracted one by one. Rumble. The rocks above collapsed, and stones kept falling. This place is going to collapse. Let's get out of here first. Chu Fan grabbed Jiang Chuha and ran. After running a few steps, Chu Fan suddenly remembered something, looked around, and asked, Where's the moonlit sand here? All the moonlight sand hanging on the wall was gone. Only the moonlight sand within the Lord's range remained. Don't worry, it's all here with me. Jiang Chuha patted her chest. I collected everything I could during the lull in your fight with Ling Tianhua. Chu Fan was shocked. Without a second thought, Chu Fan grabbed Jiang Chua's wrist, leaped up 9 meters, and landed in the cave above. Without lingering, Chu Fan ran out of the cave as fast as he could. He didn't want to be crushed to death inside. Outside the cave, more than 100 students who had not yet left watched the commotion coming from inside and discussed it amongst themselves. What's going on inside? Those people are too strong, and the commotion they caused when fighting the Lord was too great. Look, someone's coming out. It's Chu Fan? Holy crap, isn't he blind? Why is he dragging Jiang Chuha along? Look, Jiang Chuha is leaning against him, looking so happy. Damn it. How come he didn't die in there? Brother Chu. A boy quickly went to meet him. Chu Fan looked at the person who had come. He had a black blade of grass in his mouth, which Chu Fan didn't recognize. They should be students from other schools in Yanqing. Brother Chu, what's going on inside? The boy, with a blade of grass in his mouth, walked up to Chu Fan and hooked his arm around his shoulder, acting as if they were old friends. Chu Fan's body jolted, and he pushed him away. Do we know each other that well? Li Mo glanced at Chu Fan in surprise and whispered, Brother Chu, I am Li Mo from Yanqing Middle School. Gu Chang gave me 2 million to settle things with you here, but Brother Chu and I hit it off immediately. How could I possibly do such a thing? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Li Mo. A murderous aura emanated from Chu Fan, causing Li Mo to shiver involuntarily. Brother Chu, give me your bank card, and you can have all the 2 million Gu Chang gave me. What do you think? Li Mo said with a smirk. Chu Fan didn't say much and directly took out his bank account number. Li Mo immediately transferred the money. Seeing the 2 million yuan arrive in his account, Chu Fan was secretly delighted, but said solemnly, The Shadow Beast Lord has gone mad. The inside is about to collapse. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Brother Chu, what about the others who went in? Li Mo asked. I don't know. Chu Fan shook his head. The students began to whisper among themselves. What's the point of asking him? That's right. He wanted to go in and take advantage of the situation, but he didn't expect the Lord to go berserk, so he had to escape. Haha, trying to pick up bargains from Ling Tianhua and the others? How is that possible? Chu Fan stood in the middle of the field and sneered. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave now. After saying that, he nodded to Li Mo and then went with Jiang Chuha to a deserted open space to wait. He planned to kill the Lord after everyone else had left. As for the 3 people inside, their life or death is none of his concern. Time passed. The noise inside the cave grew louder and louder. Even the ground has cracked. The students who had planned to watch the spectacle immediately screamed in surprise. Holy crap, the Lord is coming out. Run. Run my ass, you coward. More than 100 of us can't even kill a level 6 Lord. Go ahead, I'm too scared. What if I'm the one who ends up dead? Most students shared this thought, quickly opening portals and leaving the instance. The remaining students who wanted to kill the Lord could only leave dejectedly after seeing that most of the others had fled. Brother Chu, aren't you leaving yet? Li Mo opened the teleportation portal. No rush. I plan to take another look, Chu Fan said. Then be careful. Li Mo stepped into the teleportation portal. Before long, only Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha remained in the open space. Brother Fan, do you still want to kill that Lord? Jiang Chuha asked. Chu Fan nodded. Unlike ordinary beasts, the Lord's spiritual crystal is very important. It not only has a lot of spirituality, but also provides us with a substance called source. This source substance can only be possessed by lords. It is one of the prerequisites for the awakening of professionals. Only by absorbing enough source can one successfully awaken at level 30. Chu Fan shared a lot of information he had seen on the dark web. Yuan. Jiang Chuha tilted her head. She had never heard of this substance before. Chu Fan smiled and said, That's right. Nobody knows what the source really is. It's something that's hard to explain or articulate. Absorbing sources is different from absorbing spirituality. Spiritual abilities can enhance a professional's 4 dimensions, making their physical abilities stronger. After absorbing enough sources, professionals will gain a deeper understanding of the origins of the world, thus gaining a more profound understanding of their own profession. Therefore, absorbing enough sources is a prerequisite for awakening. On the dark web, some speculate that origin is related to another world. Some speculate that the source is from the universe. There is still no definitive answer. Understood. Jiang Chuha looked down at her chest. What should we do with this moonstone? Keep it with you for now, and list it on the professional trading market when you get back. Chu Fan walked towards the cave ahead. The Lord is still trapped inside the barrier. He needs to release it. Upon entering the cave, one finds it filled with billowing smoke and dust, and a scene of utter devastation. The ground above has collapsed. Chu Fan activated his third eye and entered. He saw the Shadow Beast Lord standing deep inside the cave, its massive body covered by boulders, with only its upper body visible. Chu Fan rushed forward and stepped into the barrier. The barrier vanished instantly. Chu Fan quickly retreated outside the cave, holding the initial sword. Come out and face your death. Jiang Chua stood beside Chu Fan, ready to attack at any moment. Without the barrier to hinder it, the Shadow Beast Lord became even more frenzied, shattering the surrounding boulders and charging out of the cave. Everything in its path was shattered by its enormous body. The cave has completely collapsed. Roar! The The shadow beast lord burst forth from the mountain, its eyes bloodshot as it stared at the two tiny humans before it. Its tentacles lashed out like terrifying black snakes. "Chu he go," Chu Fan said in a deep voice. Chapter 36, Shadow Blood. Both of them were very fast. This lord's weakness is in its back, where the nerves that connect all the tentacles are located. I'll draw its attention, and you attack its weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuha flashed around to the side of the shadow beast lord. More than a dozen tentacles instantly attacked her, but as a martial artist, Jiang Chuha was very agile and easily dodged the tentacles' attack. Call out. Chu Fan brandished his longsword. A series of crescent-shaped sword energies suddenly erupted. The shadow beast extended some of its tentacles to defend itself, but they were no match for the sharpness of the initial sword. One by one, the tentacles were severed. The severed tentacles fell to the ground, then turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared. Roar! The shadow beast lord let out a painful roar. However, at this moment, Jiang Chuha had already circled around to its back. She stood still, stepped forward with her left leg, twisted her waist, and used the unique softness of a martial artist to gather all her strength into her right fist, which she then slammed forward. A-level skill, Charging Punch. This is a skill that her father specially prepared for her before she went to the dungeon. Its explosive power far surpasses that of the instant kick. It is the most damaging skill among the basic skills of a martial artist. Even Chu Fan was surprised to see this. An A-level skill? Bang! Jiang Chuha punched the shadow beast lord in the back. Even the air seemed to vibrate. Rings of air emanated from there and spread outwards. Awu, the shadow beast lord let out a shrill scream. The nerves controlling all the tentacles on its body were destroyed, causing all the tentacles that were dancing around its body to go limp and lose their vitality. Now, Chu Fan leaped 9 meters into the air, stood in midair, and swung his sword sharply forward. A massive sword aura, 3 meters in diameter, roared out and sliced across the shadow beast lord's neck. Black blood gushed out. Woohoo! The shadow beast lord staggered and finally collapsed to the ground, turning into black mist. He's dead. Chu Fan's face was pale, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He had already released several sword energies inside the cave. With the added force of this powerful sword strike, his body was now somewhat weak, and he was on the verge of collapse. If the fight continues, he might only be able to stand aside and watch Jiang Chuha perform alone. After all, the Ashura class is very special. The strength of their skills is not only related to their 4 attributes, but also closely related to their mental strength. In the early stages, when spiritual power is generally low, Ashura does not have an advantage. Only by becoming stronger in spirit can one support Ashura's powerful output. It is said that the senior who forgot cultivation 100 years ago could pull the other party into his Ashura domain with a single thought. That is the true manifestation of powerful mental strength. At present, Chu Fan does not expect to pull the other party into the Ashura domain. I'd be satisfied if I could just unleash a few more sword energies. Your mental strength is still too weak. My top priority right now is to level up, and secondly, I must find a way to improve my mental strength, Chu Fan secretly resolved. Brother Fan, your sword aura was so cool. Jiang Chuha walked up to Chu Fan. Is this Ashura's skill? Chu Fan, panting heavily, asked. Your skills are stronger, at level? Hee, Jiang Chuha said playfully. Impressive, right? Impressive. Chu Fan nodded with a smile. Having money at home is really powerful. He added a sentence in his mind. A moment later, Chu Fan walked to the spot where the shadow beast lord had disappeared and picked up a blue crystal the size of a mung bean from the ground. Beside the spiritual crystal, a drop of black liquid floated. This is, Chu Fan reached out and touched it. A message appeared in Chu Fan's mind. Item, Shadow Blood. Shadow Blood can be forged into weapons to gain dark attribute attacks. Chu Fan was overjoyed. It's Shadow Blood. Materials that add attribute attacks to weapons are extremely rare. Each one is incredibly expensive, and there's no market for them even if they're available. Unexpectedly, I obtained this rare material on my first entry into the dungeon. Sell or use it yourself. Chu Fan thought about it and decided to keep it for now. This kind of thing is expensive but unavailable. If I sell it, I might not be able to buy it again later. Jiang Chuha also saw the information about the Shadow Blood. However, she wasn't very interested. This belongs to both of us, Chu Fan said. I'll keep it with me for now. Chu Fan carefully put away the Shadow Blood and picked up the spirit crystal. Absorb. An unprecedented feeling of comfort swept through my body. The two groaned in unison. Jiang Chua's pretty face instantly turned bright red, and she secretly glanced at Chu Fan. Chu Fan also showed a happy expression. He felt all his fatigue vanish. He was full of energy. This is a sign of an upgrade. At the same time, a mysterious feeling arose in his mind. It was like a flash of inspiration, but it was fleeting. I didn't think much of it. Chu Fan felt his body recover and scanned the panel with his senses. My fluctuation perception has improved by another 1%. Chu Fan nodded to himself. In the short time it took to kill the Lord, his fluctuation perception increased from 10% to 11%. Chu Fan was very satisfied. But ultimately, the role of wave perception is still auxiliary, compared to auxiliary skills like wave perception. He wanted to learn Ashura's attack skills even more. I wonder if anyone has replied to that post. Chu Fan thought of the post he had made. At this moment, Chu Fan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly looked at the bottom of the profession panel. This is... At the very bottom, there was a line of small blue text. Source power, 1%. Upon seeing this line of small print, Chu Fan immediately understood that the mysterious feeling he had just experienced was source energy. Unexpectedly, a level 6 lord only provided 1% of the source power. Is to absorb 100% of the source energy. Brother Fan, what are you daydreaming about? Jiang Chuha waved in front of Chu Fan's eyes. Hee, I'm level 7 now, how about you? Chu Fan snapped out of his daze and laughed. I'm level 7 too. This lord leveled us up directly. Did you see the small print on the career panel? Jiang Chuha asked. Is this what you call the source? Chu Fan nodded. That's right. As you can see, obtaining source energy is very difficult. The only way is to kill more lord-level alien beasts. The smartwatches on their wrists suddenly lit up. A mechanical sound rang out. The Lord of the Dark Forest has been killed. Killers, Stranger, Jiang Chuha's team. Time taken, 4 hours and 20 minutes. The instance will close soon and will reopen in 2 hours. Chapter 37 Yangqing's number 1, Chu Fan. At the same time, the students who left the Dark Forest all returned to their own schools. Damn it, I'm only level 5. It's all because of those black and white duo. Haha, you're so unlucky. I didn't get robbed and successfully leveled up to level 6. Speaking of which, those two actually wanted to steal the strongest 5-person group. They really don't know their own limitations. We hope Ling Tianhua and his men can teach the black and white duo a lesson, preferably cripple them, and avenge us. In each school, there were many students who were robbed. They wished Chu Fan and his companion would die inside. Suddenly, everyone's smart ring watches lit up. A cold, mechanical sound emanated from the machine. The Lord of the Dark Forest has been killed. Killers, Stranger, Jiang Chuha's team. Time taken, 4 hours and 20 minutes. The instance will close soon and will reopen in 2 hours. Hearing this mechanical sound, students from all schools in Yangcheng were stunned and stood there in place. The Lord has been killed? The killers were a Stranger and Jiang Chuha's team? Hiss. For a moment, everyone gasped. They were not surprised that their Lord had been killed. The killer was unexpected. Ling Tianhua and the others were also robbed. Are the black and white duo that strong? So that blind guy's ID was Stranger. I'll remember that. No, Stranger. Stranger. Holy shit. Chu Fan. Is he the Stranger? At this moment, all the universities and colleges became unusually quiet. Chu Fan's image simultaneously appeared in the minds of all the professional students. The blind man who followed Jiang Chuha and clung to her leg. It left a deep impression on them. I thought the black and white duo relied on Jiang Chuha. Chu Fan was just following along. It turns out that Chu Fan, who hadn't made a move all along, was actually the stronger one. Thinking about this, many people felt uneasy. Those who were robbed actually breathed a sigh of relief. Being snatched away by the number 1 player in Yangqing, it doesn't seem so unacceptable after all. Yangqing number 1 middle school. Inside the lobby. So he was the Stranger all along. Yes, I thought he was very handsome when I saw him from afar. Even though he was blind, it didn't affect his temperament at all. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. I never imagined that he would be my idol. If I had known earlier, I would have definitely asked for his WeChat ID during the dungeon. Come on, he already has a girlfriend. Jiang Chuha is fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs. She's even on the job change list. How could it be your turn? He stole my spiritual crystal. Oh well, I'll forgive him. After all, he's the guy I have a crush on. Many female students gathered together, and their conversations revolved around Chu Fan. After all, the Stranger was already famous throughout Yangcheng as the number 1 in the city. He became an idol in the hearts of many girls. At this moment, he realized that the Stranger was Chu Fan. Many girls felt a flutter in their hearts when they thought of the boy in the game. Blind. What does it matter if you can't see if you have the ability? Impossible. How could he be a stranger? How could he be? Gu Cheng's face twisted as he slammed his fist into the ground. The ground was made of alloy, and Gu Cheng's fists were pounded until they turned red, but he was completely unaware of it. The news that Chu Fan was a stranger was more painful than killing him. Look at him, he's so angry. Gu Cheng has always been jealous of Chu Fan. He couldn't compare to him before, and he can't compare to him now. He thinks he can compare to my idol Chu Fan? He's just a simp for Sum Yuan, and he really thinks he's something. The girls whispered among themselves as they looked at the furious Gu Cheng. At this moment, Chu Fan and Jiang Chuhe walked out of the teleportation portal. The scene fell silent instantly. All eyes immediately fell on Chu Fan. Someone smiled at Chu Fan. Someone nodded slightly. Some people looked on with admiration. Chu Fan ignored his classmates' stares, and he and Jiang Chuhe quietly walked to a corner of the hall and sat down on the floor. Chuhe, we absorbed the Lord's spiritual essence, and both of us have leveled up to level 7, which should be the highest level for this year's freshmen in Yangchen. We still have one more chance to enter the instance today, so we can't miss it. In the next 2 hours, the big shots will replenish the dark forest with more beasts. By consuming the clearing pill, we can kill the Lord once more and have another chance to obtain source power. Jiang Chuhe suddenly realized. So that's how the strange beasts in the dungeon came about. Yes, it's a huge project, but it's insignificant to the big boss. Chu Fan held the drop of shadow blood in his hand, played with it, and smiled as he spoke. The dark forest. Outside the Lord's lair, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a plump woman in her 20s suddenly appeared here. The two men were dressed somewhat disheveled, as if they had rushed over in a hurry. The voluptuous woman buttoned up her shirt and said resentfully, "You've delayed all the tasks the boss assigned us. If something happens to the young master, none of us will have a good ending." The man's gaze was gloomy as he looked at the collapsed cave and said in a deep voice, "No, with the young master's strength, who among the new students in Yangcheng could be his match? Even the shadow beasts in the beginner dungeon would be no challenge for him." "That would be best," the woman said. "Let's go take a look over there." The man rushed toward the cave, covering dozens of meters in a single stride, as if he were teleporting. In a few quick movements, he traversed 100 meters and entered the cave. The woman smiled alluringly, and suddenly 2 wings of light sprouted from her back. With a flap of her wings, the woman flew directly into the cave. Its speed was in no way inferior to that of the man. What should we do?" Inside the cave, the woman stared in disbelief at the crushed head before her. Dead. The young master actually died in the beginner dungeon. His head was chopped off. They were ordered by Ling Tianhua's father to protect Ling Tianhua at all costs. But this is what I saw. The man also looked terrified. He knew all too well how much Ling Tianhua's father doted on this son. Ling Tianhua has now been beheaded. Neither of them will have a good ending. "It's all your fault, insisting on those 10 minutes. Now look what we're going to do," the woman said in a panic. The man stood still, took a deep breath, and said, "I have no choice but to apologize to the boss. Take that man's head and go to beg for forgiveness." Upon hearing this, the woman covered her lips and asked, "You dare to target students in Yangqing? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Ministry of Education?" The man seemed to realize something, and his eyes showed fear. "Do we have any other choice? I'd rather die at the hands of the officials than be punished by the boss. Let's go and ask the Temple of the Divine Office who exactly attacked the young master." The two left quickly. After the two left, a figure crawled out from the rubble. If Chu Fan were still here, he would be extremely surprised. This person was none other than Sum Yuan, whom he had cleaved in two with a single sword strike. She didn't die? Sum Yuan swayed as she straightened up, a smile spreading across her face. "Luckily, I set up a double illusion. Chu Fan, did you really think you could kill me? However, your strength has truly surprised me. Su, please help us." A weak voice came through. Sum Yuan looked in the direction of the sound. Then they saw Ma Tao trapped under a huge rock. "Where are the other two?" Sum Yuan asked. "Damn it, that bitch Lu Ryua wouldn't even cast a healing spell on me. She ran away with Wu Haobai," Ma Tao said angrily. "She's pretty tough." Sum Yuan smiled, didn't even glance at Ma Tao, and left the cave directly. "Sum Yuan, you won't even save me? Why what?" Ma Tao roared. The mountain was teetering on the brink of collapse. With a loud bang, there was complete silence in the cave. Chapter 38, The Enraged Principals. Ministry of Education. Inside the steel fortress-like building, Ho Chang sat in the conference room, looking at the huge screen in front of him. The giant screen was divided into 24 sections. The projections of 23 people appeared in the area. They are all principals of schools in Yangqing. At this moment, their faces looked very unpleasant. "Hasn't Xiao Jinghua arrived yet? We must get an explanation from him today." Xiao Jinghua went to Shihai City to provide support. Tang Xiaohu is now in charge of Yangqing number 1 middle school. Tang Xiaohu? Heh, even if he comes today, I will still seek justice for my school's students. At that moment, the remaining area flashed. An obese middle-aged man appeared on the screen. He had a big smile on his face, with only a slit in his eyes. I just arrived, and I already heard people talking bad about me, Tang Xiaohu said with a laugh. The middle-aged man in the center of the screen angrily said, Tang Xiaohu, how can you still laugh? Minister Ho, there's something I need to tell you. Our Yangqing Middle School has many promising students this year. Only 3 people reached level 6, which was far below my expectations. The loot that should have belonged to them was stolen, which seriously affected their upgrade progress. As far as I know, this situation exists in other schools as well. You, the defaulter, can explain. As soon as he finished speaking, another man with graying temples jumped out. It makes me so angry just thinking about it. It was a certainty that 10 students in our school would be promoted to level 6, but in the end, none of them were promoted to level 6. 9 of them were at level 5, and 1 only promoted to level 4. It said that they were all robbed by those black and white duo. After Principal Lai finished speaking, someone else stood up. Our number 6 middle school is the same. Looking at the results this year, the upgrade results are not as good as last year. The same is true for our number 9 middle school. Principal Lai continued, this isn't even serious. I asked that student who was at level 4 why he hadn't even reached level 5. Was it because he was unlucky and got robbed multiple times? He then told me, in tears, that he had encountered the black and white duo twice and had been robbed both times, which left him with psychological trauma, so he simply quit the instance. Sigh, they're still just kids. They didn't get traumatized by the monsters on their first dungeon run, but their classmates did. What kind of talk is this? Minister Ho, look at this, what kind of talk is this? Principal Lai almost broke down in tears. Principals from other schools also condemned Chu Fan and Jiang Chua's actions. Let Ho Chang stand up for them. From now until the college entrance examination, all students in Yangqing will be in the same instance. If they encounter Chu Fan every time, how will the other students advance? Especially for those with poor mental fortitude, if they are robbed a few more times, they might end up like that student who only reached level 4, and could even become depressed. This will seriously affect their future professional careers. Ho Chang smiled bitterly as he listened to the condemnations from the school principals. That kid. He never expected that Chu Fan would be so arrogant. If he manages to steal 1 or 2, that's fine, he can handle it. As a result, he won over all the students from 24 high schools in Yangqing. They don't even spare their own school's students. Xiaohu, what do you think we should do? Ho Chang asked Tang Xiaohu. Tang Xiaohu took a sip of tea and said slowly, it's embarrassing that our school has produced such a student. He deserves criticism. He's clearly ranked first in Yangqing on the job change list, yet he insists on stealing from someone weaker than himself. It's outrageous. I'll have to give him a good talking to when I get down there. How could he steal from someone? Do you understand the principle of protecting the weak? Tang Xiaohu said with a smile. What did you say? Damn, you mean the students from other schools are weak. Now that Yangqing has produced its number 1, you, Tang Xiaohu, have really started to act tough. The school principals were furious. Ho Chang quickly stepped forward and said, everyone, calm down. Xiaohu, I also like Chu Fan very much, but this kind of snatching is really unfair to the other students. After all, he is the most talented in Yangqing, and he also has Jiang Chuha by his side. Tang Xiaohu smiled and said, Minister Ho means. Ho Chang looked around. What suggestions do you have? The principal of Yangqing Middle School said, we must warn Chu Fan that in the future, when entering a dungeon, he must not steal the spiritual energy of any monster other than the boss, otherwise he will be punished. Tang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes slightly. Chu Fan ranks first on Yangqing's historical job transfer list. Punish him? Aren't you afraid he'll transfer to another city to take the college entrance exam in a fit of anger? At that time, you, Huang Peng, will be a sinner in Yangqing. Huang Peng was stunned upon hearing this. The other principals also fell silent. They can't take the blame for this. This has happened frequently throughout history. Some students were dissatisfied with the school's handling of the situation and transferred to other schools. Any school will welcome outstanding students with open arms. They handle all the transfer procedures themselves. Not to mention Chu Fan, who is the number 1 person in Yangqing's history. He wants to transfer to a school in another province or city. I bet those principals would be grinning from ear to ear and would line up to welcome him. Then what do you suggest we do? Tang Xiaohu, if Yangqing's college entrance exam results are worse than last year's, I will definitely have to talk to Xiao Jinghua about it. It was your students from number 1 high school who affected the college entrance examination results of the entire Yangcheng. Huang Peng's face turned even redder, clearly very angry. Seeing that another argument was about to break out, Ho Chang hurriedly said, "Let me give you an idea. What do you think? From now on, separate Chu Fan from the other students. For example, while other students enter the dark forest, Chu Fan will enter the lava land. I'll apply for the permissions. That solves the problem. If Chu Fan still wants to steal students, let him try to steal students from other provinces and cities." Upon hearing this, the principals were taken aback for a moment, then smiled knowingly. As expected of Minister Ho, this not only prevented the students in Yangcheng from being robbed, but also allowed Chu Fan to rob students in other provinces and cities. This indirectly weakened the opponent and strengthened itself. If Chu Fan really can't change his habit of robbing others is better than robbing his own people. Okay, I agree. Huang Peng raised his hand in approval. I agree. Xiaohu, what do you think? Ho Chang asked. Tang Xiaohu shook his head. I disagree. These words immediately sparked a chorus of angry curses. Explain your reasons. Ho Chang gestured for everyone to be quiet. Tang Xiaohu continued. As everyone knows, Yangcheng is a small place, and the dungeons that students enter are the easiest. Students from other provinces and cities are generally stronger, and the dungeons they enter are relatively more difficult. Letting Chu Fan enter a more difficult dungeon alone is fine with the monsters, but what about the students? If a conflict breaks out, who will guarantee their safety? Brother Tang, Chu Fan is ranked 58th on the job change list, which is considered an outstanding student nationwide. Aren't you underestimating him? Huang Peng interjected. I don't think there will be any danger. That's right. There are only 57 people in the whole country who are ahead of Chu Fan. We should have confidence in him. Yes, Principal Tang. You really don't trust Chu Fan enough. I have high hopes for him. Everyone chimed in, praising Chu Fan. There is only one objective. Get rid of this plague god as soon as possible. If you want to cause trouble, go and cause trouble to students in other provinces and cities. Chapter 39, Seeking Welfare. Listening to everyone's praise, Tang Xiaohu smiled and shook his head. The risk is too great. You don't care because he's not from your school, but he is a student of our school. I can't take that risk. Huang Peng nodded with a smile. Haha, I understand. But Xiaohu, your vision is still too narrow. Yangcheng is not his stage. His competitors are not in Yangcheng, but across the entire country. Can you protect him like this for a while, or for a lifetime? Ho Chang watched this scene calmly, without saying a word. At this moment, Tang Xiaohu sighed heavily. Sigh. What you're saying is all true, but Chu Fan is an orphan, with no money or power. How can he compete with students from big cities? Upon hearing this, even Ho Chang was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed. Not good. This guy is doing his students a favor again. He kept giving him meaningful glances. But at that moment, the principals were all focused on Tang Xiaohu through the screen and didn't notice him at all. Sure enough, Huang Peng thought for a moment and said, well then, it's truly remarkable that Yangcheng has produced a student like Chu Fan. To better train him, I'm willing to sponsor Chu Fan on behalf of Yangcheng Middle School. Our number 9 middle school is also willing to provide financial assistance. Third party seconded it. Tang Xiaohu's eyes widened slightly, and he said in shock, Ew. You guys, well, since everyone is willing to sponsor Chu Fan, I can't let you down. I'll go find Chu Fan right now and tell him what Yangcheng expects of him. Swish. Tang Xiaohu ended the live stream. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chu Fan is sent to other instances and his pace is not aligned with that of the Yangcheng students, things will be much easier. As for funding? How much funding they provide is entirely up to them. At this moment, Tang Xiaohu reappeared on the screen. The principals were startled. Everyone, I'm still worried. If the funding is too little, I think we should just forget about it. Huang Peng hurriedly said, don't worry, the funding will definitely be substantial. Chu Fan's safety is the most important thing. Yes, Principal Tang, please rest assured that the funding will definitely satisfy you. Yes, it's a blessing for Yangcheng to have you all here. Tang Xiaohu maintained his smile and disappeared. After waiting for a full 3 minutes, Tang Xiaohu did not reconnect to the microphone. Depend on. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Minister Ho, this. The group then poured out their grievances to Ho Chang. Ho Chang smiled wryly. Everyone, what's said can't be taken back, can it? Why aren't you saying anything? In a corner of the hall, Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chuha looked worried. Brother Fan, I'm very worried. Are you worried that the temple of the priests will punish me? Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chuha nodded heavily. Chu Fan laughed and said, If you really want to punish me, there's nothing I can do. They clearly want me dead. If I keep tolerating this, wouldn't I be a coward? He deliberately said those words in the instance, specifically for the temple of the gods to hear. This is all he can do. As for the outcome, he could not guarantee it. It all depended on the temple. Chu Fan sighed inwardly. It's very unpleasant to feel like your fate is being controlled by someone else. Ultimately, it comes down to their lack of strength. Only when one is strong enough that even the temple of gods has to take them seriously can one truly control their own destiny. Where is Su Myuan? You. After a long while, Jiang Chuha mustered up her courage and asked. Chu Fan said coldly, she blinded me. Jiang Chuha looked at Chu Fan without saying a word. After a long pause, she finally said, I knew it. You're definitely not the kind of person people talk about at school. Even if you didn't kill her, I would have. Chu Fan looked at Jiang Chuha in surprise. He noticed that Jiang Chuha had changed a lot in the past 2 days. She transformed from a clueless young girl into a decisive and capable woman. This can also be considered a form of adaptability. In this world, adaptability is very important. Time passed. More than 10 minutes later, Dean of Studies Luo Ning and the 4 mentors arrived in the hall. As soon as they entered, they turned their gaze to the corner of the hall and looked at Chu Fan. Luo Ning smiled with satisfaction. The 4 mentors looked embarrassed. They never expected that Chu Fan, whom they had always underestimated, would actually be a stranger from another place. Luo Ning said loudly, Dear students, our first dungeon run has come to an end. Look around you. You'll see some faces are missing. Some people stayed there forever. Since you've embarked on this path as a professional, you must persevere and not back down. The students all lowered their heads, feeling somewhat lost. All right, the dungeons before level 10 are mainly to help you get used to the monsters. Actually, the monsters aren't as scary as you all imagine. For example, Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha killed a level 6 lord. Everyone should learn from them. Whoosh. The hall erupted in an uproar. All eyes immediately turned to Chu Fan and his companion. The dungeon will reopen in 2 hours. With your current level, as long as you take the cleansing pill, you can enter the dungeon one more time today. Those who wish to re-enter the instance, please come here in 2 hours. Now go back to your classrooms and start your lessons. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha stay. The students stood up and left the hall. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha also stood up and walked to the front of the hall. Director Luo, hello mentors. Haha. Chu Fan, you're pretty good. Luo Ning patted Chu Fan on the shoulder, becoming more and more satisfied with him. Tang Ming stepped forward, looked at Chu Fan, and said, Chu Fan, I admit I underestimated you before. You do have the ability to learn on your own. None of us are qualified to teach you. Chu Fan shook his head. Instructor Tang, you flatter me. I am still a newcomer, and there is still a lot I need to learn from you. Haha. Luo Ning and the 4 mentors exchanged a smile, their eyes full of satisfaction. Humility, generosity, and maturity. These are the qualities that make one strong. Chu Fan has them all. All right. Chu Fan just came out of the dungeon and needs to rest, Luo Ning said with a smile. You guys go to class, the students are waiting. The 4 mentors nodded in agreement and then left one after another. You can go to your own classes or do your own things, Luo Ning said. This is a privilege for you. Just come find me in 2 hours. Chu Fan bowed slightly and left the hall with Jiang Chuha. Where are we going? Jiang Chuha asked as they walked through the campus. Go to a place I've always wanted to go but haven't been able to. Chu Fan's face was filled with excitement. Martial Alliance. Chapter 40 Strange. As Chu Fan led Jiang Chuha away from the school, the atmosphere inside the Yangqing branch of the Divine Hall was somewhat somber. All because Chu Fan killed someone in the dark forest. And there's more than one. Hawkeye filmed Chu Fan's entire murder process. In the past, there have been students who killed others in beginner dungeons. They were all deprived of their college entrance examination opportunities and imprisoned for at least 3 years. At this moment, in the conference room of the Yangqing branch hall, did he kill someone? Lu Jun sat in the head seat, listening to his subordinates' reports, his brows furrowed tightly. He thought highly of Chu Fan and was willing to give him a spot in the Temple of Gods. But Chu Fan killed someone in the instance, which Lu Jun hadn't expected. Release the video, Lu Jun said in a deep voice. Lian nodded. The screen showed Chu Fan killing Ling Tianhua and Su Myuan. Lu Jun watched the video without saying a word. After the 2 clips finished playing, Lu Jun said, Su Myuan is not dead, and Chu Fan did not kill 2 people. These words were spoken. The other senior executives all looked surprised. Lu Jun explained. In the video, Su Myuan's eyes looked different from ordinary people's. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an illusion. Chu Fan only killed Su Myuan in the illusion. As for how Chu Fan was dragged into the illusion and how he broke the illusion, it cannot be seen from the video alone. Everyone suddenly realized. It was just an illusion. Since Lord Lu has said so, he must be right. What about Ling Tianhua? Someone asked. Lu Jun said, Ling Tianhua is indeed dead. He was killed by Chu Fan. Our shrine has a clear rule. No one is allowed to intentionally kill others in dungeons. But it also specifically states that if you are threatened with death in the instance, you can fight back. Ling Tianhua wanted to kill Chu Fan. Chu Fan was threatened with death, and he could have fought back. As he said, he was taking emergency precautions. Therefore, Chu Fan did not violate any rules. Lu Jun said calmly, I stand by my decision and invite Chu Fan to join the Temple of Gods. Li Yin nodded blankly. What about headquarters? I will explain to headquarters personally, Lu Jun said. Explain to headquarters? How do you explain? At that moment, a cold voice came from outside the door. Gao Chuan entered the conference room. Palace Master Lu, you didn't invite me to the meeting. Are you keeping an eye on me? The other senior executives glanced at Gao Chuan, then at Lu Jun, and dared not speak. What? Do I have to report to you before I do anything? Gao Chuan, don't you know your place? After he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Jun. Everyone felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Gao Chuan's back was also bent under the weight, and he laughed. Tsk, starting to use force to intimidate people, huh? No matter how you try to suppress it, you can't cover up the fact that Chu Fan killed someone. He's an Ashura, the incarnation of a demon, and he's killing people in the newbie dungeon again. Haven't you realized it yet? Killing people as soon as you become a professional is the bloodthirsty nature of an Ashura. You have abused your power and tried to bring trouble into our temple. I have already reported Chu Fan's killing in the instance to headquarters, and headquarters will make a decision. Lu Jun, just wait for the headquarters punishment. Lu Jun looked at Gao Chuan and withdrew his imposing aura. Everyone felt the pressure on them suddenly lessen and looked at Lu Jun in surprise. Lord Lu's strength has increased again. Headquarters wants to sanction me? Lu Jun laughed. Fine, I'd like to see who's going to sanction me. Li Yin, go and invite Chu Fan. Give him an A-level contract directly. If he can enter one of the big four in 4 months, upgrade the contract to S-level. These words were spoken. Everyone was stunned. Li Yin covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. So, Chu Fan has just become a professional, and the palace master is already offering him an A-level contract? Let alone Yangcheng. Even students from the capital and Shanghai would need to be in the top 10 of the job change list, and in the top 3 of the subsequent level list to have a chance of obtaining an A-level contract from the Temple of Gods. Chu Fan was only ranked 58th on the job change list, and the level list hadn't even started yet, but he was given an A-level contract? Li Yin was very surprised. The S-level contract surprised her even more. As an internal staff member of the Divine Palace, Li Yin knew very well how difficult it was to obtain an S-level contract from the Divine Palace. The Temple of the Gods S-rank contracts are only offered to the top 4 graduates. Furthermore, one must complete various extremely difficult tasks to earn a certain number of contribution points. Now, Palace Master Lu says that Chu Fan will receive an S-level contract as long as he enters one of the 4 grades. That's too easy to give. Fine. You're giving an A-level contract to a complete novice who hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet? Do you really think the Temple of the Gods is yours to run? After saying that, Gao Chuan left the conference room with a cold smile. Lu Jun said, don't worry about him. Li Yin will be in charge of liaising with Chu Fan. The others still have important things to do. The 99th alien realm, the evil forest, has been acting strangely lately. Upon hearing this, everyone's thoughts were instantly pulled back from Chu Fan. Palace Master, what's going on? Someone asked anxiously. Could it be that the seal has loosened? Lu Jun nodded. That's right. I suspect that some evil spirits have escaped from inside and entered Yangqing City. These words were spoken. Everyone gasped in shock. A tense atmosphere filled the meeting room. If a strange beast were to escape from another realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Different realms and dungeons are different. A dungeon is a place where humans capture exotic beasts scattered around the world, release them into various captives, and use them to train professionals. These domesticated beasts are not very dangerous. But things are different in other lands. The so-called otherworld is the location of the rift between worlds. Since the appearance of the interdimensional rift, more than 2,000 otherworldly rifts worldwide. Countless strange beasts emerged from these cracks, some running around like headless flies, eventually scattering across various places. Some of the strange beasts remained at the rifts in the other world, forming other realms. These strange beasts live very close to the rift, and their bodies are constantly nourished by the miasma within the rift, making them far stronger than those wandering beasts. There are a total of 168 foreign lands in the entire China. The authorities have numbered these exotic lands from 1 to 168 according to their danger level. The lower the sequence, the higher the danger from the alien realm. The evil forest is the 99th alien realm located in Yangqing. 99. The risk level ranks in the lower middle among 168 alien realms. Even a medium to low-level creature, if left unchecked, can easily destroy a city. All the high-ranking priests present felt a sense of crisis. Chapter 41 Martial Alliance, Martial Arts School. Some powerful individuals attempted to destroy the alien realm, only to discover that upon entering it, human bodies would be eroded and rapidly decayed. Even level 60 powerhouses were not spared. Only those who reach the level of Wei Wuji can stand unaffected in front of the interdimensional rift. But there is only one Wei Wuji, who is rarely seen and his whereabouts are unknown. Therefore, other powerful humans joined forces to create the seal and dispatched powerful individuals to guard each region. The Temple of the Gods is the main force that guards various foreign lands. In addition to the temple, there was also an official army. Under normal circumstances, with a seal in place, the strange beasts inside cannot come out and cause trouble. However, the seal will inevitably loosen every now and then. At this moment, the powerful need to reinforce the seal immediately to prevent the strange beasts inside from escaping. In remote islands or desolate mountains, things are better. At least there won't be too many casualties. However, if it is an alien realm located in a city, the city may be preserved if the seal is loosened. Bad luck struck. The city fell, and everyone perished. Many of the high-ranking members of the temple felt as if their hearts were being gripped by a knife. An unprecedented sense of crisis swept over us. At this moment, someone asked, "Palace Master, it's only been 3 years since the seal was last loosened. How come it's happened so quickly this time?" Each seal lasts for about 5 years. This time, only 3 years later, the seal has loosened again. Lu Jun's gaze was icy. I went over there to take a look. The seal doesn't seem to have loosened on its own. It seems more like it was deliberate. Human intervention. Everyone held their breath. Who the hell could do something like this? Lu Jun slowly said, "I'm just guessing. If it really was done by someone, it should be someone from that faction." The senior executives were furious. The Illuminati? Those lunatics. What good will this do them? Damn it, a bunch of maggots hiding in the shadows dare to call themselves the light? I'll kill them all on sight. Lu Jun said, "This is just my guess, and it will take time to verify. The most urgent thing right now is to prevent the situation from escalating. Team leaders 1 to 6 will accompany me to the evil forest, while teams 7 to 9 will search the entire city to see if there are any large-scale deaths. The beasts in this foreign land are highly intelligent and adept at hiding, so everyone should be careful. In addition, we should contact the authorities and the Martial Alliance. This kind of thing cannot be solved by our Divine Hall alone. They must also get involved." Lu Jun looked out the window into the distance, his face showing worry. "The college entrance exam is just around the corner. I hope it won't come to that." Chu Fan knew nothing about these matters. After leaving the school, Jiang Chua drove Thor 1 with Chu Fan into a magnificent ancient building and stopped. This ancient building resembles a 9-story pagoda. At the very top, the 4 large characters, Yangqing Martial Arts School, are engraved in a flamboyant style. "We've arrived." Jiang Chua parked the car. Chu Fan was surprised. "You've been here before?" Jiang Chua hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Chu Fan didn't ask any further questions. It was normal for Jiang Chua's family to have visited the Martial Alliance, given that they were wealthy. He gazed at the tall buildings before him, a look of longing on his face. Martial Alliance. It has always held a very high place in his heart. Wei Wuji's name was already deeply imprinted in his mind. Become the strongest in the world, establish a martial arts alliance, and recruit professionals from all over the world. Chu Fan was filled with respect for that spirit alone. Haha, I wanted to come before, but I didn't have the money. Now that I have the money, of course I have to give it a try. Let's go in. Chu Fan smiled. The two walked into the martial arts hall together. The interior is very spacious and has a classic, antique style. In the waiting area, hundreds of people are queuing. Professionals come and go. Some were enjoying their meals at the buffet. Some people are lifting weights and boxing in the gym area. People were also going in and out of the small rooms around the perimeter. At first glance, this place looks no different from the gym in my previous life. But Chu Fan knew that the Martial Alliance was not that simple. For example, the food in the buffet area is specially made by the Martial Alliance, which is very beneficial to the health of professionals. Those fitness equipment were also made from an unknown type of extraterrestrial meteorite. A small dumbbell can weigh up to 100 pounds. Besides that, the most distinctive feature of the Martial Alliance is its training rooms. It contains not only a gravity control system, but also a virtual sensing device. Wearing a virtual sensing device can simulate an opponent, which can be either human or a mythical beast. This is undoubtedly the best way for professionals who want to improve their skills. Because it's safe. It is said that going up to the upper floors can simulate the atmosphere of working with senior colleagues in the same profession. Experiencing firsthand the state of mind of those powerful individuals can greatly increase the success rate of awakening. Of course, the places above are not places you can enter simply by paying money. You need to join a martial arts alliance and use the alliance's contribution points to make purchases. Chu Fan instantly thought of many things. This is also why he has always wanted to come to the Martial Alliance. This is the holy land for professionals to become stronger. Please, you too, go to the waiting area and join the queue. A woman walked over. She glanced at Jiang Chua, slightly startled, and then quickly looked away. We have to queue. Chu Fan was taken aback. How long will we have to wait? Since there is only one martial arts school in each city, the supply cannot meet the demand, which leads to long queues. Chu Fan patted his head, realizing he had been careless and had completely forgotten about it. Am I going to make a wasted trip? There are currently 120 people waiting, and it will take at least 4 hours, the woman said with a smile. Chu Fan sighed. Never mind then, come earlier next time. He needs to enter the instance in 2 hours, so he doesn't have time to queue here. Wait. Jiang Chua stopped him, then looked at the woman. I am. The woman laughed and said, You're useless unless you make it onto the job change list. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chua exclaimed excitedly. I've really made it onto the job change list. Really? The woman looked doubtful. Jiang Chua nodded seriously. The woman didn't confirm. Haha, geniuses who can make it onto the job change list have special privileges in our Martial Alliance. Follow me. Chu Fan listened to all of this in a daze. Is this even possible? Does being on the job change leaderboard grant you the privilege of cutting in line? Chu Fan and Jiang Chua followed the woman to the outside of a room. Your use of this training room will end in 5 minutes. How long do you intend to use it? 2 hours, Chu Fan said. 40,000. Chu Fan transferred the money directly. Is it expensive? No, it's not expensive. The food provided by the Martial Alliance alone was worth tens of thousands. Not to mention the various functions in the training room. He currently has a huge sum of 2 million yuan and more than 100 pieces of moonstone. In addition, there is a piece of shadow blood that is priceless and unavailable. 40,000 is nothing to him. A few minutes later, a man in a vest came out from inside. You may go in, the woman said. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua were taken directly to the cultivation room. The people in the waiting area were in an uproar. How did they cut in line? Exactly, why should I? I've been waiting here for 2 hours. The woman walked to the waiting area and said with a smile, Everyone, please be patient. That girl just made it onto this year's job change list. She has special privileges in our Martial Alliance. Everyone was stunned by these words. Damn, I was on the job change list a few years ago, ranked over 900th. Why didn't I have the right to cut in line? The woman smiled and said, It was just added this year. She arranged for staff to serve customized food to those in the waiting area. This calmed them down. The woman then went to a corner and made a phone call. Hello. A dignified voice came from the other end of the phone. The woman said cautiously, Master, I just saw your daughter. She rented a cultivation room with a boy. The man asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you're not mistaken? There's no mistake. I've memorized all the photos you gave me. Who is that man? The man asked. I don't know, but they seem quite close, and most importantly. Explain. The boy had his eyes wrapped in cloth. He was blind. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. After a long while, a voice finally came. Keep an eye on them, and let me know as soon as anything happens. Yes, Master. Chapter 42, Four-Dimensional Enhancement. The training room wasn't very big. 200 square meters. The floor and walls are made of alloy. The two had just stepped inside. Boom. The heavy door closed automatically. Then a female voice rang out. Hello, I am Xiaoming. Your usage time is 2 hours. Xiaoming will be at your service for the rest of the time. You can tell Xiaoming anything you need. AI. Chu Fan nodded. Xiaoming, activate double gravity. It was his first time at the Martial Alliance, and he was quite eager to try it out. Okay. The words were spoken. A sudden force of gravity descended upon the two of them. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua's knees bent at the same time. Is this what double gravity is? Jiang Chua asked in surprise. Chu Fan laughed and said, haha, doesn't it feel like you're wearing clothes that weigh 100 pounds, and your limbs are also tied with extra weights? It really does look like it. I can't move my legs. Jiang Chua nodded. Let's get used to it first, Chu Fan said. 3 minutes later, the two finally adapted to the pressure of twice the gravity. They are now able to move freely. Chu Fan opened the profession panel, and his eyes immediately lit up. All 4 attributes increased by 1 point. It really worked. It seems that the 4-dimensional attributes can be improved through both leveling up and training. However, given his current physical condition, it would be difficult for him to improve his 4 dimensions through regular exercise. That's why Chu Fan thought of the Martial Alliance. It can be said that this gravity control system exists entirely to enhance the professional's 4 dimensions. Chu-hee, take a look at your job panel. Has it improved? Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chua opened her profession panel and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, my strength and stamina have both increased by 2 points. 2 o'clock. Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. This is the advantage of melee DPS classes. However, his advantage lies not in the 4-dimensional attributes, but in the 5th attribute, mental power. But even though he's already leveled up to 7, his mental strength is still stuck at 5. Xiaoming, do you have any devices for training mental strength? Chu Fan asked. The AI, Xiaoming, said, there is no such device, but Xiaoming can provide you with medicine to restore your mental energy free of charge. Is that so? Chu Fan silently made a note of it. Then, the two continued to maintain double gravity, allowing Xiaoming to activate the exercise device. The ground beneath my feet began to slide. It's like standing on a treadmill. Haha, Xiaoming, speed things up. Chu Fan laughed. Received, ground speed adjusted to 2.0x. The speed at which the ground beneath my feet slid increased rapidly. Under the force of twice the gravity, Chu Fan and Jiang Chua fell to the ground almost instantly. No, it's too fast. Jiang Chua stood up unsteadily, then stumbled and fell again. Chu Fan was the same. Hang in there, it will greatly help with the improvement of the 4 dimensions. Chu Fan said, panting heavily. Their clothes were quickly soaked with sweat. The two of them got used to it and started jogging in place in the training room. Jiang Chua was wearing the initial outfit. The already sheer clothes clung to my body with sweat, revealing my curves in a way that was both visible and hidden. Bang! Suddenly, Chu Fan inexplicably fell, the slippery ground beneath his feet carrying him to the back of the training room, where he crashed heavily into the alloy wall. Brother Fan! Jiang Chua exclaimed. Xiaoming, turn off the exercise device. The ground beneath their feet slowly came to a stop. Jiang Chua rushed to the back and helped Chu Fan up, saying worriedly, look at you. You even have a nosebleed. Let's take it one step at a time and not rush things. Chu Fan wiped the blood from his nose, somewhat embarrassed. No need. I've gotten used to it. Let's change our clothes first. They're all soaked. Jiang Chua looked down at her chest, her face flushing red. There is a changing room in the training room. After changing into the martial arts uniform prepared by the Martial Alliance, Chu Fan had Xiaoming turn on double gravity again. Half an hour later, his strength, agility, and stamina increased by 1 point. During the break, a robot came over with a blue, transparent drink on it. Awesome. Chu Fan drank most of it in one gulp. It tastes like ice cola. The beverage also carries a subtle spiritual quality. After drinking it, Chu Fan felt his fatigue was greatly relieved. Haha, no wonder everyone wants to come to the Martial Alliance. Chu Fan laughed. This money was well spent. Chief, Chu-hee and that boy are exercising. They've already activated the exercise device with double gravity and double speed. In the monitoring room, the female manager was making a phone call. Double gravity, double speed? How are they doing? The man on the other end of the phone asked. It felt very easy, and the two of them adapted quickly. The woman looked at the screen and said in surprise. The boy turned on 3x speed. Master, Chu-hee is ranked over 300th on the job change list, so it's normal for her to have this kind of adaptability. But that boy, how come he seems to be no less capable than Chu-hee? You just said that the boy is blind? The man asked. The woman nodded. Yes. Hee, if I'm not mistaken, that guy is the outsider ranked 58th on the job change list, the number 1 in Yangqing. It's normal that my daughter can't compare to him now, the man said. But in the future, who knows? What? Number 1 in Yangqing? The woman looked at the screen in shock. At this moment, the man on the other end of the phone said, from now on, the first floor of Yangqing Martial Arts School will be open to them free of charge, and the cost will be charged to my account. Understood, the woman nodded quickly. After hanging up the phone, her eyes lit up, filled with enthusiasm. The Jiangnan Province Martial Arts School. If you serve her well, Jiang Haixing can easily promote her with just a word. 2 hours pass quickly. Bite. Time's up if you need to continue renting. Please renew at the front desk. Xiaoming's sweet voice came through. Gravity vanished instantly. At the same time, the ground beneath my feet, which had been sliding rapidly, slowly came to a stop. Chu Fan felt as if he had unloaded 100 pounds of weight, and his whole body felt light. Chapter 43 Meeting Gift. 2 hours later, Chu Fan sat in the rest area, looking at the professional panel in front of him. 2 hours of training increased all 4 of my attributes by 5 points. Chu Fan said with a happy expression. Currently, his 4 dimensions only increase by 10 points for each level he gains. In just 2 hours of exercise, I achieved half of the upgrade effect. Impressive. Chu Fan was still somewhat impressed. Soon, after showering in their respective bathrooms, drying their clothes, and putting them on, the two left the martial arts gym. Before leaving, the female manager gave Chu Fan a VIP card, indicating that geniuses who made it onto the job change list were honored guests of the Martial Alliance. You are welcome to come anytime. Chu Fan sensed that the female manager's attitude towards him was completely different from before. Despite his doubts, Chu Fan put away the VIP card. The two returned to the lobby of the school's elite building. The huge hall was empty except for Luo Ning. There were no other students. Clearly, apart from Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, no one else intended to enter the instance again. You're really punctual. Luo Ning stepped forward, looked at Chu Fan, and smiled. The vice principal wants you to go to his office. The vice principal wants to see me? Chu Fan paused for a moment, then said to Jiang Chua, wait for me. After saying that, he went straight upstairs. Tang Xiaohu's office is on the second floor of the elite building. Chu Fan arrived at the door of office 201. Bang bang bang. Come in. Chu Fan pushed open the door. Vice Principal Tang. Tang Xiaohu smiled and said, have a seat. Chu Fan sat down opposite him, his expression indifferent. Tang Xiaohu kept observing Chu Fan's expression and movements. He was neither reserved nor nervous. It is truly rare for an 18-year-old senior high school student to remain calm and composed in the face of a vice principal. Chu Fan also released his wave perception. He's stronger than Instructor Du Jing, at least level 27. I just don't know if he's awakened yet. Chu Fan thought to himself. I wonder if my third eye can see through his true strength. He may have thought about it, but of course he couldn't open his third eye. Hee, are you sensing me? Tang Xiaohu grinned. I haven't awakened yet, but it'll be soon. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was startled and quickly withdrew his senses. Fluid perception, the ability to sense everything around you through airflow fluctuations. Tang Xiaohu said with a smile. Hidden class, Ashura. Suddenly, Tang Xiaohu stood up, looked at Chu Fan, and said, would you like me to guide your cultivation? Vice Principal Tang is going to personally guide me? Chu Fan's mind raced, and he was about to speak. Tang Xiaohu took a sip of tea and chuckled. Ahem, I know a bit about Ashuras, because my grandfather was one of them. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan quickly stood up, bowed, and said, Teacher. Haha, you're pretty direct. Let's talk about you first, Tang Xiaohu said. Since you've chosen this profession, there are only 2 possibilities. First, you knew nothing about Ashura before. It was the Divine Pillar who suggested that you change your class to Ashura. Second, you learned about the Ashura and voluntarily changed your class to Ashura. I'm guessing you're the second one. Chu Fan was surprised. Tang Xiaohu is too clever. In just a few moments, I had a pretty good idea of his background. That's right, the student voluntarily requested to change his class to Ashura. Chu Fan nodded. There's no need to hide this. Chu Fan was simply curious as to why Vice Principal Tang had seen through all of this at a glance. Tang Xiaohu said, I can see that your proficiency in wave perception is quite high. You must have started practicing a long time ago. This is not something that can be done in a day or 2. Chu Fan suddenly realized. So that's how it is. How much do you know about Ashura? Tang Xiaohu's eyes turned serious. Vice Principal, I only learned about this profession by chance, and I don't know much about it, Chu Fan said honestly. Tang Xiaohu's eyes widened. Still calling me Vice Principal? Teacher. Chu Fan scratched his head. Tang Xiaohu nodded in satisfaction. Well, it's normal that you don't know about Ashura. After all, the official information on hidden classes is controlled, and it's hard to find them on the surface. Actually, even if my grandfather was an Ashura, I don't know much about this profession. All I know is, Tang Xiaohu said, that Ashura is very strong, extremely strong. My grandfather, a level 45 Dark Messenger, was invincible in his era. He once ventured alone into the depths of the 23rd alien realm and slew a high-level alien beast. He was a hero. At this point, Tang Xiaohu's face showed a look of reminiscence. Slaying a high-level alien beast single-handedly? Chu Fan was stunned for a moment. Mythical beasts are also classified into levels, from low to high, low level, mid-level, high level, and above that, divine beast level and enlightenment level. Low-level beasts, with strength comparable to professionals of levels 1 to 20. A mid-tier beast, its strength is comparable to that of a professional at levels 20 to 45. High-level beasts can only be fought against by professionals above level 45. However, the teacher's grandfather was able to kill a high-level beast single-handedly when he was level 45, which shows how strong he was. The Dark Messenger? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. Tang Xiaohu said in a deep voice, "That's right. After Ashura awakens, he is called the Dark Messenger. To live in darkness, to be accustomed to solitude. Perhaps it was because he had been lonely for too long. My grandfather, like other Ashuras in history, often talked nonsense and said that he heard talking in his sleep. In the end, he couldn't escape his fate either." Hearing this, Chu Fan's heart clenched. Destiny? Could it be that the teacher's grandfather also committed suicide? Tang Xiaohu suddenly looked at Chu Fan and said, "Chu Fan, I hope you can grant me a request." Chu Fan nodded. "Please speak, teacher. Help me find the secret of Ashura. I want to know why my grandfather died," Tang Xiaohu said in a deep voice. What exactly were those whispered murmurs he heard? Feeling Tang Xiaohu's burning gaze, Chu Fan's heart tightened inexplicably. This request was too much for him. "Teacher, I don't know when I'll follow in their footsteps," Chu Fan said with a wry smile. Tang Xiaohu remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "I'll do my best, and I'll do everything I can to help you become stronger. You probably don't have any Ashura skills, right?" Chu Fan shook his head. Tang Xiaohu took a USB drive out of the drawer and handed it to Chu Fan. "This is something I copied from my grandfather when I was a child, and I've kept it ever since." Looking at the USB drive, Chu Fan's breathing became rapid. "I'm giving this to you as a gift from your teacher." Chapter 44, A Great Harvest. "Teacher, this skill?" Chu Fan asked, suppressing his excitement. "I really want to learn Ashura's A-level offensive skills, but unfortunately, I'm not Ashura, so I can't learn them." Tang Xiaohu shrugged. "Rank A skill. Moreover, it's an offensive skill. That's exactly what he lacks most." Chu Fan's heart was completely adrift. "I can't wait to learn the skill." Seeing this, Tang Xiaohu smiled and said, "I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. There's something more important I called you here for." Chu Fan regained his composure and said, "Please speak, teacher." Tang Xiaohu tapped on the smart ring meter, and a light screen appeared out of thin air. "This is the national ranking of senior high school students. You are currently ranked 5,283rd. 5,283 people." Chu Fan was surprised. "This ranking is way too low." Tang Xiaohu nodded. "Can you sense the characters on it?" "Okay," Chu Fan said. Newcomer ranking. First, Chun Haoyu, a demon hunter from Beijing No. 1 High School, level 8, 50.3%. Second, Shanghai High School affiliated to Shanghai, Yasuo, the rogue swordsman, level 8, 42.6%. Third, Beijing Experimental Middle School, Monkey King, Pilgrim, level 8, 31.5%. Ninth, Shudo High School, Chun Xuening, Mage, level 8, 20.1%. After observing the whole process, Chu Fan had a general idea of what was going on. There are over 100 people who have reached level 8 on the ranking list. Most of them are students from Beijing or Shanghai. Moreover, he had seen all of these people on the job change list. Below level 8, several thousand people have reached level 7. "Are you feeling a lot of pressure?" Tang Xiaohu asked with a smile. Chu Fan shook his head. "There's no pressure. They come from better backgrounds and have received far more education and training than I have. It's normal for them to have a higher starting point than me. But starting high doesn't guarantee you'll go further." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohu smiled with satisfaction. "Haha, it's great that you think that way. I obtained this data from within the organization. It hasn't been released yet. The list will be officially released after level 10. And right now, what's most important to you is this ranking list." Chu Fan nodded. He had seen it on a professional forum before. The job change ranking reflects one's qualifications. The ranking list, on the other hand, reflects actual combat ability. Some students who rank high on the career change list will actually be surpassed by those who rank lower on the grade list. Generally speaking, qualifications and practical skills are positively correlated. However, there are exceptions. For example, Chun Xuening, who is currently ranked 9th on the ranking list, is a regular mage, whose aptitude is far inferior to those of the hidden classes. As for the role of the ranking list, it goes without saying. Chu Fan remembered that the student who ranked first on the ranking list last year was recruited early by the Capital Academy, one of the 12 top academies. At the current pace, Most newbies will reach level 10 in 3 days, and the level rankings will officially open, Tang Xiaohu continued. The ranking list lasts for a total of 1 month. My requirement for you is to be in the top 20 on the final list 1 month from now. Top 20? Chu Fan's expression was solemn. You can see some things on your first run into the dungeon. He just reached level 7. Those ranked higher on the leaderboard have already reached level 8, 50%, a significant difference. It will be very difficult to catch up with these people in the next month. After all, those people are not simple characters. At this moment, Tang Xiaohu laughed and said, feeling the pressure? Let me ask you first, when you see this ranking, have you noticed anything? Chu Fan said, most of the students at the top of the list are SSS level students. It is evident that those with higher aptitude will experience greater improvements in their four-dimensional attributes, giving them a significant advantage in the early stages of the upgrade process. Anything else? Tang Xiaohu nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask. Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, I'm very curious how Chun Xuening, who was ranked 9th, managed to climb up to that position. I don't remember her much. She should be ranked lower than me on the job change list, but she climbed to 9th on the level list, far above me. What do you think the reason might be? Tang Xiaohu asked, squinting his eyes. I think her profession is related to her profession, Chu Fan said. Tang Xiaohu was even more pleased. You have a strong ability to observe, and you are very meticulous. That's right, Chun Xuening is a mage with an S-rank aptitude. The mage class has area of effect damage skills, which makes it more efficient at killing monsters and leveling up faster. While other classes can kill 1 beast in the same amount of time, a mage can kill 5 beasts together, so you can imagine how efficient they are. Of course, in addition to that, the leveling speed also depends on the number and configuration of the team, as well as the difficulty of entering the dungeon. For example, the dark forest that Yangqing students entered this time is less difficult than the Lava Land and Misty Town, which are beginner dungeons for students from other big cities. Even among beginner dungeons, there are differences in difficulty. The stronger the beasts in the dungeon, the more spiritual energy you will gain after defeating them, and the faster you will level up. Chu Fan knew that Tang Xiaohu was teaching him, and he silently kept these words in mind. Tang Xiaohu nodded. So you know what to do after entering the dungeon, right? Coincidentally, the Ashura skill I gave you is an area of effect damage skill. The student understands. Chu Fan nodded. Tang Xiaohu said, by the way, you ranked 58th on the job change list this time, bringing honor to Yangqing. The Ministry of Education issued a reward. The principals of other schools also believe that you are the hope of Yangqing. They know that your family is not well off and volunteer to sponsor you. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was taken aback. Are all school principals this considerate? Plus the reward from our school. A total of 5 million Chinese yuan, a level 10 wearable rare set, and a spatial ring. And, never mind, I'm trying to get that thing. I'll let you know when I get it. A spatial ring? Chu Fan's attention was completely drawn in. The ring was created by an alchemist using a spatial beast, and it has its own internal space. Even the smallest space ring on the market starts at 10 million. This reward is too good to be true. Tang Xiaohu smiled broadly. Ho Chang from the Ministry of Education is too stingy. He only planned to reward the smallest space ring. Only after my repeated persuasion did he reward a space ring containing 10 square meters of space. Give. As he spoke, Tang Xiaohu waved his hand, and a ring flew towards Chu Fan. Looking at the ring in his hand, Chu Fan was secretly delighted. They made a fortune this time. Not only did they obtain the spatial ring, but they also gained the skills of the Ashura. In comparison, the 5 million and level 10 rare set seems rather shabby. Thank you, teacher. Chu Fan stood up and bowed slightly. Tang Xiao nodded. What are your plans next? I'd like to hear the teacher's advice, Chu Fan said. Tang Xiao laughed and said, my suggestion is to go straight into the Lava Land dungeon and compete with those geniuses. It will only benefit you and not harm you. Okay, I'll do as you say. I have one more chance to enter the instance today. Shall I go directly to the Lava Land? Chu Fan asked. Even if Tang Xiaohu hadn't said anything, he still planned to enter a more difficult instance. Lava Land. The flame serpent is stronger than the shadow beast. You will gain more spiritual energy after killing it. You can level up faster that way. Tang Xiaohu shook his head. No rush. If you go to the Lava Land now, your level will be lower than those people, which will put you at a disadvantage. Continue into the dark forest. Starting tomorrow, you will enter the Lava Lands. Remember, try to be patient. Those students are different from those in Yangqing. They are all arrogant and strong. Once inside, don't try to steal spiritual energy like before. Safety first. Chu Fan nodded heavily. Chapter 45. This was a good deal. This time, your act of self-defense in the beginner dungeon. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's throat tightened. Tang Xiaohu said, "Don't worry. The head of the Yangqing branch of the Divine Hall has already informed me that the other party made the first move, so you didn't violate the rules." Very good. Chu Fan felt a weight lifted from his heart. Afterwards, Chu Fan asked Tang Xiaohu some questions about Ashura. Tang Xiaohu's expression turned serious. I was young at that time, and I don't remember much else. I only know that my grandfather was Ashura, one of the strongest people in Jiangnan province. After my grandfather passed away, I overheard my parents saying that he started having problems after he became aware of himself. Before he awakened, he would occasionally hear mutterings, but at least he seemed like a normal person. This situation only became more and more serious after I became a dark messenger. He would even often talk to himself at night, saying things like, "Ada." Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of emotions. "Adasgar?" he asked tentatively. "Yes, it's Adas." Tang Xiaohu suddenly looked at Chu Fan. "How did you know?" Chu Fan took a deep breath. "Teacher, I've heard that phrase before." Tang Xiaohu hurriedly asked, "When did this happen?" "Just a month or two ago." He didn't intentionally try to deceive Tang Xiaohu. The square we went to was just too eerie. Hundreds of three-eyed creatures, and an unknown entity trapped in the center by a colossal chain. Releasing just one of them would cause chaos in Yangqing. He didn't know whether he should say it or not, so he decided not to. "A month or two ago, before you changed jobs, you started hearing the talking?" Tang Xiaohu frowned, took out a notebook, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and began to write and draw on it. Soon, Tang Xiaohu stopped writing and looked at Chu Fan. "If I hear the babbling again, tell me immediately. I will also have experts decipher its meaning." "Good heavens, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even remember what comes after Ada. There's been a breakthrough. We have the complete words. Perhaps those experts can decipher it." Tang Xiaohu's face was filled with anticipation. "Teacher," Chu Fan suddenly spoke. Besides Adasgar, I heard another word," Chu Fan said in a deep voice. "What? Another word?" Tang Xiaohu suddenly stood up from his seat. "Wooden tiles," Chu Fan said thoughtfully. "Yes, that's it, wooden tiles." Adasgar Moa. Back in the lobby, after confirming with Luo Ning that everyone could enter the instance before 6 p.m., Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha left the school again. He was eager to become stronger. The teacher heard the same word as he heard the teacher. In other words, perhaps all the Ashuras heard this sentence. What does this mean exactly? Too weak. Chu Fan clenched his fist. To escape the fate of Ashura, one must constantly grow stronger in order to glimpse a chance for survival. "Brother Fan, aren't we going to the dungeon?" Jiang Chuha asked as she drove. "No rush, there are more important things to do." Before going to the dungeon again, he planned to learn some skills first. Leveling up can wait, but you must learn the skills first. "What does Vice Principal Tang want with you?" Jiang Chuha asked. "Let me become his student," Chu Fan said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuha was slightly taken aback. "He tutored you privately?" I never expected that even a smiling tiger would appreciate talent." Jiang Chuha smiled and said, "Brother Fan, don't underestimate a smiling tiger. He's not simple. His grandfather used to be the deputy governor of Jiangnan province, and his parents are now also in official positions in the province. It is said that he came to Yangqing to prove to his parents that he, Tang Xiaohu, could achieve great things even without them." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan looked surprised. "There's actually such a saying." "How did you know?" Chu Fan asked. My dad told me." Jiang Chuha seemed to realize she had said the wrong thing and stuck out her tongue. Soon, their one stopped again at Yangqing Martial Arts School. On the other side, after Chu Fan left, Tang Xiaohu sat in his seat, looking thoughtful. Soon, he said to the smart ring meter, "Call Ho Chong." Swish. Ho Chong, wearing a white lab coat, appeared on the screen. "Old Tang, what's up?" Ho Chong asked with a smile. "Have you managed to talk things out with Chu Fan?" "I told you, he's going to the Lava Lands tomorrow. Remember to apply for 2 spots. That kid will definitely bring Jiang Chuha with him," Tang Xiaohu said with a smile. Hee, that kid Chu Fan is really something, managing to woo that guy's daughter. "I'm impressed, truly impressed," Ho Chong joked. Tang Xiaohu waved his hand. "Stop talking nonsense and get down to business. You're being unfair. Chu Fan is ranked 58th nationwide on this year's job change list. Why don't you just call and congratulate him?" "Do I have to call you first?" "Haha," Ho Chong laughed. "I've just been a bit busy and haven't had time to deal with this yet." "I'm just asking you, isn't Chu Fan ranked 58th on the job change list?" Tang Xiaohu asked. "Yes. It's been so many years since anyone from Yangqing has made it into the top 100. Hasn't Chu Fan brought glory to Yangqing?" "Yes." Ho Chang's expression began to turn unnatural. What exactly are you trying to say? Tang Xiaohu's lips widened, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Shouldn't the Ministry of Education reward Chu Fan? Damn it. After all that beating around the bush, you just wanted a reward from me. Ho Chang said irritably. Aren't the subsidies from other school principals enough? Not enough. Tang Xiaohu shook his head. Yangqing has been unable to hold its head high in the country for many years. This year, Chu Fan made Yangqing hold its head high, and it's only worth 3 million and a set of level 10 rare equipment. What do you want? Ho Chang asked in a deep voice. Tang Xiaohu pursed his lips. A 10 square meter spatial ring, plus a source crystal. Ho Chang, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of water. Damn, such a big mouth. Old Ho, broaden your horizons. Chu Fan was able to make Yangqing stand out on the job change ranking, so why can't he make Yangqing stand out on the upgrade ranking again? Tang Xiaohu said with a smile. The college entrance exam is still to come. You have to be willing to invest in order to reap rewards. I don't need to teach you that, do I? Ho Chang swallowed hard. That makes sense, but, how could our Yangqing Ministry of Education possibly have source crystals? Old Tang, although Chu Fan. I guarantee that Chu Fan can enter the top 100 of the upgrade rankings, and it's even possible that he can reach the top 50, Tang Xiaohu suddenly said. Ho Chang, standing on the light screen, paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. All right, a 10 square meter space ring, plus a source crystal. You'd better guarantee he makes it into the top 100, otherwise. I want to see these things tomorrow, Tang Xiaohu said, and then hung up the call. In the office, Tang Xiaohu chuckled. Still trying to fool me by saying I don't have source crystals? Do you think I wouldn't know what resources the education headquarters has allocated to you? Thank goodness. If Ho Chang hadn't agreed, I would have had to give Chu Fan a spatial ring myself, saving nearly 20 million. This is a good deal, this is a good deal. Tang Xiaohu smiled, his eyes gradually narrowing into slits. Chapter 46, Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash. The Ministry of Education in Yangqing is housed in a massive building that resembles a fortress. Ho Chang sat in his office while Cheng Feng organized documents. Damn it, does our Yangqing Ministry of Education have any secrets left? Ho Chang cursed angrily. Cheng Feng smiled and reminded him. Minister, Tang Xiaohu's father is your superior, so there's really no secret about him. Humph. Ho Chang snorted coldly. Go prepare a portion of source crystals and send it to him. Minister, is Chu Fan really worth investing in? This source crystal is intended as a reward for the top scorer in Yangqing's college entrance examination, Cheng Feng asked. As expected, Chu Fan is the undisputed champion of Yangqing. We're just bringing forward the reward. I got tricked by that bastard Tang Xiaohu again. He was going to reward Chu Fan with money and medicine, but he ended up giving away an extra spatial ring and a source crystal instead. Ho Chang gave a wry smile. They don't seem to care much about these rewards. He looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire city of Yang. I hope Chu Fan won't let me down. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha entered the martial arts hall. The female manager took the initiative to come forward and asked Chu Fan to take out his VIP card. Swish. I swiped it symbolically. The female manager said, Gentlemen, my name is Du Yan, and I am the manager of Yangqing Martial Arts School, responsible for reception work. VIP cardholders can enjoy all the services on the first floor of the martial arts school for free. Follow me. Chu Fan was stunned. Free? This female manager helped them cut in line last time. This time, it's completely free. It's worth noting that spending money at a martial arts gym usually starts at tens of thousands of yuan. If you stay there for a day, without going into the training room, and only eat at the buffet and exercise, it will cost at least 100,000. Just for making it onto the job change leaderboard, this kind of treatment? Chu Fan couldn't help but feel suspicious, and touched his face. Could it be that Dian has taken a liking to him? Beside her, Jiang Chuha frowned slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Soon, the two were taken to the training room. Those in the waiting area, seeing that it was the same two people cutting in line again, began to whisper among themselves. Look, that girl is the student who made it onto the job change list. I'm so envious. I'm really envious. Once you're on the job change leaderboard, you can jump the queue and save so much time. Humph, that blind man got a huge advantage by following along. I've discovered a great opportunity. If I ask a friend who's on the job change leaderboard to bring us over, we can just cut in line like that blind guy, right? Yes, haha. My brother made it onto this year's job change list. I'll call him over right away and have him help me cut in line. Inside the cultivation room, Chu Fan took out the USB drive. Hello, Xiaoming has detected that you want to learn a skill. Would you like to activate the protective device? Xiaoming's voice came through. Activate. Chu Fan said. A layer of light quickly appeared on the walls around the training room. We have activated the protective devices for you, strengthened the training room, and blocked outside prying eyes. Please feel free to learn the skills, Xiaoming said. Chu Fan clicked his tongue in amazement. The service was indeed very attentive. He quickly pointed the USB drive forward. The light screen flickered out. Skill, Sword Shadow Flowing Light / Ashura. Skill Level A. Skill Details. Unleashes a series of flowing sword energies in a 100-meter radius in front of the user, causing widespread damage. Attack Power, 294.8, Panel Attack, plus 105, Strength, 10. Note, Sword Shadow Flowing Light / consumes a large amount of mental energy. Please use it with caution. Looking at the skill description, Chu Fan was shocked. How do you determine if a skill is strong or not? Look at the multiplier of the value. Keep in mind that Jiang Chua's instant kick only has a strength rating of 3.5, yet she can kill a shadow beast with a single kick. And the power value of this Sword Shadow Flowing Light / is actually 10 times that of the power, as expected of an A-level skill for a hidden profession. So strong. Chu Fan licked his lips. Soon, the light screen displaying the skill descriptions slowly disappeared. A golden figure appeared and stood in the air. My name is Jin Kuan, a level 42 Dark Messenger. Today is June 7th, 2083. I am recording this. The golden figure suddenly began to speak. Chu Fan was not surprised by this. The so-called skills are videos that the seniors record in advance, which are then stored using technological means to teach the juniors. To his surprise, the senior Jin Kuan who left the image was actually a level 42 Dark Messenger. It can be said to be extremely strong. Pity. Perhaps even senior Jin Kuan couldn't escape the fate of Ashura. This is my self-created A-rank skill, Sword Shadow Flowing Light / Junior, watch closely. As he spoke, a lightsaber suddenly appeared in Jin Kuan's hand, and he swiftly swung it forward. Streams of sword energy transformed into streaks of light and shot out with astonishing power. Chu Fan held his breath, watching Jin Kuan's movements, not missing a single detail. Jin Kuan performed the technique 3 times in a row before stopping. Junior, remember this. Feel the darkness, get used to the darkness. Ultimately, it became darkness. After saying that, he turned into specks of light and disappeared. Feel the darkness, get used to the darkness? Chu Fan murmured. Could this senior be reminding me of something? Shaking his head to stop thinking about it, Chu Fan took out the initial sword and silently sensed the surrounding fluctuations. Suddenly, a sword was swung out. Call out. The sword energy transformed into a streak of light, shooting rapidly forward and striking the protective light shield with a loud bang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chu Fan didn't stop. His hand's speed increased, and the initial sword was transformed into a blur of sword shadows in his hands. The entire training room was filled with sword energy. Jiang Chua, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. Wow, so amazing. After unleashing 20 streams of sword energy in succession, Chu Fan stood there panting heavily. My mental strength is still too weak, Chu Fan thought to himself. However, the Sword Shadow Flowing Light / truly lives up to its A-level skill status. Whether it's speed or attack power, it far surpasses the sword energy I casually unleash, and it's also an area of effect skill. Chu Fan's lips curled up in a smile. With this A-level skill, he was confident that he could catch up and surpass others on the upgrade leaderboard. After resting for a while, Chu Fan continued to wield his sword, only stopping when he had completely exhausted his mental energy. His face was deathly pale. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. Jiang Chua took the nutritious meal from the robot, handed it to Chu Fan, and sat down next to him to wipe his sweat. Looking at Chu Fan's resolute profile, Jiang Chua felt a pang of heartache. Isn't it necessary to push yourself so hard? Chu Fan said, we must fight. If we don't fight now, we won't have the chance to fight later. Jiang Chua nodded blankly, then silently walked to the side and kicked and punched repeatedly. Cultivation. Repeatedly using a skill to improve its proficiency is also a form of training. A third eye slowly appeared on Chu Fan's forehead. He looked at Jiang Chua, who was silently practicing instant kick and straight punch, and nodded with a smile. After eating the specially prepared nutritional meal by the Martial Alliance, his mental strength quickly recovered. Chu Fan stood up again and began practicing the Sword Shadow Flowing Light / Skill proficiency is visibly increasing. Chu Fan became increasingly willful. At the same time, his mental strength, which had been stagnant, finally made a breakthrough. Chapter 47. Not one will be spared. My mental energy is depleted. Time for a nutritious meal. Continue your practice. Exhausted again, he ate a nutritious meal and continued his cultivation. And so it goes. An hour and a half later, Chu Fan put away his initial sword. His clothes were soaked with sweat. The ground was also covered in water stains. The career panel appeared before his eyes. Name, stranger. Age, 18. Occupation, Ashura. Qualifications, S. Grade, 7, 0.1%. Strength, 85 plus, 20. Intelligence, 85 plus, 20. Agility, 85 plus, 20. Endurance, 85 plus, 20. Mental strength, 6. Attack power, 268 plus, 26.8. Source power, 1%. Looking at his attributes, Chu Fan felt a surge of joy. The effort was not in vain. Especially my mental strength, it has finally improved. Previously, his mental strength was only 5, but now it is 6. Although it only increased by 1 point, it's still a good thing. This demonstrates that the method is feasible. Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash has also been upgraded to Tier 1, Level 2. To improve my mental strength, there are 2 ways. One is to constantly push myself to the limit like this, Chu Fan thought to himself, and the other is to buy potions. While thinking, Chu Fan made a quick decision to use all the money he had to buy potions to enhance his mental strength. As for equipment, his current initial set of equipment is sufficient for him up to level 10. After reaching level 10, I will temporarily use the level 10 rare set given by the teacher. Skill. The skills of hidden professions cannot be bought with money. Haha. With a clear goal in mind, Chu Fan laughed heartily. At this moment, Jiang Chuha also stopped cultivating, her body drenched in sweat. Brother Fan, my skill proficiency has improved. Instant kick level 1 is 93%, punch level 1 is 56%, and hook punch level 2 is 8%. Jiang Chuha said while wiping his sweat. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was slightly surprised. Is the hook punch already at level 2? 8%? Not bad, you've worked hard enough. Chu Fan smiled. Get ready, tomorrow we'll go to the Lava Land dungeon. Ah, okay. Jiang Chuha looked surprised, but quickly nodded obediently. She didn't ask any more questions. Wherever Chu Fan goes, she plans to go too. Where isn't there an upgrade? Let's go back to school, Chu Fan said. At this moment, the hall of Yangqing Martial Arts School was in an uproar. It was all because someone brought a relative who had made it onto the job change list and was making a fuss about cutting in line to enter the training room. Faced with this scene, Du Yin broke out in a cold sweat. Cousin, I saw someone cut in line with my own eyes, and everyone can testify to that. A man in his 20s said to the lean young man next to him. If Chu Fan were here, he would recognize at a glance that the lean man was Li Mo, who had given him 2 million. Li Mo looked at Du Yin, clasped his hands in a fist, and said, Manager Du, has the Martial Alliance really issued this regulation? I am not very talented, but I have also made it onto this year's job change list. Am I entitled to this right? As soon as he finished speaking, a man and a woman stepped forward. We are also on the job change list. This is our identification. The Martial Alliance should be able to verify its authenticity. Du Yin swallowed hard and quickly considered a solution. She never expected that her careless words would cause such a mess. If not handled properly, it will have a significant impact on the Martial Alliance. At this moment, the door to a cultivation room opened, and Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha walked out. All eyes turned to them. A room is available. Damn it, it was those 2 who cut in line. Call them over for a standoff. Yes, that girl made it onto the job change list, and that blind guy was obviously just tagging along. They can cut in line, so why can't my brother? Cousin, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can confront those 2 face to face. Limo's cousin looked at him and said anxiously. However, at this moment, Liamo stood there dumbfounded. Holy crap. What's wrong, cousin? Liamo gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran away. Hey, cousin, why are you running? Don't tell anyone I know you. Liamo shouted as he turned around. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? The other 2 professionals also changed their expressions drastically. The black and white duo. What are the black and white duo? Asked a relative of the 2. The girl looked at her cousin and said with a wry smile, that boy with the cloth wrapped around his eyes is the #1 in Yangqing on this year's job change ranking. Just because he can cut in line doesn't mean we can. Sorry. After saying that, she left. The male professional glared angrily at his relative, then turned and ran away. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if petrified. It took him a long time to come to his senses. Yangqing's #1? That blind man. Holy shit. Du Yan's eyes darted around, and a professional smile appeared on her face. That's right, he is the #1 in Yangqing on the job change ranking. So, What's wrong with letting him cut in line? Everyone has misunderstood. It was because he was able to cut in line, not because of that girl. Everyone lowered their heads, and the scene fell silent. No one raised any further questions. Duyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This matter should be able to be covered up. Chu Fan's ears twitched slightly, and he shook his head with a smile. Amidst admiring, envious, and astonished gazes, he and Jiang Chuha left together. In China, only two factions have the authority to enter the instance: the temple and the government. The authorities have delegated authority to the individual schools. Chu Fan can only enter the instance through the school. The two returned to the lobby of the school's elite building. Tang Xiaohu was already waiting. Upon seeing Chu Fan, Tang Xiaohu glanced at the empty hall and sighed. In the entire school, only the two of you are willing to run the dungeon again. Boss, this is normal. After all, they're just kids. Their mental fortitude is not much better than Chu Fan's. They will be able to enter the dungeon more often after they have adapted over time. Tang Xiaohu nodded and said no more. Let's begin. Luo Ning nodded and pressed a button on the smart ring, and a black portal slowly appeared. Go ahead, and remember the key points for upgrading, Tang Xiaohu reminded him. Thank you, teacher. After saying that, Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha walked hand in hand into the teleportation array. A familiar chill and dampness washed over me. They entered the dark forest once more. Brother Fan, shall we go and kill the Lord directly? I want to see if I can kill it with one punch right now. Jiang Chuha clenched her fist, eager to try. Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. This tiger girl. No rush, let's kill the smaller monsters first, Chu Fan said. Oh, where to start killing? Where to start? Chu Fan laughed. This time, kill them all, leave no one alive. Two figures dashed through the dark, gloomy forest at an incredible speed. Roar, roar, roar. Behind them, more than a dozen shadow beasts with their huge mouths open chased after Chu Fan and Jiang Chua while letting out angry roars. Roar. Along the way, new shadow beasts discovered them and joined the pursuit. Soon, the number of shadow beasts behind them had accumulated to more than 20. All of them are level 1 or 2. Rumble. The shadow beasts pursued simultaneously, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Brother Fan, what are we doing? Jiang Chuha asked as she ran. Chu Fan's lips curled into a smile. Lure the monster. Chapter 48. Who is the number 1 in Yanqing? The dark forest is silent and gloomy. From time to time, chirping sounds could be heard from the tall jungle. An 18-year-old girl was carefully walking along the path, holding a phone stand. She kept glancing left and right, looking nervous. Phew. Arriving at an open area, she took a deep breath, looked at her phone, and pouted cutely. Family members, Xiaoying has really gone all out this time, coming here to do a live stream for you. Seeing that Xiaoying is taking such a big risk, please follow her and I'll send you some free gifts. She is live streaming. The phone screen displays 100,000 plus views. The barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave. Sakura secretly felt smug. It seems that attracting attention is indeed the key to boosting popularity. Which instance is this? It looks kind of scary. Xiaoying is from Yanqing, so this must be the dark forest that Yanqing students entered, right? Haha, Sakura's cautious look is so cute. I love it. Sakura, there's a strange beast on your head. Sakura suddenly saw this comment and screamed in fright. She pulled a gun from her waist and pointed it at the top of her head. Only a faint moonlight shone down from above. Sakura looked at the screen, patting her chest in shock. Damn, don't scare me like that, okay? This is no joke. Haha, you scared Sakura so much she peed her pants. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm willing to help Sakura clean up the mess. What kind of lewd words are these? I can't stand you old perverts. Get out of my way, let me handle this. Sakura coughed and said, cough cough, scared? I've already been here once today, why would I be scared? She brandished the pistol a few times. I'm a genuine level 4 professional, a sharpshooter. Do you think I'm joking with you guys? The barrage of comments exploded. Alright, we know you're a professional now. Can you kill a monster and show us? Yeah, it fulfills the dreams of those of us who failed to change jobs. Sakura looked at the comments and nodded, saying, okay, I'll kill a monster for you guys to see. But first, let's make it clear, don't send any more startling comments. She plans to kill a level 1 shadow beast to boost her popularity. Sakura approached the jungle, where the shadow beasts love to hide. Soon after, a rustling sound came from inside. Sakura's gaze sharpened slightly as she raised her pistol and aimed in the direction of the sound. Chirp, a shadow beast, its entire body pitch black, suddenly leaped out and pounced on Sakura. Bang! The bullet was fired and went straight through the shadow beast's head. Sakura blew on the gun barrel, looked at the screen, and laughed. Beasts, nothing special. Whoosh. The barrage of comments exploded. Wow, that's amazing. That's a monster? Holy crap, that's disgusting. Sakura is amazing. She killed a monster with one shot. She should be ranked among the top students in Yangcheng, right? Xiaoying raised her head, revealing 2 tiger teeth. So. There are many outstanding students in Yangcheng. I still need to work harder. In this world, everyone wants to be a professional, but not everyone can become a professional. Those who failed to change jobs could only make up for their regrets by watching live streams. Meanwhile, professionals also watch live streams online to learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. Xiaoying's live stream attracted many ordinary people and professionals. The number of viewers in the live stream is increasing. It quickly reached 300,000. People started sending gifts, and special effects filled the screen. Thank you, Brother Lonely Heart, for the 10 spaceships. Sakura beamed with joy. The 10 spaceships are worth 50,000, and she can get half of them. That's enough to buy a clearing pill. At this moment, the guy who sent the gift sent a comment. Is this the Dark Forest dungeon? Sakura nodded. Oh, this dungeon is a bit too weak. We've entered the Lava Land dungeon, where the flame serpents are much stronger than the shadow beasts. When this comment appeared, the other viewers in the live stream were stunned for a moment. Wow, this guy sounds like a big shot. I noticed there were many shortcomings in your shooting. Let's add each other on WeChat. You can ask me about training if you don't understand anything. I've sent you a private message. Sakura was stunned for a moment. Add her on WeChat, and she's another big shot who even sent her gifts. Next, are we going to meet? And then? Thinking of this, Sakura shuddered and said weakly, Brother Gushin, thank you for the gift, but Sakura doesn't add people on private WeChat. It's nothing, Guexian sent a comment. You must be a professional from a small city, right? I'm from Yangcheng. No wonder. What was your highest level after completing this beginner dungeon? Guexian asked. Sakura shook her head. I don't know. I quit the dungeon after reaching level 4. The screen was filled with haha comments. Guexian continued. I come from Beijing Experimental High School, and I'm currently in grade 7. If I were in your school, I would be the undisputed number 1. It's a rare opportunity to have a professional who's even stronger than the best in Yangcheng want to be your friend. Xiaoying pouted, somewhat unconvinced. Brother Gushin, although Yangcheng is a small city, it's not as weak as you say. Guexian sent a comment. Shrug, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. To be honest, if I came to your city, the number 1 person there would have to kneel down and call me Big Brother. Viewers in the live stream echoed this sentiment. Yes, Sakura, since the powerful Lone Heart is willing to be your friend, you should just go along with him. Haha, the number 1 in Yangcheng is nothing compared to those big cities. Do you really think you're that strong? Sakura kept a cold face and didn't reply. She's from Yangcheng, and these people look down on professionals from Yangcheng, including her. At this moment, she suddenly tensed up and quickly turned around. 5 shadow beasts stood in the distance, staring fiercely at her. 5 level 2 heads. Sakura's face turned deathly pale with fright. Let her fight one-on-one. She's fine against a level 1 shadow beast. 5 level 2 heads. Are you kidding me? What should I do? I can't beat them. Sakura said with a mournful face. Lonely Heart sent a comment. Hey, you're only level 4 and you're all alone. There's nothing you can do unless a strong man from Yangcheng comes to save you. Guexian even put the word stronger in quotation marks. The meaning is obvious. How could a small place like Yangcheng possibly have any strong individuals? Sakura glanced at the comments and almost cried. Is his live streaming career, which was just starting to take off, going to be ruined here? She comes from an ordinary family and originally planned to earn more money through live streaming to buy a set of equipment. It's about to end before it even started. At this moment, a dark shadow flashed by. The heads of the 5 shadow beasts seemed to have been tapped by a dark shadow. They turned their heads to look, bared their teeth, and then angrily charged into the distance. They ran away? Sakura asked, puzzled. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Sakura looked into the distance, her pupils suddenly contracting. Over there, a dense army of shadow beasts is chasing 2 humans. Chapter 49 1 against 1,000. All the audience members witnessed that scene and gasped in shock. A group of strange beasts are chasing 2 people? Holy crap, did those 2 intrude on the monster's lair? With so many shadow beasts, those 2 are doomed. Sakura, hurry and follow them to see. Sakura's eyes sparkled. She clearly felt a dark shadow knock on the 5 shadow beasts. Then the 5 shadow beasts abandoned her and ran off to chase after the 2 humans. Who is that dark figure? Is it on purpose? Sakura followed the beast horde at a distance, walking forward. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha raced through the dark forest. No corner is overlooked. Upon seeing a shadow beast, knock it down and run away. Unbeknownst to them, the army of shadow beasts behind them had grown to over 1,000. So many. Even Jiang Chuha was a little alarmed. Sakura held up the camera and followed at a distance. Viewers in the live stream went wild when they saw thousands of shadow beasts. There are more and more of them. It's terrifying. Why are they running around everywhere? Holy crap, it seems like they're deliberately luring those shadow beasts to chase them. What kind of operation is this? Someone asked Guxian, but Guxian seemed to have gone offline and didn't say anything more. Arrive. Looking at the towering mountain in front of him, Chu Fan slammed on the brakes, stopped, and gasped for breath. He had lured all the shadow beasts in the dark forest together, and he was exhausted. However, the fatigue is only physical and related to endurance. His skills rely on mental strength. The two are unrelated. Jiang Chuha stood beside Chu Fan, her pretty face turning deathly pale as she watched the shadow beasts surging towards them like a tidal wave. There must be at least 2,000 of them. Jiang Chuha exclaimed in alarm. Even if I kick them one by one, I still can't finish them off. Chu Fan smiled and said, "Step back." He took the initial sword from his waist and turned to look at the terrifying and ferocious shadow beast horde. "Brother Fan, you're going to use?" Jiang Chuha asked excitedly. "Step back, be careful." Chu Fan nodded. Jiang Chuha obediently stepped back, looking at Chu Fan's retreating figure. So handsome. Roar, roar, roar. A massive horde of shadowy beasts surged towards Chu Fan like madmen. Many shadow beasts trampled over the bodies of their own kind and charged toward Chu Fan. Chu Fan grinned. Shadow beasts don't have much intelligence and are too chaotic. This formation is perfect for my attack range. Holding his longsword, he took a deep breath and said, "Sword shadow flowing light slash." In an instant, streaks of sword energy shot out. Wherever it passed, whether level 1 or level 5 shadow beasts, they were all cut in half and then turned to ashes. Jiang Chuha was completely stunned. Although I knew Chu Fan was going to use this skill, but seeing it up close, it was still incredibly impressive. Other students, when facing beasts of the same level, need several people to work together to defeat them. Chu Fan, however, faced nearly 2,000 strange beasts all by himself. He single-handedly slew the horde of beasts. He's still a newcomer. Watching Chu Fan's retreating figure, Jiang Chua's heart trembled. In the distance, Sakura covered her mouth, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He's going to kill over 1,000 shadow beasts all by himself. Viewers also witnessed this scene through Xiaoying's live stream. On the screen, a frail human boy stood rooted to the spot, facing the massive horde of shadow beasts, like an ant facing an elephant. However, the human boy remained fearless in the face of danger, and the horde of strange beasts fell one after another under his sword. Just like a superhero in a movie. I never expected that he actually planned to gather these shadow beasts together and fight 1,000 against one. This is unbelievable. I thought he had disturbed the monster's lair, and that's why he was being chased by them. It turns out he did it all on purpose. That's amazing. I've watched so many videos of newbies killing monsters, but this is the first time I've seen a newbie do something like that. They're incredibly strong. Could he not be a newcomer? Impossible. These beginner dungeons are useless to high-level professionals. Why would they be so bored as to go to the dark forest? So, this person is also a freshman in Yanqing this year? No way. Isn't it said that small cities like Yanqing can't produce strong people? This person looks like the strongest kind of strong person. What happened to that big shot from earlier? What do you think? What happened to that big shot from earlier? What do you think? What happened to that big shot from earlier? What do you think? Netizens flooded the screen with comments. But Guxian never reappeared. Stop shouting. He's probably too embarrassed to come out. Ha ha ha. Just 1 minute you're saying that a small city like Yanqing can't produce strong people, and the next minute a strong person from Yanqing is facing thousands of strange beasts all by himself. It's not an exaggeration to say that even professionals from big cities wouldn't dare to do that. Sakura, who is he? Someone sent a comment asking this question. Sakura took a deep breath and said, I don't know either. She was equally shocked. Is this even human? As a fellow newbie professional, she was helpless against 5 level 2 shadow beasts. But that boy was able to face thousands of shadow beasts all by himself. Many of them are level 3 to 5. How is that possible? How could there be such a big difference? Fortunately, it proved that person named Lonely Heart wrong. Sakura smiled, a hint of pride on her face. It's as if she were the one facing thousands of shadow beasts. Chu Fan continuously unleashed the sword shadow flowing light slash. The flowing sword energy formed a net of swords, enveloping the shadow beast horde. Wherever the sword net passes, not a single shadow beast can survive. Those ferocious and bloodthirsty shadow beasts couldn't even get close to Chu Fan. Blue spiritual crystals were scattered all over the ground. Not long after, as the last shadow beast turned to ashes, Chu Fan planted his long sword in the ground to support his body. The sword shadow flowing light / consumes too much mental energy, Chu Fan said. Chu He, absorb the spiritual crystal. Beside her, Jiang Chuha stared blankly at Chu Fan, without moving. What's wrong? Chu Fan asked. Oh, nothing, I just think you're so handsome. Jiang Chuha said weakly. There are nearly 2,000 shadow beasts. Even the top 10 students on the job change list can't do what you do. Chu Fan laughed and said, every profession has its own advantages. How can someone who can be in the top 10 of the job change ranking be weak? Chu He, let's just focus on doing our best, get stronger, and then surpass them. Jiang Chuha nodded emphatically. The two came to the front and looked at the spiritual crystals scattered all over the ground. So many. Jiang Chuha was stunned for a moment. Absorb it, Chu Fan said with a smile. Absorb the lower-level spiritual energy first, then absorb the higher-level spiritual energy. This allows for maximum absorption. As for the levels of spirituality, they are easy to distinguish. The lower the level of the beast, the less spiritual energy it drops. Conversely, the larger the value, the greater the potential value. The two quickly categorized the thousands of spiritual items according to their levels. Strands of blue light entered their bodies. Suddenly, a familiar feeling washed over my entire body. It's been upgraded, Chu Fan said with a smile. Not long after, he was stunned again. A familiar feeling spread throughout my body again. It's upgraded again? Chu Fan asked in surprise. He quickly opened the career panel. The number 9 was clearly written after the grade. Level 9. Meanwhile, the upgrade process has not stopped. Level 9, 10%. Level 9, 11.2%. Level 9, 12.5%. Chapter 50. Did he kill all the shadow beasts by himself? After absorbing nearly 2,000 spiritual crystals, Chu Fan's final level remained at level 9, 28%. Even he himself found it hard to believe. He was promoted 2 ranks. This level is already ranked first on the internal list that Tang Xiaohu showed him, surpassing the exorcist Chen Haoyu by a whole level. But Chu Fan knew very well. He is improving, and others are improving at the same time. I wonder if I can make it into the top 100, Chu Fan murmured. Jiang Chuha also leveled up to level 9, her pretty face full of excitement. Brother Fan, she shook Chu Fan's arm. I'm going to follow you from now on. You can't refuse. No problem, I'll take you. Chu Fan playfully pinched Jiang Chuha's nose. After clearing out all the shadow beasts, the two entered the dark nest and, without hesitation, went straight into the beast-trapping barrier. Awu, the shadow beast lord, had just let out an angry roar and rushed out of the barrier when it was instantly killed by Jiang Chuha with a single kick. Even against Jiang Chuha, who is at level 9, it could only be instantly killed. Soon, Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha absorbed the lord's spiritual essence. Grade 9, 31.2%. Strength 105 plus 20. Intelligence 100 plus 10. Agility 105 plus 20. Endurance 105 plus 20. Mental strength 6. Attack power 297.5 plus 29.8. Source power 2%. Chu Fan shook his head secretly. Source power increased by 1%. However, being a level 6 lord only gave him a 3% level increase. I have to go to the lava lands, Chu Fan thought to himself. He then glanced at the surrounding walls with a hint of regret. What's wrong? Jiang Chuha asked like a curious child. Chu Fan smiled wryly. I thought that when the dungeon is reset, the environment around the lord will also be reset. I was overthinking it. Jiang Chuha immediately understood. It seems Chu Fan is planning to exploit a bug here. If the surrounding environment also resets, you can enter the dark nest twice a day and harvest moon sand twice a day. Wouldn't that earn you millions a day? This is a scheme. Jiang Chuha rolled her eyes. It seems that those big shots have captured another shadow beast lord and dumped it here, and they've also fixed up the inside of the collapsed mountain. The only thing they didn't do was refill the moonstone. So stingy. Chu Fan complained and walked into the teleportation array with Jiang Chuha, returning to Yangqing No. 1 Middle School. At the same time, the Ministry of Education headquarters in Beijing. A group of senior executives were sitting together, having a meeting. It's that time of year again when we're busiest, the man in the head seat laughed. But for us, the busier we are, the happier we are. He is Yang Jun, the head of the Ministry of Education of China. Upon hearing this, the crowd below smiled and nodded in agreement. The woman in charge of data statistics stood up and said, "Headmaster, according to the statistics, there are several beginner dungeons that have the highest consumption this year. Among them, the Lava Land consumed 1,563 flame pythons. The Misty Town consumed 1,245 shadow spirits. The Werewolf Rift consumed 1,039 werewolves. The Dark Forest consumed 839 shadow beasts." The woman reported in turn the number of exotic beasts consumed in this beginner dungeon. Yang Jun, who was sitting in the first seat, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Judging from the number of alien beasts consumed, the strength of this year's freshman is stronger than that of the previous year. Quickly fill the gaps in each instance to avoid delaying the progress of new players. Receive. The crowd below quickly stood up, preparing to leave. Their main responsibility is to release the captive beasts back into the various instances. At this moment, the woman who was reporting the data suddenly widened her eyes. How is this possible? Everyone sat back down and looked at the woman. "What's wrong?" Yang Jun asked. The woman typed on the virtual keyboard with both hands. "Minister, the data for the Dark Forest instance seems to be incorrect. Just a moment ago, all 1,873 remaining shadow beasts in the dungeon died." These words were spoken. "What? Hey, Minister, I've said before that our equipment is too outdated and should really be replaced." "Haha, it really should be changed." Yang Jun shook his head with a wry smile and looked at the woman. "Quickly restore the data to normal." The woman nodded and continued typing on the virtual keyboard. 5 minutes passed before she stopped, her face filled with disbelief. "Have you found the problem?" Yang Jun asked. The woman took a deep breath and scanned everyone with her eyes. "The data is correct. Someone did kill all the shadow beasts in the Dark Forest in a very short time." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. After a while, everyone came to their senses. "How is this possible? This joke has gone a bit too far." "Exactly. I remember that the one with access to the Dark Forest was Yangcheng, right? There are students like this in Yangcheng, let alone Yangcheng. Even in the capital or Shanghai, there has never been a situation where all the monsters in an entire instance were killed." The woman looked at Yang Jun. "Minister." Yang Jun nodded. "Contact the Temple of the Gods and retrieve the recording of the Dark Forest instance." The Yangcheng branch of the Divine Hall. "Palace Master Lu, we just received a communication from headquarters, requesting that we retrieve the video footage from the Dark Forest," Li Yan said. Lu Jun's face turned ashen. "So fast? Did they say why?" Li Yan said. "It seems to be a request from the Ministry of Education headquarters. They suspect there's a problem with the Dark Forest instance and want to confirm it." "There's a problem with the instance?" Lu Jun asked, puzzled. "Isn't it because of Chu Fan's killing?" Li Yan shook her head. "All right." Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. "Come with me." The two arrived at the monitoring room. "Pull up the data for the Dark Forest instance," Lu Jun said to a staff member. The staff member tapped on the operating system. Soon, a virtual map appeared ahead. The staff member was stunned. "Lord, there are no more shadow beasts in the Dark Forest. This virtual map can directly display the location and number of shadow beasts in the instance using red dots. At this moment, there is not a single red dot on the virtual map. So there really was a problem?" Li Yan asked. "Retrieve the screenshot from an hour ago." Lu Jun frowned. Soon, the video started playing. In the video, 2 slender figures were running ahead. A large group of shadow beasts were chasing after them. Chu Fan. Lu Jun's eyes widened as he watched the figure running ahead. Chapter 51 Chen Haoyu. "Are they being chased by so many shadow beasts?" Li Yan exclaimed. As Lu Jun watched the screen, a slow smile crept onto his lips. "Just watch. I suspect that the deaths of all the shadow beasts in the Dark Forest are related to those two." The video continues to play. Seeing Chu Fan single-handedly kill over 1,000 shadow beasts, Lu Jun could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. "Let's see who dares to question my decision. Who dares?" The more outstanding Chu Fan was, the happier he was. Even if someone at headquarters causes trouble, his actions will be completely justifiable. "Palace Master, no wonder you invited him to join the Temple of the Gods." Li Yan covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. "You were so wise." Lu Jun's smile widened, and the more he looked at Chu Fan, the more pleasing he found him. At the same time, videos of Chu Fan single-handedly killing over 1,000 shadow beasts have also spread online. Netizens were all amazed. Is this even human? Soon, someone uncovered Chu Fan's identity. This man is named Chu Fan. He's from Yangcheng and ranks 58th on the national job change list this year. I'm not surprised that he has this kind of ability. Yangcheng? Which city is that? A small city in Jiangnan province, which has always been at the bottom of the province, unexpectedly produced such a person this year. Awesome. A bunch of country bumpkins. Don't you know that shadow beasts are the weakest of all the alien beasts? Killing over 1,000 of the weakest alien beasts. You can brag about that. Upstairs, are you sure you can do it? Yeah, I'm asking you if you can do it or not. If not, shut up. Any freshman from Beijing or Shanghai could do that. Do you really think Chu Fan is that strong? He's just taking advantage of being from a small city. Let him try entering the lava land. Is the lava land really that powerful? It's far more powerful than the dark forest that Chu Fan went to. Let me put it this way. Any beast in the lava land is stronger than the lord of the dark forest. So that's how it is. It seems that Chu Fan isn't as amazing as he claimed. In a villa in Beijing, a handsome young man was sitting in the living room of the villa, meditating. Just then, the phone rang. The boy frowned, looking somewhat impatient. However, upon seeing the caller ID, his brows quickly relaxed. Connected. The projector appeared in the living room. She was a girl with pigtails. Chun Haoyu, have you seen the video that's gone viral online? The girl with pigtails asked. Chun Haoyu shook his head. I don't care about these things. Someone killed over 1,000 shadow beasts, and it's gone viral online, the girl with pigtails exclaimed. This year's freshmen are full of talent. It won't be easy for you to stay at the top of the rankings. One person kills over 1,000 shadow beasts. Chun Haoyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Shadow beasts are nothing. You and I could both do that. I'm not surprised you can do it, but can I? The girl with pigtails was somewhat surprised. Don't underestimate yourself, Chun Haoyu said. The dark forest is just the easiest of the beginner dungeons. But we've entered the most difficult beginner dungeon. If it were killing thousands of flame pythons, I might give it a second glance. Shadow beasts? They're nothing special. Spend less time online and don't let online distractions affect you. Chun Haoyu felt somewhat displeased. He resented people comparing him to students from small cities. They're not even in the same league. Although they are both beginner dungeons, the difference between them is significant. In the dark forest are level 1 to 5, and the lords are level 6. The fire pythons in the lava land are at least level 3, most are around level 8, and the lords are even level 10. It can be said that they have always been fighting opponents of higher levels. How can you even compare them? He was unhappy, but he didn't show it. Because the girl with twin ponytails in the projection is his childhood sweetheart. Chun Haoyu, you're ranked first on the job change list. Don't let yourself slip up on the level list next, the girl with pigtails teased. Chun Haoyu's lips curled into a slight smile. No one can take my first place, except you. So vain. I'm off to the lava lands now. I can do one more run today. Go. The communication was disconnected, and the projection disappeared. Looking at the spot where the projection disappeared, Chun Haoyu's gaze softened. He then opened the job change list. Looking at the names at the top of the list, Chun Haoyu muttered, "It won't be that easy to snatch first place from me." Chu Fan's video is circulating among freshmen in major cities. It caused quite a stir at first. After all, the scene was quite impressive. But after learning that Chu Fan had killed a shadow beast, many freshmen stopped paying attention. The reason is simple. The shadow beasts are too weak and their average level is too low. In their view, this approach serves no purpose other than attracting attention. Tang Xiaohu sat in his office, looking at the ranking list that had not yet been officially opened, his breathing rapid. Chu Fan's name rose to prominence like a rocket. Level 9. You've jumped 2 levels in one go, Tang Xiaohu said with a chuckle. No wonder you're called Ashura. On the ranking list, Chu Fan is ranked 172nd. Currently, Chun Haoyu, who is ranked the highest, has a level of 9 with 76% of the points, while the 50th ranked person has a level of 9 with 53% of the points, and the 100th ranked person has a level of 9 with 41% of the points. The competition this year is very fierce. Just then, a noise came from outside. Tang Xiaohu vanished from his seat in an instant and appeared in the lobby. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuhe walked out of the teleportation portal. Tang Xiaohu stepped forward and asked with a smile, "How was it?" "Teacher, I've reached level 9. Chu Fan bowed. Tang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes slightly. Not bad, as expected of my student. I wonder where the student ranks on the ranking list right now." Chu Fan asked. Tang Xiaohu smiled even more broadly. Haha, you're currently ranked 628th. Keep up the good work, and at this rate, it's not impossible for you to get into the top 20. 628? Chu Fan was somewhat surprised, then sighed. He thought that by killing all the shadow beasts in the dark forest, he could break into the top 100. I didn't expect to be ranked only in the 600s. You're still sighing? You've already done incredibly fast, jumping from 5,283rd to over 600th place. Tang Xiaohu patted Chu Fan on the shoulder. Take it one step at a time, don't rush. Chu Fan nodded. I really underestimated those Chinese geniuses. While he was working hard, others were also working hard. While he was making progress, others were also making progress. If you want to surpass those people, you must work harder and strive harder than them. Vice Principal Tang, what's my ranking? Jiang Chuha, who hadn't spoken until now, asked curiously. Tang Xiaohu glanced at Jiang Chuha. You've always been with Chu Fan. You two are always in sync. Also ranked 628th nationwide. You're also very good, keep up the good work. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuha beamed with joy. She didn't shy away from Tang Xiaohu at all, and directly linked arms with Chu Fan, looking happy. Hee, it doesn't matter whether I work hard or not, as long as he guides me. Looking at the young man and woman before him, Tang Xiaohu's lips curled into a slight smile. Being young is great. There aren't so many realistic things to worry about. If Jiang Haixing knew that his precious daughter had given her whole heart to Chu Fan, I wonder what he would think. Chapter 52, The Dark Forest Dungeon, is now closed. Inside a low-rent apartment in Yangqing, Su Muin's eyes gradually turned cold as she watched the video of Chu Fan killing the shadow beast. Chu Fan, you've really hidden it well. Su Muin touched her eyes. Upon closer inspection, her eyes were bloodshot, and there were traces of blood on the whites of her eyes. This isn't your true strength, is it? Su Muin muttered to herself. Nobody knows you have a third eye. The ability to break through my double illusion and injure my illusionary eye within my illusion. That's your true trump card. If you give me those eyes. Su Muin's lips gradually widened as she licked them. Mu Wan. Gu Cheng walked in and hugged Su Mu Wan. I will work hard. Chu Fan is just lucky. I will surpass him and prove to you that I am better than him. Gu Cheng said softly. Take a look at this video. Su Muin tapped on the smart ring meter. The video then played. Gu Cheng's eyes widened. This is Chu Fan? Impossible. This is impossible. This can't possibly be him. Su Muin sneered. The facts are right in front of you, and you still don't dare to admit it? You are no match for Chu Fan. You were no match for him before. You are no match for him now, and you will be far from being a match for him in the future. You'll never catch up to him in your lifetime. Sigh. If I had known he was this amazing, I wouldn't have broken up with him. I regret it so much. Upon hearing Su Muin's words, Gu Cheng's eyes widened, as if he had been greatly shocked. Mu Wan, how could you say that? What do I lack compared to him? I'm so heartbroken. Gu Cheng was devastated. Su Muin looked at Gu Cheng and said, Look at me and tell me, do you want to become stronger than Chu Fan? I want to. Gu Cheng looked into Su Muin's eyes, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. Very good. Su Muin clapped her hands. I like brave men. A man in black walked in. Mississippi. Take him there. He's willing to participate in the experiment, Su Muin said. Mu Wan, where are you taking me? Gu Cheng rubbed his hands together, somewhat excited. Haha, Chu Fan is nothing. Once I become stronger, I'll make him kneel before you and apologize. Su Muin looked disgusted and waved her hand. Take him away. The man in black grabbed Gu Cheng and disappeared from the room. The basement was dimly lit. The man in black led Gu Cheng through an underground passage to a closed door. Iris recognition successful. With a mechanical sound, the door opened. Go in. The man in black kicked Gu Cheng inside. Big brother, make me stronger, make me stronger. Gu Cheng said frantically. Don't worry, I'll definitely make you stronger, the man in black said with a cold laugh. Upon entering the room, the door closed, and the interior was pitch black. A nauseating smell filled the air. How can I become stronger? Gu Cheng asked, his vision blurred with darkness. Use this. The man in black pressed a button on the wall. The lights were turned on, and the room became bright. A space of over 200 square meters. One after another, strange beasts of various shapes were tied up in the room, emitting grating roars. Gu Cheng's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Where am I? Gu Cheng looked at the strange beasts and felt a chill run down his spine. There are many people he doesn't recognize. A small dog with no hair, entirely red in color, and 2 heads. It is a creature shaped like a giant snake, but with a human face as its head. A spherical creature, half a meter in diameter, entirely black, covered with countless eyes. These are all strange beasts. Gu Cheng's pupils contracted. He recognized the shadow beast within. You got it right. A man wearing glasses and a white coat walked out of the small door and smiled. Who are you? What do you want? Gu Cheng's eyes gradually cleared. Didn't you want to become stronger? The man in the white coat took out a test tube from his pocket, which contained a black liquid. Inject this, and you'll become stronger. No, I don't want to become stronger. I don't want to become stronger. Gu Cheng trembled all over, and a large area beneath him was soaked with water. That's not up to you. The man in the white coat grinned. Number 8, come out. The words were spoken. Squeak, master, what do you want me to do? Squeak. A small, thin figure walked out from the small door. He was in human form, with his legs on the ground. Its body is covered in black fur, but when you look up, it has the face of a rat. Control him. He's about to become your ally, the man in the white coat said. Squeak. Good, good, good. The rat man grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Its tail quickly extended and wrapped around Gu Cheng. The tail tip slid into Gu Cheng's mouth, rendering him speechless. No, no. Gu Cheng's eyes bulged, his gaze filled with terror. He tried to make a sound, but to no avail. A man in a white coat stepped forward and, under Gu Cheng's despairing gaze, injected the vial of black liquid into him. Number 9, welcome to the Illuminati, the man said with a smile. Beijing, the headquarters of the Ministry of Education. Of the dark forest from the Temple of the Gods, Yang Jun remained silent for a long time. Other senior leaders also frowned. At this moment, everyone was somewhat depressed. Their considerations are completely different from those of the professionals entering the instance. The Ministry of Education is now facing a problem. Of the dark forest have all been killed, and it is simply impossible to replenish the more than 2,000 shadow beasts in a short period of time. How many shadow beasts are left in the beast enclosure? Yang Jun asked. Below, a burly man said. Reporting to the minister, there are still more than 500 left, but we have discovered a gathering place for shadow beasts and have already sent people to capture them. How long will it take? Yang Jun asked. The burly man said. It will take 2 days to fill the void in the dark forest. Yang Jun gave a wry smile. 2 days. I never expected that the child would leave us with such a big problem. Even if all 500 plus shadow beasts were released into the dark forest, it wouldn't be enough for the new students to kill. Yang Jun tapped his fingers on the table and said slowly, the dark forest instance is temporarily closed and will reopen in 2 days. This statement has drawn questions from some people. Minister, closing the dark forest is fine, but where will the students in Yangqing level up? That's right. Yangqing has always used the dark forest as the beginner dungeon. If we close it, it's not appropriate to send them to a more difficult beginner dungeon. Sending them to a less difficult dungeon will affect the leveling up of new players. Wow, this is the first time we've encountered something like this. We never thought anyone could kill all the monsters in a dungeon in one go. This Chu Fan is truly a talent. Yang Jun thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, there's no other way. Special cases require special treatment. They can choose any other instance. Tell Ho Chang to explain this to the schools in Yangqing himself. Chapter 53 Psychotropic Drugs, the Brain of the Geothermal Jellyfish. Yangqing Education Department. Ho Chang hung up the call and gritted his teeth. Damn it, that brat is always causing me trouble. He waved his hand, and the giant screen in front of him lit up instantly. We're connecting with the principals of 24 schools. Ho Chang said. Beep, beep, beep. On the screen, school principals appeared one after another. Connected to the video conference immediately. Hey, old Tang didn't even arrive late. Has the sun risen in the west? Huang Peng, the principal of Yangqing Middle School, was beaming and seemed to be in a good mood. Tang Xiaohu maintained his smile and remained silent. Humph, considering your school produced a brat like Chu Fan, I'll let it slide. Huang Peng sneered and said to the screen, Minister Ho, what's the matter that you summoned us here for? Yeah, another meeting? Minister Ho, this kind of formalism of holding so many meetings really needs to be changed. With the college entrance examination approaching, we all have a lot to do. Ho Chang was already furious and said angrily, anyone who doesn't want to attend the meeting can leave immediately. Upon hearing this, all the school principals immediately fell silent. Ho Chang glanced around and said, I called you all here today because of a major event that affects everyone. Could it be that Tang Xiaohu has changed his mind and doesn't want Chu Fan to go to the lava land? Huang Peng hurriedly asked. Old Tang, the funding has already been given. It's not appropriate to go back on your word now, is it? Tang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Damn it, Minister Ho, look at him. Huang Peng glared and puffed out his cheeks. My good mood for the day was completely ruined by this fatso. You shut the hell up. Ho Chang glared. It's not about that matter, but it's still related to Chu Fan. Is it related to Chu Fan? Everyone sat up straight. Everyone was extremely nervous. After all, Chu Fan is now the key to Yangqing. His decision to stay or leave is extremely important. That kid, he killed all the shadow beasts in the dark forest, Ho Chang said slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone stood frozen in place. Gasps of shock erupted from the screen. Holy crap, that kid's got guts. There must have been at least 2,000 shadow beasts in the dark forest. Did he kill them all by himself? Awesome. This must be the first of its kind in the whole country. Huang Peng laughed loudly. Haha, not bad at all. I told you long ago that such a talent should be nurtured with all our might. Huang Peng laughed loudly. That's why I'm willing to sponsor him. This kid, Chu Fan, is just my type. After he finished speaking, he noticed that no one else said anything. What's wrong? Isn't it a good thing that Chu Fan is amazing? We can't be jealous just because Chu Fan isn't from our school. Remember, he is a student of Yangqing. At this moment, a female principal spoke up. Principal Huang, Chu Fan has killed all the shadow beasts in the dark forest. I know, so what? Our students have no monsters to kill. How are they supposed to level up? The female principal asked. Huang Peng was taken aback, his face quickly turning red. He took a deep breath and said, This is the education headquarters business. Even if Chu Fan kills all the shadow beasts, the education headquarters will still release them in the instance. Ho Chang frowned and said, The education headquarters said that there aren't enough shadow beasts right now, and it will take 2 days. During these 2 days, the Dark Forest dungeon will be temporarily closed. Damn it! Huang Peng slammed his fist on the table and roared. Tang Xiaohu, you have to give us an explanation. Tang Xiaohu smiled and shrugged. Didn't you just say that Chu Fan is to your liking? You're already asking me for an explanation. Damn it, did I say that? Huang Peng jumped up in anger. You said it just now. The female principal was speechless. I did say that. Hey, Lao Huang, you really said it? Why? Everyone shook their heads, feeling frustrated. 2 days isn't a long time, but it is crucial for beginners who are just starting out. Falling behind at one step leads to falling behind at every step. Huang Peng was so angry that his chest heaved violently, and it took him a long time to calm down. So what do we do now? Are we supposed to send our students from Yangqing to high-difficulty beginner dungeons? Ho Chang said, The reason I called everyone here today is to discuss this matter. We have 2 days. Should we go to a high-difficulty dungeon, or lower the difficulty and re-enter the thorn jungle from previous years? Let's vote to decide. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Should we go to a more difficult beginner dungeon? This year, Ho Chang proposed changing the beginner dungeon from thorn jungle to dark forest, which was opposed by most of the school principals. In the end, Ho Chang made the decision that the difficulty of the dungeon must be increased, otherwise Yangqing students would always be at the bottom of the province. Seeing the increase in the mortality rate this year, the school principals already had some reservations about Ho Chang. How could the difficulty be increased again, making it even more difficult? Let's go to the thorn jungle instead. We only have 2 days anyway. That's right. Everyone knows what level our students are at. It takes several people working together to kill a beast of the same level, while students from big cities can even kill beasts of a higher level by themselves. We need to see the difference. It's all Chu Fan's fault. You said you'd level up, but you killed all the monsters in the dungeon. What was that all about? It was a wise decision to let this little troublemaker go into the high-difficulty beginner dungeon alone. Ho Chang glanced around and saw that all the principals were willing to lower the difficulty of the dungeon and sighed slightly. Tang Xiaohu, what do you think? Tang Xiaohu laughed and said, Everyone's opinion is my opinion. Anyway, Chu Fan can just go to the high-difficulty beginner dungeons. Yang Cheng, we can rely on him. How can we expect to rely on any of you students here? Heh. The words were spoken. Damn it. Tang Xiaohu, what did you say? Are you saying again that our school students are weaker than Chu Fan? While that's true, could you at least be a little more tactful? Tang Xiaohu smiled and said, Am I not tactful enough? Everyone, please continue to follow Chu Fan. Let's see how far this student you're sponsoring will go. Tang Xiaohu emphasized the word funding. After saying that, he immediately hung up the call. Professional trading market. Thor one lands in the parking lot. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha got out of the car. After leaving school, they came here as soon as possible. Chu He, where is Yu Ming Sha? Chu Fan asked. Jiang Chuha hesitated, glancing at Chu Fan out of the corner of her eye, before quickly reaching her hand into her chest. The next moment, a bag full of things appeared in her hands. A spatial item? Chu Fan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was secretly surprised. My personal space ring was a reward from the Ministry of Education. Jiang Chuha's spatial item. Well, it should be a necklace, undoubtedly a gift from her family. Jiang Chuha also owns things worth tens of millions. No wonder she's a little rich girl. Chu Fan smacked his lips. Okay, here you go. What's that smell? It smells kind of nice. Chu Fan asked, holding the bag. I. Jiang Chua's pretty face quickly turned red to the roots of her ears. 10 minutes later, the two walked out of the trading market. 125 grains of moonstone were sold for 2.5 million, based on a market price of 20,000 each. Chu Fan immediately turned half of it over to Jiang Chua. Jiang Chua refused, but Chu Fan insisted, citing the unpleasant sound of the numbers. It has to be transferred. Okay. Jiang Chua pouted and reluctantly accepted the transfer. 1.25 million. Adding the 2 million given by the wealth boy in the dungeon last time, I spent 40,000 at the Yangqing Martial Arts Hall. Chu Fan's savings reached 3.21 million. However, before they could even warm up, he replaced them all with drugs that enhance mental strength. Sitting in the car, Chu Fan took out a transparent bottle containing a blue liquid. The brain marrow of a fifth-tier alien beast, a jellyfish from the Earth's core. TSK, 3 million just vanished like that. Chu Fan felt a pang of heartache. Everyone says that warriors and mages are pay-to-win classes. But they're all utterly weak compared to Ashura. Chapter 54. The number of people chasing my sister could circle Yangqing. This bottle of brain marrow from a fifth-tier alien beast, the Earth core jellyfish, is worth 3 million. Very expensive. It is said that this small bottle is made from the brains of 3 jellyfish. Earth core jellyfish, a fifth-tier exotic beast. Because it looks like a jellyfish and likes to live deep underground, humans named it the Earth core jellyfish. Unlike the lowest-ranking alien beasts, such as the shadow beast, beasts of tier 3 and above will drop materials. The brain of the jellyfish is the material obtained by professionals after killing the jellyfish. Materials from mythical beasts can be sold for money. This led to the emergence of a group of people, hunters. The hunters traveled to various exotic lands. They walk on the edge of danger, slaying exotic beasts in other lands and obtaining materials from them. Some people became rich overnight because of this. Some people also died in foreign lands. In addition to ordinary mythical beasts, there is also a mutated mythical beast. All the bosses in the dungeons are mutated beasts. These kinds of strange beasts have a chance to drop rare items. For example, the shadow blood that Chu Fan obtained. You can also obtain source power from these kinds of strange beasts. Sensing the brain marrow in his hand, Chu Fan thought about many things. Surviving in this world is not easy for anyone, Chu Fan thought to himself. I hope the results won't disappoint me after spending so much money. When humans come into contact with the strange beasts, their bodies become infected with miasma. You can use King's Hangden to eliminate miasma from your body. However, the clearing pill also has side effects. It can only be used once a day before reaching level 30 awakening. Therefore, a new professional like Chu Fan can only enter the dungeon a maximum of 2 times per day. The school did not require Chu Fan to attend classes. After all, they're already number 1 in Yangqing. Why would they need to take classes? After Chu Fan and Jiang Chua left the professional trading market, Chu Fan said he wanted to buy a mobile phone. Jiang Chua readily agreed and took him to the largest mobile phone brand store to buy 2 identical mobile phones. One for each of the 2, a couple set. Jiang Chua paid the money. I'm going to the restroom, Chu Fan said with a smile, looking at the delighted Jiang Chua. Upon entering the restroom, Chu Fan immediately activated his third eye and quickly logged into the dark web via his mobile phone. Check the post you made. The post shows over 10,000 views. The page views were likely caused by someone clicking repeatedly. Chu Fan clicked on it. Sigh? Is the poster Ashura? These are all spam posts. Not a single one is useful. Chu Fan sighed and left the bathroom. Thor 1 took to the air again and soon came to a stop outside the Yangqing Martial Arts Hall. Just then, Jiang Chua's other phone rang. Jiang Chua, who was driving, glanced at the caller ID but did not answer. Why didn't you answer? Chu Fan asked. I don't want to answer, Jiang Chua said coldly. The phone kept ringing. Take it, Chu Fan said. Jiang Chua answered the call reluctantly. I'll arrange for your brother to come pick you up. The voice on the phone carried an undeniable authority. Hearing this voice, Chu Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. Calling Jiang Chua and speaking in that tone, it's no surprise that he's Jiang Chua's father. To be honest, he felt a little guilty. Why would you pick me up? I'm not coming back, Jiang Chua said coldly. Not coming back. I can't control you anymore, Jiang Haixing said angrily. Your brother is waiting for you at Yangqing Martial Arts School. After saying that, Jiang Haixing hung up the phone immediately. Jiang Chua bit her lip. Is it, Uncle? Chu Fan asked tentatively. Jiang Chua nodded without saying anything. You go ahead with your work. We'll go to the lava land together tomorrow, Chu Fan said with a smile. Jiang Chua glanced at Chu Fan, then got out of the car, walked to the passenger seat, and helped Chu Fan out. I'll take you inside. At this moment, inside the main hall of Yanqing Martial Arts School, a handsome man in his 20s, wearing sunglasses and with his hair neatly combed, was sitting on a leather sofa in the VIP area. I was eating fruit while watching videos. On the screen, a female anchor wearing a tight vest is practicing boxing, sweat dripping down her neck and into her deep cleavage. The handsome young man swallowed hard and immediately gifted a spaceship. Boss Lee, Boss Lee. Suddenly, a young man with dyed yellow hair ran over. The handsome man looked up from his phone, frowned, and said, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see I'm studying?" The blonde-haired man glanced at the screen, his lips twitching slightly. "Study? Watching the game is fine. Why do you call this studying? It seems you have misunderstood me." The handsome young man smiled and pointed to the female anchor on his phone. This Yin Yin is studying at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, one of the 12 top universities. She is currently a 28th level martial artist. I'm watching her live stream to learn. Is there a problem? Yes, you are learning. The blonde-haired man said with a fawning expression. He whispered, "Mr. Lee, I saw a Thor one outside. Your sister is coming." Holy crap. The handsome young man's expression changed drastically. He swiped his phone and skillfully closed the live stream. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? He sprang up from the sofa, hid behind a pillar, and looked outside. Huang Mao clicked his tongue in amazement at his actions. Who would have thought that Jiang Dali, the founder of Dali Pharmaceutical Company, would be afraid of his younger sister? If this gets out, I don't know how many people will be shocked. Jiang Dali hid behind a pillar, staring intently at the parking lot. I heard my little sister is in a relationship. I'd like to see which son of a bitch dares to lay a finger on my sister, Jiang Dali's sister. Over there, Jiang Chuha walked over arm in arm with Chu Fan. Blind man. Jiang Dali convulsed. He vanished from his spot in an instant and appeared in front of Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha. "Chu He, who is this?" Jiang Dali asked with a dark face. Jiang Chuha paused for a moment, then let go of Chu Fan's hand. "Where's your car? I'll go with you." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. This was his brother-in-law. Jiang Dali looked at Chu Fan and said, "No rush. Let me introduce you to my brother first." Chu Fan was about to speak. Jiang Chuha said, "Don't cause trouble, or I'll tell Mom that you're bullying me." Jiang Dali laughed and said, Hey, who's bullying who? Look, my chin injury still hasn't healed." Jiang Dali raised his chin, where there was a purple bruise. "Humph, who told you to bully me?" Jiang Chuha said. Jiang Dali smiled, then suddenly became serious. "Chuha, I can let you have your way in other things, but dating is a big deal, and your brother has to help you make the right choice. Society is too complicated now, and you are too young. I'm worried you'll be scammed." As he spoke, he looked at Chu Fan and asked, "Are you and Chu He classmates?" Chu Fan smiled and nodded. "Same school, different class. The job change day has passed. Did you successfully change jobs? What qualifications do you have? What job do you want?" Jiang Dali asked in quick succession. Chu Fan remained silent. It's like they're conducting a household registration survey. Ranked 58th on the job change list, first in Yanqing, a hidden job. Before Chu Fan could speak, Jiang Chuha raised her chin slightly and slowly said, "Much stronger than you, Jiang Dali. I remember when you changed jobs, you were only ranked around 500th on the job change list." Jiang Dali stared wide-eyed at Chu Fan. 58th on the job change ranking, number 1 in Yanqing? You. Chu Fan nodded. "Just lucky. Good luck?" Jiang Dali's lips twitched slightly. Of those who made it onto the job change leaderboard, who got there by luck? It all comes down to qualifications and potential. Jiang Dali took a deep breath and looked at Chu Fan. "I admit I underestimated you, but you don't think that this kind of strength is enough to be with my sister, do you? Do you know who my sister is? Your students in Yanqing don't know her identity, so there might not be many who pursue her. But in the provincial capital, there are plenty of talented young men in Yanqing who want to pursue her. How do you see yourself compared to those talented young people?" Chapter 55 Mental Power Enhancement. Chu Fan remained calm and did not speak. At that moment, a fist flashed by, moving with incredible speed. It hit Jiang Dali squarely on the chin. Ouch, that hurts." Jiang Dali rubbed his chin and gasped. Chu Fan was also stunned. Hook punch. That's a hook punch. No wonder Jiang Chuha's hook punch reached the 2nd level so quickly. So you've been practicing all along. How can those people compare to him? Jiang Chuha's icy voice rang out. Besides, even if he's not the most powerful one, what does it matter? When I, Jiang Chuha, look for a man, do I have to consider his abilities first? Chu Fan was stunned. Jiang Dali was also stunned. Jiang Chuha walked straight toward a sports car in the distance. That's Jiang Dali's car. Jiang Dali looked at Chu Fan with a solemn expression. Chu Fan smiled kindly at him and shrugged. Humph. Jiang Dali snorted coldly. The upgrade ranking will be opened soon, and that will be the real test of the freshman's strength. Where do you rank on the national rankings? After saying that, he walked towards the sports car in the distance. Bosley, here's your medicine. The blonde-haired man caught up with Jiang Dali and handed him a medicine bottle. Jiang Dali skillfully applied the medicine to her chin, her eyes shining. Little sister's punches are much stronger than before. The blonde-haired man said cautiously, Mr. Li, your chin gets injured every now and then, and it's not good to keep applying medicine all the time. How about learning a skill to exercise your chin? Fuck you. Jiang Dali slapped him across the face. Go check who's ranked 58th on the job change list. Name, family background. I need the results today. At the same time, I'll keep an eye on the upcoming rankings. I want to see what that kid is qualified to be my sister's boyfriend. Chu Fan opened his third eye. Everywhere you looked was shrouded in a thin layer of red mist. He looked at Jiang Chuha sitting in the passenger seat, her face cold and silent. Jiang Dali drove the car, constantly trying to please Jiang Chuha. Chu Fan closed his third eye and gave a bitter smile. I never imagined that this kind of thing would happen to me. That makes sense. Jiang Chua's background is extraordinary, so it's normal that her family has very high standards for her. Shaking off his thoughts, Chu Fan walked straight into the martial arts hall. Nothing else matters. When a person is weak, there are many bad people around them, and they always feel that everyone is targeting them. Once you become stronger, you'll find that all the bad guys around you have turned into good guys. Therefore, he has only one goal, to become stronger. When Chu Fan entered Yangqing Martial Arts School, the rooftop of a tall building across the street, a man and a woman stood here, their gazes gloomy. The little girl is finally gone. The man let out a heavy sigh. The woman smiled and said, if she stays by that kid's side, we really won't be able to make a move. After all, her father is someone even the boss wouldn't dare to mess with. But now, the time has come. The man grinned and said, Heh. The Temple of the Gods replied that this person's name is Chu Fan. He's an orphan and has no background whatsoever. Even if he is the number one on Yangqing's job change list, he is worthless once he dies. Kill without hesitation. Tonight, after he comes out of the Yangqing Martial Arts School, that will be the time of his death. Chu Fan was unaware that he was being secretly watched. Inside the cultivation room, he kept using the sword shadow flowing light slash. His sword one after another. My mental energy is also being rapidly depleted. Chu Fan gritted his teeth and persevered. Compared to others, he might not be as good as the geniuses from big cities. But when it comes to perseverance, he feels he can rival anyone. No one becomes strong without a reason. Even geniuses must put in the effort. Otherwise, they will fade away like a shooting star in the sky. Not long after, Chu Fan's body reached its limit again. After eating a nutritious meal to restore mental energy, the body recovered in a nutrient solution. Chu Fan then took out the brain marrow of the earth core jellyfish. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it. The cold liquid went down my throat into my stomach. A chill ran through my body. Chu Fan felt his entire body turn icy cold. It's so cold. His jaw clenched, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Xiaoming noticed that your body temperature is low. Should we turn on the heating system? Xiaoming reminded her. No need. Chu Fan's face turned frosty as he said in a trembling voice. I can still hold on. Time passed. Chu Fan sat motionless, his body covered by a thin layer of pale blue ice. It's like an ice sculpture. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm sounded in the training room. Xiaoming has detected that your body temperature is below the critical level. Activate the emergency rescue device. Activate the emergency rescue device. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the thin ice covering Chu Fan's body. The ice layer broke apart. Chu Fan smiled and said, Xiaoming, no need, thank you. You're in good health. Xiaoming was just relieved, Xiaoming said. Chu Fan smiled and opened the class panel. Name, stranger. Age, 18. Occupation, Ashura. Qualifications, S. Grade, 9, 31.2%. Strength, 105 plus, 20. Intelligence, 105 plus, 20. Agility, 105 plus, 20. Endurance, 105 plus, 20. Mental strength, 8. Attack power, 297.5 plus, 29.8. Source power, 2%. Equipment, initial set, rare, level requirement, 1. Skills, wave perception, tier 2, 11%. Resilience, tier 1, 8%. Parry, tier 1, 6%. Sword shadow flowing light slash, tier 1, 2%. Mental strength only increased by 2 points. Chu Fan's face fell. Is this all the improvement you get for 3 million? No wonder some powerful professions are said to be money-devouring beasts. However, when his mental strength is at level 5, he can unleash 20 consecutive sword shadow flowing light slashes. And now, Chu Fan stood there and swung his sword forward. A stream of sword energy shot out with a roar. Chu Fan continuously unleashed the sword shadow flowing light slash skill. His face quickly turned deathly pale. Released 35 times in a row. Chu Fan's lips curled up into a smile. The improvement of mental strength is not only reflected in the number of times skills can be released. The most important issue is the depletion of mental energy. For example, in the past, if he unleashed 20 sword shadow flowing light slashes, he would become exhausted. Even now, even if he releases it 30 times, his mental strength will still remain. The greatest benefit of enhancing mental strength is being able to unleash various skills with ease. Chu Fan's face lit up with excitement. Keep making money and buy drugs to enhance mental strength. Bite. Just then, my newly purchased cell phone rang. Chu Fan picked up his phone, his heart suddenly tightening. Someone replied to that dark web post. Chapter 56 Ashura Clan. Yangqing Martial Arts School, VIP area. To protect privacy, all the cubicles here are separated, preventing outside prying. Chu Fan lay on the leather sofa and entered the dark web. As soon as you enter, you'll see a few small red dots in the lower right corner. Chu Fan suppressed his excitement and opened the reply section. Know-it-all. I have information on the Ashura class. 40 dark coins is too little. I'll offer 100 dark coins for now. Know-it-all. Are you there? A mere mortal. All right, deal done. Know-it-all. First transfer dark currency. A mere mortal. Let me inspect the goods first. Chu Fan started chatting with the other party. The other party had raised the price of Ashura's information to 100 dark coins. This is how you make money from information asymmetry. Information about hidden professions is very rare. Once people know about it, the price will inevitably go up. Soon, they sent over a folder along with the password. Chu Fan entered the password and opened the file. There is a passage of text inside. Ashura, a profession associated with darkness, can sense fluctuations and release sword energy to defend against enemies. The strongest Ashura in history, forget cultivation, could manifest the Ashura hell with a single thought. Legend has it that an Ashura who becomes a messenger of darkness can summon the dark realm and transform into a true Ashura. Of course, this is just a rumor, and I can't guarantee how much truth there is. The following content requires a transfer of dark currency first. As Chu Fan read the words in the document, a storm raged within him. Yes, this information is correct. Since the other party knows that Ashura is called Dark Messenger after his job advancement, they can't be lying. Without hesitation, he quickly transferred 100 dark coins to the other party. The dark web's transaction system is very convenient. Each account has a corresponding account that allows for direct transfers. You are about to spend 100 dark coins to purchase information from Know-it-all. Are you sure? Chu Fan clicked OK. Soon, they received a transfer of 100 dark coins, and then sent another folder over. As Chu Fan looked at the information in the document, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The Ashura race? The message sent by the other party not only contained the characteristics of Ashuras and their historical experiences, but also mentioned a special race, the Ashura race. Legend has it that the Ashura race is a race from another world. They were naturally fond of killing, and because they offended the gods, they were eventually exterminated by them. The powerful members of the Ashura clan were imprisoned, never to see the light of day again. Seeing this, Chu Fan recalled his visit to that square and was deeply moved. Could it be that the strange creatures there are the Ashura race? Keep watching. The article also states that the abilities of these hidden professions, whether they are Ashuras, exorcists, or necromancers, all originate from outside the world. It is related to various races from outside the other world. Of course, these are all speculations by the important figures of our time. After all, no one has ever been outside of that other world. The interdimensional rift. Why did humans awaken various abilities and become different professionals? Based on the various strange beasts that appeared, those big shots came up with this guess. Chu Fan read it word for a full 20 minutes before slowly closing his eyes and letting out a heavy breath. Based on the information provided by Master of All Things, there are 3 things to pay attention to. First, the creatures in the square I went to were most likely the Ashura race. Secondly, all the Ashuras in history were cruel and murderous, eventually losing their minds and killing their loved ones or even themselves. This should also be attributed to the influence of the Ashura race. Third, The teacher said that after his grandfather awakened, he often heard muttering sounds, which might be the sounds made by the Ashura race. The source of everything lies in that square and the creatures there. The Ashura clan. Chu Fan's breathing became rapid. He hasn't heard any babbling yet, but whether or when he will hear it is unknown. Moreover, why did those Ashura clan members show excited and thrilled expressions when they saw him? And what exactly does the phrase Atasgar, Muva mean? If we can understand the meaning of Ataska, Moa, we can figure out the true purpose of those Ashuras. Chu Fan's thoughts raced, and many ideas came to mind. I hope the teacher can give us the results soon. Regaining his composure, Chu Fan stopped dwelling on the issue. The information provided by Wan Shitong is very comprehensive. The information also states that all hidden class skills and exclusive equipment can only be obtained through two methods. First, they were admitted to one of the 12 top universities and the big 4 accounting firms in China. These schools offer a comprehensive range of vocational skills and equipment, including all rare professions. The second is the dark web. On the dark web, you need to complete tasks to accumulate dark currency. Currently, in the product section of the dark web, even a single hidden class's S-rank skill costs 100,000 dark coins. Exclusive weapons are even more ridiculously expensive. How long will it take to accumulate more than 100,000 dark coins? Therefore, you must complete the tasks given by the dark web. Chu Fan frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the dark web is too uncertain. First of all, we don't know when the mission will be released, nor do we know the content of the mission. What if the mission is to assassinate members of the Temple of the Gods and the Martial Alliance? Should we still accept it? Therefore, my primary goal is to achieve good results on the various lists that are coming up. Chu Fan's face hardened. There's still the college entrance exam. And keep an eye on whether any tasks are posted on the dark web. Chu Fan set a goal for himself. Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan City. Inside a villa, Jiang Chuha returned home with an icy expression. You're back. In the living room, a middle-aged man with a chiseled face spoke. Jiang Chuha nodded. What is it that you can't say over the phone and have to call me back? Jiang Haixing said. I have already completed the transfer procedures for you. Starting tomorrow, you will be studying at Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuha's eyes widened. Why? I'm not going. Don't ask so many questions, just do as I say, Jiang Haixing said. Jiang Chuha looked at Jiang Haixing, biting her lip tightly with her pearly teeth. Jiang Haixing's gaze softened. As long as you go, Dad will grant your previous request. Really? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuha's face lit up with joy. Yes, I'm willing to give you the flowing heart essence, which costs 50 million per dose. Chuha, I'm asking you to transfer schools. It's all for your own good, Jiang Haixing said softly. Humph, you made me transfer schools because... Jiang Chuha complained. Hee. No, Dad doesn't object to you dating Chu Fan, nor will he deliberately target him. But Yangsheng is too small and not suitable for your development. The reason I sent you to study in Yangsheng was so that after you change jobs, you could become Xiao Jinghua's apprentice and have him personally guide you. But now Xiao Jinghua has left Yangsheng for other reasons and will not be back for a while. In addition, you have changed your profession to a martial artist without permission. So, staying in Yangsheng will limit your development. Really? Jiang Chua's eyes sparkled. Jiang Haixing nodded. What I'm asking is, are you really not against me being with Chu Fan? Upon hearing this, Jiang Haixing gave a wry smile. So all I've said so far is that this girl's only concern is whether I object to her being with Chu Fan. Alas, daughters are useless once they grow up. Chapter 57 Crisis. I thought you looked down on Chu Fan, Jiang Chuha said weakly. Jiang Haixing laughed and said, look down on him? Chu Fan made it onto the job change list and even ranked in the top 100 nationwide. How could I look down on him? He's also very good looking, and he's a good match for you. The only flaw is your eyes, but Daddy gave you all the essence of the flowing heart technique, so that flaw no longer exists. Jiang Chuha beamed and threw herself into Jiang Haixing's arms. Daddy is the best. Hee. Jiang Haixing chuckled. Then his expression gradually turned serious. Dad. Jiang Chuha suddenly looked up at Jiang Haixing. What's wrong? Can I postpone transferring schools until after I reach level 10? Jiang Chuha shook Jiang Haixing's arm and pleaded, please? Hee. Okay. Dad knows you want to stay with Chu Fan for a few more days. No problem. Jiang Haixing said with a smile. Soon, Jiang Chuha left. A beautiful woman walked in. She is Jiang Chuha's mother, Fan Xinyan. Fan Xinyan looked at Jiang Haixing and questioned, why did you transfer Chuha to another school? Knowing you as I do, the reason is definitely not that simple. Jiang Haixing walked to the French windows, looked at the distant horizon, and slowly said, I received news that something has happened in Alien 99, and Yangcheng is in danger. What? Fan Xinyan looked surprised. How serious is it? The Temple of the Divine Office has classified this crisis as S-level, Jiang Haixing said. Fan Xinyan took a deep breath. Previous S-level crises have all caused indelible damage to the city, with death tolls exceeding imagination. Yangqing, Madam, I can't reveal more details. You heard what I just said to Chua. Xiaojinghua is not in Yangqing, which changed my plans. I had Chuha transfer schools, mainly to ensure her safety. Jiang Haixing sighed, his gaze deep. Where's that child named Chu Fan? Fan Xinyan asked. You want to ask me why I didn't arrange for him to leave with Chu He? Jiang Haixing asked. Fan Xinyan nodded. I have high hopes for that kid, but his profession is Ashura. Jiang Haixing sighed. Ashura. Fan Xinyan's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. You did the right thing, making Chuha give up on the idea early on. When she returns to Jiangnan City, she will know that there are many boys in this world who are more outstanding than Chu Fan. What a pity, I never expected that the boy Chuha likes would be Ashura. Sigh. Fan Xinyan looked regretful. Jiang Haixing looked at the distant horizon, his gaze wistful. Time passed, and darkness gradually fell. 8 p.m. Inside the training room of Yangqing Martial Arts School. Chu Fan wiped away his sweat, sheathed his initial sword, looked at the class panel in front of him, and slowly smiled. Name, stranger. Age, 18. Occupation, Ashura. Qualifications, S. Grade, 9, 31.2%. Strength, 107 plus, 20. Intelligence, 107 plus, 10. Agility, 107 plus, 20. Endurance, 107 plus, 20. Mental strength, 9. Attack power, 300 plus, 30. Source power, 2%. Equipment, initial set, rare, level requirement, 1. Skills, wave perception, tier 2, 11%. Resilience, tier 1, 8%. Parry, tier 1, 6%. Sword shadow flowing light slash, tier 1, 3%. My attributes have increased by 2 points again, Chu Fan said with a smile. Most importantly, my mental strength and proficiency with sword shadow flowing light slash have also increased. He left the meditation room. I cultivated for nearly 10 hours today and also went to a dungeon. My physical and mental energy were constantly being drained. Even with nutritional meals and 4 fluids to help him recover, he still felt physically and mentally exhausted. Take a good rest today. Tomorrow, we'll head to the Lava Land dungeon, Chu Fan said with a smile. In the high-rise building opposite Yangqing Martial Arts School, the couple stared intently at the Yangqing Martial Arts Hall building. That kid has been inside for almost 10 hours today. He's an orphan. Where does he get so much money to spend? The man said anxiously. He was worried that Chu Fan would stay inside and never come out. At this moment, the woman's eyes lit up and she said, They're out, they're out. The man said in a deep voice, Don't make a move yet. There are many experts in Yangqing Martial Arts School. Let's wait until he's far away before we make our move. After saying that, the two quickly left the rooftop. Chu Fan walked out of the Yangqing Martial Arts School. On the way back, I'll practice my vibration perception. Second-order wave perception activated. Everything within a 30-meter radius around him was under his control. In a flash, Chu Fan instantly left his spot and ran away into the distance. He easily avoided all the obstacles on the road. The couple followed Chu Fan at a distance. Is this the perception ability of an Ashura? The man said in a deep voice. The woman nodded. Probably. Be careful not to get too close to him. His perception ability should have a limited range. Chu Fan walked along the main road, heading straight for Chiching Orphanage. I haven't officially reported the good news to the dean since I successfully changed jobs. To be honest, he felt a little ashamed. At a certain moment, Chu Fan's heart stirred. He sensed a noticeable fluctuation about 30 meters behind him. He quickened his pace. The fluctuations behind also accelerated significantly. Someone's following me. 2 fluctuations, 2 people. Chu Fan frowned and increased his speed again. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan arrived at a small alley. The alley was deserted, and the dim light shone down as Chu Fan's figure swiftly swept through it. At this moment, the 2 people behind him suddenly sped up, appearing directly in front of Chu Fan from 30 meters away, blocking his path. Sensing the 2 people up close, Chu Fan was filled with shock. These 2 were actually on par with Tang Meng and his group from the school, but not as strong as Du Jing. Level 25 Professional. Chu Fan took a deep breath. Little guy, you run pretty fast. Aren't you afraid of falling if you can't see? The man chuckled softly. Chu Fan frowned. Seniors, Why are you blocking my way here? Little brother, I'm very curious about your profession, Ashura. The woman licked her lips. Legend has it that Ashuras are accompanied by the night, and I happen to be a knight of light. We can complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Chu Fan forced back his nausea and said, I'm a student from Yangqing No. 1 High School, you. We not only know you're a student at Yangqing No. 1 High School, but we also know you're ranked 58th on this year's transfer list. So what? It's just that you killed someone you shouldn't have, the man roared angrily. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan understood. These two are the people behind Ling Tianhua. From the moment he killed Ling Tianhua, Chu Fan knew that he would eventually face this crisis. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Ling Tianhua, Chu Fan asked in confusion. Seniors, are you sure you haven't mistaken our teacher? Suddenly, Chu Fan called out to the two behind them, looking surprised. The two turned around, but there was no one behind them. That kid cheated. Chu Fan stood still and swiftly swung his longsword forward. Faced with a professional who is more than 10 levels higher than him, he has no choice but to strike first. A series of sword energies suddenly erupted and slashed towards the two of them. Chapter 58 Whispering Sounds. Faced with the sudden sword energy, the couple remained calm and unhurried. A pair of wings of light emerged from behind the woman. The woman waved her wings of light, weaving through the flowing sword energy. The speed is astonishing. She managed to dodge all the dense sword energy. Haha, kid, the level difference between you and us is too great. Don't struggle, just obediently accept your death, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. The man laughed and threw a punch in front of him. Bang! The air itself seemed to vibrate. All the sword energy was shattered by a single punch. The man smiled. It's sword energy. If you level up to 20 and learn a few more skills, we might not be able to defeat you. His smile suddenly stopped. Ahead, Chu Fan was no longer in the same spot. Chase! The man shouted angrily, and he and the woman quickly chased after them. So powerful. Chu Fan used the terrain to his advantage, weaving through the various alleys. The level difference is too great. Moreover, there were two people on the other side. He has no chance of winning. Therefore, he didn't intend to fight head-on the moment he made his move. He knew the streets and alleys of Yangqing by heart. Chu Fan entered an alley and crawled out through a small hole at the back of the alley. After passing through a narrow alley and over a patch of grass, I leaped directly into the stream ahead. The other party does not have his level of perception. As long as you hide well, you have a chance to escape. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight shone down, gilding the earth with a layer of silver. Chu Fan swam slowly in the stream, gradually approaching the bank. He lay down on a rock on the bank and held his breath. He activated his third eye, its vertical pupil rotating as he constantly monitored the surrounding movements. Before long, two figures appeared in his line of sight. The woman flapped her wings and hovered high in the sky. The man stood on the ground below the woman, his gaze gloomy. That kid couldn't have gone far. He should be around here, the man said in a deep voice. The woman hovered in midair and chuckled. This little guy is quite cunning, isn't he? Is he like an eel? Stop wasting time. Hurry up and look for it. We can't delay any longer, or things will get worse, the boy said angrily in a low voice. Fine, whatever. Suddenly, golden light burst forth from the woman's body. The surroundings instantly became as bright as day. Chu Fan, who was lying prone by the stream, suddenly changed his expression and was about to dive underwater. The woman's voice came like a ghost. Little brother, I've found you. She moved with incredible speed, swooping down towards Chu Fan. Damn it! Chu Fan swung his sword, shadow flowing light slash, at the woman rushing towards him. With a flap of her wings, the woman arrived in front of Chu Fan in just a few breaths. A long spear appeared in her hand, and the woman's gaze turned cold. Little brother, don't blame your sister. I'm just trying to protect myself. She suddenly thrust her spear at Chu Fan. So fast. Chu Fan activated weakness sense. The opponent's speed was slowed down instantly, but it still far exceeded that of Ling Tianhua back then. Puff! The spear grazed Chu Fan's arm, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound. Huh. The woman looked surprised and looked at Chu Fan. You actually managed to dodge my shot. No wonder you're a genius on the job change list. At this moment, Chu Fan's forehead suddenly began to twitch. The third eye opened quickly and looked at the woman up close. The woman seemed to have seen something terrifying, and her expression suddenly changed drastically. The operation came to a brief standstill. Now, Chu Fan swiftly unleashed the sword shadow flowing light slash. However, the man suddenly appeared, shattered the sword energy with a punch, and pulled the woman away. The woman snapped out of her daze, looked at Chu Fan, and her face showed fear. What's going on? the man asked in a deep voice. The woman took a deep breath. He has an eye on his forehead, and there's something strange about that eye. The man looked at Chu Fan and saw his third eye. The man whispered, "What is this?" The woman shook her head. "I don't know. Don't look into his eyes. Just now, I felt like I saw a scene from hell. If you hadn't pulled me out in time, Ashura hell," the man said solemnly. "No wonder it's a hidden profession with unpredictable methods. Fortunately, he is currently at a low level and has not yet grown stronger." After saying that, he instantly left his original spot and appeared in front of Chu Fan. Chu Fan felt his body locked in place by an aura, unable to move. "Boxer," Chu Fan exclaimed, "A-level skill, locked on." The boxer's skill, lock on. It can lock onto the opponent and fix them in place. At the same level, the skill effect of the boxer is not very outstanding. At most it can fix the opponent in place for a moment. However, Chu Fan was only level 9, more than 10 levels lower than the man. Faced with the lock-on effect of an A-level skill, he couldn't move at all. "Kid, I admit you're excellent, but that's where it ends." The man rushed up to Chu Fan and threw a punch. Chu Fan's third eye began to spin rapidly. A vortex gradually formed in the pupil. The red eyes also became increasingly blood red. The boxer had been trying to avoid looking into Chu Fan's eyes, but there seemed to be a kind of magic that drew him to look. Unwittingly, the man glanced at Chu Fan's third eye. His expression instantly changed drastically, and his fist froze in midair. Taking advantage of this gap, Chu Fan quickly created distance. However, a long spear suddenly came flying at us. Faced with the combined attack of two level 25 professionals, Chu Fan used all his skills, but to no avail. He narrowly dodged the spear, which was originally aimed at his neck, but veered off course. It eventually grazed his chin. A tremendous force struck. Chu Fan was in pain as he was thrown to the ground by the immense force. Without wasting words, the man and woman chased after Chu Fan, one after the other. What should I do? Chu Fan thought anxiously. He didn't know. At that moment, the vortex in the vertical pupils accelerated, looking like a raging sea of blood. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "Give me your body. Give me your body. Let me kill them." Chu Fan was taken aback. "Who's speaking?" He was on edge, looking around. "Haha, stop looking. I exist within your consciousness. As long as you release your consciousness, I can temporarily control your body." The cold voice continued. "Controlling the body? Who?" Chu Fan's expression suddenly changed drastically. A bold idea emerged. Could it be? Is this rambling? Haha, don't hesitate any longer, or you'll be dead for sure. Leave it to me. Entrust your body to me. Let me kill them for you. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone deserves to die. Everyone deserves to die. Hearing that voice filled with overwhelming killing intent, Chu Fan also felt a surge of killing intent inexplicably. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Is this the babbling the Ashuras heard? It wants to control its own body. Could it be that all the Ashuras in history experienced this kind of ordeal? Ultimately, they relinquished their consciousness and surrendered their bodies, which led to their bloodlust and even their own deaths. Chu Fan instantly thought of many things. We must never relinquish control of our bodies. Made a decision quickly. Under no circumstances should one hand over their body to the Ashura clan. Boy, what are you still hesitating for? A cold voice echoed in his mind. These people all deserve to die. If you don't kill them, you will die. Leave it to me. Leave everything to me. Get out. Chu Fan shouted angrily. Chapter 59 Necromancer. Chu Fan roared. The voice vanished instantly. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he had no time to think. The couple had already arrived in front of him. Kid die, the man shouted. The woman's spear, as swift as a dragon, thrust towards Chu Fan. Resilience. Chu Fan quickly activated his resilience skill and parried with his initial sword in front of his chest. B-level skills, resilience, and parry. He rarely uses it, but now it's a last resort. Two attacks landed on Chu Fan. Bang! Chu Fan flew through the air for more than 10 meters like a kite with a broken string, before crashing onto the bank opposite the stream. It's over. The man put away his fist, and in a flash, he appeared on the opposite bank. The woman flapped her wings of light, instantly covering a distance of more than 10 meters, and arrived in front of Chu Fan, looking down at him. Chu Fan was already seriously injured and unconscious. He's still breathing, the man said. I'll take his head. You prepare to contact the boss. The woman nodded. Ahem, gentlemen. What did this child do wrong that you have to beat him up like this, and you still want to take his head? Ahem. Just then, a weak voice came from afar. They were still far away a second ago. But the next moment, The voice seemed to appear right next to the couple. Who? The two were startled and turned to look. An elderly man with a pale face slowly walked over. Old man, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The man frowned. The old man seemed to have ill intentions, so he dared not make a move rashly. The old man slowly walked over. With each step he took, a crack appeared in the ground beside him. Are you from the Professionals Association? The old man asked, looking at the marks on the two men's wrists. Good. It's good that you know. Do you want to go against the Professionals Association? The woman frowned. The old man gazed into the distance and sighed. Heh, the Professionals Association? It's changed so much over the years. As he spoke, the old man looked at the couple, his gaze gradually turning cold. You beat my child like this. Whoever you are, stay here. The man sneered. Leave us here? What arrogance. Let me see just how strong you really are, you sickly old ghost who can barely walk. As soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly bent over, like a bowstring ready to be drawn. The ground beneath his feet shattered, and spiderweb, like cracks, spread rapidly. Then, he shot out like a cannonball. The old man's gaze was cold, and he said in a deep voice, a boxer's dive. TSK, a mere trifle. The cracks in the ground around him were getting bigger and bigger. One by one, corpses crawled out of it. They surrounded the old man. Seeing this, the boxer's eyes narrowed, and he punched the corpse at the front of the boxer in the chest. A hole was blasted through the corpse's chest, and the hole was empty. However, the corpse was completely unharmed and lashed out at the man with one claw. Sensing the sharpness of the claw, the man's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated and stood beside the woman. What kind of hidden profession is this? The man exclaimed in horror. These corpses actually have the physical attributes of a level 20 professional. Moreover, these corpses cannot be injured and have no sense of pain. Unless they are blasted into dust, they will fight tirelessly. The woman's gaze was also solemn. On the other side, the corpses were separated, and the old man slowly walked out, coldly saying, It's been a long time since I've used my hands, so I'll start with you guys today. Go. The corpses roared and pounced on the couple. The man shouted, Hurry up and make your move. Your skills should be effective against these corpses. The woman nodded and began to sing while standing still. Light mantra. Golden ripples spread outwards. The corpses were struck by the golden ripples and let out painful howls. A night of light? Limu chuckled. A mere regular support class dares to compete with a hidden class? Who gave you the guts? After he finished speaking, a book appeared in Limu's hand. The book was entirely black, tattered, and looked no different from one picked up from a garbage dump. Army of the Undead. Limu, holding a book, slowly spoke. Rise. The next moment, the ground around them trembled, as if a major earthquake had occurred. Dozens of corpses poured out of it. These corpses were completely black, with glowing red eyes, and reeked of decay. The couple were terrified as they watched the scene unfold before them. Light spell. The woman unleashed her skill once more. Golden ripples emanated from the surface. However, the corpses were completely unaffected and pounced on the couple. Go to hell, the man shouted, throwing a punch. He sent a large number of corpses flying. But the corpses rose again unharmed and charged at him once more. What kind of profession is this? The man was pulled by 10 corpses, and his hair stood on end. That's absolutely terrifying. Controlling dozens of corpses that have no weaknesses except for not knowing how to use skills. Each one possesses the physical attributes of a level 20 professional. The hell are we supposed to fight like this? In a moment of stunned silence, the man was grabbed by the hands and feet by 10 corpses. A tremendous force came. His face changed drastically, and he cried out in terror. No. All he saw were the corpses pulling his body and violently yanking him in all directions. The man's body was instantly torn to pieces. The woman was so frightened by what she saw that she collapsed to the ground. Senior, please spare my life, she said in a trembling voice, knowing she was no match for Limu. Limu slowly stepped forward and said, If I don't intervene, will you spare this child's life? The woman stood there, stunned, without saying a word. So go to hell. Limu waved his hand. A large number of corpses pounced on the woman. Not long after, the woman's body was completely devoid of any intact parts. Her head fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with terror. Clearly, she died in extreme terror. Limu put away the tattered book, bent over and coughed. Cough, cough. I only wanted to be an ordinary dean, but I was forced to take action, sigh. At that moment, he suddenly looked to the side and said coldly, Come out. Tang Xiaohu walked out from behind a giant tree over there with a smile on his face. Old Tang, now that you're here, why don't you make a move? Limu asked, somewhat displeased, upon seeing the newcomer. Isn't it you who's here? Tang Xiaohu laughed. A level 36 necromancer. You truly live up to your reputation. Humph. Li Mu's face was somewhat pale, and he snorted coldly. He muttered a few words to himself. The corpses quickly burrowed into the holes in the ground and disappeared. Forget it, I won't hold it against you. Li Mu looked at Tang Xiaohu and said, Xiao Fan killed Ling Hu's son in the dungeon. Ling Hu will definitely not let it go. I suspect they'll make further moves. Li Mu's face was gloomy. However, if you want to harm my child, you'll have to ask my spirits for permission first. All right, stop pulling your weight. You look no different from an undead corpse right now. Tang Xiaohu was unusually serious. There's no way around it. All hidden professions are like this. Xiao Fan he. The two looked at Chu Fan, who was lying on the ground. Sigh, Xiao Fan is facing much more difficult challenges than I am, Li Mu said with a worried expression. Those of us in hidden professions may not have a good ending, but at least we can live a normal life. But none of the Ashuras survived. Tang Xiaohu stood there, his face grave. After a while, he tossed Li Mu a bottle of pills and said, Take Chu Fan back. I will take action immediately if I encounter something like this in the future. Li Mu took the pill, surprised, and said, You're even willing to part with this. Tang Xiaohu laughed and said, Tell him that I gave him a marrow cleansing pill. Li Mu nodded, and then, carrying Chu Fan on his back, he slowly left. Watching Li Mu's retreating figure, Tang Xiaohu sighed deeply. Everyone says that hidden professions are strong, but how many people know that what hidden professions endure is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine? Tang Xiaohu muttered something to himself, then turned and left. Chapter 60 Mental Attack Skills. What's wrong with Brother Chu Fan? I don't know. Grandpa carried him back. I saw that Grandpa's face was even paler, and he kept coughing. Didn't Xiaohu say that Brother Chu Fan went on a date with an older woman? Could he really have had his life force drained? And what about Grandpa? Grandpa has always been like this, which is why he tells us to protect ourselves. Shoo, keep your voices down. Being drained of your life force is very serious. Don't disturb Brother Chu Fan's rest. A group of boys and girls craned their necks and peered through the crack in the door. Inside the door, Li Mu sat on the edge of the bed. At this moment, Chu Fan moved his body slightly. Awake? Li Mu asked with a smile. Dean. Hiss. Chu Fan couldn't help but gasp. Pain. Every part of my body is in excruciating pain. It felt like a needle had been inserted into the head, constantly being stirred inside. Don't move around. It was your teacher who saved you, Li Mu said with a smile. That guy knew you had caused trouble in the dungeon and had been protecting you in secret. Teacher? So that's how it is. Chu Fan lay on the bed, a deep sense of gratitude rising in his heart. That murmuring voice. He suddenly remembered the voice in his mind. What would have happened if I had truly let go of my consciousness and allowed it to control my body? Could it be that the Ashuras in history, under duress, relinquished control of their bodies to the Ashura race, which is why they turned out the way they did? Chu Fan thought of many things. Dean. Chu Fan called out weakly. Li Mu shook his head. Don't say anything more. I know everything about you. Tang Xiaohu gave you a high-level marrow cleansing pill. Your physical condition was too weak before, and your body could not withstand the effects of the marrow cleansing pill. Next, I will help you refine the remaining medicinal effects in your body. After saying that, he waved his hand. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Oh, how stingy. They won't let us see. Let's go. Let's go. Grandpa needs to treat Brother Chu Fan. Let's not disturb them. People want to see it. I hope Brother Chu Fan is all right. Brother Chu Fan will be fine. You don't know, he's on this year's job change list, and he's ranked first in Yangqing. He's a genius, and with his grandfather around, he'll definitely be all right. That's amazing. Okay, everyone come here. I'll show you this video. The guy in the video is killing over 1,000 monsters all by himself. It looks like it's Brother Chu Fan. Wow, this is definitely Brother Chu Fan. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Don't talk nonsense about turning to ashes. The chatter outside the door gradually faded away. Inside the room, a layer of white mist appeared on Li Mu's right hand, which he pressed against Chu Fan's chest. Calm down and feel the changes in your body, Li Mu said. Chu Fan collected his jumbled thoughts, and his breathing gradually became even. Time passed. With Li Mu's help, his physical pain was greatly reduced. High-grade marrow cleansing pill. Chu Fan was deeply moved. He also knew a lot about this elixir. Marrow cleansing pill, a second-grade elixir. It can refine the essence and enhance one's 4 dimensions. Families with good financial means will buy marrow cleansing pills for their children. The effects are very good, but not everyone can afford it. In the market, even a low-grade marrow cleansing pill costs 500,000 yuan. Ordinary families simply cannot afford it. However, the one Tang Xiaohu gave him was of a higher grade. Its value is definitely no less than 5 million. Elixirs are divided into 9 grades. Each type of elixir is also divided into low level, medium level, and high level. The higher the grade, the fewer impurities and the fewer side effects on the body. High-level elixirs have negligible side effects on the body. As Chu Fan's thoughts raced, the white mist on Li Mu's hand slowly disappeared. All right, I've helped you refine 90% of the medicinal effects in your body. You'll need to absorb the remaining 10% on your own. Chu Fan sat up in bed and said respectfully, "Thank you, Dean." "Let me see your career panel," Li Mu said. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan did not hesitate and immediately opened the profession panel. Name, stranger. Age, 18. Occupation, Ashura. Qualifications, S. Grade, 9, 31.2%. Strength, 137 plus, 20. Intelligence, 137 plus, 20. Agility, 137 plus, 20. Endurance, 137 plus, 20. Mental strength, 18. Attack power, 346 plus, 34.6. Source power, 2%. Equipment, initial set, rare, level requirement, 1. Skills, wave perception, tier 2, 11%. Resilience, tier 1, 8%. Parry, tier 1, 6%. Sword shadow flowing light slash, tier 1, 3%. This, upon seeing the career panel, Chu Fan froze on the spot. Not only did his 4-dimensional attributes increase by 30 points, but his mental strength also doubled. High-grade marrow cleansing pills have this effect. Chu Fan's expression changed. Keep in mind that each level up only increases the 4 main attributes by 10 points. This marrow cleansing pill directly gave him a level 3 attribute boost. Besides that, the most important thing is 9 points of mental strength. This thing is very difficult to improve. He consumed the brain marrow of the jellyfish and only gained 2 points of mental strength. That's a 9-point increase. Even Chu Fan couldn't help but secretly click his tongue in amazement. If only I had used the money I spent on buying the jellyfish to buy the marrow cleansing pill. All 4 attributes are good, even higher than berserkers of the same level, Li Mu said. Mental strength 18. You must have used drugs to enhance your mental strength, right? Chu Fan nodded. Yes, Dean, I used the brain marrow of the earth core jellyfish. I feel a bit cheated. If I had known, I would have bought the marrow cleansing pill. Li Mu glanced at Chu Fan and said, You don't have the channels to buy high-grade pills. Most of the ones circulating in the market are low-grade and have too many impurities. Don't buy them, understand? Chu Fan nodded. After you make money, continue to buy medicines to enhance your mental strength. These medicines are different from pills. They have no impurities, so you can use them with peace of mind, Li Mu explained patiently. By the way, where did you earn so much money? Chu Fan smiled and recounted his ordeal. Li Mu laughed and said, You're really lucky. You actually managed to find a bunch of moonstone sand in the beginner dungeon, and someone even gave you money. Dean, how can one quickly improve mental strength? Chu Fan asked. Is it just through the brain marrow of the earth core jellyfish? Li Mu laughed and said, Rapid improvement? You're dreaming. Do you know how difficult it is to improve one's mental strength? A single serving of jellyfish brain marrow costs 3 million, not to mention higher-grade drugs. There are many hidden professions that desperately try to make money to buy this drug, but it becomes increasingly difficult later on. Each one is incredibly expensive. Li Mu sighed. Chu Fan asked suspiciously, Dean, you know so much about this. Could it be that you are also a hidden professional with mental power? Li Mu glared at Chu Fan. Don't try to trick me into telling you anything. Your primary goal now is to raise your mental strength to 20. Chu Fan looked puzzled. Once your mental strength reaches 20, you can learn mental attack skills, Li Mu said with a smile. Chapter 61 The Chosen One, The Evil Eye. Mental attack skills? Chu Fan's expression changed. He knows a lot about conventional professions. In all conventional professions, strength is closely related to the 4 main attributes. Soldiers rely on strength and endurance. Assassins rely on agility. A monk relies on his intellect, etc. For some hidden professions, strength is not only related to the 4 main attributes, but the 5th attribute is the most important. For example, the spiritual power of priestesses and Ashuras. Chu Fan only learned about the existence of spiritual power after he changed his class to Ashura. Therefore, his knowledge in this area is blank. That's right. You know that mental strength is very important to you, Li Mu said. Strength determines your skill attack power. Agility determines your reaction speed and movement speed. Endurance determines your physical strength, in other words, your health in the game. The higher your stamina, the more you can withstand a beating. And strong mental strength allows you to unleash more skills. Think about it. If you are both hidden classes, but your mental strength is weaker than the opponent's, you will be exhausted after unleashing a few skills. But the opponent is still full of energy. How can you fight them? Hearing Li Mu's explanation, Chu Fan nodded. He had already thought of that. This is also the main reason why he wants to improve his mental strength. Li Mu continued, the function of mental power is not limited to this. After it is raised to level 20, you can also use mental power to fight enemies. This skill must be very expensive, right? Chu Fan asked. Li Mu laughed and said, hee hee, Grandpa has some ready-made mental attack skills here. Do you want them? Yes. Chu Fan blurted out. Who wouldn't want something like this? I'll give it to you when you reach level 10 and your mental strength increases to 20, Li Mu said with a smile. Can't you give it to me now? Chu Fan muttered to himself. My heart was already bursting with joy. Having connections is really advantageous. He not only has a teacher, but also a grandfather. These two are his backers. One skill is given to Ashura, and the other is given to mental attack skill. Who says I don't have connections? Isn't this the background? Well, compared to those people in Beijing and Shanghai, this background is nothing. But this is also a background unique to me, Chu Fan. Chu Fan grinned and said, thank you, Grandpa. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. His expression suddenly turned serious. Your teacher said you have a third eye? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart leaped into his throat. The teacher saw it? Without hiding anything, he opened his third eye right in front of Li Mu. Where did this eye come from? Li Mu asked, taking a deep breath. Chu Fan told Li Mu everything about the plaza he saw when he changed jobs, as well as the creatures in it. As for those eyes, he didn't know how they appeared. All he knew was that he had acquired this eye after leaving that square. A third eye just like those eerie creatures. Teacher, these eyes. Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief after telling him everything. Keeping this secret to oneself is too much pressure. With the help of his teachers and the dean, he felt much more relaxed. As expected, this is the evil eye of the Ashura clan. Li Mu looked intently at Chu Fan. They chose you. Did you select me? Chu Fan was suddenly startled. Li Mu nodded and stretched out his left hand, which was as black as ink, like a rotten piece of dead wood. Like me, I am also a chosen one. Li Mu looked at his hands. I was given the hand of the dead. Looking at Li Mu's left hand, Chu Fan felt a surge of shock. Hand of the dead? A gift? Li Mu slowly said, not only you and me, but also some hidden professions have been granted characteristics of other races. These people are what we call the chosen ones. Hearing this, Chu Fan's heart trembled. Why did you choose us? Chu Fan asked. Li Mu continued, I don't know. Maybe it's fate. We were chosen. The alien race bestowed upon us physical characteristics that make us stronger than other professionals. A wisp of black mist emanated from Li Mu's left hand. Black mist rose up and gradually enveloped a water glass on the table. The water glass quickly rotted, turning into a pool of black water in a matter of moments. Chu Fan's breathing became rapid as he watched this horrifying scene. My hand of the dead possesses the power of corruption, Li Mu said. I rarely use it now. When I was young, I was very happy when I learned that I had this ability. I thought I was the protagonist of this era and the chosen one. I used my corruption ability to kill alien beasts, and my fame spread quickly. But over time, I discovered that my body was also showing signs of decay, and I was getting worse day by day. That's when I realized how serious things were. I withdrew from my former faction, returned to Yangcheng, and opened this orphanage. I plan to stay out of worldly affairs and live out the rest of my life in peace, and try not to get involved in anything in the future. At this point, Li Mu sighed. Chu Fan forcibly suppressed his shock and said, Grandpa, then what about my evil eye? Li Mu's expression turned serious. Try to use it less in the future. I don't know if other Ashuras in history were given the evil eye. But one thing is certain. If you use it frequently, you'll go insane much sooner than those Ashuras. You should treat the evil eye as a trump card and never use it unless it's a critical moment. Never treat it as your regular ability. Chu Fan took a deep breath. He secretly wondered what was going on in his mind. It seems that the frequent use of the evil eye during the previous battle with that man and woman led to the appearance of the delirious voice. I understand, Chu Fan said. Li Mu nodded. There are too many secrets in this world waiting for us to discover. There are many unknowns, and humanity is still exploring them. And there is a group of crazy people who see the chosen ones as the key to solving the mysteries of this other world. Therefore, never easily reveal your evil eye to outsiders. Remember, once the evil eye is revealed, the other party must die. Remember this. Once exposed, You'll find that humans are even more evil and terrifying than the beasts. Chu Fan clenched his fists and nodded emphatically. 7 o'clock in the morning. Chu Fan walked to the window. Sensing the bustling crowds on the street, his expression grave. He didn't sleep all night. He was overwhelmed by many things. We can only take it one step at a time, he sighed. Too weak. Faced with these problems that even important figures had no clue about, he didn't think he could solve them. The only thing he can do is become stronger. Only by becoming stronger, reaching the level of Wei Wuji, might things take a turn for the better. Letting out a heavy sigh, Chu Fan tidied himself up and went downstairs to wait. Today he's going to the Lava Lands instance. 7:30 a.m. Jiang Chuha had just arrived. She had dark circles under her eyes and looked like she hadn't slept well. What's wrong? Chu Fan asked. Didn't you sleep last night? Jiang Chuha forced a smile and said, It's okay, brother Fan. Let's go to school and enter the instance. Jiang Chuha linked arms with Chu Fan and looked at him with a smile. Chapter 62. This person, our martial alliance wants him. Chiching Orphanage. Li Mu stood by the window, watching Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha leave, a gentle smile on his face. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he clutched his chest, coughing violently. Li Mu quickly took out a white pill from his pocket and swallowed it. It took a long time to calm down. The situation has become increasingly serious since I took action today. Li Mu sighed, his face pale. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A woman in a uniform, who looked very capable, walked in from outside. Dean Li. The woman gave a professional smile. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Yan, the captain of the 10th team of the Yangqing branch of the Divine Hall, and I also serve as the head of the branch's internal affairs. Li Mu looked at Li Yan. As expected of the Temple of the Gods, even a little girl in charge of internal affairs has a hidden profession, Tske. Upon hearing this, Li Yan looked surprised. The other party was able to tell at a glance that she was a hidden profession. Li Mu said in a deep voice, Speak, what brings you here? Li Yan suppressed her shock and said, Dean Li, the Yangqing branch wants to recruit Chu Fan, and you are his guardian, so? Li Mu looked intently at Li Yan without saying a word. After a long silence, he finally said, Is this Lu Jun's idea? Li Yan nodded. Palace Master Lu said that if he joins now, he'll get an A-level contract immediately. If he can get into one of the top 4, his contract will be upgraded to S-level. What do you think? Li Yan's attitude towards Li Mu also became very respectful. The orphanage director was able to spot her hidden profession at a glance. Her strength must be unfathomable. Lu Jun thinks so highly of Chu Fan. A look of pride appeared on Li Mu's face. He quickly stopped smiling. Your conditions are indeed good, but I cannot make the decision for Chu Fan. I will explain the pros and cons to him and let him choose for himself. Li Yan nodded. Okay, Dean Li, then I'll wait for your good news. After saying that, she left the room. Li Mu's eyes gleamed. The Temple of the Divine Office's A-level contract. Huh? Back in the day, I wanted to join the Temple of the Divine Office, but I was rejected. Xiao Fan really surprised me. However, why not take this opportunity to bring the Martial Alliance in for a discussion? Li Mu's lips curled slightly. Call Zheng Ming. Soon, a bald man appeared in the office, standing in the light screen. Old Li, what do you need me to call personally? The bald man asked in surprise. Li Mu smiled and said, I'll recommend someone to your Martial Alliance. Haha, the person you recommend must be good. I'll take them. Zheng Ming laughed heartily. Conditions? Li Mu asked. Zheng Ming shrugged. At least I need to know his strength, right? 18 years old, level 9 professional, currently studying at Yangqing No. 1 Middle School, Li Mu said. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ming was taken aback. Damn it. Laoli, are you kidding me? You want to join the Martial Alliance before even taking the college entrance exam? Good thing I asked, or you would have screwed me over. Li Mu slowly said. He is ranked 58th on this year's job change list. Zheng Ming became interested. Oh, that's not bad. What's your profession? Hidden class, Ashura. Li Mu said. Holy crap, Ashura. Zheng Ming exclaimed. Forget it. Laoli, we can't take this profession. The Temple of the Priests has already offered him an A-level contract to join, and has proposed that if he joins one of the 4 greats, the contract will be upgraded to S-level. What? Zheng Ming was startled. Li Mu continued. However, I haven't agreed yet. Given our relationship, I would definitely recommend such a talent to your Martial Alliance. But as you know, it ultimately depends on the conditions. Zheng Ming pondered for a while, then took a deep breath and asked, Old Li, is that child from Yangqing? From your orphanage? Yes, Li Mu admitted. Okay, I understand, Zheng Ming said. The position of headmaster of Yangqing Martial Arts School is currently vacant and is under the jurisdiction of our leader, so I need to consult with the leader first before I can get back to you. Li Mu smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll wait for your news. But hurry, I'm afraid I won't be able to refuse the conditions from the Temple of the Divine Office. Haha, I got it. After hanging up the call, Li Mu's lips curled into a smile. Jiangnan Province. Martial Alliance. Zheng Ming entered a room. Inside the large room stood a man. This man was Jiang Chua's father, Jiang Haixing. Chief Instructor, Li Mu has recommended someone to us, Zheng Ming said. Li Mu. Jiang Haixing turned around and looked at the bald man. Is he Li Mu, one of the founders of the Professionals Association? It's him. Jiang Haixing's expression changed slightly. It was him. If you calculate it, that guy must be over 120 years old this year, right? Zheng Ming laughed and said, he is a hidden class, the necromancer. After awakening, he became a necromancer. I wonder how long he can live. Jiang Haixing nodded. 100 years ago, he and 2 others founded the Professionals Association, which was very popular at the time. When I became a professional, he was the president of the Professionals Association, so you could say he was my senior. Later, for some unknown reason, he went into seclusion in Yangcheng and opened an orphanage. Haha, why did he suddenly become interested in recommending talents to the Martial Alliance? Zheng Mingdao said. The people he recommended were the children from his orphanage. I see, Jiang Haixing said with a smile. Whom did you recommend? He didn't tell me his name. He only said that he was ranked 58th on this year's job change list, Zheng Ming said respectfully. 58th on the job change ranking? Heh, not bad, but too young. Our Martial Alliance. At this point, Jiang Haixing suddenly looked at Zheng Ming. Are you sure it's 58-bit? Yes, I'm sure. Zheng Ming nodded. Jiang Haixing stood still, his gaze solemn. After a long silence, he said, since it was recommended by Li Mu, he must be extraordinary. Our Martial Alliance wants him. Zheng Ming's expression changed slightly, his heart filled with doubt. Is that all? I haven't even mentioned his profession yet. He might have thought about it, but he didn't dare ask. We'll invite Chu to join the Martial Alliance. As for the conditions, he hasn't graduated yet, so the highest we can offer him is the status of a martial artist, Jiang Haixing continued. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ming stood there stunned. Warrior? Within the Martial Alliance, members are ranked as follows: Martial Apprentice, Martial Warrior, Warrior, Martial Master, Grandmaster, and Martial God. In the past, when the Martial Alliance recruited students from major universities across the country, they could only start as martial arts apprentices. Even for martial arts apprentices, geniuses from schools across the country are vying to join. Becoming a martial arts apprentice of the Martial Alliance will grant you the right to use the second floor of the Martial Alliance Tower. The first floor of the Martial Alliance Tower is open to everyone. However, starting from the second floor, it is only open to internal personnel. The headmaster actually granted that person the rights of a martial artist. This allows direct access to the 4th floor of the Martial Alliance Tower. Zheng Ming stood there dumbfounded. All I mentioned was that person's ranking on the job change list, and the headmaster actually offered this kind of condition. Moreover, there were 57 people ahead of that person in line. The head of the museum had no intention of extending an invitation. Is the person ranked 58 the only one I'm optimistic about? Zheng Ming couldn't understand it. All right, you don't need to worry about this. I'll have the manager of Yangqing Martial Arts School handle it, Jiang Haixing said. Zheng Ming touched his bald head, chuckled awkwardly, and retreated. Jiang Haixing stood in the room. At this moment, an image appeared on the surrounding walls. It was a scene of Chu Fan and Jiang Chua. At this moment, Jiang Chua was walking down the street with Chu Fan on her arm. I, Jiang Haixing, would never misjudge someone. You are very outstanding, but I dare not gamble, nor can I gamble. This is all I can do to help you, Jiang Haixing murmured. Chapter 64 Worries. On the way, Jiang Chua was not in a good mood and did not speak. Chu Fan saw this, but didn't ask any further questions. Perhaps she had a fight with her father. Chu Fan, are you Chu Fan? At that moment, a boy shouted loudly. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua stopped in their tracks. A group of students gathered around. Holy crap, it really is Chu Fan. Quick, let's take a picture together before he gets away. Black, the black and white duo. Chu Fan, could you give me your autograph? I'd better post this on my WeChat moments to show off. When Chu Fan becomes a big shot in the future, I can say that I took a picture with him. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua stood there, stunned. These people knew they were the black and white duo. After all, they were all students from various schools in Yangcheng, and having been to the Dark Forest, they had all heard of their great reputation. But why are they all acting like they've seen a celebrity? Everyone was taking selfies with their phones. Chu Fan, is the video of you killing over 1,000 shadow beasts all by yourself real? A girl stepped forward, her eyes sparkling. Chu Fan was taken aback. What video? The girl smiled, took out her phone, opened the video, and said, "This is it. I even saved it. The video of you entering the dark forest for the second time yesterday and killing over 1,000 shadow beasts all by yourself has gone viral online. You're now a celebrity in Yangqing. No, in the whole country." The surrounding students also laughed. Haha, that's right, Chu Fan. We all have to thank you because you killed all the shadow beasts, so we had to switch to another dungeon. Yes. Yangqing Middle School is going to the Thorn Jungle today, not the Dark Forest. Our school, number 6, will also go to the Thorn Jungle. It will be much safer that way. Thank you, Chu Fan. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was slightly startled. Because he killed all the shadow beasts, the students in Yangqing all had to switch dungeons? The Thorn Jungle is easier than the Dark Forest. It is indeed safer. However, the upgrade speed will also be much slower. Chu Fan gave a wry smile. Sorry everyone, I've delayed your leveling up. Oh, not at all. We should be thanking you. That's right, Boss Chu Fan. Finally, we don't have to live in fear anymore. I even had a nightmare about shadow beasts last night. The little monsters in the Thorn Jungle are no challenge at all. Chu Fan smiled and nodded, without saying anything more. Everyone has their own pursuits. He would not look down on these people just because they were afraid of strange beasts. It can only be said that they have different goals. Soon, he and Jiang Chuha left under everyone's gaze. After walking a distance, Chu Fan's expression turned serious. What's wrong? Aren't you happy to be famous? Jiang Chuha said with a smile. Chu Fan shook his head. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. This video coming out won't do us any good. Jiang Chuha looked puzzled. As Chu Fan walked, he explained, Don't forget, we're about to go to the Lava Land instance. The students who enter this instance are far superior to the students in Yangqing in terms of aptitude, strength, and vision. What will they think when they see this video? Jiang Chuha tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, They'll think it's nothing special? Chu Fan nodded. Actually, it's not difficult. Many students who rank high on the job change list and also have area of effect damage skills can do it. They just didn't think of this method, or they couldn't do it against the fire serpents in the lava land. When people see someone who is not as good as themselves being regarded as a formidable figure by many others, they will feel somewhat resentful. Those with a broad perspective simply laugh it off, while those with a narrow perspective will try to prove something. Jiang Chuha listened, completely bewildered, and nodded blankly. Chu Fan stopped where he was and looked at Jiang Chuha, saying, Chuha, we need to be careful when we go to the Lava Land dungeon this time, and not attract too much attention. Oh, Yangqing No. 1 Middle School. Of the elite building. It was already packed with people. Tang Xiaohu, Luo Ning, and the 4 mentors stood at the front of the hall. I'm sure everyone has received the message from the instructor. In the next 2 days, all students will enter the Thorn Jungle instance. Luo Ning said loudly. These words were spoken. Many students breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces lit up with joy. Luo Ning saw all of this and sighed softly. Chu Fan and Jiang Chua, come over here. The rest of you, go to the back, Luo Ning said. Teacher, aren't the 2 of them going? Someone asked, their eyes lighting up. Everyone's ears perked up. There's nothing we can do. We're all terrified of being robbed. These 2 even compete for students from their own school. Luo Ning shook his head and smiled. Neither of them are going. They're going to the lava fields. These words were spoken. That's great. Although Chu Fan is my idol now, I don't want him to steal him away from me. Haha. Let him go to the lava land and rob other people. Just don't rob us. Wait. Lava land. Why does this seem familiar? Holy crap. Lava Land. Isn't that the dungeon that students from big cities like Beijing and Shanghai go to? It's the most difficult dungeon for beginners. Are Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha going there? The scene instantly erupted in commotion. Luo Ning waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. He nodded to Tang Xiaohu, then walked to the back of the hall and activated the portal. Everyone, enter in turn. The Thorn Jungle dungeon isn't too difficult. Try to kill as many monsters as possible. That way, your ranks won't fall behind. A large group of students walked into the portal, laughing and joking. He had a relaxed smile on his face. The 4 mentors shook their heads in disbelief. Soon, only Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha remained in the entire hall. Chu Fan, be more discreet this time when you enter the lava land, Tang Ming said in a deep voice. Those students are far superior to those from Yangqing. Chu Fan nodded. I understand. Haha. Tang Xiaohu laughed. Concealing one's sharpness does not mean swallowing one's pride. When it's time to show it, one should still show it. Everyone laughed when he said that. Tang Xiaohu pressed a button on the smart ring meter. A blood-red portal appeared in the hall. Go ahead, Tang Xiao said. Chu Fan, Chu He. Du Jing stepped forward. Be careful. He, don't worry, have confidence in your students, Qi Jiang said with a smile. Dear teachers, we're going in. Chu Fan bowed slightly and walked into the teleportation portal with Jiang Chua. Tang Xiaohu and the others stood there for a long time without leaving. Will they be all right? Du Jing asked with concern. Tang Xiaohu's brows furrowed slightly. Vice Principal, do you know about that video? Du Jing asked. Tang Xiaohu nodded. Du Jing said, over the years, students in big cities have developed a sense of superiority. They have superior mentality, superior knowledge, and superior access to certain content. Chu Fan is easy to identify. If someone discovers that the student who single-handedly killed over 1,000 shadow beasts has also entered the lava land, I'm worried. Tang Xiaohu sighed with worry in his eyes. Ah, that's human nature. It's unavoidable. On the bright side, hopefully Chu Fan can realize the gap between himself and those students through this dungeon trip, which would be a good thing for him. Chapter 65 Lava Land. The lava-covered land was covered in blood, with lava pools scattered everywhere. In the distance, a volcano shoots straight into the sky. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha looked at this world and felt a sense of unreality. This is the lava land. Jiang Chuha asked in surprise. It feels like we've entered another dimension. Is this really somewhere in reality? Chu Fan laughed and said, that's what the book says anyway, but I don't know how much of it is true. The strength of those powerful individuals is unfathomable. I wouldn't be surprised if they could create a space. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Chuha and asked, is everything ready? Ready. Jiang Chuha nodded and reached into her chest. A black mask and a white veil appeared in her hands. Chu Fan picked up the black mask and put it on his head, leaving only his dark, hollow eyes exposed. Jiang Chuha also put on a light veil, which added to her sense of mystery. The two looked at each other and smiled. Brother Fan, this mask suits you quite well. You look really handsome, Jiang Chuha said with a smile. With this mask on, we won't be recognized by others. Chu Fan smiled and nodded. The appearance of that video forced him to become more cautious. So he asked Jiang Chuha to prepare disguise items. This way, at least some trouble can be avoided. The surface temperature of the lava land is extremely high, with heat waves emanating from the cracks. Before long, large beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Chu Fan immediately activated his wave perception, constantly monitoring the surrounding activity. This had become his instinct. He looked at Jiang Chuha and asked, where are we now? Jiang Chuha glanced at the smart ring meter, where a red that was flashing. In the northeast. Chu Fan nodded. In the lava land. The further you go into the center, the higher the level of the beasts. It is said that the Lord dwells in a huge lava pool in the central area. The strange beasts here are called flame pythons. The lowest level is level 3, and the common level is between level 6 and 9. Currently, flame pythons below level 6 are of little use to us, so let's head straight to the center. After saying that, the two quickly set off. Along the way, we could see pythons wreathed in flames from time to time. These pythons were 2 meters long, with their fangs bared, and looked extremely fierce. Chu Fan and his companion did not specifically target the lower-level flame pythons. They moved with incredible speed, rushing forward. When Jiang Chuha encountered a low-level fire python blocking her way, she kicked it to death with one kick, and then absorbed the spiritual crystal. For those whose level is 3 levels lower than theirs, the spiritual crystals have a negligible effect on increasing their level. But neither of them let it go. They arrived at a lava pool. The lava in the pool was churning, radiating terrifying heat that distorted the air above. Standing by the pool, Jiang Chuha took a deep breath, then looked into the distance and said, we can go around that side. Chu Fan nodded and was about to leave when suddenly his expression darkened. Be careful. Hiss. Giant fire python, 3 meters long, burst out of the lava pool, bringing with it a large cloud of lava. The lava fell to the ground, instantly eroding it and making a sizzling sound. Jiang Chuha reacted extremely quickly, dodging the flame python's attack. It's level 7, be careful, Chu Fan warned. Jiang Chuha kicked the flaming python directly. Act! The flame python cried out in pain, then swiftly attacked Jiang Chuha. He's still alive. Even Chu Fan was somewhat surprised. It should be noted that Jiang Chuha is already a level 9 professional, which is a full level 2 higher than this flame python. Even a quick kick couldn't kill it instantly. As expected of the most difficult beginner dungeon, Chu Fan nodded slightly. The flame python is much stronger than the shadow beast. He had a rough idea of the flame python's strength. Jiang Chuha remained calm as the fiery python charged towards her. She stepped forward with her left leg, twisted her body, and slammed a powerful punch into the flame python's head. A-level skill, charging punch. Bang! The head of the fiery python turned into a bloody mist. Immediately afterwards, its body turned to ashes and disappeared. A deep blue spiritual crystal fell down. Jiang Chuha quickly stepped forward and put away the spiritual crystal. Two beams of blue light entered their bodies. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha couldn't help but groan. Comfortable. Contained in this flame serpent are much more abundant than those in the shadow beast. Chu Fan opened the profession panel and glanced at it. A 3% increase in experience. Chu Fan nodded to himself. At this rate, you only need to kill about 20 flame pythons to smoothly reach level 10. His gaze became intense. Chu Fan's plan was to first develop stealthily and level up to level 10. At that time, he will not only be able to wear a level 10 rare set of armor, but also learn mental attack skills, which will greatly enhance his strength. Even if he is recognized, he won't be afraid. Just as Jiang Chuha killed the flame python, 5 people were crouching behind a rock 100 meters away. Captain, there are only 2 of them, maybe. Someone whispered. One of the handsome boys said in a deep voice, they are hiding their identities. Don't make a move rashly. Moreover, the fact that 2 people dare to team up to enter the lava land means they must be confident in their abilities. Let's wait and see. When doing something like this, we have to be absolutely sure. If they are those people, it will be a loss. The handsome young man whispered, follow them. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha bypassed the giant lava pool and continued towards the central area. Charge punch. Facing a giant fire python over 4 meters long, Jiang Chuha immediately unleashed a charging punch. Then he followed up with 2 quick kicks. That's how they finally killed the level 8 fire python. After absorbing the spiritual energy, Chu Fan was overjoyed. This level 8 flame python gave him a 4% level boost. Jiang Chuha clapped her hands and raised her chin slightly, saying, these little snakes are nothing special. Yeah, it's mainly because you're amazing. Chu Fan laughed. Hee, that's right. Jiang Chuha said, your sword chi skills are too eye-catching. Leave everything else to me. Don't make a move. Chu Fan nodded. Let's follow Jiang Chuha and get to level 10 first. 100 meters away, the 5 people watching Jiang Chuha kill the level 8 flame python were also slightly surprised. Who was that person? How could he kill an 8th level flame python so easily? Someone exclaimed. She might be a genius ranked in the top 100 of the job change list, the handsome young man said. However, she was wearing a veil, so I don't know her identity. Captain, can you do it? Someone in the team asked in a low voice. The handsome young man chuckled, his face showing disdain. I only needed 1 move to kill an 8th level flame python, but she used 3. Chapter 66 Possessing a treasure is a crime. Upon hearing this, the team members all laughed. On the surface, it seems like just a difference of 1 move versus 3 moves. But they were all level 9 professionals, and they were well aware of how big the gap was. It's like the difference between getting 100 points and getting 90 points on a test. The team leader got 100 because the maximum score is only 100. Jiang Chuha, however, only has a score of 90. Captain, how about we do it? Someone asked with burning eyes. The handsome young man's expression changed as he looked at the only girl in the group. Xiaolin, are you sure that person wearing the mask is wearing a spatial ring on their finger? Xiaolin's eyes suddenly sparkled as she looked at Chu Fan's finger 100 meters away. Captain, it's confirmed, it's a spatial ring. The handsome young man nodded slightly and said in a low voice. If I'm not mistaken, that girl used the martial artist's instant kick skill. Check the job advancement rankings. Are there any martial artists in the top 100? As soon as the words were spoken, someone opened the job change list and quickly started searching on it. Captain, no. What about the top 200? The handsome young man asked. Let me check, and nothing there either. The man exclaimed in surprise. Impossible. That girl is so strong. How come she's not in the top 200 of the job advancement ranking? He continued searching on the job change list. Soon, he exclaimed with delight. Captain, there are 5 martial artists ranked between 200 and 300. If nothing unexpected happens, that girl is one of them. Upon hearing this, the other team members all showed delight. The 4 of us can handle students of this level, let alone with you, the captain. That's right. As long as they're not a prodigy like Chun Haoyu, it's worth the risk for us. Captain, our team is currently missing a spatial item. They all looked at the handsome man, waiting for him to make a decision. The handsome young man took a deep breath and slowly said, Cheer. The 5 people quickly emerged from behind the rocks and rushed towards Chu Fan and his companion. Chu Fan's expression changed slightly. Someone's coming. Jiang Chuha turned around and saw the 5 people rushing towards them. The 4 men and 1 woman were all of extraordinary bearing. 5 level 9 professionals. Chu Fan's expression was solemn. The boy in the middle is the strongest. In his perception, the handsome young man's vital energy was far superior to that of the others. 5 level 9s. Jiang Chuha frowned slightly, standing next to Chu Fan with her fists clenched. Soon, the handsome boy waved his hand, and the 5 people stopped in front of Chu Fan and his companion. Don't be nervous, you two, the handsome boy said with a smile. I'm just curious. Why are you wearing masks to hide your identities? It's none of your business. We're allergic to the heat here. Is that not allowed? Jiang Chuha said coldly. The handsome young man said slowly. Gentlemen, we mean no harm and will not steal the spiritual crystal. As long as you hand over the items in your spatial storage, we will let you leave. How about it? Space items? So that's how it is. Chu Fan touched the spatial ring on his finger. It was overlooked. They forgot the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime. Such valuable items are bound to attract the covetous eyes of others. What if we don't give it to them? Jiang Chuha asked coldly. She thought the other person knew she had a spatial necklace. The handsome young man's face instantly turned cold. You won't give it to me? Then I'll just have to beat you so badly you can't even get into the dungeon. Remember, my name is Liang Hao. He instantly left the spot, leaving behind an afterimage. So fast, Chu Fan thought to himself. The initial sword appeared in his hand. Brother Fan, no need. Jiang Chuha stepped forward. Leave it to me. She stood still and threw a punch forward. Faced with Jiang Chuha's fierce attack, Liang Hao grinned and disappeared from the spot once again. The next moment, he appeared 10 meters away. This is a movement technique. This person is very skilled in movement techniques, Chu Fan warned. And it's not a conventional profession, so be careful. A hidden profession? Jiang Chuha nodded, her gaze serious. She pushed off the ground with both legs and rushed out at great speed. Chu Fan silently sensed all of this. In his perception, Liang Hao's light and shadow suddenly slowed down by half and were covered with black dots. Weakness detection. Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. Hey, don't look over there, your opponents are us. The other 4 walked over to Chu Fan and surrounded him. Wearing a mask looks intimidating. I wonder if you're as good as that girl. Chu Fan gripped the initial sword, but did not make a move. The 4 of them smiled and looked at Chu Fan, but did not make a move. For them, all they had to do was wait for the captain to take care of the girl. When the 5 of them work together, dealing with this boy will be a piece of cake. Jiang Chuha and Liang Hao fought to a distance, combining punches and quick kicks with a dashing and elegant style. Chu Fan sensed all of this and nodded secretly. Having trained in the training room, Jiang Chuha has become more proficient in using her skills. Over there, Jiang Chuha had the upper hand, while Liang Hao kept dodging. Suddenly, Jiang Chuha's speed exploded, closing in from both sides. She took a step to the side, twisting her waist, and punched Liang Hao in the chest. It's over, Jiang Chua said. However, Liang Hao grinned. His figure disappeared from the spot. Missed it. Was it an afterimage? Jiang Chua frowned and turned around to deliver a quick kick. Where should we kick? Liang Hao's voice came from above Jiang Chua's head. TSK, martial artists are indeed very powerful. Even I have to be careful. But what's the point if you can't hit it? Jiang Chua's expression changed slightly, and she threw a hook punch upwards. Liang Hao's voice came from behind her again. It's no use, you can't hit me. Against hidden classes, a regular class like yours has no advantage whatsoever. Jiang Chua quickly looked behind her, but couldn't find Liang Hao anywhere. Suddenly, a long sword swiftly pierced through her from the side. Oh no! Jiang Chua's expression changed drastically. Chu He, step to the left, turn around, and tilt your head back. At this moment, Chu Fan's voice came out in time. Jiang Chua did as instructed without hesitation. She took a step to the left, turned around, and then looked up, her slender body parallel to the ground. The movements were very uncoordinated, but he narrowly escaped Liang Hao's attack. The long sword pierced past the top of Jiang Chua's head. Jiang Chua quickly got up, moved away, and kept her distance from Liang Hao. That was close, she said, still shaken. Thank goodness Brother Fan was there. Huh. Liang Hao stood there, looking surprised. He looked at Chu Fan in the distance, his face turning cold. You can see my location clearly? Chapter 67, Unexpected Actions. The other 4 also looked surprised. They were extremely surprised. It's important to know that Liang Hao has a hidden profession, Abyss Stalker. A profession that lurks in the abyss. They are particularly skilled in movement techniques, making them more powerful and elusive than regular professional assassins, and even more unpredictable and elusive. Moreover, Liang Hao ranked 98th on this year's career change list. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 is a genius among geniuses. However, the masked boy was able to spot the captain's movements at a glance. How is this possible? They stared at Chu Fan in disbelief, a suspicion forming in their minds. Could it be that this boy is stronger than the girl? Chu Fan, wearing a mask that revealed his dark, hollow eyes, calmly said, "Just luck." Luck? Liang Hao walked over step by step, pointing his sword at Chu Fan. "I've decided to attack you directly. You will be my opponent." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Chuha quickly stepped in front of Chu Fan, her face icy cold. The meaning is quite obvious. If you want to fight Chu Fan, you'll have to get past me first. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly did something that surprised everyone. He took the spatial ring off his finger. "Here's the spatial ring. Can we leave now?" These words were spoken. Even Jiang Chuha was stunned for a moment, looking at Chu Fan in surprise. She didn't expect that Chu Fan also had spatial items. To everyone's surprise, Chu Fan actually handed over the spatial items directly. This isn't like Fan Ji's style. Liang Hao was also taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, "Throw it over here." Chu Fan tossed the spatial ring over. Liang Hao looked at the spatial ring in his hand and, after confirming that there were no problems, a look of joy appeared on his face. He glanced at Chu Fan with disdain in his eyes, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Soon, the 5 people walked away into the distance and disappeared from sight. Jiang Chuha looked at Chu Fan in confusion. "Brother Fan Yu." Chu Fan took out a drop of black liquid and handed it to Jiang Chuha, saying, "Keep this shadow blood with you for now." Oh, Jiang Chuha was a little confused. She took the shadow blood and put it into her chest. Chu Fan stared in the direction the 5 men had left and said coldly, "They stole my spatial ring? Don't worry, I'll make them pay me back with interest." On the other side, Liang Hao and his 4 companions moved swiftly across the Red Land. They encountered a fiery python along the way, but with the team's tacit cooperation, they instantly killed it. Soon, the group arrived at an open area. "Captain, I thought you were going to make a move," someone in the team laughed. They were all very excited to get their hands on the spatial ring. Liang Hao said, "That person was able to see through my movements, which is quite remarkable. He must be someone who is on the list." As he spoke, he laughed and looked at everyone. "Why do you think I would reveal my identity and say my name?" Everyone shook their heads. Liang Hao said, "Those who can enter the lava land are all extraordinary. They will definitely look at the job change ranking and compare themselves with those ranked higher." That couple was no exception. And anyone who looks at the job change rankings will know that I, Liang Hao, am ranked 98th. Liang Hao said proudly. Upon hearing this, everyone looked enlightened. Haha, I see. The captain's revelation of his identity made them wary, which is why the man voluntarily handed over the spatial ring. I have to say, that masked man was very wise. Although he could see through the captain's movements, it's not surprising. Even a support class like Xiaolin could do that. Liang Hao sneered. That's right. I originally wanted to make a move against him, but since he wisely handed it over voluntarily, I'll let it go. I can still conserve my strength to deal with the alien beast. He took out the spatial ring. Let's see what's inside the ring. Everyone held their breath. This wasn't the first time they'd done something like this. Every time, they managed to snatch the treasure from the other party. That masked man has a spatial ring, so he must be even wealthier. Suddenly, Liang Hao's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly. What's wrong, Captain? Xiaolin asked, leaning closer. See for yourselves. Liang Hao took a deep breath. Everyone looked into the spatial ring, and their expressions immediately turned strange. The space ring was crammed full of books. A Modern History of Earth, Illustrated Compendium of Mythical Beasts, Introduction to Professionals. Damn, is this guy really that studious? Using a spatial storage device to store books? Damn, he's just a poor bastard. Someone cursed angrily. I thought he was rich, but it turns out he's nothing. Poor guy? How could a poor guy have a space ring? Besides, this space ring has 10 square meters of space, and its market price is at least 20 million. I think that guy is just a studious person. Liang Hao's expression also turned somewhat gloomy. All right, our goal was the spatial ring anyway, so it's good that we've achieved it. I just didn't expect that kid to use a spatial ring to store books. I wonder if there's something wrong with it. He pointed to his head. Everyone else laughed. Liang Hao looked at everyone and said, Please put any valuables you have in here so they can be easily carried. Without any hesitation, the others took out the items they were carrying from their pockets. Captain, I have 8 qi and blood pills here. I'll keep them for now. I'll ask you for them again when I need to restore my qi and blood. Liang Hao nodded. Qi and blood pill, a first-grade elixir, has a market price of 10,000 per pill. It can restore a small amount of qi and blood, and many professionals carry it in case of emergency. I have 10, Xiaolin hesitated. Don't worry, would the captain possibly cheat us out of anything? Someone said with a shake of their head and a laugh. Xiaolin nodded and took out a bag. I have 10 bone-tempering pills here. Everyone's eyes lit up. Bone-tempering pill. Second-grade elixir. Like the marrow-cleansing pill, it is a pill that can improve a professional's 4 attributes. The difference between the two is that the bone-tempering pill can temper the entire skeleton, greatly enhancing the strength and endurance of the professional. The marrow-cleansing pill provides a balanced improvement. Among the many pills that enhance the 4 attributes, the bone-tempering pill and the marrow-cleansing pill are the most common and widespread. Captain, Xiaolin said softly. Liang Hao came to his senses and laughed. Haha, if it were a 5th-grade pill like the transformation pill, I might still be tempted to buy it. But it's just a mere bone-tempering pill, which is not unaffordable for me. Don't worry. Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, the other two took out their respective items. One of them even prepared a set of level 10 equipment and carried it with him. He put the equipment into his spatial ring and breathed a sigh of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Haha, having spatial items is so convenient. Captain, what items are you storing? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Liang Hao. Liang Hao smiled and took out a golden, stone-like object. What is this? Xiaolin asked, looking puzzled. Liang Hao laughed and said, Gold inscription stone. What? Jin Mingshi? Everyone was shocked by these words. Is this a gold inscription stone that can be forged onto a weapon to give it another attribute? Someone exclaimed. Captain, you actually have this? I remember this thing is worth 20 million, right? Its value is comparable to that of this spatial ring. Liang Hao smiled and said, I was lucky. I found it at the auction house in the trading market. The seller missed a zero on the 20 million item, haha, so I bought it for 2 million. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped and looked on with envy. Is this even possible? Captain, you're really lucky to have run into this. Wow, you're such a great captain. I really envy you. Liang Hao looked up at the sky, a slow smile playing on his lips. Luck is also a form of ability. He found a gold-inscribed stone at the auction house, and now he has obtained a spatial ring without spending a penny. What is atmospheric transport? This is the power of destiny. Those who possess great fortune are destined for an extraordinary future. Chapter 68, third on the job change ranking. The great sage equal to heaven. The lava fields are vast and boundless, far surpassing the dark forest. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha proceeded along the central area without encountering any other professionals. Flame pythons usually stay in lava pools, with only a few occasionally venturing to the surface for fresh air. So the two of them specifically sought out lava pools to kill the fire python. Approaching the lava pool, Chu Fan could roughly sense the number of fire pythons inside. Lure him out, then kill him. The two ran from one lava pool to another. Wherever they went, all the fire pythons in the lava pools were killed. During this period, Chu Fan's ability to perceive fluctuations visibly improved. Aside from refraining from using the sword shadow flowing light slash to avoid being exposed, he also employed his resilience and parrying abilities. Proficiency has increased significantly. Brother Fan, over there. Jiang Chuha pointed to a lava pool in the distance and said excitedly. She grew to like the feeling. Join Chu Fan on his adventures and fight off strange beasts together. She cherished these days very much. Same as always, I'll lure them out, and you kill them, Chu Fan said with a smile as he walked to the edge of the lava pool. On the red, scorching earth, 2 figures sped past. The setting sun on the horizon was like blood. At one point, after the two killed the 5 fire serpents in the lava pool, they sat on a boulder and looked at the sky. Jiang Chuha leaned on Chu Fan's shoulder, looking dejected. Chu-hee, is something on your mind? Chu Fan asked softly. He could sense Jiang Chuha's feelings at that moment. So he was very confused. Jiang Chuha whispered, if, one day I'm gone, will you miss me? Why are you suddenly asking this? Chu Fan's heart trembled slightly, and he vaguely sensed something. Oh, I was just asking casually, to see if you have feelings for me, Jiang Chuha said with a smile. Yes. Chu Fan nodded seriously. Hee, that's good. Jiang Chuha linked arms with Chu Fan, smiling happily. She took out her phone, the couple's phone. Let's take a picture. Click. In the scene, Chu Fan is wearing a black mask, and Jiang Chuha is wearing a white veil. The two are standing close together. Behind them, the setting sun shone like blood, illuminating the earth. Composing themselves, the two continued towards the central area. Chu Fan opened the profession panel and glanced at the experience bar. Level 9, 97%. I'll be level 10 soon, Chu Fan said. Let's level up first. At this moment, a 6-meter-tall fiery python coiled in front of them, blocking their path. Hey, there's a head out sunbathing, Jiang Chua said, clenching her fist. You wait, I'll go deal with him. A level 9 flame python, Chu Fan said. Chu He attack its eyes. Under Chu Fan's perception of weaknesses, the flame python's weaknesses were magnified infinitely. The flames surrounding it are not only extremely hot, but also have a protective effect. Its eyes are the flame python's weak point. Jiang Chua suddenly leaped up, soaring 6 meters high, and kicked directly at the flame python's eyes. Then, using the force of her attack, she twisted her body in midair and swept her long legs across again. Puff! Without the protection of flames, the eyes of the level 9 fire python were kicked out. Chu Fan sensed all of this and smiled. After entering the lava land, Jiang Chua was the one making the moves, and her progress was very rapid. He has become proficient in combining hook punches, straight punches, and quick kicks, and even combining 2 of them in a row. That is, combos. Chu Fan saw it all. He was happy that Jiang Chua had become stronger. Jiang Chua landed lightly without pausing, and taking advantage of the brief moment when the flame python screamed, she unleashed 2 swift punches. However, at that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Death to the monster. Bang! A loud bang was heard. Python before Jiang Chua could make a move. Stealing monsters? Chu Fan's face darkened. The initial sword instantly appeared in Chu Fan's hand. He looked at the person who had come. The man was about 1.78 meters tall, very thin, and held a stick in his hand as he slowly stood up. In a flash, he was in front of Chu Fan. Chu Fan was shocked. So fast. Just as he was about to make a move, the man brandished his stick and exclaimed excitedly, Master, Master, I finally found you. Chu Fan froze on the spot. What the heck? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Chua picked up the spiritual crystal and walked to Chu Fan's side, looking at the newcomer with a bewildered expression. The journey westward is fraught with difficulties, and monsters frequently appear, the man said with a bitter face. If you drive me away, how can we reach the Western Paradise? Chu Fan gave the man a deep look and tentatively asked, Wu, Wukong. Upon hearing this, the man burst into tears of joy, grabbed Chu Fan's hand, and said, Master, have you forgiven your disciple? Chu Fan took a deep breath. You didn't do anything wrong. The man was stunned for a moment, seemingly surprised that his master would say such a thing. Master, don't worry. With me, the great sage equal to heaven, here, no demon on the journey to the west will be able to touch you in the slightest. Chu Fan suddenly realized who this person was. The Monkey King, the 3rd-ranked genius on the national career change list. But this genius seems a bit abnormal. Master, who is this? The great sage equaling heaven stepped forward, looking at Jiang Chua. Could he be my second senior brother? Chu Fan. Jiang Chua. Chu Fan laughed and said, Disciple, take a good look. Is there such a handsome second senior brother? The Monkey King nodded seriously. That idiot is indeed not that kind of person, but she is the queen of the women's kingdom. Chu Fan paused for a moment, which means she is your master's wife. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King looked enlightened. Jiang Chua's face lit up with secret delight. Master's wife. At this moment, Chu Fan said to the great sage equaling heaven, Disciple, you have a junior brother. Have you forgotten? The great sage equaling heaven asked in confusion. Is it that idiot and junior brother Sha? Chu Fan shook his head. No, it's the white dragon horse. Where is it? Chu Fan pointed to a pool of lava ahead and said, It's in there. Why don't you go and call it out so we can get going quickly? These words were spoken. The Monkey King vanished from the spot. His figure was elusive, seemingly walking slowly, but in the blink of an eye he was in front of the lava pool in the distance. The traveler. Chu Fan thought to himself. He remembered that the Monkey King's profession was a pilgrim with an SSS rank. Let's go, Chu Fan said in a low voice. Jiang Chua snapped out of her daze and quickly followed Chu Fan, heading away into the distance. Over there, a fiery python leaped out of the lava pool. Junior brother, quickly come with me to protect Master on our journey to the Western Paradise to retrieve the scriptures, said the great sage equaling heaven. Hiss! The flaming python bared its gleaming teeth and lunged at him. Hey, you monster! How dare you impersonate the white dragon and deceive this saint? You can't escape my fiery eyes. The great sage equaling heaven leaped more than 10 meters high, raised his staff, and smashed it down. The fiery python glared and turned into ashes. The great sage equal to heaven turned around and looked ahead, but he did not see Chu Fan's figure. Master, don't leave me behind. He quickly caught up with him. Chapter 69 Rare Treasures, 7-Colored Blood Flower. Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha arrived at a wide-open space. Brother Fan, that guy just now. Chu Fan smiled wryly and said, don't underestimate him. He's the great sage equaling heaven, ranked third on the job change list, a genius with SSS-level aptitude. Jiang Chua's mouth dropped open. But how come he? Talent has nothing to do with anything else. Just like I can't see, I can still become an S-level professional, Chu Fan explained. He's so amazing, why don't you let him follow you? After all, he calls you master, and he calls me master. Jiang Chua's face turned red instantly. Chu Fan said seriously, I don't want to use him. Jiang Chua nodded and took out the spiritual crystal. The spirit drifted out and entered the two people's bodies. A wave of refreshing comfort washed over him, causing Chu Fan to take a deep breath. The feeling of physical fatigue also disappeared completely. Chu Fan's face lit up with joy. This is a sign of an upgrade. Level 10. Chu Fan was overjoyed as he scanned the profession panel, and his fluctuation perception also increased to level 2, 23%. This is the advantage of more difficult dungeons. Not only do you level up faster, but you also improve your skill proficiency more quickly when facing more powerful monsters. If you run a few more dungeons like this, reaching level 3 in fluctuation perception won't be difficult. Chu-hee, let's stop killing the alien beasts and head straight to the central area, Chu Fan said. Chu Fan hadn't forgotten the most important thing in the dungeon, the Lord. Only the Lord's spirituality possesses the source of power. If you arrive too late, the Lord might be killed by someone else first. Now that I've reached level 10, there's no need to waste time leveling up. The Lord is the most important. The closer you get to the center, the hotter the surface temperature becomes. A wave of heat hit us. Fortunately, both of them are in good physical condition and only feel a little uncomfortable. If an ordinary person came here, the heat wave alone would kill them. Brother Fan, there are more people now. Jiang Chuha looked around. Chu Fan nodded. The lava field is vast, and the professionals who enter it are scattered in various places, making it difficult to encounter each other. And everyone's goal is the Lord. The closer you are to the center, the more people there will be. Occasionally, professionals would pass by in the distance. Their gazes lingered briefly on Chu Fan and Jiang Chua before they headed towards the center. Let's go, Chu Fan shouted in a low voice, and the two quickened their pace. Before long, a huge pool of lava appeared in front of them. Looking into the distance, it seemed to stretch on forever. At this moment, several hundred people have gathered in front of the lava pool. They formed separate groups and looked into the lava pool. This is it. Jiang Chua looked at the smart ring clock. The Lord is right here. Chu Fan nodded solemnly and said, a level 10 mutated fire python, which is also known as a lord, lives inside. However, with such a large lava pool, no one knows how many fire pythons will emerge. Chu-hee. Chu Fan noticed that Jiang Chuha was looking ahead with a look of horror on her face. His sense of fluctuation instantly spread in the direction of Jiang Chua. Chu Fan's expression changed drastically, and he took a deep breath. She's actually not dead. He saw Su Muin. At this moment, Su Muin was standing in a 5-person team, chatting and laughing with a fair-skinned young man. Brother Fan, how could this be? She's clearly dead. Jiang Chua's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Fan looked in Su Muin's direction. It must be related to her profession. The school only opened the Lava Land instance for the two of us. Su Muin was able to get here either through the Temple of the Divine Office or through other schools. Did she transfer schools so soon? Jiang Chua clenched her fist and whispered, should we make a move against her? Chu Fan shook his head. She can deceive my senses and create the illusion of death. If she can do it once, she can do it a second time, so I don't think I can kill her now. There was one more thing he hadn't told Jiang Chua. Back then, he had activated the evil eye, yet he still couldn't kill Su Muin. He kept the dean's words in mind. Once the evil eye is unleashed, the opponent must die. He must not let anyone know this secret. And now, Su Muin is the only one who knows that he possesses the evil eye. Chu Fan stood there, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. After a long silence, he withdrew his senses and said in a deep voice, let's go take a look first and find an opportunity to seize the spiritual crystal. Upon reaching the lava pool, bubbling red magma, radiating terrifyingly high temperatures, was visible. That is, Chu Fan looked into the lava pool. A small, blood-red flower grows on a rock, radiating a brilliant light. The light emanates from 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Everyone stood in front of the lava pool, looking at the little flower with burning eyes. To survive in such a harsh environment as a lava pool, this flower must be extraordinary. If only I could get my hands on it. Dream on. You think you can get to that rock in the lava pool? You'd probably fall straight into the lava and be swallowed up as ashes if you jumped halfway up. Yes, and there's a lord in this lava. If you want to get that little flower, you have to kill the lord first. Oomph. You think you can get that little flower just because you killed the lord? Do you think we're invisible? The surrounding crowd began to whisper among themselves. Chu Fan sensed the small flower in the distance. 7-colored blood flower. Chu Fan's heart trembled. Accompanied by the fire of the Earth's core, it produces one color every year. After 7 years, all 7 colors can be formed. Chu Fan's breathing became rapid. This world is full of rare and precious materials, which often grow in special environments. Elixirs, rare and precious materials are also divided into 9 grades. Unlike elixirs, rare and precious materials do not have low, medium, and high grades among their various qualities. Can have low, medium, and high grades depending on the alchemist and other reasons. The 7-colored blood flower is a 5th-grade natural treasure. As for the effects of the 7-colored blood flower, they are even more extraordinary. The 7-colored blood flower contains abundant earth-fire energy, which can help professionals break through bottlenecks and level up quickly after consumption. Legend has it that 100 years ago, a professional player accidentally consumed a 7-colored blood flower and instantly leveled up from level 31 to level 41, a jump of 10 levels. It's important to understand that the further you upgrade, the more difficult it becomes, and it also comes with risks. Such rare and precious materials can significantly improve a professional's level, essentially providing a shortcut. Rare and precious materials appear, bloodshed is bound to occur. I never expected to encounter something like this here. Chu Fan suppressed his excitement. He absolutely must have this 7-colored blood flower. The perception of the fluctuations spread outwards. In his eyes, the strength of all the professionals around him was completely exposed. Level 10, it's level 10 again. Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Those who can come here are among the best in the country, and their level is no less than his. There are even many outstanding talents ahead of him. Trying to snatch this 7-colored blood flower from these geniuses is like taking food from a tiger's mouth. It's no easy task. Chapter 70, Great Battle. The lava pool was a deep red, containing terrifyingly high temperatures. The eagle-like creature hovered in midair, its eagle eyes looking down. The 7-colored blood flower grew quietly on the rock, emitting 7-colored light. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, their expressions resolute. Although no one knows exactly what it is, even a fool could tell it's no ordinary object. No one would not want such an opportunity. Time passed second by second. More and more professionals are flocking here. Hey, what are you all doing standing there? Thank goodness, it seems the Lord is still here, we're not too late. What are you all standing there for? Are you welcoming me to kill the Lord? Huh. Holy crap, this is... The arriving professionals burst into laughter, but when they suddenly saw the 7-colored blood flower, their eyes blazed with greed. Liang Hao's team also arrived. Liang Hao glanced at Chu Fan, then looked away disdainfully, before turning his gaze to the lava pool with a serious expression. Does anyone know what this flower is? Someone asked those around them. Everyone shook their heads. Who cares what it is? It's definitely valuable. A burly guy licked his lips. This thing is mine. It's yours? Did I agree to that? Then let's have a fight. Afraid of you? Just then, a man and a woman walked over from a distance. The boy had striking eyebrows and bright eyes, and was quite handsome. The girl, with her hair in a ponytail and a mischievous look, stared curiously at the little flower. Upon seeing these two people, or more precisely, upon seeing the boy, everyone's expression immediately became wary. Chun Haoyu, you and Yasuo each stole a Lord's Spirit Crystal in the 2 dungeons yesterday. This little flower is not for you two. The fair-skinned man standing next to Su Muin stepped forward and said angrily. Chun Haoyu glanced at the fair-skinned man and said calmly, Li Ao, do you know why you've always been my defeated opponent? Li Ao looked at Chun Haoyu without saying a word. Because you're too stupid, you don't even understand the principle of relying on one's own abilities. Damn it, you're cursing me? Li Ao roared, about to rush out, but was stopped by Su Muin behind him and shook his head. Li Ao returned to the group, his gaze gloomy. Chun Haoyu suddenly said loudly, Yasuo, I can't handle this 7-colored blood flower by myself. How about we team up? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from a stone pillar 20 meters high in the distance. Okay. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Then they saw a long-haired boy holding a long sword and wearing a linen robe standing alone on the stone pillar. He closed his eyes, feigning sleep, his clothes fluttering in the scorching wind. Everyone's expression turned serious. Yasuo, in the national list of job changers. Chun Haoyu ranked first nationwide on the job change list. The first and second teams actually collaborated. Do they still have a chance? So this is the 7-colored blood flower, someone exclaimed. 7-colored blood flowers? What's their purpose? The person then began to explain the science behind the scenes. Upon hearing that the 7-colored blood flower could significantly increase a professional's level, everyone's gaze became even more fervent. Chu Fan stood silently to the side, watching everything unfold. The top 4 on the job change list are all there except for the Monkey King. Chun Haoyu, an SSS-level exorcist. Yasuo, an SSS rank wandering swordsman. And that fair-skinned man, namely Ao, is the 4th-ranked abyss stalker. He has the same profession as Liang Hao, who previously stole his spatial ring. Besides these few people, there are probably other geniuses among the crowd who rank high on the job change list. Chu Fan did not recognize him. He gripped the initial sword tightly, his mind racing. He wouldn't be arrogant enough to think he was better than Chen Haoyu and the others. It's just a matter of stealing the 7-colored blood flower. It's worth a try. That 7-colored blood flower was far more important than the Lord's spirituality. Rare treasures like the 7-colored blood flower are hard to come by, while Lord's spiritual essence can be obtained every time you run a dungeon. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at the rock where the 7-colored blood flowers grew, a slow smile spreading across his face. Brother Fan, these people are so strong, there are many I can't even beat. Jiang Chuha said with some disappointment. I probably can't help you this time. Chu Fan patted her head. It's okay. Give up, Jiang Chuha asked. Chu Fan shook his head. I will make a move, and you, at the moment I make my move, only need to do one thing. What's up? Run, Chu Fan said in a low voice. You just need to run to a distance, get out of the fight, and then leave through the portal. No, Jiang Chuha pouted. If I leave, what will you do? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Chu Fan said seriously. When have you ever seen me do anything I wasn't sure about? It's easier for me to implement the plan on my own. Sweetie, go back and wait for me. Jiang Chua bit her lip tightly and nodded. Over there, Yasuo jumped down from the stone pillar, walked to Chun Haoyu's side, and said calmly, We'll split this 7-colored blood flower equally, and as for who gets the Lord, that's up to each of us. Chun Haoyu smiled and nodded, agreed. In an instant, the two moved. A sudden gust of wind appeared around Yasuo's body. With a light tap of his feet, he swept towards the rocks in the lava pool at an astonishing speed, enveloped by the wind. A layer of golden light slowly emerged from Chun Haoyu's body. Dragon's Journey. The words were spoken. Chun Haoyu's body rose directly into the air, and the golden light enveloping him gradually transformed into a giant dragon phantom. The dragon sprouted wings and flew over with Chun Haoyu in its wings. Everyone present gasped in shock at what they saw. Those are the wandering swordsman's swift step and the exorcist's dragon walk. Damn it, don't let them steal them. Let's do it. Many people took action. They unleashed all sorts of skills as if they were free, most of which were movement-based skills. Someone extended wings of light from their back and took flight. Someone pushed off with their feet, and their body shot through the air like a cannonball towards the rock. Some people's bodies simply dissipated on the spot, reappeared above the lava pool, and then disappeared again. Jiang Chuha swallowed hard, observing their methods. When are you going to go? Chu Fan gripped the initial sword, a slight smile playing on his lips. No rush, let's wait a bit longer, the great battle is about to begin. The 7-colored blood peanuts grew at an extremely fast speed and landed quickly. Upon closer inspection, the rock formation is very large, about 20 meters long and 4 meters wide, and is brown in color. Below it is rolling lava. The 7-colored blood flower was growing at the very front of the rock. Yasuo held his long sword to his chest, looked at the charging professionals, and stood proudly. Leave these people to me. Chun Haoyu nodded, and quickly went to the 7-colored blood flower to pick it. Li Ao's figure suddenly appeared. You want the 7-colored blood flower? Did you even ask me? Li Ao said coldly. Chapter 71 presents everyone with a great gift. As Li Ao finished speaking, a green light gradually appeared in the air, covering Chun Haoyu and Yasuo. Just as Chun Haoyu was about to pick the 7-colored blood flower, his expression suddenly changed drastically. This is bad. He quickly took out a pill from his pocket, swallowed it, and sat down to close his eyes and breathe. Yasuo's expression hardened. Swift wind. A wind-shaped barrier appeared around him, enveloping him. The green light was instantly dispersed by the strong wind, unable to get close to him. Hee, this kind of small space battle is my home turf. Li Ao suddenly disappeared from the air and went directly to the side of the 7-colored blood flower. Get out! Chun Haoyu opened his eyes and roared. A giant golden hand reached out to grab Li Ao. TSK, you can still use the demon-slaying hand, even in my poisonous domain. I underestimated you. Li Ao sneered as he threw the dagger in his hand into the air. The dagger spun rapidly in the air. Soon, the dagger split in 2, then in 4, then in 8. Ultimately, 32 daggers formed, enveloping Chun Haoyu and Yasuo below. How dare you challenge the two of us? Yasuo said coldly. He brandished his long sword and swung it, shouting, riding the wind. A small tornado quickly formed, enveloping the daggers. The dagger buzzed in the wind, then gave way and fell to the ground. Was not good. Li Ao did not want to get entangled any further. Many of his skills are countered by Yasuo. However, before he could react, a golden barrier appeared around him. It was like a cage, imprisoning him inside. A-level skill cage. Li Ao quickly turned around and saw Chun Haoyu smiling at him. The three-person battle was fleeting. During this period, other professionals also used their skills to reach the top of that rock. The one that was moving at high speed landed directly, its eyes bloodshot as it rushed toward the 7-colored blood flower. However, the area of the rock was limited, and soon it was crowded with people. Professionals who were even slightly slower changed their expressions drastically. They were still in the air. Get down. A boy standing on a rock flashed a light in his hand. Suddenly, icy rain began to fall from the sky, crashing down on the group of people. He has a foothold, which gives him a significant advantage. Those in the air had a drastic change in expression. They all used their skills to deal with the icy rain, while also taking action against those below to seize positions. A muscular young man was hit by icy rain. Oh no. Ah! The man screamed, falling directly into the lava below and falling silent. Seeing this, many people couldn't help but hold their breath. Someone's dead. A girl with luminous wings, her face pale, quietly retreated back to the shore. Just because she can step down doesn't mean others can. Many professions don't allow flying, and now we're in the air above the rocks, so we have no choice but to fight. Damn it, let's go all out. Dozens of people quickly rushed down the rocks. The professional standing on the rock continuously unleashed his skills at the air. Someone else was hit by the skill, screamed, and fell into the lava pool below. At this moment, everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and no one cared about the rules of the temple anymore. The scene was chaotic. Occasionally, professionals would fall into the lava, their screams instantly swallowed by the lava. Chun Haoyu and Yasuo watched this scene and were about to set off. Suddenly, a dozen or so professionals surrounded them. Gentlemen, if it's a lord's spirit, then so be it. But we can't give you this 7-colored blood flower, one of the boys said in a deep voice. Chun Haoyu and Yasuo also became serious and scanned the area. Wang Lei, Hu Li, Zhang Danfeng. Hee, let me see just how big the gap is between the top 3 and the top 10 on the job change ranking. Chun Haoyu roared and made a swift move. The professionals standing on the shore watched this scene with a mixture of relief and shock on their faces. Chu Fan sensed it roughly. More than 200 people, like him, stood motionless on the shore. They all lacked confidence in their own movement techniques. He said to Jiang Chua, Chua, now, kick me and use my strength. Jiang Chua was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to her senses and kicked Chu Fan in the butt. Feeling that immense force, Chu Fan was horrified. Run, Chu Fan said. Then, his body slid straight towards the rocks in the lava pool. As Chu Fan drew closer to the center of the battle, Jiang Chua's eyes were filled with worry. Be careful. She quickly left the spot, went to a distance, opened a portal, and left. The professionals standing on the shore looked puzzled when they saw Chu Fan and Jiang Chua's actions. However, their attention was soon drawn back to the battle. At this moment, the battle over there had reached its climax. Chun Haoyu and Yasuo were also surrounded by the dozen or so people, and neither of them could do anything to the other. The 7-colored blood flower remained quietly in place. No one noticed that the rocks below them suddenly moved. As Chu Fan reached the top of the rock, a huge fireball shot towards him. Under his perception of fluctuations, the fireball's speed was slowed down by half. Chu Fan easily dodged the fireball, his body suddenly sinking as he landed on the rock. Without pausing, he ran straight toward the 7-colored blood flower. You dare. Despite being surrounded by 5 people, Chun Haoyu still managed to free up a hand and grab at Chu Fan in midair. That breaks the demon. Chu Fan quickly twisted his body, dodging the huge handprint. Someone's going to pick the 7-colored blood flower, someone shouted. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at Chu Fan. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Fan grabbed the 7-colored blood flower and pulled it upwards. He pulled out all the roots. We can't let him get the grass. We have to grab it. Who is this person? Damn it, someone got lucky and got picked off. Kill them. In an instant, All the professionals were furious. They fought tooth and nail here, only to have someone else snatch the spoils in the end. A professional appeared with a staff in his hand, chanting incantations. Suddenly, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. The snowflakes fluttered down and gathered into a line, whistling towards Chu Fan. As soon as the blizzard appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, as if the heat of summer had instantly turned into the dead of winter. The mage's A-rank skill, Blizzard. Chu Fan stood still, sensing the trajectory of the blizzard. In his perception, the speed of the tornado formed by the blizzard had also slowed down considerably. Chu Fan suddenly turned left and then right. The blizzard followed closely, but he dodged it all. Everyone took a deep breath. Who is this person? How did they manage to evade the blizzard's pursuit? I'll do it. A short-haired man suddenly rushed towards Chu Fan. His face quickly turned bright red, his whole body steamed, and his speed increased. Enraged state, Berserker. Chu Fan grinned. Because he was wearing a mask, no one could see his smile. The man quickly approached Chu Fan and swung his long sword at him. Left side. Chu Fan slightly turned his head to avoid it. To the right, 45 degrees above. By exploiting weaknesses, the opponent's speed is slowed down. The Berserker used all his skills, but he couldn't even touch a hair on Chu Fan's head. A slow smile crept onto Chu Fan's lips beneath his mask. Daring to snatch food from the jaws of numerous national geniuses, his greatest trump card is his ability to perceive weaknesses. Chen Haoyu and the others also stopped fighting. They didn't rush to make a move. In their eyes, no matter how much trouble Chu Fan caused, the seven-colored blood flower could never fall into his hands. They were simply curious about who this person was. They recognized both the mage who had attacked earlier and the berserker who was attacking Chu Fan now. They are all people who are on the list. Chu Fan didn't even have to lift a finger when facing these people. He simply dodged, yet he was able to easily evade their attacks. This kind of mindset and ability will definitely not go unnoticed. Who do you think it could be? Chen Haoyu asked Yasuo. Yasuo, holding his sword to his chest, shook his head and said, I've never seen this kind of movement before. It must be a hidden class. I've never seen him make a move before, otherwise I would remember him. Chen Haoyu nodded and smiled. That's true. No matter who he is, it's about time to wrap things up. The words were spoken. Chen Haoyu and Yasuo walked towards Chu Fan together. Friend, hand over the seven-colored blood flower. You can't control it. Chen Haoyu said calmly. I don't want to make a move against you. Yasuo stood still, staring intently at Chu Fan, without saying a word. The other dozen or so people also approached Chu Fan. Chu Fan smiled. These people are all arrogant and think they are the chosen ones. Can't grasp it. Chu Fan said coldly. Then I'll give you all a big gift. Let's see if you can seize it. He took his long sword and thrust it fiercely at the rocks below. Initial sword was incredibly sharp, cutting through the rock surface and getting stuck after penetrating 10 centimeters deep. Everyone looked at Chu Fan's actions with puzzled expressions. At this moment, roar. A tremendous roar came from below. The rock moved. Chapter 72 S-rank skill, Dark Cut. The rock began to shake violently. A tremendous roar came from the magma below. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Is this rock about to collapse? Some people reacted very quickly, using their movement techniques to leap into the air and rush towards the shore. However, at this time, roar. A gigantic head emerged from the lava, roaring to the sky. Its head is shaped like a snake, but it has a beard on its chin and a bulging forehead, as if something is about to emerge from it. This is a fiery python transforming into a flood dragon. Chen Haoyu exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, everyone, whether they were professionals on the rocks or on the shore, felt a jolt in their hearts. This is not a rock, but a lord, and we are standing on the lord's back. Damn, this guy has a terrifying aura, even stronger than the lord in the lava land before. At least level 11, or even level 12. Run. Many professionals turned pale. They never imagined that this rock was actually the lord's body. The flame serpent lord was utterly enraged after being stabbed by Chu Fan. The enormous head crashed down, bringing with it a massive cloud of lava, forcing those who had been airborne to their feet. Its body also began to shake violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred, with magma churning around it. The professionals above panicked and began to condense incantations, creating various protective skills. Some people were a step too slow and were drenched in lava, quickly turning into blood. Get out of the way. Oh shit. The scene was in complete chaos. Chu Fan watched this scene coldly. Just now, he discovered through his senses that the seven-colored blood flower was not growing on a rock, but on the tail of a giant fire python. If you're going to rob someone, why not go for something big? At this moment, everyone was trying their best to save their lives so as not to be thrown into the lava pool by the fiery python, and their attention immediately shifted away from Chu Fan. Now, Chu Fan looked up at the sky. Under his fluctuating perception, he discovered a sneaky figure there, blending into the surrounding air. Chu Fan stomped his foot and quickly jumped towards the figure. In an instant, he arrived above the figure and stomped down heavily. The figure appeared out of thin air. It was Liang Hao. You. Liang Hao's expression changed drastically. He originally intended to take advantage of the chaos, hide in the air, approach the seven-colored blood flower, and make a big profit. If he could obtain this seven-colored blood flower, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He is confident in his luck. Unexpectedly, the masked man snatched the seven-colored blood flower first. He never expected that the rock on which everyone was standing was actually the body of a mutated fire python. From the moment Chu Fan snatched the seven-colored blood flower to the moment the Lord went berserk, only a dozen or so breaths had passed. Liang Haogong realized something was wrong and planned to retreat to the shore. The masked man rushed towards him and stomped heavily on him. He is an abyss stalker with the passive talent, stealth. It can hide in the air and achieve a brief flight effect, but the time and number of times are limited. Now that Chu Fan has stepped on him, he has nowhere to hide and nowhere to put his weight. The only option is to reactivate the stealth ability. This is the last chance. However, Chu Fan soared into the air and suddenly swung his long sword downwards. A stream of sword energy burst forth, covering a 100-meter radius around Liang Hao. Liang Hao, who had just disappeared into the air, had nowhere to hide. He was struck by the sword energy and reappeared, his face filled with deep fear. No, no. He screamed in terror as his body fell into the lava below. The next moment, he felt his finger being cut off. He watched in horror as Chu Fan grabbed his finger and removed the spatial ring from it. His dark, hollow eyes resembled those of a demon. After accepting the spatial ring, Chu Fan used the momentum from his stomping to leap and quickly head towards the shore. No, I am a person of great fortune. I will not die here, I will not. Liang Hao roared loudly as his body plummeted straight down into the lava below. Thump! Like a sea of blood, the lava instantly engulfed him. There was no sound at all. From Chu Fan's escape by using leverage to his killing of Liang Hao and the seizure of the spatial ring, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Many people were too busy dealing with the mad lord to notice him. At this moment, someone finally shouted. That person is trying to escape. Damn it, the seven-colored blood flower is in his hands. Let him stay. On the lord's back, someone shouted angrily towards the shore. I remember there was a girl with him. Grab that girl and make him surrender. The crowd on the shore stared wide-eyed as Chu Fan landed, their hearts filled with shock. At that moment, they had only one thought in their minds. This guy is too fierce. He managed to snatch the seven-colored blood flower from Chun Haoyu, Yasuo, and other top 10 geniuses in the country, and escape unscathed. Who exactly is this person? Su Muan also stood on the shore, looking at Chu Fan wearing a mask, her brows furrowed deeply. However, a smile quickly spread across her face, and she licked her lips, a greedy glint in her eyes. Captain, that girl has already been teleported out. Someone shouted. What? Damn it. Everyone, attack together. Don't let him get away. The person on the flame serpent lord's back roared. He's all alone. Everyone, attack him together. The people on the shore then came to their senses and quickly set off. Stay here. How dare you? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, they were met with a wide range of sword energy. This is sword energy? Someone hesitated for a moment. Then his arm was struck by the sword energy and severed on the spot. This sword energy is too powerful. Use a defensive skill. Damn it, who is this guy? He's so strong. After unleashing the sword shadow flowing light slash, Chu Fan didn't linger. He quickly moved more than 100 meters away and clicked on the smart ring meter. A portal appears. Goodbye, everyone. Chu Fan smiled and stepped into the teleportation portal. However, at this time, a furious shout came from afar, growing louder as it approached. Trying to run? Chun Haoyu and Yasuo were extremely fast, and in just a few breaths, they swept over from a distance and landed in front of Chu Fan. You should be proud that Yasuo and I could join forces to pursue them, but this is where it ends. Chun Haoyu raised his hand, and an awe-inspiring aura erupted from his body. Even Yasuo was slightly moved by this imposing aura. S-rank skill Dark Cut, Chun Haoyu said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant ship with a diameter of 100 meters appeared out of thin air above Chu Fan's head. The giant wheel was black with incredibly sharp edges. As it spun at high speed, it cut the ground below into fragments, displaying astonishing power. S-rank skill. It's actually an S-rank skill. The professionals watching from afar were deeply moved. This is a true powerhouse. That masked man dared to snatch the 7-colored blood flower from their hands. He was utterly ignorant of his own limitations. Chapter 73, Who Hasn't Walked Alone? Since it's a collaboration, I'll add fuel to the fire. Yasuo drew his long sword and pointed it at the giant ship. Go! A gust of wind appeared around the giant ship, enveloping it. The immense pressure from the giant ship intensified. Its rotation speed suddenly increased, and the surrounding air hissed as it was scraped together. With an air of arrogance, Chun Haoyu slowly said, I told you, you can't take the 7-colored blood flower with you. It's good to like being in the spotlight, but you should also consider whether you have the ability to back it up. Yasuo's expression was icy. With my gale here, don't even think about escaping. The giant ship, like a wheel of judgment, slashed down at Chu Fan. Chu Fan wanted to enter the teleportation array, but the gale hindered his movements, and he couldn't take that step no matter what. At this moment, click. The mask on his face finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. Chu Fan's appearance was exposed to everyone. At that moment, the scene fell silent. Everyone stared at Chu Fan in stunned silence. Who is he? I don't recognize him. Look at his eyes. Wow, to be able to do this while blind is amazing. It's a pity he provoked Chun Haoyu and Yasuo. When Chun Haoyu saw Chu Fan's true face, his expression hardened. It's you. He pressed his hands down sharply. The giant ship accelerated and was above Chu Fan's head in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Chu Fan roared. Let's see if I can beat you two bastards to death. Two of the top 3 on the job change list attacked him together. One of them even used an S-rank skill. What's the point of fighting? A sense of malice arose in his heart. The flesh on his forehead began to writhe. The third eye gradually opened a crack. No. Chu Fan quickly closed his third eye. Just now, my state of mind was actually affected. He was somewhat frightened. At this moment, a figure swept in from afar. Master, so you were here. The Monkey King appeared beside Chu Fan. I'm telling you, can you stop running? I've told you so many times, without old Sun, you'd never make it to the Western Paradise. He grinned. Chu Fan stood there, stunned. The Monkey King shielded Chu Fan behind him, his slender figure standing proudly. His body appeared very small in the face of the giant ship with a diameter of 100 meters. But no one dared to underestimate him. Because he is the Monkey King. Chun Haoyu's expression changed drastically, and he angrily said, You're crazy? You're going to help him. The Monkey King picked at his ear and ignored it. He leaped into the air with the stick, charged towards the rapidly spinning giant wheel, and then smashed it down hard. A simple smash, nothing fancy or fancy. Buzz. A muffled thud was heard. Waves of energy suddenly spread outwards. Many professionals quickly covered their ears. Some of the slower ones only felt a sweet taste in their throats and then vomited blood with a whoosh. Bang, 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 bang. The Monkey King kept smashing down his staff, and the giant wheel was cracked by his blows, eventually shattering and dissipating. He landed on the ground without turning around and said to Chu Fan, Master, you go first. I'll cover the rear. Chu Fan gasped and nodded, saying, Thank you. After saying that, he stepped into the portal without hesitation. Seeing Chu Fan leave, the professionals present all looked shocked. He actually managed to escape. With the combined efforts of Chun Haoyu and Yasuo, they escaped from the clutches of numerous geniuses across the country. I feel like I've seen that blind man somewhere before. Yes, the skills he used were very distinctive, and I feel like I've seen those sword energies somewhere before. I remember now, he's Chu Fan from Yangcheng. Yangcheng? Where is that? Yangcheng Chu Fan. The freshman whose video went viral these past 2 days. The one who single-handedly killed over 1,000 shadow beasts. That's him. So it was him. He actually came to the lava lands. Many professionals took a deep breath. If they still scoff at the idea that Chu Fan single-handedly killed over 1,000 shadow beasts. The fact that Chu Fan managed to snatch the 7-colored blood flower from the nation's most outstanding genius and successfully escape the dungeon was truly astonishing. With such strength, such mentality, such courage, even they had to admit that this person was very strong, extremely strong. Su Muan looked at the spot where Chu Fan had disappeared. Her expression moved. You've managed to do this without even using your trump card. Chu Fan, you're increasingly surprising me. Chun Haoyu and Yasuo stood together, staring intently at the Monkey King opposite them. You madman. That person stole the 7-colored blood flower, and you helped him escape? Chun Haoyu's chest heaved violently. The seven-colored blood flower was originally his for the taking. He even used an S-rank skill like Dark Cut to ensure absolute success. However, this madman actually jumped out to help Chu Fan. Chun Haoyu glared angrily at the Monkey King, but did not make a move. Yasuo, too, stood there with a furrowed brow. They all knew that the person in front of them was stronger than them. As for why it's only ranked third on the job change list, they had previously speculated that perhaps the Divine Pillar had reduced his score due to his mental health issues. However, they knew very well that when this madman got serious, no one in this generation could rival him. So at this moment, Chun Haoyu was angry, but he didn't make a move. The great sage equal to heaven grinned and said, "What nonsense about the seven-colored blood flower? So many of you ganging up to bully my master. You should ask my staff for permission first." Master? An old man? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression became somewhat unnatural. You call everyone master, but as far as I know, someone once called you disciple, and you crippled him with a single blow. Why do you insist on recognizing him as your master and helping him? Chun Haoyu asked. The Monkey King ignored him, put his staff behind his head, and turned to walk slowly away into the distance. Who hasn't fallen in love with freedom? Who hasn't walked alone? He recited aloud, his tone filled with loneliness and a hint of arrogance. No one spoke, watching the Monkey King walk away into the distance. A white halo gradually emerged from the Monkey King's body. With each step he took, the surrounding space trembled. Chun Haoyu and Yasuo took a deep breath at the same time, looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. That's Origin Chi. He actually comprehended Origin Chi. Chun Haoyu exclaimed in shock. Yasuo nodded, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Source material allows us to have a deeper understanding of our profession and of this world, thus awakening our true potential. But some true geniuses can comprehend the essence of their profession on their own and generate source power within their bodies. He might be one of those geniuses. Chun Haoyu looked at the spot where the Monkey King had disappeared, clenched his fist, then resolutely turned around and gritted his teeth, saying, "This matter will not be left like this. I don't care who the great sage equaling heaven calls his master. That Chu Fan dared to steal the seven-colored blood flower. I won't let this go." Chun Haoyu clenched his fists. Dragon's flight. A golden halo enveloped him, transforming him into a flying dragon that swept towards the Lord. Chapter 74 Dissatisfaction. Yasuo stood still, and a screen of light quickly appeared in front of him. 58th Ashura. Yasuo's gaze gradually turned serious as he looked at the class change rankings. After a long while, his body was enveloped in a gust of wind as he charged toward the flame serpent lord. Chun Haoyu, fight me. Yangqing No. 1 Middle School. Of the elite building. Two portals, one red and one black, emitted a captivating light. Students emerged from the black portal every now and then, their faces beaming with confident smiles. The thorny jungle was too easy. Let them regain their confidence. They took their seats at the back of the hall, looking with great interest at the red portal ahead. Hey, look, Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha went in together, but only Jiang Chuha came out. Could it be that Chu Fan? I think it's very likely. Don't you think about what kind of people enter the lava land? Chu Fan is a big shot in Yang City, but he's no match for us once he enters the lava land. They might die in there. What's the use of being number 1 in Yangqing? We're not even as good as them. We'll enter the thorny jungle, proceed steadily, and at least we'll survive. Only by surviving can we become stronger. A bespectacled, refined-looking boy said with disdain. Haha. Hui, Chu Fan is your classmate, and you actually cursed him to die in the dungeon? Someone next to him looked at the refined boy and laughed sarcastically. Hui scoffed. Aren't you the same? In front of the lava land portal. What did you say? The seven-colored blood flower. Tang Xiaohu stared at Jiang Chuha, his small, beady eyes wide with disbelief. Chu Fan told you to leave first and go steal the seven-colored blood flower by yourself. Jiang Chuha nodded, her face full of anxiety. Vice Principal, Dean Li, please think of something. It's been so long, and Brother Fan still hasn't come out. I'm scared. Beside him, Li Mu's face was ashen. He came here to wait for Chu Fan. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chuha emerged from the dungeon alone, bringing with her such explosive news. His eyes quickly turned cold. Humph. Li Mu looked at Tang Xiaohu and snorted coldly. If anything happens to Fanner, I won't have any scruples anymore. The threat was obvious. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaohu smiled and said, Look at you, what's the rush? Relax. As an Ashura, Chu Fan has the talent of weakness perception. Even if those people want to attack him, they might not be able to touch him. Humph. I hope things go as you say, otherwise, I'll settle the score with whoever let Fanner into the lava land. A wisp of black energy emerged from Li Mu's left hand. Seeing this, Tang Xiaohu's lips twitched, and he inwardly groaned. He looked at the portal, his heart filled with anxiety. It's been so long. Why hasn't it come out yet? Even with all his confidence in Chu Fan, he couldn't help but worry at this moment. After all, it involves rare and precious materials, and those people are all geniuses who have made it onto the job change list. It is simply impossible for Chu Fan to snatch the 7-colored blood flower from among so many geniuses across the country. If something really goes wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Did you hear that? It sounds like Chu Fan went to steal some 7-colored blood flower. The professional had exceptional hearing, and the students sitting at the back of the hall exclaimed in surprise and whispered among themselves. Haha, does he really think the students in the lava lands are on the same level as us? It's one thing to steal our spiritual essence in the dark forest, but he wants to steal it again in the lava lands? Does he really think he's the best in the country? Look, it'll be fun if those geniuses get stuck in the dungeon forever. Hui adjusted his glasses. Time passed second by second. Tang Xiaohu maintained his smile, but large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Jiang Chua's gaze remained fixed on the teleportation portal from beginning to end. At that moment, the portal rippled. Everyone looked over. Then Chu Fan slowly walked out from inside. Call. Tang Xiaohu wiped away his sweat and let out a long sigh of relief. Hee hee, old Tang, you do have a good eye. Li Mu gave Tang Xiaohu a friendly smile, and the black mist on his hand quickly disappeared. The students in the distance exchanged glances. He actually came out, and he doesn't seem to be hurt at all. Didn't they say he went to steal that 7-colored blood flower? How come those geniuses are so useless, letting him steal it? Hui's face was full of anger. They probably didn't rob it, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to come back unharmed. Upon seeing Chu Fan, Jiang Chuha was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward, looking him over from left to right. Are you injured? Chu Fan smiled and said, No. He respectfully addressed Tang Xiaohu and Li Mu, saying, Teacher, Dean. Chu Fan was surprised to find that Li Mu was also waiting for him there. Tang Xiaohu frowned and scolded. Chu, he said you went to steal the 7-colored blood flower? Chu Fan nodded. You should do less of this in the future. Safety should be the top priority. Trying to steal a rare treasure like the 7-colored blood flower will make you a target of everyone's hatred. It's very dangerous. At this point, Tang Xiaohu changed the subject and said with a smile, However, it's good that you came back safe and sound. Don't be discouraged if you didn't manage to snatch the 7-colored blood flower. You need to understand the gap between yourself and those top geniuses. Li Mu smiled and looked at Chu Fan. Fanner, your teacher is right. In the future, you must prioritize your own safety in these kinds of situations. It's okay that you didn't manage to snag the 7-colored blood flower this time. You're still a gap between yourself and those people. Recognize that gap and improve yourself. That's what you should be doing right now. Chu Fan looked puzzled. He took a small flower from his pocket and looked at the two of them. Teacher, Dean, is this what you're talking about? The 7-colored snowflake, held in Chu Fan's hand, emitted a 7-colored light. In an instant, Tang Xiaohu and Li Mu were suddenly stunned. This 7-colored blood flowers. You managed to snag it? Tang Xiaohu snapped out of his daze and took a deep breath. Even if he had great confidence in Chu Fan, he simply couldn't imagine how Chu Fan had managed to do it. Li Mu stared at Chu Fan in shock. Fanner, did you use? Chu Fan shook his head. No, I was just lucky, and someone helped me. Tang Xiaohu's gaze swept across Chu Fan and Li Mu's faces. Used? What was used? It seems both of these guys are hiding something from me. The other students stared wide-eyed when they saw Chu Fan take out the 7-colored blood flower. Look at the flower in his hand. It's still glowing. Is that the 7-colored blood flower? Wow, he managed to snatch it. How is this possible? This thing is clearly no ordinary object. How could Chu Fan have snatched such a treasure from those geniuses? Hui gritted his teeth, his face practically screaming, I'm not convinced. Chapter 75, A Difficult Choice. Tang Xiaohu frowned and looked over, then shouted angrily, Get to class, all of you. After he finished speaking, the students quickly left the hall. The entire hall finally fell silent. Li Mu looked at Chu Fan and said, Don't rush to consume this 7-colored blood flower. Your level is too low right now, and you can't withstand the power of the earth fire within it. When do we use it? Chu Fan asked. Li Mu said, The optimal level to use it is level 29. This 7-colored blood flower can directly get you to level 39, and can even increase the success rate of awakening by level 30. Chu Fan nodded. Historically, some people have mistakenly consumed the 7-colored blood flower and instantly leveled up from level 31 to level 41. Limu told him to use it at level 29, probably taking the awakening process into account. Chu Fan had reservations about this. He plans to decide when to take it based on his own situation. If you have enough source power to successfully awaken, you can wait until after awakening before consuming it. Rare and precious materials like the 7-colored blood flower become. Dean, should we swallow this 7-colored blood flower directly? Chu Fan continued to ask. Limu nodded. Swallowing it directly is the best way to fully absorb the power of the earth fire. However, because the power of the earth fire is violent and volatile, there are also risks involved in swallowing it directly. I suggest your teacher find an alchemist to help you turn this 7-colored blood flower into a pill to reduce its violent aura. Although the effect is not as good as swallowing it, it can reduce the risk. Limu looked at Tang Xiaohu. Tang Xiaohu nodded. Sure, I know an alchemist who can help you. Just contact me when you need alchemy. Thank you, teacher. Chu Fan put the 7-colored blood flower into his spatial ring. At this moment, Limu looked at Chu Fan and said, I came here today for something more important. Chu Fan looked puzzled. Both the Temple of the Gods and the Martial Alliance have extended invitations to you. Oh. Before Chu Fan could react much, Jiang Chuha beside him exclaimed in surprise. Chu Fan was also a little surprised, scratching his head. Can everyone join? Limu shook his head with a wry smile. What are you thinking? You can only join one faction. Will this affect my college entrance exam? Chu Fan asked. Limu said, No. It will even be of great help to your college entrance examination. This is an opportunity for you, so you must seize it. You need to understand that even students who graduate from the 12 top universities are scrambling to join these two forces. Since you haven't taken the college entrance exam yet, joining early would bring unexpected benefits. Hearing this, Chu Fan took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said, Then what do you think, teacher and dean? Is it for me to join the Temple of the Gods or the Martial Alliance? He had read extensively and had some understanding of these two forces, but that understanding was only superficial. He wanted to hear the opinions of his two elders. Limu nodded. What your teacher and I discussed was the pros and cons of both options. The Temple of the Priests is in charge of all instances. The dungeons you've visited, such as the Dark Forest and the Lava Land, are all under the control of the Temple of the Gods. The advantage of joining the Temple of Gods is that you can enter any dungeon of any difficulty you want anytime, anywhere. Among them are some experienced dungeons. In these dungeons, a large number of high-level but weak beasts are kept by the powerful members of the Temple of Gods. They are very suitable for professionals to level up. There are also special source dungeons, where all the beasts are mutated, and you can obtain source essence from each one. And there are also material copies. Limu said a lot. Chu Fan was deeply moved upon hearing this. These benefits are incredibly important for professionals. If you need to level up, enter the experience dungeon. If you need the source material, enter the source copy. If specific materials are required, enter the corresponding instance. It can be said that joining the Temple of Priests can solve most of the problems faced by professionals. It is indeed very tempting. Chu Fan swallowed. What about the Martial Alliance? Let me explain, Tang Xiaohu said, squinting. The biggest difference between the Martial Alliance and the Divine Hall is their combat strength. Combat strength? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. Tang Xiao nodded and said, That's right. By joining the Divine Hall, you can level up quickly, acquire source essence quickly, and enter material dungeons to farm rare materials to craft high-level equipment. These only improve your career panel stats. Although most of the time the stronger the panel, the stronger the strength, the combat power I'm talking about is the ability to fight in real combat. How to improve combat skills? We must go to war. Fight against professionals stronger than yourself. Fight against powerful beasts. By constantly learning and summarizing experience in battle, your combat skills will improve. Tang Xiaohu said in a deep voice. This is the benefit of joining the Martial Alliance. Hearing this, Chu Fan looked troubled. It's a difficult decision. Both sides have their own advantages. The Temple of the Priests dungeon goes without saying. As far as he knew, the Martial Alliance possessed the Martial Alliance Tower, which had 9 floors. Only the first floor is open to the outside world. To enter the second level and above, one must join the Martial Alliance. As for what's above the second floor, he didn't know much. The descriptions in the information were all one-sided. Hearing this, Jiang Chuha scoffed dismissively and muttered, Is it really that good? The three of them immediately looked at her. Jiang Chuha looked panicked. It's nothing. It's nothing. Tang Xiaohu smiled and continued. The first floor of the Martial Alliance Tower is the training room. You've been there before, so I don't need to elaborate on the benefits. And the second layer is a virtual battle platform. A virtual battle platform? Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Tang Xiaohu nodded. All professionals who join the Martial Alliance can create an account on this platform. There are high school students like you, as well as students from 12 top universities. There are even students currently enrolled in the Big Four accounting firms. In addition, professionals who have graduated from the 12 top universities and the Big Four will also appear on the virtual battle platform. In short, there are no weak players on the virtual battle platform. After all, they are all people who can enter the Martial Alliance. So how could they be weak? By fighting against these people, you can improve your combat skills very quickly. As for the third level, never mind, experience it for yourself. Chu Fan's breathing became rapid. Virtual battle platform. Competing against top talents from across the country on the platform not only improves practical skills, but also carries no risk. Not to mention, this is only the second layer. The Martial Alliance Tower has a total of 9 floors. At this moment, Li Mu looked at Chu Fan and said, "The Temple of the Gods offers an A-level contract, an annual salary of 100 million, and the option to choose any instance. The Martial Alliance's offer is to make you a martial artist, with an annual salary of 20 million, and the right to use the first 4 floors of the Martial Alliance Tower." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chua's eyes widened. She knew very well that even if some geniuses from the provincial capitals wanted to join the Martial Alliance, her father would only allow them to start as the lowest-ranking martial apprentice. But Brother Fan has directly become a martial artist? Warrior. He skipped 2 levels? In Jiangnan province, any professional who wants to join the Martial Alliance must obtain their father's consent. Could it be that my father? Jiang Chuha looked at Chu Fan, her hands clasped tightly together, repeatedly chanting in her heart, "Choose the Martial Alliance. Choose the Martial Alliance. Choose the Martial Alliance." Chu Fan stood there, deep in thought. Tang Xiaohu and Li Mu waited quietly for him to make a decision. After a long silence, Chu Fan took a deep breath and said, "Dean, I choose the Martial Alliance." Yay! Jiang Chua jumped up. The 3 of them looked over. Jiang Chua stuck out her tongue and shrank her neck, saying, Practical combat ability is more important." Chapter 76 Mental Space. Chu Fan was also in a dilemma. It's like in his past life, when Tsinghua University and Peking University both sent him admission notices, leaving him to choose. In the end, he still chose the Martial Alliance. The advantages of the Temple of the Gods dungeons are indeed attractive, but if you pass the exams for the top 4, you should also have certain privileges and be able to enter some of their special dungeons. After all, the temple is cooperating with the Ministry of Education. The Martial Alliance has only one of its kind. Tang Xiaohu and Li Mu both smiled, seemingly satisfied with Chu Fan's choice. "I will reply to the Martial Alliance," Li Mu said. "Come with me." As he spoke, he walked toward Tang Xiaohu's office. Tang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy acts like he's part of the family at all. "Chuha, wait outside. We need to talk to Chu Fan about something." Tang Xiaohu looked at Jiang Chua. "Oh." Jiang Chua nodded blankly. Inside the office, Li Mu sat in Tang Xiaohu's seat, while Tang Xiaohu stood behind Li Mu. Seeing this, Chu Fan was deeply moved. "Who exactly is the principal? Level 10 already?" Li Mu asked with a smile. Hee, I won't forget what I promised you." With that, Li Mu took out a USB drive and pointed it forward, and a light screen flashed. Chu Fan held his breath and quickly activated his wave perception. A line of text appeared on the light screen. Skill: Insha Jin, mental attack skill. Skill level: S rank. Skill details: forms a spiritual energy that severely damages the opponent's spirit, causing temporary dizziness or unconsciousness. The specific effect depends on the opponent's mental will. Consumption: 10 spirit points. Looking at the skill description, Chu Fan suppressed his excitement. A hard crowd control skill. It's a hard crowd control skill. Battles often change in an instant, and having a hard crowd control skill that can cause dizziness or stun can turn a disadvantage into an advantage. Although the note at the end said, depending on the strength of the other party's spirit. However, Chu Fan felt that unless it was a profession that relied on mental power to fight, such as Ashura or witch, other conventional professions would have a hard time withstanding this move. He had played the game, so he easily understood this. In gaming terms, those with poor mental fortitude are less resistant to hard crowd control skills. The more likely you are to feel dizzy, the longer the dizziness will last. Chu Fan's face lit up with ecstasy. This skill will greatly increase his strength. It only consumes 10 points of mental energy, which is a bit too much, Chu Fan thought to himself. He currently only has 18 points of mental energy, and using Insha Force once consumes 10 points. This skill cannot be used casually. You must also reserve your mental energy for Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash. In the end, It's because my mental strength is too weak. If you have 100 or 1,000 points of mental energy, you can use either the Yin Sha Force or the Sword Shadow Flowing Light / whenever you want. It's nothing like it is now, where you have to calculate and scheme before you can even cast a skill. At this point, the light screen gradually turned into light spots, which then formed a light and shadow. Chu Fan was taken aback when he saw the light and shadow. Dean. The light and shadow were exactly the same as Li Mu's. Haha, quite a surprise, isn't it? Li Mu stroked his beard, a proud look on his face. This skill was created by my grandfather. Chu Fan exclaimed in shock. Self-created? Grandpa, you can create your own skills. In his eyes, those who could create their own skills were all giants in their own right. Just how strong was the Dean at his peak? However, Chu Fan felt relieved when he realized that the Dean was the one who had been chosen. Li Mu smiled and nodded. As long as you have a deep enough understanding of your profession, everyone can create their own skills. Don't think about this now. At least wait until you awaken and have enough source energy generated in your body before considering it. Source gas? Chu Fan grasped the key words. Li Mu said, you can also understand source as the origin of the world. The more source power you absorb, the more source energy your body will generate. Only with source energy to support you can you try to create your own skills. Otherwise, it's all in vain. Hearing this, Chu Fan was deeply moved. Will I be able to create my own skills someday? Look carefully, Li Mu reminded him. Chu Fan immediately snapped out of his reverie and looked at the figure of light. The body of light and shadow began to change. Tiny specks of light gathered between his eyebrows, forming a cone-shaped object. The object became increasingly solid and lifelike, as if it were a real object. Then, go, Guangying shouted softly. The pointed object began to spin rapidly, like an electric drill. Chu Fan stared at the drill formed by the point of light, feeling a deep, piercing pain in his head, and almost fainted. After a short while, the drill disappeared. Chu Fan's face was pale. He took a deep breath and said, is it over? To be honest, he didn't quite understand it. Li Mu laughed and said, haha, this is a demonstration of how to control mental power with you. To sense and control mental energy is the application of mental attack skills. Feeling control, Chu Fan nodded, calmed himself down, and sat motionless in his seat, like a wooden sculpture. Li Mu's voice reached his ears. Mental power is invisible and intangible. It is not an easy thing to feel them and control them. Take it slow, don't rush. First, try to immerse your consciousness in the Naiwan Palace, which is the space between your eyebrows. Don't be impatient. It took my grandfather 3 days to find the Naiwan Palace back then. Under Li Mu's guidance, Chu Fan's consciousness gradually settled down. Gradually, he saw a chaotic space. It was shrouded in mist, making it quite hazy. As soon as Chu Fan appeared, the mist gathered towards him and swirled above his head. If someone were here, they would see that the mist formed a funnel shape, and below the funnel was Chu Fan. Go away, Chu Fan exclaimed in surprise, trying to move the mist away from him. The mist seemed to obey, quickly retreating into the distance and forming a cloud-like shape. You can do that. Chu Fan was overjoyed. Following the steps of the light and shadow spell he had just performed, he commanded the mist to form cone-shaped objects. Soon, the cloud-like mist rapidly changed shape, eventually forming a propeller. Different from the teachers? Chu Fan stood at a distance, lost in thought. If that's the case, then can I make these mists take any shape I want, according to my own will? For some reason, Chu Fan immediately thought of that square. This was the most terrifying place he had ever seen. Yunner, be good. You guys are like this. Yes, it's a very big square. The mist obeyed Chu Fan's wishes and gradually formed a huge plaza. Inside the square, hundreds of strange creatures knelt in worship, while dozens of towering chains stretched down from the sky, imprisoning the unknown entity shrouded in clouds in the center. It's done. Chu Fan was shocked. Is this my own personal mental space? At that moment, he saw 2 wisps of cloud floating in the distance. One is black, and the other is gold. The black clouds were much denser and larger than the golden clouds. He walked straight over. Mental attack skills, huh? I really envy you hidden classes. Tang Xiaohu looked at the motionless Chu Fan with some envy. Li Mu sighed. Don't be envious. You can't possibly understand the heavy responsibilities that hidden professions bear. I know, I hope Chu Fan. At this moment, Tang Xiaohu's expression suddenly changed drastically. He felt as if he had entered a space, which was a square. What's wrong with you? Li Mu asked in a deep voice. This is bad. He quickly stood up, a black light flashing between his brows. After a long while, Tang Xiaohu finally came to his senses, his face ashen and his eyes filled with terror. Beside him, Li Mu also looked at Chu Fan, his face full of shock. That's Fanner's mental space. Li Mu took a deep breath. It should be. I didn't expect him to succeed not only on his first try, but also to form his own mental space. Tang Xiaohu was still a little shaken when he thought of the square he had just seen. The two looked at Chu Fan, who remained motionless. It's like looking at a monster. Chapter 77, Ashura Domain. In Chu Fan's consciousness, he controlled the plaza he had created, gradually approaching the golden mist. Because the golden mist looks easier to bully than the black one. Soon, the golden mist enveloped the plaza, and then the black mist forced its way in, rescuing the golden mist. The golden mist that had been freed became much thinner and was on the verge of collapse. This is quite interesting. Chu Fan smiled, having just emerged from his conscious state. He then noticed that Li Mu and Tang Xiaohu were staring at him with wide eyes. Teacher, Dean, I think I've succeeded, Chu Fan said with a smile. Chu Fan, how dare you lay a hand on your teacher? Tang Xiaohu roared. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was completely dumbfounded. I'm asking you, is that square your mental space? Tang Xiaohu asked coldly. Chu Fan immediately understood. It turns out that the golden mist was the teacher's spiritual power, while the black mist was naturally the dean's spiritual power. So, I just captured the teacher's spiritual power in the square and gave him a fright? No wonder Tang Xiaohu's face was deathly pale. Teacher, this is my first time using mental power, and there are many things I don't understand. Chu Fan said, bowing his head, somewhat embarrassed. It really wasn't intentional. Upon seeing this, Tang Xiaohu's anger was instantly replaced by a smile. All right, don't scare Fanner. Li Mu glared at Tang Xiaohu. I never expected that you would create your own mental space. Although I don't know how you did it, this is an opportunity that belongs only to you. Now I will allow you to name your skill individually. After all, your plaza is already far removed from my Yin Sha force. Name. Chu Fan was taken aback. Only the great figures who created the skills are qualified to name them. At this moment, the dean actually agreed to let him rename it. Chu Fan took a deep breath. Grandpa, isn't this a bad idea? After all, I'm only a senior in high school. If this gets out, it will cause a huge sensation. I want to keep a low profile. Li Mu said slowly. Oh, is that so? Then let's name it. It's not good to always keep it low-key, Chu Fan interjected. How about calling this skill Ashura Domain? Ashura Domain. Tang Xiaohu took a deep breath, thinking of the creatures in the square and the dozens of towering chains. Li Mu looked at Chu Fan with a solemn expression and nodded slightly. That's quite a vivid description. A suit from the safe. Head, top, bottom, belt, and shoes. It also includes a weapon. Very smooth in my hand, as if it were made of some kind of silk. The entire garment was light blue, and when worn, it gave Chu Fan a master-like air. Starlight set. Rare set. Level requirement. 10. Set bonus. Strength plus 40. Intelligence plus 40. Agility plus 40. Stamina plus 40. Spirit plus 5. Looking at his own attributes, Chu Fan was overjoyed. With the addition of the four-dimensional attributes attached to each part, all of his attributes have now increased by 70 points. My mental strength has also increased by 5 points, breaking through the 20 mark. Chu Fan took the weapon in his hand. It was entirely black, a meter long, and gleamed with a cold light. Star Sword. Introduction. Named Star, it was forged from extraterrestrial iron from the 32nd alien realm. It can absorb the power of stars to enhance the power of the Star Sword. Forger, Luo Fan. Attack power. 200. Attack power increases by 100% after charging. Strength. Plus 15. Intelligence. Plus 15. Agility. Plus 15. Endurance. Plus 15. Chu Fan was shocked. This sword can actually absorb the power of stars to charge itself. However, when he realized that it was made of extraterrestrial iron from another world, he suddenly understood. Many things obtained from foreign lands have strange characteristics. Chu Fan, at the current pace, the ranking list will officially open the day after tomorrow, Tang Xiaohu said in a deep voice. It's time to climb the ranking list and show those people who says small cities can't produce strong individuals. You, Chu Fan, are not only number 1 in Yangcheng, but also number 1 in the entire country. Is it number 1 in the country? Chu Fan's expression was solemn. He gripped the star sword and laughed. Then I'll take first place nationwide. After Chu Fan left, Tang Xiaohu and Li Mu's expressions immediately turned serious. The atmosphere in the office was unusually heavy. President, Chu Fan can actually form his own mental space. Tang Xiaohu was quite surprised. Li Mu nodded. It should be related to his profession. He looked out the window, His brows furrowed deeply. There was something Li Mu didn't say. He suspected it wasn't related to Chu Fan's profession, but rather to that evil eye. Otherwise, this is simply inexplicable. The capital city. Inside a villa, Chun Haoyu sat on the ground with a gloomy expression. Just then, the phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, Chun Haoyu answered the call. A projection of a girl with a ponytail suddenly appeared in the living room. Are you still angry? The girl with the ponytail laughed. Chun Haoyu remained silent. Oh dear, it's just that the 7-colored blood flower was stolen. Why are you being so petty? Be generous, you can get it back next time. The ponytail girl comforted her. Chun Haoyu said in a deep voice, you don't understand. I don't understand? Isn't it just the competitive spirit between men? As the number 1 on this year's job change ranking, not only can you not beat the 3rd-ranked great sage equaling heaven, but you also had the 7-colored blood flower stolen by Chu Fan, who was ranked 58th. You. Stop talking. Chun Haoyu's expression grew increasingly grim. I have something to do. I'll hang up now. You dare, hey? Chun Haoyu hung up immediately. He took a deep breath and said, call the teacher. Soon, an elderly man with white hair and beard, who looked highly respected, appeared in the light screen. Teacher, Chun Haoyu said respectfully. Are you frustrated? What's causing your frustration? The old man asked slowly, his eyes half open. Chun Haoyu told the old man everything that happened in the Lava Land instance. The old man sat there, listening quietly. After a long silence, he slowly said, only student in this cohort to be pre-admitted by one of the big 4 accounting firms, and you're actually feeling down because of students who aren't as good as you. Chun Haoyu lowered his head deeply. I am ashamed. The old man said slowly, your goal should be the geniuses from the big 4, and you should compete in the national professional competition held after the college entrance examination. You're so discouraged by a small setback. You've disappointed me. Chun Haoyu's face showed a conflicted expression. Teacher, I want to enter the spider cave. I want to level up. The old man nodded. All right, we must get first place on the ranking list this time. I don't want those guys to gossip about me. The students will definitely do their best. Chun Haoyu bowed deeply to the light and shadow. Chapter 78 No Respect. In the Xia Kingdom, there was a legend of the azure dragon on the left, the white tiger on the right, the black tortoise above, and the vermilion bird below. Because the 4 sacred and top-tier academies are located in the 4 cardinal directions of the capital city. It is located in an academy in the western part of the capital. The buildings inside are scattered like stars in the sky. Directly ahead, a towering gate, hundreds of meters high, soars into the sky. The words Qinglong University are engraved on it in a flamboyant style. Qinglong University is one of the 4 top universities in Xia Kingdom. A top-tier university that countless professionals aspire to enter, a sacred place in their hearts. At this moment, inside Qinglong University, in an antique-style pavilion, the old man who was talking to Chun Haoyu slowly opened his eyes. He sat there, seemingly blending into the surrounding air, exuding a sense of returning to simplicity. He is Yang Daolong, one of the 12 mentors of Qinglong University. At that moment, a refined-looking man in his 20s walked in. Teacher, you wanted to see me? The man asked. Yang Daolong nodded. Contact the Temple of the Gods and request a spot to enter the spider cave. Upon hearing this, the man looked surprised. The spider cave is an experienced dungeon? Teacher, that's only a dungeon for levels 10 to 20. Who are you asking for a spot for? Yang Daolong said. Your junior brother, Chun Haoyu, is number 1 on this year's job change list. I have already extended an invitation to him to join Qinglong University. Upon hearing this, the young man looked surprised. Every year some geniuses emerge, but the teacher has never actively invited anyone to participate. Why this year? Go do it now, Yang Daolong said to the young man. The young man nodded and stepped back. Yang Daolong slowly said, another Ashura has appeared? And a traveler who has already developed origin chi in his senior year of high school. This year's class is truly full of geniuses. However, Yang Daolong's lips slowly curled up. Those guys all said I was short-sighted, that I only looked at the job change list and gave the only spot to Chun Haoyu. I wonder what kind of expression those guys would have if they knew he was the chosen one. Yang Daolong grinned. Once Chun Haoyu gets first place on the upgrade leaderboard, let's see what those old guys have to say. After Chu Fan returned to the hall, he and Jiang Chuha went to the back of the hall. He opened the spatial ring immediately. Since retrieving the spatial ring, Chu Fan hadn't had a chance to examine it yet, so now was the time to take stock of his gains. Brother Fan, you got this ring back again? Jiang Chua's eyes lit up. Chu Fan laughed and said, I told you, they would pay me back with interest. As he spoke, he opened his spatial ring. 8 chi and blood pills, 10 bone tempering pills, a set of level 10 excellent armor, plus some worthless items. The profit is a bit low. I overestimated them, Chu Fan said, frowning. Although he didn't have high hopes, he didn't expect there to be so little. After all, the other students were from big cities like Beijing and Shanghai. In Chu Fan's mind, these students should come from very wealthy families. That's all. Oh, what's this? Chu Fan suddenly looked at the golden stone. My heart trembled instantly. Golden inscription stone. It's actually a golden inscription stone. Chu Fan's face lit up with joy. He was well aware of the function and value of the gold inscription stone. Unexpectedly, one of the 5 people in the group possessed such a thing. They made a fortune this time. Jiang Chuha tilted her head and asked in confusion, "What is a gold inscribed stone?" Chu Fan explained the function and value of the gold inscription stone to her. Hearing that such a small stone was worth 20 million, even Jiang Chuha gasped in surprise. What shocked her wasn't the 20 million, but that Chu Fan had left his spatial ring with someone else for a while, and when he retrieved it, there was an extra 20 million worth of items. Is it possible to make money like this? In her mind, Chu Fan became increasingly omnipotent. Haha, I take back what I just said. Students in big cities do have money, Chu Fan laughed. If I try to steal it a few more times. He shook his head, quickly putting his thoughts aside. This gold inscribed stone can be used personally or sold on the trading market. After thinking about it, Chu Fan decided to sell it. The purpose of the gold inscription stone is to forge an additional attribute onto a weapon. His current level is too low, so using the gold inscription stone on a level 10 weapon would be a waste. Unless money is just a number to him, every weapon can be engraved with gold inscription stones. But unfortunately, he wasn't. He is short of money right now. Enhancing mental strength is of paramount importance. Therefore, selling the gold inscribed stone to raise money to buy the brain marrow of the jellyfish is the most important thing. Let's go to the trading market first, then to the martial alliance. Chu Fan said, looking at Jiang Chua. Jiang Chua hesitated. What's wrong? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. I want to go to class. Class. Chu Fan was taken aback for a moment, but still nodded. Indeed, having been professionals for so long, the two of them have never even attended a class. Although Tang Xiaohu tacitly approved of this, it was still somewhat disrespectful to the teacher. Chu Fan thought of Wu Yu, the teacher who encouraged him during the lowest point in his life. Okay, I'll go check out the classroom too, Chu Fan said with a smile. Grade 12. Wu Yu stood on the podium, looking at the students below, feeling somewhat powerless. Some people were playing on their phones, some were making loud noises, and some were running around in the classroom. They completely disregarded her as their teacher. In the past, classroom discipline wasn't very good either, but it was nowhere near this bad. Everything changed after these students returned from the dark forest. It became even more obvious after today. She knew the reason in her heart. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Because she lacked talent, she failed to get into university after graduating from high school and chose to return to her alma mater to become a teacher. Her level remained at 6. After returning from the thorn jungle, these students all reached level 7. He was stronger than her, so naturally he felt resentful. Quiet down, students. Wu Yu took a deep breath and scolded. However, the students below ignored her and continued to do their own thing. It was as if they treated her as if she didn't exist. Wu Yu's eyes were red. You? At this moment, a bespectacled, refined-looking boy stood up and said with a smile, Teacher Wu, as far as I know, you're only at level 6, right? Most of us are at level 7 now. What qualifications do you have to teach us? With him taking the lead, more students stepped forward. That's right. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Your level is lower than ours, and your experience in killing alien beasts is also less than ours. What can you teach us? The only thing she can teach us is to learn from Chu Fan. Haha. Several students laughed. Wu Yu's eyes turned red with anger. She recognized them. They were the students who used to mock Chu Fan. She always defended Chu Fan, which made the students resentful. Now that their strength has increased, they've become somewhat reckless. Wu Yu felt powerless and had no way to fight back. Because what they said was true. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. I think it would be better for Teacher Wu to come down and sit in his seat, and I'll come up to the podium and tell you how to fight against the alien beasts. After all, you're 22 years old and only level 6. You haven't been into a dungeon in many years, have you? They've probably forgotten what strange beasts are. What can they teach us by teaching us with impressions of strange beasts from many years ago? Times have changed. Hu Wei looked at Wu Yu with a cold smile, his eyes showing not a trace of respect. Chapter 79 Class. Hu Wei felt a sense of satisfaction after saying these words. The day has finally come. He will always remember that day. Because he mocked Chu Fan, Wu Yu called him to the stage and made him apologize to Chu Fan. Apologized to him in front of the whole class. It made him lose face. From that moment on, he secretly vowed to become stronger, surpass Wu Yu and Chu Fan, and thoroughly humiliate them. Surpassing Chu Fan is now hopeless, but surpassing Wu Yu, who is at level 6, is easier than drinking water. He laughed without restraint. Meanwhile, several other classmates who were close to Hu Wei also started to egg him on. Seeing this, Wu Yu's eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly at this moment, a figure appeared at the classroom door. All eyes immediately turned to look over. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, all the students in the classroom took a deep breath. Chu Fan. At this moment, Chu Fan stood at the door with an icy expression. He had just sensed everything that was happening in the classroom. Seeing Ms. Wu Yu standing helplessly on the podium, and seeing Hu Wei and others below showing no respect for their teacher, a surge of boundless rage rose within Chu Fan. He is not a saint. I will not demand that my classmates respect me without reason. If Wu Yu were the kind of teacher who lacked professional ethics, he might even take the initiative to lead the resistance. But it's clear that Wu Yu isn't that kind of teacher. She treated all students in the class equally, including Hu Wei. Chu Fan appeared in front of Hu Wei in an instant, looking at him coldly and saying, "Kneel down." At this moment, Hu Wei was so frightened that his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. He never expected that Chu Fan would come to the classroom. Now everyone at Yangqing No. 1 High School knows that Chu Fan is the top student in Yangqing and shouldn't belong to the regular class. Rumors were circulating at school that Tang Xiaohu had given Chu Fan and Jiang Chuha special privileges, including the privilege of not having to attend classes. Under these circumstances, why would Chu Fan return to the regular class? What are you doing here? Going to class? Hu Wei took a deep breath and said, forcing a smile, "What right do you have to make me kneel down?" The star sword instantly appeared in Chu Fan's hand. Call out. A massive sword aura appeared, forming a semicircle on the spot. The entire classroom shook. Hu Wei's clothes were completely torn to shreds. There was a deep sword scar on his body, running from top to bottom. The wound wasn't deep, but it was still shocking. Chu Fan held back. The other people in the classroom stared wide-eyed at what they saw. Chu Fan, he actually attacked his classmate in the classroom. Even Wu Yu looked on in disbelief. Chu Fan, you. Chu Fan didn't turn around, and slowly said, "Teacher Wu, please don't speak." Wu Yu opened her mouth, then immediately shut it up. "Ha ha ha, you dare to attack me in the classroom?" Hu Wei laughed maniacally. "So what if you're number 1 in Yangqing? Have you already forgotten that not long ago you were a useless blind man that everyone could trample on? Now that you've turned your life around, you want revenge? Come on, come and kill me. Let's see if you dare." Hu Wei stretched his neck and pointed to himself. Several other classmates who were close to Hu Wei also mustered up their courage. Chu Fan, this is a classroom, not a dungeon. You shouldn't do anything reckless." "That's right, Hu Wei is just straightforward. You can't hit him just because he's straightforward and doesn't know how to talk. He's your classmate. Chu Fan, we all know you're very strong. Go kill more alien beasts. What kind of skill is it to attack your own classmate?" Chu Fan glanced around. The students were immediately speechless. Although Chu Fan's eyes were wrapped in bandages, many people felt a chill run down their spines when he glanced at them. A palpitation from the depths of my soul. It was as if I was being targeted by a demon. Seeing that Chu Fan didn't make a move, Hu Wei grew bolder and sneered. "You don't even dare to stand up for yourself. What are you trying to prove?" Suddenly, he seemed to see something that terrified him, and he began to tremble all over. What is this?" Hu Wei looked at Chu Fan. His pupils contracted, and a deep sense of fear appeared on his face. Chu Fan stood still, without making any move. "No, what are these things? Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." Hu Wei's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, crawling away into the distance. As he climbed, he kept looking behind him, as if something was chasing him. "Don't chase me, please don't chase me." Hu Wei's eyes were bloodshot and red. He crawled along, leaving a trail of water on the ground. Seeing Hu Wei like this, the other students in the classroom all looked terrified. What's wrong with Hu Wei? What did he see? Chu Fan, didn't he not make a move? I don't know, but I suspect it's Chu Fan's ability. Don't forget his profession. Ashura? Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. The students who were close to Hu Wei also took a few steps back and lowered their heads deeply, afraid that Chu Fan would focus his attention on them. Wu Yu watched all this with a face full of anxiety. "Chu Fan, can you help him?" Wu Yu whispered. A cold smile appeared on Chu Fan's lips. "Help?" He looked at Hu Wei, who had already climbed to the corner of the classroom. At this moment, Hu Wei was trembling all over, and his face was completely bloodless. His eyes were unfocused and lost their focus. He kept repeating, "Don't come any closer, don't come any closer." His spirit has been destroyed, Chu Fan thought to himself. Hu Wei is just a level 7 regular professional with very weak mental strength. Dragged into the Ashura domain, their spirits were directly destroyed. If he does not receive medication to restore his mental strength immediately, his mind will suffer permanent damage. At best, it can leave serious psychological trauma. In severe cases, it can lead to mental breakdown and turning someone into a madman. Looking at Hu Wei, who resembled a stray dog, Chu Fan felt no sympathy whatsoever. His eyes were bandaged as he looked at the other students one by one. As he looked over, all the students quickly lowered their heads, afraid of being noticed by Chu Fan. Chu Fan remained calm as he walked to his seat and sat down. The classroom was unusually quiet. No one is looking at their phones anymore. No one made a loud noise. No one dared to run around in the classroom. Seeing this scene, Wu Yu on the podium took a deep breath, then glanced at Hu Wei in the corner, feeling a mix of emotions. Everyone sat in their seats, and no one dared to make a sound. Chu Fan's expression remained calm, as if nothing had happened. He took out his textbooks and paper and pen, and said calmly, "Teacher Wu, let's start class." Chapter 80 Gratitude. Chu Fan sat in his seat, and said those words calmly. The students all felt a sudden tremor in their hearts. Everyone sat up straight. The classroom became unusually quiet. Everyone sat properly in their seats. Wu Yu looked at the well-organized classroom, then at Chu Fan, and took a deep breath. Chu Fan's words were more effective than 100 of hers. She nodded and said, "Okay, let's begin the lesson." Wu Yu took out her textbook and began to explain the habits of the strange beasts. These are all standard knowledge points, but they are also important. They have been covered extensively throughout the 3 years of high school. The students below started taking notes diligently. Wu Yu's smile returned. At this moment, Chu Fan had already fallen asleep in his seat. There was no other way but to seize the 7-colored blood flowers in the lava land, thus forming his own spiritual space. He was too exhausted without using any recovery medication. Seeing Chu Fan slumped over his desk, none of the other students in the class dared to utter a sound of dissatisfaction. Who knows if he was faking it or if he was setting a trap? Wu Yu glanced at Chu Fan, smiled, and looked away to continue her lecture. "Let's go to sleep. Who told you to be number 1 in Yanqing? Now, please stand up and answer. How many categories are there for mythical beasts?" Wu Yu said with a smile. Swish. Except for Chu Fan, who was sleeping, all the students raised their hands. "Stand up and answer this," Wu Yu said, pointing to a pretty girl. "Teacher Wu, there are 3 main categories of strange beasts: beasts, spirits, and monsters," the girl said, standing up. "Go on." Wu Yu gave her an encouraging look. The pretty girl continued, retaining the characteristics of common animals in the world. These kinds of exotic beasts belong to the mammal category, such as the black-crowned eagle in the thorny jungle and the fire python in the lava land. As for the shadow beasts in the dark forest, they do not have any animal characteristics, so they belong to the monster category. As for spirits, teacher, I don't know. Wu Yu nodded, gesturing for her to sit down. The pretty girl glanced at Chu Fan, but seeing that he was still slumped over his seat and not paying any attention to her, she looked disappointed. Wu Yu smiled and said, "Spirit-type beasts are very special. These beasts exist in a spirit form, such as the 5th-tier beast, the earth-core jellyfish. These kinds of beasts." The students below began taking notes diligently. Soon, the class was over. Chu Fan also woke up and sat in his seat. "Class dismissed, students," Wu Yu called out. Chu Fan was the first to stand up. Upon seeing this, all the students in the class quickly stood up. "Goodbye, teacher. Thank you for your hard work." A surprised smile appeared on Wu Yu's face. She felt as if she had returned to the time when she first became a teacher, when her students treated her with only respect. How wonderful it would be if there were no hierarchy, no distinction between strong and weak. At this moment, Chu Fan walked straight out of the classroom. Many students held their breath, watching his back. Chu Fan's arrival put immense pressure on them. At this moment, Chu Fan, who had reached the door, suddenly stopped and said, "Teacher Wu, I will come back when I have time." After saying that, he left. A simple sentence elicited a variety of reactions from the students in the class. The girls all looked delighted. The boys looked even worse than if they had eaten feces. Those who were particularly close to Hu Wei all showed deep fear. As soon as Chu Fan left, many female classmates quickly gathered around him, their eyes sparkling. "So handsome, so handsome. My heart is pounding. He's so manly. Do you think Chu Fan prefers black stockings or white stockings? Does he prefer C or D cups? Does he dislike very large sizes? Am I a bit too big?" Stop being so flirtatious. He likes Jiang Chua, not some silk stocking or size. 2 of Senior 3 was also packed with students from other classes, who craned their necks to look inside. I heard Chu Fan came by just now. Where is he? Holy crap, the #1 player in Yangqing. He actually came back to our regular class. Chu Fan seems to have left. We were a step too late. I really envy the students in class 2. They get so close to him. Hey, look, isn't that Hu Wei? What's he doing? Holy crap, shivering? Role-playing. All eyes immediately turned to Hu Wei in the corner of the classroom, their faces filled with confusion. Hu Wei's mental state is clearly somewhat abnormal. What happened to Hu Wei in your class? Someone asked, pulling a student from class 2 aside. The student trembled, swallowed hard, and recounted what had just happened. All the students in the corridor stared wide-eyed, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. What? He was turned into this just because Chu Fan glanced at him. Is this the strength of the #1 player in Yangqing? He's really asking for death. That idiot Hu Wei still thinks things are the same as before and dares to provoke Chu Fan. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Chu Fan. He attacked a classmate at school. Won't the school do anything about it? Mind your own business. Hu Wei is nowhere near as good as a single hair on Chu Fan's head, not even his private parts. Would the school punish Chu Fan because of him? Keep your voice down. Vice Principal Tang is coming. The students quickly dispersed, making way for them. Tang Xiaohu walked over quickly with a gloomy face, followed by Luo Ning. Vice Principal Tang, Director Luo. Wu Yu went up to them, opened her mouth as if to say something, but didn't say anything. Tang Xiaohu said coldly to Luo Ning, take him to the infirmary and do your best to save him. Whether he can be saved or not depends on fate. Luo Ning nodded. Vice Principal, Chu Fan, Wu Yu asked. Tang Xiaohu looked at Wu Yu, his eyes narrowing slightly. The strong cannot be humiliated. This truth applies everywhere. Wu Yu nodded blankly. Tang Xiaohu left immediately, muttering under his breath as he went, that brat. He went so far as to use the Ashura domain against a regular class that's 3 levels lower than him. He really doesn't know his own strength. Hu Wei was taken away soon. The strong cannot be humiliated. The students in the corridor were all somewhat dazed. Wu Yu packed up her teaching materials and left the classroom. She was in a daze, feeling as if everything that had just happened was a dream. Oops. Wu Yu suddenly bumped into someone, scattering her presentation materials all over the floor. She quickly said, sorry. She apologized while bending down. By then, the other person had already picked up the courseware from the ground for her. Chu Fan. Wu Yu blushed slightly as she looked at the newcomer up close. To be honest, she was only 22 years old, not much older than Chu Fan. With Chu Fan's help, a strange feeling welled up inside her. Chu Fan smiled and said, Teacher Wu, thank you for never giving up on me. These are 5 bone-tempering pills, a small gift from me to you. Looking at the pill in Chu Fan's hand, Wu Yu covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Bone-tempering pill. A second-tier elixir that enhances the 4 main attributes. Even a low-grade bone-tempering pill costs 500,000 yuan on the market. There are a total of 5 here. Give to me. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. Chu Fan nodded with a smile. This is too valuable. Chu Fan, please take it back. I can't accept it. Wu Yu said in a panic. She started working at Yangqing #1 Middle School at the age of 19 and worked there for 3 years. With a monthly salary of only 6,000 plus rent and daily expenses, I have only saved 60,000 over the past 3 years. These 5 bone-tempering pills is enough for her to work hard for most of her life. Whether she uses these 5 bone-tempering pills to improve herself or sells them, it will change her life. Chu Fan shook his head with a wry smile. Kindness cannot be measured in money. If a person doesn't understand gratitude, no matter how powerful they become, what's the difference between them and a beast? He grinned and said, take it. These 5 bone-tempering pills are nothing to me, but they will be very useful to you. Chu Fan took Wu Yu's hand, placed the bone-tempering pill in her hand, and left. Wu Yu stared blankly at Chu Fan's retreating figure, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, she seemed to have found the meaning of her existence. A teacher is one who imparts knowledge, teaches skills, and resolves doubts. In this chaotic world, humanity still adds color to this dark world. How wonderful. As an ordinary high school teacher, Wu Yu felt that she had no regrets in her life for being able to cultivate a talent like Chu Fan. Chapter 81 Terrifying Attack Power. Yangqing #1 Middle School. Outside of the school, Thir 1. Jiang Chua stared at the school gate for a long time without looking away. What's wrong? Chu Fan asked. Do you still want to go to class? Jiang Chua looked away, wrinkled her nose, and said, I hate going to class the most. The two went to the professional trading market and sold the gold inscription stone, the level 10 excellent set of armor, and some other odds and ends. The trading market was extremely efficient, and Chu Fan's account quickly received a huge sum of 20.53 million yuan. Chu Fan intended to share half with Jiang Chua, but Jiang Chua refused no matter what. Her attitude was firm. She said she didn't even know how she got the gold inscription, so she shouldn't get a share of the money. Chu Fan couldn't argue with her, so he didn't dwell on it any longer. After purchasing 6 portions of jellyfish brains, the two left the professional trading market. It's really too expensive, Chu Fan said with a pained expression. The brain marrow from 6 jellyfish cost him 18 million. In the blink of an eye, he was left with only about 2 million. Time to keep making money, Chu Fan sighed. Making money is so hard. At that moment, Jiang Chua received a phone call, and her face immediately fell. She answered the phone. I know, but don't. Jiang Chua's anger turned to joy. Okay, I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chua looked at Chu Fan with a big smile on her face. Brother Fan, I have to go out for a bit. There's only one more dungeon run left today, so don't wait up for me. What's taking so long? Chu Fan asked. It's hard to say anyway. Anyway, something's come up. Jiang Chua said, her head down. She couldn't lie, and she didn't dare look Chu Fan in the eye. All right, go ahead and do your thing. Chu Fan smiled and patted Jiang Chua's hair. Her hair reached her waist, flowing like silk and cascading down her back. Brother Fan. Jiang Chua suddenly looked up at Chu Fan, leaned in and kissed him on the lips, whispering, I like you. Chu Fan stood there, stunned, unable to react for a moment. Jiang Chua quickly got out of the car, ran to the car, rolled down the window, and waved vigorously at Chu Fan. She had a smile on her face, but her eyes were brimming with tears. I'm leaving, Jiang Chua waved and shouted. After saying that, she stepped on the gas, and Thor 1 soared into the sky. In the air, aboard Thor 1, Jiang Chua could no longer hold back her tears. Take care. Fan Ji's eyes can see again. This is such a wonderful thing, how could I cry? She wiped away her tears and smiled again. Chu Fan stood on the ground, looking up at the sky, his brows furrowed deeply. The goods have arrived? What are they? Yangqing Martial Arts School. Welcome. Supervisor Du Yin quickly came up to him, looking at Chu Fan's side. Hey, your girlfriend didn't come with you? She has something to attend to, Chu Fan said. Du Yin said, oh, and then led Chu Fan to cut in line and enter the training room. Inside the cultivation room, Chu Fan felt inexplicably irritated. It seemed that he had overlooked something, making it difficult for him to concentrate. He started eating large mouthfuls, using food to distract himself. He devoured each and every nutritious meal. My body gradually recovered. At this moment, he took out a portion of the brain marrow of a jellyfish and swallowed it directly. The cold, liquid-like substance slid down my throat and into my stomach. A layer of frost slowly appeared on Chu Fan's body. This time, the AI Xiaoming did not activate the emergency rescue device. As time passed, Chu Fan gradually transformed into an ice sculpture. Inside the ice sculpture, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and then cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, causing it to shatter. Chu Fan shook off the water stains on his body and nodded slightly. Last time, after swallowing the brain of the jellyfish, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave when faced with this extreme cold, the cold penetrating to his very bones. Now, this cold feels to him like wearing a short-sleeved shirt in the dead of winter. Cold, but tolerable. This is the effect of increased mental strength. The robot delivered medicine to restore mental strength. After Chu Fan drank it, he took out a second portion of the earth core jellyfish's brain marrow. Swallow. And so it goes. In less than an hour, Chu Fan swallowed all 6 portions of the brain marrow of the earth core jellyfish. The effect is getting worse and worse. Chu Fan frowned. He could feel that the further he went, the stronger his body's cold resistance became. Without experiencing extreme pain, the improvement of one's mental strength naturally slows down. He opened the career panel. Level 10, 1.6%. Strength 147 plus 70. Intelligence 147 plus 70. Agility 147 plus 70. Endurance 147 plus 70. Mental strength 28. Attack power 526 plus 526. Full charge. Source power 2%. Looking at the career panel, Chu Fan nodded slightly. With the Starshine set and Star Sword, his current attack power has reached 526. Compared to the 361 he played against Chun Haoyu, this represents an improvement of over 100 points. Moreover, the Star Sword can be charged, and once fully charged, its attack power increases by 100%, resulting in its current attack power reaching a terrifying 1052. I wonder if Chen Haoyu can withstand my attack now, without using the Ashura domain. Chu Fan said proudly, standing in place. Chapter 82 Warrior's Medal. In addition, after consuming 6 portions of the brain marrow of the earth core jellyfish, Chu Fan's mental strength increased from 18 to 28. For Ashura, this kind of improvement is the most direct. He was able to use the Ashura domain twice, and still had some mental energy left. Haha, that's awesome. Chu Fan laughed. He was quite excited to feel himself becoming significantly stronger. However, he could sense that the brain marrow effect of the jellyfish had significantly weakened. The latter 2 documents provided negligible improvement to his mental strength. Chu Fan sighed. If he had known it would turn out like this, he shouldn't have bought 6 portions. He could have saved some money. This is what happens when you don't have enough information. Chu Fan secretly decided that in the future, he would never buy a large quantity of any medicine at once, but would do so gradually. We need to buy more advanced psychotropic drugs, which will cost even more money. Thinking of this, Chu Fan felt somewhat helpless. I don't know if other hidden classes are like this, but the Ashura class is simply a money-devouring beast. Chu Fan put away the star sword, took out the initial sword again, and began practicing the skills over and over again to improve his proficiency. Skill proficiency is unrelated to weapons. It simply requires continuous use, through which you become proficient, summarize, and explore. The star sword's energy recharge was very useful, and he didn't want to waste the energy on ordinary practice. Time passed second by second. Chu Fan not only practiced the sword shadow flowing light slash, but also practiced resilience and parrying. A powerful professional cannot have any skill deficiencies. Anyway, the nutritional meals and nutrient solutions provided by the Martial Alliance are free. When you are tired or hungry, you can just eat. However, while practicing the Ashura domain skills, he became engrossed in the space filled with clouds and mist and was momentarily stunned. Last time, there were 2 streams of mist, one black and one yellow, as targets. But not this time. Chu Fan quickly understood that there must be a target within a certain range for the other party's spiritual power to appear here in the form of mist. As to how large this range is, further testing is needed. He sheathed his initial sword, opened the class panel, and a smile slowly appeared on his lips. Resilience, 13% at Tier 1. Parry, 11% at Tier 1. Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash, Tier 1, for percent. Compared to resilience and parrying, the proficiency of Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash improves rather slowly. Chu Fan knew that Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash was Ashura's unique skill, and it was an A-level skill. B-level skills like resilience and parry, which are common to warriors, it is much more difficult to improve. However, Chu Fan was not in a hurry to improve his proficiency with the Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash. Last time he entered the lava land, he didn't use this move extensively in order to conceal his identity. Now that my identity has been exposed, there's no need to hide it anymore. Xiao Ming reminds you that you have been in the training room for 1 hour and 40 minutes. Xiao Ming's voice came through. Chu Fan wiped the sweat from his face. This was the alarm clock he set when he entered the cultivation room, so that Xiao Ming would remind him in 1 hour and 40 minutes. He swallowed a herbal pill to clear away miasma, quickly took a shower, and then grabbed 2 nutritional meals and fed them to himself. As soon as he opened the door to the cultivation room, he found Du Yin waiting for him at the door. Could you come to my office? Du Yin smiled sweetly. Chu Fan roughly knew what it was about, nodded, and followed Du Yin to the office. Bang! The door closed automatically. Du Yin tapped on the smart ring meter. A contract formed by a light screen appeared directly in front of them. This is the Martial Alliance's contract. Please take a look. If there are no problems, please sign your name in the lower right corner. Du Yin maintained an intellectual demeanor, but the fervor and respect in her eyes were impossible to conceal. Chu Fan quickly grasped the contents of the contract. There are no hidden clauses. It's just a simple contract. By signing this contract, he will become a martial artist in the Martial Alliance, enjoying all the resources of the Martial Alliance, with an annual salary of 20 million. In addition, the Martial Alliance will also gift a separate high-level training room. The contract also states that each month, participants must complete tasks assigned by the Martial Alliance to earn contribution points and meet performance requirements. The monthly contribution point requirement for a martial arts apprentice is 200. The number of samurai is 500. For martial artists, the monthly contribution point requirement is as high as 1,000. If the performance evaluation fails to meet the standards, the candidate will be placed under observation. If the performance evaluation still fails to meet the standards in the second month, the contract will be voided. Chu Fan nodded secretly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Having enjoyed the benefits of the martial alliance, one should naturally do things for the martial alliance as well. After confirming that there were no problems with the contract, Chu Fan signed his name without hesitation. As the final stroke fell, the light curtain emitted golden light, forming 3 stars in the air, shining brightly. Soon, the 3 stars disappeared. Du Yin took out a box and opened it, inside which lay a silver-white medal. The medal is made of silver and looks to be of excellent quality. This is a martial artist's medal. Du Yin handed the box to Chu Fan, bowed 90 degrees, and said respectfully, "Welcome, martial artist." Seeing Du Yan's attitude, Chu Fan also gained an understanding of the class system within the martial alliance. A warrior's medal? He held the box containing the warrior's medal, his heart filled with emotion. From this moment forward, he is a genuine martial artist of the martial alliance. This medal is a symbol of his identity. How many contribution points are needed to enter the second level? Chu Fan asked. Above the second level of the martial alliance tower, all tasks require contribution points, which can be obtained by accepting tasks from the martial alliance's task list. Reporting to the martial artist, each time you enter the second level, it costs 100 contribution points. 100 contribution points are roughly needed to complete one B-level mission, Du Yin said. Chu Fan nodded slightly. He couldn't wait to enter the second level and engage in virtual battles. How long does it take to complete a typical rank B mission? He continued. It depends on individual ability. Some members can complete a B-level mission in just 1 hour, while others need a day or even 2. After all, everyone's strength is different when they join the martial alliance. Some people join after awakening at level 30 and can easily complete B-level missions. Du Yin looked at Chu Fan, opened her mouth as if to say something, but then stopped herself. Chu Fan shook his head with a wry smile. Are you implying that I'm too weak right now? Becoming a martial artist in the martial alliance directly at level 10, I wonder if this is the first time in the entire history of the martial alliance. I understand. Thank you, Chu Fan said. Du Yin smiled and said, Master Martial Artist, it is my honor to serve you. You can accept missions in your own private training room. Okay. Chu Fan nodded and slowly walked outside. Chapter 83 Respectfully Sending Off the Martial Arts Master. Now, the lobby of Yangqing Martial Arts School. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes walked in, his face full of arrogance. As soon as he walked in, many people's eyes turned to him, or more precisely, to the black medal on his chest. Black iron medal. That person is a martial arts apprentice from the Martial Alliance. Such a young martial arts apprentice? Who is he? I know him. His name is Ji Feng. He was the number 1 in Yangqing 5 years ago. He just graduated from Jiangnan University and returned to Yangqing to join the Martial Alliance. He is currently pursuing manager Du Yan. Ji Feng, so it was him. No wonder. A female receptionist saw Ji Feng and quickly went to greet him respectfully, saying, Mr. Jiyu. Ji Feng said calmly, Where is your supervisor Du? The female receptionist looked toward Du Yan's office. Ji Feng nodded and walked straight in that direction. Just then, the office door opened, and Chu Fan walked out, with Du Yan following closely behind him. Upon seeing this, Ji Feng's brows furrowed instantly. He adjusted the black iron medal on his chest, stepped forward, and said, Manager Du, I need to go to the second floor. Could you please take me there? The second layer. Upon hearing this, many professionals in the room revealed expressions of envy. The second floor. They didn't know when they would be able to reach the second floor, or perhaps they would never have the chance in their lifetime. Du Yan looked at Ji Feng and smiled. Mr. Ji, you have the authority to enter the second level. You may go there on your own. After saying that, she quickly caught up with Chu Fan. The action clearly showed that Chu Fan was far more important than him. Ji Feng's face darkened, and he flashed to block Chu Fan's path. He glanced at Chu Fan's chest, which was empty. Ji Feng said calmly, Kid, I need Manager Du's help with something. I've noticed she's been following you. Why don't you talk to her and tell her to stop following you? Get out. Chu Fan frowned. He was in a hurry to get to the lava lands and didn't have time to linger here. Ji Feng's face instantly turned cold. You dare tell me to get lost? Ji Feng said, I think you're not very old. You should still be in high school. He pointed to the black medal on his chest. Do you know what this is? Chu Fan shook his head. Never seen it before. He had never seen this black one before. His was silver. Whoever you are, how dare you speak to me like that? Ji Feng pointed at Chu Fan and said, word by word, I'll remember you. He was in a bad mood. Even he had never entered Du Yan's office. Yet this kid, who was clearly still a child and had never even seen a martial arts medal, actually walked out of Du Yan's office. Chu Fan turned his head slightly, glanced at him, and said nothing. Everyone watched this scene and chuckled softly. That kid must be the top student in Yangqing this year, the one who always cuts in line every time he comes. It's him. I've disliked him for a long time. I didn't expect him to mess with a martial arts apprentice this time. Hee, this is going to be interesting. The crowd's eyes held a hint of schadenfreude. Chu Fan nodded slightly to Ji Feng and strode forward. Suddenly, mechanical sounds rang out in the arena. Respectfully seeing off the martial artist. Respectfully seeing off the martial artist. Respectfully seeing off the martial artist. The mechanical sound rang out 3 times in a row. Upon hearing this voice, everyone, including Ji Feng, froze on the spot. Martial master? Who? Have any martial artists arrived at the Yangqing Martial Arts School? Soon, all eyes turned to Chu Fan. He was the only one walking towards the door in the entire hall. A thought suddenly popped into everyone's mind. Could it be that he is a martial artist? How is this possible? Impossible, there must be a mistake. Check if anyone else is leaving Yangqing Martial Arts School. Everyone craned their necks, their eyes scanning the hall. However, Chu Fan was the only one leaving the entire hall. Ji Feng stood there, stunned, then looked at Du Yan, as if seeking confirmation from her. Du Yan glared at him fiercely, stepped forward, bowed in the direction Chu Fan had left, and said, respectfully seeing off the martial artist. Chu Fan did not respond. He did not linger and slowly walked out of the gate of Yangqing Martial Arts School under everyone's gaze. The hall was unusually quiet. Everyone was deeply shaken. This boy, who is only 18 years old, has actually become a martial artist in the Martial Alliance. In comparison, Ji Feng, who only became a martial arts apprentice at the age of 23, is not worth mentioning at all. Ji Feng swallowed hard, his face turning deathly pale. At that moment, he knew he was finished. In the rigidly hierarchical Martial Alliance, if a martial apprentice dares to offend a martial artist, the martial artist will not let him off without the headmaster's intervention. Because he challenged the authority of martial artists. Lava Land. Students were continuously being transferred in. Students who managed to get into this place cherish the opportunity to enter the instance a second time. If you skip 1 dungeon run per day, the level gap will widen significantly. Whether it's the upcoming ranking list or the college entrance examination a few months later, the ranking will be the most important reference indicator. Chu Fan landed on the scorched earth through the school's teleportation portal. Without hesitation, he quickly ran towards the center area. Hiss! A 4-meter-tall fiery python blocked his path. Chu Fan casually waved his hand. A massive, crescent-shaped sword aura erupted, cleaving the level 8 fire python in 2. He picked up the fallen spiritual crystal instantly. Swoosh! Without pausing, Chu Fan sped off with lightning speed. Target, Lord. Chu Fan planned to kill the Lord first and obtain the source essence. As for the other smaller monsters, we can deal with them slowly after we kill the Lord. Anyway, there's no time limit for dungeons. At the same time, other students continued to appear throughout the lava field. Brother Ao, is it possible for us to steal the Lord's spiritual essence? Su Muan frowned as she looked at the arrogant young man in the group. She thought she had found the right person. After all, the person in front of her was ranked 4th on the job change list. But I never expected Li Ao to be so useless. Through her observations, Su Muan discovered that the Abyss Stalker's main strength lay in stealth. He's fine against other people, but dealing with Chun Haoyu and Yasuo will be very difficult. These two have stolen the Lord's spiritual essence from the lava lands on these several occasions. Let alone Chun Haoyu, who is ranked 1st on the job change list. Li Ao can't even beat Yasuo and can't break through his wind barrier at all. A wind wall on himself and stood still. No matter how strange Li Ao's movements were, what use was it if he couldn't break through it? At that moment, Su Muan felt that she had come to the wrong person. There's a chance. Li Ao laughed. As far as I know, Chun Haoyu has already entered the spider cave. With him gone, whose shall the Lord's spirit belong if not to me? Upon hearing this, the rest of the team were taken aback. Did Chun Haoyu enter the spider cave? That's an experienced dungeon for levels 10 to 20, right? Su Muan's eyes widened. Chun Haoyu is qualified to enter that. Li Ao snorted. Humph, that guy must have gotten incredibly lucky to be noticed by one of the 4 greats and has already received an early recruitment notice. It is said that Yang Daolong from Qinglong University recruited him. Upon hearing this, everyone looked shocked. Azure Dragon University? Yang Daolong. I've seen him on TV. I heard that Yang Daolong was already a level 45 expert 10 years ago. I wonder what level he's reached now that Chun Haoyu is able to become his student. Sigh, I'm so envious. Being recruited by the top 4 universities, Chun Haoyu has already left us far behind. Yes, and he also entered the spider cave. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be #1 on the ranking list without any controversy. They all sighed and groaned. Liao laughed and said, "Don't rush. This is just an early recruitment. If we stand out in the promotion rankings and the college entrance examination, we will still have a chance to enter the big four accounting firms." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up again. Only Su Muin remained silent. At this moment, she looked at Liao and said, "Captain, don't forget, Chun Haoyu isn't here. There's also Yasuo and the Monkey King. And besides those two, there's that guy named Chu Fan. He was able to snatch the 7-colored blood flower from among so many geniuses. Don't underestimate him." Liao's lips slowly curled into a smile. Chu Fan? Just a scheming man. I have studied him. His specialty is agility, which allows him to dodge attacks, but his offensive capabilities are lacking. If that idiot hadn't helped him at the crucial moment, he probably would have died from Chun Haoyu's dark cutting. Liao slowly walked forward. "We don't need to take this person to heart. That madman won't come to steal the Lord's spiritual essence, so our only opponent is Yasuo. Of course, if that kid dares to try and steal it again, I wouldn't mind teaching him what cruelty is." Upon hearing this, Su Muin's lips widened, and she licked them. Chapter 84 Monster. Let's go straight to the Lord. After Liao finished speaking, the team members moved and rushed towards the central area. Su Muin lagged behind the group, looking up at the sky. An animal resembling an eagle soars through the air. Suddenly, the eagle paused for a moment, then plummeted straight down. Seeing this, Su Muin quickly took out her phone and started typing rapidly. "Muan, what are you doing? Hurry up and follow me." Liao turned around and glanced back. Su Muin pointed her phone at them and laughed. "Hee hee, I'll take a picture of you guys to commemorate this." She put away her phone and followed them. At the same time, a crack suddenly appeared in the air above the lava-covered land. A dark figure fell through the crack and crashed heavily to the ground. The dark figure slowly stood up. He had a human face, but his features were extremely close together. His lips were small and thin, and his skin was an unnatural grayish white. Behind him, there was a black tail. It resembles a human but is not human, and it resembles a mouse but is not a mouse. It looks like a monster. A familiar smell. The monster twitched its nose, its voice hoarse. "A smell I hate." He laughed, revealing his fine, sharp teeth. Its long tail swayed behind it, then slowly retracted and finally disappeared. Meanwhile, in other locations across the lava plains, the various teams were also ready to go. They were all geniuses who made it onto the job change list this year, and they were somewhat arrogant. Everyone was very unhappy after failing to snatch the Lord's spiritual essence several times in a row. Therefore, many people have considered cooperating. After all, there's strength in numbers. Even if you end up with a smaller share, every little bit helps. This time, we'll make sure Chun Haoyu and Yasuo suffer a crushing defeat. Let's go. Each member of the squad wore an angry expression. At this moment, 3 5-person teams gathered together. They were the same 15 people who besieged Chun Haoyu and Yasuo in the last instance. The team leaders are Wang Lei, Hu Li, and Zhang Danfeng. They were all among the top 10 geniuses on the job change list. Wang Lei, a tall, bearded man, held a long knife and said in a deep voice, "You should know that Chun Haoyu won't be coming here again, right?" Everyone nodded. Although this matter was kept secret, they all had the means to spread the news that Chun Haoyu had been recruited by the 4 greats in advance and entered the spider cave. It was no secret. "We'll join forces to deal with Yasuo and Liao." Wang Lei nodded, then said coldly, "Also, if we encounter Chu Fan, don't hold back. We, a dozen or so people, can handle Yasuo and Liao without any problem, but Chu Fan, I'm worried that madman, Qi Tian de Sheng, will help him." Hu Li, with dark skin and small eyes, looked at Wang Lei and said, "That's right, that great sage equaling heaven is really fierce. I estimate that even if the 15 of us join forces, we still can't take him down. Although that guy isn't interested in the Lord's spirituality, if Chu Fan comes over, that madman will most likely follow too. After all, it was he who helped Chu Fan escape last time." Zhang Danfeng was dressed in white, holding a folding fan, with a slight frown on his brow. Wang Lei smiled and said, "The Monkey King is strong, but he's not very useful here." He pointed to his head. "To deal with him, we can't fight him head-on. We have to use our advantages, our brains." Wang Lei smiled. "If Chu Fan really dares to come, I'd like to see if he can dodge my longsword." As he spoke, he swung his long sword horizontally. A circle with a diameter of 10 meters radiated outwards from him. Immediately afterwards, the ground within a 10-meter radius collapsed instantly. Seeing this, Everyone quickly left their original spot and appeared at a distance to avoid falling into the lava below. The hidden class, Blade Berserker, is indeed terrifying in terms of attack power. Zhang Danfeng waved his folding fan. Wang Lei, better safe than sorry. Don't underestimate any hidden class. Moreover, Ashuras are not weak. Every Ashura in history has been a powerful figure renowned in his region. Wang Lei sneered. Just a cursed profession. Does it deserve my caution? All right. Hurry up and go to the Lord's place, Hu Li said with a stern face. Soon, they all set off towards the central area. Like them, many professionals planned to kill the Lord first, and after appearing in the lava land, they went directly to the Lord's location. Some professionals, knowing that seizing the Lord's spiritual essence was hopeless, started from the teleportation point and honestly leveled up by killing monsters along the way. We're here. Chu Fan looked at the huge lava pool in front of him. This is it. I wonder if the Lord this time is the same as last time. Giant fire python from last time, it would really take some effort to deal with it. Chu Fan stood in front of the lava pool and activated his wave perception. His vision was filled with blood red. In his perception, a figure with the outline of a fiery python was constantly moving. They're all level 9 fire pythons, not lords. Since his perception range was only 30 meters, after confirming that there was no lord in this area, Chu Fan changed his position and continued to perceive. A minute later, he had sensed all the lava pools within a 1-kilometer radius of the shore. No lord found. Chu Fan frowned and looked at the center of the lava pool. Quite a lot of level 9 fire pythons here. In just this short period of time, at least 30 level 9 fire pythons have been discovered swimming at the bottom of the lava pool. If all else fails, we'll have to lure them all out and kill them. He took out the initial sword, and just as he was about to make a move, his expression suddenly froze. Hundreds of professionals rushed over from afar and arrived nearby in an instant. Chu Fan's face immediately darkened. Li Ao's figure would sometimes disappear and sometimes appear in the air, and each time he went from disappearing to appearing, he could traverse a distance of tens of meters. Other professionals also used every means at their disposal. Someone was running on the ground at an extremely fast speed, leaving afterimages in their wake. Some people have wings of light on their backs and fly in the air. Others rode on horses that were entirely black and had a single horn on their heads, galloping towards them like knights. A Tier 1 beast, a unicorn. Upon entering his perception range, he immediately recognized the horse-like beast with a single horn as a unicorn. The one riding on the unicorn should be the summoner. Summoners possess the ability to communicate with mythical beasts and can directly tame them to fight for them. However, the beasts are extremely ferocious, so low-level summoners can only tame low-level beasts. Moreover, they can only tame exotic beasts. Neither spirits nor monsters can be tamed. Chu Fan witnessed firsthand in the dark forest a naive summoner who attempted to communicate with a shadow beast, only to have his head swallowed whole. Low-level beasts like unicorns are almost always the first choice for taming by low-level summoners. It can serve as a mount and also possesses some combat capabilities. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan's thoughts were racing. All the professionals came to the lava pool and looked at Chu Fan. "It's you," someone exclaimed. Chu Fan. "Ha ha ha, I almost didn't recognize you without your mask. What, you're also interested in the Lord's spirit? Damn it, you knew all along that rock was the Lord, didn't you? You drove the Lord mad, seized the opportunity to steal the 7-colored blood flower, and schemed against all of us. And you still dare to come. If it weren't for the great sage equaling heaven's intervention, you would already be dead at Chun Haoyu's hands. I'd like to see if the great sage equaling heaven will come to your aid today." Chapter 85. You can't bully people like this. In front of a huge lava pool, hundreds of professionals turned to look at Chu Fan, their faces filled with anger. Chu Fan snatched the 7-colored blood flower in front of all of them, making them lose face. Here now, they're incredibly audacious. Li Ao appeared in the air 10 meters in front of Chu Fan, his feet slowly touching the ground. He sneered, TSK, still level 10, which means you didn't use the 7-colored blood flower. Hand it over, and I'll let you go. Upon hearing this, everyone else's eyes lit up. Yes, hand over the 7-colored blood flower. That's not something you can take. Chu Fan, you were able to escape last time because you took advantage of the fact that we didn't know that the rock was the Lord. But can you escape this time? Hand over the 7-colored blood flower obediently. That's the best outcome for you. Wang Lei, holding a long sword, stepped forward and said, I remember you have good agility and can easily dodge attacks from berserkers and mages, but that's just for regular classes. I wonder if you can still be as composed when facing hidden classes. The others quickly stepped forward and surrounded Chu Fan. Everyone was looking at him with greed in their eyes. Faced with their coercion, Chu Fan suddenly laughed and said, "What merit do I, Chu, possess to deserve that you all attack me together? However, since you want to fight, then let's fight. What do I have to fear?" The star sword appeared in his hand. Chu Fan faced over 100 people alone and laughed arrogantly. Seeing this, everyone took a deep breath, their anger growing even stronger. "You dare to challenge all of us by yourself? Arrogant. You're only ranked 58th on the job change list. There are at least 40 people ahead of you here. Where do you get the courage to challenge all of us? Let's attack together and snatch the 7-colored blood flower." Suddenly, a furious shout came from the sky. "You brats, how dare you bully my master?" The words were spoken. Then the Monkey King, wielding his staff, slammed it down from the sky, creating a large crater in the ground. Upon seeing him appear, Li Ao's expression immediately changed. Everyone else's expression changed drastically. That madman, he really did come. With the great sage equaling heaven present, it won't be an easy task to snatch the 7-colored blood flower from Chu Fan. Upon seeing the Monkey King, Chu Fan was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a friendly smile. If he hadn't stepped in to withstand Chun Haoyu's dark cut, he might have had to activate his third eye and try his luck using the unknown abilities of the evil eye. That would expose us. Reveal the existence of the evil eye to anyone, and not to test human nature. Chu Fan was well aware of the consequences of being exposed. The Temple of the Priests controls the instance and can see everything that happens within it. Who knows if the people in the clergy will arrest him and dissect him for research after they discover his secret? "Master." The great sage equaling heaven walked to Chu Fan's side, his face full of flattery. Chu Fan nodded to him and said in a low voice, "Thanks." "Master, what are you saying?" "It is my duty and my mission to escort you to the Western Paradise to obtain the true scriptures," the great sage equaling heaven said solemnly. Hearing their conversation, the others all wore strange expressions. "Great sage equal to heaven, open your eyes and look. He is Chu Fan, not your master," someone shouted anxiously. "Yes, he's the same age as us. How could he be your master? Your master is at least in his 30s or 40s, if not 70 or 80 years old." The Monkey King immediately looked over and said, "You little brats, are you trying to sow discord between me and my master?" Those who had spoken immediately trembled and took a half-step back. Trying to reason with this madman is completely pointless. The Monkey King said in a deep voice, "Not my master? Then how does he know my real name?" "Your real name?" Li Ao sneered. "Isn't your real name Huang Liang? I know your real name, so why don't you call me master?" "Disciple, I now command you to come here, but do not protect him." Li Ao waved. However, the next moment, the Monkey King disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of Li Ao, raising his staff to smash down. Li Ao's expression changed drastically. Damn it! His figure suddenly became transparent, blending into the air. The Monkey King's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly appeared 20 meters away, grabbing at the air. Li Ao was immediately arrested. Everyone who saw this gasped in shock. That's incredible. Li Ao's method of concealment was completely ineffective against the great sage equaling heaven. He's also a hidden class, ranked 4th on the class advancement list, Abyss Walker. How can the difference be so big? "You son of a bitch!" Li Ao roared in fury. He hadn't finished speaking. Bang! He was grabbed by one leg by the Monkey King and slammed heavily to the ground. Damn it! Li Ao finally caught his breath. Bang! He was slammed to the ground again. Then they saw the Monkey King carrying Li Ao and repeatedly slamming him to the ground. Soon, Li Ao was covered in blood. His face was pale, and he was on the verge of death. The Monkey King casually tossed Li Ao to the ground and scanned the entire scene with his eyes. Who would dare to lay a hand on my master? Everyone fell silent. Li Ao was completely overwhelmed and had no chance to fight back, let alone the others. Perhaps only Chun Haoyu can fight the Monkey King. Even Yasuo can't. Chu Fan was equally shocked by what he witnessed. The Monkey King planted his staff into the ground in front of him and said, "Kids, this great demon belongs to my master. You can leave now." These words were spoken. "What? You can't bully people like this." "Exactly. Even if you're strong, you should still be reasonable, right?" They all knew the habits of the Monkey King. They called strange beasts monsters, lords great demons, and children. Seeing that the great sage equaling heaven had actually drawn a line for them to leave, everyone took a deep breath, their anger rising. Isn't this just pure bullying? Does strength mean you can do whatever you want? Despite their anger, no one dared to show it. They could only try to reason with the Monkey King. The Monkey King wore a disdainful smile, remained silent, and stood guard in front of his staff. Behind him were Chu Fan and the enormous lava pool. At this moment, Wang Lei suddenly stepped forward and said, "Great sage equal to heaven, we are all classmates, not the monsters you are talking about. So, what you are doing is a bit excessive." The Monkey King sneered. "If you were monsters, I wouldn't be standing here wasting my breath talking to you. I would just kill you with one blow." Wang Lei took a deep breath. "Since this Chu Fan is your master, he must be very strong, right?" The great sage equal to heaven said, "Spit it out if you have anything to say, or get lost if you don't. Don't delay my master from killing the great demon." Wang Lei smiled and said, "I'm just curious, you're already this strong. How strong must your master be?" Everyone else present was completely dumbfounded when they heard Wang Lei's words. What is this thing doing? Only Wang Lei's team members smiled. The captain is exploiting the opponent's weakness. The Monkey King's weakness is that he's not very bright. Chapter 86, Paying Tuition. Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, the Monkey King looked thoughtful. Everyone here is eager to witness your master's strength and see what kind of powerful figure could teach a disciple like you. Wang Lei continued with a smile. The Monkey King nodded slightly. After a long pause, he turned to look at Chu Fan and asked Yehuda Wendal, "Master, they want to experience your strength." Your strength? He didn't seem to know his master's strength either. Seeing this, Wang Lei's lips slowly curled up into a smile. Everyone else present had their eyes light up. It's done. The Monkey King was indeed tricked. They all cast approving glances at Wang Lei. Chu Fan frowned deeply. Everyone watched him nervously. This guy won't refuse, will he? At this moment, Chu Fan nodded and said, "Well, if you want me to give you some pointers, that's not impossible. But you have to pay tuition." Guidance. Tuition fees? Hearing this, everyone was so angry they laughed. "You actually think you're the master of the Monkey King? They have the nerve to give us advice and then make us pay tuition?" Everyone's eyes were practically spitting fire. That's so damn pretentious. If it weren't for the presence of the Monkey King, they would have loved to pounce on Chu Fan immediately, surround him, and beat him up. Wang Lei was also stunned by Chu Fan's words. After calming down, he said, "We can pay the tuition, but what if we find that the tuition is not worth paying? For example, you lose to one of us." Chu Fan laughed and said, "How about this? If I lose, it means I'm not qualified to guide you. In that case, I'll give the 7-colored blood flower to the other side as compensation. How about that?" Okay. Wang Lei was overjoyed and agreed without thinking. He hadn't expected that not only was the Monkey King not very bright, but Chu Fan's brain seemed to be doing poorly as well. They really are master and apprentice. They even have the same IQ. Everyone looked at Wang Lei with gratitude. Because of Wang Lei, they regained the opportunity to seize the 7-colored blood flower. If Chu Fan loses, the 7-colored blood flower will change hands. As for that little bit of tuition, well, it's paid for. Compared to the value of the 7-colored blood flower, the tuition is nothing. Excitement shone on everyone's faces as they looked at Chu Fan, eager to try their luck. Wang Lei looked at the Monkey King. "This is an agreement between us and your master. You won't interfere, will you?" The Monkey King looked conflicted as he gazed at Chu Fan. Chu Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, my disciple. I have some skill, so guiding them is no problem." The Monkey King breathed a sigh of relief, stepped aside, and said to the crowd, "Watch carefully and learn well. You must seize this opportunity to receive guidance from my master." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter inwardly. What's the use of being strong? They're not very bright. They don't even realize they've been scammed. Wang Lei stepped forward and said, "Let me ask you first. Tuition fee." The Monkey King pressed his stick against his throat. Wang Lei took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and then smiled as he took out a small bottle. "There are 10 chi and blood pills in here. Is that enough?" The great sage equal to heaven sneered. "You think you can get my master's guidance with just 10 chi and blood pills? Do you think I'm a fool?" Chu Fan looked at the great sage equaling heaven, somewhat surprised. He then shook his head and said, "Indeed, it's too few. If you want me to take action, you'll need at least a 3rd-grade item. The so-called 3 grades include 3 grades of elixirs and 3 grades of rare and precious materials. The 7-colored blood flower is a 5th-grade natural treasure, but Chu Fan deliberately kept it at the 3rd grade so that these people would feel they had made a profit. After all, if you ask them to produce something of the 4th rank, they probably won't be able to come up with many. Chu Fan wanted to plunder extensively, but 2nd-grade items were too poor, while 3rd-grade items were just right. 3rd rank. Everyone stared in shock and disbelief at Chu Fan. "I'll let you make a move once, starting with a rank 3. Even university professors wouldn't charge more than this price for privately tutoring a student. You're just an ordinary student, Yet you dare to blatantly extort money from people just because you have connections? However, the thought of obtaining the 7-colored blood flower made everyone feel relieved. Third rank. Wang Lei's lips trembled. After a while, he took out another small bottle. This is a third-grade treasure, heavenly transformation sand. Everyone knows its specific function, so I won't go into details. Could you please make a move on me this time? Chu Fan stood there with a smile on his face. Heavenly sand, when forged into equipment, can randomly improve the quality of the equipment up to a rare quality. It's of no use to him right now, because he possesses a rare set. He silently converted it into Chinese yuan. 3 million. That's too little. One can only purchase one portion of the earth core jellyfish's brain marrow, let alone higher-level mental medicines. Note, the earth core jellyfish is a 5th-tier exotic beast, belonging to the mid-tier exotic beast category, while its brain marrow is a 3rd-grade treasure. The two are different. Chu Fan shook his head and said, "Not enough." Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. "How many do you want?" Wang Lei's face was ashen, and he was on the verge of exploding, gripping the long knife tightly in his hand. Chu Fan slowly raised 3 fingers. 3 portions of heavenly transformation sand, in exchange for my intervention. "Why the hell aren't you going?" Wang Lei roared. "Huh." The Monkey King swung his staff directly at him. "Can you afford the tuition? If you can't, get out. Let those who can afford it come." Wang Lei took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Okay, 3 portions it is. Take a look." He tossed a small box to Chu Fan. Chu Fan remained calm as he opened the package and found 3 portions of heavenly transformation sand inside. 9 million in hand. Chu Fan was overjoyed, but calmly said, "Okay." As he spoke, he stepped forward and said, "Disciple, step back." The Monkey King stepped aside, his eyes fixed on Wang Lei. The onlookers began to discuss it amongst themselves. 3 portions of heavenly transformation sand. Losing that would be a huge loss. How could we possibly lose? Wang Lei is the 8th-ranked blade maniac on the job change list. Well, if we can get the 7-colored blood flower, losing 3 portions of heavenly transformation sand is nothing. I actually hope Wang Lei loses, so I'll have a chance to get the 7-colored blood flower. Where's your brain? If Wang Lei loses, how can you win? Just watch. There's absolutely no way Wang Lei can lose. Hey, look, the weapon Chu Fan is holding seems to be level 1. Ha ha ha, poor bastard. I heard he's from some Yangcheng, that lousy little place. It's normal for him to be poor. He's level 10 and still using a level 1 weapon. TSK, fighting Wang Lei with a level 1 beginner weapon. I can only say it's awesome. Sigh. I just feel sorry that the 7-colored blood flower is going to fall into Wang Lei's hands. Hundreds of people lined up in open space to make room for them. Chu Fan, holding the initial sword, stood with Wang Lei in the open space. "Chu Fan, let me see what you're capable of." Wang Lei roared angrily. He had been holding his breath, and now that he could finally unleash his full power, he did so. Chapter 87. The Sword Maniac, the weak Chu Fan. Wang Lei vanished from his spot, his speed exploding, and in the blink of an eye, he was above Chu Fan's head. Chu Fan stood below, not even raising his head. He activated his wave perception. Passive talent skill, weakness detection, is also active. Wang Lei's figure immediately came into his perception. To everyone else, Chu Fan hadn't reacted to Wang Lei's speed and was still standing there, stunned. High in the air, Wang Lei didn't waste any words. He wielded his long sword and slashed downwards repeatedly. With each strike, a huge phantom of a long sword appeared. Wang Lei slashed 8 times. 8 illusory long swords descended, centered on Chu Fan, and attacked him. This is the captain's A-level skill, 8 Desolation Slash, someone in Wang Lei's team exclaimed. 8 blade shadows attack in 8 directions. There's nowhere to hide. Chu Fan's proud movement technique is about to fail. 8 Desolation Slash. It seems Wang Lei has used his trump card. As expected of someone ranked 8th on the job change list, this offensive is too strong, far surpassing mine. Can Chu Fan dodge it? Everyone held their breath and looked towards the arena. Chu Fan's expression remained calm, and a yellow halo suddenly appeared around him. Then, he placed the initial sword in front of his chest. What is he doing? Why isn't he moving away? Those are the warrior's common skills, resilience, and parry. He thought he could block Wang Lei's 8 Desolation Slash with just these 2 B-level skills. Haha, that's hilarious. The longsword phantom was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it struck the spot where Chu Fan was standing. Boom. The ground shattered, billowing smoke and dust. We can't let him die. At least we have to make him hand over the 7-colored blood flower before he dies, someone shouted. Wang Lei landed dozens of meters away, and quickly rushed towards the shattered area. However, at this moment, a strong sense of crisis struck. He looked behind him, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Chu Fan stood 10 meters behind him, swinging his long sword at him with incredible speed, the sword leaving afterimages. Sword shadow flowing light slash. A series of sword energies erupted, covering an area of 100 meters in front of them. Not good. Wang Lei didn't have time to think about how Chu Fan dodged his 8 desolation slash. At that moment, dozens of sword energies attacked him, rapidly magnifying in his eyes. How is this attack power possible? Wang Lei was shocked as he felt the power of the sword energy. It's important to understand that area of effect damage skills are definitely less powerful than single target skills. For skills of the same level, the larger the range, the lower the skill's attack power tends to be. However, the range of Chu Fan's skill at this moment far exceeded that of his 8 desolation slash, so logically his attack should be much lower. But Wang Lei clearly felt that each of the dozens of sword energies was no less powerful than his blade shadow. There are only two possibilities. Either Chu Fan's four-dimensional attributes are stronger than his, especially his strength and agility. Or, Chu Fan's skill level is higher than his 8 desolation slash, its S rank. The other professionals in the arena also gasped in surprise. What kind of skill is that? It's so powerful. I've seen it before. Chu Fan used this move on us when he escaped last time, but this time, his attack seems even stronger. Did you all see clearly how Chu Fan dodged Wang Lei's 8 desolation slash? I didn't see it clearly, but he was very fast, far exceeding the speed of a regular professional. I think he was on par with Yasuo. Fast speed, powerful attacks, and wide range. Is the Ashura class really that well-rounded? At this moment, a girl with sparkling eyes said, "He is indeed very fast. He just passed through the gap between the 8 sword shadows, but he was also hit by a sword and was seriously injured. If he hadn't used his resilience and parry, his injuries would have been even more severe." Everyone looked at Chu Fan and, sure enough, saw several wounds on his body. The wound wasn't deep, and a few drops of blood were seeping out. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more at ease. If Chu Fan had dodged Wang Lei's 8 desolation slash unscathed, it would have been truly unacceptable to them. Facing the oncoming sword energy, Wang Lei took a deep breath, raised his knife above his head with both hands, and slashed fiercely down in front of him. He intends to confront them head-on. Wang Lei's hair fluttered, and his eyes gradually turned deep red. Red blade shadow, at least 20 meters long, appeared and slashed down in front. A-rank skill, frenzied slash. A surge of energy erupted and collided with the sword energy. The ground was ripped open, and stone chips flew everywhere. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene. Who's winning? After a while, Chu Fan and Wang Lei appeared. Wang Lei clutched his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief, and then collapsed to the ground. Chu Fan's situation wasn't much better. He braced himself on the ground with his long sword, his body covered in wounds, swaying precariously, clearly at his last gasp. At this moment, Chu Fan stumbled and almost fell, but he once again plunged his long sword into the ground to support his body. The scene was eerily quiet. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Wang Lei lost. Impossible, right? Chu Fan defeated Wang Lei, who was ranked 8th on the job advancement list. Even if we won, it was a narrow victory. I think Chu Fan was also seriously injured and was just barely holding on. Wang Lei lost. He paid his tuition with 3 portions of Tianhua sand. The Monkey King glanced at Wang Lei lying on the ground and said arrogantly, "The next one who wants my master to give him some pointers, come here." Upon hearing this, everyone took a deep breath and exchanged glances with the people next to them, as if to say, "You go?" But no one moved. Wang Lei lost, and nobody wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. The atmosphere at the scene froze. At this moment, puff! Chu Fan, who was supporting himself with his long sword, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. He could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. "Master!" The great sage equaling heaven appeared beside Chu Fan, his face showing anxiety. Chu Fan was extremely weak, his face as white as paper. Cough, cough, it's all right. He took out a qi and blood pill from his pocket, swallowed it, and his complexion became slightly rosy. Cough, cough. Chu Fan covered his mouth and coughed violently. Suddenly, he opened his palm and saw that it was covered in blood. Everyone saw this. He was hit by Wang Lei's 8 desolation slash, and that red slash, he's done for, someone exclaimed. Many people are thinking about taking the first step. At that moment, a tall, slender boy jumped into the fray first and smiled at the others. The meaning is self-evident. Sorry, you were a step too late. He bowed to Chu Fan and said, I have come to ask for your guidance. Before Chu Fan could speak, the great sage equaling heaven roared at the newcomer, Get lost. Can't you see my master is injured? The man laughed and said, I didn't say that you can't ask for advice just because you're injured, did I? The Monkey King gripped his staff, his eyes gleaming with a chilling aura. Chu Fan stood up shakily and said weakly, Disciple, the Chu family is known for its compassion, as I have taught you. The Monkey King paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something. Chu Fan took a deep breath and staggered into the center of the field, as if he might fall at any moment. He said weakly, You know my current condition, and you want me to take action again. You need to pay more. Chapter 88, A Pyrrhic Victory? Everyone was stunned when they heard Chu Fan's words. More money? Because you're injured, the 3 sets of 3 items aren't enough, and you need to pay more? This is... The boy who entered the arena was also stunned for a moment, and a look of utter disbelief appeared on his face. I suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of at home, he said with a smile. Before he could finish speaking, a stick was placed against his neck. The boy choked up a bit. That matter isn't very urgent. We can put it aside for now. How much? How much more? The Monkey King looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan clutched his chest. We should at least add, cough cough, add an item of equal value. Cough cough, an item. 4 sets of grade 3 treasures. The boy cursed inwardly. However, seeing that Chu Fan could not even speak properly at the moment, he gritted his teeth, took out a small bottle, and threw it to Chu Fan. As long as I can win back the 7-colored blood flower, I can accept 4 portions of grade 3 treasures. Chu Fan took the bottle and glanced at it. He was overjoyed and nodded slightly. Okay. No sooner had he finished speaking than a silver laser beam shot toward his location. The other party clearly didn't intend to give Chu Fan time to recover. The laser is cylindrical, 1 meter in diameter, and incredibly powerful. Chu Fan narrowly avoided the edge of the laser beam, then looked at the boy, panting heavily. At that moment, the boy exposed his chest. On his chest, a metal cannon, muzzle the size of a bowl, was embedded in his flesh. A robot, Chu Fan thought to himself. Robots, a hidden profession. He had seen information about robots on the dark web, and he remembered that some people had even bought robots' lives on the dark web. Unlike conventional professional gunsmiths and sharpshooters, the robot's physical structure is completely different from that of ordinary people. It can transform various parts of the body into machines. Besides the common fingers, arms, and legs, robots can even transform their mouths into cannon muzzles, firing a laser beam as soon as they open their mouths. Those powerful robots can no longer be considered human because every part of their bodies has been transformed into machinery. Lin Zong from Shanghai High School is ranked 45th on the job change list. It is said that he has already modified 4 parts of his body. Do you think he can beat Chu Fan? He can win. Chu Fan barely dodged Lin Zong's laser cannon, but the robot's attacks are continuous, and it's difficult for Chu Fan to keep dodging like that. Yes, his speed will decrease as his injury worsens. We can wear him down by using sheer numbers. It all depends on who gets lucky. The surrounding crowd held their breath, watching the battle unfold closely. Seeing that Chu Fan had dodged his unexpected attack, Lin Zong laughed and said, You actually managed to dodge my annihilation cannon. But how long can you hide with that kind of body? Click, click, click. A mechanical sound suddenly came from beneath his feet. Immediately afterwards, 2 blue flames rose from beneath his feet, propelling him into the sky so he could look down. He took out a pair of glasses and put them on. This is a GPS tracking device. No matter how fast you go, you can't hide from it, Lin Zong said arrogantly. He raised his hands, his 10 fingers pointing downwards. Suddenly, as if by machine, the front of his fingers flipped backward, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. 10 small laser beams shot out from Lin Zong's fingers. Chu Fan moved. He held the initial sword and swung it at the location of Lin Zong in the air. The sword energy, like a streak of light, swept upwards. In an instant, the 10 laser beams were engulfed by the sword energy and exploded in the air. The overwhelming sword energy continued to shoot towards Lin Zong. Numbers and various angles kept appearing on Lin Zong's glasses lenses. Flames flickered beneath his feet as he soared through the air, weaving through the sword energy, yet not a single sword energy could strike him. Even Chu Fan was somewhat surprised to see this. I've encountered people before who were able to dodge his sword shadow slash. However, that person was a level 20+ light knight. The fact that Lin Zong, at level 10, could do this shows just how powerful the robot is. Everyone around took a deep breath. Those sword energies couldn't even hit him. Is Lin Zong that strong? He's just relying on those glasses, They're a product of technology. Is Chu Fan going to lose? It should be soon. Look, Chu Fan is finding it increasingly difficult to dodge. In the field, beams of laser light shot out from Lin Zong's fingers, and those lasers seemed to have eyes, constantly tracking Chu Fan. Chu Fan dragged his severely injured body and ran slowly across the ground, dodging the lasers. Each laser beam was about to hit Chu Fan, but he dodged it the next moment, and the attack hit the ground, directly creating a hole in the ground. Let's see how long you can hide. Lin Zong's laser cannon shot out, as if it were free. Chu Fan kept dodging. At one point, he slowed down slightly, and a laser beam grazed the back of his hand, drawing a large amount of blood. I got it. The onlookers gasped for breath. Chu Fan paid no attention to the injury on the back of his hand. Unbeknownst to him, he had moved closer to Lin Zong's position and was now directly below Lin Zong. Lin Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. You were able to dodge my tracking cannon. You are indeed very strong. Take this. Lin Zong's face darkened, and he swung his fist downwards. His arm rapidly grew longer and thicker, the skin peeling off to reveal a mechanical arm with a metallic texture. A mechanical arm, 10 meters long and 2 meters thick, slammed downwards. A figure also appeared on his glasses lenses. He was tracking Chu Fan's location. You've dodged it, it's ahead. Lin Zong's expression changed. Lin Zong aimed his left hand forward and fired a cannonball. Light surged from his chest, and a huge laser beam shot out from his chest at the same time. He quickly retracted the mechanical arm that was slamming down. However, the robotic arm was too large, which slowed it down a bit. At this moment, Chu Fan appeared directly in front of him, swung his longsword, and unleashed a torrent of sword energy. Sword energy clashed with tracking and annihilation cannons in midair. Boom! A huge explosion occurred there. At that moment, Lin Zong's mechanical arm retracted and struck Chu Fan's arm. Chu Fan fell directly from the sky. Lin Zong's mechanical exterior was riddled with holes by the sword energy, constantly emitting black smoke. The flames beneath his feet went out, and he fell straight to the ground. You flatter me, Chu Fan said to Lin Zong, his face pale. He's still standing, and he's still capable of fighting. Lin Zong's mechanical body was severely damaged and must be repaired before it can be used again. Therefore, Chu Fan won this battle. A Pyrrhic victory. Everyone stared at the scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. It's such a pity. Lin Zong could have won. He was just a little short. This is good news for us. Chu Fan's injuries have worsened. Chapter 89 Who Dares to Fight Me? Lin Zong looked at Chu Fan with a defiant expression. He still doesn't know how he lost. Despite having the upper hand, they were defeated in a counterattack. Let me see your attributes. Lin Zong's glasses gleamed, and in his eyes, a string of numbers floated out from Chu Fan. Strength, 147 plus 70. Intelligence, 147 plus 70. Agility, 147 plus 70. Endurance, 147 plus 70. Equipment, Starry Sky Set, Rare, Level Requirement, 10. Upon seeing these numbers, Lin Zong's expression changed drastically, and he took a deep breath. No wonder. The four-dimensional attributes are as high as 217 points. Lin Zong exclaimed inwardly. No wonder the speed and attack power are so strong. So it turns out he was wearing a level 10 rare set. No, even a level 10 rare set wouldn't reach 217 points in the 4 stats. Did he really take pills that increase the 4 stats? Second-tier bone tempering pills and marrow cleansing pills definitely wouldn't increase it that much. Did he take 3rd-tier or 4th-tier pills? Smoke billowed from Lin Zong's body, and his heart trembled violently. Then, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He understood. All been fooled by Chu Fan. He's wearing a level 10 rare set of armor and has taken at least level 3 pills. Is he a poor bastard? Is this what you call weak? Chu Fan's 4-dimensional attributes surpassed those of everyone present. Perhaps only Chun Haoyu and Yasuo can compare to him. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Chu Fan, then returned to the crowd. Someone quickly asked in a low voice. Lin Zong, how is Chu Fan doing? What is the attack power of your robotic arm? Was he seriously injured when he was hit by your robotic arm? Lin Zong sighed, his face full of regret. It was indeed serious. It was so close, so very close. I could have won. Son, you guys got off too easy, damn it. Lin Zong roared and walked to a distance, opened a portal, and left. His machinery needs to be repaired promptly. The eyes of the people around them lit up. Go. Whoever gets to go on the next stage will get the 7-colored blood flower. Don't anyone try to take it from me. Let's see who's faster. The Monkey King walked up to Chu Fan and inquired about his injuries. Chu Fan sat on the ground, his face pale, and then shook his head. The great sage equaling heaven said, "The next person who wants to ask for guidance, come forward. My master's injuries have worsened. If we want him to fight again, we have to pay more, 5 third-grade treasures." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan glanced at the great sage equaling heaven in surprise once again. Upon hearing this, many people hesitated for a moment. One person rushed into the arena and tossed a small box to Chu Fan. "These are 5 low-grade third-rank pills. Ice Soul pills. Take a look." Chu Fan took a look and nodded. The Ice Soul pill is of great help to Ice-type mages and is classified as a third-grade pill. Soon, he slowly got up and re-entered the battlefield. The opponent is an Ice Mage. Those 5 Ice Soul pills were probably prepared for him personally. He had practically emptied his coffers. As soon as this person arrived, he unleashed a barrage of skills. This is the advantage of conventional professions. They don't lack skills. With enough money, all skills can be bought on the trading market. The man first donned an ice armor around himself, his body shimmering with blue light. Then, a huge ice cone formed in his hand and shot towards Chu Fan. B-rank skill, Ice Cone Technique. Chu Fan shook his head inwardly, too slow. Fought against the Blade Maniac, who was ranked 8th on the job advancement list, and a robot whose combat ability was no weaker than the Blade Maniac's. This Ice Mage was like someone who had just finished a high-level game and was now about to play a low-level game. The gap is too large. Cough, cough. Chu Fan coughed and swayed as he dodged the Ice Spike spell. Then, icy rain began to fall from above his head. A drop of icy rain landed on Chu Fan's face, and he cried out, gasping for breath. The surrounding crowd stared in disbelief. Is the damage of the B-rank skill Storm really that high? Yes, and only 1 drop of icy rain fell on his face. Haha, he's already at his limit. Even if a C-level skill hits him, he'll suffer a lot of damage. That makes sense. Seeing Chu Fan get hit, the mage's lips slowly curled up, and he quickly released a spell with his hands. Various skills are constantly emerging. An ice pillar trapped Chu Fan inside. The ice spike shot towards Chu Fan. Ice rain began to fall again overhead. Ice spike, ice cone, and storm are all B-rank skills. Chu Fan, trapped inside the ice pillar, sighed softly. How can this trap people? The ice sculpture formed after eating the brain marrow of a jellyfish is completely different from the ice sculpture formed after eating a jellyfish. Suddenly, the ice pillar that had trapped Chu Fan shattered. What? The mage's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe that Chu Fan could break free from his ice spikes. After all, even a single drop of icy rain had caused Chu Fan such pain. Chu Fan, panting heavily and covered in frost, charged directly towards the mage in the distance. The mage shuddered and unleashed a series of ice spikes. One after another, ice spikes shot towards Chu Fan. Hiss! The ice spike grazed his shoulder, and Chu Fan froze, taking a deep breath. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. Upon seeing this, the surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed. He's not hiding anymore. It's not that I don't want to dodge, it's that I can't. You can tell his physical condition from his speed. You know, Chu Fan is someone who can dodge the 8 desolate slash. How could he be hit by a mere B-level skill? Ice Cone Technique. That's right, I hope Chu Fan wins, then I'll go next. The 7-colored blood flower will definitely belong to me. Go Chu Fan. Many people even cheered for Chu Fan in their hearts. You absolutely mustn't lose to this mage. Haha. An ice spike struck Chu Fan's cheek, and Chu Fan burst into laughter. He laughed as he rushed forward. The monk immediately panicked. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The mage cast a spell. A whirlwind suddenly swept through the field, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Rank A skill, Blizzard. Die, the mage roared. The tornado formed by the storm chased after Chu Fan. Uft. The tornado struck Chu Fan's foot, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face paled again, and he forced down a pill, causing his speed to suddenly explode. In an instant, he arrived in front of the mage who was still casting a spell. Your skill casting time is too long. Chu Fan had black bandages wrapped around his eyes, revealing his white teeth. The mage looked terrified, and the sword energy magnified rapidly in his eyes. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground unconscious, his body covered in sword wounds. Uft. Chu Fan spat out another mouthful of blood. He dragged his swaying body, planted his sword in the ground, scanned the hundreds of people around him, and shouted, "Who will fight? Who dares to fight?" The room fell into an unusual silence after he said that. He's already failing, you're going to go? You should play. I always think he's no good, but he always wins. He just ate another chi and blood pill to keep going. That mage was just a piece of trash ranked over 200 on the job advancement list, and he was having such a hard time fighting him. He probably can't do it this time. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Okay, I'll go. Chapter 90 Investment. A woman with a good figure walked into the arena. She was wearing a tight-fitting outfit, revealing her shapely long legs in black stockings. Her skin was fair, and she had a curvaceous figure, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. That's fine. Tang Siyue, from Beijing Middle School, ranked 153rd on the job change list, is a divine sense master. Is she Tang Siyue, the top support player of this year? It's said that everyone wants to team up with her. That's her, nicknamed Great Tolerance. After all, being ranked over 100th as a support class shows how strong her support abilities are. She's a support class. She can't beat Chu Fan, can she? Not necessarily. Given Chu Fan's current condition, anyone could beat him. Tang Siyue walked into the arena, smoothed a strand of hair behind her ear, and smiled sweetly. Chu Fan, I'm a support class. Could you please go a little easier on me? Chu Fan remained seated, meditating without speaking. The Monkey King's eyes narrowed. Demon, don't try to tempt my master. Pay tuition first. Tang Siyue wrinkled her nose and said, Ignore them. Take it. Chu Fan, who was meditating, accurately caught a small bottle, looked at the contents, and was somewhat surprised. What the other party gave him was actually 5 portions of the essence of the jellyfish. He slowly stood up and walked into the arena. Wave perception activated. Everything about Tang Siyue was laid bare in his perception. A mind master? Chu Fan was secretly surprised. In Chu Fan's eyes, Tang Siyue was surrounded by a hazy white mist. Mind control. A mind master can manipulate mental energy, enabling them to attack or defend, and can also buff their teammates. Like the healer, she is a support class, but she is more versatile than the healer. Tang Siyue laughed and said, My attacks aren't very good, so you can just give me some pointers. After saying that, she rushed straight at Chu Fan. Chu Fan was thinking about how to create an opportunity to get injured. Tang Siyue ran up to him and slipped a small note into his hand. This is my contact information. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need my help. After saying that, she turned and left gracefully. Chu Fan swallowed back the blood. He was about to vomit and stood there stunned. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. It's over? Tang Siyue, what are you doing? Tang Siyue walked back to her group, and a girl asked in a low voice. Tang Siyue smiled and said, You ran? You don't understand. I'm investing. Invest. Yuran scoffed. You're going to invest 15 million worth of stuff in him? That's what you saved up to improve your mental strength. Tang Siyue laughed and said, The fact that he was able to snatch the 7-colored blood flower from this year's geniuses shows that his character far surpasses ours. Furthermore, even the Monkey King acknowledges him as his master, so I believe his future is no less promising than Chun Haoyu's. If I could become friends with him. Tang Siyue's beautiful eyes sparkled. You're overthinking it, Yuran scoffed. Those 5 portions of jellyfish essence are your entire fortune. You're just going to give them away like that. You'll regret it later. Tang Siyue didn't take it seriously. Yuran, why don't you also? Yuran looked Tang Siyue up and down. I'm not as big-breasted and brainless as you. Next, as the Monkey King's voice fell, another boy entered the arena. He was tall and strong, wielding a 2-meter-long greatsword. He was a greatsword warrior. My name is Li Tian. Please give me your guidance. After paying his tuition fee, the greatsword warrior quickly launched an attack on Chu Fan. He stomped the ground hard, moving extremely fast, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Chu Fan frowned slightly, feeling his movements momentarily restricted. Greatsword warrior SB rank skill, charge. It's similar to a boxer's lock-on technique. Both can target the opponent and temporarily immobilize them. The confinement period was very short. In the blink of an eye, Li Tian crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, arrived in front of Chu Fan, leaped up, and brought down the giant sword. Chu Fan tilted his head slightly, dodging the attack. But the next moment, his arm was grabbed by Li Tian, and he was unable to move. Li Tian said in a deep voice, In that case, you won't be able to escape. He wielded a giant sword and slashed at Chu Fan at close range. Even Chu Fan had to be cautious, as he sensed the violent attack power. Bang! Chu Fan raised the initial sword with one hand to block Li Tian's attack, his arm slightly numb from the impact. Much stronger than that mage from before, Chu Fan thought to himself. While fighting these people, he was also analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each profession. Haha, awesome. Li Tian laughed loudly. Your strength is even greater than mine. You were able to withstand my giant blade strike with one hand, and that was even when you were seriously injured. I really don't know how you improved. Excitement flashed in Li Tian's eyes. He shouted and pushed out forcefully with one hand. Chu Fan felt a tremendous force coming from him, and his steps became unsteady, causing him to stagger back a few steps. The Greatsword Warrior's control skill, knocked down. Li Tian's offensive continued unabated. Taking advantage of Chu Fan's unsteady footing, he launched a close-range charge, trapping Chu Fan in place once again. Although the confinement period was very short, Li Tian rushed in front of Chu Fan again in the blink of an eye. He brandished his greatsword, and a whirlwind instantly appeared, enveloping Li Tian. The whirlwind formed by the sword blade. A-rank skill, Blade Storm. The massive sword, heavy and its blade like a wind blade, approached Chu Fan. The surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed at the sight. Is the Greatsword Warrior that strong? Even Chu Fan was forced to retreat continuously by him. This Li Tian is from our school. He's a battle maniac. His primary goal when entering a dungeon isn't to level up, but to find someone to spar with. His combat experience is clearly much richer than ours. Not bad. His skills are very well connected. If that mage had encountered him, he probably wouldn't have been able to cast any spells before being defeated. Chu Fan nodded secretly. Li Tian is much stronger than the mage from before, at least in terms of actual combat ability. But that wasn't enough for him. He slowly turned to the side, dodging the storm of swords. Then, he pretended to be hit, staggered back a few steps, swallowed a chi and blood pill, and unleashed the sword shadow flowing light slash against the storm of swords. Bang bang bang. The sound of clashing weapons rang out. The sword storm deflected most of the sword energy, but there was simply too much of it. Li Tian was hit by the sword energy, stopped spinning immediately, and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd sighed. Idiot, such a huge blade storm is just a sitting duck. Isn't that just handing it over? Yes, we shouldn't fight like that. We need to wear him down. Right now, what Chu Fan fears most is being worn down. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Li Tian stood still, looking thoughtful, as if pondering why he had lost. After a long pause, he looked at Chu Fan and said, "You're very strong. This tuition fee was worth it." After saying that, he left the venue. Chu Fan gave a bitter smile. This is the first time someone has felt that the tuition fee was worthwhile. Chapter 91. Who sent him to the lava land? Immediately afterwards, people entered the arena one after another. There are regular classes such as Sharpshooter, Assassin, and Summoner, as well as hidden classes such as Sorcerer, Elementalist, and Swordsman. In the end, Chu Fan narrowly won all his victories. The surrounding crowd looked on in disbelief. No one expected that Chu Fan, who was teetering on the brink of collapse from the very beginning, would actually persevere until now. How much longer can he hold on? Everyone's hearts began to pound. Chu Fan silently counted his gains, his heart filled with joy. At the same time, he also learned about his own strengths through battle. Compared to these newcomers, his current strength lies in his four-dimensional attributes and his talent for perceiving weaknesses. Under his perception of weaknesses, all professions will not only have their speed reduced, but their weaknesses will also be exposed. As for weaknesses, it's that it has too few skills. Of course, this is a common problem for most hidden professions. Chu Fan also gained a clearer understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of each profession. In the past, his understanding of various professions was limited to theory. Through practical experience, his understanding of various professions has become increasingly profound. For example, the Greatsword Warrior has the advantage of strong attack power and a certain defensive capability, making it capable of both output and tankiness. The disadvantage is that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Its output and tankiness are only considered above average. The mage's advantage is high damage output, along with special effects such as freezing and burning. However, the mage's disadvantage is also obvious. The skill casting time is too long. If a melee class gets close, the mage will have a hard time dealing with them. Therefore, in addition to intelligence, mages also need casting speed as an attribute. Rare attributes like casting speed and attack speed only appear on equipment level 20 and above. Of course, regular professions are also very strong. These students haven't had much combat experience. They just mindlessly unleash their skills without knowing how to utilize the advantages of their class. As combat experience grows and skill proficiency increases, conventional classes will also rise to prominence. Chu Fan made a brief comparison. He sensed that the Greatsword Warrior Li Tian's combat ability was no less than that of the hidden class Elementalist he would encounter later. There are no weak professions, only weak professionals. Chu Fan suddenly remembered this sentence. He was somewhat looking forward to the second level of the Martial Alliance. Virtual battle platforms have no weak players. Only by fighting against the strong can one become stronger. As he thought about it, Chu Fan coughed up blood. Fortunately, the qi in blood pill is dark red, which can create the illusion of vomiting blood. At one point, after narrowly dodging an attack from a berserker, Chu Fan unleashed his sword energy, knocking the opponent to the ground. Who else wants to offer guidance? Chu Fan roared. The people around them exchanged glances. Damn, is this guy an unkillable cockroach? Every time he looks like he's about to die, he always wins. How much tuition have they collected already? It must be 100 million yuan by now. Tuition fees. Someone looked at Chu Fan in the arena, took a deep breath, and said, do you think he might be faking it all, and his real goal is to get our rank 3 items? Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath. I've always felt something was wrong, and now I finally know where the problem lies. Where? Have you noticed that Chu Fan only gets minor injuries every time he gets hurt? The worst time was when he was hit by Lin Zhong's mechanical arm, but it only hit his arm. The rest of the time, it's all just scrapes. It seems that's true. He was in a lot of pain after being hit by a drop of ice rain. I was wondering just now if ice rain could cause that much damage. He was faking it all. Chu Fan's ears were exceptionally sharp, and he overheard the crowd's discussion. He sighed inwardly. Is this all we can do? Since I've been seen through, there's no need to pretend anymore. He slowly straightened up, grinned, and said, everyone, is there anyone else who wants to ask me a question? He didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. Seeing this, everyone was certain that he was indeed faking it. Everyone was furious. They had actually been fooled by him. Only Su Muin stood in the crowd, her brows furrowed, glancing occasionally at the distance behind her, as if waiting for something. Tang Siyue, puffing out her ample chest, looked at Yuran and said smugly, so he was just pretending all along, hee. Luckily, I didn't make a move. Yuran, why don't you reconsider? Yuran scoffed and didn't say anything more. The people in the room were furious. They had really been tricked. This guy is incredibly audacious. He actually dared to scam so many of them all by himself. But at this moment, no one dared to enter the arena. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. Chu Fan was very strong, extremely strong. The mad swordsman Wang Lei, the robot Lin Zhong, and even the sorcerer and sword saint who appeared later all lost to him. If they keep going up, aren't they just throwing money away? Seeing no response, the Monkey King said in a deep voice, my master is asking you a question. No need to ask anymore. Through the battle just now, we all know that your master is indeed very strong. Someone chuckled. The Monkey King immediately looked at the person who spoke and said, boy, are you looking down on my master? The man's expression suddenly changed. I didn't. The Monkey King vanished from his spot and reappeared beside the man, lifting him into the arena like a rabbit. Since you say my master is strong, why don't you ask him for guidance? The great sage equaling heaven asked. The man stammered for a long time. I don't have enough money. Yes, I don't have enough money. I'm not qualified to ask your master to guide me. Not enough money. The Monkey King lifted him into the air and shook him constantly, like an overturned jar. Soon, items of all sizes fell from the man's body. This person does not possess any spatial items. The great sage equal to heaven stepped forward, counted the items, and said, you have the nerve to say my master is a poor bastard? All you have on you is 2 third-grade items. I'm a poor bastard, the man thought with wild joy. At that moment, he suddenly had a feeling that being poor was the right thing to do. Fine you, the Monkey King said disdainfully. Suddenly, my disciple. Everyone looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan sighed and said, since we're here, 2 servings it is. Upon hearing this, the man's face turned deathly pale. He then jumped up and ran into the crowd. The Monkey King roared. You've already paid your tuition. Why are you running away? Are you looking down on my master? The man's face turned green. Oh shit. Losing money is fine, but at least you won't get hurt. Losing money and being seriously injured is truly adding insult to injury. Who the hell would dare to ask Chu Fan for guidance? The Monkey King was about to grab that person. Chu Fan said, disciple, everyone has their own ambitions. We cannot force them. The great sage equaling heaven nodded, glanced around, and said, my master is compassionate and doesn't want you to make a wasted trip. Just give me whatever tuition you have. Everyone remained silent, standing still. Soon. Run, someone shouted. Instantly, the scene descended into chaos. Many people unleashed their spells and fled into the distance. At this moment, Chu Fan was more terrifying than any strange beast in their eyes. If they stay here, he will rob everyone of their possessions. Damn it, this is outrageous. I must report this to the Ministry of Education when I get back. Who the hell sent him to the lava lands? Damn it. Just then, A figure transformed into a gust of wind and swept in from afar, stopping at the edge of the lava pool. He yawned, looking a little sleepy. I overslept. Luckily, the Lord is still here. This person was none other than Yasuo. He ranks second on the job change list, second only to Chun Haoyu. Chapter 92 Chu Fan vs. Yasuo. Yasuo, it's Yasuo. Haha. Good timing. Let's go back and take a look. Humph. A piece of trash from a small place, relying on the Monkey King to back him up, actually dares to treat us like fools and make a fool of us. He really has the guts. Let's go see how Yasuo can cripple him. Upon seeing Yasuo appear, many people stopped running and retreated, their faces bearing mocking smiles. At this moment, Yasuo gave them confidence. Yasuo, dressed in coarse gray linen clothes with a sword at his waist, glanced at the commotion in the crowd with some surprise. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to the great sage equaling heaven and slowly said, "You also want the Lord's spiritual essence?" In his eyes, Chun Haoyu was not there, and only the Monkey King was worthy of being his opponent. The Monkey King looked at the boundary he had drawn, gripping his staff without saying a word. At this moment, Yasuo was only 10 centimeters away from that boundary. Very well, let me see just how strong you are now that you've grasped the origin chi. Seeing that the great sage equaling heaven remained silent, Yasuo snorted coldly, and a surge of overwhelming power suddenly erupted from his body. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the area, and waves of heat rushed towards them. Some of the weaker individuals were even blown off balance by the wind. Each support class quickly cast auras on their team members. This allowed those people to regain their footing, and they exclaimed in surprise. Some of the top-ranked professionals on the career change list also looked shocked. So strong. This ability to control the wind must be his passive talent, which can be used for both defense and offense. Even Chun Haoyu has a headache about it. His record against Chun Haoyu is 1 win and 2 losses. You have to know that Chun Haoyu was recruited by the top 4 teams in advance. The fact that Yasuo was able to beat him once proves his strength. I can't figure out how Chu Fan can win. I have no interest in lordly spirituality. The Monkey King pointed his staff at Yasuo. Are you going to pay your dues willingly, or do I have to do it? Tuition fee? Yasuo frowned. Upon seeing this, the surrounding crowd immediately shouted loudly, rebuking Chu Fan for his despicable act of robbing their belongings under the pretext of collecting tuition fees. Many people even had tears welling up in their eyes. Exactly. He also said that people from big cities are all trash, like flowers in a greenhouse, while people from his small, rundown place could take on 100 of them. He also said that Chun Haoyu and you are both useless, and that even if the two of you work together, you can't keep him. He also said, Yasuo looked at the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly. Those people immediately fell silent. 5 items of grade 3, which means if I win, you'll hand over the 7-colored snowflake. Yasuo looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan walked into the arena and nodded slightly. Not bad. The Monkey King, with a solemn expression, walked to Chu Fan's side and said, Master, should I just take him down? Chu Fan shook his head. Is Yasuo strong? Undoubtedly, he is very strong. How could someone who ranks second on the job change list, even ahead of the Monkey King, not be strong? But he was not afraid. What if we lose? He never even considered it. Chu Fan sheathed his initial sword, and a long sword with an entirely dark color appeared in his hand. It is the Star Sword. This was the first time he had ever used the Star Sword in battle. Facing Yasuo, he had no choice but to take it seriously and replaced his level 1 rare weapon with a level 10 rare weapon. Everyone present stared wide-eyed at the sight. That's the Star Sword, a level 10 rare weapon. How could he have it? So he had a level 10 weapon, but he kept fighting us with a level 1 weapon. Why didn't he take it out sooner? Is he looking down on us? Many people looked dejected. Chu Fan, wielding a level 1 weapon, was able to defeat them. It was an absolute crushing defeat. That's when I noticed, look at Chu Fan's clothes. Don't they look like a level 10 rare set? The Starshine set? Damn it. I didn't even notice what he was wearing before, but now that I look closely, it really is the Starshine suit. I've always wanted to buy it, but I don't have that much money. How can someone like him, from some godforsaken place, afford to wear it? No wonder he's so strong. It turns out he's relying on his equipment. His stats far surpass ours. Yasuo is also wearing a level 10 rare set. Chu Fan has no equipment advantage in front of Yasuo. Tang Siwa stared intently at the scene, her lips tightly pressed together. What? Do you really expect him to beat Yasuo? Yuran sneered. I told you you'd regret your decision. TSK, giving away 15 million worth of stuff just like that for some vague investment. I really don't know what to say to you. Yu Ran's eyes held a hint of schadenfreude. Tang Siyue is a highly sought-after spiritualist. In addition, her magnanimity makes her a preferred teammate for many male professionals. The treatment she received was completely different from Tang Siyue's. So, on the surface they were best friends, but she secretly envied Tang Siyue. Seeing Tang Siyue empty her savings for that so-called investment, Yu Ran felt both excited and worried. The exciting thing is that without those 5 portions of the jellyfish's brain marrow, Tang Siyue's progress will be very slow. And concerns. Seeing Chu Fan's undefeated record, she was indeed very worried, fearing that Tang Siyue had really made the right bet. However, at this moment, Yu Ran looked at Yasuo in the arena, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. In the field. Very good. Yasuo nodded slightly. A level 10 rare set plus a weapon. No wonder you were able to defeat those people. However, for us professionals, equipment is just secondary. The most important thing is our own strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the howling wind around him suddenly rushed back towards him. The invisible wind seemed to become tangible, enveloping Yasuo and attaching itself to his body. In an instant, the wind subsided. Yasuo stood still, a layer of white, ripple-like substance appearing on his body. Wind. B-rank skill, Gale Wall. In Chu Fan's perception. At this moment, Yasuo seemed to have become one with the wind. Yasuo vanished from his spot in an instant. So fast. Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. The wind enveloping him enhanced his agility and speed. What surprised Chu Fan the most was Yasuo's speed. In previous battles, weakness detection could slow down the opponent by half and expose their weaknesses. But at this moment, in Chu Fan's perception, Yasuo's speed had only been slowed down slightly, which was completely different from the opponents he had encountered before. Could it be that my ability to perceive weaknesses also has a limit? Chu Fan's mind raced. Yasuo's current speed has exceeded the limit of his weakness detection ability, so his weakness detection has failed? If you want to increase the upper limit of weakness perception, then you can only increase the level of fluctuation perception? Chu Fan quickly analyzed the reason behind it. However, he was not worried at all. The passive effect of weakness perception is gone. But as long as he is within his 30-meter perception range, this is still his home turf. Chu Fan stood still, his ears twitching slightly. He was surrounded by darkness, as if he were the only one there. He was accompanied by darkness, a loneliness he had long been accustomed to. Chapter 93: The Unruly Youth. In the darkness, a red figure moved about. It was Yasuo, whom he sensed. At this moment, in his perception, Yasuo sometimes slowed down and sometimes sprinted. His steps were illusory and unpredictable. Suddenly, left. Chu Fan's expression hardened, and he quickly dodged to the right. Yasuo suddenly appeared at the spot where Chu Fan had just been standing, his longsword carrying a gust of wind as he thrust it toward the spot where Chu Fan had been standing. Buzz. Chu Fan felt his eardrums throbbing painfully from the shockwave. The next moment, a cut appeared on Chu Fan's face. Chu Fan didn't care about his injury. He remained calm, pushed off with his feet, and quickly created distance between himself and the enemy. Resilient. He used his resilience skill, and a yellow aura appeared around his body. Endurance +5. Although it's a small amount, it's better than nothing, and it also helps to improve skill proficiency. Without further ado, Yasuo once again used his elusive footwork. Right front, Chu Fan raised the star sword and held it in front of his chest to block. Zheng. The two swords made contact. A force nearly twice that of the greatsword warrior Li Tian surged through Chu Fan, causing his blood and chi to churn. Such powerful attack. Chu Fan was secretly surprised. At this moment, Yasuo used his footwork to get to within 10 meters of Chu Fan. Even Chun Haoyu couldn't do anything to my wind walk. He had to release Cage to trap me. Yasuo frowned and said, "Is it the legendary Ashura's perception?" Chu Fan stood still, not answering him, and directly unleashed the sword shadow flowing light slash in front of him. Dozens of sword energies roared out. Yasuo's footwork was unpredictable. Sometimes he would step forward, sometimes he would retreat slightly, and sometimes he would take a sudden, forceful stride. He walked amidst the sword energy. Even Chu Fan was shaken by what he saw. Swift step. He knew nothing about wandering swordsmen and was amazed by the power of this movement skill. The robot Lin Zong was able to dodge his sword energy thanks to the propulsion device under his feet and his high-tech glasses. Yasuo, with just a set of movement skills, can easily dodge the flowing sword energy he releases. Chu Fan didn't stop. He took the initiative to step forward and engaged Yasuo in fierce combat using his ability to sense fluctuations. Bang bang bang. In the arena, Two figures moved with lightning speed, their swords clashing repeatedly, producing a metallic clang. Seeing the two figures locked in combat, everyone else was deeply shocked. He actually managed to fight Yasuo to this extent. Look, at first he would get hurt and get hit by Yasuo a few times, but now it's hard for Yasuo to hit him. What's going on? This guy always gets stronger as the battle goes on. Don't tell me he'll win in the end, will he? Absolutely impossible. Don't forget, Yasuo hasn't even used that move yet. Everyone seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes lit up. Tang Siua looked at the two figures fighting in the arena, her breathing rapid. We must win. Yuran frowned slightly and sneered. Win? Yasuo hasn't even used his full strength yet. Yasuo's wind walk may seem slow, but it is actually extremely fast. Chu Fan initially managed to dodge several sword strikes from Yasuo, using his perception of the fluctuations. However, as time passed, his dodging skills improved, and no matter how fast Yasuo moved, Chu Fan was able to evade a fatal blow through his senses. At this moment, Chu Fan seemed to have entered a profound and mysterious state of mind. In his eyes, the world was nothing but darkness. A red figure darted through the darkness. He instinctively avoided the approaching red figure, having forgotten his original purpose. His perception is improving? Yasuo was startled and quickly retreated after exchanging a sword strike with Chu Fan. He looked at Chu Fan, his brows furrowing deeply. Are you using me to train your perception? Chu Fan stood there and sighed regretfully. As Yasuo withdrew from the battle, he was pulled out of that mysterious and profound state of mind. After glancing at the career panel, Chu Fan felt even more regretful. Wave perception, second order 53%. During his fight with Yasuo, his ability to sense fluctuations increased by nearly 30%. Is it related to that kind of artistic conception? Chu Fan didn't know what that state of mind was, or under what conditions it would be triggered. But he finally got into that state, and if this guy doesn't leave, he might be able to use this opportunity to raise his fluctuation perception to the third level. Thinking of this, Chu Fan felt inexplicably annoyed and shouted, "Get over here." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved swiftly, darting away like a ghost. Yasuo's expression grew increasingly somber as he slowly raised his sword forward. Upon seeing this, the surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. He's about to use that move. Yes, he defeated Chun Haoyu and won the Lord's spirituality using that move. Chu Fan is finished. I remember Chun Haoyu used Dragon Strike back then, but he couldn't dodge it. Damn it, just lose already. I'm so nervous watching this. I'm really worried that Chu Fan can make a comeback. You're overthinking it. Do you think Yasuo is on the same level as us? Suddenly, a storm arose, whipping up and creating huge waves in the air that converged on the sword in Yasuo's hand. Swift slash. Yasuo shouted softly. He held a long sword and swung it forward. A storm howled, like the roar of a giant dragon. In an instant, the entire ground collapsed. Roar. A colossal dragon head, formed from a storm, took shape at the tip of Yasuo's sword. The dragon roared, and the world changed color. So powerful. Everyone who witnessed this scene forgot to breathe. Yuran glanced at Tang Siua and saw that the latter's face was pale. She smiled slightly and was secretly pleased. At this moment, Chu Fan's speed suddenly exploded, and he rushed straight towards Yasuo. Everyone laughed when they saw this. Haha, really? He's planning to go head-to-head with Yasuo using this move. Wouldn't we be blasted to smithereens? The moment the hurricane's head formed, Chu Fan appeared 2 meters in front of Yasuo, grinning and saying, "Got you." The next second, Yasuo's expression changed. He suddenly froze on the spot, a deep fear appearing on his face. Before the hurricane's head could even emerge, it roared and vanished into the wind. Now, Chu Fan's eyes narrowed. Sword shadow flowing light slash. He raised the star sword and unleashed the sword shadow stream slash at Yasuo at close range. An even wider sword aura appeared, transforming into a stream of light that shot towards Yasuo's chest. The star sword is fully charged, its attack power is doubled. Bang bang bang. Yasuo's gale wall blocked more than a dozen sword energies, but the remaining sword energies struck him heavily. Uft. At this moment, Yasuo finally snapped out of his shock. He looked down in disbelief at his shattered wind barrier, and then slowly collapsed. This moment, the entire room was completely silent. Only the sound of the wind whistling past remained. Everyone looked at the boy standing there. A slight smirk played on his lips, revealing a hint of arrogant arrogance. Chapter 94 Mind Beast, Spirit Cat. Hey. 1. He beat Yasuo. He beat the genius who was second on the class change leaderboard. How is this possible? Yasuo actually lost. He lost to someone from a small place he'd never even heard of. Why did Yasuo suddenly stop? He was about to use that move. Yeah, that move was enough to win. Did Yasuo deliberately let him win? Are you out of your mind? Would Yasuo let him have his way? It must be Chu Fan's trump card. He used his trump card against Yasuo too. Sigh. Chu Fan didn't even bring out a level 10 weapon when facing us, let alone use his trump card. Chu Fan. Everyone looked at the boy in the arena, deeply moved. At that moment, Chu Fan's name was deeply imprinted in their hearts. They will never forget the shock this battle brought them. Tang Siyue patted her chest, her face flushed. We won. Yu Ran stood beside her, looking at Chu Fan in disbelief, then at Yasuo lying on the ground. She couldn't accept this fact. One of the 3 strongest in this competition actually lost to an unknown junior. Do you still think my decision was wrong? Tang Siyue looked at Yu Ran triumphantly. It's only 15 million. If Chu Fan recognizes me as a friend, he might reward me 10 times, 100 times. Yu Ran remained silent, her expression cold. In the field, Chu Fan planted his sword in the ground and leaned on it, panting heavily. He was tired. Despite the constant disguises during the continuous battles, the release of the sword shadow flowing light slash was genuine and required mental energy. After using the Ashura domain, he had very little mental energy left. Making money isn't easy. Chu Fan sighed. At this moment, what are you doing? Yu Ran looked at Tang Siyue, who had just entered the room, with a puzzled expression. Tang Siyue said, he seems to be injured. I'm going to help him. Do you want to come with me? Yu Ran hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Whatever you want. Tang Siyue walked towards Chu Fan under everyone's gaze. A stick was suddenly pressed against her body. Stinky. Tang Siyue glared at the Monkey King, then seemed to remember something and said timidly, I'm here to help your master. You vixen, don't even think about seducing my master. I already have a master's wife. Upon hearing this, everyone wore strange expressions. Master's wife? Is it the girl who was always with Chu Fan before? They looked around and realized that the girl hadn't come in with Chu Fan. Upon hearing the words of the Monkey King, Tang Siyue choked up and stood there stunned. Disciple, stop being rude. Chu Fan said with a wry smile. At the time, I was just joking, telling him that Jiang Chuha was the queen of the women's kingdom and his teacher's wife. I didn't expect him to actually remember it all this time. Upon hearing Chu Fan speak, the great sage equal to heaven put away his staff and stared warily at Tang Siyue, seemingly afraid that she might do something outrageous. Snorted at the Monkey King, then walked up to Chu Fan and whispered, I can help you restore your mental energy. Upon hearing this, even Chu Fan looked surprised. A mentalist can actually help others restore their mental energy? This is simply God-tier support. This is especially true for a profession like his that relies on mental strength to fight enemies. If you bring a mind master with you when you go into a dungeon, you won't have to worry about the after effects of running out of mental energy. However, after sensing Tang Siyue in front of him, Chu Fan immediately abandoned the idea. This girl has such a stunning figure. If I take her along on a dungeon run, he might get jealous. Thinking of this, Chu Fan smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you. He did not refuse. I just felt a little embarrassed. Had just extorted 5 items from her, and now he needed her help to restore his mental strength. Did I go a bit too far? Sit still and don't move. Tang Siyue closed her eyes slightly. In Chu Fan's perception, the spiritual energy around her slowly began to swirl. Nian beast, spirit cat. Tang Siyue whispered something, and a kitten formed from her spiritual energy appeared on her shoulder. Meow, the kitten licked Tang Siyue's face. Linger, help him. Tang Siyue pointed at Chu Fan. The kitten glanced at Chu Fan, arrogantly raised its chin, and didn't move. Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. What kind of expression is that? An animal formed from none is actually acting all arrogant? Go quickly, be good, and when we get home you'll get your favorite fish-shaped cookies. Tang Siyue patted the kitten's head. Upon hearing this, the kitten's eyes lit up, and it slowly walked over to Chu Fan, wrinkling its nose and sniffing him. Suddenly, it seemed to smell something that terrified it, and its fur stood on end. With a meow, it jumped onto Tang Siyue's shoulder and trembled. He was completely devoid of his previous arrogant demeanor. Linger, what are you doing? Tang Siyue asked, displeased. Originally, I wanted to make a good impression on Chu Fan and leave him with a good impression. When it comes to investing, you should definitely invest thoroughly. But I never expected this stinky cat to be so disappointing. You've really embarrassed me. Tang Siyue said angrily. I won't give you any fish-shaped cookies. The kitten huddled on her shoulder, trembling even more violently. Tang Siyue looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, Linger is timid. It must be the smell of blood on you that scared her. Does it smell like blood? Chu Fan's expression was solemn, and he remained silent. It's all right. I have some pills here to restore your mental strength. Here you go. After saying that, a pill landed directly in Chu Fan's hand. Chu Fan didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. Thanks. Soon, after swallowing the pill, a surge of heat filled his entire body, reaching all the way to the Naiwan Palace on the top of his head. Instantly, Chu Fan felt his mental energy replenished once again. Tang Cus squatted down and smiled sweetly. Contact me anytime you need me. I've already given you my contact information. After saying that, she turned and left, tapping the kitten's head as she went. Chu Fan shook his head and smiled. Ultimately, it's because I'm just too charming. However, getting to know a spiritualist isn't a bad thing. You might actually need their help someday. At this moment, Yasuo, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up unsteadily. After he swallowed a pill, his complexion improved significantly. Yasuo took a deep breath and looked at Chu Fan. I lost. Everyone else watching this scene was incredulous. It's worth noting that Yasuo doesn't even respect Chen Haoyu, believing himself to be stronger than Chen Haoyu. But at this moment, Yasuo actually took the initiative to admit defeat to Chu Fan? Was that a mental attack skill? Yasuo seemed to realize something, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. Chu Fan nodded, acknowledging that my advantage also lay in taking things by surprise. Yasuo gave Chu Fan a deep look, then smiled. To take them by surprise? In hidden class battles, the key to victory lies in surprise, since neither side knows what skills the other possesses. Whoever wins is the stronger one. There is no such thing as surprise. You're too modest. Yasuo tucked his long sword into his waistband. Your combat skills are exceptional. The Temple of the Gods or the Martial Alliance may extend an invitation to you. If you receive an invitation, I suggest you join the Martial Alliance. That's where people like us should really go. I look forward to fighting you again. Yasuo looked at Chu Fan, his face filled with intense fighting spirit. The Temple of the Gods and the Martial Alliance? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression became slightly strange. He smiled and nodded. If they really invite me, I'll consider it. Chapter 95 Fear. Yasuo nodded. I'll be waiting for you on the Martial Alliance's virtual battle platform. Yasuo, have you joined the Martial Alliance? Someone nearby asked loudly. Yasuo glanced at Chu Fan and said calmly, I was fortunate enough to receive an invitation from the Martial Alliance and became a martial apprentice. After saying that, he took out a black iron medal and slowly hung it on his chest. Martial arts apprentice? Everyone gasped as they looked at the black iron medal. That's the black iron medal, a symbol of a martial apprentice. Yasuo really did join the Martial Alliance. His joining the Martial Alliance before even graduating. That's probably the only one in the whole country, right? As far as I know, even Chen Haoyu didn't receive an invitation from the Martial Alliance. Yasuo can beat Chen Haoyu even without S-level skills, so the Martial Alliance must have invited him because of that. So Chu Fan beat Yasuo. Haha, Chu Fan is indeed strong, but the Martial Alliance's invitation doesn't just look at actual combat. It takes a comprehensive approach. He's ranked in the 50s on the job change list, which is a bit too low. Yasuo, who now has the right to use the second floor of the Martial Alliance tower, will see his strength increase by leaps and bounds. Perhaps it won't be long before he leaves us far behind, including Chu Fan. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Chu Fan remained silent. He touched the silver medal placed inside his chest. Is a black iron medal really that important? Brother Chu, a bet is a bet. Yasuo changed his form of address and threw a bottle at him. I won't fight for the Lord's title anymore. I can't beat you for now. But next time, I will win. After saying this, he nodded to the great sage equaling heaven, then transformed into a gust of wind and sped away. Chu Fan watched Yasuo's departing figure and nodded slightly. This Yasuo is actually quite something. He looked at the small bottle and was startled. The other party actually gave him 6 items of grade 3. Next time, I'll go easy on you, Chu Fan said with a smile. A rustling sound suddenly rang out. Great sage equaling heaven were not paying attention. The onlookers began to unleash their skills and flee into the distance. Various movement techniques, mounts, and light wing skills were unleashed. They thought Yasuo could help them get revenge, but who knew Yasuo could also lose? If not now, when? If it had been any later, I doubt anyone would have been able to keep what they had in their pockets. A powerful aura emanated from the Monkey King, who shouted, Where are you going, you brats? His figure suddenly leaped out. Some of the slower ones were carried back by him, their faces showing despair. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have really fallen victim to Chu Fan's poisonous hands. Yeah, damn it, I really don't know who the hell let him come to the lava land. He must have had the worst luck in the world. The two boys ran a long distance together, and when they saw that the Monkey King hadn't caught up, they breathed a sigh of relief and stood there cursing angrily. Let's go back quickly and report this to the principal so he can get revenge for us. They opened the portal and stepped inside. Suddenly, a figure came rushing from a distance. The two stopped abruptly as they stepped into the portal. They urged, "Brother, don't go over there. It's too dangerous." "Yes, don't go to the Lord's place. Just go grind monsters and level up." The two kindly offered their advice. Squeak, danger, danger? The newcomer stopped beside the two people, a slow smile spreading across his lips. "Yeah, just don't go there. By the way, which school do you go to? I've never seen you before. Why does your skin color look a little off?" Another person asked, looking puzzled. Gu Qing's mouth slowly widened, revealing fine, sharp teeth. Squeak. I'm not a normal person to begin with. A long, gray-black tail appeared and quickly wrapped around and squeezed the two people. In an instant, the two men's faces turned bright red. Who are you? Monster, what are you? Let us go, wah. The pupils of the two men suddenly contracted. To their horror, the gray-black tail burrowed into their mouths and probed deeper. Their eyes were bloodshot, filled with deep fear as they struggled incessantly. But the long, grayish-white tails wrapped around their bodies and went into their mouths. They can only make woo-woo-woo sounds. Glug, glug, glug. The long tail suddenly started moving like a water pipe. It's like they're inhaling something. The two men's bodies visibly shriveled up, quickly turning into two bloodless, dried-up corpses. Gu Qing stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. He grinned, a look of enjoyment on his face, and said, "The taste of humans is truly delicious." Suddenly, he looked in a certain direction, his eyes gradually turning cold. Squeak, squeak, there's a smell I hate over there. After saying that, it shot out like a cannonball and rushed into the distance. "Do you want my master to give you some pointers?" the Monkey King asked a boy wearing glasses. No need, I'm too weak. I'm worried I won't even be able to withstand a single move from your master," the bespectacled man said, his face filled with fear. The Monkey King nodded, seemingly satisfied with the other party's answer. "All right, next one." The bespectacled man felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly fled. One by one, the audience members were carried onto the stage by the Monkey King to pay their tuition fees. However, after paying the tuition, everyone acted in a surprisingly unanimous manner. "Great sage, your master is too powerful. My frail body cannot withstand his guidance." "Okay, next one." The man paid the tuition, praised Chu Fan again, and then left looking dejected. There was nothing they could do. It was better that their money was stolen. If they had actually dared to let Chu Fan give them pointers, they might have been seriously injured. "We can only consider minimizing our losses as a bonus." "Great sage, your master can even beat Yasuo. My admiration for him is like a surging river, never ending." "Okay, next one." People kept leaving, and the number of people on site gradually decreased. Chu Fan smiled and silently counted his gains. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and his sense of fluctuations spread rapidly. "The air seems to be fluctuating." Chu Fan frowned, trying to find the cause of the air fluctuations. At that moment, a figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed and crashed heavily onto the field. "You?" The Monkey King pointed at the other person, about to speak. But the next moment, he was stunned. At this moment, the scene around him was no longer a lava field, but a psychedelic forest. The forest is lush and green, and colorful flowers are everywhere on the ground. Some colorful butterflies fluttered among the flowers. The great sage equaling heaven narrowed his eyes slightly. What kind of demon dares to use illusion magic on this saint? After saying that, he raised the stick and slammed it down on the ground. Bang! The earth trembled. A large number of butterflies were startled and took flight into the air. The Monkey King looked up at the sky, his brows furrowing deeply. Chapter 96. What is this thing? Chu Fan's perception of the fluctuations never stopped. At this moment, he also noticed the unusual behavior of the Monkey King. In his perception, the Monkey King, holding his staff, was about to speak when his movements suddenly froze in midair for a moment. Then, the Monkey King launched a fierce attack on the air, seemingly engaged in a fierce battle with an unseen enemy. Seeing this, Chu Fan frowned and shouted, "Disciple!" The Monkey King stopped what he was doing. Surprisingly, he ignored Chu Fan, instead gazing into the distance, slamming his legs into the ground, and dashing away into the distance. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan's expression darkened. There's only one possibility for the Monkey King's unusual behavior. He's under a spell. Who is it? Chu Fan's senses spread rapidly, bypassing the figures standing in the open space, searching for his target. The only person he knew who could use illusion magic was Su Muin. Su Muin was also in the crowd just now. Could it be her? Thinking of Su Muin, Chu Fan felt a surge of murderous intent. However, as he scanned the area with his senses, he discovered that Su Muin was no longer there. Was this premeditated? If it really was you, what was your purpose? Chu Fan's thoughts raced. Bringing the Monkey King into the illusion and luring him away has only one possibility. It means I've lost a powerful ally and have to face this person alone. Or, it might be an illusion that this person in front of me used on the great sage Qi Tian. Chu Fan's senses quickly spread along the person. A grayish-white face, which didn't look like a normal person's, appeared in his perception. This person has long, narrow eyes, small, thin lips, and features that are extremely close together. The first impression it gives is that it is very ugly. Ugliness to the extreme. Especially noteworthy is the long tail hanging behind him. It has the form of a human, but the tail of an animal. It can no longer be considered human. Upon seeing the tail, Chu Fan's pupils constricted sharply. What is that? His attention had been focused on the Monkey King and Su Muin, but now that he sensed this person, he couldn't help but feel shocked. To his knowledge, he had never heard of such a monster existing on Earth. It's somewhat like a combination of humans and mythical beasts. The surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed and gasped in surprise. What is this? A strange beast? But isn't the lava land only inhabited by flame serpents? Where did this come from? He has a human body. What kind of beast would look like that? What exactly is this thing? And how did it get to the lava land? A girl with sparkling eyes looked at the arena and said in a trembling voice, his strength exceeds level 15. Everyone looked at the girl, and no one doubted what she said. Because this girl's profession is an observer. The insightful one's eyes can not only see things hundreds of meters away, but can even see through the other party's current level. More than level 15? Can you tell me the exact level? Someone asked. The girl shook her head. The limit I can see right now is level 15. His strength has clearly exceeded the upper limit I can observe, but I don't know the exact level. Everyone took a deep breath. Monsters that are over level 15. Chu Fan is finished. This thought immediately crossed many people's minds. Hurry, before that monster notices us. Soon, some students quickly ran to a distance and opened the portal. I'm leaving, aren't you leaving? Someone asked the person next to them. Some students remained standing there, shaking their heads with smiles. This monster's target is clearly Chu Fan. If we're careful, we should be able to leave in time. You guys go first. We want to see Chu Fan defeated, preferably killed by this monster, before we leave. Soon, fewer and fewer students gathered around, until only about 20 remained. Li Ao, who had been lying on the ground, were helped away by their companions. Yuran stood still, showing no intention of leaving. She chuckled and said, "This monster is clearly here for Chu Fan. The people you invested in really know how to cause trouble. They not only mess with us, but they even manage to get themselves into trouble with this kind of monster." Tang Siyue's face turned pale as she said, Is it really above level 15? Then what about Chu Fan? I told you long ago, your 15 million was a complete waste of money. Now you regret it, don't you? Yuran looked at Tang Siyue with a sneer. Tang Siyue gritted her teeth, then seemed to make a decision and stepped into the arena. What are you doing? Are you going to help him fight that monster? Tang Siyue ignored Yuran and ran directly behind Chu Fan. I'll support you. She uttered a soft rebuke, and her spiritual energy drifted out. Chu Fan felt a strange energy enter his body, and his physical fitness seemed to have become stronger. He quickly glanced at the class panel. With the equipment bonus, his 4 stats reached 237 points. It increased by 20 points. Thanks, Chu Fan said to Tang Siyue behind him. He didn't turn around, standing still with the star's sword in his hand, looking at the monster. No matter what you are, you're not leaving today. Gu Cheng grinned, his narrow eyes filled with excitement. A deep, hoarse voice came from its throat. It's you, that smell I hate, it's you. An unpleasant smell? Chu Fan frowned deeply. Before he could think, the monster charged straight at him. Its tail, which was a full 2 meters long, dragged across the ground, leaving a deep crack. So powerful. Chu Fan was shocked. The opponent is much faster than Yeso. In an instant, the monster appeared beside Chu Fan and raised its hand to slam it down on him. Although its fingers are no different from those of a human, it possesses the instinct to attack with sharp claws, just like a wild beast. Chu Fan wanted to use his sense of fluctuations to evade. He could sense the other person's location, but the other person was too fast, so fast that he had no time to dodge, and the gray fingers grabbed his shoulder directly. Puff! A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared there. Hiss! Chu Fan endured the excruciating pain and immediately unleashed the Ashura domain. Through his battle with Yasuo, he figured out the scope of the Ashura domain. 1 meter. The other party must be within 1 meter of him in order for him to detect their mental energy. At this moment, Chu Fan sensed the dark, gray spiritual energy which enveloped the entire plaza. The monster froze on the spot, a deep fear instantly appearing on its face. A monster like you is afraid of the Ashura race? Chu Fan sneered. Chapter 97 The Evil Eye Opens. Chu Fan immediately unleashed the sword shadow flowing light slash. A series of sword energies erupted and struck the monster squarely. But the next moment, Chu Fan was stunned. The sword shadow slash, used at close range, only left a shallow mark on the opponent. The skin wasn't even broken. What kind of defensive power is this? Chu Fan took a deep breath. He quickly grabbed Tang Xiyue, who was still in a daze behind him, turned around, and ran away. At this moment, Chu Fan had no other thoughts but to run away. Are you kidding me? My only offensive skill can't even break the opponent's skin. How am I supposed to fight? Chu Fan sped off like lightning. The monster stood still, watching Chu Fan flee, a mocking smile on its face. It moved, but its target was the group of students who were watching. Seeing the monster charging towards them, the students' faces changed drastically. Oh no, run. The crowd scattered, turning into a killing field for the monsters. Faced with a strange, powerful, and unknown monster, the students felt only deep fear and even forgot to use their skills to fight back. The monster charged into the crowd like an elephant crushing ants. With a single claw strike, the bodies of several students gathered together instantly turned into a bloody mist. Puff, puff, puff. A large cloud of blood mist erupted in the air, turning the ground blood red. No! Yuran exclaimed in terror as she looked at the monster before her. The monster grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and then ripped open her chest with a claw. I'm dead. Yuran's face was filled with disbelief. She turned to look at Chu Fan and Tang Xiyue, who had run away into the distance, a deep regret on her face. I could have. The monster killed everyone in just 2 breaths. Then its gaze swept towards Chu Fan in the distance, its scarlet tongue lolling out. Its legs bent deeply, and it shot out like a cannonball. Holy crap, it's catching up. Tang Xiyue exclaimed in terror as Chu Fan pulled her along. Chu Fan was also deeply shaken. In his perception, the monster re-entered his field of vision almost instantly and was getting closer and closer to him. The next second, the monster flashed and appeared in front of Chu Fan, blocking his way. It looked at Chu Fan with a mocking expression and stuck out its long, scarlet tongue to lick the corner of its mouth. I have a grudge against you? Chu Fan asked, letting out a heavy sigh of relief, realizing he couldn't escape. He was also curious as to why this monster had targeted him the moment it arrived. It also said that it had a smell on it that it disliked. Could it be the scent of the Ashura race? Does it have a grudge against the Ashura race? The monster's voice was deep and hoarse. Squeak, you're too weak. I'm much stronger than you. In my eyes, you, Squeak, are just a piece of trash. Chu Fan. This monster seems to have a rather low IQ. That makes sense, since the intelligence of mythical beasts is inherently low. As for this monster, although we don't know how it was formed, it is definitely related to strange beasts, so it's normal that it has low intelligence. With a thought in mind, Chu Fan quickly stepped forward, closing the distance to within 1 meter, and once again used the Ashura domain on the monster. The monster froze on the spot, its face filled with terror. Run separately, Chu Fan shouted to Tang Xiyue. Without any hesitation, he charged forward again. Tang Xiyue was also decisive. Nian Beast, White Tiger. Roar, a white tiger formed from psychic energy appeared. Tang Xiyue straddled him and fled in the opposite direction from Chu Fan. Swoosh. Chu Fan went to a distance and quickly tapped on the smart ring, and a portal appeared. He suddenly turned around. At this moment, the monster had recovered from its fear. It crawled on all fours and instantly covered a distance of tens of meters to stand in front of Chu Fan. Squeak. Trying to run away? The monster grinned. Oh no, it's that tail. Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. The next moment, the monster's tail coiled around Chu Fan like a python, contracting forcefully. A tremendous force he had never felt before surged through him, causing Chu Fan's face to flush red and making it difficult for him to breathe. Squeak, squeak, trash, garbage, garbage. The monster's eyes were filled with hatred. Chu Fan was being strangled so badly, he was almost suffocating. What the hell you are? Chu Fan gritted his teeth and roared. In the midst of the crisis, the flesh on his forehead slowly began to writhe. Third eye open. A scarlet vertical eye appeared on Chu Fan's forehead. Chu Fan saw it. In his eyes, Everything around him was blood red, filled with a violent aura. As the evil eye appeared, Chu Fan felt a change in his body, as if he had gained more control over it. He is still unclear about the specific effects of the evil eye, as he has used it very few times. Greatly enhance his strength even if he just opened it and did nothing. In the face of danger, even if the Hawkeye of the Temple of Gods discovered that he possessed the evil eye, there was nothing he could do. He stared intently at the monster. The monster was stared at by Chu Fan's third eye, and a look of terror reappeared on its face, even more so than the fear that the Ashura domain had brought it just now. It stood frozen in place, its body slowly trembling. It's like having a deep-seated fear of that eye. The monster slowly crawled on the ground, its body trembling, its hands clutching its head as if experiencing immense pain. What is that? What is that thing that terrifies me? No, I remember now. It's Chu Fan. It's Chu Fan. I'm going to kill him. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was shocked. Does this monster recognize itself? There was no time for him to think it over. The monster struggled to its feet, seemingly free from its fear of the evil eye, and attacked Chu Fan once more. Kill you! Kill you! The monster roared hatefully as it attacked Chu Fan. Chu Fan dodged its attack. With this third eye, his perception became even stronger. Previously, he could sense the other party's actions by relying on the vibrations. Once this third eye is activated, it will help him predict the opponent's actions in advance. This made up for his disadvantage of not being as fast as his opponent. Chu Fan had no idea. At this moment, his third eye was as red as blood, and a scarlet vortex gradually formed in the pupil. Are you going to grab my left arm? Chu Fan turned slightly to the side. The next moment, the monster's claws grasped nothing. Its tail is wrapping around me again? Chu Fan moved swiftly and retreated. Dark gray tail coiled around his original spot, only to miss. The monster's attacks failed to hit Chu Fan several times, which fueled its anger, and its eyes turned bloodshot. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Suddenly, its body began to change. His muscles bulged visibly, veins stood out, and his clothes were stretched taut, revealing his dark gray skin. There is also gray down on its skin. At the same time, its body is gradually growing taller and larger. Sharp nails grew on his limbs. The changes in the face are more obvious. A moment ago it was a human face, but now it has turned into a rat face, a real rat face. Chu Fan looked up at the sky. A rat man, 6 meters tall and entirely gray-black, stood upright in front of him. Chapter 98 The Delirium Returns. The Deal. Completely transformed into a beast, Chu Fan stared at the giant rat, which was 2 stories high, and his heart trembled. The rat man, with bloodshot eyes, looked down at Chu Fan and spoke in a human voice. Trash. I'm going to kill you. As soon as it finished speaking, its enormous body vanished from the spot. So fast, even faster than before. Chu Fan's third eye kept darting around, trying to catch the other person's figure. The giant rat suddenly appeared behind him. Bang! Chu Fan twisted his waist and raised the star sword to block the rat man's furious attack. My strength has increased. Feeling the immense force emanating from his hand, Chu Fan took a deep breath. Squeak, squeak. The rat man's eyes were filled with raging fury when it saw that Chu Fan had blocked its attack. Its body turned bright red, as if its blood was burning and boiling inside it. At the same time, a long sword appeared in its hand. Because of its large size, it held the long sword as if it were a short dagger. Seeing this comical scene, Chu Fan felt even heavier inside. This state of being completely blood red. It's the Berserker's skill, Rage. Burning the blood in the body temporarily increases 4-dimensional attributes. This monster actually knows Berserker skills? Chu Fan was shocked. Without thinking, he swung his sword, sending a barrage of sword energy toward the ratman's body. The giant rat was completely red. It held the sword and kept slashing downwards, annihilating all the sword energy. Ha ha, ha ha, the giant rat chuckled. With a roar, it leaped up from the ground, soaring 10 meters into the air, its claws raised high, and swung downwards like a human. Seeing the other party's actions, Chu Fan was increasingly shocked. The Berserker's A-rank skill, Earth-Splitting Slash, this monster also knows it. In his eyes, the ratman's enormous body cast a shadow that blotted out the sun, slashing downwards. Boom. A dull bang echoed through the sky. The area within a 10-meter radius where Chu Fan stood had completely collapsed and was utterly destroyed. So strong. Chu Fan clutched his chest, his face pale, and appeared from not far away. He dodged the attack in advance thanks to his precognitive abilities, but the Ratman's attack was too powerful, and the aftershocks injured him as well. Chu Fan stared blankly at the giant rat man. At that moment, the giant rat also looked over and grinned at Chu Fan. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt an extremely disgusting stench, which made his stomach acid churn and his head feel dizzy for a moment. Miasma. Chu Fan forcibly suppressed the feeling of nausea and raised the star sword to block. Puff. The giant rat appeared in front of him in an instant and swiftly swung its long sword. A chunk of flesh was sliced off Chu Fan's left arm. My perception is wrong, Chu Fan exclaimed in shock. Poisoned by my miasma. Your senses are distorted. Haha, die. The rat man sneered, wielding a long sword and slashing repeatedly at Chu Fan below. The speed is astonishing. It's another berserker's A-rank skill, Bloodblade Frenzy. Chu Fan held the star's sword to his chest, enduring wave after wave of terrifying attacks. He kept vomiting blood, his nausea worsened, and his consciousness gradually faded. This monster has the body of a beast, but can use the skills of a professional. Moreover, he knows me, and even harbors a deep hatred for me. Who is this monster? A figure slowly appeared in Chu Fan's mind. Gu Cheng. Chu Fan took a deep breath. He remembered that Gu Cheng was a berserker. If this monster really is Gu Cheng in disguise, then why did he become like this? This is related to the fact that the Monkey King was subjected to an illusion and lured to another place. Chu Fan instantly connected all the dots. Could it be that all of this is because of Su Muan? The thought of this possibility sent shockwaves through Chu Fan's heart. He shook his head hard to keep himself awake. At this moment, under the influence of the miasma, his third eye showed signs of closing. No, this can't go on. We have to find a way. Chu Fan was extremely anxious. Our trump card. Do I have any unused trump cards left? His only skill is Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash, which doesn't do any damage to the opponent at all. The difference in levels is too great. In Chu Fan's eyes, the monster that transformed into a giant rat should have physical attributes comparable to a level 20 professional. In addition, it possesses the terrifying body of a mythical beast and can use the skills of a professional. Even a level 25 professional might not be able to defeat it. I'm only level 10 right now. Level 10. I can't worry about that anymore. Chu Fan gritted his teeth and was about to take out the 7-colored blood flower. The only way to survive is to consume the 7-colored blood flower to raise one's level to 20 or higher. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. Haha, you're too weak. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Fan paused in his movements. The murmured voice, has it appeared again? Give me your body. Give me your body, let me kill that bug. You're as weak as an ant, yet you've been driven to this point. You're too weak. Leave it to me, and I'll show you what a true Ashura is. Chu Fan raised his sword to block a wave of attacks from the rat men, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and angrily said, Shut up. The voice ignored him and continued to resound in Chu Fan's mind. You are no match for that insect right now. Give me your body, and I will kill it. I will kill it. If this continues, you will die. Kill, 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 kill. That voice seemed to possess a kind of magic. At one point, Chu Fan had the urge to give his body to him, but he held back. Although he was currently on the verge of death, he simply couldn't bring himself to hand over his body to an unknown creature, especially given the unknown consequences. In comparison, swallowing the 7-colored blood flower is much safer. As his thoughts raced, Chu Fan seemed to have an idea. He tentatively said to himself, Although I don't know who you are, since you are attached to my sea of consciousness, there must be something you need my help to accomplish, right? How about we make a deal? The terrifying attacks of the rat men, Chu Fan waited for the voice to speak. However, the voice fell silent. It seems like something is being thought about. Is there a chance? Chu Fan was overjoyed and pressed his advantage. Speak quickly. I can't hold on any longer. If I die, who will help you? All the Ashuras in history are dead. Ashura is known as a cursed profession. In the future, fewer and fewer people will choose to become Ashuras. Maybe I will be the last Ashura. Chu Fan kept making these sounds in his mind. If I die you. He raised his initial sword, enduring the giant rat's furious attacks. At the same time, Chu Fan was ready to take out the 7-colored blood flower at any time. As soon as the voice in his mind showed any sign of opposition, he would immediately swallow the 7-colored blood flower. Haha, interesting. Let me hear. What kind of deal you want to make with me? After a brief silence, that deep, hoarse voice finally rang in Chu Fan's mind. Chapter 99, A Surge of Killing Intent. Tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? The voice seemed intrigued. While enduring the giant rat's ferocious attacks, Chu Fan quickly thought to himself, I'm not comfortable entrusting my body to you because I don't know who you are, and I can't possibly give my body to an unknown entity. That's only human nature. Why don't you lend me your power to help me kill it? In exchange, I can help you wherever you need me. You wouldn't want someone who could help you to die here, would you? Chu Fan's meaning was quite clear. Giving up one's body is absolutely impossible. After all, who the hell knows if this guy will try to possess him like in cultivation novels? So he changed his wording. Just give him some of the power. Haha. Kid, you've got quite the nerve. Help me? Do you even know who I am? You, a weakling race, dare to presume to help me. It means to assist, do you understand? The voice had the tone of someone in a superior position. Chu Fan continued, assist? Sorry, I won't assist anyone. Since you're not willing to make a deal, then goodbye. He quickly took out the 7-colored blood flower and was about to put it in his mouth. Haha. Interesting, very interesting. The voice laughed. Kid, remember what you said. You must help me. Don't go back on your word. Otherwise, I'll show you what true fear is. Don't worry, if I said I would do it, I will definitely do it, unless I die. Chu Fan hurriedly said. All right, kid, release some of your divine sense. Your body is as weak as an insect right now, so I can only release 1%, no, 1,000th of my power. Otherwise, your frail body will be burst by my power. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was shocked. Perhaps this person is exaggerating a bit. It's not as exaggerated as 1 in 1,000. But he had no doubt about what the other party said. The other party's power was definitely beyond his current ability to withstand. Just a little bit is enough. Let me make this clear first. My teacher and grandfather know my habits very well. If they find that I've changed, they will definitely become suspicious and investigate thoroughly. Chu Fan remained vigilant, this thought flashing through his mind. Haha. Don't worry, I wouldn't stoop so low as to deceive a greenhorn like you. The voice chuckled. Chu Fan nodded and took a deep breath. He slowly released his divine sense. This is... At that moment, Chu Fan seemed to see the sky filled with crimson blood. The sky was red, the earth was red, and there were bright red bloodstains everywhere on the ground. Large numbers of corpses lay on the ground, piled up like mountains. In the distant sky, a towering giant looked down like a god. On the giant's forehead was a scarlet eye. A third eye? Haha. Kid, you've only seen a small scene, and you're already scared? The voice laughed. Chu Fan came to his senses, his face filled with deep fear. What exactly is that place? Who is that giant who is as tall as the sky and has a third eye? Is he the king of the Ashura race? Compare that giant to the unknown being in the square who was bound by a colossal chain. Are they the same person? As the thought crossed his mind, an astonishing power surged from his body. At that moment, Chu Fan even felt as if he could smash a mountain with a single punch. Despair? You're nothing but trash. You're powerless against my might. Haha. The giant rat laughed wildly and kept slashing at Chu Fan. It could sense that this human it loathed wouldn't last much longer. It enjoyed watching Chu Fan die in despair. At this moment, the giant rat's expression suddenly changed. Chu Fan, who had been on the defensive, suddenly revealed a wicked smile. Then, a powerful aura erupted from him. You. The giant rat's eyes widened. Chu Fan simply waved his hand. A sharp sword aura, 10 meters in diameter, suddenly erupted and shot towards the giant rat. Puff. The sword energy struck the giant rat, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on its chest. Green blood gushed out. The giant rat stared at Chu Fan in disbelief, its voice trembling as it asked, You're not Chu Fan. Who? Who are you? Why has your power suddenly become so strong? At this moment, Chu Fan was equally shocked. Because he didn't make a sword-wielding motion. My body is out of my control. Am I being controlled? Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Kid, you've got guts, daring to make a deal with me. That voice exploded in Chu Fan's mind. Insidious, cunning, and deceitful are the nature of our people, hee. Damn it. Chu Fan wanted to curse. Fortunately, I am still conscious. The voice continued. Haha, I've changed my mind. Kid, you're right. You can't die, otherwise, who will help us fulfill our long-cherished wish? So, I took control of your body, but retained your consciousness. Use your consciousness to watch closely and see what a true Ashura is. Chu Fan's lips unconsciously curled up, revealing an unprecedentedly wicked smile. If anyone were here, they would be extremely surprised. At this moment, Chu Fan seemed to have a split personality, talking to himself. He continued to mutter to himself, You possess the heavenly eye, yet you don't know how to use it. What a waste of your talent. Chu Fan grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Watch closely, see exactly how the heavenly eye should be used. As soon as he finished speaking, The third eye on his forehead suddenly began to flash intensely. The terrifying crimson light flashed, went out, flashed again, and went out again. Sizzle sizzle. A dense array of electric arcs formed in that eye, as if a terrifying power was gathering. The surrounding space was distorted. It was as if some earth-shattering power was about to burst forth from within. Suddenly, Chu Fan's expression changed, and the scarlet light vanished instantly. His face was deathly pale, and he staggered back a few steps, shaking his head and saying, "Too weak. Your body is too weak. Oh well, let's start with the basics." Chu Fan remained conscious. Although he could not control his body, he could clearly feel the changes in it. He felt a surge of fierce anger rising in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to be consumed by hatred, wanting only to kill everything in front of him. Chu Fan's lips curled into a sinister grin as he said, "Killing intent surge, activate." In an instant, Chu Fan sensed that the area within 30 meters of him turned crimson. It's different from the hazy red scene with the third eye. Within this space, there seems to be some kind of invisible and intangible substance mixed in. "That's killing intent," the voice rang out. Chapter 100, A Shocking Slash. When you are within the range of the killing intent fluctuations, the other party will be eroded by the killing intent and suffer great pain. Chu Fan grinned and said, "Weak insects will be defeated by this killing intent, and slightly stronger insects will also be hampered in their actions. Their consciousness will be affected, and they will be distracted in fighting against that killing intent. Once the killing intent wave is activated, your killing battlefield will be within the range of your wave perception. In this battlefield, your strength, speed, and endurance will be greatly enhanced. This is the true use of the heavenly eye. No, it is the simplest use." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was deeply shaken. "Can I learn it?" he asked himself anxiously. "Haha, aren't you personally unleashing this skill right now?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was overjoyed. It seems that the deal I proposed earlier was not without effect. This unknown entity controlled his body but retained his consciousness, personally demonstrating how to unleash the killing intent wave. In other words, from beginning to end, the skill itself was released by him. He sensed the killing intent, the true meaning of the skill, and personally unleashed the killing intent wave. "Senior, do you mean? I've already mastered it?" Chu Fan asked. "You're not completely stupid," the voice chuckled. Chu Fan suddenly thought of a question. Could the skill used by this unknown being be a skill that the Ashura race is born with? If so, what level would this skill be considered? S rank, SS rank, or SSS rank? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but gasp silently. At this moment, the giant rat was at the center of the wave of murderous intent. Its face contorted in pain as it roared and leaped into the air once more, slashing at Chu Fan. However, under the influence of the killing intent, its speed was noticeably reduced. An unknown entity controlled Chu Fan's body, allowing him to easily dodge the giant rat's attacks. It seemed that he deliberately refrained from attacking and kept dodging, allowing Chu Fan to familiarize himself with the state of killing intent fluctuations. "Kill, kill, kill. I'm going to kill you," The giant rat's mind was affected by the killing intent, and it completely lost its ability to think for itself. It didn't use any more skills, and just kept swinging its longsword haphazardly, but Chu Fan easily dodged them all. "Senior, do you have any other skills?" Chu Fan asked excitedly. "If I can take this opportunity to learn a few more skills." Chu Fan grinned. "What is an Ashura? Born in the netherworld blood sea, burdened with deep-seated hatred, coming from hell, heading towards the heavens. This is Ashura's mission, and also his long-cherished wish. Watch this move closely." As he finished speaking, Chu Fan slowly raised the star sword. A black notch suddenly appeared around the blade. It was as if space itself had been sliced open. Chu Fan slowly spoke. "Netherworld slash." A massive sword aura, as black as ink and 50 meters in diameter, suddenly erupted forth. The sword energy was pitch black, as if it came from the netherworld. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world had fallen silent, utterly still. All that remained was the sound of sword energy slicing through space. A massive sword aura swept down the giant rat's body. Its steel-like body was sliced open as easily as tofu, leaving a perfectly smooth cut. Green blood shot into the sky. The sword energy remained undiminished in its power and continued to shoot forward rapidly. Boom. A distant mountain peak was cut in half. Seeing this scene, Chu Fan was shaken. "This is amazing." Click. Cracks appeared on the star's sword, which then shattered. "Haha, this sword is too trash, it's broken." Chu Fan curled his lip and threw the star's sword on the ground like trash. Seeing this, Chu Fan, who remained conscious, felt an intense pain in his heart. Senior, that's my sword. It's very expensive. Haha, you mean you want me to pay you back? This junior dares not presume. I just wanted to vent that making money in this world is just too difficult. I need to earn money to buy weapons again. You only lost a piece of junk weapon, but you learned 2 skills in return. Kid, aren't you satisfied? Chu Fan gave a smirk. Now, the giant rat's body was cut in 2, yet it was still not completely dead. Its face was filled with deep terror as it stared at Chu Fan in disbelief. You killed me? You actually possess such immense power. Chu Fan stepped forward, looked at Gu Cheng, who had completely transformed into a beast, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. The giant rat hissed at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, save me. I'm Gu Cheng, save me. I really am Gu Cheng. His eyes were filled with deep regret. Tears welled up in the rat's large, bell-like eyes. You do it, a voice echoed in Chu Fan's mind. The next moment, Chu Fan felt himself regain control of his body. Who turned you into this? Chu Fan asked. He wanted to confirm whether Su Muin was responsible for all of this. The giant rat roared. It's Su Muin. It's Su Muin. I'm in this state because of her. If I had known she was that kind of bitch, I would have. Call out. A flash of sword light streaked across the sky. The rat's head fell straight to the ground, its eyes wide open, as if it never imagined it would die in such a state. Moreover, the one who personally ended its life was Chu Fan. Senior, what exactly is this? Can a beast and a human combine? Chu Fan looked at the giant rat's corpse, his heart unmoved. The voice rang out. When 2 insects combine, they are still insects. Chu Fan, don't you consider my feelings at all? How do you want me to help you? Chu Fan asked again. The voice paused for a moment, then said, You are too weak. You are not even qualified to help me now. How powerful do I need to be to help you? Chu Fan continued to ask. He was also trying to get information out of the other person. He wanted to know just how strong the Ashura race really was. How powerful, the voice slowly rang out. At least, it must break through the shackles of this world. The shackles of this world? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. Senior, do you know where these strange beasts come from? And what lies beyond this other world? The voice sneered. Boy, you're asking too many questions. You're not qualified to know these things right now. The only thing you can do is become stronger. If one day you can uncover the secrets of this world, then it won't be too late to fulfill your promise. Senior, can I still look for you? Chu Fan asked the question he most wanted to ask. This unknown being hidden in his mind was like an old man in a novel. With him around, how can I not become stronger? Chapter 1, A One Pervert. The voice fell silent. Senior, it's been too long since I've fought. I used your body to unleash 2 moves just now, and I'm a little tired. You need to remember what you said, otherwise. The voice sounded weak. Chu Fan nodded. As long as I have enough strength, I will definitely keep my promise. That's just his personality. He will remember the kindness of anyone who helps him. He won't let anyone who dares to mess with him get away with it. Having received Chu Fan's promise, the voice laughed. Very good, very good. It wasn't for nothing that I personally taught you. Kid, remember, the world is vast, and your life has only just begun. Keep becoming stronger, and one day you will understand the whole truth. The sound grew fainter and fainter, gradually fading from Chu Fan's mind. Chu Fan stood there, stunned for a long time. Didn't you give me a straight answer? After a long silence, he sighed. However, Chu Fan was not worried about this problem. After all, this unknown entity had appeared twice, both times when his life or death was at stake. Therefore, Chu Fan guessed that the other party was afraid of his death from the beginning. After all, the Ashura profession is indeed too rare. If I die, who will fulfill their wishes? Chu Fan couldn't help but think of the Cyclops in that world, and the terrifying being bound by a colossal chain in the square. If these 2 terrifying beings are the same person, why would such a powerful Ashura clan be imprisoned in that square? What calamity has befallen the Ashura race? Chu Fan frowned. If the Ashura professionals are their representatives in this world, then what they need my help with is to free their people from their shackles and allow them to reappear in the human world. Chu Fan's thoughts raced, and he considered this possibility. He quickly exhaled heavily, clearing his mind and ceasing to think about it. This speculation is out of touch with his current understanding. He believes that taking things one step at a time and continuing to grow stronger is the only true path. Suddenly, an extreme feeling of weakness washed over me. As if all the strength had been drained from his body, Chu Fan's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. The 2 moves that the unknown entity just used to control his body exceeded his current limits. Hiss. Pain. It hurts. Chu Fan felt excruciating pain in every crevice of his body, as if 1,000 needles were piercing every part of his body and stirring wildly. He quickly swallowed several qi and blood pills, which eased the excruciating pain somewhat, but his body was already on the verge of collapse. Especially mental strength. Both killing intent fluctuations and netherworld slash require mental energy to expend. It can be said that he currently has not a single drop of mental energy left. Chu Fan. At that moment, a joyful voice came from afar. Tang Siyue appeared beside Chu Fan, riding a white tiger. Chu Fan quickly closed his third eye. You didn't leave? He asked weakly. No, I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Tang Siyue glanced at the giant rat's corpse, her delicate body trembling. You killed it. Just lucky. Chu Fan revealed a pale smile. Lucky? Tang Siyue swallowed hard. Your body. That monster was too strong. I only managed to kill it by using a life-saving item my teacher gave me. Chu Fan didn't want to dwell on the matter and quickly changed the subject. How did you know I was here? Tang Siyue stroked the white tiger's head and laughed. Of course, it's thanks to my little white. It can track the other party's location. Beside the Lord's lava pool, my nun energy was tainted by everyone's aura, including yours, so I had little white bring me here to find you. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Do mind controllers have such methods? Then you can track Su, a girl wearing a yellow dress, very beautiful. Chu Fan described Su Muin's appearance. Tang Siyue nodded and whispered something to the white tiger. Roar! The white tiger roared and nodded excitedly. Chu Fan, come up here. Xiaobai knows where she is. Tang Siyue patted the spot behind her. Chu Fan gave a wry smile. Could you please help me recover my mental energy first? And your body, can you heal it? Tang Siyue smiled and said, yes, my linger can heal both physical injuries and mental energy. She summoned the kitten. The kitten tilted its chin up, its face showing arrogance. Suddenly, it saw Chu Fan, and the hairs on its body stood on end. Linger, don't be afraid. Chu Fan is a very good person, Tang Siyue said gently. Roar! The white tiger roared at the kitten, its eyes filled with a strong threat. The kitten's gaze swept back and forth between the white tiger and Chu Fan, as if it were making a choice. Meow! It hissed fiercely in a childish voice, encouraging itself, and then walked shakily to Chu Fan's side, sticking out its tongue to lick his face. In an instant, Chu Fan felt a warm current enter his body and go to his Niwen palace. His mental strength had actually recovered somewhat. The kitten kept licking Chu Fan, and Chu Fan's mental energy became more and more abundant. Time passed. The kitten's figure gradually faded. Why isn't it over yet? Tang Siyue's mouth dropped open. Linger has been licking for so long. Hasn't her mental strength recovered yet? Meow! The kitten raised its head and wobbled onto Tang Siyue's shoulder. Its body, formed from spiritual energy, became transparent, as if it were about to dissipate at any moment. Thanks. Chu Fan smiled at Tang Siyue. At this moment, his mental strength had been fully restored, his physical injuries had recovered by 80%, and he no longer felt any pain. He smiled and nodded at the kitten, marveling at it inwardly. As expected of a divine sense master, they possess such amazing skills. Seeing Chu Fan smile at him, the kitten trembled slightly, then turned into spiritual energy and disappeared. Chu Fan, how much mental energy do you have? Tang Siyue asked in surprise. Linger licked me a few times and my mental energy was fully restored. But you? It licked you for a full 2 minutes. Chu Fan smiled and said, 28 points. How much? Tang Siyue's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 28. Hiss, your mental strength is 28? Tang Siyue gasped. Chu Fan glanced at the career panel subconsciously. His heart skipped a beat, and then he smiled and said, it's gone up again. It was 28 before, and now it's 33. He was overjoyed. Without taking any psychiatric medication, I actually gained 5 points of mental strength in this dungeon run. The harvest was enormous. 33 points. Tang Siyue's face was full of disbelief, her chest heaving. Are you a pervert? Chu Fan. Tang Siyue hurriedly said, No, that's not what I meant. Do you know how much mental power I have? How much? Chu Fan asked. 8 o'clock, Tang Siyue said seriously. I only managed to get this up after eating several servings of jellyfish brains. It's too difficult to improve mental strength. You and I are both level 10, but your mental strength is 4 times mine. I really don't know how you did it. Tang Siyue was both shocked and envious, looking at Chu Fan as if he were a monster. Chu Fan stood up and said, We'll discuss this later. Take me to find that girl. Oh, come on up. Tang Siyue suppressed her shock and smiled. Chu Fan leaped up and straddled Tang Siyue. instantly making Tang Siue blush. Cough, cough. Tang Siue coughed awkwardly, raised her hand and shouted, Xiaobai, charge. Roar. The white tiger roared and quickly ran in a certain direction. Chapter 102 True Appearance. Enchanting Butterfly. Somewhere in the lava field. Demon, once I obtain the fiery eyes of truth, you'll be the first one I capture. The great sage equaling heaven, wielding his staff, stood in place and roared angrily at those around him. A girl in a yellow dress stood in front of him, but the Monkey King seemed unable to see her presence. Su Yuan's lips gradually widened. She glanced at the smartwatch and smiled. It should be about time, right? The next moment, a look of sadness suddenly appeared on her face. Chu Fan, I really don't want to kill you, but I also want to kill you. What should I do? I'm in a dilemma. At that moment, she suddenly looked behind her, her eyes narrowing slightly. A white tiger carrying 2 people came galloping towards her. Upon seeing the boy on the white tiger's back, Su Yuan's pupils contracted. Chu Fan. In an instant, the white tiger arrived in front of Su Yuan. Chu Fan leaped up, and the initial sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword energy whistled as it attacked Su Yuan. He directly unleashed the sword shadow flowing light slash on Su Yuan. His mental strength increased again, and releasing a sword shadow flowing light slash had almost no effect. Su Yuan suddenly disappeared from her spot, the sword energy slashing past the place where she had been standing. When the sword energy dissipated, Su Yuan reappeared there, looking pitiful. Brother Chu Fan, I'm your ex-girlfriend. Even though we broke up, you didn't have to be so cruel, did you? I'm so heartbroken that you attacked someone without saying a word. A look of sadness appeared on her face, and tears welled up in her eyes, making people unable to resist stepping forward and putting their arms around her waist to comfort her. But Chu Fan knew all too well that the girl in front of him was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Without a word, he sped out like lightning and appeared in front of Su Yuan. Ashura domain. The next moment, a look of horror appeared on Su Yuan's face. Sword shadow flowing light slash. Chu Fan used these 2 moves in his habitual combo. Sword energy surged forth, and this time, countless sword energies struck Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan's body gradually dissipated, then transformed into countless butterflies, fluttering their wings and taking flight. Illusion. Chu Fan's forehead twitched, and a third eye appeared. In an instant, everything around them shattered like glass. Chu Fan was still standing in the same spot, but Su Yuan was no longer there. It's up there. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly looked up and saw a horrifying scene. A giant butterfly was seen fluttering in the air. It flapped its brightly colored wings, which blotted out the sky, and soared towards the horizon. In the center of the giant wings was Su Yuan, dressed in a yellow dress. A humanoid beast, just like Gucheng. Chu Fan took a deep breath. He recognized the beast, especially its enormous wings with their colorful patterns. A 9th-tier exotic beast, the enchanting butterfly, Chu Fan said coldly. Is this your true form? As the giant butterfly fluttered, it showered down tiny, colorless, and odorless specks of light. If Chu Fan hadn't opened his heavenly eye, he wouldn't have been able to discover these points of light. Chu Fan immediately understood. Back then, by the Lord's lava pool, I sensed a change in the air through the vibrations of the air. However, since he didn't have the third eye, he couldn't see exactly what the change was, and he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, he finally understood that Su Yuan had taken action from that time onwards. That's why the Monkey King fell for her illusion. Chu Fan's third eye immediately turned to the great sage equaling heaven and shouted, Disciple, wake up. In an instant, the Monkey King snapped out of his illusion and angrily exclaimed, Master, I've fallen for that demon's illusion. Chu Fan nodded and looked up at the sky. The Monkey King also looked over. Disciple, lend me your strength. Chu Fan shouted. The Monkey King swiftly grabbed Chu Fan and threw him heavily towards Su Yuan in the sky. The immense power startled even Chu Fan. Swoosh. Chu Fan moved rapidly through the air. Killing intent surges, activate. He activated his killing intent, turning a 30-meter radius into a crimson battlefield, his killing field. His speed increased further. At that moment, he took out his initial sword and slashed at the giant butterfly in the sky above. Netherworld slash. A terrifying, pitch-black sword aura suddenly appeared. Its diameter is not as large as that released by that unknown entity, but it still reached 20 meters. Black sword energy roared out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Su Yuan quickly turned around and saw the black sword energy, her face showing fear. Puff! Half of her giant wing was pierced by the sword energy, leaving a huge gash on it. Having lost a wing, Su Yuan's figure suddenly stopped in midair, about to fall downwards. Chu Fan sneered, about to make another move. Suddenly at this moment, click! A crack appeared in the sky above Su Yuan. The sky shattered like glass, revealing a pitch-black hole. Immediately afterwards, a figure flew out of the cave. It was a creature with bat-like wings. Between the enormous black fleshy wings was the figure of a handsome young man. He looked at Su Yuan's broken wings, and his face contorted with rage. Insolence, the man roared, flapping his fleshy wings, which crackled with black electricity. Suddenly, he disappeared from the spot. Go, Su Yuan said coldly. Too much time has passed. The Divine Palace may have already noticed something amiss. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. The man reappeared in the same spot, glaring at Chu Fan, before pulling Su Yuan quickly into the dark cave entrance. Hera, the black opening gradually shrank, and the sky there returned to normal. Chu Fan landed on the ground, looked at the distant horizon, and was deeply shocked. Who exactly is Su Yuan? This group of people turned out to be a combination of beasts and humans. Moreover, they can also enter the instance by tearing space, which is something that ordinary forces cannot do. More powerful to him than Tang Xiaohu. And that young man was actually so respectful to Su Yuan. What is Su Yuan's identity within that faction? A series of questions arose in Chu Fan's mind. After a long while, he took a deep breath and looked at the Monkey King. Master, your eyes. The Monkey King said in surprise. Disciple, this was borrowed from Erling Shun by the Bodhisattva so that we, master and disciple, could successfully obtain the scriptures from the West. With it, I can protect myself. Chu Fan said solemnly. The journey to the West is fraught with danger, and demons frequently appear. This is my trump card. You must not let a third person know about it. Remember this well. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King nodded solemnly. Chapter 103 Collusion. Seeing the solemn expression on the great sage equaling heaven's face, Chu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't trying to deceive the Monkey King on purpose, but he knew that the best way to deal with someone like the Monkey King who had a mental illness was to cater to him. If I were to tell the Monkey King now that I am not his master, it might worsen his condition. Chu Fan looked up at the sky, which was perfectly intact, as if nothing had happened. The eye on his forehead suddenly darted around. Where's Hawkeye? The eagle eyes of the temple soared through the dungeon, monitoring everything within it. At that moment, he did not notice Hawkeye's presence. Did they go somewhere else, or? Chu Fan was overjoyed. Wherever Hawkeye went, if he wasn't in this area, then his secret of having a third eye shouldn't have been detected. Master, your weapon is broken. At this moment, the great sage equaling heaven suddenly looked at the initial sword in Chu Fan's hand. The initial sword was covered in cracks and was clearly no longer usable. Just as Chu Fan had gathered his thoughts, another pang of pain shot through his heart. He immediately threw away the initial sword and sighed. This sword is too trash. It can't withstand my attacks. I'll have to get a new one. The great sage equal to heaven thought for a moment, then said, How about I take you to find the Dragon King of the West Sea? He has some excellent weapons there. Dragon King of the West Sea? Chu Fan's lips twitched. This staff of mine was given to me by him. The Monkey King brandished his staff, then roared. Humph, that old codger is too stingy. He won't give me his treasured sea-stabilizing needle. If I weren't still no match for him, I would have turned his dragon palace upside down. Chu Fan silently mourned for the West Sea Dragon King for a moment. I wonder if that Dragon King of the West Sea can protect his sea-stabilizing needle. I still have important matters to attend to. Do you want to come with me, or leave first? Chu Fan asked. Of course we'll go together. The great sage equaling heaven said solemnly. Chu Fan nodded, then walked to Tang Siyue's side in the distance. At this moment, Tang Siyue sat on the back of the white tiger, her pretty face flushed, looking coy and hesitant. Wake up, Chu Fan shouted. With the help of the third eye, the illusion shattered instantly. The moment the illusion shattered, Chu Fan quickly closed his third eye to prevent Tang Siyue from seeing it. Tang Siyue came to her senses and looked at Chu Fan and the great sage equaling heaven in front of her with a puzzled expression. Her expression suddenly changed. Chu Fan, aren't you currently? You were under an illusion spell just now, but you're fine now, Chu Fan said with a smile. Ah, illusion. Upon hearing this, Tang Siyue paused. What a pity. What's a pity? The Monkey King was about to swing his staff. You mean it's a pity that my master is safe and sound? No. Tang Siyue hurriedly shook her head. Then what do you mean? The Monkey King stared at Tang Siyue. I always suspected you. You vixen, were up to no good. And as I predicted, you vixen. Disciple, Chu Fan said, don't frighten them. The Monkey King then took a step back, his eyes fixed on Tang Siyue. Chu Fan handed 5 portions of the essence of the jellyfish to Tang Siyue. Thanks this time. Here's the stuff back to you. After saying that, he left with the Monkey King. Master, I think that girl is a demon in disguise. She wants to get close to you, and then... I know what's going on. The two voices gradually faded into the distance. Tang Siyue stared blankly at the jellyfish essence in her hand, a look of joy spreading across her face. Having made Chu Fan's friend without spending a single penny, I truly am clever, charming, and tolerant. So it was just an illusion. She murmured to herself, a shy expression returning to her face. Chu Fan and the great sage equaling heaven returned to the Lord's location. Looking at the dozens of corpses on the ground, Chu Fan sighed inwardly. These people have only themselves to blame. Master, I'll lure the monster out for you. You just focus on leveling up. Beside the lava pool, the great sage equal to heaven spoke. Let's level up together. You're my apprentice, and I can't let you down, can I? Chu Fan smiled and shook his head. No need. I don't absorb the Lord's spiritual energy. I am a divine embryo born from the heavenly stone, and I can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with every breath. The great sage equaling heaven said proudly. Chu Fan. He gave the Monkey King a strange look and saw that the other party didn't seem to be lying. In addition, someone previously said that the Monkey King never steals spiritual energy, and after entering the dungeon, he just runs around everywhere, calling everyone he meets master. In this way, he also leveled up to level 10. How did you do that? Chu Fan asked. Master, I told you, I am a divine being. The great sage equaling heaven looked at Chu Fan with a serious expression. So that's how it is. Chu Fan nodded as if he had just realized something. He was filled with bitterness. Forget it, it's pointless to ask. He naturally didn't believe in any divine embryos. So, how exactly did the great sage equaling heaven manage to level up without absorbing the spiritual energy of strange beasts? Is it really as he said, that one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth simply by breathing? I'll find an opportunity to ask the teachers and the dean, Chu Fan thought to himself. Defeating the Lord and numerous level 9 fire pythons in the lava pool, Chu Fan and the great sage equal to heaven traversed the lava land, fighting their way through. The entire lava field was now empty except for the two of them. All the fire pythons inside before leaving the instance. After Chu Fan and the great sage equaling heaven left the Lord's location, a teleportation portal appeared here. 3 men dressed in golden battle robes walked out from inside. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His eyes exuded an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. Soon as they stepped out of the portal, the 3 of them looked at the dozens of corpses on the ground. My lord, something has indeed happened. The 2 people behind him looked grave. Judging from how they died, it doesn't seem like the flame python caused it. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Hawkeye was destroyed an hour ago, and we only just received news of its destruction now. He paused, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, The Internal Affairs Department has run into trouble. At this moment, one of the men said, My lord, the Internal Affairs Department has submitted a document to our Enforcement Department. The document states that the person in charge of monitoring the instance is a new girl. She hasn't been working long and plays games during work hours, which is why she didn't report the instance situation immediately. The middle-aged man sneered. Do you believe that? The 2 shook their heads. One of them said, This explanation is hard to believe. It's obvious that the girl was just made a scapegoat. However, the head of the Internal Affairs Department is. I'm afraid it will be difficult. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. I don't care who he is, I'll find out the truth. I'll take responsibility if anyone blames me. I want to see who dares to treat our enforcement department like a fool, who dares to disregard the rules of our Temple of Justice and collude with outsiders. Furthermore, the students who entered the instance this time must be very clear about what happened inside. We should investigate them one by one and confirm the cause of death of these students. Yes, General. Chapter 104 Plan. Su Group. As the largest conglomerate in Yangcheng, the Su Group has achieved several first kills of the bosses in recent years in large-scale raids, such as the Level 35 Dungeons, Heart of Storms, and Lost Palace, which are 40-player raids. Therefore, in recent years, the Su Group has gained a reputation throughout the country. A skyscraper stands in the suburbs of Yangcheng. This is the headquarters of the Su Group. At this moment, a portal appeared on the rooftop platform of the 99th floor of this building. Su Muin and a handsome young man walked out of the portal. They have regained their human appearance, and the wings on their backs have disappeared. Muan, why won't you let me kill that brat? The young man's face was still filled with anger. Su Yuan's face turned pale. She looked at the young man, who immediately shut up. As Su Yuan walked, she said, "We can't stay here any longer. We need to move to a different location quickly." The two entered the elevator one after the other, descending from the 99th floor to the 8th basement level, entering a spacious basement. In the basement, operating tables were scattered everywhere, and a person lay on each one. Various numerical values were displayed on the LCD screen next to the operating table. Gender, male. Age, 25. Occupation, assassin. Level, 18. Integrated with a beast, Tier 3 beast, Shadow Cat. Compatibility, 68%. Detailed analysis. Possessing the speed and characteristics of a shadow cat, it can transform its form into a shadow, and its physical abilities are enhanced at night. However, its compatibility is too low, and its mind has become completely beast-like, making it unable to maintain human thinking. The doctor in the white coat stared at the LCD screen, his brows furrowed. At this moment, he saw Su Yuan and the handsome young man walk in, and immediately withdrew his gaze and quickly went to the two of them. He then knelt directly in front of the two men, his eyes filled with fanaticism. "Greetings, Your Excellency's protectors," the young man said coldly. "Separate those with a compatibility of over 90%. The doctor nodded and pressed a button on the wall. Soon, some operating tables sank into the ground below. Looking at the operating table left on the ground, the young man said, "Is that all? Useless. Keeping you around is a waste of food." The doctor knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Su Yuan said coldly, "All right, where are the 9 envoys of light? Take me to see them." The doctor quickly got up, led Su Yuan and the young man to an alloy door, and pressed his palm on it. A ripple spread out. The alloy door opened. The three of them went inside together. 100 square meter room contained 9 containers, each as tall as 2 people. Inside the container, humanoid monsters of various shapes were immersed in green liquid, their bodies covered with a dense network of tubes. A woman with a head that's not quite there yet a tail that's not quite there. There were also men whose bodies were entirely black, with red veins all over their bodies. There are also monsters that resemble children, but have enormous heads that are a meter in diameter. Su Yuan glanced around and asked, "How long will it take to complete the integration?" The doctor said in a trembling voice, "Reporting to the protector, they are fusing with high-level alien beasts, so it will take a little longer. In 6 months, at most 6 months, they will be perfectly compatible and born into the world." 6 months. Su Yuan's eyes turned cold. "I'm only giving you 4 months. If they can't fully mesh after 4 months, then you have no reason to exist in this world." Upon hearing this, the doctor turned pale and quickly nodded. I will do my best. It's not about trying your best, it's about doing it, understand?" Su Yuan smiled. "Look me in the eyes." The doctor slowly raised his head, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. But soon his face lit up with fanaticism, as if he had been given a stimulant, and he said, "Guardian, we will definitely complete the mission." Su Yuan nodded, then looked at the handsome young man. "Hurry up. After we move to a new location, the plan can be implemented." Her lips gradually widened, and her face showed excitement. "Haha, I'm really looking forward to it." Flesh and blood surged on the youth's back, and a pair of fleshy wings grew out of thin air. Huge fleshy wings covered the entire basement. Suddenly, black arcs of electricity flashed on his fleshy wings. Immediately afterwards, the space rippled outwards like waves. The 9 containers inside the room, as well as the operating table left on the ground, and the 3 people, including Su Yuan, all disappeared. A large-scale leak of our gas occurred at the Su group, causing an explosion in the group's building. The death toll is estimated at 328. Rescue efforts are currently underway. Su Changfeng, president of the Su Group, bears primary responsibility for this incident. He stated that the group will provide 1 billion renminbi in compensation to the deceased family. Yangqing News will continue to report on your experiences. Hey, have you heard? There was a huge explosion at the Su Group, and many people died. Are you kidding me? What kind of explosion could kill a professional? You know, the Su Group has become a hot company in the country in recent years, attracting many powerful people to join. It's our gas. Holy crap. No wonder. It's said that the existence of our gas is what has allowed the Su Group to make such rapid progress in recent years. They dare to use things they found in foreign lands indiscriminately. The Su Group has brought this upon itself. After this incident, it will undoubtedly be very difficult to attract strong people to join them in the future. As soon as Chu Fan returned to the school hall from the teleportation portal, he heard the other students whispering among themselves. His expression changed slightly. "And our gas explosion? Our gas is a gas from another realm, existing only in certain special circumstances. Even hunters who frequently venture into other realms to hunt rarely encounter it. 3 years ago, the Sioux group entered the 99th alien realm, the evil forest, and accidentally encountered this gas, which they brought back to the group. After that, the Sioux group's strength increased by leaps and bounds. The Sioux group also held a press conference to claim the effects of our gas on professionals. Because substances existing in other realms are generally mysterious and unknown, everyone has accepted this statement. Since then, many other large companies have ventured into this foreign land in search of substances similar to our gas, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, the Sioux group suffered a massive explosion due to our gas, killing hundreds of professionals. Chu Fan laughed as he listened. What a coincidence! No sooner had they seen Su Muin's true face and the man with bat wings than an explosion occurred at the Sioux group. Chu Fan sneered. Without thinking twice, he went straight to Tang Xiao's office. He planned to tell the teacher everything. That mysterious monster is extremely powerful, and he is too weak to be involved in such matters. No matter what kind of power the other party has, there's always someone taller to handle things, no matter how big the problem is. If what Su Muin's faction is doing is exposed, the Ministry of Education, the Temple of the Gods, and even the Martial Alliance will definitely not sit idly by. After all, such monsters, which combine humans and mythical beasts, violate ethics. This is absolutely outrageous. Bang bang bang. Chu Fan walked to the door of Tang Xiaohu's office and knocked. The door was ajar, but no one answered. Chu Fan gently pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 105 Harvest. Teacher? Isn't he here? Chu Fan pushed open the door and entered, only to find that Tang Xiaohu was not in the office. He simply sat on the sofa and waited. Looking at the empty office, Chu Fan fell into deep thought. The giant rat that Gu Cheng transformed into, the mesmerizing butterfly that Su Muin transformed into, and the powerful young man with bat wings all lingered in his mind. What kind of force is the other side? Is it related to the Sioux group? Now he and Su Muin are in a situation where it's impossible for them to fight to the death. Moreover, Su Muin was the only person besides the Monkey King and the Dean who knew that he possessed a third eye. It can be said that Su Muin is now on Chu Fan's kill list. Chu Fan had no idea how strong she was, as she could transform into a 9th-tier exotic beast, the enchanted butterfly. Chu Fan thought of those colorful wings that blotted out the sky, and the starlight that poured down from the heavens. These are all characteristics of the psychedelic butterfly. Su Muin actually possesses the abilities of a 9th-tier exotic beast. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think of what Su Muin had said when she blinded him. If she was so strong, why did she have to hurt him with such a brainless reason? Soon, Chu Fan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Perhaps, like Gu Cheng, their bodies possessed the characteristics of strange beasts, and their thoughts could not be judged by ordinary standards. I'm still too weak. Chu Fan clenched his fist. I must get stronger quickly. Next time, I must kill her, no matter what it takes. His face was solemn, his thoughts churning, and many ideas flashed through his mind in an instant. Soon, Chu Fan focused his attention on his gains, and his mood instantly improved. Although this dungeon run was dangerous, the rewards were enormous. He was the first to open the profession panel, and his senses quickly scanned it. Grade: 13, 16.5%. Leveled up 3 times. All 4 attributes increased by 60 points, reaching 277. After level 10, each level up increases your 4 main attributes by 20 points, Chu Fan said with a smile. In addition, his mental strength broke through the 30 mark, reaching 33 points. After absorbing the Lord's spirituality, my source power also increased by 1%. The only thing that made Chu Fan frown was that the attack power on the panel had weakened. Because both of his weapons were broken, he is currently unarmed. I need to get a weapon first. Attack power is the most important thing, as it's directly linked to my skill damage, Chu Fan sighed. He thought of the Netherworld Slash, which costs a weapon every time it's used. Is that a skill that a person can afford to gamble with? Chu Fan's senses continued to scan the panel, and then an excited look appeared on his face. My skill proficiency has also improved. Skills: Wave Perception, Tier 2, 58%. Resilience, Tier 1, 81%. Block, Tier 1, 73%. Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash, Tier 1, 36%. Ashura Domain, Tier 1, 25%. Compared to the warrior's general skills Resilience and Parry, the improvement of the other Ashura's exclusive skills is significantly slower. After all, the exclusive skills of hidden professions are not on the same level as general skills. Reaching the second level of wave perception brought him an increase in his perception range and the ability to release sword energy. Chu Fan was really looking forward to seeing what effects his other exclusive skills would have when they were upgraded to the second tier. Killing Intent Wave and Netherworld Slash aren't showing up on the class panel. Chu Fan looked puzzled. Is it because those two skills are innate to the Ashura race? As for Ashura's other skills, such as Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash, they were all created by the senior professionals and are recorded in the Temple of Gods. Chu Fan fell into deep thought, then nodded. That should be the case. After all, the job panel is provided by the Temple of the Cleric, so skills and weapons that are not recorded in the Temple of the Cleric will naturally not appear on the job panel. So, I'm the first professional in history to use true Ashura skills. Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. He then immersed his senses into the spatial ring and laughed from the bottom of his heart. Money. Lots of money. Various grade 3 items were piled up in the spatial ring. These were all money. At 3 million per share, there are nearly 100 shares in total, worth 300 million. Chu Fan gasped. Then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. So, he's become a billionaire? Soon, a problem arose in front of him. How should he use these 300 million? First of all, you definitely need to buy a weapon. A level 10 rare weapon is enough. It's best to buy a weapon that can withstand the Netherworld Slash. Otherwise, losing a weapon every time he uses the Netherworld Slash is something he can't afford to do, no matter how rich he is. Chu Fan rubbed his chin with his fingers. The Dragon King of the West Sea mentioned by the Monkey King is not someone we can't consider. He guessed that the West Sea Dragon King must be a blacksmith. With the relationship between the Monkey King and that blacksmith, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to prepare the materials and have him help him forge a more durable weapon. At most, he'd have to pay a little extra for the labor. This plan is worth considering. Chu Fan nodded secretly. However, for him, besides buying weapons in the trading market and having them crafted, there was another way to obtain weapons. He quickly logged onto the dark web, entered the goods section, and began searching. The level 20 Ashura class weapon, Blacklight, is priced at 50,000 dark coins. Blacklight, Ashura's exclusive weapon, rarity, epic. Introduction, origin, unknown. Attack power, 2000. Strength, plus 75. Intelligence, plus 75. Agility, plus 75. Endurance, plus 75. Special effect. You are not currently authorized to view this. Upon seeing the weapon's description, Chu Fan felt excited. Although I don't have the right to view the special effects, the bonuses to these 4 attributes alone are already terrifying. Keep in mind that a level 10 star sword only adds 200 points to attack and 15 points to the 4 stats. A typical level 20 rare weapon will add a maximum of 500 attack points and 30 to 40 points to the 4 main stats. As for Blacklight, its attack power increased by 2,000 and its 4 stats increased by 75. The difference is enormous. Blacklight is an epic weapon, so its special effects are sure to be amazing. If I could have Blacklight at level 20. Chu Fan's face showed excitement, and he clenched his fists. We can only wait for the dark web to release the task. Hopefully, it will be soon. At the same time, Yangqing suburbs. Outside a huge open space. From a distance, the open space appeared deserted, overgrown with weeds, and in a state of disrepair. A huge golden light shield could be faintly seen spreading out into the distance, covering the open space. Outside the open space, there was a red sign with the words, "No entry here," written in large characters. The sign emitted concentric red ripples that made people afraid to approach it. Arrive. The 4 walked to the outside of the open space and looked inside through the light screen, their gazes solemn. The 3 of them were Ho Chong, Li Mu, and Tang Xiaohu. The other person, dressed in a black trench coat, was Lu Jun, the head of the Yangqing branch of the Divine Hall. Anyone who witnessed this scene would be utterly astonished. These 4 individuals represent the pinnacle of Yangqing's combat strength. At this moment, the strongest people in Yangqing actually arrived here together. Lu Jun, are you sure there's something wrong with Evil Forest? Ho Chong asked in a deep voice. Chapter 106 Devouring, Evolution. Ho Chong's expression was very unpleasant. With the college entrance examination approaching, at this critical juncture, unexpectedly, the Evil Forest in Yangqing ran into trouble. If it affects students' college entrance examination, then that would be a big problem. Lu Jun nodded and said solemnly, "The seal has been tampered with. I have already arranged for members to search the area within Yangqing to check for any large-scale casualties. The result is, no, everything outside is normal." Ho Chong breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. With the college entrance exam just around the corner, We mustn't cause any trouble at this time. We must strengthen our vigilance. This is the job of your priesthood. Tang Xiao nodded. If you need my help, just go to Lao Ho. I'm under his jurisdiction. Li Mu's expression was grave, and he remained silent. At this moment, Lu Jun looked at the three of them and said, Minister Ho, Dean Li, Principal Tang, there's something I think I should tell you. The Temple of the Divine Office has classified this evil forest incident as an S-level crisis. Lu Jun said. Upon hearing this, Ho Chang and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Li Mu frowned deeply and said in a low voice, City annihilation level? Your Divine Hall believes that this incident will put Yang City at risk of annihilation. Lu Jun nodded. Li Mu continued. As far as I know, the beasts in the evil forest are mostly evil hounds. These beasts are accustomed to living in groups, and their advantage lies in their large numbers, but their strength is not strong. How did you manage to classify this incident as an S-level crisis? Ho Chang and Tang Xiaohu were both breathing heavily, waiting for Lu Jun to speak. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Jun sighed and said, We entered the evil fiend forest and found that some of the fiend hounds inside had mutated and gained the ability to evolve. Evolution. The three people's pupils shrank sharply. Lu Jun nodded. I suspect the Illuminati is behind this. Those lunatics have some ulterior motive, and they chose to make their move in Yangqing. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Anger flashed in Li Mu's cloudy eyes as he asked, The Illuminati? Yes. Dean Li, are you familiar with this force? Tang Xiaohu asked Li Mu. Li Mu shook his head. The Illuminati is just a force that has suddenly emerged in recent years. They claim to yearn for the light and will lead mankind into a new era. They make grandiose claims. I have only heard of them and do not know much about them. If they broke the seal, it means two things. Li Mu looked at Lu Jun and said slowly. First, the other world is under the jurisdiction of the Temple of the Divine, and the fact that the Illuminati were able to break the seal means that there is a problem within your Temple of the Divine. You, the branch hall master, don't know? As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling aura erupted from Li Mu. Lu Jun's expression changed, and he looked at the old man in disbelief. He then said, Dean Li, I am aware of the problem you mentioned. We already have a suspect, but I don't want to alert him. It better not be you. Li Mu sneered and continued. Secondly, under the watchful eye of the Temple of the Gods, outside professionals can enter the alien realm for training, but the alien beasts inside cannot come out. The Illuminati lifted the seal for only one purpose, to release the ferocious hounds inside. What is their purpose? Is it merely to destroy Yangqing? Hearing this, Ho Chang snorted coldly. Do you really think Yangqing is deserted? Even if those vicious dogs come out, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Li Mu shook his head. I thought the same thing as you just now, but Palace Master Lu said that the evil hounds in the evil forest have mutated and gained the ability to evolve, so. He took a deep breath. What if some of the vicious dogs have already escaped from inside? Upon hearing this, Ho Chang and Tang Xiaohu both realized something and gasped. Even Lu Jun's face showed fear. Li Mu looked at Lu Jun and said coldly, Devour, and then evolve. This is perhaps the reason why your Divine Hall headquarters classified this incident as an S-level crisis. Lu Jun, did any vicious dogs escape from inside? Ho Chang shouted angrily. Lu Jun said, Based on the seal, we deduced the timeline. The other party must have tampered with it about a week ago. Within this week, some of the evil hounds inside should have escaped. Lu Jun looked like he had something to say, but couldn't express. After all, he was the head of the Yangqing branch of the Divine Hall. Although he wasn't in charge of the incident in the foreign lands of Yangqing, the responsibility lay with him. Let's go in and take a look, Li Mu said. Walked into the light curtain together. The moment their bodies touched the light curtain, a gap appeared on the pale light curtain, revealing a blood-red interior, as if they were in two different worlds from the outside world. Chu Fan waited in Tang Xiaohu's office for an hour, but Tang Xiaohu still hadn't shown up. The other party's phone was not answered when called. He glanced at the time. It was already 7 p.m., and he figured the teacher wouldn't be coming back. Without waiting any longer, he left the school directly. Afterwards, Chu Fan went to the trading market and sold all 3 items he had acquired. They received 270 million. That damn trading market actually collected 30 million in transaction fees. What heartless capitalists! Chu Fan cursed inwardly. The waitress who greeted Chu Fan was all smiles, and the way she looked at him changed. Sir, why don't you stay for dinner tonight? I'll treat you to a meal, the waitress said with a smile. Chu Fan suppressed his heartache and shook his head calmly. No need. Give me another level 10 rare weapon, the Star Sword, and 5 portions each of the 4th grade items. pearwood spirit, blue cypress bamboo, and frost shark's gastric juice. Okay, really not going to have dinner together? No need, I'm still a child. Soon, under the self-doubting gaze of the waitress, Chu Fan spent nearly 20 million to put the purchased items into his spatial ring and left the trading market. He had specifically researched that the gastric juices of pearwood spirit, blue cypress bamboo, and cold shark were materials for refining a fourth-grade elixir, the divine wool pill. Tang Xiaohu had previously said that he could help find an alchemist. Therefore, Chu Fan planned to refine all these materials into divine wool pills to enhance spiritual power. The reason I only bought 5 portions is because I learned my lesson from last time. It was already dark when I left the trading market. Chu Fan hailed a taxi to Yangqing Martial Arts School. The driver, a man in his 30s, seemed to be in a good mood. While driving, he struck up a conversation, saying, "Brother, you're a professional, right? What level of talent do you have?" "Grade C," Chu Fan said. He didn't want to tell the truth and scare people. "Judging from your age, you shouldn't be very old. Are you still in high school actually? I used to be a professional as well, with a C-level talent, but I only went into a dungeon once and never dared to face alien beasts again. So my level is only level 1, no different from an ordinary person. I can only be a taxi driver to earn money to support my family. Don't follow my example. Haha, I could have had a different life." The driver talked at length, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Chu Fan smiled and said, "Everyone has their own pursuits. As long as you feel happy, that's enough." The driver was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting such words to come from a high school student. He laughed and said, "Haha, I am indeed very happy. I have a wife who loves me. Hee, let me tell you, my wife is pregnant with my child." "Congratulations," Chu Fan replied casually. At this moment, his thoughts had already drifted to the Yangqing Martial Arts School. "I don't want to work too hard anymore. I just want to make money and raise my child. This world still needs you to protect it," the driver said with a smile. "Young man, your eyes. What profession did you switch to?" Ring, ring, ring. Just then, his phone rang. The driver answered with a smile, but his expression suddenly changed. "What? How serious is it? Honey, wait for me, I'll be right back." After saying that, he quickly pulled over and said apologetically, "Young man, I'm sorry, my wife was bitten by a dog. You know she's pregnant, so? I'm sorry, I won't charge you for this ride." Chu Fan shook his head and smiled, then quickly scanned the QR code to pay. "I wish you happiness." After saying that, he got out of the car. The car accelerated sharply and drove away. Chu Fan looked in the direction the car had disappeared, and a slow smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps this is the life of an ordinary person, plain and stable, unlike that of a professional, but it is also a different kind of life. His senses spread outwards, scanning his surroundings. This is an old town area with a very poor environment. The surrounding lights were dim, garbage was everywhere, and an unpleasant smell filled the air. After estimating the location, Chu Fan nodded to himself. It was 10 kilometers away from Yangqing Martial Arts School, which wasn't too far. He was just about to leave. Haha. A deep roar came from the alley next door. Driven by instinct, Chu Fan's senses quickly spread over the area. Chapter 107 Mutant Fiend Dog. In Chu Fan's perception, a small dog with blood-red fur was lying in front of a pile of garbage in the alley, seemingly gnawing on something. The puppy's body was smooth and hairless, with bulging muscles and prominent red and yellow fascia. It didn't look like a normal dog at all. The zombie dogs in those zombie movies. A strange beast. This thought immediately crossed Chu Fan's mind, and his brows furrowed deeply. A strange beast has appeared in Yangqing City? Keep in mind, this is the city center. All cities were under heavy security. With a temple guarding the city and a defense system against invading alien beasts, the city is arguably the safest place in the world. The larger the city, the more comprehensive its defense system, and the more skilled individuals it has, the safer it is. Beijing and Shanghai are also known as 2 cities that alien beasts can never conquer. Although Yangqing is small, it is still guarded by a temple of priests and has a complete external defense system. How could there be strange beasts in the city? Chu Fan held his breath, his senses following the puppy to what it was chewing. His expression immediately changed. The dog is gnawing on a person. To be precise, it was a woman. At this moment, the woman beneath the puppy was a bloody mess, with not a single part of her body intact. Chu Fan was furious. He's not a saint. He doesn't want to be at the forefront of everything. But when he encountered a strange beast devouring a human, he couldn't simply ignore it. As soon as Chu Fan took a step, the little dog became alert, stopped gnawing, and quickly disappeared from the spot. So alert. Chu Fan moved swiftly and appeared in front of the woman's corpse in the alley the next moment. His senses directly extended to a radius of 30 meters, and his expression immediately changed drastically. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Within his perception range, there were a total of 6 small dogs, all blood red. They either lie prone in dark stairwells, squat in distant garbage heaps, or hide in nearby sewers. The little dog that had been gnawing on the corpse had now hidden itself in a nearby pile of garbage, lying motionless as if waiting for Chu Fan to leave. There are 6 of them within a 30-meter radius, so this old town area. Chu Fan took a deep breath. He quickly recalled the characteristics of this strange beast. Resembling a dog, entirely blood red, with bulging muscles all over its body. This is a demonic hound from the evil forest. Have the strange beasts from the demon forest escaped? How does the priesthood operate? Damn it. He cursed the temple for its dereliction of duty in his heart, then left the alley and leaped onto the roof of a bungalow. The surrounding lights were dim and silent, and a cold wind howled past. Chu Fan squatted on the platform like a statue, his senses spreading out. This time, he extended his senses into the bungalow. The room was small, littered with empty bottles, and a drunk man lay on the sofa. At this moment, the drunkard was somewhat unconscious, cursing incessantly. Look down on me. I may be broke, but you're just a prostitute, aren't you? And you're acting all high and mighty. Hiccup, fuck your mother. Chu Fan ignored the drunkard and focused his attention, continuing to scan the room with his senses. Suddenly, Chu Fan's expression changed. In his perception, a vicious dog was crouching and crawling inside the ventilation duct. Soon, it reached the top of the room and tore open the duct. Then, the vicious dog landed directly on the ground and slowly approached the drunk man. The young demon hound is at a level comparable to a level 9 professional, Chu Fan thought to himself. He held his breath and didn't make a sound. This vicious dog was too alert. Even the slightest movement from him would make it wary. Haha. The ferocious dog's eyes gleamed with malice, and it breathed hot air as it gradually approached the drunkard. The drunkard continued to curse and swear, completely unaware that he was in danger. At this moment, the vicious dog climbed directly onto the drunk man. The drunkard's face changed, and he sobered up a lot. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a scarlet tongue came out from the mouth of the vicious dog and burrowed into his mouth. Wah! The drunkard struggled incessantly, but he was just an ordinary person and was powerless against the strange beast. Chu Fan, who was lying on the roof of the bungalow, was shocked by what he saw, but he did not rush to make a move. In his memory, the demon dog was a social beast, belonging to the lower-level beasts, but the strength of individuals varied greatly. The newborn demon hound is as strong as a level 5 professional. The young ferocious dog is equivalent in level to a level 5 to 10 professional. Adult killing dogs can reach the strength of a level 20 professional. According to the book, all the ferocious dogs attack in only one way. They pounce and bite like mad dogs. Although they are not strong on their own, the ferocious hounds live in packs, and if a level 30 professional is not careful, they will perish in the mouths of a pack of ferocious hounds. This vicious dog actually stuck out its long tongue and tried to burrow into the drunkard's mouth. This method of attack was beyond Chu Fan's comprehension. He wanted to see what this vicious dog was up to. The drunk man struggled for a full 2 minutes before finally losing his strength and collapsing to the ground unconscious. The dog slowly pulled its tongue back out, stood still, drool dripping from its mouth, as if anticipating something. Suddenly, the drunkard's body began to change. His belly was visibly bulging, and even through his clothes, you could see bulges constantly forming, as if something was about to burst out of his body. Ah! The drunkard screamed in agony, clutching his stomach. It hurts so much. What is this? What's in my stomach? Ah! At that moment, the thing inside the drunkard's body suddenly pushed hard. Uft! The drunkard's stomach ruptured, and blood splattered all over the ground. A smaller dog than the one next to it crawled out of the drunkard's stomach, its body covered in blood. A newborn demon hound. A level 7 newborn demon hound. Chu Fan suppressed his shock. What he saw before him, whether it was the attack method of the demon hound or the level of the newborn demon hound, was inconsistent with what was described in the book. And aren't the demon dogs born from live animals? This method of growth from within a human body was completely unheard of for Chu Fan, who thought to himself, parasitism. The newborn ferocious dog poked its head out, looked around, and then, upon seeing the ferocious dog in front of it, barked excitedly twice. At this moment, the drunkard had stopped breathing. 2 vicious dogs, one large and one small, immediately squatted down next to the drunkard and began to bite off pieces of his flesh. At that moment, Chu Fan moved. He stomped his foot and crashed through the roof of the flat-roofed house, landing inside the room. Haha. The two vicious dogs that were gnawing on the drunkard stopped what they were doing and glared fiercely at the human who had suddenly barged in. Chapter 108: The Four Great Powers of Yangqing. Chu Fan didn't speak. He directly took out the star sword and slashed out with it. These two ferocious dogs weren't very strong, so Chu Fan planned to finish the fight quickly. The whistling sword energy swiftly slashed towards the two ferocious dogs. The adult ferocious dog bared its teeth and glared fiercely. It seemed to have no fear in the face of the sword energy and charged at Chu Fan recklessly, crashing headfirst into the sword energy and breaking its body in two. The newborn ferocious hound howled fiercely twice and was about to escape when Chu Fan flashed forward, grabbed its neck, and lifted it up in his hand. Haha. The ferocious hound was strangled, but its ferocity remained undiminished. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a scarlet tongue shot out, wrapping around Chu Fan's mouth as it tried to force its way in. Humph. Chu Fan snorted coldly, grabbed the long tongue, and ripped it off. The long tongue, along with the blood-red thread-like substance, was torn out, and the newborn ferocious hound died instantly, thrown to the ground by Chu Fan. Chu Fan quickly absorbed the spiritual crystal, coldly staring at the corpses of the two ferocious hounds, his senses spreading outwards. The next moment, he moved swiftly, smashed through the door, and appeared in front of a pile of garbage outside. The vicious dog that had previously devoured the female corpse was hidden inside. He swung his sword and slashed down. The sword energy erupted suddenly, blasting the garbage heap into dust. Chirp! A shrill scream rang out, echoing throughout the area. Chu Fan quickly activated his third eye, scanning his surroundings. The outlines of countless red puppies appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Chu Fan was utterly horrified. There are at least 200 vicious dogs within a 1-kilometer radius of this area. They were originally hiding everywhere, like demons waiting to strike, wanting to infect all the humans in this area. Then new ferocious dogs will be born. At that moment, upon hearing that shrill scream, the ferocious dogs trembled and fled in all directions. They knew Chu Fan was stronger than them, and at this moment, all they wanted was to save their own lives. Their mission was to infect humans and breed more ferocious hounds. Hiss! Watching the ferocious dogs flee in all directions, Chu Fan gasped, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He didn't know if there were any other monstrous dogs in other parts of Yangqing. But if the 200-plus dogs in this area are allowed to become infected, the number of killing dogs will spread exponentially, just like a virus. At that time, perhaps the entire Yangqing will become a paradise for killing dogs. What will happen then? Yangqing has powerful figures, and the most recognized strongest is Ho Chang, the Minister of Education. But he's only level 36. For Ho Chang, one vicious dog is weak. He can easily kill 10 or 100 of them. But what if it's tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands? He had no doubt that if these vicious dogs were allowed to continue infecting the area, their numbers would eventually reach a terrifying level. Even if Ho Chang and the powerful figures from the Divine Hall were to intervene, they would only meet their demise. Phew. Thinking of this scene, Chu Fan took a deep breath, his gaze extremely solemn. I must tell the teacher and the dean immediately. Chu Fan quickly took out his phone and dialed Tang Xiao's number, but no one answered. He then dialed the dean's number, but no one answered. What's going on? Chu Fan asked anxiously. Why aren't they answering their phones? This matter is beyond his control. This must be handled by those above, and it must be done as soon as possible, otherwise. Who should I contact? Chu Fan's thoughts raced, and soon he made another call. Hello, is this 110? A body has been found in the alley at number 23XX Road, and there is also a body in the bungalow next door. Come to Yangqing Martial Arts School to find me if you need it. My name is Chu Fan. There should still be many bodies in that area. There are a lot of murderers. You'd better seal off that area and make sure the murderers don't get out. You'll see when you come over, but be quick. After hanging up the phone, Chu Fan looked up at the sky. The moonlight was shrouded in clouds, emitting a faint glow. Hopefully they can hurry. This world also has departments that handle criminal cases. Like the Ministry of Education, it is under official government control. Chu Fan knew that the people in these departments were all professionals. We are currently unable to contact the teacher or the dean, so we can only hand this matter over to the special official department. His third eye swept out, looking into the distance. With a swift movement, he appeared in front of a ferocious hound and slashed out with his sword. He didn't stop. Soon, one ferocious dog after another died by his sword. 21. Chu Fan killed 21 demonic hounds, stood still, and narrowed his single crimson eye slightly. Just how many demonic hounds are hidden in this city? Evil forest. It was all blood red inside. The forest was red, the ground was red, and even the river flowing through the forest was blood red. Ho Chang and his 3 companions walked slowly through the evil fiend forest, their brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Such powerful, malevolent energy. Ho Chang said in a deep voice. This malevolent energy has actually materialized. As Lu Jun walked, he said, "That's right, this is a characteristic of other realms. All other realms will undergo some kind of change under the influence of the interdimensional rift. The evil energy here is getting heavier and heavier. There is nothing we can do about it. We can only strengthen the seal to prevent the alien beasts inside from escaping." Has it been strengthened? Ho Chang glared at Lu Jun. Lu Jun coughed twice, but didn't say anything. All right, there's no need to argue now. Haven't you noticed that we've been going in circles? Li Mu, who hadn't spoken until now, said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the group of people froze, looking around. Would Dean know, right? Tang Xiaohu asked doubtfully, glancing around the room. Although the environment here was similar, covered with red forests, he kept a close eye on his surroundings and discerned some subtle differences by observing the distribution of the forests and the location of the rivers. Therefore, he had no idea that he was spinning in circles. Li Mu said, "We've been under an illusion." Illusion? Deanly, are you sure? Lu Jun and Ho Chang looked at Li Mu. Li Mu gently raised his right hand, and a corpse crawled out of the ground. Apart from Tang Xiaohu, Ho Chang and Lu Jun both looked horrified. Old Li, you could be? Ho Chang asked in shock. Li Mu nodded and said, "I placed a corpse here 10 minutes ago, but now we've reappeared at the location of that corpse. So, who can break the illusion?" He looked at the group of people. "I'll do it." Tang Xiaohu's smile faded, and his gaze became unusually serious. He inhaled, his stomach slowly bulged, and his whole body swelled into a huge sphere. Hidden class, devourer. Lu Jun's eyes narrowed. He had a lot of contact with Ho Chang. After all, the Temple of the Holy See and the Ministry of Education often cooperated. As for Tang Xiaohu and Li Mu, he had little contact with them and only knew their identities. One is the vice principal of Yanqing No. 1 Middle School, and the other is the director of an orphanage. Lu Jun was still puzzled when Ho Chang invited the two of them. At that moment, he finally understood. No wonder Ho Chang asked the two of them to come along. One is known as the Devourer, who can devour everything, and the other is the Undead Summoner, who can summon undead corpses. Even the hunched old man is no weaker than Ho Chang and has awakened into a necromancer. Lu Jun felt a pang of guilt once again. Even the strongest people in Lianyang City don't recognize them all. Negligent in my duties as the branch temple master of the Divine Office. Chapter 109, each using their own methods. Tang Xiaohu's body expanded rapidly, quickly becoming a sphere with a diameter of 2 meters. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The surrounding air suddenly rushed into his mouth. At the same time, as he inhaled, the surrounding scenery continued to change. It's as if an invisible film is covering up the scene inside. With a single inhale, Tang Xiaohu slowly drew the thin membrane into his stomach. The devourer is said to be able to devour everything, so naturally it can also devour illusions. Burp, Tang Xiaohu burped and laughed. This illusion is quite bloating. The person who released it must have some strength. He had intended to crack a joke to lighten the mood, but found that the other 3 ignored him. Hey, say something, I can't see. Tang Xiaohu's eyes were already small, and as he looked around, his vision was blocked by his own round body. Recover your strength and prepare to make your move, Ho Chang said coldly. Tang Xiaohu's body immediately deflated, like a punctured balloon, and instantly returned to its original shape. He looked at the scene before him and felt a slight tremor in his heart. At this moment, the 4 of them were surrounded by thousands of ferocious dogs, all of which were blood red and had bloodthirsty glints in their eyes. Holy crap, so many! Tang Xiaohu exclaimed. They're all adult ferocious hounds, and some are even over level 20. Have they really evolved? It's important to know that adult killing dogs are between level 10 and 20, but will not exceed level 20, which is like a racial restriction. Some mythical beasts are born weak and have a maximum strength limit. For example, the flame python in the lava land will never exceed level 13, no matter how much it mutates. The fact that some of these ferocious hounds, which surged like a tide, were above level 20 can only be explained by one thing. They had broken through racial limitations, which is what Lu Jun had mentioned before. They possessed the ability to evolve. Tang Xiaohu took a deep breath, and his body visibly expanded again, but after expanding by half, he returned to normal. You guys should handle it. I'm worried that too many will overwhelm me, Tang Xiaohu said. Ho Chang snorted coldly. His long, slender fingers began to tremble rapidly, his nails sharp as knives. Invisible threads appeared from his fingers, extended, and then intertwined to form a huge net. The next moment, he controlled the net made of silk threads to quickly spread forward. Ha ha ha. The densely packed demonic hounds also moved, swarming out like red locusts and rushing towards the four of them. The ferocious dog in front crashed into the net controlled by Ho Chang, its body instantly shattering into pieces. In an instant, blood gushed into the sky, and countless ferocious dogs were decapitated. Ho Chang didn't stop either. He strolled forward leisurely, his fingers moving like a doctor performing surgery on an operating table. The physician awakens the DPS class, surgeon. However, many of these vicious dogs died, but their numbers did not decrease. In fact, they seemed to be increasing. If someone were to look down from a high place, they would see a tidal wave of ferocious dogs surging towards them from afar, joining the army of ferocious dogs and charging madly towards Ho Chang. The evil hounds from other places have been attracted here. Quick, everyone, get to it. If we delay any longer, and all the evil hounds in the entire evil forest come here, we'll all be stuck here forever. Lu Jun shouted urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and a blue energy shield appeared around him, emitting a zzz sound. Lightning. His body was enveloped in lightning at that moment. At the same time, Lu Jun's hair also stood up straight. Lu Jun's figure flashed, his body transformed into lightning, and he dashed out, charging directly into the pack of ferocious dogs. A large number of ferocious dogs were struck by the violent lightning and fell instantly. He a boxer? Choosing the path of lightning after awakening. That's quite rare. Li Mu laughed as he watched this scene. Lightning attribute is violent and requires extraordinary perseverance to hone. The fact that he chose this path shows his extraordinary character. No wonder he became a branch master of the Temple of Gods at such a young age. Li Mu watched Lu Jun's figure with an expression of admiration. He stomped his cane on the ground. Ong ong ong, the ground in this area cracked open, and the fissures spread outwards like a spider web. Then, a large number of corpses crawled out of the cracks in the ground and rushed towards the surrounding ferocious dogs. Seeing that the others were making their moves, Tang Xiaohu gave a wry smile. His body swelled up again, and then he took a deep breath towards an area with fewer ferocious dogs. Instantly, the ferocious dogs in that area, along with the air, were sucked into his stomach. Of the ferocious hounds that kept rushing towards them were killed. Gradually, the number of killing dogs visibly decreased. With the last ferocious hound killed, the four reunited, all panting heavily. These things are really hard to deal with. They're not very strong, but there are just too many of them. Ho Chang said with a gloomy face, two of his sharp, dagger-like fingernails broken off. Even he was injured when facing so many ferocious dogs. The blue energy shield around Lu Jun also disappeared. As a melee fighter who charged into the pack of ferocious hounds, he was the most seriously injured, so much so that he had to use lightning to stimulate his own potential and temporarily increase his strength. At this moment, Lu Jun's clothes were shredded by the lightning, and his body was covered with black scorch marks. He opened his mouth slightly and spewed out a plume of black smoke. As for Tang Xiaohu, his belly had grown even larger, and his entire body had increased in diameter from 2 meters to 4 meters. Hiccup puff, hiccup puff. He hiccuped and farted at the same time, and the other three looked at him strangely. Tang Xiaohu laughed awkwardly. Sorry, I have a bit of indigestion, hiccup puffed. Li Mu, on the other hand, was the most relaxed. With a constant stream of corpses to help him fight, he only needed to stand still and watch. At most, he consumed some mental energy, which made his face turn slightly pale. Li Mu looked into the distance. The other party has set up an illusion in this area, and there are many evil hounds in this area. There must be something important here. Ho Chang's 2 broken fingernails visibly grew back, and he pointed in a direction, say. The large number of ferocious dogs just now came from that direction. Let's go take a look. The group nodded and walked away into the distance. After a short while, the 4 of them stopped. A 10-meter-tall, blood-red object appeared before the 4 people. The object resembled a giant egg, its exterior wrapped in red, flesh-like filaments. Bang, bang, bang. The giant blood egg, like a human heart, slowly contracts and beats, emitting a dull sound. This is... Ho Chang's pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 110, Number 9, Blood Cocoon, Demon Embryo. Looking at the strange object in front of him, Lu Jun took a deep breath. Minister Ho, Dean Li, Principal Tang, I'm sorry, We didn't find this thing in the evil demon forest before. Ho Chang ignored him, staring at the giant egg in front of him with horror. What kind of egg is this? Is the demon king being hatched inside? These demon hounds possess the ability to evolve. If this giant egg truly contains an evolved demon hound king, what level would it reach? At this moment, even Ho Chang was shocked. The giant egg in front of us is too strange. It is 10 meters tall. According to the growth pattern of living organisms, the strange beast that hatches from this egg will also reach this height. It should be noted that even an adult ferocious dog is only 2 meters long and 1 meter tall. It grows to a height of 10 meters right after hatching. What kind of terrifying creature is this? Lu Jun and Tang Xiaohu also realized this, and they both took a deep breath, their eyes filled with fear. Li Mu stood aside without saying a word. Dean Li, you have a lot of experience. What do you think is being hatched in here? Is it the demon dog king? Tang Xiaohu asked Li Mu. Lu Jun and Ho Chang also turned their gazes toward Li Mu. Through this trip together, they all realized that the dean's identity and strength were extraordinary, and his knowledge was far broader than theirs. Li Mu stood still, his gaze fixed on the giant egg before him, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Suddenly, Li Mu seemed to realize something, and his face showed horror as he said, This is dark matter. Dark matter, which was discovered more than 50 years ago in the 9th Alien by Wanting Company, the largest company in the country. How could it appear here? Dark matter? Upon hearing this, the other three people's expressions changed drastically. The appearance of the other world, humanity continued to explore it and discovered that there were certain items with strange abilities in the other world. Based on the effects of these items, the World Federation of Professionals refers to substances that have a positive effect on humanity as visible matter and substances that have a negative effect as dark matter. They also assign numbers to each substance based on its effect or harm. The greater the effect, the lower the number in the Ming matter. For example, the Ming matter, with the number 5 currently controlled by the Chinese government, is an iron chain called Evil Lock. Although it is rusty, it can lock up divine beast-level alien beasts and seal their power. Similarly, the greater the harm, the smaller the number it is in dark matter. Dark matter? Dean Li, you know about it? What is its designation? Ho Chang asked in a trembling voice. Li Mu let out a heavy sigh. Number 9, dark matter, blood cocoon, demon embryo. No one cared about the name. They were all astonished by the number Li Mu mentioned. Number 9. They all looked at the giant egg before them, their breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Dean Li, are you sure this is dark matter number 9? Lu Jun asked gravely. Li Mu slowly said, It's normal that you don't know about the blood cocoon demon embryo. After all, this thing was obtained by Wanting Company and kept in their custody. Later, something happened to Wanting Company, and the entire company disappeared overnight, and the blood cocoon demon embryo also disappeared without a trace. Later, the World Professionals Federation canceled its dark matter designation, and designation 9 was replaced by other dark matter designations. Dean, what exactly is the use of this blood cocoon demon embryo? Tang Xiaohu took a deep breath. He had only heard of dark matter before. This was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes, and he even saw dark matter number 9. This shook him to his core. Li Mu shook his head and said, I'm not very clear either. After all, this blood cocoon demon embryo has always been in the hands of Wanting Company. Any force that obtains visible matter or dark matter must disclose its effects to the World Professionals Federation, which will then assign it a number. After Wanting Company obtained the blood cocoon demon embryo, they conducted an experiment. They placed a professional inside it, and after only one day, the professional lost his mind, but his strength increased by leaps and bounds, and his whole body was radiating demonic energy. This is also information that Wanting Company reported to the World Federation of Professionals. However, the very next day, Wanting Company vanished from this world. Hearing this, Ho Chang and the other two were utterly shocked. How could Wanting Company, the largest company in China, have disappeared overnight? They weren't even born more than 50 years ago, and had no idea that such a thing had happened. Li Mu looked up at the enormous blood cocoon demonic fetus and said in a deep voice, Some say that Wanting Company was destroyed by the professional who was sent into the blood cocoon demon embryo. Others have raised doubts, since Wanting Company disappeared overnight, which is inexplicable. So, later, a guess emerged. The blood cocoon demon embryo is a self-contained space, and the entire Wanting Company was taken into the blood cocoon demon embryo, and its whereabouts are unknown. Li Mu's expression was extremely solemn. I never expected that the dark matter that caused such a stir in China more than 50 years ago would reappear and appear in Yangshan. He slowly raised his left hand, revealing his dark, withered arm. The hand of the dead, bestowed upon us. Upon seeing the arm, both Lu Jun and Ho Chang were deeply moved. However, the matter of the blood cocoon demon embryo was more important at this moment. They were only surprised for a moment before turning their attention back to the giant egg. Corrupt. As Li Mu's deep voice rang out, a black mist that seemed capable of decaying everything appeared and spread directly toward the blood cocoon demon embryo. Li Mu's face grew increasingly pale, and black mist continuously emanated from his left hand. Finally, the blood cocoon demon embryo was completely enveloped by black mist. Cough, cough. Li Mu bent over and coughed, his face turning even paler. Dean, are you all right? Tang Xiaohu helped Li Mu up and handed him a pill. Li Mu quickly swallowed the pill, then sat on the ground, staring intently at the blood cocoon demon embryo in front of him. Hopefully, this will work. The other three also held their breath and looked at the giant egg in front of them. The blood cocoon demon embryo was covered by black mist with the ability to corrupt, and it seemed to be affected, ceasing to beat. Upon seeing this, all four of them were delighted. However, the next moment, bang! The blood cocoon demon embryo suddenly contracted and swelled violently, dispersing some of the surrounding black mist. Bang, bang, bang. The blood cocoon demon embryo pulsed faster and faster, and the black mist gradually disappeared. Blood cocoon demon embryo was intact, showing no signs of corruption. Seeing this, Li Mu smiled wryly and said, "Is that not allowed?" Those present were all exceptionally virtuous individuals, and seeing that Li Mu was unable to deal with the blood cocoon demon embryo, they did not make a move. Ho Chang said with a serious expression, "Everyone, I hereby declare a state of emergency in Yanqing. Everyone must take action. The appearance of dark matter number 9 in Yanqing is not something that a few of us in our early 30s can handle." Ho Chang looked at Lu Jun. "Report to our superiors and have them send stronger people to provide support. I will also report this matter to the authorities. As for the safety of ordinary people in Yanqing and the students who are about to take the college entrance examination." Suddenly, spatial fluctuations appeared in front of the blood cocoon demon embryo. Hera, a spatial rift was torn open. Immediately afterwards, a handsome man with huge bat wings slowly walked out from inside. He gently flapped his giant wings, stood in midair, and looked down at the four people below. Upon seeing this person, Ho Chang and the other three all changed their expressions. A profession with spatial abilities? No, not a professional. This is, Tang Xiaohu took a deep breath. Hee, you all found this place a little earlier than I expected, the young man chuckled. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Ho Chang shouted angrily. The young man's lips curled into a slight smile as he stretched his arms out to the sky. The Illuminati, born for the light, will lead humanity into a new era. Then, he stopped what he was doing, looked down at the four of them, and slowly said, "I am one of the four protectors of the Illuminati Shadow." Chapter 111 Breaking the Void. One of the four protectors of the Illuminati Shadow. Looking at the man before them, who was neither human nor beast, Ho Chang and his companions felt a surge of murderous intent. This is no longer within the realm of humanity, yet it still retains human characteristics. Li Mu looked at the young man high in the sky and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, the wings behind you are those of a 9th-tier beast, the Void Knight Bat, right? The Void Knight Bat has the ability to travel through space, and you just appeared in front of us using the same method of tearing space. So, you have fused with the Void Knight Bat and acquired some of its abilities? Or rather, have all of you members of the Illuminati fused with these beasts?" Li Mu's cloudy eyes revealed a profound depth. A 9th-tier beast is stronger than a level 45 professional, but your current strength is below level 40, so there must be side effects to fusing with a beast, right? Or is your fusion incomplete? As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, the young man's face turned cold, and he looked at Li Mu. Ho Chang, Lu Jun, and Tang Xiaohu all had murderous intent in their eyes. They were insightful, and as soon as Li Mu said this, they knew that he was right. In pursuit of power, these scumbags actually fused with the alien beast. This is utterly outrageous. The young man looked at Li Mu and said coldly, "Old man, you do have some knowledge. That's right. I am indeed a great being who has fused with the Void Knight Bat. The abilities of alien beasts are extremely powerful, and for humans to become stronger, fusing with alien beasts is a shortcut." Wishful thinking. Li Mu sneered. He extended his left hand again, and as soon as the hand of the dead appeared, black mist instantly enveloped the young man. "Haha!" The young man laughed. The moment the black mist approached his body, he flapped his giant wings, which flashed with black light, and the young man disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared 50 meters above his previous position in the air. How about that? This is also the Void Knight Bat's ability, teleportation. With these wings, I can not only tear through space, but also teleport within a small area. The young man laughed maniacally. Haha, why don't you join our Illuminati and become a great new human like me? You're courting death. Lightning crackled around Lu Jun, his legs bent like springs, and he shot towards the young man in the air like an arrow. The speed was incredibly fast. His charge left the young man suspended in midair for a moment. The boxer's A-rank skill locked. Lu Jun locked onto the young man, and his lightning-covered body instantly appeared in front of him, unleashing a punch. A gigantic, fist-shaped phantom appeared in the air, enveloped in lightning. A massive fist-shaped shadow slammed down towards the young man. At this moment, the young man had recovered from the locked state, but he did not move. A golden box appeared in his hand. The young man opened the box and slowly grinned, saying, Ming Matter 21, Broken Void. In an instant, an invisible ripple emanated from the box in the young man's hand and then spread into the distance. The sky above Yanqing seemed to be covered by a transparent light shield. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the huge fist shadow crashed directly into the young man. However, the space in front of the young man seemed to tremble, and the force of his punch vanished without a trace. The young man was completely unharmed. What? Lu Jun's expression changed. Haha. The young man flapped his wings and laughed loudly. Lu Jun landed enveloped in lightning, and with another powerful stomp of his legs, he created a huge crater in the ground. He continued his relentless attack on the youth. Lu Jun repeatedly used his lock-on skill to slow down the young man's spatial teleportation. Under the influence of lightning, Lu Jun's speed was astonishing, and he could always reach the youth within the locked confinement time range. However, the young man did not try to avoid it. What's going on? Lu Jun felt that every punch he threw was absorbed by the space in front of the young man. It was as if all his punches landed on cotton. Seeing this, Lu Jun fell from the sky and looked at Li Mu. Dean, what's going on? I can't hit him. Li Mu looked at the young man high in the sky and slowly said, The bright material, severing the void. I never expected that not only is the blood cocoon demon embryo in the hands of your Illuminati, but you also have severing the void. Ho Chang quickly looked at Li Mu and whispered, Is it the Ming material number 21, the space breaking, that can sever a space from reality? Li Mu nodded and looked at the young man in the sky. He is the owner and initiator of severing the void, which means that he exists between illusion and reality, so Lu Jun's attack naturally cannot hit him. The young man slowly descended, hovering 30 meters in the air, and laughed arrogantly. Old man, you're right. With a clear substance like void severance, what can you do to me? Lu Jun and the other three men frowned more and more deeply. Indeed, with broken void around, they have absolutely no way to deal with this young man. Yes, that's the helpless expression I'm looking for. I have important matters to attend to, everyone, so I won't keep you company any longer. See you next time. The young man's lips slowly curled into a smile. Of course, I hope you'll be alive for our next meeting. Black light flashed from the youth's wings, and a gap appeared in the space behind him. He quickly entered the gap and disappeared. The next moment, the space returned to normal. Looking at that space and the blood cocoon demon fetus in front of them, Ho Chang and the other three did not look away for a long time. This person possesses the severing void technique, so no one can hit him. Isn't he invincible? Lu Jun said angrily. Unless a powerful being with spatial abilities intervenes, he is indeed invincible under the influence of severing space. Li Mu sighed. That's not what I'm worried about right now. What I'm worried about is... Li Mu looked at the invisible light shield on the horizon. The range of severing the void is 50 kilometers in a horizontal radius. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire Yanqing is currently under the influence of severing the void. These words were spoken. Ho Chang and the other two took a deep breath. Dean, what does that mean? Tang Xiaohu asked anxiously. Under the influence of severing the void, Yanqing is as if it has been erased from this world. People outside cannot enter, and people inside cannot leave. We are like people trapped in a cage, isolated from the world. Li Mu sighed deeply. This crisis, we can only rely on ourselves. Chapter 112 Independent Training Room. On the other side, Yanqing, the old city area. A group of people dressed in black uniforms appeared here. The leader was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the corpse of the demon hound on the ground and said coldly, This is a demon hound from the evil fiend forest. Damn it, what are the people of the Temple of the Divine Office doing? They actually let a strange beast from another realm escape. Behind him stood about a dozen people, all with solemn expressions. Of killing dogs was large, and their reproductive capacity was extremely high. At this moment, they all realized the seriousness of the situation. Captain Wang, what do we do now? Someone asked. Wang Ming glanced around and said, ordinary people have no chance against the evil dogs. We must find and kill all the evil dogs in the city as soon as possible to prevent more and more of them from being born. But Captain, the killer dog is good at hiding and is small in size. That's not good. Wang Ming glared at the person who spoke. Remember, we are here to solve problems, not to raise them. The man nodded emphatically. The situation is urgent. Everyone is to be divided into 5 teams and head to the 5 districts in the east, west, south, north, and central areas to search for the demonic hound. Soon, the group of about 10 people split into 5 teams of 3 and set off in different directions. Wang Ming stood there, muttering, Chu Fan, is that Chu Fan, the #1 player in Yangqing this year? Kid, you've done a great service this time. After saying that, he moved swiftly and left the spot. Chu Fan did not go to search for the whereabouts of the demon dog alone. He knew that this was a problem that he, as a student, could not solve alone. This involves alien lands and alien beasts, specifically alien beasts that can continuously produce new offspring through infection. Only the involvement of the priesthood and the government can completely resolve this issue. Chu Fan arrived at Yangqing Martial Arts School. This place is open 24 hours a day. Welcome, martial artist. As soon as you enter Yangqing Martial Arts School, a mechanical voice broadcasts an announcement. Instantly, everyone in the hall turned to look at him. Supervisor Du Yin walked over and bowed, saying, Welcome, Master Wu. Chu Fan frowned. From now on, when I come to Yangqing Martial Arts School, don't do this. Seeing the dissatisfaction on Chu Fan's face, Du Yin quickly nodded. Yes, I'll take you to your private advanced cultivation room. Soon, the two left amidst the envious gazes of everyone. The advanced training room is also on the 1st floor, but it is far away from the public training room and forms its own area. Master martial artist, you can ask the artificial intelligence for anything you need, or you can come to me, Du Yin said respectfully. Chu Fan asked, Can I see the master? Currently unable to find his teachers and dean, and unfamiliar with the Temple of the Gods, Chu Fan wanted to find the master of the temple and tell him that the fiend hounds might have spread throughout Yang City. With more effort, this matter can be resolved quickly. Besides, I'm a member of the Martial Arts Alliance now, so there's no problem telling the master. The position of the head of Yangcheng is vacant. Currently, it is being managed by the head of the Jiangnan province headquarters. He is in Jiangnan City. Are you looking for him? Du Yan's eyes were slightly strange. Vacancy? Never mind then. Chu Fan shook his head. School about this, but since there is no owner here, there is no need. Du Yan continued with a few more points of caution, then slowly withdrew. Chu Fan entered his private training room. He did not open his third eye. After all, he was not sure whether the Martial Alliance had installed surveillance in his private training room. As he walked, he sensed things, and what he sensed moved Chu Fan deeply. This training room is nearly 1,000 square meters, which is equivalent to the size of 5 ordinary training rooms. The internal configuration is also more complete. Strength training area, speed training area, reaction training area, endurance training area. In addition, there is an intelligence enhancement area where you can play various intellectual games and simulate playing chess with the world's strongest chess players. Inside the room stood a 2-meter-tall virtual reality simulator. Chu Fan stepped forward, his heart pounding with excitement. It is said that by sitting in this device, one can perfectly simulate any person or beast one has ever fought. Chu Fan sighed. It is said that the Martial Alliance is not only powerful, but also at the forefront of technology, and this is indeed true. This virtual simulation cabin is a facility unique to the Martial Alliance. Chu Fan first lay down on a row of genuine leather sofas. Instantly, the massage device started, as if a pair of delicate hands were giving him a full-body spa treatment. It feels so good. Chu Fan felt that his physical fatigue had been greatly relieved. The surrounding walls are covered with LCD screens. Hello, Master. I am your personal consultant. It's our first meeting. You can name me, the AI said. It was a soft, sweet female voice. Aren't you called Xiaoming? Chu Fan asked with a smile. Xiaoming belongs to everyone, but I belong only to you, the girl said. Chu Fan nodded. Then you can call yourself Xiaohe. Yes, Master, Xiaohe really likes this name. Is there anything I can do to help you? Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, Tell me about the functions of this advanced training room. At that moment, a 2-dimensional girl wearing a Lolita-style short skirt appeared on the LCD screen. Upon closer inspection, The girl actually bears a striking resemblance to Jiangchua, like a cartoon mini version of Jiangchua. Hi, hello, master. I'm Xiaohe. The girl on the LCD screen waved and smiled. Hello. All the functions of a regular training room are here. Xiaohe, tell me about the differences. Here, you can accept Martial Alliance missions and earn contribution points. Xiaohe can also help analyze the owner's current strengths and weaknesses, helping you focus on improving your weaknesses and avoid detours. In addition, the training area here has a higher limit than that of ordinary training rooms. For example, the gravity device in an ordinary training room can only be increased to 6 times, while here it is 9 times. Various medications for restoring physical and mental strength are also provided according to higher standards. Xiaohe said a lot. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this advanced training room. Compared to ordinary training rooms, it not only had more complete and advanced facilities, but he could also accept missions from the Martial Alliance here. Of course, what he cared about most was the virtual simulator. This kind of thing isn't available in ordinary training rooms. Analyze my strengths and weaknesses. Chu Fan tried. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fan felt a red light sweep across his body. Scanning, please wait. Based on the test, your physical fitness far exceeds the average physical fitness of professionals of the same age. The average physical fitness of professionals of the same age is A, while your rating is SS. SS. Chu Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Strength, exceptional. Intelligence, exceptional. Agility, exceptional. Endurance, exceptional. Mental strength. Xiaohe suddenly stopped. What's wrong with your mental strength? Chu Fan asked. Chapter 113 Simulating Opponents. On the screen, Xiaohe took a deep breath and widened her eyes, saying, Master, your mental strength has reached 33 points. Among all members who have joined the Martial Alliance in history, among professionals of the same age who possess mental strength, your ranking is 10th. 10th in history? Chu Fan was somewhat surprised and asked, Who is the first person? Xiaohe seemed to be searching, and then said, First, let me see, it's Wang Xiao. He was only 18 years old when he joined the Martial Alliance, and his spiritual power was as high as 68 points. Detailed introduction? That's strange. There's no detailed introduction about Wang Xiao. I'm sorry, forgot to fix it? Chu Fan ignored Xiaohe's last sentence, as he was already surprised by Wang Xiao's name. Isn't this the strongest Ashura in history? At 18 years old, his mental strength reached 68 points, more than double that of him. What kind of freak is this? It's worth noting that he only managed to raise his spiritual power to 33 thanks to various fortuitous encounters, earning some money, and receiving personal instruction from a senior member of the Ashura clan. And that Wang Xiao, despite being the same age, was twice as tall as him. Chu Fan's expression changed. Wang Xiao simply rely on throwing money at him to get things done? Chu Fan shook his head. It was probably impossible. As mental strength increases, it becomes increasingly difficult to improve it further. High-grade mental medicines are extremely expensive, and reaching 68 points of mental strength would require an unimaginably terrifying amount of money. Wang Xiao to reach 68 points of mental strength at the age of 18, unless his family is incredibly wealthy. Or perhaps, there's some special method or physical enhancement technique that Wang Xiao uses to improve his mental strength? Chu Fan nodded secretly, increasingly convinced that his guess was correct. I'll ask that Ashura Senior again when he appears next time. Chu Fan thought to himself. And what about my weaknesses? Xiaohe smiled sweetly and said, Your weakness is a lack of combat experience. You have not participated in any ranked matches on the Martial Alliance's virtual battle platform so far. Chu Fan felt somewhat helpless. Just because I haven't participated in the ranking matches on the virtual battle platform doesn't mean my actual combat ability is negated, right? After all, I did defeat Yasuo, who was second on this year's class change leaderboard, didn't I? Master, Xiaohe is only comparing you with the other members of the Martial Alliance. As for those members who haven't joined the Martial Alliance, they are not qualified to be compared with you, Xiaohe said with a smile. Chu Fan smiled, but didn't say anything. Xiaohe was exaggerating a bit. Many geniuses would choose the Divine Hall over the Martial Alliance. Are those geniuses who joined the Temple of Priests not even as good as me? He stopped dwelling on the matter and went to the strength training area first. Ordinary training rooms. The entire strength training area only has 2 types of equipment, barbells and strength testing equipment. Chu Fan walked up to the barbell, casually lifted it, and was shocked to find that the barbell, which looked similar to an ordinary barbell, did not budge. What material is this made of? It's so heavy, Chu Fan asked. Xiaohe jumped out and laughed. Master, this is made of gamma metal found in another realm. Don't underestimate it. It weighs 2,000 jin. If you need, Xiao can add weight for you at any time, but you can only add, not subtract. 2,000 jin is already the minimum limit of the martial alliance. 2,000 jin? Chu Fan gasped. He then stood still, his face serious. He also wanted to test whether his current strength of 277 points was enough to lift 2,000 jin, 1,000 caddies. Chu Fan crouched down deeply and took a deep breath. Get up. His face turned bright red as he lifted the 2,000-pound barbell. Bang! Chu Fan slammed the barbell down on the ground and let out a heavy sigh of relief. He felt that his current limit was that he could lift an object weighing 2,300 jin, 1,150 caddies. A level 10 professional with 277 points of strength can grab an object weighing 2,300 jin, approximately 1,150 caddies, which is nearly 10 times their strength. This is also the difference between professionals and ordinary people. For an average person, being able to lift an object weighing 200 pounds is considered top-notch. However, a level 1 professional, with an initial 4-dimensional stat of 20 points, would weigh approximately 200 jin, 100 caddies, even if the stats were increased tenfold. It can be said that the moment an ordinary person becomes a professional, their physical fitness immediately becomes among the top tier. This is called the fish leaping over the dragon gate. With each level you advance, your attributes will increase, and there will also be additional attributes from equipment. Therefore, Chu Fan was not surprised that he could lift a 2,300-pound object at level 10. He then walked to the punching power tester, took a deep breath, and then took a step to the side and threw a punch with all his might. Buzz! After a series of numbers jumped, the number above stopped at 2,500 jin. In other words, he can currently generate 2,500 jin, 1,250 caddies, of force with his bare hands. If weapons are used, it would be even more outrageous. As for the strength training area, the training is also very simple. Just keep lifting barbells. When you are exhausted, a robot will bring you a nutritious meal to restore your energy. You can even lie on the sofa and enjoy a massage. Extreme exploitation followed by recovery is one way to enhance strength. Chu Fan then went to the speed training area and the reaction training area. Speed and reaction time are both related to the agility attribute. The higher the agility, the faster the speed and reaction time. The Martial Alliance separates speed and reaction training to improve the overall strength of its members. Chu Fan casually tested his speed and reaction time, and ultimately rated it as SS level, which is outstanding. He then went to the endurance training area, turned the gravity device up to 4x, and started the running device. An intense sense of pressure washed over him, and Chu Fan gritted his teeth and persevered, gradually increasing the speed of the running device from 1.0 to 3.0 times. His current physical 4-dimensional value is as high as 277 points. At first, he was not used to it, but soon, Chu Fan adapted to the training in this state. 4 times the gravity, 3 times the speed. Chu Fan was drenched in sweat, but a look of exhilaration appeared on his face. He could clearly feel that his endurance had improved. Of course, Chu Fan didn't miss the intellectual training area either. While eating the nutritious meal delivered by the robot, he played some brain games, and his tense nerves relaxed. Chu Fan wandered around the various training areas for 2 hours, silently glancing at the professional panel. All 4 attributes increased by 2 points, and with the equipment bonus, his current 4-dimensional stats have reached 279. Without continuing his training, Chu Fan walked to the virtual simulator and sat down directly in it. Soon, a blue, light-like helmet covered his head, and Chu Fan vaguely felt wires like conduits connecting to his head. A string of subtitles appeared before Chu Fan's eyes. Please select your opponent. Below are some people and mythical beasts that you can choose from. Shadow Beast, Flame Python, Jiangchua, Su Muwen, and even Chun Haoyu and the young man with bat wings on his back were all among the options. This is incredible. Chu Fan was shocked. He looked at the young man with bat wings. Choose. Soon, the system voice sounded. Use the default battle arena, Lava Land. Chapter 114 Secret. Scene transition. Sitting in the virtual simulation pod, Chu Fan felt a wave of dizziness. The next moment, he appeared in the familiar Lava Land instance. The ground beneath my feet felt so real, and the lava in the distant lava pool churned and rolled. A gust of wind blew by, and he could still feel the heat on his face. Is it really that realistic? Chu Fan suppressed his shock and looked at the young man standing opposite him. It was that young man who broke through space and rescued Su Muwen. Upon closer inspection, Chu Fan discovered that his wings were over 20 meters wide, and when fully extended, they gave off a sense of oppression. However, The young man stood there blankly, like a puppet, without making any movement. Very good. Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. He took out the star sword and charged towards the young man, unleashing the sword shadow flowing light slash at close range. Just as the sword energy was about to strike him, the space around the young man trembled, and he reappeared in another location. Is this spatial ability? Seeing this, Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. He recalled the scene of the young man tearing through the void, which further confirmed his belief in this fact. It is indeed a spatial ability, which should be related to the pair of wings on his back. Beasts with spatial abilities. Chu Fan's mind raced, and soon, he seemed to have thought of something, causing a jolt to run through him. Those wings, a 9th-tier exotic beast, the Void Night Bat. At that moment, the young man also moved. His eyes remained vacant, but he moved with incredible speed, disappearing from his spot as if by teleportation, and appearing before Chu Fan in the next instant with a flap of his wings. A terrifying force struck, piercing Chu Fan's body and causing the lava ground in front of him to tremble. The next moment, Chu Fan was no longer in front of the lava land, but in front of the choose an opponent interface. Am I dead? Chu Fan asked, still shaken. Killed him instantly with just a flap of its wings. How strong must it be? He suddenly felt a little fortunate. If the young man hadn't been stopped by Su Yuan, he might have had a chance to survive if that Ashura clan elder had reappeared. He checked his body and found no discomfort, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There are no side effects from playing against opponents in the virtual simulator. As expected of the Martial Alliance, they were able to simulate such an opponent. Chu Fan took a deep breath. He looked at the selection screen and selected the young man again. He was instantly killed by the same move. He tried a total of 10 times, and each time, Chu Fan died from the opponent's wing strikes. Don't you know how to use skills? The scene before Chu Fan changed, and he returned to the selection interface. He wondered why the other side always used the same trick. Xiaohe. Chu Fan called out to Xiaohe. Master, I am here. Is the opponent simulated in this virtual simulator 100% accurate? He asked. Xiaohe smiled and nodded. The virtual simulation pod simulates the opponent based on the owner's memories. The virtual simulation pod can only simulate what abilities the opponent used in front of you, as remembered by the owner. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder this young man kept flapping his wings. He didn't actually make a move back then. All I saw was his ability to tear space apart. Therefore, the virtual simulator can only simulate the opponent's spatial capabilities. As for attack capabilities, it can only simulate the swings that are automatically set by the system. Chu Fan let out a heavy breath. Just that one swing of his hand had died him 10 times over, which showed just how powerful his opponent was. This can only be due to the suppression of level and attributes. At this moment, Chu Fan was suddenly startled. Xiaohe, does this virtual simulation pod simulate my opponent based on my memories? Yes, master. Chu Fan's senses quickly scanned the selection interface. The option for that Ashura clan elder was not found. No. He quickly understood. This virtual simulation pod simulates the opponent, but the senior in the past possessed his own body. In other words, the senior was himself, so the virtual simulation pod naturally couldn't simulate him. But this virtual simulator can recreate these things based on my memories. Could it steal all my memories? Chu Fan had to be careful, but he felt it couldn't be that exaggerated. If any memory could be stolen, then the Martial Alliance would be invincible, able to master countless hidden professions and skills through everyone's memories in no time. No, they can even master the skills of the Ashura race. What if it's not just the Ashura race? With so many hidden classes, could there be other races like the Shadow Clan or the Undead Clan behind them? Chu Fan let his thoughts wander, and soon shook his head. If that's the case, why would the Martial Alliance need to stand up to the Temple of the Divine Office? Perhaps they already knew the secrets of this world and broke out of the other world. This virtual simulation pod must have limitations. Thinking of this, Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. They shouldn't know about killing intent fluctuation and netherworld slash through my memories, right? Let out a heavy sigh, put aside his thoughts, and Chu Fan no longer chose that young man as his opponent, but instead set his sights on Su Yuan. In the lava field scene, Su Yuan stood in front of Chu Fan, her gaze blank. Chu Fan stepped forward and swung his sword, causing Su Yuan to transform into countless butterflies and fly into the sky. Is it another illusion? Chu Fan did not activate his third eye, but stood still and waited. Before long, Su Yuan's figure reappeared in front of him, rushing towards him. Su Yuan transformed into countless Su Yuans, all with blank stares and blood-red light in their eyes, looking at Chu Fan. The next moment, Chu Fan felt dizzy and lightheaded and withdrew from the simulation space. This means that he was killed by Su Myuan once. Chu Fan thought about it and understood. This is Su Myuan's killing move using illusion magic. Because it is also related to illusion magic, it was simulated by the virtual simulation pod. Chu Fan didn't take being killed by Su Myuan to heart. If that young man hadn't suddenly appeared last time, Su Myuan might have already died at his hands. My heavenly eye is the bane of illusions. If I open my heavenly eye, Su Myuan's illusions will be ineffective against me, and my strength will be greatly reduced. Killing her shouldn't be difficult, Chu Fan thought to himself. Unless her level is also like that of the young man with bat wings, far surpassing mine. But that's impossible. That young man's level is at least 30. How could Su Myuan have reached level 30? When exactly did she fuse with the alien beast? Chu Fan fell into deep thought. In his memory, Su Myuan had always been a pure and obedient girl, until that time when he saw Su Myuan's true colors. She was completely different from the Su Myuan of the past. Of course, it's possible that the other party was very good at disguising themselves, so much so that even he, who had lived 2 lives, fell for their trick. Chu Fan once again chose Su Myuan as his opponent. If we can discover her secrets in this virtual simulation pod, maybe we can truly capture her next time we face off. In the lava field scene, Su Myuan reappeared in front of Chu Fan. Huh. Chu Fan let out a soft exclamation. This time, he seemed to have discovered something different. Chapter 115, 2 Su Myuan's. Chu Fan looked at Su Myuan in front of him. Her appearance and her blank stare were exactly the same as the Su Myuan in the virtual space just now. Logically speaking, since these are opponents simulated in a virtual simulation pod, they should be fake and exist like NPCs. Why do I feel there's a difference between these 2 Su Myuans? Chu Fan held his breath, his thoughts racing. Where exactly did things go wrong? Suddenly, he was startled, and his senses spread rapidly. So that's how it is. Chu Fan's heart trembled slightly. In his perception, the surrounding air contained some strange substances. It should be noted that after Su Myuan merges with the enchanted butterfly, she can unleash illusions without anyone noticing. When the Monkey King was suddenly struck by the illusion, Chu Fan noticed something different about the air, as if some kind of substance had been mixed in. Later, when Chu Fan was chasing Su Myuan, he activated his heavenly eye and discovered that the substances mixed in with the air were this psychedelic light powder released by Su Myuan after she fused with the psychedelic butterfly. That's one of the unique abilities of the 9th-tier exotic beast, the enchanted butterfly. However, in Chu Fan's perception at this moment, the psychedelic light powder released by Su Myuan in front of him was clearly not as much as the previous Su Myuan. If the previous psychedelic light powder released by Su Myuan was an ocean, filling the entire space, then this psychedelic light powder released by Su Myuan is a lake. No, not even a lake, at most a small stream. Very sparse. The difference between the ocean and the stream also represents the gap in strength between the 2 Su Myuans. How can there be 2 Su Myuans with different strengths in the virtual space? Chu Fan frowned. He exited the virtual space and returned to the selection interface, where he once again chose Su Myuan as his opponent. This time, in his perception, every wisp of air around him was mixed with psychedelic light powder. He quickly exited and then entered again. I also chose Su Myuan. This was repeated 20 times. Ultimately, Chu Fan discovered that the Su Myuan simulated in the virtual space was the stronger version of Su Myuan 15 times and the weaker version of Su Myuan 5 times. There are 2 Su Myuans. Chu Fan took a deep breath. The virtual simulator can simulate an opponent using its own memories. Since 2 Su Myuans with different strengths have appeared in the virtual space, it means I personally faced 2 Su Myuans of different strengths, and that memory remains with me, though I was completely unaware of it at the time. But the virtual simulation pod simulated all of this through my memory, including Su Myuan's strength at the time. What on earth is going on? Chu Fan was astonished. How can there be 2 Su Myuans with different strengths? Are they actually the same person? Chu Fan sat inside the virtual simulation pod, his brows furrowed. He quickly came to a conclusion. It must be the same person. Otherwise, this virtual simulation pod wouldn't only have one option, Su Myuan. If they weren't the same person, there should be 2 different options. But why does the same person sometimes appear strong and sometimes weak? If the stronger one is about the same strength as Batman, I definitely wouldn't be a match for him. But if I were to encounter a weaker Su Myuan, I would definitely be able to kill her. Chu Fan recalled the giant wing that Chu Fan had severed with the Netherworld Slash when he was chasing Su Myuan. It must have been the weaker one, if it weren't for the Batman's sudden appearance. Next time, I'll definitely keep you here. Chu Fan thought to himself. Having learned Su Muin's secret, Chu Fan grew even more fond of the virtual simulation pod. He continued to choose different opponents. First was Jiang Chua. To Chu Fan's surprise, Jiang Chua's combat skills were actually quite strong, especially in terms of combos. The hook punch, quick kick, and straight punch were executed with great skill, forcing Chu Fan to constantly dodge. However, Chu Fan possessed wave perception, so no matter how Jiang Chua attacked, she couldn't touch him. Only someone like Yasuo, whose speed exceeds the limits of Yasuo's weakness perception, rendering the slowdown effect of weakness perception ineffective, could possibly hit him. Finally, Chu Fan gently pushed Jiang Chua on the shoulder and patted her bottom, and Jiang Chua's figure gradually disappeared. If you want to beat me, you'll have to practice more, Chu Fan said with a smile. You defeated your opponent. The image of the lava-covered land shattered, and a selection screen reappeared before Chu Fan's eyes. He chose Chen Haoyu as his opponent. As the top player on this year's job change leaderboard, Chen Haoyu's strength is undoubtedly greater than Yeso's. Moreover, he also possesses the S-rank skill, Dark Cut. Chu Fan chose Chen Haoyu mainly to see if he could cut down the giant black ship like the Monkey King. As a result, he couldn't do the sword shadow flowing light slash at all. The black giant will crash down, and Chu Fan died. Chu Fan would summarize each match. He secretly estimated that the damage output of Dark Slash was not as good as his Netherworld Slash. It's safe to say that, in terms of actual strength, I am definitely stronger than Chen Haoyu. It's no exaggeration to say that he's the strongest fighter in this generation. Finally, Chu Fan chose the Monkey King as his opponent. In the virtual space, the Monkey King's gaze is blank. Disciple, I am your master. Chu Fan smiled bitterly as he watched his body shatter and exited the virtual space. After being killed 5 times in a row by the exaggerated speed and power of the Monkey King, Chu Fan was also surprised. I never imagined that the Monkey King was so strong. There were no complicated techniques. It was just ordinary impact and swinging. But the Monkey King's speed was even faster than Yasuo's when he used Wind Walk. Moreover, each swing of the stick carries immense force. How exactly did he train? Chu Fan was shocked, but at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the Monkey King. If he had another enemy like that, it would be a real headache. At this moment, Xiaohe appeared. Master, Xiaohe reminds you that your martial artist medal can be inlaid with gems, which is also a way to improve your 4 attributes. Inlaid with gemstones. Chu Fan was taken aback and took out the silver medal from the inside of his chest. Xiaohe smiled and said, That's right. Our martial alliance's medals are made of special materials and can be inlaid with gems. The gems are divided into white, green, blue, purple, red and orange from low to high. White gems can increase the 4 attributes by 10 points, green by 20 points, blue by 30 points, purple by 50 points, red by 70 points, and the highest level orange gem can increase the 4 attributes by 100 points. This is also one of the biggest advantages of our martial alliance. As long as you join the martial alliance, you will have a medal. Depending on the level and number of gems that can be inlaid, a martial god can have nearly 700 more points in the 4 dimensions than a professional of the same level. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan gasped. He had no idea such a good thing existed. What gemstones can I have set in now? Chu Fan asked. Master, you are a martial artist and possess a silver medal, which can be inlaid with 3 blue gems, Xiaohe said. Chu Fan's face lit up with excitement. Where can I buy the gemstones? Gems can be purchased by earning contribution points through accepting martial alliance missions. A single blue gem increases all 4 stats by 30 points, and if you socket 3 gems, you'll increase them by 90 points. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of emotions. 90.4D. Keep in mind that he currently only has 279 points in all 4 stats, while the Martial Alliance's unique medal can give him 90 points at once. This is absolutely terrifying. Xiaohe, open the task list, Chu Fan said quickly. Chapter 116 Metal Gem, 90 points in all 4 stats. Chu Fan couldn't wait to earn contribution points, so he decided to buy 3 blue gems first. That's 90 points of 4D. Yes, master. As Xiaohe finished speaking, a task list appeared on the surrounding screens. The tasks are divided into 4 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, and very hard, and are listed in 4 columns. On the far left are easy tasks, and on the far right are extremely difficult tasks. Chu Fan first looked at the simple task. Acquire 30 tree demon roots from the Forgotten Land, 72nd Alien Realm. Can be completed in a team or directly using 20 million Huaxia coins reward, 20 contribution points. Acquire 30 mud giant eyeballs from the Misty Swamp in Alien Realm 70. Can be completed in a team, or directly using 20 million Huaxia coins to complete the task reward, 20 contribution points. All the quests are related to obtaining items from exotic beasts in other realms. It's important to know that beasts of rank 3 and above can drop materials. The Tree Demon and Mud Giant in these simple tasks are both third-tier alien beasts. A third-tier beast, its strength is comparable to that of a level 20 professional. But Chu Fan is only level 10 right now. So, he can't do any of these simple tasks. Chu Fan looked at the silver warrior medal in his hand and suddenly felt it was a little too hot. Perhaps many people with the black iron warrior medal can do these simple tasks. Although he couldn't complete the missions, Chu Fan was surprised to find that all the missions in the Martial Alliance could be completed directly using Chinese yuan. Complete a regular task to earn 20 million Huaxia coins and 20 contribution points. Is the Martial Alliance really that treacherous? Chu Fan thought in surprise. He had previously thought that the Martial Alliance served the vast majority of professionals, since everyone could enter the first floor. For 20,000 Chinese coins, one could use the training room for an hour and enjoy a variety of high-grade nutritional meals and nutrient solutions. By this calculation, the Martial Alliance was actually losing money overall. But Chu Fan never expected that all the tasks of the Martial Alliance could be completed directly with money. If you have money, you don't need to do any tasks. You can directly exchange money for contribution points. It means that you still have to spend money to enter the second level or above of the Martial Alliance tower. It all comes down to money. Chu Fan frowned slightly. At this moment, the Martial Alliance's position in his heart was somewhat shaken. His senses continued to look downwards, and he was startled once more. The normal task requires obtaining materials from a fourth-tier beast. It can be completed directly with 50 million Chinese coins and rewards 50 contribution points. The difficult mission requires traveling to a foreign land with fifth-tier beasts. It can be completed directly with 100 million Chinese coins and rewards 100 contribution points. This is an extremely difficult mission that requires you to go to a foreign land with sixth-tier beasts. It can be completed directly with 200 million Chinese coins and rewards you with 200 contribution points. The more difficult the mission, the higher the quality of the exotic beast materials required. But as long as you have money, it's not a problem. Chu Fan felt a little numb. Is it even possible to make money like this? He sighed. He can't even complete a simple task right now. If he wants to contribute points, he can only complete the task by spending money. It's like buying contribution points with money. One blue gem costs 30 contribution points. If you buy 3, it will cost 90 contribution points. If you exchange them directly with money without doing any tasks, it will cost 90 million. Damn it, Chu Fan spat inwardly. This is an absolute money-making behemoth. Even the way professional trading markets make money by charging transaction fees is nothing compared to the Martial Alliance. It's just a helpless baby. Chu Fan glanced at his bank balance. After purchasing the materials for the Star Sword and the Divine Will Pill, he still had 280 million Chinese yuan left. He gritted his teeth and said, Xiaohe, just complete 5 easy tasks. 3 blue gems require 90 contribution points, which can only be used to complete 5 simple tasks, leaving him with 10 contribution points. It was as if the Martial Alliance had planned it all out. This is a total ripoff. Yes, master. Xiaohe has automatically completed 5 simple tasks for you, and you have earned 100 contribution points. Would you like to purchase a blue gem? Purchase. Soon, the ground in front of Chu Fan opened up, and a small platform slowly rose up, on which were placed 3 gems that shimmered with blue light. At the same time, his bank card also received a message that 100 million yuan had been deducted. Chu Fan suppressed his heartache and looked at the 3 blue gems. This is the gem that can be inlaid in a warrior's medal? 90 million. However, considering that it directly increased his 4 dimensions by 90 points, he felt that the money wasn't too bad. Once I reach a higher level, I'll do quests. There's no way I'll have to pay money again. Chu Fan thought to himself. He quickly set 3 blue gems into the 3 slots on the back of the silver medal, and then put the silver medal inside his chest. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of power surged forth. Not only his strength, but also his speed, agility, and endurance have undergone tremendous changes. Chu Fan felt his entire body brimming with energy. This is the boost that attributes bring. He opened the profession panel and scanned the 4-dimensional attributes. Grade: 13, 21.8%. Strength: 299 plus 70. Intelligence: 299 plus 70. Agility: 299 plus 70. Endurance: 299 plus 70. Mental strength: 33. Chu Fan's face lit up with joy. He quickly walked to the strength testing area and threw a punch at the punching power testing device. The numbers on the tester froze. 3,800 gene. The punching power increased directly from 2,500 gene to 3,800 gene. The released sword energy has even stronger attack power. Haha. Chu Fan's face lit up with ecstasy. This kind of improvement is just too awesome. Master, you have 10 contribution points left, enough to go to the second floor and use the virtual battle platform once. Xiaoyi's voice came. Chu Fan came to his senses. Did it take 10 contribution points to use the virtual battle platform once? 10 million per time. That's fucking blood-sucking. He couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. Chu Fan checked the time and realized it was already past 6 a.m. He planned to come back while he still had time and use the 10 contribution points to enter the virtual battle platform and fight to the very end. Let's skip it today. Just then, Xiaoyi's soft voice came. Master, someone is looking for you outside. Would you like to go see them first, or? Looking for me? Yes, it's someone who claims to be from Dali Pharmaceutical Company. Dali Pharmaceutical Company? Chu Fan looked puzzled. I don't think I'm familiar with the people in this company. Chapter 117, The Essence of Flowing Heart. The lobby of Yangqing Martial Arts School. A middle-aged man in his 40s and a pretty young girl were standing in the waiting area. Dad, what's wrong? Why did you have to call me along? The girl pouted. The middle-aged man glared at her. Watch your mouth. Do you know where you are? Yangqing Martial Arts School, what's the big deal? She was still sleeping on such a cold day, but her father dragged her here early in the morning, and she was extremely unhappy about it. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly covered the girl's mouth. He glanced around and, seeing that no one was paying attention to them, breathed a sigh of relief and said, This is the Martial Alliance. Do you know the Martial Alliance? It's an organization personally established by Wei Wuji, the strongest person in the world. What? This is the Martial Alliance? The girl was stunned at first when she heard this. Then her eyes lit up. She had heard of the Martial Alliance before, but had never had any contact with it. Now, upon hearing that Yangqing Martial Arts School was the Martial Alliance, she was extremely surprised. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, The person the chairman asked me to come here to see is from the Martial Alliance. You'd better be polite and put away that rich young lady attitude. The reason I called you here is to let you become a familiar face. According to the chairman, that Chu Fan is only 18 years old, just 1 year younger than you. If you could get to know him. Okay, I understand. The girl nodded quickly. At this moment, Chu Fan, guided by Du Yan, arrived at the waiting area. All eyes in the hall turned to look at them. Master Martial Artist, it was him who came looking for you. Du Yan pointed to the middle-aged man. Master Warrior? Upon hearing this address, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and his back hunched slightly. Are you Chu Fan? I am Yang Chong, the general manager of Dali Pharmaceutical Company. Our chairman asked me to give you something. The man said respectfully. He directly changed to honorifics. The young woman standing nearby, seeing that her father wanted to see a blind man and that he intended to make her a familiar face, felt utterly contemptuous and her eyes darted away. Your chairman, he has something for me? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. What's your chairman's name? Chu Fan didn't remember having any connection with Dali Pharmaceutical Company. Our chairman's name is Jiang Dali. Because I am in Yangqing, he specifically asked me to deliver this to you. After saying that, he carefully handed a box to Chu Fan. Jiang Dali, is his surname Jiang? Chu Fan thought of Jiang Chua's brother whom he had met that time. Could he be the chairman of Dali Pharmaceutical Company? The items have been delivered, so I won't bother you any longer. The man bowed deeply, then quickly pulled the lost-in-thought girl away, leaving the martial arts hall. Dad, what are you doing? The girl asked, annoyed, as the middle-aged man grabbed her arm. The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was my negligence. I shouldn't have brought you here. A slight smile appeared on the girl's lips. Exactly, a blind man. What's the point of? Snap. The man slapped him across the face, then looked behind him in horror. Seeing that Chu Fan did not come out, he said, still shaken. Remember, the strong cannot be humiliated. This is the ironclad rule of this world. He became a martial artist at the age of 18. He will definitely be a world-renowned figure in the future. I said I shouldn't have brought you here. You are not qualified to know him at all. I'm not qualified him. The young woman covered her flushed face, full of confusion. You graduated a year ago and have always admired the #1 person in your class, right? But even the person you admired was only ranked in the 600s on last year's job change list. He was not qualified to receive an invitation from the Martial Alliance at all. And that young friend just now is named Chu Fan. I felt that the name was familiar to me. After thinking about it, I realized that he is the #1 in Yangqing this year and ranks 58th on the job change list. 58th on the job change list. The girl's expression changed. She is also a professional. Although she is not qualified, she entered Jiangnan University through connections after graduating last year. She knows how sensational it is to be in the top 100 of the career change list. Even the top player in Yangqing in the previous year, whom she had always admired, was only ranked in the 600s on the job change list. And that blind man from earlier actually made it into the top 100? The man took a deep breath. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is his identity as a martial artist. Is being a martial artist really that powerful? The girl asked doubtfully. I remember that guy from your Jiangnan University that you always brag about. What was his name again? The girl's eyes sparkled. It's Ji Feng. He was our student council president, but he's already graduated. I heard he joined the Martial Alliance. Yes, that's Ji Feng. He's just a martial apprentice in the Martial Alliance, the man said with a shake of his head and a smile. The girl stared, mouth agape. Daddy, you mean that guy was even more powerful than Ji Feng? How is that possible? It's not just impressive, it's far more impressive. Above martial apprentices are martial artists, and then martial practitioners. Chu Fan just now was already a martial practitioner in the Martial Alliance before even taking the college entrance examination. It's uncertain whether Ji Feng will ever become a martial artist in his lifetime. The girl took a deep breath and looked back at the gate of Yangqing Martial Arts School. Suddenly, she felt that the cloth wrapped around the man's eyes was not only not an eyesore, but even quite pleasing to the eye, adding a unique kind of handsomeness to him. It's snowing? Chu Fan walked out of the Yangqing Martial Arts Hall and looked at the sky, where the sky was already turning a pale white. Snow was falling from the sky. Although Yangqing is cold in February, snowfall is rare. Chu Fan stood still, letting the snowflakes fall on his head. He opened the box, inside which was a test tube containing a pale blue liquid. This is... Below the test tube, there was also a letter. Chu Fan opened the letter. It was written in neat handwriting. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the handwriting. It belonged to Jiang Chua. Although Jiang Chua's academic performance was average, she had a strict upbringing and naturally developed excellent handwriting. Fanji, what's in the test tube is the essence of the heart. I begged my dad for a long time before he agreed to let me have it. I know what it feels like to be completely blind, so I've always wanted to cure your eyes. The only regret is that I can't stay in this city with you anymore, but we promised to work hard together and become stronger together, and you can't break your promise. Also, the flowing essence is very expensive, so you need to work hard to earn money to pay me back. I need you to pay me back this money. Well, if you can't pay me back now, you can pay me back slowly later. Winking emoji. Chu Fan stared at the letter, somewhat lost in thought. Jiang Chua left? During the year he spent with Jiang Chua, Chu Fan also genuinely fell in love with this girl. I admire her dedication to herself, and I love her silliness and innocence. Knowing that Jiang Chua had left, he felt inexplicably sad and suddenly felt that something was missing. He put the letter away and took out the test tube again. The essence of flowing heart, a tier 6 item, is worth 50 million and has the magical effect of restoring sight to the eyes. Chu Fan held the flowing heart essence, his expression solemn. He can afford the essence of flowing heart now, but he hasn't bought it yet because he feels that his eyes are dispensable to him. For me, it's just a matter of tens of millions. But for Jiang Chua, it was a promise she made to her father, such as leaving Yangqing. Chu Fan thought of Jiang Chua's strange behavior earlier, the things she said to him, and how she took the initiative to go to class despite not liking it. All of this showed her reluctance to let him go. Chu Fan immediately understood that Jiang Chua had already decided to leave Yangqing back then. This girl, Chu Fan shook his head with a wry smile. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and Chu Fan's head was already covered in white, but he was completely unaware of it. He removed the cloth wrapped around his eyes and applied the flowing heart essence to them. A burning pain spread across his eyes, but Chu Fan remained calm, knowing that the flowing heart essence was taking effect. Chu Fan stood in the heavy snow and only slowly opened his eyes after the pain subsided. A faint ray of light pierced my eyes. At that moment, Chu Fan saw heavy snow falling and pedestrians hurrying by. I'll remember this kindness. Chu Fan's lips curled into a smile. Just then, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chu Fan's heart jumped. It was the teacher calling. Malevolent hounds lurking in the shadows of Yangqing all pulled his thoughts away from Jiang Chua. There are more important things to do. Chu Fan took a deep breath and answered the phone. Chapter 118 Planning. Thor 1 sped past above the clouds. Little sister, you did very well this time. Not only were you willing to leave Yangqing immediately, But you also accepted father's arrangement to study at Beijing No. 1 High School. Father is very happy. Graduating in Beijing allows you to enjoy special policies, and with your father's connections, it's safe to say that you're a shoe-in for the big four accounting firms. Brother is looking forward to the moment you become a god of war. Jiang Dali, his chin wrapped in bandages, laughed as he drove. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Chuha stared out the window, lost in thought. The big four. In the past, she would have been disgusted by power and refused her father's arrangements. But now, her thoughts have changed. If there's a connection, why not use it? Jiang Chua's long hair has been cut off, replaced by a short bob that reaches her ears. Her delicate features and near-perfect profile give her a less feminine and more heroic air. Little sister, let me tell you something. Did you give them the things? Jiang Chua asked. Jiang Dali's face fell, but he still smiled and said, Don't worry, don't you trust your brother? Chu Fan has most likely already used the flowing heart essence and regained his sight. But, that's good. Jiang Chua's lips curled slightly. Hey, you didn't even let me finish what I was saying. That's too much. Jiang Dali pouted. Little sister, if anyone dares to bully you in the capital, just tell your brother. In the capital, well, you know. He touched his bandaged chin and gasped. Since Jiang Chuha became a professional, her hook punches have become increasingly powerful. Boss Lee medicine. The blonde-haired guy sitting in the back row hurriedly handed over a bottle of medicine. Get lost. Jiang Dali glared at the blonde-haired man, then looked at Jiang Chuha and smiled. Hee, your brother has some influence in Beijing. My brother's Dali Pharmaceutical Company is based in Beijing. If anyone bullies me, Brother Fan will help me get revenge, Jiang Chuha said with a smile. Fan, Brother Fan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dali's heart clenched, and he felt his jaw hurt even more. Thor 1 is like lightning, soaring through the air. We're here. The villa I bought for you in Beijing is right ahead. Jiang Dali smiled and controlled Thor 1 to descend slowly. Soon, the car stopped in front of a luxurious detached villa. Let me open the door for you. Jiang Dali walked to the passenger side and opened the car door for Jiang Chua. After getting out of the car, Jiang Chua looked up at the heavy snow falling from the sky and frowned deeply. I hate snowy days. After saying that, she got back into the car. Brother, take me to the Martial Alliance headquarters. Jiang Dali was taken aback. Why are we going there? Didn't you used to love shopping and eating delicious food? Come on, I'll take you to the most bustling North Street in Beijing. Jiang Chua shook her head. No, I need to go cultivate. Cultivation? Jiang Dali looked at Jiang Chua and swallowed. He noticed that Jiang Chua seemed to have changed. She was no longer as weak and willful as before. All of this seems to be related to that person named Chu Fan. Yangqing Education Department. Chu Fan was deeply shocked as he looked at the towering, fortress-like building before him. After receiving Tang Xiaohu's call, the other party only said a short sentence, seemingly in a hurry, asking him to come here to meet. Now that Chu Fan's eyes have recovered, he removed the cloth, revealing a pair of deep eyes. Coupled with his already outstanding good looks, the removal of the cloth made him even more striking. This attracted the attention of several young women around him. Chu Fan walked into the steel building and took the elevator directly to the top floor. The elevator doors opened, revealing a huge conference room with floor-to-ceiling windows on all sides, offering a panoramic view of Yangqing. At this moment, there were 4 people in the conference room, all with extremely solemn expressions. Upon seeing Chu Fan, Ho Chang and the others all turned their gazes toward him. Felt relieved when he saw Li Mu. Previously, he couldn't get in touch with the teachers and the dean, but now that he saw that they were all right, Chu Fan felt relieved. Chu Fan, Tang Xiaohu called out. Chu Fan walked over, looked at Li Mu and Tang Xiaohu, and bowed slightly. Dean, teacher, your eyes. Tang Xiaohu asked, did you use the flowing heart essence? Chu Fan nodded with a smile, without saying anything more. Tang Xiaohu didn't ask any further questions, and instead turned to Ho Chang to introduce him. This rather thin man is Minister Ho Chang of the Yangqing Education Department. He was the one who approved the reward you received after achieving good results on the job transfer list. Minister Ho also made a special promise that as long as you enter the top 200 on the ranking list, he will give you a special set of source crystals. Aren't you going to thank Minister Ho? Source crystal? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat. He knew about the source crystal. It was a rare item dropped by the Lord, just like the shadow blood he obtained. Source crystals contain a large amount of source essence. Killing a Lord grants a 1% source essence boost, while a single source crystal can grant at least a 50% source essence boost. Like shadow blood, this item is priceless and unavailable. Unexpectedly, Minister Ho was so generous that he would reward him with a source crystal if he made it into the top 200. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt a great deal of kinship with Ho Chang. "Thank you, Minister Ho," Chu Fan said respectfully. Ho Chang glared at Tang Xiaohu, then took a deep breath, as if to exhale the pent-up frustration in his heart. "When did I ever say that entering the top 200 would reward you with source crystals?" Ho Chang suppressed his anger, looked at Chu Fan, and smiled. "Chu Fan, this is the first time we've met, isn't it? I've seen all the honors and glory you've brought to Yangqing. That's all you deserve." Tang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes into slits and turned to introduce Lu Jun. "This is Lu Jun, the head of the Yangqing branch of the Temple of Divinity." Chu Fan looked at Lu Jun, his heart trembling slightly. "This person is actually the head of the Yangqing branch hall. Palace Master Lu." Chu Fan bowed slightly. He was very respectful to such an important person. Lu Jun looked at Chu Fan with eyes full of admiration. Not bad, Chu Fan. I've been watching you for a long time. I was really looking forward to you joining the Temple of the Gods, but unfortunately." Chu Fan looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, Hall Master Lu. The Divine Hall and the Martial Alliance are both very good. I was also in a difficult position to make that decision." Lu Jun smiled and nodded. "Haha, no matter which faction you join, you're still a Yangqing native, a Chinese, and that's enough." His expression suddenly turned serious, and he looked at Chu Fan solemnly, saying, "Remember, eliminating alien beasts, protecting humanity's home, and breaking through the fog of the other world. This is the mission of us professionals. No matter what faction you join or where you graduate, you should keep this mission in mind. The mission of a professional." Hearing Lu Jun's words, Chu Fan nodded seriously. "Ahem." Li Mu coughed and said, "All right, let's get down to business." When Li Mu spoke, everyone fell silent. Li Mu looked at Chu Fan and said gently, "Fanner, I called you here today because I have something important to discuss with you." Chu Fan raised his head, puzzled. What could be so important that these four powerful figures would seek him out alone to discuss it? Is it about killing dogs? But I'm only in the 2013 cohort, still a student. With so many powerful figures in the Temple of Gods and the government, why would they need to negotiate with a level 13 newbie? Just then, Ho Chang spoke up. "Chu Fan, we need your perception abilities to help us find the hidden evil hounds in Yang City." Chapter 119 Spiritual Body. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan suddenly understood. The demon hound can hide in dark corners that ordinary people cannot detect, and one's own perception ability ignores obstacles, which can indeed play a key role in finding the demon hound. Okay, Chu Fan agreed immediately. Seeing that Chu Fan was not surprised, Tang Xiaohu asked, "Chu Fan, are you aware of the appearance of the evil dogs in Yangqing?" Chu Fan nodded. "After I came out of the dungeon, I originally planned to find my teacher and the dean, but I couldn't get in touch with them. Later, on my way to the Martial Alliance, I encountered the fiend dogs and killed dozens of them." "You killed dozens of them?" Ho Chang asked in surprise. Chu Fan laughed and said, "They're all around level 10. I'm already level 13, so killing dozens of them is easy for me." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged smiles. They all forgot that Chu Fan in front of them was not comparable to the other students in Yangqing. Chu Fan calmly looked at the four people, his face solemn. "I have a few things to report to you seniors." Upon hearing this, the four of them turned to look at Chu Fan. "Okay, go ahead," Ho Chang said. Chu Fan took a deep breath and said, "The first thing is about this dungeon. We encountered a human who had fused with a beast in the dungeon. She was extremely powerful. I even know one of them. Her name is Su Muan. She fused with the 9th tier beast, the psychedelic butterfly, and can release psychedelic light powder silently." Upon hearing this, Ho Chang and the others gasped in shock. Ho Chang, Tang Xiaohu, and Li Mu all looked at Lu Jun at the same time. Lu Jun said with a wry smile, "Don't look at me. The lava land is under the supervision of the main hall of the Divine Temple. I have no idea what's going on inside." Ho Chang and the other two nodded, and then all looked at Chu Fan. "Chu Fan, you said you encountered a human who had merged with the enchanted butterfly in the dungeon, and then you left unharmed?" Ho Chang took a deep breath. Chu Fan nodded. "Yes, there was also a man with bat wings on his back. That man should have fused with a 9th tier alien beast, the Void Knight Bat. If he hadn't suddenly appeared, Su Muan would have already been killed by me, and the great sage equaling heaven together." Ho Chang and the other three exchanged glances, all seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. "Almost killed him? The Monkey King? Is he the one who's third on the job change list?" Lu Jun seemed to remember something. A branch temple master of the Temple of Divinity, Lu Jun had a deep impression of everyone who made it onto the job change list. Chu Fan said, "It's him." By the way, Palace Master Lu, the great sage equaling heaven doesn't absorb the spiritual energy from the spiritual crystals, yet his level hasn't dropped, and his power and speed are exceptionally fast. Why is that? Chu Fan asked. He had always wanted to understand this problem, and took this opportunity to ask the four seniors for advice. Not absorbing the spiritual energy from the spiritual crystal. Ho Chang's expression changed. Chu Fan nodded. Yes, he also said that he was a divine embryo born from the heaven and earth divine stone, and that he could level up by absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, without needing to kill any alien beasts. Upon hearing this, the four were simultaneously startled and exclaimed, "A spirit." Spirit? This was the first time Chu Fan had heard this word. Li Mu said slowly, "Fanner, do you know that for hundreds of years, humanity has been studying where other worlds come from and why professionals have appeared? Humans couldn't sit still after discovering that killing alien beasts could grant them spiritual energy from the spiritual crystals dropped by the beasts and allowing them to level up. Many people have begun to study why the spiritual crystals dropped by strange beasts can help us level up, where this substance comes from, and whether this substance actually exists in the world. Later, we discovered that spirituality also exists in the world, but it is far less than the spirituality dropped by strange beasts. There is no cultivation technique or skill that allows us to absorb the spirituality in the air through breathing. But there are exceptions. Ever since that person appeared out of nowhere, crushing many hidden professions with his conventional profession, creating his invincible path, people have realized that such a physique exists, a physique that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through breathing. We call this kind of constitution a spiritual body. That great sage equaling heaven is the second person in this world to possess a spiritual body, after that person. Chu Fan's heart was filled with turmoil. Spirit. No need to kill alien beasts. You can absorb spiritual energy from the air just by breathing normally. That's too overpowered. Dean, who is the first person you mentioned? Chu Fan asked. Li Mu looked respectful and said, "The world's strongest person, Wei Wuji." Wei Wuji. He's actually a spirit? Chu Fan was quite shocked by this news. Ho Chang looked at Lu Jun and laughed. A person with a spirit body. The Temple of Gods only gave him third place on the job advancement list. Lu Jun nodded. I've also paid attention to the Monkey King. His mental state isn't quite normal, which might be why he was ranked third. Ho Chang felt a little regretful. It's a pity that such a promising talent has mental defects. Ho Chang said, as far as I know, only Chun Haoyu has received an invitation from the four major universities. The second and third ranked students on the job change list have not received an invitation. Perhaps the great sage equaling heaven is also under consideration by the universities due to mental health issues. Chu Fan listened to their discussion and nodded secretly. Apart from his mental issues, the Monkey King has no other flaws. Fanner, even if he has mental problems, he is the second person after Wei Wuji to possess a spiritual body. His future achievements are destined to be extraordinary. You must get along well with him and not be his enemy, Li Mu said solemnly to Chu Fan. Chu Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dean, we have a pretty good relationship." Immediately afterwards, Chu Fan told the group about Su Muen's identity. Ultimately, everything points to the Su group behind her. Chu Fan, do you know about the Illuminati? Ho Chang suddenly asked. Chu Fan shook his head. Ho Chang said in a deep voice, "The root of all this comes from the Illuminati, including Su Muen, including the man with the Void Knight bat, and all the humans who have merged with the alien beasts are from the Illuminati. The fact that the seal on the evil forest was loosened this time, allowing the evil hounds inside to enter Yangqing City, was also the work of the Illuminati." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was deeply shaken. Illuminati? What kind of organization is this? Minister Ho, Su Muen is from the Su group. I have a guess. Could the Su group be the headquarters of the Illuminati, and all its members be fusions of beasts and humans? Chu Fan frowned. Given yesterday's gas explosion at the Su group, which happened right after our encounter in the instance, could it be that they felt exposed and moved their base? Everyone fell into deep thought upon hearing Chu Fan's words. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I fought Su Changfeng of the Su group a year ago. He was only level 31 at the time and was no match for me. However, I was also severely injured because I used Hand of the Dead, so the matter was left unresolved. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew very well why the dean had gone to see Su Changfeng. Li Mu continued, I can confirm that Su Changfeng did not fuse with the alien beast back then, but I don't know if he has fused now. Tang Xiaohu laughed and said, Hee hee, Su Changfeng is still active in the public eye. Whether he has fused with the alien beast or not, we'll find out by going to see for ourselves. If the Su group is truly a bunch of monsters, then let's wipe them all out. Chapter 120 Value. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Chu Fan asked, a demonic hound has appeared in Yangcheng, and this matter involves the Illuminati. Will the higher-ups just sit idly by? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads with wry smiles. They did want the higher-ups to send strong experts, but unfortunately, the other side had clearly anticipated this and blocked all their escape routes. Chu Fan, I haven't told you yet, but the Illuminati members have already set up the Void Breaker outside Yang City. With the Void Breaker, no one outside can get in at all, so, this time, we can only rely on ourselves. Tang Xiaohu sighed heavily. A break in the void? Chu Fan was completely bewildered. It's the number 21 Ming substance, the void. Tang Xiaohu said. Chu Fan immediately understood. Dark matter and luminous matter are not secrets. They are explained in books. To Chu Fan's astonishment, the Illuminati had even used luminous matter for this plan, and it was even the top-ranked, Severing Void. Teacher, are those experts above level 40 unable to break through the restrictions of severing the void? Chu Fan asked. In his view, professionals above level 40 are considered strong. Although Yangcheng doesn't have such strong individuals, other cities certainly do, and there are quite a few of them. Now that Yangcheng is in crisis, those powerful figures who are in charge of their respective areas cannot just sit idly by, right? Even if one person can't do it, then 10 or 100 people should have no problem breaking through the limitations of a visible substance. Lu Jun shook his head. It can be broken, but no one will do it. Why? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. Lu Jun smiled bitterly. There are two ways to break the restriction of severing the void. One is for 10 professionals of level 45 or above to attack at the same time and break it with brute force. However, severing the void is something from another realm and is extremely strange, so they will also suffer inexplicable heavy injuries. 20 years ago, a level 45 expert attacked the number 38 Ming Wuxi, which caused his own strength to regress and his body to reject spirituality, and his level was permanently stuck at level 40. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. After attacking the luminous matter, but my body also began to reject spirituality? Could matter from another realm really have such a bizarre effect? In that case, it would be almost impossible to get 10 level 45 professionals to act at the same time, since no one knows what strange consequences would occur if they attacked a clear substance like severing void. Is there another way? Lu Jun said in a deep voice. Use the number 12 Ming supplement, Demon Slaying Spear, to forcefully break through with its fierce attack. The Demon Slaying Spear is currently in the hands of our Divine Hall, but based on my understanding of the people above, they will not waste the Demon Slaying Spear for a small Yang city. After all, once such a functional Ming supplement is used, it requires a long recovery time before it can be used again. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's brows furrowed even more deeply. Li Mu said, Palace Master Lu is right. Therefore, neither method is realistic. No one is willing to make sacrifices for Yangcheng. To put it bluntly, Yangcheng is worthless. If the capital or Shanghai had suffered such an incident, it would have been a completely different story. Perhaps this is why the Illuminati set its sights on Yangcheng. A sense of absurdity rose in Chu Fan's heart. Because Yangcheng is small and has no value, it is not worthwhile for a level 45 or higher expert to take action, nor is it worthwhile to use the Demon Slaying Spear. If this happened in a big city, would it be worth doing this? Ridiculous. How ridiculous. Chu Fan, always remember, never place your hopes on others. You can only rely on yourself. Lu Jun looked deeply at Chu Fan and said solemnly, just like this time, we can't rely on anyone but ourselves. Lu Jun had a good impression of Chu Fan and genuinely wanted to teach him something. Do I have to rely on myself? Chu Fan nodded emphatically. Palace Master Lu, this junior has remembered. Since no one is willing to help, then we'll rely on ourselves to kill all the evil dogs scattered throughout Yangcheng, thwart the Illuminati's plans, and show those high and mighty people whether we're even worth their help. A ruthless glint appeared in Chu Fan's heart. Composing himself, Chu Fan calmed down and recounted the way he had witnessed the rebirth of the demonic hound. Reborn through infection? Ho Chang nodded. This is completely different from the viviparous birth of the Shahounds. The Shahounds have already completed their evolution. The most important thing now is to prevent the killing dogs from infecting more people and to find and kill the killing dogs hiding in various places as soon as possible. Everyone nodded in agreement. The situation is urgent. If we don't act quickly, The number of killing dogs will rise alarmingly due to their infectious nature. I'll go to the Sioux group. According to Chu Fan, that might be the former headquarters of the Illuminati, Lu Jun said in a deep voice. Lu Jun felt guilty about the crisis that Yangcheng had encountered. The high-ranking members of the Divine Hall each have their own responsibilities. As the head of the Yangcheng branch hall, he has many things to do, such as monitoring other realms and dungeons, recruiting talent, and communicating and cooperating with the Ministry of Education. Naturally, he cannot personally oversee every matter. As for the foreign lands, Gao Chuan was put in charge. Gao Chuan. Lu Jun's eyes gradually turned cold. He was almost certain that Takagawa was colluding with the Shining Society. However, this was an internal matter of the temple, and Lu Jun did not mention it in front of Ho Chang and the others. At this moment, Lu Jun took the initiative to offer to go to the Sioux group, hoping to make up for his mistakes. Li Mu shook his head. No. If the Sioux group really is the headquarters of those monsters, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Yangcheng has a limited number of strong individuals, and every single one of them is important and cannot be lost. The outer skin of his cane slowly peeled off, and a dazzling golden light burst forth. Then the golden light slowly dissipated, revealing its true form. It's a magic staff. Necromancers control undead, but their true power lies in the use of magic, and the staff is the universal weapon for necromancers. This is a legendary weapon. When Ho Chang and the others saw the golden light, their eyes widened. In terms of equipment tiers, above rare is epic, and above epic is legendary. That dazzling golden light is the unique mark of a legendary weapon. A golden light appears, and a legend begins. Dean, you actually possess a legendary weapon. Ho Chang's eyes were full of envy, and at the same time, he became even more curious about Li Mu's identity. Even he only possesses a level 30 rare weapon, which shows that obtaining an epic weapon is extremely difficult, let alone a legendary weapon that is above epic. As far as Ho Chang knew, even among the mentors in the four great sects, who were all experts above level 50, not everyone possessed a legendary weapon. Li Mu's staff, although only level 30, is legendary. Lu Jun looked at Li Mu with even greater awe. Who exactly is this director of the orphanage? Tang Xiaohu stood aside and sighed inwardly. It seemed that the chairman was going to get serious this time. Chapter 121 Take Action. Tang Xiao knew very well that Li Mu's usual weapon was a black magic book, and Li Mu did not take out a staff when the Professionals Association chased Chu Fan that time. But at this moment, he took out a legendary staff. Tang Xiaohu was shocked. Can this founder of the Professional Association, an old monster who has lived for over 100 years, still have the body to support a full-force attack? Chu Fan also looked horrified. He never expected that the Dean would possess a legendary weapon. Dean, Chu Fan said worriedly. Li Mu, like Chu Fan, was one of the chosen ones, but his health was deteriorating day by day. Chu Fan was very worried that Li Mu's condition would worsen as a result of this action. Li Mu patted Chu Fan's head and smiled. Fanner, Grandpa has long seen through it all. A person has to have something to strive for in life. My current goal is to see you and the other children in the orphanage grow up and become successful. In the future, people will say that you were raised by me, Li Mu, and I will be proud of you, huh? Don't worry, my body can handle it. Chu Fan just stared at Li Mu without saying a word, his eyes slightly reddening. Ho Chang turned his gaze away from Li Mu and nodded, saying, Yes, you two should be fine going. I will immediately contact the principals of all schools in Yangcheng, including all high schools and universities in Yangcheng. Everyone must be involved in this battle. The strongest force in each high school is the principal and the tutor, whose strength is around level 25 on average. Yangcheng has a total of 5 universities, and the principals and tutors in these universities are stronger. Although none of them have awakened, they are close to level 30. Adding all the students in high schools and universities, this is a force to be reckoned with. At this moment, Ho Chang looked at Chu Fan and solemnly said, Chu Fan, you are the most important person in this campaign to eliminate the evil hounds. Only your perception ability can help us find all the evil hounds and save Yangcheng from danger. So, remember, you must be careful. Your life is more important than anything else. Chu Fan nodded emphatically. Snow was falling from the sky. Snowy days are a rare occurrence in Yangcheng. On this day, many people from Yangcheng came to the snow to build snowmen, have snowball fights, and take photos to post on social media. In peaceful times when there were no invasions by alien beasts, everyone lived happily. This is especially true for ordinary people. Although everyone knew about the crisis in this world, there were no strange beasts or any danger in the city, and over time everyone got used to it. Besides, even if something happens, There are professionals to protect them, and they only need to live their lives under the protection of these professionals. Fighting the alien beasts is none of their business. At this moment, in Nanyuan Square, Yancheng. Marry him, marry him. A group of people gathered together and started making a fuss. In the center of the crowd, a young man, holding flowers in one hand and a diamond ring in the other, knelt before the woman. Beside him, 2 snowmen were built out of the snow, which was very romantic. The woman was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. I answered, "Oh." At that moment, a scream came from the crowd. Everyone was startled and turned to look, only to see a small red dog pounce on a bald man's face. Because they were so close, the puppy's entire face was covered by the man's, which made everyone very curious. What is this puppy doing? At that moment, the man seemed to be suffering extreme pain, touching his neck and making whimpering sounds. The couple snapped out of their excitement, and, looking at the little red dog, the man gasped. "Run," the man shouted. After saying that, he grabbed the woman and quickly fled into the distance. The crowd ignored the man's shouts. They were a group who loved watching a spectacle, and their curiosity compelled them to stand still and continue watching the scene unfold. Some people even filmed it and posted it on their WeChat moments. I encountered a dog that forcibly kissed a bald man early this morning laughs. Soon, the little red dog jumped off the middle-aged bald man's face. At the same time, its long, scarlet tongue was pulled out of the man's mouth. Upon seeing this, the onlookers were stunned, their hair standing on end. They then realized that the dog had stuck its long tongue into the bald man's mouth. What kind of dog has such a long tongue? Soon, everyone took a deep breath, stepped back in unison, and then ran away. Mythical beast. That's a strange beast. Strange beasts have appeared in Yancheng City. They were all ordinary people, but even ordinary people knew about the existence of strange beasts. That little red dog is clearly a strange beast. These people were about to take a step when they all stopped in their tracks. At least 10 ferocious dogs surrounded them from all directions, their eyes gleaming with malice, and charged toward their faces, howling. The next moment, everyone had a vicious dog lying on their face. After a few dozen seconds, the vicious dogs jumped off everyone's faces and their long tongues retracted. My stomach. What is this? What is this? My stomach is going to burst. Someone help me. Immediately afterwards, puff, 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 puff. A series of explosions rang out. Those people's stomachs were ripped open, and newborn ferocious hounds covered in blood rushed out. In less than a minute, the number of the dozen or so ferocious dogs doubled. Ha 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 ha. The ferocious dog bared its teeth and began to devour the flesh and blood of those people. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. Damn it, there are more than 20 over there. Kill them. Several men in uniforms appeared here. The leader was Wang Ming, the captain of the official special department. His face was filled with a menacing aura. After learning from Chu Fan about the attack on the city by the demon hounds, Wang Ming led his team to conduct a large-scale search throughout the city, killing at least 200 demon hounds. But that's only what's on the surface. Through a search of the 5 areas of Yancheng, east, west, south, north, and center, Wang Ming discovered that traces of the evil dog could be found in all of them. In other words, the monstrous dogs have unknowingly spread throughout the entire city. Their reproductive capacity is simply terrifying. Upon seeing the more than 20 ferocious dogs in the square, Wang Ming gave an order, and the men in official uniforms immediately set off. The dozen or so young ferocious dogs were all around level 10, while the newborn ferocious dogs were all level 7, and they were no match for these people at all. Almost instantly, those vicious dogs died on the ground. Captain, this can't go on. These vicious dogs that appear on the streets are a minority. Most of the venomous dogs are hiding in residential buildings, entering rooms through various pipes to parasitize residents. They are very secretive. I think we need to conduct a sweep of the buildings, but there are too many residential areas in Yancheng, and we simply don't have enough manpower. A female professional in her 20s in the team said with a serious expression. She is Xiao Lin, the deputy captain of a special department in Yancheng. Wang Ming nodded. What Xiao Lin said was exactly what he was thinking. Just as he was about to speak, the phone rang. Wang Ming quickly answered the phone. Yes, that's great. That makes things much easier. Thank you. After saying that, he hung up the phone, his face beaming with joy. The Ministry of Education called and said they will send some students to search for the killer dog with us. The manpower problem can be solved. Forget it. We might as well assign some tutors to us. You and I both know the level of the students in Yancheng. Xiao Lin said, frowning. Wang Ming interrupted. The Ministry of Education said that Chu Fan is among these students. It doesn't matter who it is. Who are you talking about? Xiaolin suddenly looked at Wang Ming, her eyes wide. You don't want it? Then I'll tell the Ministry of Education not to assign Chu Fan to our area. Just assign a few mentors over, as you said. Wang Ming pretended to make a phone call. Charlene glared at him, knowing he was joking, and a slow smile appeared on her lips. Chu Fan, that name has been all the rage lately. The #1 genius in Yangqing's history, what kind of person is he? Xiaolin asked with curiosity. Chapter 1, 22 Team 1. According to reports from the Yangqing branch of the Temple of the Gods and the Ministry of Education, a problem has arisen in the evil forest located in Yangqing. A strange beast called the demon dog has entered the city. Citizens are advised to avoid living alone, and those with working family members should stay with them. Below is detailed information about the killing dog. Yangqing TV station was broadcasting related news on a loop. Yangqing did not hide this matter. Although there have been previous incidents of strange beasts entering the city, those were just isolated cases that slipped through the net, and the professionals dealt with them secretly. The ferocious hounds we encountered this time were pack-living beasts with an exceptionally fast reproductive rate. If we keep this a secret, the entire city will soon become a city of beasts. This is a battle that belongs to all the people of Yangqing. It has nothing to do with ordinary people or professionals. Many flying robots sped past over Yangqing, constantly sounding alarms. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. The evil hounds from the evil forest have entered the city. Everyone must be on high alert. If you encounter a blood-red canine-like beast, call 110 for help immediately. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. At this moment, everyone in Yangqing, whether ordinary people or professionals, stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Everyone's face turned horrified. The fiendish hounds have entered the city? I heard there was an incident this morning at Nanyuan Square where a strange beast attacked humans. Could it be the killer dog? No, I have to leave Yangqing. I can't stay here anymore. It's too dangerous. Leave? Huh. My friend was supposed to take a flight to Yangqing this morning, but guess what? His plane disappeared. Later, they found the wreckage in the wilderness outside Yangqing. My friend just called me. He's been rescued by professionals and is now in the neighboring city of Jinan. The professionals told him that we can't get into Yangqing. No way. I shouldn't have any problem leaving, right? My sister planned to drive to another city for a business trip today, but she found that she couldn't get out of Yangqing at all. Once she reached the border of Yangqing, she just kept going around in circles. I thought she was joking. What exactly is going on? It must be a method used by the big shots. This method is too amazing. But what is certain is that Yangqing is now a city isolated from the world. People outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. Then, aren't we all going to die in the jaws of those vicious dogs? What are those big shots thinking? Oh God, someone save me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Someone save me. Those professionals should be able to handle the demon hounds, right? We'll be safe, won't we? Throughout Yangqing, panic people were everywhere. Ordinary people, in particular, have no ability to protect themselves. Those with working family members are better off. At least they have the protection of a professional. Families where no one is a professional seem to feel as if the end of the world was approaching. Meanwhile, outside the Ministry of Education building, there were more than a dozen teams standing there. It is entirely composed of students. Chu Fan was also in one of the teams. His team has a total of 25 people, 10 high school students and 15 college students. Taking advantage of the waiting time, Chu Fan spread out his wave perception. Apart from him, all the high school students were at level 9, and the college students' levels were not high either, not as high as Du Jing's. Chu Fan deduced from the energy fluctuations emanating from them that they had all just reached level 20. So weak. Chu Fan frowned. It's important to know that only those who reach level 20 before the college entrance examination are eligible to enter university. These dozen or so college students have just broken through level 20, which means they are just barely making the cut at university. If they are already juniors or seniors, they are even weaker, indicating that they have made no progress in the past few years. Chu Fan stood in the crowd, sensing everyone's presence. His outstanding looks have also attracted a lot of attention. Even the pretty female college students would steal glances at him from time to time, which made the other male college students quite dissatisfied, and they frowned deeply. Chu Fan could only smile at this. He has now regained his sight, and his deep eyes are particularly attractive. His good looks are simply too outstanding, and there's nothing that can be done about it. The mature and sophisticated Chung Feng, dressed in a business suit that accentuated her voluptuous figure, stood before a group of students and solemnly stated, "You are part of the first team in this operation, working with the Special Official Department. Please wait here for a moment. Officials will take you to your assigned area shortly." After speaking, Her gaze swept across the faces of the students, finally settling on Chu Fan, and she smiled and nodded at him. This action was also seen by many students. Chung Feng withdrew her gaze, spoke a few more words, and then went to the side to talk to another person from the Ministry of Education. What era are we living in? There are still people who make a living by their looks. As soon as Chung Feng left, a tall, thin male college student in the group sneered in a low voice. Yan Xin, he's just a high school student. That's a bit much for you to say, a female college student joked. That's right. I'm telling you, don't even think about bullying people. Another female college student frowned slightly and looked at Yan Xin. It was obvious that these college students knew each other. Still in high school. Yan Xin scoffed. Yeah, I don't even know if I'll get into university. If I don't, my life is ruined. I can't rely on my looks for the rest of my life, can I? After he said that, none of the high school students dared to speak. There's no way around it. The other side is at least in the 20th grade to get into university, while they're only in the 9th grade. The gap is too big. In this operation, they all considered themselves as assistants. The real main force fighting the vicious dogs still had to be these college students. Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on his lips. At this moment, another male college student in the group said in a deep voice, "All right, Yan Xin, don't say any more. This is also a training opportunity for us. We will mainly deal with the adult demon dogs, and leave the young demon dogs to them." Yan Xin looked at the high school students and laughed. "That's right. You little brothers, you must stick close to us. Don't accidentally run into adult vicious dogs, or we won't even have time to save you." The contempt in his eyes was obvious. Although the high school students were angry, they dared not show it and could only swallow their anger. Chu Fan smiled and nodded without saying anything. Just then, a joyful cry came from afar. "Chu Fan." Everyone turned to look and saw a man and a woman walking over from a small group in the distance. This person had given him millions for free when he first entered the dark forest. I think it's called something like, "Chu Fan, my name is Liamo, you forgot? I gave you 2 million last time." Liamo walked into a group of people, ignoring the dissatisfied looks from the college students, and shook Chu Fan's hand. "Hey, has your eye recovered, Liamo?" Chu Fan remembered, and he smiled at Liamo. Chu Fan had a rather favorable impression of Liamo, who gave him 2 million on their first meeting. Chapter 123 Vice Captain. Chu Fan. The high school students in the first team trembled when they heard the name. They were extremely familiar with this name. Their gazes all turned to Chu Fan's face, and upon seeing him, their hearts skipped a beat. That handsome face, that slight smile at the corner of his mouth, gradually overlapped with one of the black and white duo in the dungeon. Who else could it be but Chu Fan? "Holy crap, Chu Fan is in our team," someone exclaimed in a low voice, clenching their fist. The high school students all looked excited and straightened their backs. They had been so intimidated by those college students that they didn't dare to breathe, but now they finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Chu Fan, who's ranked in the top 100 of the job change list, those college students are nothing. Going to university in Yangcheng, one's aptitude is definitely not that great, at best a B-level qualification. So what if they trained for a few more years? Just do what you can. Humph. A female high school student looked at the male college students with long faces, her chin held high and her face full of pride. Liamo simply ignored these people as if they were invisible. He only had eyes for Chu Fan. Liamo held Chu Fan's hand, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, and said with a smile, "Oh, I promised you last time that in addition to the 2 million, I would also give you a level 10 rare weapon. It's a pity that I haven't had a chance to meet you since then. Here you go." He picked up the long sword at his waist and handed it to Chu Fan. "Look, I've been carrying this with me to keep my promise. I never expected to run into you here. Haha, what a coincidence." Chu Fan stared blankly as Li Mo shoved the weapon into his hand. "This isn't that inappropriate," Chu Fan said somewhat embarrassedly. "Hey, you're telling me all this. What I, Li Mo, promise, I will definitely do." Li Mo patted his chest. He was overjoyed. With 2 million plus a level 10 rare weapon, you can make friends with someone like Chu Fan. It's such a great deal. He knew very well that Chu Fan was not only among the top 100 on the job change list, but also a member of the Martial Alliance, and a martial artist within the Martial Alliance. This was told to him personally by his cousin, who always queued up at the Yangqing Martial Arts School. My cousin was so scared he peed his pants. A martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist from the Martial Alliance. I, Liamo, must cling tightly to this powerful thigh. Liamo roared in his heart. The girl standing next to Chu Fan winked and smiled. "Chu Fan, your eyes have recovered? You're even more handsome now." Chu Fan looked at the girl. She was very beautiful, with a pair of large, expressive eyes. He also remembered this girl. When he first entered the dark forest, this girl was in a group with Ling Tianhua, and her name was Lu Ryue. At that time, only Lu Ryue and Wu Haobai and Ling Tianhua's team did not attack him. Chu Fan could not say he liked the two of them, but at least his impression of them was not bad. Chu Fan nodded perfunctorily. Which team are you from? Get back here. Yan Xian's face showed anger when he saw that the two of them were ignoring them. Liu Mo pulled a black blade of grass from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and looked at Yan Xian. Trash, you told me to get lost. He was a professional with an A-level qualification and didn't take these Yangqing college students seriously at all. Immediately, the male college students all squinted at Liu Mo. You little brat, you really don't know any rules. This is a team, go back to your own team. Yan Xian clenched his fist and said to Liu Mo and Lu Ryue. If this weren't the Ministry of Education, he would have already taken action against these arrogant brats. Huh. Liu Mo spat out the black grass in his mouth. Yin Xingang was about to speak. Suddenly, Chu Fan, you're here too? Brother Chu, huh? High school students came running over from other groups, laughing loudly. Yan Xian froze on the spot when he saw the high school students coming over. What happened? Haha. The members of this team are really lucky to be on the same team as you. Wu Haobai walked up to Chu Fan and laughed loudly. Damn, I'm so envious of you guys. Can I join your team? I want to team up with Chu Fan. A handsome young man frowned and spoke, seemingly very dissatisfied that he wasn't assigned to Chu Fan's team. The college students were all stunned. Who is Chu Fan? Why do all these high school students want to team up with him? After they went to university, they rarely paid attention to the top scorers in the college entrance examination, let alone the job transfer list, so naturally they had never heard of Chu Fan's name. Chu Fan, I really have to thank your girlfriend. She kicked me in the dungeon last time. Look, I've lost a lot of weight. The handsome young man looked at Chu Fan and said with a sheepish smile. Who are you? I'm Yu Gang, the fat guy who got smeared. No, the one you and your girlfriend fought over. Yu Gang patted his abs. Chu Fan looked at the bulging abs under his clothes and was shocked. Chu Fan, I am. Brother Chu, haha, you don't recognize me? The high school students surrounded Chu Fan, vying to introduce themselves. Even members of other squads looked over at Team 1. Holy crap, that's Chu Fan. He's on the same team. His eyes are better? Let's go. Let's hurry and get acquainted with each other. More and more high school students are coming from other teams. On one side, over 100 people quickly gathered, taking turns introducing themselves. The education ministry leaders, seeing this, shook their heads with wry smiles, glancing up at the sky every now and then, as if waiting for something. Not long after, buzzing. A loud buzzing sound filled the air. Everyone looked up. More than a dozen helicopters were seen speeding toward this direction. The helicopters slowly landed on the grounds outside the Ministry of Education. A dozen or so people stepped off the helicopter. All members, return to your respective teams immediately, a middle-aged man from the Ministry of Education shouted. Chu Fan, let's go first. Brother Chu, my name is Wang Chong, from Yangqing No. 8 Middle School. Those people quickly greeted Chu Fan and then returned to their own groups. In an instant, the dozen or so teams on the huge field became orderly. The dozen or so people who got off the helicopter walked to their respective groups. There were high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Education, school mentors, and people from special government departments. They were all team leaders in this operation. Chu Fan saw that Du Jing and Tang Meng were among them. Du Jing was in charge of the 6th squad, while Tang Meng was in charge of the 7th squad. A young woman in uniform, who looked very capable, walked up to Chu Fan's group. Let me introduce myself. I am Xia Lin, the deputy captain of the Yangqing Special Department, and also the captain of the first team for this operation. Xia Lin's sharp gaze swept over everyone. From now on, all of you must obey my orders. Can you do that? Able. The college students all looked respectful, and Yan Xian also put away his previous arrogance, stood up straight, and shouted loudly in an attempt to attract Xia Lin's attention. After all, the other party is the deputy captain of a special official department. If I can leave a good impression on her. Charlene was satisfied with everyone's attitude. She nodded and said, this crisis has been classified as an S-level city-destroying crisis by the Temple of the Divine Office. For the sake of Yang City, everyone must go all out. Can you do that? Able. A deafening roar erupted from the scene. Very good. Charlene's eyes searched through the crowd. Who is Chu Fan? Step forward. Chu Fan was immediately taken aback, and then stepped out of the group. Xia Lin was stunned for a moment when she saw Chu Fan. Wasn't it said that Chu Fan was blind? She almost thought it was just a coincidence of names, but Xiaolin knew in advance that there was only one student named Chu Fan in her team, and the one in front of her must be Ashura with the ability to sense things. The most crucial figure in this operation. Many thoughts flashed through her mind, and she said seriously, "From now on, you will be the vice captain of our team, assisting me in leading the team to clear out the evil hounds in the central area of Yanqing." Vice captain? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The college students looked at Chu Fan in disbelief, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in their eyes. With so many college students in the group, Charlene actually appointed a high school student as the vice captain to manage them. Is this looking down on them? Yan Xian frowned for a moment, but quickly relaxed and smiled again. He didn't want Charlene to see that he had any doubts about her decisions. But Yan Xian glanced at Chu Fan out of the corner of his eye, sneering inwardly. "Vice captain? You dare to accept, but do you know whether you can handle it?" Chapter 124 Yanqing Center. Murderous look? Chu Fan's face darkened. After learning the art of killing intent fluctuations, he became extremely sensitive to killing intent, and at this moment, he actually detected killing intent in his senses. He followed the source of the murderous aura and looked towards Yan Xian. "Is it you?" Chu Fan sneered inwardly. Yan Xian's level is only 20. Although he was 7 levels higher than him, Chu Fan was confident that his 4-dimensional attribute values were higher than all the college students in the team. After all, these people are not talented enough, and the attribute boost they get with each level up is less than his. Chu Fan, with his S-grade aptitude, gains 20 attribute points for each level he gains after level 10. Chu Fan guessed that, given these people's aptitude, they could only increase by a maximum of 15 points after reaching level 10. The difference between 7 levels is only 105 attribute points, but the warrior medal he possesses gives him 90 attribute points, not to mention the attribute difference at each level caused by the difference in aptitude. And he also has a level 10 rare set. These college students from Yanqing were all wearing level 25 individual outfits. They didn't even have a full set. Therefore, Chu Fan was very confident that even without activating his third eye, using killing intent wave or netherworld slash, he was still stronger than these college students. "Want to kill me? You can try." Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. Although Yanqing is a small city, it has a considerable area and a population of over 10 million. While Chu Fan was standing outside the Ministry of Education in Yanqing, the same scene was playing out elsewhere. Different strong individuals and different students formed teams and went to various regions in the east, west, south, north, and center. The groups that gathered outside the Ministry of Education were heading towards the central area. At Charlene's command, a team quickly boarded the helicopter. The helicopter has a spacious interior that can accommodate up to 40 people. Chu Fan's team of more than 20 people sat in the helicopter without feeling crowded at all. Xiaolin and Chu Fan, the two captains, sat separately in front, distinguishing themselves from the others. The other college and high school students sat at the back, each forming a small group. At this moment, the college students looked at Chu Fan, who was sitting in the vice captain's seat in front of them and talking quietly with Xiaolin, and their expressions were all very unpleasant. That guy is level 13, while the other high school students are only level 9. A college student's eyes gleamed. Upon hearing this, the other college students all looked surprised. Level 13? There are still more than 3 months until the college entrance exam, and he's already at level 13? He's 4 levels ahead of everyone else. What grade were we in back then? I'm embarrassed to say it, but when we were still more than 3 months away from the college entrance exam, we were probably at the same level as these high school students, around level 9, a female college student whispered. Hiss, no wonder those students were so friendly to him. It turns out this kid is a genius. I told you long ago, how could a guy as handsome as him be ordinary? Don't be fooled by the current gap between him and us. After the college entrance exam, he'll be far beyond our reach, a pretty female college student with light makeup said with a smile. Closer to him this time. If this younger brother becomes stronger in the future, it would be great if he were willing to teach us everything he knows. Hee, how do you want him to teach you everything he knows? What do you think? Hearing the surrounding chatter, Yan Xian frowned deeply. Is it already level 13? He looked at Chu Fan and silently suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. More than 10 minutes later, the helicopter landed in an open area. We've arrived, let's go. Charlene quickly stood up and jumped off the helicopter first. Chu Fan and the other team members also jumped down and looked ahead. This is the most prosperous area of Yanqing, with numerous skyscrapers and many residential communities surrounding it, in addition to commercial buildings. It can be said that this area has a very important geographical location in Yanqing. Not only is it located in the center of Yanqing, but the dense buildings also make it an easy place for the evil dog to hide. Therefore, the Ministry of Education assigned Chu Fan to a team to clean up this bustling area. The area ahead is our assigned area, Xia Lin said solemnly. Then, she looked at Chu Fan and asked, Chu Fan, what is your perception range? Chu Fan said, 10 meters. 10 meters is enough. Charlene nodded. We must rely on your perception to quickly clear out the hounds in this area, and then go to support the other teams. Time is of the essence. Upon hearing Xia Lin's words, the college students exchanged glances. Perception? Hey Junior, do you know Chu Fan? A female college student asked the high school student next to her. More than a dozen college students, including Yen Xin, perked up their ears. The high school girl was taken aback at first, then a look of pride appeared on her face. Of course I know him. He's the #1 in Yangqing this year. #1 in Yangqing? You mean the job change ranking? The female college student continued to ask. Yes, Chu Fan is ranked 58th on the job change list. He is the first genius in Yangqing's history to enter the top 100 of the job change list. Moreover, his job is a hidden job. The perception ability that Captain Xiaolin mentioned is the ability that his job possesses. Ranked 58th on the job change list? A hidden job? Many college students swallowed hard, looking at Chu Fan in disbelief. After learning about Chu Fan's level, they had already assumed he was at a very high level. For example, he is a student with an A-level qualification, or he has entered the job transfer list. They never expected that Chu Fan's identity was 10 or even 100 times higher than they had guessed. Where did the top player from our year rank on the job change leaderboard? Someone asked in a low voice. It seems to be around 700. In an instant, many college students took a deep breath, and their gazes toward Chu Fan softened considerably. The female college students' eyes sparkled. They are more physically developed than high school students, and they also know how to dress well. Several female college students with good figures even unconsciously puffed out their chests. Yen Xion's heart trembled. He no longer dared to express any dissatisfaction with Chu Fan. If such a genius were to develop further, he could be crushed with a single finger. I've already offended him before. I hope he won't be so petty as to hold a grudge, Yen Xion thought to himself. Let's go, starting from the Kiyuan Mall ahead. At Charlene's command, everyone sprang into action and ran toward the skyscraper. Chapter 125 Linghu. The flying robot kept emitting alarms at high altitude. A steady stream of people poured out of the Kiyuan shopping mall, their faces filled with terror. They gathered in the large open space outside the mall, looking up at the sky. Kill the dog. Damn it, I was shopping with my girlfriend. How could this happen? A portly, bald man, with his arm around a young woman, angrily spoke. What does a killer dog look like? Someone in the crowd asked in alarm. It looks like a small dog that is entirely blood red. Look, isn't that a vicious dog? The man pointed behind him, his face filled with terror. Everyone turned to look. A small dog, its entire body blood red, stood in front of the manhole cover of which had been smashed to pieces. Completely blood red, a vicious dog. From underground pipes? Holy crap, run. Instantly, the scene descended into chaos. Everyone panicked and ran in all directions. Ha ha ha. The ferocious dog growled softly, its eyes flashing with a brutal light. Then, it flashed and covered a distance of more than 10 meters, rushing towards the bald man and his female companion. The young woman's face turned deathly pale when she saw the vicious dog charging towards them, and she shoved the bald man away. The next moment, the bald man crashed directly into the vicious dog that pounced on him, and the dog lay on his face, his body trembling. Upon seeing this, the young woman was terrified. She ran a few steps forward, but before she could get far, her legs trembled and she collapsed to the ground. She was still shaken. Her legs were so weak with fear. Just a few dozen centimeters away, that vicious dog almost pounced on her face. Everyone panicked. What is that vicious dog doing? Parasitism. It's parasitic. Click. Someone stepped on the young woman who was lying on the ground, making a cracking sound. Fuck you, don't step on me. The woman's face contorted as she screamed. The crowd was in chaos, completely ignoring the woman's screams. At this moment, escaping is the most important thing for them. They don't care about the lives of others. People kept stepping over the woman. Not long after, the young woman's eyeballs bulged out, and she lost her life. She never imagined that, even as she was dying, she would escape the attack of the strange beasts only to be trampled to death by humans. Just then, a sword aura swept past. The vicious dog that was lying on the bald man's face was struck by the sword energy along with the bald man's head, and it exploded violently. Red blood mixed with bits of flesh was scattered all over the ground. The bald man's headless body fell to the ground, and soon his stomach began to swell. Puff! A newborn ferocious dog emerged. It was caught in Chu Fan's hand, emitting a blood-curdling scream. Chu Fan pulled out the long tongue of the newborn demon hound and threw it on the ground, then picked up 2 spiritual crystals. A young demon dog and a newborn demon dog had little effect on him. Chu Fan did not let them go. There really are already vicious hounds here. Xiaolin looked at the manhole over there, her expression grave. It's a professional. The professional has come to save us. Haha, we're saved. What kind of efficiency is this? Why are you so late? My shoes are worn out from running so long. They cost 20,000 yuan a pair. Are you going to compensate me? A beautiful woman in her early 20s complained. In an instant, Chu Fan appeared in front of her. Do you think it's our duty to save you? Chu Fan asked coldly. The woman immediately fell silent, but still forced herself to say, "What's so superior about it? My boyfriend is a professional too." Snap! Chu Fan slapped her across the face with tremendous force. Although he only used 10% of his strength, it still distorted the woman's face. Snap! Chu Fan slapped her again, and the woman's jaw dropped. She felt a ringing in her ears and tried to speak, but instead spat out a mouthful of teeth. Chu Fan's expression was indifferent as he swept his gaze over the stunned people. Faced with Chu Fan's sharp gaze, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Having been protected by professionals for too long, they have forgotten the difference between themselves and professionals, and forgotten that it is not an obligation for professionals to save them, but just a side benefit. You can tell your boyfriend that my name is Chu Fan, and that he can come to see me anytime. Chu Fan looked at the stunned woman. After saying that, he walked over to Charlene's side. Charlene nodded to him, then looked at the team members and said, "Leave 2 people here to prevent the savage dogs from crawling out of the manhole and infecting humans. There are probably still guard dogs in the passageway under the manhole, so let's not rush there." Xiaolin looked worriedly into the interior of Qiyuan Mall. The places where people are should be the priority for cleaning. Charlene arranged for a college student and a high school student to stay here. Remember, when you encounter a vicious dog, you must act decisively like Chu Fan just now, and never hesitate. The 2 men nodded solemnly. Walk! Xiaolin gave a soft shout, and more than 20 people, including Chu Fan, quickly entered the Qiyuan Mall. The ordinary people standing outside looked at their backs, and their faces showed shame. When did this mentality of taking professional protection for granted begin? If it weren't for the 2 slaps from that boy that snapped them out of their days, they would still be living in the illusion that it was only natural for professionals to protect them. He actually hit me. He actually dared to hit me. The woman who had been slapped by Chu Fan came to her senses, her face contorted in pain. She was so angry that her hands trembled, and she took out her phone to make a call. The call was connected very quickly. "Honey, darling, a professional just slapped me across the face, sob, sob, sob. Even if they are professionals, they can't bully people like this. You have to help me get revenge." The woman's tears flowed down her cheeks. "Yeah, that's right. He also said his name was Chu Fan, and he's only beating up ordinary people like me. Humph, darling, you'll stand up for me, right?" Yes, he said it. His name is Chu Fan." The woman gradually froze in place. Break up? No, darling, I was wrong. Please don't break up with me. I beg you, hello." The other end of the phone hung up. Despair was evident in the woman's eyes. She finally managed to find a professional boyfriend through her childhood sweetheart relationship, which was a life-changing event for her. Unexpectedly, when her boyfriend heard that someone had hit her, he was initially very angry and asked who the person was. But when she mentioned Chu Fan's name, he immediately broke up with her. Snap! The woman's phone fell to the ground. She knelt on the ground, lost in thought. She knew she was finished. For ordinary people, finding a professional to be a couple is inherently very difficult. Having lost her career-oriented boyfriend whom she found through her childhood friendship, it's almost impossible for her to find another career-oriented boyfriend in this lifetime. At the same time that Chu Fan entered the Qiyuan Mall. Throughout Yangqing's southeast, northwest, and other districts, all professionals are searching for the whereabouts of the demon dog. Everyone in Yangqing sprang into action. This crisis facing Yangqing has only just begun. At the same time, a private club in Yangqing, 66th floor, room number 66. The 2 sat in the luxurious private room, talking in hushed tones. Behind them stood 3 men dressed in black. They've already started making their move, haven't they? At this moment, one of the elderly men sitting down looked out through the French windows and smiled. The alarms from the flying robots are going off everywhere outside. It should start soon, another middle-aged man sitting down said in a deep voice. The old man took a sip of tea and chuckled. I didn't expect the Illuminati to have set up the void break in Yangcheng. Heh, they've trapped us here too. His face showed no worry about being trapped in Yangcheng. In fact, his eyes even revealed excitement. The old man looked at the middle-aged man. Ling Hu, the chairman is very satisfied with your discovery this time. After it is done, you will be promoted to Deacon of the Professionals Association. Chapter 126 Ranking. Deacon? Ling Hu's face lit up with excitement. He lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, Vice President, I only asked to avenge my son and kill Chu Fan. As for promotion, don't worry, we have the same goal. You want to kill Chu Fan to avenge your son, and I also have something I need to obtain, the old man said with a smile. Vice President, is your target Li Mu? When I arranged for someone to assassinate Chu Fan, I did discover that Li Mu was a necromancer. Damn it. If he hadn't been secretly protecting Chu Fan, I would have succeeded long ago. Ling Hu said hatefully. His son, Ling Tianhua, died at the hands of Chu Fan, and Ling Hu never forgot to avenge Ling Tianhua. That time it almost succeeded. The old man smiled and shook his head. You're asking too many questions. This matter is more important than killing Chu Fan, because it was personally instructed by the guild leader, so you should be able to distinguish which is more important. Understood, sir. Ling Hu's face showed urgency. When do we make our move? No rush. The Illuminati has even brought out light materials this time, which means that this plan is very important to them. I don't think it's as simple as it seems on the surface. The old man looked out the French windows and slowly smiled. Let's keep waiting. When the Illuminati and they are both weakened, we can reap the benefits. On this day, Yangcheng began its purge of the vicious dogs in the city. And another important matter was announced on this day. Ranking list. The vast majority of novice professionals have reached level 10, and the Temple of the Gods has officially launched its level ranking system. It attracted the attention of all the new professionals across the country. Universities are also paying attention. Although a list of universities offering career change opportunities had been released, many universities did not extend invitations to some of these talented individuals. They were waiting for the right opportunity. Once the ranking list appears and the job change list is combined, then we can consider recruiting in advance. The capital city, Martial Alliance headquarters. Jiang Chuha walked out of the cultivation room, drenched in sweat. Jiang Dali stepped forward and handed her a bottle of pills. Sister, this is a pill produced by my company, the Dali pill. It can not only restore your body, but also slightly improve your 4 dimensions. Here, it's yours. Thank you, brother. Jiang Chuha smiled and accepted it. She has come to terms with it now. Although she and Chu Fan are not in the same city, they can still meet in the dungeon and on the Martial Alliance's virtual battle platform. It's fair to say that long-distance relationships simply don't exist. So these past 2 days, she's been in a very good mood, and Jiang Dali's chin hasn't swollen at all, which is rare. By the way, the ranking list came out today. Do you want to see where you are ranked? Jiang Dali said with a smile. Ranking list? Jiang Chuha shook her head. She had no interest in these rankings. Brother, I'm going to take a shower first. I'm going to the virtual battle platform later. I keep getting wrecked. I need to get my revenge. Jiang Chuha wrinkled her nose and turned to leave. Don't you want to know where Chu Fan ranks? Jiang Dali asked hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuha immediately stopped and exclaimed excitedly, Great, great. Upon seeing this, Jiang Dali felt a pang of anxiety. Oh shit. Upon hearing that brat's name, my sister actually? Soon, the corners of his mouth slowly turned up again. He opened the ranking list in front of Jiang Chua. Let me see if Chu Fan can make it into the top 1,000 nationwide. Jiang Dali quickly scrolled down and soon fell to the 300th place. Sis, Chu Fan didn't make it into the top 300. Sigh, his skills are still a bit lacking. Jiang Dali sighed and continued scrolling. He's not even in the top 500, this. What? Not even made it into the top 800. Jiang Dali suddenly looked at Jiang Chuha and said solemnly, I'm not trying to criticize you, but how can someone with this kind of strength be worthy of you? Jiang Chuha rolled her eyes dramatically. Why don't you scroll up? I've checked everything, he's not there. Jiang Dali shook his head and sighed. Keep going up, look at the top 100. Jiang Chua's face was beaming with confidence. Jiang Dali quickly did as instructed, searching upwards from the 100th. No, that kid. How could he possibly be in the top 100? Keep going, flip through faster. Jiang Chua urged. Go straight to the top 20. Sis Yusai? Look at the top 10. You actually think Chu Fan can advance? Jiang Dali suddenly froze on the spot. At this moment, his pupils were infinitely dilated. At the very top of the rankings, ranked second, is Chu Fan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he possibly be ranked second? Jiang Dali's face was full of disbelief. Jiang Chuha beamed with joy. I told you long ago, Brother Fan is the best. China ranking. Time, 3024 AD Chinese calendar. First, Beijing number 1 high school. Name, Chun Haoyu, grade 17 2.5. Second, Yangqing number 1 middle school. Name, Stranger, grade 13 24.1. Third, Shanghai High School affiliated to Shanghai. Name, Yasuo, level 11, 23.6%. Fourth, Beijing Experimental Middle School. Name, Qitian de Shang, level 10, 53.8%. Everyone is focused on the rankings. On the day the rankings were released, Chun Haoyu undoubtedly occupied the number 1 position. This did not surprise many people. The news that Chun Haoyu had been pre-enrolled by Qinglong University had already spread, and he had entered the level-up instance, the Spider Cave. It's almost impossible to surpass him on the rankings. To everyone's surprise, the second-ranked person was actually a stranger. Right now, on a professional forum, many new students are posting questions. A stranger from Yangqing number 1 middle school? Who is this person? His level is actually 2 levels higher than Yeso's. That stranger was ranked 58th on the job change list, but unexpectedly his level increased so quickly that he jumped to 2nd place. Yangqing? I've never even heard of that place. Logically speaking, the dungeons that enter from such a small place should be low difficulty dungeons. How come his level can be increased so quickly? Holy crap, I remember now. Isn't this stranger the blind man who single-handedly killed over 1,000 shadow beasts? I think his name is Chu Fan. Yes, that's him, but no matter how many shadow beasts he kills, his level can't possibly jump this fast. You guys don't know, Chu Fan didn't stay in the Shadow Forest, but went to the Lava Land. I'm so damn impressed. User with the ID, Gushin, replied to the post. Brother, did you also enter the Lava Land? Do you know anything about Chu Fan? Lonely Heart, I understand him perfectly. Every student who enters the Lava Lands knows him very well. How so? Lonely Heart, now, all we students who have entered the Lava Land want to do is curse. Who the hell sent him to the Lava Land? Netizens. Inside the spider's cave, a giant handprint reached out and grabbed at the dense swarm of spiders in front of it, each spider being 40 centimeters long. That breaks the demon. In an instant, those spiders were crushed to pieces. Chun Haoyu absorbed the numerous spiritual crystals and took a deep breath. He opened the ranking list and quickly scanned it. Chu Fan 2nd, level 13. Chun Haoyu laughed, closed the ranking list, and charged forward again towards the dense swarm of spiders. Chapter 1, 27 Solitude. Level 13 yet. Inside the martial arts hall in Shanghai, Yasuo stood in the training room and opened the ranking list. He completely ignored Chun Haoyu and only focused on Chu Fan's level. He had fought against Chu Fan and Chun Haoyu and knew their strength well. In Yasuo's opinion, Chu Fan and Chun Haoyu each have their own strengths, with Chun Haoyu possessing S-level skills that are extremely lethal. Chu Fan, on the other hand, possesses mental attack skills. Even if Chun Haoyu were to face Chu Fan without being prepared, he would still be affected. However, this is just a perk that Chun Haoyu enjoys early because he was recruited by the Big Four accounting firms. Therefore, compared to Chun Haoyu, Yasuo values Chu Fan more. Yasuo knew that both he and Chu Fan would be recruited by the 4 major teams ahead of time after the rankings were released. When everyone can enter level-up dungeons and obtain S-level skills, Chun Haoyu's advantages will disappear. For me, joining the Martial Alliance is my advantage. Yasuo's eyes were firm. As long as my level doesn't fall behind, my combat ability will be stronger than theirs. Chu Fan, who was in Yangqing, did not pay attention to the ranking list. For him, no, for all Yangqing professionals, the crisis in Yangqing was the most important thing. Kiyuan Mall. The mall is very large, and upon entering, you are greeted by a dazzling array of booths. The booth was made of alloy and contained various items. At this moment, the huge mall was completely empty. Under Xia Lin's instructions, the team began searching from the exhibition stand in the hall. Chu Fan's perception ability could ignore obstacles, which saved a lot of trouble. Charlene wanted to smash the booths with her bare hands, but Chu Fan rejected her idea. Chu Fan was worried that this would alert the other demonic hounds hiding in the shadows, and if they were startled, they would run away through the pipes to other places, which would be very troublesome. Therefore, after discussing it, the two decided to rely on Chu Fan's perception ability to first locate the demon hound and then quickly kill it. Chu Fan, your perception range is 10 meters. Let's search these booths first, in a clockwise direction, Xia Lin said solemnly. Don't miss a single corner. Chu Fan nodded and quickly got to work. He ran quickly in front of the booth, followed by more than 20 people in silence. Everyone was a professional, and after controlling their balance, they ran without making a sound. There's none here. After running a straight line, Chu Fan quickly turned to the side and ran to the right. Everyone followed him. There aren't any here either. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Charlene asked in a low voice. Chu Fan pointed to the area below the display stand in front of him and mouthed, "Cabinet." Charlene nodded, then leaped over and flipped to the inside of the display stand. She quickly bent down and, with astonishing speed, grabbed a vicious dog from the cabinet. The vicious dog could even bark. Charlene suddenly flicked its index finger on its head, instantly splitting the dog's head open. So strong. Chu Fan thought to himself upon seeing this. Continue, Charlene said expressionlessly, throwing the vicious dog to the ground. Chu Fan had already sensed the entire area through his running around, and there was only this one ferocious dog in the lobby on the first floor. However, he revealed to everyone that his perception range was only 10 meters, so he still had to pretend. He continued running clockwise along the booth. After more than 20 seconds, Chu Fan stood still and said, "It's gone." Okay. Charlene looked up. The empty mall was deathly silent. Kiyuan Plaza has 88 floors, and each floor is extremely large. Xia Lin looked at Chu Fan and whispered, "If everyone follows you, it's too slow. I think we should split into groups, with one college student and one high school student in each group. With college students from the class of 20 looking out for each other, it will be safer. Should we form groups?" Chu Fan's eyes flickered slightly. Indeed, if everyone just follows him like this, the efficiency will be too slow. If we divide ourselves into 12 groups, and each group goes to a different floor, the efficiency will be much higher. Okay. Chu Fan nodded. Before they knew it, the female college students had all walked up behind Chu Fan and looked at him expectantly. "Little brother Chu Fan, you choose. Which group do you want to be in with?" a female college student asked, her eyes sparkling. "This." Chu Fan was stunned for a moment. Charlene frowned slightly. "What time is it? You still have the mind to do this? I'll just call on 2 people, and those 2 will be a pair." Several female college students were somewhat dissatisfied, but they dared not question Xia Lin's words and could only stand there with a pout. Charlene quickly divided the groups. To Chu Fan's surprise, Yin Xin was assigned to his group. "Are you Chu Fan? I'm Yin Xin. You have sensory abilities, so following you will save me a lot of trouble," Yin Xin said to Chu Fan with a smile. Chu Fan nodded without saying anything. "Everyone, please divide into different groups. Group 1 will go to the 2nd floor, Group 2 will go to the 3rd floor, and so on," Xia Lin said. "Captain, what about you?" Chu Fan asked. "I'll go check the basement." She glanced around, her gaze lingering on the college students for a moment. "You are stronger, so make sure to protect the high school students in your group. If you encounter any adult demons that you can't handle, press the red button on the smart ring immediately, and I'll come right away." Everyone nodded quickly. Soon, everyone went to their respective floors as arranged. Chu Fan and Yin Xin were assigned to Group 8 and went up to the 9th floor. Yin Xin followed Chu Fan in silence the whole way. Chu Fan sensed the area within 30 meters around him while keeping an eye on Yin Xin. Ever since he discovered that Yin Xin harbored murderous intent towards him, Chu Fan had never let his guard down. He noticed that Yin Xion's murderous aura had disappeared for a while, but it reappeared as the 2 entered the 9th floor. Chu Fan sneered inwardly. "Chu Fan, there are still more than 3 months until the college entrance examination, and you will reach level 13. That's excellent. I'm sure many girls will be pursuing you, right?" Yin Xian followed Chu Fan slowly. Chu Fan said in a deep voice, "Stop talking nonsense and focus on dealing with the fiend dog." Yin Xian glanced at Chu Fan and sneered. Indeed, after hearing that Chu Fan had entered the top 100 of the job change ranking, he did suppress the murderous intent in his heart. But now that the 2 of them were alone on this empty floor, Yin Xian suddenly had a whimsical idea. If Chu Fan dies here, as for how he died, he must have died in the mouth of the vicious dog. No matter how talented or gifted Chu Fan is, he is only level 13. An adult killing dog can reach is level 20. Could we get a fully grown, ferocious dog? Yin Xian asked with some anticipation. He planned not to intervene at that time. If Chu Fan died in the mouth of an adult ferocious dog, it would be none of his business. Even if Xia Lin questions him later, he can at most repent for not protecting Chu Fan, and it will be difficult for Xia Lin to suspect him. Heh. Yin Xian's gaze was gloomy, looking at Chu Fan as if he were a dead man. What's the use of having high qualifications if you can't grow into a capable person? Chu Fan glanced at Yin Xian out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, the killing intent emanating from Yin Xian had reached an unprecedented peak. If you're asking for trouble, then don't blame me. Chu Fan's lips curled up, and no one noticed the wicked smile on his face. Chapter 128 Devouring. Upon hearing the alarm from the flying robot, all the staff and customers in the Kiyuan Mall ran outside. A small number of professionals went outside the mall and saw the corpse of the murderous dog on the ground. They whispered to the two team members and stood guard in place. Seeing this, the ordinary people were no longer alarmed, and they all stood obediently in the square. The vicious dog can run out of the underground manhole, so it's unwise to run around like that. It's better to stay here, because there are professionals here. Inside Kiyuan Mall, each floor consists of multiple circular platforms, which are interconnected by corridors. Each platform is home to many small shops. At this moment, Chu Fan and Yin Xian quickly traversed the 9th floor. Yin Xian followed Chu Fan unhurriedly, a cold smile playing on his lips. You've been sensing for so long, and you still haven't sensed the evil hound, Yin Xian said with a laugh as he ran. Chu Fan ignored him. His senses spread outwards. Because he was sensing the interior from outside the shop, his original circular 30-meter sensing range was now only useful for the semicircle in the direction of the shop. The other half of the circle was behind him, along a long corridor where one could easily see if there were any vicious dogs. Chu Fan's perception radiated outwards from a semicircle with a radius of 30 meters to the shops located on the same side. Aside from large shops exceeding 1,400 square meters, he could immediately tell whether any of the smaller shops had any malevolent spirits. At this moment, as Chu Fan passed a small shop, he suddenly rushed in. With his current physical abilities, he could cover a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan arrived at the back of the shop and grabbed something from the messy pile of goods. Ha ha ha. He grabbed a young, ferocious dog. The goods were overturned on both sides and scattered all over the ground. A human corpse, its features completely disfigured, lies beneath a pile of goods. There was a bloody hole in the abdomen of this human corpse. Clearly, this person has been parasitized, and a newborn evil hound has broken out of his body. The vicious dog kept sticking out its long tongue, trying to crawl into Chu Fan's mouth. Because Chu Fan was holding its neck tightly, it could only let out weak growls from its throat, its body twisting wildly. But no matter how strong it was useless against Chu Fan's arm strength. Chu Fan's current strength attribute is as high as 369 points, which is higher than many level 20 professionals. Dealing with this young ferocious hound with strength around level 10 is a piece of cake. Chu Fan grabbed the frantically extended tongue of the ferocious dog and yanked it sharply, killing the dog instantly. Not bad, Yin Xian said with a smile from a distance. He couldn't sense Chu Fan's attribute values. This was just a level 10 ferocious hound, while Chu Fan was already level 13. It was normal for him to kill a young ferocious hound instantly. Brother Chu Fan, your perception is a bit too amazing. You can even find things hidden in a pile of goods. Yin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Be careful. Chu Fan suddenly looked behind Yin Xian. Yin Xian's expression changed, and he quickly turned around, but there was nothing behind him. Are you kidding me? Yin Xian looked at Chu Fan coldly. Sorry, my perception isn't as strong as you think. See, I misperceived it. Chu Fan shrugged. Humph. Yin Xian's eyes were icy cold. He knew Chu Fan was doing it on purpose. There are no more killing dogs in this shop. Let's go look elsewhere. Chu Fan walked out of the shop. I hope you can maintain this composure even if you encounter a fully grown, vicious dog. Yin Xian sneered inwardly and quickly followed. Chu Fan ran along one side of the shops. These shops were all less than 1,000 square meters in size, so Chu Fan didn't need to go any deeper inside. The presence of a vicious hound inside the shop, Chu Fan dashed straight to its hiding place and killed it before it could scream. Meanwhile, as they continued running, they encountered more than a dozen vicious dogs in the corridor. Upon seeing Chu Fan and Yin Xian, the ferocious dogs seemed to realize the strength of these two. Just as they were about to run away, Chu Fan rushed forward and instantly killed them. Absorbing the spiritual crystal dropped by the demon hound, Chu Fan silently opened his profession panel. Your level is increasing. These young ferocious hounds were around level 10, 3 levels lower than him, so their effect was negligible, but Chu Fan did not discard them. I wonder how much improvement the spiritual crystal of an adult demon hound can bring me. He became somewhat expectant. Yin Xian followed Chu Fan calmly, without making a move. He didn't try to snatch the spiritual crystal dropped by the evil hound. In Yin Xian's view, only the weak would be unwilling to give up such a low-level spiritual crystal. Chu Fan is such a weakling. He didn't even bother to glance at the level 10 spiritual crystal. After Chu Fan rushed into a shop and quickly killed the three-headed demon hounds hiding inside, Yin Xian frowned and said, "Why are they all puppies? Where are the adults?" Chu Fan remained silent. According to the book, the Shahound, a social beast, has different habits and strength at different stages. Newborns like to stay with other newborns, and young ones like to stay with other young ones. This follows the Shahound's living habits. The mall is teeming with young killing dogs, but no adult killing dogs have been found yet, leaving only two possibilities. First, there are no adult hunting dogs in the entire mall. This is not a gathering place for adult hunting dogs. Secondly, all the adult killing dogs were gathered in a certain area of the mall, but he just hadn't discovered them yet. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. That's not what he cares about. The human corpses in those small shops had all been infected. Where did those newborn ferocious dogs that broke through the body go? That's what he cares about more. Yin Xian smiled and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chu Fan shook his head, pulling himself out of his thoughts. Thinking about all this is useless. The most urgent thing is to search all these shops one by one. Besides shops, fire exits and toilets are also places that cannot be overlooked. The two continued running forward. Whenever Chu Fan sensed a vicious dog inside the shop, he would rush out and kill it with lightning speed. To his regret, all the vicious dogs he encountered were young. The corpses lying in the shops all had a bloody hole in their stomachs. The newly hatched ferocious dogs that broke through the body disappeared without a trace. Before he knew it, Chu Fan had finished searching the entire area. If someone else were to search with their eyesight, they might miss something, since the limits of what the eyes can see are limited. Chu Fan's perception could overcome obstacles, and he was quite certain that all the evil hounds in this area had been cleared out. After passing through the corridor, the two arrived at another area on this floor. The overall layout is similar to the previous area, consisting of corridors and shops along the walls. However, some shops in this area have an area of over 2,000 square meters. These shops are too big. Your perception abilities are useless now, aren't they? As they approached a large shop, Yin Xian chuckled softly. Yes, we need to be careful. Chu Fan nodded solemnly. Yin Xian smiled slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Chu Fan's senses spread into the shop, past the counters, and through a door to the side. Suddenly, his expression suddenly changed. Behind that door was a storage room of over 100 square meters. At this moment, in his perception, the entire storage room floor was covered with human corpses. Meanwhile, 10 enormous, ferocious dogs were devouring the corpses. They were all adult killing dogs. At the same time, more than 30 newborn ferocious dogs, like hungry infants, howled at the 10 adult ferocious dogs. At this moment, an adult ferocious dog turned its head, its long tongue suddenly shooting out, and swallowed a newborn ferocious dog whole. Subsequently, the adult hound's body visibly changed. Its body became even more blood red, and its size increased noticeably. Its muscles bulged, exuding explosive power. Ha 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 ha. The other guard dog stopped moving and lay prostrate on the ground. It was as if that mutated, malevolent dog was their king. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan took a deep breath. He quickly withdrew his senses, calmly entered the shop, and walked in another direction. Yin Xian watched Chu Fan's retreating figure and followed him inside. Chapter 129 Die. Chu Fan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was experiencing a storm of emotions. Behind that door were 10 adult ferocious dogs. The adult ferocious hounds are between level 10 and 20, and based on his perception just now, Chu Fan deduced that the lowest level among those 10 adult ferocious hounds was level 18, and some even reached the level 20 cap. What shocked Chu Fan the most was the adult demon dog that had devoured the newborn demon dog. It's important to know that the level cap for adult ferocious hounds is 20, which is a racial limitation. The demonic hound underwent a change after devouring the newborn demonic hound, and Chu Fan discovered that its strength had also broken through its limitations, reaching level 21. Level 21 killer dog. If this news gets out, all the knowledge about killing dogs in textbooks will have to be overturned. Is this the power of evolution? Chu Fan suppressed his shock and wondered to himself. Beside Chu Fan, Yin Xian whispered, "What did you discover?" Chu Fan shook his head and slowly walked along the wall opposite the door from a distance. As his senses spread, his thoughts raced. Since there are a large number of adult demonic dogs behind that door, and based on the demonic dog's habit of the weak gather together and the strong gather together, there must be more adult demonic dogs in this area. Therefore, Chu Fan dared not speed up. After all, adult demon dogs are not like young demon dogs, and their strength is much greater. Soon, Chu Fan's brows furrowed slightly. 3 heads. In a deep corner of the shop, 3 adult vicious dogs were lying on the ground, gnawing on the corpse. At this moment, one of the adult ferocious dogs suddenly twitched its ears, turned around, and its scarlet eyes swept across the room with a chilling intent. Chu Fan held his breath. His foot, which was about to step out, stopped in midair. Yan Xian stopped in his tracks upon seeing this. Chu Fan kept his foot raised for a full 10 seconds before the adult ferocious dog turned its head back and continued to gnaw on the corpse. As expected of an adult ferocious dog, its alertness is far superior to that of a puppy. Chu Fan's heart jumped. He dared not let his guard down, controlling his body to make as little noise as possible. Even his breathing became weak. He walked far away from the 3 adult ferocious dogs, circled the large shop, and returned to the shop entrance. What's it like inside? How many ferocious dogs are there? Yan Xian asked hurriedly. Chu Fan let out a heavy breath, his face solemn. There are 5 adult demon dogs and 12 newborn demon dogs inside. What? There are 5 adult ferocious dogs. Yan Xian's expression changed, but he was secretly overjoyed. He looked at Chu Fan, and the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. We can't handle 5 adult ferocious dogs. Let's call the captain over. Chu Fan made a move to press the red button on the smart ring. Yan Xian suddenly pressed down on Chu Fan's hand and shook his head. No need. Chu Fan was stunned. Yan Xian said earnestly. The captain went to the basement. She has her own things to do. It would be selfish and unwise to call her over at this time. But my level is too low. I can kill some young ferocious dogs, but these adult ferocious dogs, Chu Fan said in shock. Isn't there still me? 5 adult ferocious dogs are nothing. I should be able to handle them. Yan Xian smiled slightly. Then I'll follow you, Brother Yan. Chu Fan nodded and released his hand from the red button. Brother Yan, you have to protect me. Haha, don't worry. Now tell me the specifics of the situation here. Yan Xian looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan scanned the shop with his eyes. In the cabinet on the upper left, there is an adult ferocious dog. In the innermost corner, 3 adult vicious dogs were gnawing on the corpse. There's also an adult savage dog behind that display stand on the right, making a total of 5. Can you sense how strong they are? Yan Xian asked. Chu Fan shook his head. My perception ability can only sense objects, not their strength. However, based on their size and the intensity of the crimson color on their bodies, I estimate that they are at least level 15 and possibly level 20. Yan Xian nodded. Yes, 5 adult demon dogs. Some of them might be level 20. I can handle level 20 demon dogs too. Chu Fan suddenly said, Brother Yan, it's better to be careful. After all, none of us have fought against adult demonic hounds before. If those 5 demonic hounds are all level 20, can you handle them? Yan Xian looked at Chu Fan with a cold smile and shook his head. How could he possibly handle 5 beasts of the same level as him? Killing dogs in the first place. Yan Xian was overjoyed upon confirming the presence of adult killing dogs here. Their gazes toward Chu Fan became even more undisguised. Brother Yan, you deal with those 5 adult ferocious dogs later. I'll cover your retreat. Chu Fan pointed to the door of the storage room. That door is crucial. It's made of gamma alloy. Even adult ferocious dogs can't break through it. I have already sensed everything inside the door. It's a 100 square meter room with no vicious dogs. It's very safe. So, if things go wrong, I'll quickly open that alloy door. Then you'll come with me into the storage room, and I'll call the captain over. Chu Fan looked at the door to the storage room, his eyes shining. Oh, Yan Xian's gaze swept towards the door, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Okay, I really have to thank you this time. I should be thanking you, Chu Fan said modestly. Haha, Yan Xian chuckled. You idiot, I almost screwed you over, and you're thanking me? This brain of mine, I really don't know how it got into the top 100 of the job change rankings. Brother Yan, shall we make a move? Chu Fan addressed him respectfully as Brother Yan, which only made Yan Xian more disdainful. So what if someone is a genius? Even when facing danger, you still have to call yourself Brother Yan. Make your move. If I'm outmatched and run this way, you must open the door to that storage room immediately, Yan Xian said solemnly. Don't worry, Chu Fan nodded. A dagger appeared in Yan Xian's hand. His body gradually became transparent, merging with the air. If Chu Fan hadn't possessed sensory abilities, he definitely wouldn't have noticed that there was someone standing next to him. Chu Fan also confirmed Yan Xian's profession, assassin. This move is the assassin's A-level skill, stealth. Yan Xian crouched low and slowly walked toward the display stand on the right that Chu Fan had mentioned. There was a lone, adult rabid dog there. Yan Xian slowly moved his body closer to the display stand. Because the demon dog was hiding behind the display stand, and it was difficult to make a move, Yin Xian gently pulled the display stand. Squeak. The sound of the display stand scraping against the ground could be heard. All the guard dogs in the hall stopped moving and looked in Yin Xian's direction. Ha ha ha. A fully grown, ferocious dog emerged from the cabinet on the left, its eyes gleaming with a menacing light. The three ferocious dogs that had been gnawing on the corpse also cautiously and slowly moved towards Yin Xian. Before assessing the opponent's strength, the savage dog was also very cautious. Some newborn ferocious dogs emerged from various corners, gathered together, and gradually approached Yin Xian. Just as Chu Fan had said, there were 5 adult killing dogs and 12 newborn killing dogs in this shop. The vicious dog hiding behind the display stand looked in Yin Xian's direction, baring its teeth incessantly. Although it couldn't see Yin Xian, the beast's alertness told it that there was a human there. Yin Xian stopped pulling on the display stand. He immediately broke out of his stealth state and ran towards Chu Fan. Quick, open that door, Yin Xian said urgently. Chu Fan pulled on the alloy door with both hands. Bang! The alloy door was opened a crack, just enough for one person to enter. Brother Yin, hurry. Chu Fan looked anxious and was about to squeeze into the alloy door. At this moment, Yin Xian suddenly appeared in front of Chu Fan and pushed him toward the vicious dogs chasing after him. You? Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. Yin Xian then flashed into the door. The door slowly closed, and Chu Fan could only see Yin Xian smile, a smile full of mockery and sarcasm. Go to hell, Yin Xian chuckled softly towards the door. Bang! The door slammed shut. Chapter 130 Charlene makes a move. The door to the storage room slammed shut. Chu Fan's expression instantly turned cold, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. At that moment, a scream that chilled to the bone came from inside the door. 10 adult demonic hounds. Ah, Chu Fan, do you want me dead? The alloy door slowly opened a crack, and Yin Xian's fingers gripped the edge of the door. At this moment, Yin Xian was terrified. In his panic, he grabbed a dagger in one hand and desperately swung it at the vicious dog rushing behind him, while pulling hard on the door with the other, trying to escape from inside. Just then, a tremendous force gripped Yin Xian's fingers. Yin Xian tried to resist the immense force, only to discover that the opponent's strength was actually greater than his own. Who is it? Who is messing with me? Yin Xian roared. Since you're so eager to go in, then don't bother coming out, Chu Fan's cold voice rang out. Chu Fan, it's Chu Fan. Hearing that voice stirred up a storm in Yin Xian's heart. He never expected that Chu Fan's strength was greater than his own. He was a level 20 professional, while Chu Fan was only a few levels away. They're 7 levels apart. How is that possible? Chu Fan, let me out, let me out. I was wrong, I was wrong. Yin Xian panicked. Swarm of ferocious dogs charged toward him from behind. There were at least 10 adult ferocious dogs among them. He could handle 1 adult ferocious dog, but 2 would be very difficult, let alone 10. Moreover, he also saw one that was much larger than the other adult ferocious dogs, clearly stronger. Any later, and he would have really died here. Chu Fan, let me out. Let me out. Under the pressure of the crisis, Yin Xian unleashed a power beyond his physical limits. However, Chu Fan's strength was still greater than his. Yin Xian's hand was pulled away from the door frame by Chu Fan. Impossible. This is impossible. You're only level 13. How could you have such high attribute values? Yin Xian's terrified voice came from under the door. Chu Fan, you'll get what's coming to you. Wah. It seemed like something had crawled into Yin Xian's mouth. Bang. The alloy gate slammed shut again. Chu. Wah. Before long, the faint cries for help ceased, leaving only the howling of the vicious dogs. Chu Fan remained calm in the face of all this. There are 10 adult demon dogs inside, as well as a level 21 demon dog king. Even if Yin Xian reaches level 20, he will still be destined to be parasitized. Chu Fan's senses penetrated through the gate, and he discovered that Yin Xian had been parasitized by an adult demonic dog. Soon, his belly swelled up, and a demonic dog with a body far larger than other newborn demonic dogs burst out of his body. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan gasped. Bang bang bang. And the ferocious dogs in the storage room launched a fierce attack on the alloy door. However, they cannot open doors. They can only rely on instinct to ram them with their bodies. However, the gate made of gamma alloy is not something that these level 20 alien beasts can break down. From the moment Yin Xian ran towards Chu Fan and pushed him aside to the moment Chu Fan closed the alloy door, all of this happened in the span of 2 breaths. Adult ferocious dogs outside also surrounded Chu Fan. Chu Fan pressed a button on the smart ring meter, then took off running. Haha. The vicious dogs quickly set off and gave chase. However, Chu Fan's speed was far beyond their reach. With the 3 blue gems of the warrior's medal, he is stronger than an ordinary level 20 professional in both strength and speed, and can even be compared with an ordinary level 22 professional. And the highest level among these 5 ferocious hounds is only level 20. Not long after the red button was pressed, a red figure rushed towards them from a distance. It was Charlene. She was incredibly fast, her body glowing red, and in a few leaps she arrived behind Chu Fan from afar. Chu Fan felt a gust of wind carrying a fragrant breeze. Immediately afterwards, puff, 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 puff. In an instant, the heads of the 5 adult and 12 newborn ferocious dogs all burst open. Charlene then looked at the still shaken Chu Fan and comforted him. It's all right now. I didn't expect there to be so many here. Chu Fan hurriedly said, Captain, hurry and save Yin Xian. Yin Xian? Xiaolin then realized that the college student who was in the same group as Chu Fan was missing. Where is he? Chu Fan pointed to the alloy door of the storage room. Behind the door. Behind the door? Charlene looked over, her brows furrowing slightly. Can you sense what's going on inside? Chu Fan stammered. I just sensed it, inside. Inside is the storeroom of this shop. There are 10 adult beasts. What? 10 adult ferocious dogs? Xiaolin's expression changed drastically. With 10 adult ferocious dogs, how could Yin Xian, who was only level 20, possibly survive? On the side, Chu Fan appeared to be in shock, but inwardly he was very calm. He sensed that Xiaolin's strength was greater than Du Jing's, exceeding level 26. Adult rabid dogs inside shouldn't be a problem. That's why I immediately activated the smart ring clock to call Charlene over, instead of taking matters into my own hands. If he were to intervene, he could also deal with the 5 ferocious hounds, but that would expose his own strength and make Xiaolin doubt Yin Xian's life or death. Because he was weak, Yin Xian's death naturally had nothing to do with him. After all, a level 13 professional would not even have time to run away when facing a large number of adult ferocious dogs. Who would have thought that he could kill a level 20 professional under such circumstances? Bang, bang, bang. The door to the storage room made a loud bang. Be careful and keep an eye on your surroundings, Xiaolin told Chu Fan before quickly walking to the door. He threw a punch. The alloy door trembled slightly, but remained completely undamaged. Gamma alloy? Charlene's gaze narrowed slightly, and she pulled on the door frame with both hands. She gently pulled open the door, just like a curtain. Immediately afterwards, a dense swarm of ferocious dogs burst out from inside and pounced wildly on Charlene's face. Charlene snorted coldly and slammed her fist forward. Flames erupted from her fists, turning the entire storage room a deep red. Bang! Ferocious dogs that charged at her were struck hard and sent flying backwards into the storage room. At the same time, flames burst into flames on their bodies. A burnt smell permeated the air. Charlene stepped directly into the storage room and saw human corpses covering the floor. The corpses were unrecognizable and had obviously been dead for a long time. At her feet lay Yin Xian's fresh corpse. Yin Xian's eyes were wide open, his eyeballs bulging, and his face was filled with deep disbelief and regret. Yin Xian had a huge bloody hole torn open in his stomach, and his abdomen and chest were completely ripped open. A tremendous roar resounded. Charlene looked up and saw a large, adult ferocious dog standing at the very back of the storage room. Beside it stood a blood-soaked, ferocious dog, as if it had just been soaked in blood. A level 21 adult demon hound, and a level 11 newborn demon hound. Charlene took a deep breath and vanished from the spot. Chapter 131 Terrifying Rules. Inside the dark room, a scarlet tongue, over 10 meters long, shot out from the mouth of the adult ferocious dog and coiled around Charlene. Charlene quickly dodged. The long tongue, like a whip, lashed out at her again, leaving afterimages in the air and making a whistling sound. Not only has its level broken through racial restrictions, but its combat method has also changed. The long tongue used for parasitism has become a weapon. Charlene analyzed while dodging the attacks of the demon hound. With her strength exceeding level 26, this ferocious hound was no match for her. However, Charlene was in no hurry to kill it. Following the incident in the evil forest, news came from the Temple of the Divine and the Ministry of Education that the evil hounds inside had mutated and gained the ability to evolve. Therefore, Charlene wanted to discover more changes in this vicious dog and bring this information back with her. The ability to analyze and summarize is the fundamental reason why humans can survive in this world. Chu Fan stood still, silently sensing all of this, his heart filled with shock. An awakened boxer? Boxer is a common profession, and like martial artists, boxers are professions with particularly strong single-target burst damage. After awakening, a boxer can follow different attribute paths such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder. The characteristics of a boxer are also different depending on the path they follow. Fire fist masters are known for their fierce attacks, wood fist masters for their outstanding recovery abilities, wind fist masters for their speed, earth fist masters for their tanking skills, while lightning fist masters are rare and possess both powerful attacks and speed. Charlene's punch just now was accompanied by raging flames. Clearly, she is a fire fist master. A fire fist master who has already awakened. This also means that Charlene's level is over 30. In a flash, Chu Fan deduced Xia Lin's level and profession. It's already awakened. No wonder it's so strong. Chu Fan scoffed. Xia Lin was just a deputy captain in the Yanqing government, yet she had already awakened. Chu Fan suddenly became curious about the government's strength. The Ministry of Education is also an official body. When people mention the powerful forces of China, they usually think of the Temple of Gods and the Martial Alliance first. The founders of the Temple of the Priests were powerful figures from all over the world, and branch temples were set up in various countries. No one knows where the true main temple is. The Temple of Shrines in China is naturally a branch temple. The founder of the Martial Alliance was Wei Wuji, a Chinese. The official government is the true dominant force in China. In China, there is an official presence, and the Temple of the Divine Office has a cooperative relationship with the government, while the Martial Alliance remains aloof and indifferent to such matters. This is the composition of the three major powers in China. As Chu Fan was thinking, there was a sudden ding sound. My phone vibrated. Chu Fan immediately came to his senses, his heart trembling. In order not to waste time on meaningless activities, Chu Fan blocked all messages and calls, and only checked missed calls and messages when he had free time. There was only one type of information he didn't block. Dark web. The phone rang at that moment, and there was only one possibility. A message popped up on the dark web. Has the mission been issued? Chu Fan suppressed his excitement and quickly took out his phone to access the dark web. A message popped up on the dark web interface. You have killed a dark web member, obtained all of their dark web currency and all their information files, and can choose a member to replace them and join the dark web. Upon seeing this text, Chu Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. What's this? In Chu Fan's view, the number of dark coins in the upper left corner changed rapidly, increasing directly from 705 to 1820. The other party had 1115 dark coins, which now belonged to him. 6 files are available. Do you wish to accept them? Chu Fan clicked yes. The next moment, several more files appeared in his folder. I quickly glanced at the documents. They were all worthless, such as how an assassin can maximize his assassination skills, and how can I make a married woman who is stronger than me submit to me. Below are various responses from members of the dark web, and even some private messages are included in the file. One of the folders was over 50 gigabytes in size. Chu Fan opened it with high hopes, only to exit in disappointment. It turned out to be filled with obscene and vulgar films. Chu Fan took a deep breath, his brows furrowed. Was the dark web member I killed Yin Xian? The news came out because Yin Xingong died because of him. It couldn't be anyone else but Yin Xingong. Yin Xian was a member of the dark web, since he himself had joined the dark web after receiving a message out of nowhere. To Chu Fan's surprise, killing a member of the dark web would grant him access to all of their resources. This rule is a bit scary. Yin Xian was just a college student from Yanqing. He was weak, had little dark currency, and possessed very little information. How could the dark web be full of people like Yin Xian? There must be quite a few strong individuals among them. If a powerful individual is also a member of the dark web, how much dark currency would they possess? Tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, are not impossible. Moreover, the information that those powerful individuals possess is far beyond what someone as insignificant as Yin Xian can obtain. Yin Xian's short films exceed 50 gigabytes, but what those powerful figures possess might be information about certain hidden professions, maps of other realms, or unknown substances existing in some other realm, etc. This leads to all members of the dark web who know this secret searching for and killing other members. Chu Fan suddenly remembered that a year ago, after he posted a thread asking about the Ashura profession, someone messaged him privately, asking for a face-to-face transaction. Because he hadn't become a professional player yet, and didn't have much dark coin, his initial intention in posting was to get it for free, so he refused. Now that I think about it, why did that dark web member insist on a face-to-face transaction? Does the other person know this secret, and the moment they meet will be the moment of his death? Thinking of this, Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Only then did he realize that he had already walked on the edge of death. I absolutely cannot reveal the secret that I am a member of the dark web, Chu Fan said, taking a deep breath. Please designate a target to become a member of the dark web. Enter the target's name, age, gender, and address. 24-hour countdown. Time remaining, 23:59. The message continued to pop up on the screen, followed by an input border and a countdown. Is there no option to refuse, and must it be specified? Chu Fan's gaze narrowed slightly. Oh no. He suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He killed Yin Xian and was able to designate a new member to join the dark web. Could it be that he was also designated by a member of the dark web? The other party killed a member of the dark web and then targeted him? When specifying a new member, you will need to enter their name, age, gender, and address. In other words, the person who appointed him as a member of the dark web knew his identity. This, Chu Fan gasped. He couldn't help but look back and felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to his head. It seemed as if some unknown entity was watching him from across the void. Who exactly is it? Chu Fan wondered to himself. At this moment, bang! A tremendous roar came from ahead. It came from that storage room. Chu Fan immediately composed himself and ran to the storage room, which was already engulfed in raging flames. His senses spread outwards. In her perception, Charlene was standing inside, completely unharmed. The level 21 adult demon hound was on the verge of collapse, covered in wounds, and looked as if it might die at any moment. If that's all the tricks you have, there's no need to keep you alive, Xiaolin said in a deep voice. On her fist, distorting the air itself. Chu Fan held his breath as he watched this scene. Fire fist, Charlene. We're finally going to deal with this mutated demon king. Chapter 132, I have quite a few trump cards. Which one are you referring to? Charlene had been hiding and hadn't made a move. Killed most of the vicious dogs inside. This shows how strong she is. Ha ha ha. The level 11 newborn demon hound lay on the ground, its body riddled with holes from the flames, but it was not yet dead. It stood beside the mutated ferocious hound at the very back of the storage room, so it wasn't directly hit by Charlene's punch. Nevertheless, it was engulfed in flames and was left barely alive. The mutated adult demonic hound looked at the newborn demonic hound, opened its mouth, and seemed to hesitate about something. Seeing that Charlene was about to unleash a killing move, it let out a shrill cry and suddenly stretched out its long tongue, swallowing the level 11 newborn demon dog whole. Oh, seeing this, Charlene put away her fists and crossed her arms in front of her chest, waiting. There seemed to be more changes. The mutated ferocious hound swallowed the level 11 newborn ferocious hound whole, its belly bulging out. Ha ha ha. It hissed softly, its face contorted, its belly heaving dramatically, as if it were enduring extreme pain. Time passed. 2 full minutes passed before the mutated ferocious dog's belly visibly recovered. At that moment, a blood-red mist suddenly appeared on its body. Under the cover of the crimson mist, those wounds visibly healed. At the same time, the body of this ferocious dog also changed. Its 2-meter-long body began to shrink, eventually stopping at about 1.5 meters. Its eyes turned even more bloodshot, and it grew out menacing fangs, making it look terrifying and frightening. It can evolve? Chu Fan, standing at the door of the storage room, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this scene. Clearly, this ferocious hound has evolved once again, becoming even stronger. Charlene said in a deep voice. Yes, it went directly from level 21 to level 24. It seems that this demon hound can evolve indefinitely. We don't know how many levels it can evolve to yet, but the success rate should be relatively low. Chu Fan nodded. From the hesitation of the demon hound just now, and the extreme pain it endured, it's clear that evolving is not an easy thing. The adult demon dogs that were here before could have devoured the newborn demon dogs and evolved themselves. However, only this one side did this, which suggests that the success rate must be relatively low. Huh. The fiend's eyes turned bloodshot as it charged straight at Charlene. Its body was enveloped in blood mist, and it moved extremely fast, even surprising Chu Fan. This ferocious hound evolved again. He was no match for it. After evolving again, can you utilize malevolent energy? Charlene asked coldly. Fire. As soon as she finished speaking, a raging inferno suddenly erupted around her body, engulfing her completely. Charlene stood in the flames, becoming a human torch, but her breathing was steady, as if the flames were nothing more than air to her. This is a fire tribute boxer. The mutated hound arrived in front of Charlene, opened its blood-red maw, and countless long tongues shot out from it, enveloping Charlene's head from all sides. It wants to parasitize Charlene. Its intuition told it that if it could parasitize the powerful human before it, the newborn demon hounds it produced would be even stronger. If it consumes an even stronger newborn demon hound, it can evolve again. Faced with the dense array of long tongues, Charlene sneered. She flashed behind the ferocious hound, leaving a trail of flames in her wake. Upon seeing this, the ferocious dog yelped and tried to run away, but then it saw a cluster of flames fly up and bloom before its eyes. Burst. Charlene snapped her fingers. The flames burst open, and towering flames spread throughout the storage room. Holy crap! Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. He could feel the power of the explosion. Even he would be seriously injured. He turned around, intending to run away, but Charlene grabbed his arm and pulled him away into the distance. At this moment, the flames on Charlene's body had disappeared. But Chu Fan could feel the heat emanating from Xiaolin. It was scalding hot, and her pretty face was flushed and steaming. A freakish body. Chu Fan clicked his tongue in amazement. Charlene moved incredibly fast, and in an instant she pulled Chu Fan 100 meters away, where they could see the shop that had been blown to ruins. Don't worry, I controlled my strength. This floor won't collapse. Xiaolin looked at Chu Fan with a half smile. Chu Fan looked apologetic. Captain, I'm sorry, I'm too weak. Charlene smiled and said, we all started from a weak point. You will be stronger than me in the future, much stronger. The students who went to other floors heard the explosion and exclaimed in surprise. They pressed the smart ring meter. Charlene's voice came from inside. It's nothing. Continue searching for the demon hound. After you're done, meet up on the platform on the 9th floor. Yes. Receive. Yes, Captain. Charlene then looked at Chu Fan with great interest. Chu Fan felt extremely uncomfortable under her gaze, fearing that she would find out that Yin Xian's death was related to him. At this moment, Xiaolin said coldly, bring out all your trump cards and kill all the evil hounds on this level as soon as possible. You will sense the danger, and I will take action. All the cards on the table? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. Charlene glared at him. I'm the only one here. Are you still going to hide it? Chu Fan shook his head. Captain, you misunderstood. What I meant was, I have quite a few trump cards. Which one are you referring to? A bit too much? Charlene was speechless for a moment, then gave Chu Fan a deep look. Besides your perception abilities, do you have any other trump cards? Chu Fan smiled, but didn't say anything. That's right. I can indeed sense my surroundings within 30 meters. The reason I lied before, Captain, you know why? I'm still a kid, and I have to protect myself. The 9th floor. Under Chu Fan's perception, Xiaolin quickly killed 8 adult demonic dogs in a large shop, and then looked at Chu Fan with great interest. Facing her gaze, Chu Fan simply laid his cards on the table. He strongly suspected that Xiaolin already knew that Yin Xian's death was related to him. Although he left no trace and didn't even make a move, it's inexplicable why Yin Xian would inexplicably enter the storage room and close the door tightly. In fact, Chu Fan had already prepared his explanation. It was Yin Xian who thought he was too slow and suggested that they search separately, eventually leading them into the storage room. As for why they didn't escape, Yin Xian is just too weak. Charlene didn't ask, and he didn't offer an explanation. Otherwise, it would seem like they're trying to hide something obvious. That makes things much easier. Let's speed things up. Xiaolin nodded and withdrew her gaze from Chu Fan. The two sped past the 9th floor. Chu Fan no longer held back. At the same time as Xiaolin made her move, he also unleashed his full strength, which surprised Xiaolin. This guy's physical abilities are comparable to a level 23 professional. Xiaolin exclaimed, watching Chu Fan in the distance as she made her move, her heart filled with shock. Chapter 133, A Powerful Alliance. Chu Fan unleashed his full power, making him stronger than an ordinary level 22 professional. Charlene, on the other hand, has already awakened and become a fire attribute boxer with a level exceeding 30. The two acted simultaneously, their combined strength resulting in extremely high efficiency. It's not in here. Under Chu Fan's perception, 2 figures whizzed past on the 9th floor. There are 3 young malevolent dogs inside. After Chu Fan finished speaking, his body turned into a blur and entered the shop in front of him. The 3 young demon hounds were killed before they could even react. Continue, Xiaolin said after Chu Fan had absorbed the spiritual crystal. The 2 sped off again. Bang! Inside a large shop, Charlene showed no mercy, throwing a punch directly at the numerous ferocious dogs in front of her. A giant fire fist appeared, instantly engulfing the ferocious dogs. The huge explosion echoed throughout the entire Kiyuan Mall, and even members on other floors could feel the ground shaking beneath their feet. What happened? It must have been the captain who went all out. Hiss this commotion. The captain's strength is too strong, possibly exceeding level 25. On the other floors, the team members stood frozen in place, deeply shocked. With Chu Fan and Xia Lin's all-out attack, all the evil hounds on the 9th floor were killed in less than 10 minutes. Are you sure there's nothing left? Xia Lin asked Chu Fan. Captain, you should have confidence in my perception abilities. Chu Fan grinned. Then suddenly his expression turned serious. The 9th floor is gone, but the commotion you caused was too great. All the evil hounds hidden on the other floors were scared out of their hiding places. Oh, fine, then let's just wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Xia Lin stepped forward. Ha ha ha. The entire mall was alarmed, and the vicious dogs emerged from every corner. In an instant, in addition to the 9th floor where Chu Fan was located, evil dogs appeared in the lobby on the 1st floor and the corridors of other floors. They seemed to know that these humans were very strong, so they didn't intend to fight them head-on, but instead scattered in all directions in a panic. Oh, how come? There are so many. The 2 people who went to the 10th floor were a female college student and a female high school student. They saw at least a dozen ferocious dogs in front of them, including 2 adult dogs, and were immediately stunned and lost in thought. Huh. The 2 adult ferocious hounds launched the first attack and arrived in front of the 2 in an instant. Swish. At that moment, a streak of sword energy swept past, cleaving the 2 adult demon dogs into 4 pieces. And all the young and newborn demonic dogs nearby were killed by the shockwave. Then, a figure flashed by and picked up the spiritual crystal from the ground. The 2 girls then came to their senses and looked in disbelief at the figure that appeared at the end of the corridor. Who is he? The female college student asked, bewildered. Chu Fan. It's Chu Fan, he saved us. The high school girl's chest heaved violently. If Chu Fan hadn't intervened, they would have already died in the mouths of the adult demonic hounds. Chu Fan. The female college student stared at the figure disappearing at the end of the corridor, lost in thought. 1st floor lobby. Ferocious dogs gathered here at this moment, numbering over 100. The entire hall was covered in a blood-red color, like a red tide rushing in all directions. Several adult hyenas, some as long as 2 meters, killed newly hatched hyenas that blocked their way. No adult demon hounds choose to devour newborn demon hounds to evolve. Charlene stood on the railing of the 9th floor, looking down at everything. This further convinced her that it was not an easy task for the Shahound to evolve. Flames erupted from her body once more, and she leaped downwards. Bang! A tremendous impact was heard. Charlene landed on the ground floor, causing the floor to sag slightly, and more than a dozen ferocious dogs were crushed to death by the immense force. The dense swarm of ferocious dogs barked wildly at Charlene when she suddenly appeared. At the heart of the pack of ferocious hounds, Charlene's gaze turned icy. Suddenly, a long whip formed of flames appeared in her hand. Die, you scum! Charlene sneered as she swung her flaming whip. The weaker of the ferocious dogs were struck by the long whip, and their bodies instantly turned to dust. The stronger adult hounds, though not killed instantly by the whipping, were instantly engulfed in flames and soon became charred corpses. Chu Fan stood on the 2nd floor railing and looked down. He saw Xia Lin engulfed in flames, wielding a long flaming whip like a fire goddess. The entire interior of Qiyuan Mall seemed to have become a sea of flames. Can a Fire Fist Master use fire like this? I wonder who is better at using fire, the Fire Fist Master or the Fire Mage. Chu Fan thought to himself, wrinkling his nose slightly. Too many ferocious dogs died in Charlene's flames, causing the entire area to be filled with a foul, acrid smell. So strong. As expected of our captain, he's absolutely amazing. What kind of job is captain? I don't know. If someone can use fire, they must be a fire mage, but the captain is clearly a melee fighter. A group of underachievers. The captain is a Fire Fist Master, a melee class that can use fire. Fist Masters can only have fire attributes after awakening. What? The captain, she's awakened? Behind Chu Fan stood 22 members of Team 1. After clearing the 9th floor, Chu Fan and Xia Lin agreed to split up, with Chu Fan going to support the members on the other floors. Charlene, on the other hand, was tasked with eliminating the main force of the killer dogs. After rescuing the members above the 9th floor, Chu Fan continued to rescue them from the 8th floor downwards, eventually reaching the 2nd floor. At this moment, apart from the already deceased Yin Xian, all the team members were standing behind him. Yes, the vice-captain is also very strong. He just killed 2 adult demon hounds with a single sword strike. A female college student looked at Chu Fan's retreating figure and murmured softly. It was Chu Fan who had just saved her from the jaws of two adult ferocious dogs, and Chu Fan's image was deeply imprinted in her mind. Haha, Captain Xiaolin must have known about Chu Fan's strength before she let him become our vice captain. I was very dissatisfied before, but now, who is dissatisfied? A male college student laughed. I really don't know how the vice captain cultivated. He didn't even graduate from high school and is only level 13, yet he's stronger than me, a level 20 professional. Sigh. That's right. When the vice captain reaches our age, I wonder how much he'll have matured. Compared to him, we're just weak. No wonder we can only stay in Yancheng to go to university. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly turned around, and the students immediately stopped talking. Vice Captain Chu, what do we do now? Chu Fan said in a deep voice, go to the lobby to assemble. After a short rest, we will conduct a final cleanup of this Kiyuan Mall to prevent any fish from escaping. Received. Everyone said in unison. Even the college students looked respectful. The high school students all had flushed faces and were filled with excitement. As a fellow student from Yanqing High School in the same year as them, the stronger Chu Fan became, the more excited they felt. They can boast later that Chu Fan was in the same year as them, and that they were even in the same team during the extermination of the evil dogs. Chapter 130 for the Maw of the Abyss. Team Leader. Chu Fan led a team of members into the hall. Charlene nodded, and the flaming whip in her hand suddenly disappeared, while the flames enveloping her body slowly dissipated. She was slightly out of breath, her face flushed, and she glanced at everyone before nodding and saying, everyone is here except Yin Xian. Yin Xian? The college students looked around and then realized that Yin Xian, who was in the same group as Chu Fan, was not in the group. Where is Yin Xian? Yeah, wasn't Yin Xian in the same group as the vice captain? Where is he? Chu Fan was about to utter the excuse he had prepared. Charlene said coldly, Yin Xian encountered 10 adult ferocious dogs and is already dead. Dead? Upon hearing this news, everyone held their breath. The team members who were so lively not long ago are now dead. Sigh. Chu Fan shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret. Vice Captain, wasn't he with you? And you possess sensory abilities, so how could Yin Xian have suffered the deaths of 10 adult demon dogs, while you? A male college student who was on good terms with Yin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Chu Fan immediately looked at the person who had spoken. The man met Chu Fan's gaze and quickly shut his mouth. Xiao Lin said coldly. Yin Xian ignored my words and insisted on separating from Chu Fan. Without Chu Fan's ability to sense danger, he encountered 10 adult demonic dogs. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Those classmates who were on good terms with Yin Xian did not raise any further questions. They knew Yin Xian very well. They knew his personality all too well, and doing something like this was in line with his character. What a pity. At the prime of his life, he died because of his own pride and arrogance. Sigh. If my perception range were a little wider, perhaps Yin Xian would have. Chu Fan felt somewhat guilty. Vice Captain, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to blame yourself. Exactly. Yin Xian disobeyed team discipline and acted on his own. He brought this upon himself. Who can he blame but himself? Yin Xian is a petty guy. He's not convinced by you, the vice captain, so I'm not surprised that he suggested searching for the evil hound alone. Seeing Chu Fan's remorseful expression, many college students tried to comfort and encourage him. Chu Fan chuckled inwardly. If Yin Xian knew he was dead and these classmates were still cursing him, he would probably be so angry that he would die again. Xiao Lin glanced at Chu Fan, then her cold gaze swept over everyone. I'll say it again, if anyone makes decisions on their own and doesn't follow my and the vice captain's arrangements, don't blame us if something goes wrong. As soon as Charlene said this, everyone nodded quickly. No one dared to harbor any more ulterior motives. Otherwise, Yin Xian would serve as a cautionary tale for them. Chu Fan looked at Xiao Lin, and she looked back at him. Charlene nodded to Chu Fan and ordered, start cleaning the entire building now. Once we confirmed there were no killing dogs, we began supporting the other teams. Su Group. Li Mu and Lu Jun walked down the dimly lit corridor. A vicious dog darted out from the corner and pounced on the two of them. However, just as the vicious dog entered within a meter of the two people, its body began to rot visibly, quickly turning into black smoke and dust. If a powerful person were here, they would have sensed a black mist emanating from Li Mu, enveloping him and Lu Jun. More and more ferocious hounds rushed out from all directions. Just like the previous ferocious hound, all of them were affected by Li Mu's corruption ability and turned into black smoke before they could even get close to the two of them. Lu Jun looked at Li Mu beside him, his heart trembling. Necromancer. This ability is terrifying. Lu Jun regained his composure and said in a deep voice, Dean, there are so many vicious dogs in the Su group, but we haven't found a single human corpse. That's strange. Limu nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be an Illuminati stronghold. The reason there are no human corpses is because everyone inside has turned into monsters that have fused with alien beasts. Shall we go upstairs and take a look? Lu Jun looked up at the building. The Su group is very large, and they are currently walking in the group's lobby. At this moment, Limu suddenly stopped in his tracks. The ground beneath his feet cracked open, and a pitch-black corpse, resembling an undead, emerged, kneeling before Limu, its lips moving. A hoarse sound came from its throat. Lu Jun couldn't understand it at all. However, Limu nodded and said, I understand. The undead corpse burrowed back into the ground. Dean, what did your search for the dead reveal? Lu Jun asked, swallowing hard as he saw this. Limu's eyes were cloudy as he slowly said, This Su group building is a dead building. There isn't a single living person left. Lu Jun frowned. That's ruthless. It seems the Illuminati killed everyone in the Su group to cover up their crimes. What about Su Changfeng? Come with me and take a look. Limu walked forward. The two completely ignored the ferocious dogs that rushed in from all around them. All the dogs turned into dust as soon as they got close. Soon, Limu and Lu Jun took the elevator to the 8th basement level. What comes into view are numerous operating tables, on which lie monsters of various shapes. Some were completely black and covered in pustules. Some had green tails but human bodies, and some had no human features whatsoever and had become completely monstrous. These are all experimental samples, and the fusion rate is no more than 90%. The highest fusion rate is 89% on the operating table at the very front. Lu Jun quickly moved between the operating tables. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the empty spaces where operating tables should have been. Those empty spaces should have had operating tables, but they're gone. It seems the Light Society took all the monsters with a fusion rate of over 90% with them. Limu nodded and said in a low voice, Be careful. Since the other side has already abandoned this stronghold, they should have destroyed it. But they've left it here openly. I suspect they did this intentionally to lure us here. No sooner had the words been spoken than the operating table at the very front began to shake violently. A man lying on the bed with tubes inserted all over his body sat up. Dean, be careful, Lu Jun said as if facing a formidable enemy. It's that operating table with an 89% fusion rate. Limu's lips moved slightly, and 3 white-haired undead corpses emerged from the ground, forming a triangle to protect him in the center. The man lying on the operating table sat up, and Lu Jun and Limu were able to see his face clearly. The man's entire face had lost its skin, and it was covered with a dense array of teeth. But he possesses human limbs. Its limbs and body are covered with lips that don't look like those of a human, and the teeth inside are extremely sharp. What kind of strange beast is this? Lu Jun asked, his brows furrowed. Limu stared intently at the monster in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, this person has fused with an 8th-tier alien beast, the Abyss Maw. The Maw of the Abyss. Lu Jun seemed to remember something and took a deep breath. Leave it to me. The opponent may already possess the ability of the Abyss Maw. Close combat is not an advantage when dealing with the Abyss Maw, Limu said solemnly. Lu Jun quickly took a step back. The Guardian was right. You have indeed come here. The monster's lips all spoke at once. Are you Su Changfeng? Limu stood there, holding a staff and hunching over. A year ago, you hadn't yet merged with the alien beast. I never imagined that in just 1 year, you would have become like this. Su Changfeng. The monster seemed lost in reminiscence. A very familiar name, but I don't remember it. I don't remember it at all. Call out. Instead of engaging in a long chat about life with the other party, Limu immediately set off towards the monster from the white-haired corpse in front of him. Seeing this, Lu Jun was surprised. These 3 white-haired corpses each possessed the strength of level 30. The white-haired corpse was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it rushed in front of the monster. The monster's lips all over its body laughed simultaneously. All those lips simultaneously took a deep breath, and a tremendous suction force erupted from that spot. Various metals and stone chips flew back towards the monster. The operating tables that were fixed to the ground were all uprooted by the suction force and flew towards the monster. Lu Jun was also made unsteady on his feet by the huge suction force. Thunderbody. Lightning quickly appeared around him, and his hair stood on end, which helped him stabilize himself. More than a dozen undead corpses quickly emerged from under Limu's feet and pinned him to the spot. Ha ha! The monster laughed maniacally. The three white-haired corpses couldn't withstand the immense suction and were directly sucked onto the monster. Sizzle. Sharp teeth, each 2 meters long, pierced through the three white-haired corpses. Almost instantly, the three white-haired corpses were pierced by the monster's teeth. "You insignificant creature, how dare you attack me?" The monster looked at Li Mu and Lu Jun with a mocking expression. Screech. A chilling scream emanated from its entire body and lips at the same time. Mental attack skill. Lu Jun's expression changed drastically. His mind was affected, and he hurriedly gathered all his strength in his ears, trying to block out the effect of the scream. However, mental attack skills directly attack the mind, so Lu Jun's actions were almost negligible. His face turned deathly pale instantly, and he swayed precariously. At that moment, a warm current enveloped Lu Jun. Lu Jun's expression softened, and he gave Li Mu a grateful look. Chapter 135 Domain Materialization. Lu Jun suddenly felt a little fortunate. If Li Mu hadn't volunteered to come along, he might have been seriously injured if he had faced the monster alone. This monster has actually merged with the 8th-tier alien beast, the Abyss Maw, which is an alien beast with mental attack capabilities. And it's an 8th-tier exotic beast. For someone in a conventional profession like his, there's really no way to deal with an opponent who can launch a mental attack. He can only rely on his physical strength to withstand it. If I were to encounter a true Abyssal Maw, I wouldn't be able to withstand its mental shriek. But unfortunately, you are just a fusion, and your strength is far inferior to that of a true 8th-tier alien beast. Li Mu stomped his staff on the ground, and a dark power spread outwards from the staff. The realm of the dead. As Li Mu's deep voice fell, the space instantly changed. The once dark basement has suddenly become a world of the dead, with bones and tombstones scattered everywhere. A blood-red full moon hung in the sky. Countless undead corpses crawled out of the ground. What is this? An illusion? The monster looked around and exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, 2-meter-long teeth sprouted from the monster's lips all over its body, making it look like a demon covered in spikes. The three white-haired corpses were pierced by spikes and hung on them. Playing tricks? You sent these three little things over here just to give you time to cast illusions. Its sharp, fang-like teeth churned rapidly, turning the three white-haired corpses into dust. Die, you insignificant human! The monster sneered and charged directly at Li Mu. Li Mu held a staff in his right hand and took out a magic book with his left hand, muttering incantations. All the undead and corpses converged on the monster. The monster completely ignored the surging army of undead and went straight for Li Mu. Mere illusion magic, you think you can, huh? Suddenly, a dozen or so undead corpses grabbed the spikes on the monster's body. The spikes pierced their hands, but they felt no pain. What? It's not an illusion. It's a real, undead creature. The monster exclaimed in shock as its movements were hindered. Lu Jun was also deeply shocked as he looked at this world that resembled the dead. This is domain materialization. Lu Jun took a deep breath. Everything here is real. A branch temple master of the Temple of Gods, he was well aware that certain hidden professions possessed their own domains. Under normal circumstances, domains can only be used as a means of psychological attack. However, some powerful individuals are able to materialize their domains. In other words, it is to materialize something imagined out of thin air into a real, existing world. Once the real world is realized, in the realm of the liberator, he is a god, the ruler of this world. There are only two ways to break through the barrier. First, we can overcome the gap in strength by force. For example, Li Mu is currently level 36. If a powerhouse of level 45 or above were to go all out, they could break through his domain. Another approach is to use domains against domains. Both of them have their own areas of expertise. It's just a matter of whose area is stronger. In Lu Jun's understanding, there are no more than a handful of strong individuals who can materialize a domain, and those individuals are all super strong individuals who are famous in their respective regions. However, Li Mu, who is only level 36, has already accomplished this, and he also possesses a legendary weapon. What exactly is his identity? Lu Jun looked at Li Mu's back, his heart filled with increasing horror. More and more undead and corpses rushed toward the monster. The undead are not very strong, mostly around level 10, but there are too many of them. There are at least tens of thousands of such undead in the entire undead ghost realm. Even a swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Those undead corpses knew nothing of death, nor did they feel pain. They charged madly at the monster. Faced with the endless army of undead, the monster's body suddenly began to spin. As soon as the undead corpses got close to it, they were all struck by its sharp teeth and fell down in droves. But as one group fell, an endless stream of undead and corpses surged up upon them. How can there be so many? What kind of place is this? The monster was frightened. It initially thought it was an illusion, but it never imagined that this was a real world, which was beyond its comprehension. Screech. Its lips opened simultaneously, emitting another soul-piercing shriek. However, it quickly froze in place. Those undead corpses were completely unaffected by its mental attack skills. It's too strong. I have to escape. The monster's spikes retracted, just as the thought of fleeing arose. At this moment, a huge tombstone, 50 meters high and 30 meters wide, fell from the sky and landed directly on it, suppressing it below. No, what is this? What is this? The monster screamed as it was suppressed by the tombstone. Li Mu slowly walked up to the monster, opened his jet-black left hand, and reached out to grab it. Let me go, let me go. I remember now. I am Su Changfeng, the president of the Su Group. As long as you let me go, I will give you any amount of money you want, Su Changfeng roared. Yes, yes, the Illuminati. I know all the secrets of the Illuminati, and I'll tell you anything, as long as you spare my life. I gave you a chance a year ago, but I didn't expect you to fuse with a strange beast. I really shouldn't have kept you. Li Mu's left hand pressed directly on Su Changfeng's head. Soul Devourer. The Necromancer's A-rank skill. By absorbing the other person's spiritual energy, one can obtain their spiritual memories. Su Changfeng let out a painful scream. Before long, his screams gradually weakened and then disappeared completely. Its spiritual power was absorbed and destroyed by Li Mu, which also caused it to lose its life completely. So strong. Lu Jun stood behind Li Mu, deeply shocked. Li Mu withdrew his left hand, his face instantly turning deathly pale. The 4 guardians? The 9 envoys of light. Li Mu murmured. Dean. Lu Jun stepped forward. Are you all right? Li Mu shook his head and said, let's go back first and discuss this matter again. Yangqing Education Department. Besides those who led student teams to various places to wipe out the evil dogs, Minister of Education Ho Chang, principals of various high schools and universities, and Wang Ming, the captain of the Special Official Department, were all here. They didn't go to wipe out the evil dogs. For them, there were more important things to do. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Li Mu and Lu Jun, of the Yangqing branch of the Divine Hall, and the other was the director of an orphanage on the surface, but even Ho Chang respected him very much. Moreover, the mission these two were on was very important. They went to the Su Group, which was suspected to be the headquarters of the Illuminati. Dean Li, are you injured? Ho Chang asked Li Mu. Li Mu's face turned pale, and he shook his head. I used part of my strength, but it's still all right. Dean, Hall Master Lu, what have you discovered? Tang Xiaohu asked hurriedly. Xiao Lu cough. You go ahead and say it. I'll reply first. Li Mu swallowed a pill and sat down to meditate and recover. Lu Jun nodded and said, we can confirm that the Su Group was the previous stronghold of the Illuminati. We found many experimental products that had fused with alien beasts inside. They were all failed products with a fusion rate of less than 90%, and eventually they encountered Su Changfeng. Unlike the other failed attempts, we learned that Su Changfeng is already an ordinary member of the Illuminati and has been assigned to stay at the Su Group. Dean Li and I speculate that the Illuminati have long regarded Su Changfeng as a dispensable pawn, which is why they did not take him away, leaving him at the Su Group maybe to play with us. If they can bring down a few people, that would be a good thing. Everyone's brows furrowed deeply. The Illuminati are so blatantly opposing Yangqing. They really think Yangqing is an easy target. Lu Jun continued. Su Changfeng also fused with a strange beast, and he fused with an 8th-tier beast, the Abyss Maw. If it weren't for Dean Li's intervention, it's estimated that. Lu Jun glanced at Li Mu and continued. According to the information that Dean Li obtained from Su Changfeng, the Illuminati has a president and a vice president, as well as 4 protectors. The young man we encountered in the evil forest who merged with the Void Knight Bat is one of the 4 guardians. Lu Jun did not reveal that Li Mu had used spirit devouring to see the other party's memories, but instead used a different phrasing. The 4 guardians? Everyone's expressions were solemn. Before Li Mu and Lu Jun returned, they had all heard Ho Chang explain the root of all this, including the mutation of the evil hounds in the evil forest, the sudden appearance of the blood cocoon demon embryo, and the young man with spatial abilities. Minister, you said before that the young man who merged with the Void Knight Bat was at level 39. If all 4 guardians are at that level, then this time in Yangqing, Principal Huang Peng of Yangqing Middle School looked worried. The strongest person here is you, and you are only at level 36. Upon hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. Huang Peng is right. They could handle a level 39 monster if they worked together, but if the four guardians of the Illuminati were all in Yangcheng, they would be no match for them. Yangcheng's strength was ultimately too weak. The strongest among them was only level 36. After reaching level 30 and awakening, there is a huge gap between each level. No one believed they could win by sheer numbers. Not to mention, the Illuminati also has a president and vice president, whose strength is definitely greater than that of the four guardians. Chapter 136 Important Information. Li Mu's complexion gradually regained some color. He slowly began to speak. According to Su Changfeng, the Illuminati only deployed 2 protectors for their plan against Yangcheng this time. Of course, after all, Su Changfeng is just an ordinary member, and it is possible that he does not have enough authority within the Illuminati and is not qualified to know too much inside information. As for the president and vice president of the Illuminati, Su Changfeng has never met them. Li Mu recounted what he had learned from Su Changfeng's mental memories about the 9 envoys of light. According to Su Changfeng's memories, the 9 envoys of light are still in the process of fusing with the alien beasts and will not be born for at least 3 months. 3 months should be enough, right? Li Mu didn't want to put any more pressure on these people. It was already difficult enough. If they knew there were 9 more monsters stronger than them, many of them might feel despair, which would be very detrimental to the battle. The thought quickly flashed through Li Mu's mind. He continued, if what Su Changfeng said is true, this plan only mobilized 2 protectors. Facing 2 level 39 monsters, we are not without a chance of winning. Upon hearing this, a gleam appeared in the eyes of many school principals. Li Mu continued, but we also need to consider the worst-case scenario. What if all 4 protectors are in Yangcheng, and even the president and vice president are there? Li Mu sighed deeply, then glanced at Lu Jun, Ho Chang, and Wang Ming. You can only be prepared to report to your superiors at any time and try to get them to remove the restrictions of severing the void. Otherwise, Yangcheng might cease to exist. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Dean Li, I will do my best. Lu Jun looked at Li Mu and said solemnly, sigh, it's difficult, but we can only try. Wang Ming sighed. Ho Chang said in a deep voice, the higher-ups are aware of what we are going through, but things haven't reached the point of no return yet, so they haven't taken any action. Perhaps they are also observing the situation. Sigh. Someone sighed. That being said, everyone knew that this was just wishful thinking. After all, breaking the restrictions of severing the void would require too much effort. If they really wanted to help, the higher-ups would have already taken action, instead of waiting until now without any movement. Li Mu's gaze was cold. We can't place all our hopes on others. If they can help, great. If they can't, I'll risk my old life to keep the Illuminati here. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, Director. The children from your orphanage have been safely escorted here. They will be protected until we all die. Ho Chang looked at Li Mu. Li Mu's gloomy face finally broke into a smile. The reason he was willing to take action was precisely this. He wanted to protect the children he had raised. Thank you, Li Mu said to Ho Chang with a smile. Ho Chang nodded and glanced at everyone. What's the situation with the cleanup team? The 10th team, led by our school's vice principal, has not yet provided any feedback. Huang Peng, the principal of Yangcheng Middle School, shook his head. The 18th squad has sent back footage showing a large number of vicious dogs in a residential area in the southern region they are responsible for. Judging from this situation, I estimate that vicious dogs have spread throughout the entire city, said an elderly man with gray hair. He is Luo Hai, the president of Yangcheng University. Yes, the same goes for our Yangcheng Vocational College's 16th squad. The number of killing dogs has exceeded expectations. A middle-aged man said with a solemn expression. The 13th squad has not reported anything. They should be fighting the killer dogs. Squad 26 has sent back footage. Some students have been killed in action. The 31 squad reported that a college student was attacked by more than 10 adult ferocious dogs and was killed. The school principals began to speak one after another. There were constant sighs from the audience. The atmosphere became very heavy. The fact that someone was killed was something they had anticipated. After all, this was a battle against alien beasts from another realm, and it was impossible to avoid death. But as news of people dying kept coming in, even Ho Chang sighed heavily. Call all the strongmen we can and continue to support the various teams, Ho Chang said. The final battle with the Illuminati hasn't even started yet. Every death counts. Tell them that during the process of eliminating the evil hounds, they should collect information on the characteristics and patterns of the evil hound's evolution. The team leader should try not to be separated from the team members. Safety comes first. At this moment, Wang Ming, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Minister. Charlene's team discovered crucial information about the evolution of the demon hound, Wang Ming said. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Wang Ming with anticipation. Wang Ming continued. Xiaolin sent back a message that adult demon hounds evolve by devouring newborn demon hounds, but the success rate is probably not high. One team encountered dozens of adult demon hounds, and only one successfully evolved, and it evolved twice. The first one it devoured was an ordinary newborn demon hound, which evolved from level 20 to level 21. The second one it devoured was a level 11 newborn demon hound, which evolved directly from level 21 to level 24. Level 24. Multiple evolutions? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. This news is nothing short of shocking. Level 24 isn't a high level for them, but it's quite high for the students who went to the front lines. If a ferocious hound were to evolve multiple times, without the protection of a squad leader, many of the students would likely perish. After all, the students in Yanqing are not only of low rank, but their combat skills are also pitifully poor. Very good. This news is very important. Ho Chang nodded to Wang Ming. I remember one of the teams was the one Chu Fan joined. Chu Fan. Upon hearing the name, the university presidents barely reacted, but all the high school principals took a deep breath. They were very familiar with that name. It was because of Chu Fan that all the high school students in Yanqing could only enter the lower-level beginner dungeon. Is Chu Fan in one of the teams? Haha. No wonder the team was able to discover the pattern of the demon hound's evolution. Chu Fan's perception ability must have played a big role. That brat is indeed quite strong, but his personality is a bit strange, I wonder. Huang Peng said with a sneer, but then he saw Li Mu looking over. Dean Li is the director of Qiqing Orphanage, where Chu Fan is. Strictly speaking, he's Chu Fan's grandfather, Tang Xiao said. You said Chu Fan has an eccentric personality, this? You misheard me. I said Chu Fan is cute. Cute, not weird. Huang Peng smiled at Li Mu with a serious expression. Go on, Li Mu said, not dwelling on it, and looked at Wang Ming. What else did you discover? Wang Ming nodded. The team also discovered that the stronger the target of the demon hound's parasitism, the higher the level of the newborn demon hound. If it parasitizes an ordinary person, the newborn demon hound will be level 6. If it parasitizes a professional, it will be level 11 from birth. The adult demon hound that the team encountered was a newly hatched level 11 demon hound that had burst out of the body after devouring a parasitic professional, which is why it jumped directly from level 21 to level 24. Therefore, the higher the level of the newborn ferocious hounds that an adult ferocious hound consumes, the greater the improvement it gains. Charlene guesses that this improvement has no upper limit. There is no upper limit. Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath. Ho Chang took a deep breath and said, this is just a theoretical guess. Even if there is no upper limit and it can evolve infinitely, as you just said, the success rate of evolution is not high. Wang Ming nodded. That's right, but we also need to be prepared for the worst. The cleanup operation must be quick. What if a level 40 or 45 demon hound appears? Ho Chang nodded and quickly made a decision. Let's split up. All of you will join the operation to eliminate the evil dogs. With you all involved, the efficiency will be much higher. As for me, Dean Li, Lu Jun, Tang Xiaohu, and I went to the evil fiend forest to guard the blood cocoon demon embryo and prevent it from undergoing unpredictable changes. My biggest concern right now isn't the evil hounds. With many people working together, it won't be difficult to wipe them out. Ho Chang looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window at Yanqing. The city was no longer peaceful. Danger lurked everywhere. What I'm most worried about is dark matter, the blood cocoon demon embryo. What is the Light Society's real purpose in placing it in the evil forest? Chapter 137 Early Recruitment. February 21st, 3024 in the Chinese calendar. On this day, the operation to eliminate the savage hounds in Yanqing officially began. Led by the Ministry of Education, more than 2,000 students with good abilities and willingness to participate in the operation were selected from various schools. They formed hundreds of teams and traveled throughout the city. The lurking, malevolent hounds, like ants whose nests have been disturbed, emerged in droves from every corner, becoming a nightmare for the people of Yanqing. In hospitals, schools, shopping malls, office buildings, and even suburban factories and rural areas, wherever humans are present, the professionals have found corpses that have been parasitized. These corpses shared common characteristics. Their stomachs were ripped open, and most of their flesh was eaten away. More secluded and private residences are the main battleground for these malevolent spirits to choose as their hostile entities. Many human corpses, which had been dead for some time, were found in their homes by professionals. Only a week had passed since the problem occurred in the evil forest, and the evil hounds had already used their parasitic abilities to breed a large number of new evil hounds. In just 1 week, the number of killing dogs increased almost exponentially. The city, which was peaceful and serene not long ago, suddenly changed drastically, with cries of despair everywhere and a scene of apocalypse. Alas, the end of the world has come. I saw my parents being parasitized by the venomous dog, and I saw their stomachs being ripped open, but I couldn't do anything about it. Sob, sob, sob. This is the current state of the world. Ordinary people are like ants facing giant elephants in front of strange beasts. Fortunately, we have professionals. When will the professionals be able to kill all the demon hounds? There are only a limited number of professionals in Yanqing, so let's take it slow. Right now, we can only continue to survive. Whoever can survive until those vicious dogs are all dead will survive this crisis. At the same time, throughout China, apart from Yanqing, which is facing an unprecedented crisis of annihilation, nothing major happened in the other cities. Everything proceeded as usual. Ordinary people live ordinary lives. Meanwhile, novice players are all paying attention to the rankings. At this moment, Chun Haoyu is ranked first on the ranking list with a huge advantage. Having prior access to the spider's lair allowed Chun Haoyu to reach level 18. Chu Fan still ranks second, with his level shown on the ranking list as level 14, 11.5%. The third and fourth spots are still taken by familiar faces, with Yasuo and Wukong following closely behind. It was at this moment that the universities, which had been observing the situation, finally took action. 12 top colleges have begun sending early admission invitations to their preferred students. Many novice professionals who ranked highly on the job change and level lists received invitations. However, what has attracted the most attention is the actions of the Big Four accounting firms. Besides Chun Haoyu, are there any other people who will be recruited by the Big Four accounting firms in advance? Soon, a message came out. Yasuo received invitations from both Azure Dragon and Suzaku universities, and ultimately chose Suzaku University. He became the second freshman, after Chun Haoyu, to be recruited early by the Big Four accounting firms. Immediately afterwards, an even more explosive piece of news ignited the entire professional community. The Great Sage Equaling Heaven, ranked third on the job change list and fourth on the level list, received invitations from all four major factions simultaneously. However, to everyone's surprise, the Monkey King refused. At this moment, the professional forum is abuzz with discussion. Isn't it unprecedented in history for all four major universities to extend invitations to a single freshman at the same time? Exactly. He's one of a kind in history. I don't know what it was about the Monkey King that attracted the four greats. The most important thing is that he actually refused. If only I had this opportunity. Why did he refuse? Did he have inside information? I have an elder who works in one of the four great masters. It is said that the powerful people in charge of recruitment in the four great masters have all met with the Great Sage Equaling Heaven. However, the Great Sage Equaling Heaven told them that he would go wherever his master went. Holy crap, that's really awesome. This isn't awesome, this is downright brain dead. He actually thinks Chu Fan is his master. Brothers, is Chu Fan the master of the Great Sage Equaling Heaven? What's going on? Some students from other cities had not entered the lava land and were unaware of this. Soon, someone provided some information in the comments. For a moment, the entire professional forum erupted in gasps of astonishment. The Great Sage Equaling Heaven, who was recruited by the four great powers at the same time, actually recognized Chu Fan as his master. The Monkey King also refused the invitation from the four great masters because of Chu Fan. Hey, speaking of which, why didn't Chu Fan receive an invitation from the four major organizations? He's ranked second on the ranking list. The rankings of the four major classes should be considered in conjunction with the class change rankings and the level rankings. Only Yasuo and Wukong are ranked at the top of both lists. Chu Fan's class change ranking is too low. You don't know this, do you? None of the 12 top academies have extended an invitation to Chu Fan. This is impossible. I'm ranked 90th on the job change list and even higher on the level list at 123rd. I've already received an early admission notice from Jiangnan University. Chu Fan It's true, I've checked, it's absolutely genuine, replied the new professional who had an elder in one of the Big Four accounting firms. For a moment, all the freshmen who were browsing the forum became suspicious. This shouldn't be. Despite his soaring fame during this period, Chu Fan hadn't even received invitations from 12 top academies. I have more news for you. Something has happened in Yanqing, where Chu Fan is located. Buzz. This news was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts. The capital city. Chun Haoyu retreated from the spider cave and returned to school. He started browsing professional forums. Yasuo was indeed recruited by the top 4 teams ahead of time, and the Monkey King rejected their invitations. Chun Haoyu frowned and rolled his eyes downwards. He rarely replies to posts, but he spends some time each day lurking in the professional forums. His expression quickly changed. Something happened in Yangcheng. S-level city-destroying crisis, severed void, Illuminati. Chun Haoyu took a deep breath. Chu Fan, I haven't settled the score with you for taking the 7-colored blood flower from me yet. You must get through this crisis. After saying that, he left the school and headed straight for the temple. Chun Haoyu joined the Temple of Gods, which offers many benefits in addition to accessing experience dungeons. With Yasuo chasing him from behind, Chun Haoyu was constantly thinking about improving himself. Shanghai. Yasuo stood in the martial arts training room, looking at the acceptance letter in his hand, his heart filled with excitement. From that moment on, he became a student of one of the Big 4 universities. Moreover, he is also a member of the Martial Arts Alliance. If things continue to develop normally, his future is limitless. Xiaoming, tell me what's been happening lately. Yasuo called out as he soaked in nutrient solution to recover. Okay, came the soft, sweet voice. Xiaoming can use smart technology to capture the latest news from the internet and television, saving her the time of browsing forums and watching TV news. The 4 great powers actually extended invitations to the great sage equaling heaven at the same time, and that guy refused because of Chu Fan? Yasuo smiled bitterly as he listened to Xiaoming's words. So, are Chun Haoyu and I the only 2 students from this year's cohort who are now among the top 4 universities? Yasuo suddenly remembered something and asked, Xiaoming, Chu Fan, who is ranked 2nd on the leaderboard, didn't receive an invitation from the top 4? Xiaoming said. Xiaoming checked, and not only did the 4 major academies not extend an invitation to him, but even the 12 top academies didn't extend an invitation to Chu Fan. Yasuo frowned deeply. He was very clear about Chu Fan's strength. Chu Fan is someone who can defeat him head-on. How could such a talent not be considered good enough by the 12 top academies? Hello, Xiaoming has received news that Yangcheng, where Chu Fan is located, is facing an S-level city-destroying crisis. It is said to be the work of the Illuminati, who have deployed the luminous substance, Skybreaker, above Yangcheng. All the people of Yangcheng are dealing with this crisis. Perhaps this is why Chu Fan has not yet received the early recruitment notice. What? Yasuo stood up abruptly from the bathtub, his face filled with horror. S-level city annihilation crisis. Illuminati. Break the void. The combination of these 3 keywords made Yasuo's heart clench. Broken void. Does that mean we can't even go to help? Yasuo murmured. Xiaoming said, yes, that's right. Yasuo stood there and sighed deeply. Chapter 138 Rejection. Beijing Experimental Middle School. Inside the principal's office. Huang Liang, you brat. All 4 of them extended invitations to you at the same time, and you actually. An old man with a white beard looked at the Monkey King in front of him, his beard bristling with anger. He is Du Huntao, the principal of Beijing Experimental Middle School, and also the teacher of the Monkey King. The Monkey King picked at his ear, then said seriously, he is my master. Wherever my master goes, I should go. Is that right? You. Sigh. He's about your age. How could he be your master? What's wrong with your brain? Du Huntao suddenly shut his mouth, pointed at himself, and said, I'm your master. The Monkey King shook his head. You are my teacher, and he is my master. They are different. After saying that, he turned and left. Where are you going? Du Huntao shouted, his eyes wide. The Monkey King didn't even turn his head. I'll go find him. My master is too kind. Without me by his side, he could easily be captured by a monster. Damn it, don't run away. Du Huntao chased after him, but the Monkey King was already gone. Damn, no wonder it's a spirit. It's so fast. Du Huntao stroked his beard, his face beaming with pride. Principal, was that Huang Liang just now? A middle-aged man walked in from outside and looked suspiciously into the distance. Yeah, he said he was going to find his master right in front of me, his teacher. Damn it, does that mean I'm not as good as Chu Fan in his eyes? Du Huntao said, glaring at the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze froze. Is his master Chu Fan from Yangcheng? It's that brat. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, Principal, have you heard about what happened in Yangcheng? Du Huntao's gaze immediately turned serious. I heard about it. Don't worry. After Xiao Liang found out that he couldn't enter Yangcheng at all, he still had no choice but to come back obediently. The invitations from the Big 4. No rush. This is just an early recruitment. Xiao Liang has a mental illness, so we can't push him too hard. We can only go along with him. If Chu Fan can overcome this crisis, he should be able to enter the Big Four smoothly, and Xiao Liang will be willing to join the Big Four. If Chu Fan doesn't survive this crisis, Du Huntao said with some worry, looking at the middle-aged man, will Xiao Liang's condition worsen once he knows that Brad is dead? The middle-aged man shook his head. Even a level 45 healer can't do anything about Xiao Liang's illness. So, nobody knows how his mental illness will develop. It would be best if Chu Fan didn't die, but with Severing Void around, we can't help even if we want to. Du Huntao's expression was grave. He suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to the education headquarters. Although the chances are slim, there's always hope if you try. Thor 1 speeds through the sky. Jiang Dali was driving, and Jiang Chuha was sitting in the passenger seat, looking out the window. Since Jiang Chuha arrived in Beijing, Jiang Dali has spent all his time acting as her driver, except for work. For him, who is a sister-obsessed brother, it was not only not a hassle, but he was even excited. Sis, do you know where you rank on the leaderboard? How many? 72. You're ranked 72nd on the ranking list. You're truly worthy of being my sister, haha. Jiang Dali grinned crookedly. Oh, so brother Fan. Is he still in second place? Jiang Chuha became interested and turned her gaze away from the window. Jiang Dali's face immediately fell, and he nodded reluctantly. Hee. A smile spread across Jiang Chua's face. Breaking news. Yasuo has accepted an invitation from Suzaka University to become a student of the 4 top universities ahead of schedule. It is understood that Qinglong University and Suzaka University both extended invitations to him, and ultimately. Just then, the news broadcast on the car's radio started. Was Yasuo recruited early by the top 4? Jiang Chuha frowned slightly. If he could be recruited early by the top 4, then what about Fan Ge? Jiang Dali frowned and said, I have specifically looked into it, and Chu Fan has not received any invitations from any university. Note that I mean any university. That's impossible. Not to mention that he's ranked 2nd on the leaderboard, back in the Lava Lands. Brother Fan snatched the 7-colored blood flower from Yasuo and Shen Haoyu. Now those 2 who were robbed have been recruited ahead of time. So why hasn't Brother Fan been recruited? Jiang Chuha said coldly. I don't know about that. Jiang Dali was in a good mood, stepped on the gas, and the Thor 1 accelerated sharply. So what if I wasn't invited? What's so great about the Big Four? Jiang Chuha wrinkled her nose and clicked on a photo. In the photo, she and Chu Fan were both wearing masks. As she watched, Jiang Chuha seemed to be lost in fond memories and unconsciously began to smile foolishly. Yangqing is facing an unprecedented crisis. The entire city's skies have been shrouded in a chasm, which is likely related to the sudden rise of the Illuminati in recent years. Snap! Jiang Dali shut down the car's infotainment system, turned to look at Jiang Chuha, and chuckled. Chuha, have you run out of your power pills? I have some here. Jiang Chua's face turned pale as she asked, what crisis has Yangqing encountered? What Yangqing crisis? Jiang Dali's eyes darted around, and he began to play dumb. He could sense that Jiang Chuha was on the verge of exploding. Jiang Chuha simply took out a miniature model and placed it in her palm. This model is 7 or 8 parts similar to Chu Fan. Xiao Fan, tell me what happened in Yangqing. The model spoke in Jiang Chuha's hands. According to the speculations of various forces, the instigator of the attack on Yangqing was the Illuminati. At this moment, the sky above Yangqing has been cut off by the sky severing, and Yangqing has become a city isolated from the outside world. Jiang Chua's pupils gradually dilated. Hey, we've all encountered this kind of crisis in various cities before. With professionals around, it's all a minor problem, Jiang Dali said with a smile. Brother, we're not going to school, we're going to Yangqing. Jiang Chua's face was icy cold. Sis, Yangqing is affected by Severed Void. We can't go there at all. Jiang Dali said with a bitter face. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary crisis. Nothing will happen. Jiang Dali cursed inwardly, thinking, I shouldn't have turned on the car's infotainment system. My sister wouldn't have known about this then. Broken Void. Jiang Dali hurriedly said. Yes. Duan Kong is a high-ranking known substance. With such a substance around, we can't get to Yangqing at all, and the people in Yangqing can't get out either. There's no way out unless... Unless what? Jiang Dali slapped himself. Unless many powerful individuals act together, or other substances with higher numbering can be used, the effects of the void separation cannot be reversed. But Yangqing is just a small city. Those powerful individuals simply won't. At this moment, Jiang Chuha had already taken out her phone, and the call was quickly connected. You're lying to me? Jiang Chuha said. There was no response on the other end of the phone. You knew about the crisis in Yangqing all along. Which is why you made me leave, right? Jiang Chuha's eyes reddened. How serious is the crisis in Yanqing? Is Brother Fan in danger? And what about Duan Kong and the Illuminati? Sigh. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Haixing sighed deeply. Chuha, I'm only doing this to ensure your safety. After all, you're my only daughter. I originally intended for you to leave. As for Yanqing and Chu Fan, they had powerful figures from major cities supporting them. However, I didn't expect them to use this severing void technique. It was my oversight. Jiang Chuha wiped away her tears. Dad, I'm begging you. My brother just said there's still a way to remove the restrictions of severing the void, right? Jiang Haixing said. Indeed, there is, but the price is far too high, far beyond your imagination. Even I am not qualified to make those powerful people pay such a price. I understand. Jiang Chua's face was filled with despair. At that moment, Jiang Haixing's angry shout came from the phone. Dolly, bring Chua back to me. Don't let her do something stupid. Jiang Chua hung up the phone immediately. Sis, you're putting me in a difficult position. Jiang Dolly's lips twitched. He has to offend both his father and his sister. Take me to Yanqing. As for whether we can get in or not, I'll have to try it myself before I'm satisfied, Jiang Chua said. On the other side, Jiang Haixing stood on the top floor of the Jiangnan Martial Arts School, his brows furrowed. He tapped on the smart ring watch, and a figure appeared in front of him. The figure wore a medal, which was made of diamonds and shone brightly. Haixing, I'm sorry, headquarters has rejected your application, the figure said slowly. Chapter 139 Treasureland. There are also many Martial Alliance members in Yanqing. Aren't their lives important? Jiang Haixing looked at the figure standing in the air. After learning that Yanqing had been isolated by the severed void, he felt a pang of regret. If he had known it would turn out this way, he could have taken Chu Fan and the other members of the Martial Alliance with him, even if it came at a certain cost. Now, all we can do is watch those people face a crisis, and there's nothing we can do. Therefore, after learning of the existence of Broken Void, Jiang Haixing immediately submitted an application to headquarters. We request the Martial Alliance headquarters to intervene and remove the restrictions on severing the void. The figure sighed. I am indeed very sorry, Haixing. As you know, the only way to break the restrictions of severing the void is to use the Spear of Demon Slayer. However, the Spear of Demon Slayer is in the hands of the Temple of the Divine Office. Then there's only one method left, 10 experts of level 45 or above attacking simultaneously. You should be aware of the bizarre consequences of attacking substances from another realm, right? Not to mention it's a substance with a high number like severing void. The consequences will only be more severe. So, it's not that we don't want to help you, nor that our Martial Alliance doesn't value those people's lives, but we really have no other choice. Jiang Haixing fell silent. Seeing this, the figure continued. Haixing, I'm asking you, if I asked you to take action, would you be willing? Jiang Haixing was taken aback and fell into deep thought. If Jiang Chuha were trapped in Yanqing, he would not hesitate to help, because Jiang Chuha is his daughter. But now that his daughter is out of danger, he knows he can't risk everything to rescue Chu Fan. After all, Chu Fan is not related to him. He's just a promising junior. Not to mention others. I was overthinking it, Jiang Haixing said with a self-deprecating laugh. Haixing, I also regret this matter, but that's how the world is. Yanqing is of little value to our Martial Alliance, the Divine Hall, and the authorities. And to rescue them, we would need to consume far more than its intrinsic value. You should understand that. The figure left these words and then slowly disappeared. Jiang Haixing stood there and sighed deeply. Yanqing. Chu Fan was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. He didn't even pay attention to the ranking list. After cleaning a small office building, Xiaolin looked at the team members and nodded, saying, Everyone has been working for 20 hours straight. You've worked hard. She smiled at Chu Fan and said, Let's rest for a bit first, then we'll head to the next location. Chu Fan silently went to sit down in a corner. The team members sat in place, their faces showing exhaustion and fear. There were hundreds of ferocious dogs gathered in that basement just now. If the vice captain hadn't sensed it beforehand, there would definitely have been casualties if we had gone down there rashly, a female college student in the group said with lingering fear. That's right, the vice captain's perception ability is too overpowered. With him around, our safety is guaranteed. Haha, now I finally understand why all those high school students want to team up with the vice captain. With abilities like that, who the hell wouldn't want to team up with him? TSK. I never thought we'd run into such a good thing. The crowd remained seated, casting grateful and admiring glances at Chu Fan, who sat alone in the corner. Charlene also looked in that direction. Has her physical fitness improved again? Xiaolin was secretly shocked. Then, she smiled slightly and sat cross-legged on the ground to rest. At this moment, Chu Fan was looking at the profession panel in front of him. Level 14, 23.8%. Mental strength, 34. Having absorbed too much of the evil hound's spiritual crystals, his level successfully reached level 14. At the same time, his mental strength also improved, from 33 to 34. This delighted Chu Fan immensely. Not only his level and mental strength, but also his various skills were improved. His wave perception has reached 63% of the second tier, and his resilience and parrying are also close to the second tier under his use. This crisis is actually a great opportunity for me. If this trend continues, it might not be long before he reaches level 20. There are many adult malevolent dogs in Yanqing. At the same time, what Chu Fan was most looking forward to was the third-order fluctuation perception. I wonder what changes will occur with the third-order fluctuation perception. Chu Fan's lips curled up slightly. This crisis wasn't a crisis for him. Instead, it became a treasure trove for improving his strength, comparable to an experienced dungeon. Ding dong. Suddenly, the phone rang. Chu Fan quickly took out his phone and saw that it was a notification from the dark web. Please designate one person to become a member of the dark web. Enter the person's name, age, gender, and address. Time remaining, 4:15. 19 hours have passed since Yin Xian's death, and only 4 hours remain until the deadline. What would happen if I didn't specify? Chu Fan's mind was in turmoil. He quickly dismissed the idea. He didn't want to gamble, and besides, specifying a target wouldn't do him any harm. Who should be designated? Chu Fan immediately wanted to designate Jiang Chua, since joining the dark web still had many benefits. But then he thought again. He didn't want to bring that naive and innocent Jiang Chua into the picture. If Jiang Chua inadvertently reveals to someone that she is a member of the dark web, and that person happens to be someone who knows the secrets of the dark web, Jiang Chua will be in danger. In fact, the best target is an enemy. If you designate an enemy as a member of the dark web, he is in the dark while the other party is in the light. Once the other party is mature, he can go and harvest them directly. Enemy? If he really had to name an enemy, Su Muin would be one. But as for the others, Chu Fan couldn't think of anyone else who had a grudge against him. At most, there's Chun Haoyu involved. He won't forget how Chun Haoyu hunted him down back then. But this information field requires the other party's address, and he doesn't know where Chun Haoyu lives. Give it a try. Chu Fan quickly filled in Su Muin's information in the input field, and also filled in the address as he remembered Su Muin's residence. Incorrect information entered. Submission failed. Please re-enter. So it really was wrong? Chu Fan nodded. There are 4 hours left until the designated time. Let's hold off for now. If no one is available to make a reservation by then we'll have to. Chu Fan gave Xiaolin an apologetic look. Captain, then I'm sorry to trouble you. After a brief encounter, Chu Fan discovered that Xiaolin was very strong, but her equipment was not very good. Despite being over level 30, she was wearing a rare level 20 set that she hadn't fully acquired. To be honest, he couldn't stand it. Looks like the government is broke too. Chu Fan chuckled to himself. 20 minutes later, her eyes tightly shut, suddenly stood up and coldly shouted, "Continue, next battlefield." Chapter 140 Undeterred and Unstoppable. Nanhu Residential Area. Inside the fire escape of a building, a group of people ran ahead, while a dense pack of vicious dogs chased after them. Captain Su Fangliang swung his sword down twice and shouted, "Run up, we're almost at the top." The team members all wore expressions of fear. They were Team 14. After clearing out the vicious dogs in 2 neighborhoods, they came to Nanhu neighborhood, only to find that it was a dead zone with no living people left. Guard dogs in the neighborhood has reached a terrifying level. It had become a breeding ground for monstrous dogs. Like the first team, they split up to search private residences in an effort to improve efficiency, but encountered a large number of vicious dogs. Many groups suffered student deaths, and the number of team members plummeted from 25 to 18. This eventually alerted all the guard dogs in the neighborhood. Since they were still in the stairwell, the guard dogs forced them to flee upwards. Haha. Among the pack of malevolent dogs in the stairwell, 5 of them were enveloped in red mist. They are all successfully evolved killing dogs. Therefore, Su Fangliang did not make a move and could only lead his team to escape. He has received information that the demon hound can evolve indefinitely. Of the 5 successfully evolved demonic hounds, 2 were level 21, 2 were level 24, and 1 even reached level 27. This neighborhood actually has a vicious hound that has evolved 3 times. Su Fangliang exclaimed in shock. He was only level 26, and it would be incredibly difficult for him to kill the demon hound that had evolved 3 times, let alone the 4 demon hounds that had already successfully evolved. In addition, there are at least 500 newborn and young killing dogs. Quickly, Su Fangliang ran to the rooftop and opened the door. Sunlight streamed in, and compared to the outside, it seemed as if there was an endless abyss behind us. The team members rushed through the gate. Hurry up! A skinny high school student was running at the back. Just as he finally stepped through the door, a vicious dog jumped down from the ceiling and pounced on his face. Bang! Su Fangliang tightly closed the door on the roof. Of numerous ferocious dogs slammed against the gate, like evil spirits attacking it, producing a terrifying crashing sound. This is a high-end residential complex. Even the rooftop doors are made of alloy. Because of the narrow space, although there are many vicious dogs in the corridor, only a few of them crash into the door. The gate remained completely still. We need to find a way to get out of here. Su Fangliang dragged the high school student's body to the front of the rooftop platform. This is a large platform of 300 square meters. Su Fangliang pressed the smart ring meter and said urgently, Nanhu community needs emergency support. Nanhu community needs emergency support. There's a demon hound that's evolved 3 times. Then, looking at the high school student on the ground, he felt a pang of pity. The next moment, his long sword whistled out and stabbed directly at the high school student's stomach. Puff! The high school student's stomach had just begun to bulge when it went completely silent. A huge, ferocious dog's head emerged from the blood hole. It was dead beyond any doubt. Everyone who witnessed this scene was filled with terror. 8 people now, including this high school student. Their team has lost 8 members. Nanhu community is like a demonic abyss, constantly devouring them. Captain, the vice captain, a female college student, had slightly red eyes as she looked at the door that was making continuous banging noises. What do we do now? The others also looked fearful. At this moment, everyone felt despair. Wait for backup. Su Fangliang sheathed his long sword, walked to the edge of the platform, and looked down. Below, a continuous stream of vicious dogs were charging towards the building from all parts of the community. How long until the reinforcements arrive? A girl asked softly, sobbing. Captain, why don't we fight them? We're all going to die anyway, so I might as well drag a bunch of bastards down with me. A tall, honest-looking man cursed angrily. Su Fangliang frowned deeply. Then his cold gaze swept across the crowd. Listen, if those ferocious hounds rush out, don't hesitate. Just jump down from here, understand? This place is over 80 stories high. Are we just going to jump straight down? A high school student swallowed hard. Su Fangliang said, There is a wind mage in the team who can cast levitation on you, so you won't die. Then, Captain you? Someone asked. Su Fangliang's gaze turned icy as he looked at the gate, which was somewhat deformed from the impact, and he said in a cold voice, Why am I the captain? This is the responsibility of a captain. No, Captain, we can't leave you alone. I'm an orphan anyway, and my girlfriend dumped me. I have no ties. At worst, I'll just die. What's there to be afraid of? The honest-looking man shouted angrily. Who are you working for? And who's the captain? Whom do you listen to? Su Fangliang glared at the honest-looking man and roared. The honest-looking man choked for a moment. You're the captain, but I'm the vice-captain. You're not the only one who can give orders here. I can too. The female college student looked at Su Fangliang. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving either. I will obey the vice-captain. I'm sorry, Captain, your order is invalid this time. The team members were affected, and at this moment, whether they were high school students or college students, their faces showed a fierce expression of defiance. You guys, Su Fangliang stood there stunned. The innocent faces in front of him were deeply imprinted in his heart. He suddenly burst into laughter. Who says Yangcheng is trash? Who says Yangcheng students are no good? If I survive this, and I ever hear anyone say such things again, I, Su Fangliang, will be the first to skin them alive. He felt incredibly proud. What enabled humans to defeat the alien beasts? Besides strength, one also needs an indomitable courage. Although the students in Yangcheng are not very good, and they don't even rank among the top in the country, the courage they are showing at this moment makes him extremely proud. Bang! At that moment, a gap was smashed in the gate. A pack of ferocious dogs surged out, smashing the gate to pieces. Roar, a seemingly insignificant ferocious dog roared. Its body was enveloped in a thick red mist. Ferocious hound that had evolved 3 times. Upon hearing this roar, the eyes of those ferocious dogs turned bloodshot, and they charged madly towards Su Fangliang and the others. Follow me, kill. Su Fangliang drew his long sword from his waist, stood still, his trench coat fluttering in the wind. Fuck you. Kill. This is it. Outside the Nanhu residential area, Xia Lin's expression was solemn. According to the information from Team 14, There are at least 1,000 ferocious dogs in this community, and 5 of them have successfully evolved. And one of them even evolved 3 times, reaching level 27. Upon hearing this, the entire team gasped in shock. In this situation, can the members of Team 14 still survive? Only Chu Fan's heart stirred. There are thousands of ferocious hounds, including 5 that have evolved. How much experience is that? Charlene looked at Chu Fan. Has your mental strength recovered? Chu Fan shook his head. Captain, he has only recovered halfway. As soon as he finished speaking, a pill flew towards him. Chu Fan swallowed it whole. That's all right now. Chu Fan nodded. Xiao Lin glared at Chu Fan, then let out a low shout. Set off. Including Chu Fan, all members of the team quickly rushed into the Nanhu residential area. Chapter 141 Harvesting. Stay close to Chu Fan. Including Xiao Lin, the team members followed closely behind Chu Fan and rushed into the Nanhu residential area. However, as soon as they entered the residential area, everyone stopped and stood there, stunned. One after another, ferocious dogs emerged from the surrounding grass, sewers, and buildings, converging into a red torrent that rushed madly in the same direction. Wow, so many. This is way more than 1,000. Holy crap, could this be the lair of a vicious hound? The crowd gasped in surprise, their faces showing terror. Only Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Of ferocious dogs, which surged like a tide, were like sparkling spiritual crystals. In particular, there are many adult ferocious dogs among them. How many levels can I gain if I kill them all? Chu Fan couldn't suppress the smile playing on his lips. Charlene's expression turned serious. The success rate of the demon hound's evolution is very low, so it's not surprising that there are 5 demon hounds that have successfully evolved here. I suspect there are more than 5 successfully evolved demon dogs. Be careful, stick close to Chu Fan and go check it out. Everyone nodded blankly, then moved a little closer to Chu Fan. Strange, why aren't these vicious hounds attacking us? Someone watched a vicious dog run past his feet and asked in confusion. Chu Fan quickened his pace. Keep up. It's the successfully evolved demon hound giving orders. The people from Team 14 should be over there too. Soon, a group of members followed the pack of vicious dogs, winding through the neighborhood, and finally stopped in front of a huge building that was at least 80 stories high. All the ferocious dogs rushed towards the stairwell entrance as if they were going mad. Are the people from Team 14 up there? Charlene looked up at the roof. However, at a height of nearly 300 meters, it is difficult to see what is up there. She quickly tapped on the smart ring meter. Team 14, this is Team 1. Please reply. A few seconds passed, and there was no response from the other party. Charlene withdrew her gaze and looked at Chu Fan, asking, Chu Fan, what do you think? Should we just charge up from below, or? Along the way, Xiao Lin also gave Chu Fan more authority, letting him make many decisions. Under Chu Fan's leadership, not only was the elimination of the evil hounds extremely efficient, but not a single member of the team was injured. The team members also gained more and more trust in Chu Fan. Chu Fan looked around and said to a male college student in the group, You're a defensive warrior, right? The boy nodded. Use your roar skill to shout it out. Don't say you didn't learn it, Chu Fan said. Upon hearing this, the boy's face turned deathly pale with fright, and he stammered, Vice, Captain, if I use the roar skill, all the ferocious dogs here will turn around and attack me. The tank's A-rank skill roar can attract the attention of monsters. In dungeons, protection warriors will use this skill to pull mobs, and they will also use this skill continuously during the battle to prevent the damage output of the team from being too high and stealing the attention of the monsters. Therefore, this is an essential skill for defensive warfare. But at this moment, the number of ferocious dogs around them had clearly reached a terrifying level. If we attract them all, everyone in the group stared at Chu Fan in disbelief. Vice Captain, what's wrong with you? Chu Fan grinned. You just keep yelling. I'll do the killing. What? So many ferocious hounds. How are you going to kill them? The team members all gasped in shock. Although they knew that Chu Fan had the strength to kill adult demon hounds, there were at least several thousand demon hounds here. If they were all lured over, even the 20th grade college students among them would be swallowed up in an instant. Hurry up, Chu Fan said coldly. The warrior swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and then let out a tremendous roar. Roar. Instantly, all the ferocious dogs that were running wildly stopped and looked at him. Holy shit. The tank's face turned green with fear. Keep going, don't stop, Chu Fan shouted. Roar, roar, roar. The tank gritted its teeth, and its continuous roars echoed throughout the space. The ferocious dogs roared in unison, as if they had been provoked, and charged straight towards them. "Captain, Vice Captain, they're all here," someone said in a trembling voice. Charlene stood there with her arms crossed, looking at Chu Fan with great interest, her eyes seeming to say, "I'm watching your performance." Chu Fan took out the star sword and unleashed a series of sword shadow slashes in all directions. His current strength is comparable to that of a level 23 professional, and the attack power of his sword shadow flowing light slash is also astonishing. Streaks of sword energy roared out in all directions. Those ferocious hounds that touched the sword energy instantly turned into a bloody mist. Even adult killing dogs had no chance to struggle. The team members were all stunned by what they saw. So strong. Is this the true strength of the vice captain? He's only level 14. Seeing this, Charlene's chest heaved slightly, then a smile appeared on her face. Is this your trump card? The star sword was swung around in Chu Fan's hands, leaving afterimages. With 34 points of mental energy, he could unleash the sword shadow flowing light slash hundreds of times. In the end, he only released the dogs more than 40 times, and he killed all the vicious dogs in the area. Chu Fan left his original spot and sped across the ground. He collected all the bean-like spiritual crystals that had fallen to the ground. No one was dissatisfied with his actions. They were simply shocked. With so many spiritual crystals, the vice captain is about to level up. He's already this strong at level 14. I can't even imagine how strong he will become when he levels up. The vice captain he's practically reaping the rewards. Haha, the vice captain is someone who can enter the lava land and compete with those geniuses. Don't look down on such a genius with our short-sighted perspective. They're not even on the same level. I acquired several thousand spiritual crystals, most of which were newborn or juvenile and had negligible effects, but there were also some that were adults. Chu Fan accepted them all at once. In an instant, a huge blue light burst forth in Chu Fan's hand. That's spirituality. Chu Fan felt a tremendous surge of pleasure spread throughout his body, making even his bones tremble with comfort. My internal organs were all cleansed by spirituality. Thump, thump, thump. Chu Fan could even hear his own strong heartbeat, like the beating of war drums. With each heartbeat, the blood in his body was forcefully flushed throughout, filling him with power. At that moment, a soft poof sound was heard, and Chu Fan knew that the membrane had broken. After one membrane was broken, another membrane was broken not long after. Chu Fan directly opened the profession panel and scanned it. Level 16, 3.8%. Level 16. Chu Fan took a deep breath, overjoyed. Chapter 142 Waiting. What level is the vice captain? Someone in the team asked. Level 16. I leveled up 2 levels. A girl's eyes lit up as she looked at Chu Fan, her face full of excitement. What's with this inexplicable sense of security? Haha. Yeah, why do I suddenly feel so safe? Charlene gave everyone a cold glance. Captain, you really make us feel incredibly safe. Yes, Captain, you're number 1, and the vice captain is number 2. With the 2 of you here, we don't have to worry about any danger at all. Charlene nodded in satisfaction. Chu Fan, hurry up. Don't forget our purpose. The people in Team 14 are still waiting for us to rescue them, Xiao Lin reminded him. Chu Fan closed the job panel, pointed upwards, and said, "Pay attention to the top." After saying that, he leaped into the air and landed at the entrance of the building, saying to the guard, "Keep shouting. I'll stay here." The warrior finally came to his senses and began to roar to the sky. Upon witnessing Chu Fan's true strength, he had no reservations and unleashed a deafening roar. Roar, roar, roar. The roar echoed throughout the sky. The members of the surrounding team were all stunned by this scene. Is the vice captain going to do it again like before? He even told us to look up there? Everyone's eyes turned upwards simultaneously. 5 minutes ago, rooftop. Su Fangliang, wielding his sword in both hands, slaughtered his way through the pack of ferocious dogs. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The berserker's strength and speed are greatly enhanced. Wherever the twin swords passed, hordes of ferocious dogs fell. Earth-splitting slash. Su Fangliang soared into the sky and slashed fiercely downwards. Dozens of vicious dogs on the ground died instantly. Haha, a bunch of beasts. Is that all the strength you have? Su Fangliang stood there panting, looking contemptuously at the surrounding ravenous dogs. His body was covered in scars, but Su Fangliang didn't care at all. Too many killing dogs. There are more than 30 adult killing dogs at level 20. Not to mention the 5 successfully evolved demon dogs. Even with his rage activated, he couldn't withstand the relentless attacks from those adult ferocious hounds. At this moment, the level 27 demon hound roared. The ferocious dogs that were attacking others also turned around and pounced on Su Fangliang. Damn it, run! The honest-looking man in the group shouted angrily upon seeing this. An earthy yellow light emanated from his body, and he stomped his foot hard. Bang! The ground shook. A yellowish-brown ripple spread outwards. Wherever the ripples passed, all the newborn and young demon dogs were killed. However, the adult hounds only paused for a moment, then completely ignored the honest-looking man. They had received orders from their king, and their target was only Su Fangliang. The level 27 demon hound, which had evolved 3 times, stood at the very back, its eyes bloodshot, and it hadn't made a move, seemingly waiting for something. Meanwhile, the other 4 successfully evolved demonic dogs also charged towards Su Fangliang. Su Fangliang looked anxious. He felt strained even in his rage state, and the rage state has a limited duration. Once it ends, he will fall into weakness. They simply wouldn't be able to withstand the attack from the pack of ferocious dogs. Damn it, they're all running towards the captain. Someone in the group shouted angrily. They're all adult rabid dogs. The captain won't last long. The vice-captain's gaze was grave. High school students, stand at the back and don't move. All college students, follow me. Superior. Kill. The entire rooftop was swept by howling winds and ablaze with flames. Everyone used every means at their disposal. More newborn and young ferocious dogs darted out from the stairwell entrance. But the honest-looking man used an area of effect damage skill, and the weaker new and young demon dogs were instantly turned into blood mist. However, there were more and more adult killing dogs on the roof. Under the command of that level 27 killing dog, they rushed onto the platform and pounced on Su Fangliang. Puff! A level 24 evolved ferocious hound struck Su Fangliang with its long tongue, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and his face to turn pale. Oh no, the captain can't hold on much longer. The vice-captain kicked a fully grown ferocious dog, instantly destroying it. She turned to another girl and called out, "Sakura, help the captain recover." After saying that, the vice-captain also rushed into the pack of vicious dogs. The girl named Xiaoying had wings of light on her back and flew in the air. Light flashed from her hands and entered Su Fangliang's body. Su Fangliang's complexion gradually regained its color, but suddenly, his expression changed, and he became unsteady on his feet. "Run! As the captain, I order you to run," Su Fangliang shouted. His rage had reached its limit, and his body began to weaken. However, no one paid any attention to him. The high school students exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and joined the fray. "Captain, we'll die together. I've been thinking about this day since the day I became a professional. Yes, if we were afraid of dying, we wouldn't have joined the cleanup operation when we were recruiting people in the first place. Haha, before I die, I'll kill a few more vicious dogs. I wonder if the school will award me a medal for bravery? Will my girlfriend who dumped me shed tears because of me? You're overthinking it. Damn it, can't you say something nice before you die?" Su Fangliang's eyes reddened. At this moment, he, a man in his 40s, was deeply moved by this group of young boys and girls. "Captain, can you still fight?" The vice-captain rushed to Su Fangliang's side and asked. I can still do it." Su Fangliang stood up, his body trembling. At that moment, a scarlet tongue, over 10 meters long and covered in bone spurs, shot out from a distance. It moved extremely fast, heading straight for Su Fangliang's face. That level 27 demonic hound made its move. It had been waiting for an opportunity to parasitize Su Fangliang. And now is the best opportunity. Team leader. Team leader. Su Fangliang's expression changed. At that moment, a figure darted past, and the next instant, Su Fangliang was lifted into the air. "Captain, you should lose weight." The girl with wings on her back was flushed red. Huh. The level 27 demon hound failed to parasitize, its eyes blazing with rage. It opened its mouth and shot out more than a dozen scarlet tongues, which shot towards the members of the 14th team. "Oh no, it's going to parasitize all of us." Su Fangliang shouted from the air. At that moment, a furious roar soared into the sky. Immediately following was a series of angry roars. The level 27 ferocious hound paused, its long tongue lolling in midair, seemingly drawn by the roars. Su Fangliang's face instantly lit up with ecstasy. It's the roar skill of the defensive warrior. Reinforcements have arrived. "Can we escape now?" the vice-captain asked as he ran out of the pack of vicious dogs. "Nonsense. If no one came and I ran away, I would be a deserter. Now that someone is coming, if I ran away, at most it would be because I was not strong enough." Su Fangliang laughed, his face showing the joy of surviving a disaster. He certainly didn't want to die. But his sense of responsibility told him that he couldn't run away until the support team arrived. Now that the support team has arrived, wouldn't it be foolish not to run away? Come here, everyone. The vice captain ran to the edge of the platform. One of the male college students in the group quickly released a spell, and streams of white mist enveloped everyone. Jump! Su Fangliang gave the order from the air. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone jumped down from a height of 300 meters. The ground below. The team members looked up and saw several small black dots in their field of vision. What is that? It looks like a person. Charlene smiled and said, they are members of Team 14. They heard the roar and knew we were coming. Everyone looked at Chu Fan. Just now, Chu Fan told them to pay attention to what was above, and it seems that all of this was within his expectations. At this moment, Chu Fan stood alone at the entrance of the building's stairwell, holding a long sword. The dark stairwell entrance was like an abyss, filled with countless vicious dogs. Chu Fan stood there alone. He was waiting. He waited for those ferocious hounds to rush out and become ashes under his sword. Chapter 143. Cloth wrapped around eyes. The small black dot in the sky gradually grew larger. Under the mage's levitation spell, the members of Team 14 suddenly slowed down in midair and then slowly floated down to the ground. Looking at the more than 20 members of the team ahead, everyone's face was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. They survived. Su Fangliang was also put down by the woman with radiant wings on her back, and then looked at Xiao Lin, slightly taken aback. Captain Xia, it's actually your team. With you here, this area is no problem, Su Fangliang said respectfully as he stepped forward. Charlene nodded without speaking, and instead looked behind these people. Captain, who is this? The vice captain of Team 14 asked in a low voice. The others also looked puzzled. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Lin, the deputy captain of the Special Official Department in Yangqing. These members are from Team 1, Su Fangliang said to his team members. Hello, Captain Xia. Hello, everyone in Team 1. Thank you for coming to our aid. Otherwise we would be dead. Thank you. Everyone looked grateful. However, the team members only nodded slightly and looked eagerly behind them. At this moment, Su Fangliang solemnly addressed Xiao Lin. Captain Xia, those vicious hounds will definitely chase us down from above. Charlene gestured towards the entrance of the stairwell. Su Fangliang and the members of Team 14 all turned to look. A young boy was seen standing alone at the entrance of the building. Damn it, do you want to die? Su Fangliang's expression changed drastically. Charlene said in a deep voice, don't move, let him do it. What? Su Fangliang stood there, stunned. The members of Team 14 also looked at Chu Fan in disbelief. Chu Fan only left them with his back turned. Su Fangliang seemed to remember something and asked in a low voice, was that person Chu Fan? Charlene nodded. It's him. Su Fangliang smiled in realization. There are a lot of adult demon dogs inside, and even 5 demon dogs that have successfully evolved. He just wants to. Some people couldn't believe it. Chu Fan. That person is Chu Fan. A high school student in Team 14 recognized Chu Fan. Chu Fan. Yes, he's the #1 in Yangqing this year. A high school girl said with a flushed face. He killed over 1,000 shadow beasts all by himself in the dark forest. Holy crap, this year's high school students are this amazing. This kid's pretty strong, but killing an adult or even an evolved ferocious hound above level 20 is impossible, right? Let's see. Since Captain Xia has confidence in Chu Fan, perhaps he really does have the ability? Everyone looked towards Chu Fan. Not long after, a low, hissing sound came from the stairwell, like the roar of a demon. The entire building shook violently, as if something was moving rapidly in the stairwell. It's the demon dogs. Those demon dogs have come down, someone shouted. With his back to everyone, Chu Fan slowly grinned, brandishing the star sword and unleashing a sword shadow, slashed directly into the corridor. Streaks of sword energy roared out. Area of effect attack skill. Su Fangliang asked in surprise. Area of effect attack skills have much lower damage bonuses compared to single target burst skills. Generally, area of effect damage skills only become effective when a user's strength exceeds the level of a mythical beast. Some professionals use area of effect damage skills primarily for control. For example, a mage's blizzard can slow down monsters, and an assassin's round dance fan can poison a large number of monsters. Adult and evolved demon hounds whose levels far exceeded his. Su Fangliang's face clearly showed, I don't believe it. Everyone looked towards the entrance to the stairwell. The vibrations grew louder and closer. The next moment, one after another, ferocious dogs rushed out of the stairwell, only to be met with howling sword energy. The sword energy pierced through, and the ferocious hounds that had just appeared in the first-floor corridor were cut into blood mist by the sword energy. Even the level 20 adult demon hounds that mingled among the demon hounds were killed with a single sword strike. Chu Fan's four-dimensional attributes are comparable to those of an ordinary level 23 professional, and in addition, Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash is also an exclusive skill of Ashura. A-rank exclusive skill. It can kill a level 20 demon hound with a single sword strike. However, this scene left the members of Team 14 dumbfounded. I counted, he actually killed 12 adult demon dogs with a single sword strike, the honest-looking man exclaimed. Too strong, right? Even the #1 player in Yangqing back then couldn't do this. What was your ranking on the job change leaderboard for the top player in your year? It seems to be over 600. Only 600? That's so low. Chu Fan is ranked 58th, and his profession is a hidden profession. The 14 teams were whispering among themselves. 58 people? Hidden professions? Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Yangqing has produced such a genius. The ferocious hounds couldn't fly or use their skills, so after seeing the members of Team 14 jump off the roof, they could only return the way they came and run down from the 80th floor. A series of ferocious dogs came running down from above. They had barely appeared in the first-floor corridor when they were killed by Chu Fan's sword energy. The members of Team 14 became increasingly alarmed as they looked at the scene. Is this even human? One of the team members seized the opportunity to approach, smiling broadly, and said, "Hee, you didn't expect that, did you? Chu Fan is only level 16. Level 16? The members of Team 14 were stunned again, their hearts filled with turmoil. Seeing them like this, the team members suddenly felt inexplicably comfortable. Those little eyes seemed to say, "We've already been amazed. Now it's your turn." A level 16 character can actually kill a level 20 adult ferocious hound, and it's even an area of effect damage skill. Is this the hidden class? The vice captain of Team 14 exclaimed in surprise. What is his profession? It seems so up. What the hell? It's an Ashura. Team 1 and Team 14 stood together and began to whisper among themselves. Su Fangliang swallowed hard and said to Xia Lin, "Captain Xia, there's a level 27, 3-time evolved ferocious hound inside." Chu Fan. Charlene nodded. "Let's see how it goes. If it really doesn't work, I'll step in." She also wanted to see Chu Fan's true strength, and it would be good for him to participate in more battles. Therefore, Xia Lin left many opportunities for Chu Fan to make moves along the way, and naturally all the spiritual crystals went to Chu Fan. This was a tacit consensus reached within the team. At that moment, a huge roar came from the stairwell. Thump, thump, thump. Immediately afterwards, 5 ferocious dogs ran down and appeared in the corridor on the first floor. It was those 5 successfully evolved demonic dogs. They stared fiercely at Chu Fan, who was blocking the entrance to the stairwell. This human alone killed a large number of their companions. The level 27 ferocious hound stared intently at Chu Fan, constantly hissing as if issuing a warning or threat. They did not act immediately. These 5 evolved demon hounds are of different levels. 2 are level 21, 2 are level 24, and the smallest one is level 27. They all had a red mist rising from their bodies, making them easily distinguishable from ordinary fighting dogs. Upon seeing these 5 evolved demonic hounds, Su Fangliang and the members of Team 14 all changed their expressions drastically. Su Fangliang's heart was in his throat. He had experienced firsthand the power of these 5 ferocious hounds. Almost all of his injuries were inflicted by them. He gets injured even at level 26, only Chu Fan at level 16. Su Fangliang drew his twin swords, preparing to make a move. "Don't move, let Chu Fan handle this," Xia Lin said calmly. Also, all the spiritual crystals belong to him. Su Fangliang glanced at Xia Lin, then nodded and sheathed his long sword. "Is the lowest level 21? Chu Fan asked with a smile, looking at the 5 ferocious hounds. He did not use the sword shadow flowing light slash. Instead, under everyone's gaze, he took out a piece of cloth. A black satin cloth. Chu Fan wrapped the cloth around his eyes. What is he doing? Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Faced with 5 incredibly powerful ferocious hounds, Chu Fan actually blindfolded himself. Xia Lin's expression changed. She couldn't understand Chu Fan's actions either. The moment the cloth was wrapped around his eyes, Chu Fan was plunged into darkness once again. All of this felt so familiar. Chu Fan spent the entire year in this darkness, and had long since become accustomed to being accompanied by darkness. It could be said that he was more familiar with this dark environment than with the light that his eyes could see. The familiar feeling is back. The wave perception spread rapidly, and at the same time, the weakness perception was activated. Chu Fan grinned, put the star sword into his spatial ring, and dashed into the stairwell like lightning. Seeing this, Charlene also came to the front of the stairwell. Although she trusted Chu Fan, she wasn't entirely confident. After all, there was a level 27 demon hound inside, which was 10 levels higher than Chu Fan, and Chu Fan had actually covered his eyes at this crucial moment. Charlene didn't want any accidents to happen and was ready to act at any moment. The others also came to the entrance of the building and looked inside in surprise. Chapter 144 Mind's Eye. The level 27 demonic hound could sense that the human in front of it was very strong, and it intended to warn and threaten him to make him back down. Enraged that this person dared to charge directly at it, it opened its blood-red maw and shot out more than a dozen scarlet tongues toward Chu Fan. The other 4 ferocious dogs also launched an attack on Chu Fan at the same time. In the narrow corridor, countless long tongues, like blood-red whips, whistled through the air as they struck. However, one figure effortlessly dodged the attacks of dozens of scarlet tongues. To the attack speed of those vicious hounds' long tongues, Chu Fan's speed was not considered fast, but he always managed to narrowly avoid being struck by the long tongue by twisting his body in an uncanny arc. This. Su Fangliang and Xia Lin exchanged a glance, both somewhat incredulous. Charlene was able to remain unharmed despite the combined attack of these 5 ferocious hounds. But she has already awakened. Su Fangliang asked himself. Even he could never do what Chu Fan did. The team members were all stunned. For them, rank is the standard for distinguishing between the strong and the weak. The idea that whoever is of a higher rank is stronger has been deeply ingrained in their minds. But now we see Chu Fan, who is only level 16, dodging the attacks of 5 ferocious hounds that are all over level 20 with ease. This shattered their conventional understanding. A thought crossed everyone's mind. Transcending levels. This is a battle that transcends class boundaries. Moreover, it spanned a full 11 levels. Only true geniuses in history could have done this, right? Everyone watched Chu Fan's figure, their hearts filled with excitement. Excitement at the prospect of witnessing the birth of a powerful figure. At the same time, everyone was very discouraged. Why is there such a big difference between people from Yangsheng and professionals? Moreover, Chu Fan seems to be an orphan, with no money, power, or background. How did he manage to do that? Dark. At this moment, Chu Fan saw only darkness. In the darkness, streaks of red light attacked him. Thanks to the effect of weakness perception, the speed of those red lights and shadows was slowed down considerably. That's why he was able to narrowly escape each time. While dodging the attacks of the long tongue, Chu Fan secretly confirmed one thing. His weakness sense was ineffective during the fight with Yasuo. At the time, he thought he had to raise his level of fluctuation perception. At this moment, facing the evolved demon hound that was of a higher level and faster than Yasuo, his weakness perception came in handy again. Then there is only one possibility. The levels of weakness perception and fluctuation perception are not related. What is related is the 4-dimensional attribute. Keep in mind that he hadn't yet obtained the Martial Alliance's Metal Gem when he fought Yasuo. The 3 blue gems gave him a 90-point boost in all 4 dimensions, a truly significant change. So, his weakness perception kicked in again when facing these 5 evolved demonic hounds. While dodging the attacks of the 5 ferocious hounds, Chu Fan opened his class panel. My gaze was fixed on the area where I could sense the vibrations. That was his real purpose. The reason he re-wrapped his eyes with cloth was to use these 5 powerful demonic hounds to enhance his ability to perceive fluctuations. The proficiency of the fluctuation perception skill is visibly improving. Second order 63%. Second order 65%. Time passed. Chu Fan didn't make a move at all. He just kept dodging for a full 10 minutes. During this period, he not only escaped unharmed, but also became increasingly skilled. Those long tongues that had brushed past him before, as time passed, were all dodged by Chu Fan when they came within 10 centimeters of his body. Widened her eyes upon seeing this scene. Is this guy using these 5 ferocious hounds to train his perception abilities? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. We are completely outmatched by these 5 evolved demonic hounds, while Chu Fan is already using them. The shock Chu Fan brought them was stronger with each passing moment. The level 27 demon hound realized that it seemed to have been tricked by the human in front of it, and roared with its head raised. All the ferocious dogs retracted their long tongues and charged towards Chu Fan. Enveloped in malevolent energy, they all moved at extreme speeds. However, they still couldn't reach Chu Fan. There's no way around it. The ability to detect weaknesses is just that powerful. Chu Fan weaved through the 5 red figures, constantly dodging the 5 ferocious hound's lunges. Wave perception, second order 89%. He was overjoyed. It'll be soon. Just hang in there, you'll be there soon. At this moment, the level 27 demon hound suddenly stopped attacking. Even with its low intelligence, it could tell that they couldn't hit the humans in front of them at all. It let out a low growl, then took off running outside. The other 4 ferocious dogs followed closely behind. Don't run away, Chu Fan shouted in his heart. Bang bang bang. The next moment, Charlene kicked each of the 5 ferocious dogs back into the stairwell. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan was overjoyed. Captain, thanks. Chu Fan smiled at those behind him, and then he charged towards the 5 ferocious hounds. The Demon King stood still, its scarlet eyes darting around as if in thought. Its low intelligence made it realize that the person outside was stronger, so it launched another attack on Chu Fan. At a certain moment, Chu Fan felt a sense of clarity in his mind, as if something had changed. He quickly opened the profession panel and looked at the column for fluctuation perception. Fluid perception, tier 3, 1%. Perceive fluctuations within a 100-meter range, increase sword aura range by 50%, and comprehend mind's eye. Mind's eye insightfully perceives all things. Ashura's exclusive skill damage increased by 10%. Chu Fan was deeply shaken. Cunning? When he first learned about the Ashura class, he saw a description of mind's eye on the dark web. The post said that when perception is honed to its extreme, it is called mind's eye. Chu Fan has always aimed to master the mind's eye and has worked tirelessly towards it. He never expected that reaching the 3rd level of fluctuation perception would be a prerequisite for learning mind's eye. So I've finally learned how to be cunning. Chu Fan's lips curled up. The achievement of this long sought-after goal filled him with a strong sense of accomplishment. The effects of his wave perception are self-evident. The increased range of his perception and sword energy also significantly enhanced his strength. As for the effects of mind's eye, they are even more powerful. Ashura's exclusive skill increases damage by 10%. This is a percentage-based damage increase. If his Netherworld Slash could also be upgraded, its damage would be terrifying given his current 4-dimensional attributes. The more exclusive skills you acquire in the future, the greater the importance of mind's eye will become. To perceive all things with the heart? Chu Fan murmured. He stood still, continuing to sense the 5 evolved demonic hounds. Suddenly, Chu Fan was startled. The true strength and attribute values of those 5 ferocious hounds appeared in his mind like numbers. Evolutionary Demon Dog. Level, 27. Strength, 400. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 400. Endurance, 400. Skills, Mass Parasite, Tongue Whip, Pounce. Evolutionary Demon Dog. Level, 24. Strength, 320. Intelligence, 8. Agility, 320. Endurance, 320. Skills, Parasite, Tongue Whip, Pounce. I can actually see the attributes and skills of the alien beasts. Chu Fan was shocked. It's important to know that, apart from some professions with special effects, such as the insightful, all other professions cannot discern the opponent's level. They can only deduce it based on strength and speed. This applies even to professionals above level 45. Wanting to know what skills the other person possesses is simply a pipe dream. Chu Fan's newly acquired mind's eye not only allows him to sense an opponent's attribute values, but also what skills they possess. Is this what it means to perceive all things with your heart? That's fucking insane. Chu Fan couldn't help but smile. He smiled as he looked at the 5 ferocious dogs. Once the wave perception reaches level 3, they become completely useless. That level 27 ferocious hound only had 400 attribute points. His current 4-dimensional attributes have reached 409 points after leveling up from level 14 to level 16. Then a level 27 ferocious dog. So, Chu Fan directly summoned the Star Sword and smiled at the 5 snarling, ferocious dogs, saying, goodbye. Chapter 145 Practice Makes Perfect. Chu Fan took action immediately. The sword flashed and slashed. Under the effect of mind's eye, the damage of sword shadow flowing light slash is increased by 10%. The sword energy was also larger than before. The sword energy covered the entire corridor, and for a moment, the whole space fell silent. Swish! The sword energy was extremely fast, and in an instant it pierced through the 5-headed demonic hound. 4 of the demonic hounds were instantly reduced to ashes. The level 27 demon hound let out a shrill scream the moment it touched the sword energy, and its entire body burst forth with demonic energy, thus blocking the attack of the sword energy. However, there wasn't just one such sword aura, but 10 or even dozens. The continuous sword energy magnified in the eyes of that ferocious dog. The deep red aura emanating from it gradually thinned out. Ultimately, it didn't last long. The demonic hound, which had evolved 3 times, could no longer hold on and was killed by Chu Fan. Chu Fan quickly moved and picked up the 5 spiritual crystals that had fallen to the ground. These 5 spiritual crystals all shone with a deep blue light, far surpassing any spiritual crystals he had encountered before, and the spirituality they contained was extremely terrifying. Absorb. A tremendous spiritual power entered Chu Fan's body, cleansing his limbs and bones. The experience bar grew rapidly. Level 16, 21.2%. Level 16, 43.8%. Level 16, 65.1%. After absorbing the spiritual crystal of the 3-time evolved demonic hound, Chu Fan only felt a poof sound in his ears, followed by an immense feeling of comfort. His mind was crystal clear, and a surge of vitality welled up within him. It's been upgraded. Finally, the level stopped at level 17, 18.5%. Level 17. Chu Fan clenched his fists and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. At this moment, everyone around stood still, as if petrified. Chu Fan turned and walked towards them. The crowd then came to their senses and quickly surrounded Chu Fan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Young man, you're still in high school, right? How can you be so strong?" The honest-looking man from Team 14 exclaimed in astonishment. "Yeah, your level isn't even as high as ours. How did you get to this point?" Everyone looked on with curiosity and started chattering away, asking questions. Chu Fan stood in the crowd and smiled. "If you're bad at cooking, you'll just need to practice more." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. "Just practice more when you're bad at cooking? Oh shit. Are we bad? You're the one who's too weird, okay?" A strong sense of frustration arose in the hearts of those college students. But there was no way to refute it. That's absolutely true. Compared to Chu Fan, they were really too weak. "Level 17. You've leveled up again," an insightful one exclaimed. Chu Fan absorbed the spiritual essence of 5 level 20-plus alien beasts. It would be strange if he didn't level up. No, what I mean is, if he's this strong at level 16, then at level 17. Hiss. "Brother Chu Fan, are you really from Yangcheng?" "I'm just asking, are your parents super powerful figures in big cities? And are they keeping you in Yangcheng to train you?" Chu Fan is an orphan. Chu Fan's parents left him a long time ago. Chu Fan was surrounded in the center, his brows slightly furrowed. "It's noisy." At this moment, the crowd automatically parted. Xiaolin and Su Fangliang walked over. Su Fangliang laughed and said, "Chu Fan, I am Su Fangliang, the vice principal of Yangcheng Middle School. Your name is known to everyone in Yangcheng. TSK. If those principals knew that you actually possessed this kind of strength, they would definitely be even more astonished." Chu Fan bowed slightly. "Hello, Principal Su." Su Fangliang nodded in satisfaction. To possess such talent and strength, yet remain humble and composed, is a rare quality. The younger generation is truly formidable. Xiaolin smiled at Chu Fan and said, "All right, you've leveled up. Now we need your perception ability to do a final cleaning of the Manhwa community." Chu Fan quickly agreed. This is a breeding ground for demon hounds. If he can find a few more evolved demon hounds, he might be able to reach level 18. "Let's go," Charlene shouted in a low voice. Chu Fan searched every nook and cranny of the Manhwa residential area, from stairwells and sewers to basements. Team 1 and Team 14 followed closely behind him. Some of the weaker members couldn't keep up with Chu Fan's speed and were out of breath. Even with the speed-boosting auras provided by the support characters, they still couldn't catch up. "Brother Chu Fan, could you slow down a bit? You're going too fast," someone called out, clutching their back. However, Chu Fan ignored them. At this moment, he was extremely eager to find the evolutionary demon hound and continue to level up. Xiaolin watched Chu Fan's retreating figure and thought to herself, his speed has increased even more. With each level he advances, his 4-dimensional attributes will increase by at least 20 points. I just don't know how he managed to reach a level comparable to level 23. No, he's now stronger than ordinary professionals at levels 27 or even 28. Is it equipment or a class passive skill? She naturally didn't know that Chu Fan possessed the Martial Alliance's Martial Artist Medal, which was inlaid with 3 gems, so she was filled with doubt. The sensing range has also improved. It used to be 50 meters, but now, it's at least 80 meters. Based on Chu Fan's actions, Xiaolin analyzed his strength, and a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. The stronger Chu Fan became, the happier she was. After all, she was the captain, and Chu Fan was the vice-captain. The vice captain had to obediently listen to the captain. Thinking of this, Xiaolin inexplicably licked the corner of her mouth and quickly followed after him. Look, the ranking list has changed. What's changed? Has anyone rushed up? No, the rankings are still the same. Only Chu Fan's level. What? He's level 17. How come so fast? Did he enter the experience dungeon too? At this moment, many professionals who were paying attention to the rankings were shocked, and the entire newbie section of the professional forum was in an uproar. The discussion was entirely about Chu Fan. In just one day, Chu Fan actually leveled up from level 14 to level 17. He leveled up 3 times in one day. This leveling speed can only be achieved by entering experience dungeons and other realms. How could he possibly enter the experience instance? The 4 major factions didn't extend an invitation to him. That's right. Only those who join the Temple of Gods or the 4 great ranks are entitled to enter the experience dungeon. Could Chu Fan have joined the Temple of Gods? Join my ass. Have you forgotten what's happening in Yanqing? It was that city-destroying crisis. Yes, the entire Yanqing is currently clearing out the evil hounds. So how could Chu Fan possibly go to the experience dungeon? Could it be? That's right. There's only one possibility. Chu Fan obtained a large number of the spirit crystals of the evil hounds, which is why his level has increased so quickly. Holy crap, is that even possible? A crisis turned into a treasure trove for him to level up. I'm so jealous. What are you so sour about? Would you dare to go and kill the killing hounds? Chun Haoyu withdrew from the professional forum. Chu Fan has reached level 17, only 3 levels behind him. That Chu Fan is almost catching up to you. The girl with the ponytail sat down next to Chun Haoyu and said in surprise. Chun Haoyu frowned deeply. He had promised his teacher that he would take first place on the ranking list this time, which was why his teacher allowed him to enter the spider cave. He thought winning first place was a sure thing, but unexpectedly, Chu Fan appeared out of nowhere. The evil hounds that escaped from the evil forest actually became nourishment for Chu Fan to level up. Bang! Chun Haoyu slammed his fist on the table, shattering the expensive wooden table into pieces. I think this Chu Fan is pretty amazing. Last time he snatched the 7-colored blood flower from you and Yasuo, and even your S-rank skill couldn't stop him. Maybe he really can surpass you on the ranking list, the girl with the ponytail teased. Chun Haoyu looked at the girl impatiently. What's wrong? The girl asked, pouting. Su Fei, let's break up, Chun Haoyu said. Su Fei looked at Chun Haoyu in disbelief. Break up? Are you sure? Chun Haoyu nodded. Since you like mentioning Chu Fan so much, why don't you go find him? You're insane. Su Fei glared at Chun Haoyu and slammed the door shut as she left. Watching Su Fei's departing figure, Chun Haoyu took a deep breath. I will definitely get first place on this ranking list. Brother, how much further? Thor 1 sped past above the clouds. It'll be soon. Jiang Dali's expression was a little unpleasant. What's wrong? If you don't want to come with me, then go back. I'll go alone, humph. Jiang Chua turned her face to the side. Seeing this, Jiang Dali immediately softened. No. How could your brother let you go alone? Then why were you gritting your teeth like that, like someone owed you money? Jiang Chua asked. Jiang Dali suddenly spoke in a low voice. Chu He, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Fine, don't tell me then. I don't want to hear any of it. It's related to Chu Fan. Jiang Chua immediately turned to look at Jiang Dali, shaking his arm and saying, Brother, tell me quickly. What's wrong? Chapter 146 Going to school? What's that? Jiang Dali was overjoyed by the shaking. He coughed and said, Then shall I tell you the bad news first? My father submitted an application to the Martial Alliance headquarters to break the Severing Void barrier, but it was rejected, Jiang Dali said. Jiang Chua stared blankly at Jiang Dali. As Jiang Dali drove, he said, Don't blame your father. Actually, after he learned that Yancheng had been hit by the Void Cut, he immediately submitted an application to headquarters. He knows you care about Chu Fan. That's why he did this, understand? Why did headquarters refuse? Jiang Chua's pretty face was icy cold. There are many things involved, you'll understand later, Jiang Dali sighed. Through this experience, he also gained a deeper understanding of the cruelty of this world. Only strength can give you a foothold in this world. If you don't have the ability, who the hell cares about you? Who cares about you? It will only leave you to fend for yourself. If a very important person is trapped in Yanqing, no matter how great the cost, the higher-ups will absolutely not sit idly by. Unfortunately, Chu Fan and the other people from Yanqing were not important. Tell me some good news. Jiang Chua looked out the window, her eyes filled with melancholy. Chu Fan is level 17. Jiang Chua exclaimed in surprise. Level 17? How could he be so fast? I'm only level 11. No, I'm too weak. I have to keep working hard and not let him surpass me by too much. Jiang Dali rolled her eyes. Silly girl, you didn't understand what I meant. Jiang Chuha looked at him with a puzzled expression. Jiang Dali continued. There's only one possibility for Chu Fan to level up 3 times in one day. He killed a large number of demonic hounds, including adult demonic hounds that were far beyond his current level. Otherwise, his level couldn't have risen so quickly. This leveling speed is almost as fast as the experienced dungeon. Is this good news? What's so strange about Brother Fan being able to kill a demon hound of a higher level than him? Jiang Chua's face showed a hint of pride. Jiang Dali was speechless. Are you stupid? This also shows that the evil dogs of Yangqing pose no threat to him, so you don't need to worry at all. Chu Fan should be safe enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuha immediately beamed with joy and blinked. Really? When has your brother ever lied to you? Jiang Dali felt a pang of pain in his heart, but still said with a smile. He sighed inwardly. The crisis in Yangqing was classified as S-level. On the surface, it appeared to be a city-wide attack by ferocious dogs, but the real reason was the Illuminati. The fiend dogs pose no threat to Chu Fan, but what about the Illuminati? The Illuminati created this crisis. They must have other motives. Otherwise, would they have gone so far as to use Severing Void, a top-ranking substance, just to allow the demonic hounds to slaughter the humans of Yangqing? Kid, if you can get through this crisis safely, I, Jiang Dali, will acknowledge your strength. Jiang Dali secretly glanced at Jiang Chua, who was gloating to herself. Who told me to be such a siscon? I can't bear to see my sister sad, sigh. 20 minutes later. We're here. The border of Yangqing is just ahead. Jiang Dali stepped on the gas, and Thor 1 accelerated sharply, breaking through the clouds. Jiang Chuha looked through the glass and saw what appeared to be a thin, invisible film enveloping Yangqing. What's that? Jiang Dali asked in surprise as he drove Thor 1 forward. Soon, a figure became clear. There stood a man holding a stick, repeatedly striking the area in front of him. There was nothing in front of him. It looked as if he were hitting the air. The Monkey King? Jiang Chuha exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the man. What? He's the Monkey King who received invitations from all four at the same time. Jiang Dali took a deep breath and drove closer to the other side. The two got out of the car. Bang, bang, bang. The Monkey King swung his staff one after another, and in the air in front of him there seemed to be a layer of mysterious substance. The Monkey King struck that substance, producing a sound like metal clashing. Seeing this, Jiang Dali was overwhelmed with emotion. He was actually able to hit the void layer formed by the void break. Is there something wrong with the void break? To verify his thoughts, Jiang Dali suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. As his body passed through the gap, a ripple spread out, and then he appeared 100 meters away. Severing the void is not the problem, but Jiang Dali looked at the great sage equaling heaven, only to see the latter continuously swinging his staff, each strike creating a small gap in the gap. The gap was small, and it was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. He actually hit something invisible. What kind of monster is that? Jiang Dali exclaimed in horror. The Monkey King glanced coldly at Jiang Dali and continued swinging his staff. Brother, what are you doing? Jiang Chua turned around and glanced at Jiang Dali. Jiang Dali walked over and said, Look, this is the effect of the void break. Everyone who enters that void break layer will appear in the distance. The faster you go, the farther away you will appear. Therefore, it is simply impossible to enter Yangqing. Jiang Chua nodded. After hearing about the existence of Broken Void, she also went to look up relevant information. A plane attempted to enter Yangqing, but it was discovered in a ravine several kilometers away. Jiang Chua snapped out of her thoughts and called out, The great sage equal to heaven. The Monkey King frowned, then turned around and his face lit up with joy. He vanished from his spot and reappeared 50 meters away in front of the two men. Such speed. Jiang Dali's expression changed. At this moment, the Monkey King suddenly bowed to Jiang Chuha and said, Master's wife. Master's wife? Jiang Dali glanced at Jiang Chua, then at the Monkey King. What the heck? Jiang Chua nodded in satisfaction, which was considered an acknowledgement of the title, Great Sage equal to heaven. What master's wife? Jiang Dali finally couldn't help but ask. Who are you? The Monkey King looked wary, pointing his staff directly at Jiang Dali. I'm warning you, this is my master's woman. If you dare to have any bad intentions, don't blame me for smashing your head open with this staff. Your master's woman? Jiang Dali frowned. Uffed. Jiang Chua couldn't help but laugh out loud. His master is Brother Fan. What? Jiang Dali's face turned green. This is my brother. Jiang Chuha pointed to Jiang Dali. Oh, the Monkey King put away his staff. Brother, do you know why the Monkey King refused the invitation from the four great masters? Jiang Chuha asked with a smile. Jiang Dali shook his head. Because Chu Fan didn't receive an invitation from the four great masters, so the great sage equaling heaven simply didn't go. Hee, isn't that amazing? Jiang Chuha chuckled. This. Jiang Dali felt a toothache. This is insane. What kind of people does my sister know? This great sage equaling heaven actually rejected the invitations of the four great masters for Chu Fan's sake, and even called Chu Fan master. Could it be that he has some serious brain disease? He suddenly remembered that there were rumors that the Monkey King had some mental problems and seemed to be mentally unstable. But how did someone with an unstable mind manage to hit the isolation layer of broken void? Jiang Dali swallowed hard. Master's wife, are you here to see Master? The great sage equaling heaven asked. Jiang Chua nodded. Yes, but Yangsheng has been blocked by the void cutoff, so people outside can't get in at all. I came here this time to confirm whether it's true or not. The great sage equal to heaven said. Indeed, there is something strange about this place. It must be that a demon used a magic weapon. With my current strength, I cannot break this magic weapon. That's the number 21 Ming material, Broken Void, which requires 10 level 45 experts to break through. You, a little kid who's just over level 10, actually think you can break through Broken Void? Are you kidding me? Jiang Dali said. Just a heads up, we can't just deal with foreign substances casually. They can cause strange and unpredictable effects, usually side effects. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuha hurriedly said, Yes, don't waste your time here. Your level is still too low. Master is in trouble, and the fool and junior brother Sha are nowhere to be found. If I, as his eldest disciple, don't go to save him, who will? The great sage equaling heaven roared angrily, raising his staff to strike. Jiang Dali, Jiang Chuha, disobeying your master's wife? Jiang Chua's eyes darted around, and she spoke angrily. The Monkey King thought for a moment, and then put away his staff. Brother Fan is out of danger now, but I'm still worried, so I plan to stay in Jinan City next door. If Yang Chung can get in, I can come and help him as soon as possible. Jiang Chuha looked at the Monkey King. Do you want to come with me? Little sister, you. The great sage equaling heaven rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, and nodded, saying, All right. Jiang Dali immediately became anxious. He didn't want to blame Jiang Chua, so he turned to Chi Tian Dasheng and asked, Which school do you go to? Don't you have to go to school? Go to school? What's that? The Monkey King picked at his ear, then flicked his finger, which landed right on Jiang Dali's face. Brother, he was recruited by all four of them at the same time. Why would he need to go to school? Jiang Chuha covered her mouth and chuckled. Jiang Dali froze on the spot. Indeed, if you're invited by all four big four accounting firms in advance, what's the point of going to school? Damn it. He glanced at the Monkey King and cursed inwardly. Chapter 147 Ruthless Person. Nanhu Residential Area. Call. Su Fangliang looked at the two evolved demonic hounds on the ground and let out a heavy sigh. At this moment, the bodies of the two evolved demonic hounds were broken into several pieces, and they were dead beyond any doubt. The members of Team 1 and Team 14 also looked terrified. I never expected that there would be two evolved demonic dogs hiding in this Nanhu residential area. Yes, that's 7 heads in total. It scared me to death. Luckily, Chu Fan was there. How did he know that there were 2 evolved demonic hounds hidden in this warehouse? It seems to be a sensory ability. The crowd whispered among themselves, utterly astonished. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Fan absorbed the spiritual crystals of the 2 evolved demonic hounds. These ferocious hounds have evolved twice, reaching level 24, far exceeding his level. Therefore, spiritual crystals have a great effect. Level 17, 29.3%. Chu Fan had already removed the cloth and satin, and his gaze swept across the profession panel. Killing 2 monsters grants an 11% experience boost, which is quite significant. If more of these evolved demonic hounds could be obtained, his level would undoubtedly break through to level 18 or even level 19. Unfortunately, the sniffer dogs in this community have already been removed. It was so hard to find a place like this, sigh. Chu Fan sighed softly. Following Su Fangliang's suggestion, Team 14 and Team 1 were merged into one team. All 14 team members were grouped into one team. Su Fangliang's reason was that they only had 17 members left, which reduced their efficiency in eliminating the evil dogs. He did not want any more members to die. In response, he specifically applied to the Ministry of Education through the Smart Ring meter, and the Ministry of Education quickly approved his proposal. No one in Team 14 objected. After all, they had all witnessed Chu Fan's power. Being in the same team as Chu Fan would be much safer. Alright, I hereby announce the formation of the new team. I will be the captain, and Chu Fan and Su Fangliang will be the vice-captains. Any objections? Xiao Lin announced loudly. No. No comment. Su Fangliang touched his nose, looking slightly embarrassed. He felt that it was a bit of an honor for Xiao Lin to appoint him as the vice-captain of the new team. After all, both Xiao Lin and Chu Fan are stronger than him, so in comparison, he, as the vice-captain, is actually a bit of a drag on the team. The interior of an office building. Ah, Xiaogao. Kill him quickly. He's been parasitized by the Fiend Hound, and will give birth to new level 11 Fiend Hounds. Hurry. But. Puff. With a single slash, the team member's abdomen was pierced, and the ferocious hound that had not yet emerged from his body stopped its throbbing. Fresh blood gushed out, and the enormous head of the ferocious dog burst out of the hole. Don't worry, this newborn demon hound died before it was fully formed. Du Jing sheathed her longsword and exhaled. In this operation, she was assigned as the leader of the 6th squad. Of killing dogs would reach this level in just 1 week. There were hundreds of corpses inside the office building, some of which had blood that had not yet congealed, indicating that they had just died. The team member who had just been examining a corpse was suddenly attacked when the newborn ferocious dog inside the corpse sprang out and pounced on his face. The team member was still a high school student with a strength level of only 8. He didn't even have time to react before he was instantly parasitized. Captain, there are too many vicious hounds. If this continues, more people will die, someone in the team said in a panic. Du Jing didn't say anything. She was also feeling overwhelmed. If the ferocious hounds were right in front of her, even if there were hundreds of them, she was confident she could kill them all. The problem now is that the office building has a complex structure with many large and small rooms, which makes it easy for a vicious dog to hide. It doesn't matter if it's just her alone. However, there were more than a dozen high school students in the group, and their strength was not strong. If they searched the rooms one by one for the demonic hounds, perhaps an adult demonic hound would suddenly appear, and someone would be parasitized before they could react, just like before. What should I do? Du Jing wondered anxiously. Suddenly at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from the hall below. Who is in charge of this area? Du Jing and the members of Team 6 quickly walked to the stairwell and looked down. A large group of nearly 40 people stood below. 2 men and 1 woman stood at the front of this large group, clearly in charge of the group. Chu Fan. Du Jing looked at one of them with surprise. Hello, Instructor Du. We're here to provide support. Chu Fan looked up, a smile spreading across his face. After Chu Fan's wave perception was upgraded to the 3rd level, his perception range reached 100 meters. Don't underestimate these 100 meters. This area extends outwards from him, and can be considered a circular area centered on Chu Fan. So he stood there, and the area covered by his wave perception reached a terrifying 31,400 square meters. It didn't take long for the team to finish cleaning up the swarms of dogs in the office building. Chu Fan alone possessed all the spiritual crystals of the evil hounds. Seeing that his experience bar hadn't increased much, Chu Fan frowned slightly. Absorbing the spirituality of the evolved demon hounds, these ordinary demon hounds were no longer able to satisfy him. The vice-captain seems a little dissatisfied. Maybe he hasn't leveled up yet. The vice-captain is getting a little impatient. He's already level 17. It's not that easy for him to level up again. Everyone stood still and watched Chu Fan absorb spiritual energy. No one dared to voice any objection. After all, it was Charlene who gave her permission. After cleaning the office building, Du Jing, after a moment's thought, led her team to join another group. And she naturally became the 3rd vice-captain of the team. Immediately afterwards, one team continued on their way. They arrived at a factory and met with the team in charge of it. Holy crap, how come there are so many of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, their team has more than 50 people. Haha, we're saved. Luckily they arrived in time. Otherwise none of us would have survived today. The team leader was a hunched old man. He quickly stepped forward and respectfully greeted Xiao Lin. Captain Xia, it's you who's here? Xiao Lin nodded and turned to introduce them. These are our team's 3 vice-captains, Chu Fan, Su Fangliang, and Du Jing. You should know them all. Upon hearing this, the members behind the old man exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, it's Chu Fan. Chu Fan is actually the vice-captain of this huge team. I know Principal Su and Du Jing. Principal Su is the vice principal of Yangqing Middle School, and Du Jing is a mentor at Yangqing No. 1 Middle School. They are both level 26 experts. So who is Chu Fan? Chu Fan is a student at Yangqing No. 1 High School. What, a student? Many college students looked at Chu Fan in disbelief. Seeing his handsome appearance and the youthful and beautiful female captain beside him, she immediately looked suspicious. Could it be? The old man completely ignored Su Fangliang and Du Jing. He knew both Su Fangliang and Du Jing. There weren't many professionals in Yansheng above level 25, so they were old acquaintances. Chu Fan. The old man smiled and looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Charlene said, "All right, let's get down to business. What's the situation with this factory?" The old man withdrew his gaze from Chu Fan, took a deep breath, and said, "There were 2 evolved demonic hounds in there. I killed one, and the other managed to escape." Evolutionary demon dog? Chu Fan's eyes lit up immediately. Xiao Lin nodded, intending to let Chu Fan make a move, when Chu Fan suddenly disappeared and ran away into the distance. "What is he going to do?" someone asked in surprise. Charlene shook her head with a wry smile. "This kid got too excited when he heard about the evolved demon hounds. I didn't even let him make a move, but he couldn't help himself. Come on, follow him." Xiao Lin quickly chased after Chu Fan. To hear about the evolved demon hound, apart from one team member, the rest of the people looked at each other in bewilderment. Suddenly, as if they had thought of something, they swallowed hard in unison. After a long pause, someone finally uttered a trembling voice. "This vice captain is a ruthless guy." Chapter 148, He's so sweet. As everyone followed Chu Fan through the corridor, their eyes fell upon corpses dressed in work clothes lying sparsely on the ground, their flesh mangled and bloody. They were all factory workers, yet they were all infected by the venomous dog, and none of them survived. The factory was huge. Chu Fan walked through the transportation area and the public facilities area, and finally stopped in the workshop of the factory building. The large crowd followed Chu Fan into the workshop. The workshop is nearly 5,000 square meters, filled with various instruments and alloy materials. Du Jing glanced around, somewhat puzzled, and whispered, "There weren't many dead in this factory, so how could an evolved demon hound have appeared?" "Yes, this is very unreasonable." Su Fangliang frowned. In places where demon hounds evolve, the number of demon hounds should be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it wouldn't be consistent with the low success rate of demon hound evolution. But along the way, we didn't see many corpses at all. The old man shook his head. "I don't know either, but there are indeed 2 evolved demon hounds here, both level 24. Charlene walked to Chu Fan's side. "Did you sense it? Is that evolved demon hound here?" As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Fan. Chu Fan stood there, and suddenly, a slight smile appeared on his lips, as if he had discovered something that made him happy. "Up there." Chu Fan pointed upwards. Everyone looked up. The ceiling of the workshop was completely empty. Only a single silver ventilation duct, 2 meters in diameter, surrounds it. The pipelines run from inside the workshop all the way to other areas, stretching as far as the eye can see. Charlene narrowed her eyes. She had also noticed the ventilation duct. This type of pipe is very useful for a vicious dog to hide in. Of demonic hounds hidden in the pipes is definitely not small. Chu Fan turned around and frowned at the crowd, saying, "Everyone, step back. The 5 of us captains can stay here." Upon hearing this, the students were immediately stunned. Xiao Lin sensed the seriousness of the situation from Chu Fan's expression and whispered, "Get out." Soon, all 50-plus team members retreated outside the workshop. Bang! The gate was tightly shut. The workshop door was made of transparent material, and the team members looked through the door at Chu Fan and the others inside with some dissatisfaction. "Why did they kick us out?" "Don't say anything. This must be very serious." "Serious? I just saw Vice Captain Chu Fan laughing there. If it were serious, why would he be laughing? Let's see. The Vice Captain must have sensed some danger that we can't face if he sent us out." Everyone looked inside through the door. Chu Fan then swung his longsword upwards. A stream of sword energy shot out. In an instant, the ventilation ducts located on the ceiling shattered. Ha ha ha. Countless ferocious dogs emerged from the pipes and fell down, turning the entire workshop blood red in an instant. It was all the corpses of murderous dogs. Along with the falling corpses, there were also mountains of human bodies. Those humans had been gnawed into pieces by the ferocious hounds. Clearly, the dog was like an ant, carrying food into the ventilation duct. Seeing this, the people outside were filled with dread. Wow, so many. That's terrifying. No wonder there were 2 evolved demonic hounds here. They were hiding in the ventilation ducts. Look, that's those newborn, juvenile, and adult demonic hounds that were struck by Chu Fan's sword energy fell from above already as corpses. However, a dozen or so ferocious hounds, their bodies shrouded in bloody mist, rolled on the ground before glaring fiercely at Chu Fan. Evolutionary Demon Hounds. 11 Evolutionary Demon Hounds. The crowd outside the door gasped in surprise. 11 of them. My God, there are even more evolutionary demon hounds here than in the South Lake community. If it weren't for the vice captain's perception abilities, we would have been devoured by those demon hounds in an instant if we had rashly entered the pipes to search. No wonder there are so few corpses in this huge factory. It turns out that all the corpses were carried into the ventilation ducts by the killing dogs. Vice Captain Chu Fan had sensed all of this long ago, which is why he let us out. He was protecting us. Yeah, who the hell said the vice captain was laughing? Step forward. I'm so happy. The vice captain is so sweet. Inside the workshop, frowned slightly as she looked at the two smallest of the demon hounds. Be careful. These two beasts are stronger than level 27 demon hounds that have evolved 3 times. She couldn't discern the level of these ferocious hounds, but she could sense that they were more powerful than level 27 ferocious hounds. At this moment, under the influence of Mind's Eye, information about the 2 ferocious dogs appeared in Chu Fan's mind. Evolutionary Demon Dog. Level 30. Strength 480. Intelligence 20. Agility 480. Endurance 480. Skills: Mass Parasite, Tongue Whip, Pounce, Confusion. Strength, Agility, and Endurance have reached 480? Chu Fan wondered to himself. He silently compared his own attributes with those of the other person. After reaching level 17, his strength and agility reached 449 points, which was less than those 2 demon hounds that had evolved 4 times. However, his Mind's Eye skill can directly increase the damage of Sword Shadow Flowing Light / by 10%. Can I kill these 2 ferocious hounds without activating my third eye and unleashing my killing intent? The star sword appeared in Chu Fan's hand, and he was eager to try it out. Chu Fan, leave these 2 demonic hounds to me. You deal with the others. Xia Lin's gaze also turned serious, and towering flames suddenly appeared on her body. No need, Chu Fan said. Leave all the demon hounds to me. You don't need to interfere. As soon as he finished speaking, not only was Xia Lin stunned, but Su Fangliang and Du Jing were also stunned for a moment. You're going to deal with those 2 vicious dogs? Du Jing asked in surprise. Suddenly, her expression changed, her eyes turned scarlet, and she charged towards the vicious dogs. Seeing this, Xia Lin quickly grabbed Du Jing. What happened? Only then did she realize that Su Fangliang and the old man beside her were in the same condition as Du Jing, with bloodshot eyes and ferocious expressions on their faces. It's those 2 evil hounds. Their malevolent aura is too strong. It can disturb a person's mind, Chu Fan said. He had already seen the skills of those 2 ferocious dogs through his mind's eye. One of them is Confusion. He had been wondering what this skill was, but seeing Du Jing and the other's condition made him understand. Using malevolent energy to control a person's mind can also be considered a form of mental attack skill. Unexpectedly, after evolving 4 times, the demon hound was able to develop mental attack skills. If they were allowed to evolve indefinitely, 5, 6, or even 10 times, what level would they reach? You protect them. Chu Fan took a deep breath and spoke coldly. After saying that, he ignored Xia Lin's surprised gaze and walked straight ahead. Chapter 148, Chu Fan's Strength. Why do I feel like you're the captain and I'm a team member? Xia Lin frowned slightly as she looked at Chu Fan's back. You're getting more and more arrogant. I need to find a chance to teach you a lesson. Kill, kill, kill. The 3 people beside her, including Du Jing, had bloodshot eyes and struggled desperately in her grasp. Behave yourselves. Xia Lin was furious and punched all 3 of them, knocking them unconscious. Flames reappeared on her body, and she frowned as she looked towards Chu Fan. Despite her anger, Xia Lin was always prepared to act immediately should she detect any sign of danger to Chu Fan. If something were to happen to such a talented person, she would be a sinner for all time in Yanqing. Haha. 11 ferocious dogs stood 50 meters away, heads held high, baring their teeth and howling at Chu Fan like hellhounds. Suddenly, long, scarlet tongues shot towards him. Chu Fan stood still and swung his sword. Call out. The sword energy slanted out, creating a wave of energy that spread outwards throughout the space. The shockwave made the flames on Charlene's body sizzle. Besides perception, is this the only active skill you have? Xia Lin murmured as she felt the power of the sword energy. That's true. It's much harder for hidden classes to acquire skills than for us regular classes. Wherever the shockwave passed, the hundreds of long, whip-like tongues that had been protruding from the mouths of the ferocious hounds were instantly severed. The sword energy remained undiminished as it slashed towards the 11 ferocious hounds. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the scene, and smoke and dust filled the entire workshop. Soon, the smoke dissipated, and the 2 demonic hounds that had evolved 4 times stood in place, while the rest of the demonic hounds had been cut to ashes by the sword energy. Chu Fan currently has 469 points of strength, plus a 10% bonus from the Mind's Eye skill, making his burst damage terrifying. Even a level 27 demon hound that has evolved 3 times only has 400 stamina points, so it can only be instantly killed. Not to mention the other few ferocious dogs that have evolved once or twice. The 2 level 30 ferocious hounds roared to the sky, their tongues severed, rendering them defenseless. At this moment, crimson mist surged from their bodies, enveloping Chu Fan. However, Chu Fan let the blood mist fall on him, and his eyes only turned crimson for a moment before he suppressed it. Ashuras are born for slaughter. You think this little bit of murderous aura can affect me? Chu Fan sneered, took a leap, and instantly appeared in front of the 2 ferocious dogs, engaging in close combat. Weakness perception activated. The 2 ferocious dogs lost their long tongues, and their ferocious aura was ineffective against Chu Fan. They could only attack Chu Fan at close range. Although they were stronger and more agile than Chu Fan, they couldn't hit him at all due to Chu Fan's weakness perception, slowing down effect. While dodging the 2 ferocious hounds' pounces, Chu Fan analyzed his own strength. If I use my third eye and killing intent fluctuations, I should be able to kill a level 34 beast with all my might. And even if I encounter a level 35 beast, I can escape unscathed. He didn't overestimate his strength because he knew that there were 2 main reasons why he could defeat these 2 level 30 demon hounds. First, vulnerability awareness. If the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes are far superior to his, and his weakness perception fails, he will be immediately exposed and defeated. Secondly, the beasts like the Shahound are not strong to begin with. If they hadn't inexplicably awakened the ability to evolve, they would just be beasts with a level cap of 20. They are considered a relatively weak race among the mythical beasts. Of course, he also had some trump cards he hadn't used. Therefore, Chu Fan estimated that his strength was equivalent to that of a level 35 alien beast. If it's a professional, then it's hard to say. Chu Fan thought to himself. Compared to professionals, beasts are superior in both numbers and physical attributes. Compared to the mythical beasts, the number of professionals is extremely small. But despite this, humanity has not gone extinct. Why? Because humans are the most adapted species for survival. Through continuous exploration, humankind created various equipment and elixirs that could enhance attributes. This is something that mythical beasts cannot compare to at all. For example, a regular level 17 professional has a maximum of 200 in all 4 stats, while a level 17 ferocious hound has a much higher 200 in all 4 stats. However, humans can bridge this huge gap through equipment and elixirs. Chu Fan's attributes reached 469 points precisely because of his equipment, comparable to a level 30 ferocious hound. With the same equipment, if I go all out, I should be able to defeat a level 25 professional. Chu Fan continued his analysis. His biggest advantage right now is his equipment, the warrior's medal. If we disregard this advantage, under the same conditions, all he can rely on is his skills. Killing Intent Wave and Netherworld Slash were skills taught to him by that unknown being. They were his most treasured possessions. With these 2 skills, Chu Fan was confident that he could defeat a level 25 professional with equal equipment. Of course, equipment is also a part of strength. The stronger you are, the better the equipment you get. It's a virtuous cycle. Why think so much? I have the martial artist medal, which is also my advantage. Chu Fan suddenly laughed. At this moment, the 2 ferocious dogs let out a howl and fled into the distance. Seeing this, Chu Fan also snapped out of his thoughts and used the sword shadow flowing light slash on the 2 ferocious dogs. The 2 ferocious hounds churned, forming a mist armor that blocked the sword energy attack. However, the sword energy was too abundant and continuous, and before long, the malevolent energy on the 2 level 30 demonic hounds dissipated completely. The sword energy sliced through their bodies, and the 2 ferocious hounds were instantly reduced to ashes. He actually killed a level 30 fiend hound. Charlene's chest heaved violently. Level 17, killed 2 level 30 fiend hounds. She looked at Chu Fan with disbelief on her face. She thought Chu Fan had already shocked her enough, but now she realizes that she can't see through him at all. First, they killed a level 21 demon hound, and then they killed a level 24 demon hound. Now, he can even kill a level 30 demon hound. He's only level 17. What is his ceiling? The team members outside were also stunned. The vice captain, he killed 11 evolved demon hounds single-handedly. Is he even human? It's standard procedure. You get used to it after seeing it a few times. Exactly. When Vice Captain Chu Fan was level 16, he could instantly kill a level 24 fiend hound. Now that he's level 17, does he think he can just kill indiscriminately? Haha. Otherwise, why do you think he was able to become the vice captain as a high school student and sit on equal footing with Principal Su and Teacher Du Jing? Excuse me, does the vice captain have a girlfriend? Yes, but don't even think about it. He likes big ones. Am I not old enough? I'm 22. Inside the workshop, Chu Fan skillfully picked up all the spiritual crystals on the ground. In an instant, blue light bloomed in this space. Chapter 149 Charlene's Plan. Chu Fan stood still, letting the overwhelming spiritual energy enter his body. In an instant, Chu Fan's body was covered in blue light. Even the demon hound, which has only evolved once, is level 21, a full 4 levels higher than him. Not to mention the other killing dogs. That level 30 demonic hound reached an unprecedented level of abundance. Chu Fan felt as if his entire body was about to burst, his blood was boiling, and every cell in his body was cheering. The progress bar is rising rapidly. Level 17, 38.1%. Level 17, 62.3%. Level 17, 95.8%. Immediately afterwards, with a soft sound, the membrane was pierced, and the level jumped to 18 without stopping. Level 18, 10.2%. Level 18, 26.9%. After that huge mass of spiritual energy entered his body, Chu Fan's level immediately reached level 18, 63.5%. Awesome, Chu Fan exclaimed with delight. Level 18. Moreover, level 19 is not far away. His 4 dimensions improved once again, filling him with immense confidence. If I consume that 7-colored blood flower now, will I instantly break through to level 30? The thought flashed through Chu Fan's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. The 7-colored blood flower, a rare and precious natural treasure, possesses incredible effects, but it also contains violent earth-fire energy. Even if you are going to swallow it, it is best to do all the necessary preparations before swallowing it to avoid any accidents. Everything is going well for him right now, so there's no need for him to take it at this time. Chu Fan planned to survive this crisis, and under the supervision of the dean and teacher Tang, he would consume the medicine to directly level up to level 30 and then awaken. Based on this trend, this crisis should be resolved before the college entrance examination. He will be a prodigy who awakens before the college entrance examination, and if nothing unexpected happens, the top 4 universities will be scrambling to recruit him. Chu Fan had already planned all of this out. Upgraded? Charlene asked as she walked over. Chu Fan smiled and nodded. Thank you, Captain. Charlene allowed him to absorb the spiritual crystals of all the evil hounds, which is why his level increased so quickly. Chu Fan was very grateful to her for this. The stronger you become, the smoother this operation to exterminate the demon hounds will go. Charlene's eyes suddenly turned serious. I haven't asked you yet, but what level of skill was that you just used? Grade A. Chu Fan answered truthfully. It's just an A-level skill, yet you were able to kill 2 demonic hounds that had evolved 4 times. It's conceivable that your 4-dimensional attributes must be extremely high. Xia Lin's gaze lingered on Chu Fan. Are you wearing a level 10 rare set? Chu Fan nodded. How many 4-dimensional attributes are there? Chu Fan chuckled awkwardly twice. Is it inconvenient to say? Xia Lin glared at Chu Fan. The captain asked you about your 4-dimensional attributes, and you didn't answer? After saying that, she quickly stepped forward, her red lips close to Chu Fan's ear, and whispered, Little guy, should I tell you about Yin Xian? Chu Fan was taken aback. She found out, just as she suspected. I wouldn't do anything to you. I just want to know why your 4D is so high. Xia Lin took a step back, smoothed a strand of hair behind her ear, and looked at Chu Fan. Actually, there's nothing wrong with saying it. Chu Fan glanced at the career panel. 489 points. 489? Charlene's mouth hung open, her face filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Chu Fan shrugged. It's your question that you're asking. You won't believe me even if I tell you. It's just a level 10 rare set. How could it have brought your 4 stats to this level? Charlene pressed. Chu Fan sighed and took out a silver medal from inside his shirt lining. Because of this. Charlene's gaze immediately fell on the medal. The Martial Alliance's Warrior Medal, Chu Fan said calmly. You're actually a martial artist from the Martial Alliance? Xia Lin took a deep breath. She finally understood why Chu Fan was so strong. It turned out he possessed a martial artist's medal. It's difficult for ordinary people to join the martial alliance, but Chu Fan is actually a martial artist in the martial alliance. Charlene's heart was in turmoil. That's why my 4 dimensions are so high. This warrior medal gave me 90 points in my 4 dimensions, Chu Fan said. Of course, my aptitude is rated as S level. After level 10, my 4 dimensions increase by 20 points for each level up. That should be much more than what a regular profession like yours would get. Upon hearing this, Charlene stood rooted to the spot. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. This guy? Do you think I'm strong? Xiao Lin's eyes darted around, and she suddenly asked Chu Fan with a smile. Strong? You must be a fire fist master who followed the path of fire after awakening. A melee class that can use fire. How could you not be strong? Chu Fan's gaze swept over Xiao Lin. It's just that your equipment is a bit poor. You're over level 30 and you haven't even collected a full set of level 20 rare equipment. You think we're as easy as you to get rare sets? Xiao Lin glared. I'm not the number 1 in Yangcheng. No one will give me a reward. I bought these equipment with the money I saved up. Chu Fan nodded in deep agreement. Making money is indeed a very difficult thing. Xiao Lin continued. Chu Fan, your current advantage lies in the martial artist medal, but you should know that even geniuses in big cities have no shortage of such special equipment as the martial artist medal. The Martial Alliance has martial medals, and now the Temple of the Divine Office is following suit and has produced specially made equipment. Although I don't know why you can become a martial artist at such a young age, you have to believe that there are countless talents in China, and many people can join the Martial Alliance and the Temple of Gods to obtain this kind of special equipment. Therefore, you must never be complacent just because your equipment is better than others. Do you understand what I'm saying? Chu Fan looked at Xiao Lin, wondering what this woman was up to. Combatability. Only combatability is your true advantage, Xiao Lin continued. In a battle between 2 professionals with similar equipment, combatability is the key to determining victory or defeat. Chu Fan smiled knowingly. Captain, I'm a member of the Martial Alliance, so you don't need to worry about my combat abilities, right? Charlene paused for a moment, then quickly smiled again. That's right. Members of the Martial Alliance enjoy special benefits and can enter the virtual battle platform, so their combat abilities are naturally very strong. But what era are we in now? Do you have time to go to the Martial Alliance? Chu Fan nodded. Indeed, eliminating the monstrous dogs is the top priority right now. He has been working for almost 24 hours straight, and if this continues, even professionals will find it unbearable. Perhaps after a short rest, they will continue their work. There's simply no time or energy to go to the Martial Alliance. What do you mean? Chu Fan looked at Xiao Lin suspiciously. This woman seems to be plotting something. Xiao Lin patted Chu Fan on the shoulder. Your older sister is also very strong in actual combat. During the time you can't go to the Martial Alliance, let your older sister teach you how to fight. You want to teach me practical combat? Chu Fan was taken aback. He had no idea what Charlene was really up to. What? You look down on me. I'm level 32 and already awakened. I've seen too many professionals and know the strengths and weaknesses of each class. It's your good fortune that I'm willing to teach you, Xiao Lin said coldly. All right. Thank you then, Captain, Chu Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lin's lips curled up slightly, and she secretly rejoiced. You brat, I'll take this opportunity to teach you a lesson and shut you up. Chapter 150 My brother is rich. Xiao Lin and Chu Fan agreed to dedicate 1 hour of their daily rest time to practical training. Chu Fan did not refuse this opportunity. After all, Xiao Lin is stronger than Tang Xiaohu, and it would be a good thing for him to have such a strong person personally teach him. After reaching a consensus, Chu Fan and Xiao Lin then looked at Su Fangliang and the other 2 lying on the ground. What happened? Du Jing stood up unsteadily, rubbing her temples. Sigh, he actually fainted at the crucial moment. I really have to admit I'm getting old. The old man slowly got up from the ground. You were affected by the bewildering skill of the demon hound, and your minds were affected, but you're fine now. Charlene seemed to be in a good mood and said with a smile. Where are those vicious dogs? Su Fangliang jumped up from the ground, looked around warily. Chu Fan has already taken care of everything, Xiao Lin said. Upon hearing this, Su Fangliang and the other 2 gasped in shock. He single-handedly dealt with more than a dozen evolved demonic hounds. Even more surprisingly, one of them evolved 4 times. That can't be right, can it? Everyone stared at Chu Fan as if he were a ghost, but when they saw the smile on Chu Fan's face, they knew it was real. Incredible. Su Fangliang's face was full of admiration. Haha, it's amazing that Yangcheng can produce such a person. It seems that I should be able to see Yangcheng rise before I die. The old man Xiong Tao laughed. Du Jing's expression was complicated. She witnessed Chu Fan's job change firsthand, and because Chu Fan was blind, she didn't take him seriously at all. Now, Chu Fan has become even stronger than her. That little girl Chuha has such good taste, Du Jing said with a self-deprecating smile. At the same time, Jinan City. Inside a villa. Brother Fan is level 18. Jiang Chuha looked at the level leaderboard and was overjoyed. She used to not pay attention to the rankings, but now she refreshes them several times almost every hour. What? Jiang Dali and the Monkey King hurriedly came over. Really level 18? Jiang Dali asked. Can't you see for yourself? Jiang Chuha rolled her eyes dramatically. Jiang Dali opened the ranking list and felt a slight stomach ache. Chu Fan is second on the ranking list, having reached level 18, 63.5%. How could it be so fast? Jiang Dali asked in disbelief. The stronger Chu Fan becomes, the more dangerous his sister becomes. But subconsciously, Jiang Dali still didn't want anything to happen to Chu Fan, because it would make his sister sad. So, he's only at level 18. Chen Haoyu, who's in first place, is already at level 21. There's still a considerable gap between them. Jiang Dali said with a long face. Little sister, once you go to university, you'll realize that there are many people in this world who are more outstanding than Chu Fan. What does their excellence have to do with me? Jiang Chuha said indifferently. Bullshit. My master is the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi. Who could be better than him? The great sage equaling heaven glared at Jiang Dali. Jiang Dali. Jiang Chuha. After a while, Jiang Dali clapped his hands with a smile. President. Several men and women dressed in black approached and greeted him respectfully. Protect my sister. If anything happens to her, I don't need to say more about the consequences, Jiang Dali said coldly. Yes, President, the men replied. All right, you all go out first and just guard this villa. Don't let anyone get close. Soon, several men and women dressed in black quickly left the villa and stood guard in various positions like gatekeepers. Little sister, are you satisfied with this villa? Jiang Dali pulled out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere and put them on. Jiang Chuha looked away from the ranking list and pouted. It must be very expensive, right? It's only a few tens of millions, not expensive at all. Jiang Dali's lips curled up slightly. Tens of millions? We're not here for tourism, and once Yancheng is open to traffic, we'll leave as soon as possible. Brother, you're wasting too much money, Jiang Chuha said, somewhat displeased. Haha, don't worry, I'm rich. Jiang Dali grinned crookedly. He slightly raised his chin, looking every bit the domineering CEO. Jiang Dali was very happy that his younger sister had become so sensible and knew how to save him money. If I had known, I would have just rented a rundown house. With tens of millions, I could have bought Brother Fan a set of level 20 rare equipment, right? Jiang Chuha muttered. Buy a set of level 20 rare equipment for Fanga? Use my money? Jiang Dali's smile suddenly froze. Master's wife, Master shouldn't be short of money. The great sage equaling heaven said earnestly. Jiang Chuha looked at him with a puzzled expression. Since you didn't go that time, Master collected a lot of tuition fees in the lava land, said the great sage equaling heaven. Tuition fees? How much can you earn from that? Jiang Chuha frowned. It's too hard, and you won't earn much. But it's okay, we have money, right bro? Jiang Chuha and the Monkey King both looked at Jiang Dali. Snap. I have no money. Jiang Dali slapped himself and stormed out of the villa. President. Ouch. President, this section of the stairs is a bit slippery, which caused you to fall. I'll have someone dismantle it and replace it with better materials right away. Get lost, I'm fucking hot. Jiang Dali's furious roar came from outside. Professionals Forum. Chu Fan. He's level 18 already. He must have taken some kind of potion to get this fast. Haha. Chen Haoyu's first place is in danger. At this rate, Chu Fan might actually take first place when the rankings close. I really envy Chu Fan. He actually encountered such a good thing, while we can only continue to go to the lava land, where it takes 3 days to level up once. It's too slow. I'll say it again. If I asked you to face the demonic hounds, would you dare? I've heard many people have died in Yanqing. Are you so confident you won't die? That's right. Don't forget, Chu Fan defeated Yasuo in the lava lands back then. He was only level 10 at the time. After this crisis in Yanqing, I wonder how much his strength will improve. Perhaps even Chen Haoyu won't be his match. I find it strange that the four greats haven't extended an invitation to someone like Chu Fan. Qinglong University. Yang Daolong sat in his own private hall, his brows furrowed tightly. Beside him sat a graceful and elegant woman. The woman looked at Yang Daolong and smiled. Haoyu is a very good kid. He is not only ranked first on the job change list, but also currently ranked first on the level list. I fully support your decision to recruit him into Qinglong University and make him your disciple ahead of schedule. Yang Daolong snorted coldly. Humph, what good is it if only you support me? Everyone else is waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Let them look. We've lived this long. Why should we care about what others think? The woman laughed. But as far as I know, the person currently ranked second on the ranking list seems to be catching up. Upon hearing this, Yang Daolong's expression hardened. Who? Chu Fan, the woman said with a smile. Chapter 151 Practical Teaching. Chu Fan. Yang Daolong frowned deeply. Chun Haoyu's ranking on the leaderboard this time cannot be compromised, otherwise how can I save face? As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared around him, and a young man instantly appeared there. Go tell the Temple of the Divine Office to let Chun Haoyu enter the level 20 to 30 experience dungeon, Ant Nest, Yang Daolong said in a deep voice. Yes, teacher. The young man responded and withdrew, disappearing from the spot once again. Looking at the spot where the young man had left, the woman smiled. So it's spatial ability. If I'm not mistaken, this must be one of your 4 students, Chung Mohan, right? He's a strong contender for this year's professional tournament championship. Yang Daolong nodded, which was taken as tacit agreement. Old Yang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but the once-a-decade professionals conference is the most important event. You're taking this little ranking list too seriously, the old woman advised. Yang Daolong said with a stern face, that's just my personality. That's true. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. You're still so competitive. Before, it was us competing, and now you're using your students to compete. You. The woman shook her head with a wry smile. At this moment, Yang Daolong spoke in a deep voice. So Chu Fan is ranked second on the ranking list, and your White Tiger University has no interest in him? The woman shook her head. It's not just our White Tiger University. The other 2 schools are also not interested in him. Why? Yang Daolong asked. If you don't want it, then I'll take action. The woman smiled and said, you want to recruit him? Don't blame me for not reminding you. His profession is Ashura. Upon hearing this, Yang Daolong's expression changed drastically. The Big 4 have tacitly reached a consensus now. Although he is indeed outstanding, no one dares to recruit him because none of us want to follow in his footsteps. The woman sighed. Yang Daolong seemed to have thought of something and nodded emphatically. Yangcheng, Jinwei Business Center. All members of the team, including the 3 vice-captains Su Fangliang, Du Jing, and Xiong Tao, were meditating and resting in the indoor hall. They finished cleaning up the evil spirits here. Many of the lower-level high school students couldn't hold on any longer, so Charlene immediately decided to let everyone rest on the spot for 3 hours. Charlene took out specially prepared food and water from her spatial storage to help all team members recover their strength. These are all specially prepared items by the authorities, and they are different from the food and water that ordinary people eat. It's fair to say that the authorities have suffered a significant financial loss this time, spending a large sum of money. After distributing the food, Charlene led Chu Fan to the rooftop open-air platform of the business center. Chu Fan stood on the huge platform and looked down. The afterglow of the setting sun shone down, bathing Yangcheng in a hazy golden light. The scenery was beautiful, but he knew that many people had died in this crisis. Chu Fan, what are you thinking about? Xiaolin asked. Chu Fan withdrew his gaze and grinned. It's nothing. Let's begin. Charlene's eyes instantly turned cold, and flames raged around her. Coldly, bathed in flames. All professionals start as novices and grow into experts with rich combat experience. The process in between was getting beaten up. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished from her spot, and a trail of flames quickly spread towards Chu Fan. That was the path Charlene left while running. Chu Fan felt the air around him become scorching hot. Captain, can you let me prepare first? Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly activated his wave perception. Weakness perception is also activated at the same time. However, in Chu Fan's perception, Xiaolin's speed did not slow down at all. Her 4-dimensional superiority is too great, and her weakness perception has failed. Chu Fan twisted his body, his upper body contorting into a strange arc, dodging Xiaolin's punch to his shoulder. Unfortunately, Xiaolin was too fast, and the weakness perception lost its slowing down effect. So even though Chu Fan sensed Xiaolin's movements with his wave perception, he couldn't keep up at all. This is what it means when the mind catches up, but the body can't. After all, whether it's strength, speed, or endurance, he's currently far inferior to Charlene. Bang! The fiery fist grazed past Chu Fan's shoulder. Chu Fan felt a tremendous force erupt at his shoulder, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This woman is serious. Chu Fan clutched his shoulder, staring intently at Xiaolin. If he hadn't possessed the ability to sense Xiaolin's presence, he would have been seriously injured if she had hit him head-on. Charlene withdrew her fist, which was enveloped in flames, and laughed. Not bad. You were able to dodge my flaming fist. Was it because of your sensory abilities? Chu Fan was displeased and said, Captain, is it necessary to use your full strength? You're already level 32 and awakened, while I'm only level 18. Swish. A flaming whip appeared in Charlene's hand. A smile appeared on her lips as she said, like I said, the way to improve combat skills is through taking a beating. I will go easy on you, but what if it's a strange beast? Or a professional who is stronger than you but has a grudge against you? Will they also go easy on you? I can go to the Martial Alliance's virtual battle platform. Chu Fan looked at the flaming whip, swallowed hard, and hurriedly said, Little guy, the virtual battle platform is indeed useful, but it's not as perfect as you think. You'll find out later. Accept my training properly and don't take any chances. Charlene suddenly sneered. Show me your full strength, or people might die. After saying that, she left the spot again. Damn it, Chu Fan cursed inwardly. If I had known this woman would be so serious, I wouldn't have accepted her practical training. Isn't he just walking right into her trap and getting beaten up? Chu Fan closed his eyes and maximized his ability to perceive fluctuations. A fiery red figure rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Left front. Chu Fan was startled and was about to dodge when he felt a burning pain in his chest. The flaming whip struck him directly in the chest. The speed is too fast. Even if I sense it, I can't dodge it at all, Chu Fan said through gritted teeth. The sun sets in the west, casting its last rays. If someone were looking down from above, they could see two figures moving swiftly across the platform. To be precise, it should be one chasing, one running away, one attacking, and one taking a beating. Snap, snap, snap. The long whip kept lashing at Chu Fan. Chu Fan was whipped at least dozens of times. Even with his current physical abilities far exceeding those of other professionals of the same level, he was still no match for the attacks of a level 32 expert. Damn it. Chu Fan also got angry, his eyes turning increasingly cold. A surge of fierce anger welled up in his heart. A wave of killing intent surged forth. Charlene's expression changed slightly as she gently wielded her flaming whip. This is... Suddenly, everything around her turned crimson. Kill, 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 kill. A strange sense of irritation arose in her mind, causing her to momentarily lose focus. The next moment, did you enjoy the fight? A cold, deep voice appeared in Charlene's ear. She had just come to her senses when she felt herself being pushed down by a tremendous force and pinned to the ground. The flaming whip in her hand was also snatched away by the other party. Chu Fan you. Xiaolin was completely stunned when she saw Chu Fan swing his long whip straight down at her. Chapter 152 Momentum. As she watched Chu Fan raise his flaming whip. To her utter surprise, the surrounding space suddenly changed, filled with a murderous intent that affected her mind. That's why he was caught off guard and fell into Chu Fan's trap, getting pinned to the ground. You dare hit me? Xiaolin looked at Chu Fan and shouted urgently. She had regained consciousness, and the flames on her body surged once more. Charlene was just about to get up and give this arrogant brat a good beating. Suddenly, snap! Chu Fan raised his long whip and brought it down, striking her directly. You? Xiaolin felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her anger, which was about to erupt, dissipated instantly, and her body went limp. She collapsed to the ground again, trying to exert herself again, but her whole body was numb and weak, and she couldn't muster any strength at all. What's wrong with me? Charlene asked, her face filled with panic. Snap, snap, snap. I'm asking you a question. Did you enjoy the fight just now? Chu Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he continuously brandished his flaming whip. Stop it, Charlene gasped weakly. However, how could Chu Fan possibly stop? He was already furious from being chased and beaten by Charlene, not to mention that now that he had activated his killing intent, he had to release the violent aura in his heart. Stop hitting me. Charlene's face was flushed, and her tone was pleading. At this moment, Xiaolin was extremely flustered. Although Chu Fan's whip strike wasn't very powerful, it felt like he was just tickling her. Strangely, every time the whip struck her, her body would feel a tingling numbness, and she would be unable to exert any strength. Faced with Xiaolin's pleas for mercy, Chu Fan revealed an evil smile. You said that if you want to improve your combat skills, you have to get beaten up. I don't think your combat skills are very strong either. It seems you haven't had enough beatings yet. Chu Fan lashed Xiaolin's buttocks with a whip. Xiaolin exclaimed, her face flushed, her eyes brimming as she looked at Chu Fan. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan was taken aback. What's wrong with this woman? Why? Do you seem to be enjoying it? Why did you stop? Xiao Lin asked breathlessly when she saw Chu Fan stop. Chu Fan froze on the spot for a moment. He looked at the long whip in his hand, and then at Xiao Lin beneath him. Holy shit. He was so affected by the surge of murderous intent that he actually did this to Xiao Lin. Chu Fan took a deep breath and dispelled the killing intent. The surrounding crimson color vanished instantly. Captain, I didn't mean it. Chu Fan chuckled awkwardly. Xiao Lin glanced at the long whip in Chu Fan's hand, opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but didn't. Snort. She leaped up from the ground, snatched the whip back from Chu Fan's hand, and stared intently at him. Use that same move again. Charlene's eyes were icy. Okay. Chu Fan nodded obediently. There was nothing he could do. Charlene's strength far surpassed his. Although he didn't know what had happened to her just now, he tried his best not to provoke her. I almost made a huge mistake just now. Chu Fan unleashed another wave of killing intent. The surrounding environment turned crimson again, and there seemed to be some unknown substance in the air, making people feel agitated. This is a force? This time, Charlene was prepared and was not affected by the murderous aura. Instead, she carefully observed the crimson area. Power? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. Charlene nodded. Only awakened professionals can possess their own momentum, and you're only level 18. How could you? Chu Fan smiled wryly. This is Ashura's exclusive skill. I have no idea what momentum is. Upon hearing this, Charlene fell into deep thought. The unique skills of hidden professions cannot be judged by common sense. After awakening, a profession can have its own momentum, but who can be sure that the unique skills of some hidden professions cannot have the effect of momentum? Captain, do you also have your own power? Chu Fan asked. Of course. Charlene's lips curled up slightly. She looked at the flaming whip in her hand, and a blush of embarrassment suddenly appeared on her face. Then, with a wave of her right hand, the flaming whip disappeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, the flames enveloping her suddenly surged, and the scene erupted in flames, with the raging fire spreading outwards. Soon, the entire top-floor platform became a sea of fire. The blood-red environment, under the influence of murderous intent, was actually suppressed by the sea of fire. Chu Fan and Xiao Lin stood in the center of this sea of fire. What a terrifying temperature. Has my killing intent been suppressed? Looking around and feeling the intense heat that seemed to distort the air, Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This is momentum? The captain's profession is a fire fist master, so her momentum is this sea of fire? Chu Fan's thoughts were churning. Looking at it this way, this sea of fire did indeed resemble the fluctuations of his killing intent. Charlene used her momentum to turn the surroundings into a sea of fire that would benefit her. His murderous intent also transformed the surrounding area into a killing space that was advantageous to him. Momentum is the materialization of power and momentum. All professions can awaken their own momentum after awakening, and my momentum is this sea of flames. Xiao Lin slowly spoke. In this sea of fire, my 4 dimensions can be greatly enhanced, and at the same time, all the flames here can be used by me. Chu Fan looked at Xiao Lin, who resembled a fire god, and nodded. This effect is also very similar to the killing intent fluctuation. All professions can awaken their own momentum. I didn't expect that you would have such an effect even before you awakened it. Xiao Lin looked at Chu Fan. I see you only know how to unleash that skill, but you don't know how to utilize it at all. Next, let me teach you how to utilize momentum. Charlene let out a low shout. Immediately afterwards, the flames in the sea of fire suddenly boiled and converged on Charlene. We can control the environment within the momentum, such as these raging fires. I can gather them in any part of the body to enhance the attack and defense of that part, Charlene said in a deep voice. Flame armor. As soon as she finished speaking, the flames blazed around her, forming a layer of armor of fire. Explosive fist. Charlene continued in a low voice. The flames that had been hovering around her began to boil again, then transformed into a stream of fire that covered Charlene's fists. Flaming legs. The flames transformed back into a torrent of fire, enveloping Charlene's legs. Seeing this, Chu Fan took a deep breath. So strong. Charlene controlled the flames in the inferno, which appeared on various parts of her body. Sometimes she was completely enveloped in flames, like a fire god bathed in fire. Sometimes she covered her fists with flames. Sometimes she covered her legs, feet, and even her eyes with flames. Soon, Charlene waved her hand gently, and the surrounding sea of fire vanished instantly. It seems that the sea of fire that appeared just now was an illusion. Without the suppression of the sea of fire, Chu Fan's killing space reappeared. The surroundings were once again filled with blood red. Charlene looked around and said in a deep voice, "You should be able to control this space like I do. What is this? It sounds like murderous intent." Murderous look? Charlene's expression froze. She clearly remembered that she had just been affected by the red blood mist in this space, and a murderous intent had arisen in her heart. It was murderous intent. Killing intent, slaughter. It is said that Ashuras are born for slaughter, and all Ashuras in history share the same fate. I wonder about him. Xiaolin looked at Chu Fan, her heart moved. Chapter 153 specifies. Sense that killing intent, and control it, Charlene said. Chu Fan tried to sense the killing intent around him. A palpable, blood-red killing intent spread out, filling the space and making it appear like a sea of blood. Soon, Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Found it. A wisp of killing intent was drawn to him, arriving before him, finally settling on his skin and slowly seeping into his body. In an instant, Chu Fan felt a surge of violent killing intent rise within him. Swish! He kept swinging the star sword forward, and streaks of sword energy shot into the sky, slashing into the distance. It took him a full 10 minutes to stop, and he stood there panting heavily. The violent killing intent in his heart also vanished without a trace. Charlene comforted her. Don't rush. This is your first time controlling these killing energies and integrating them into yourself. Your body needs time to adapt, and it will get faster and faster later on. Chu Fan nodded, continued to sense the killing intent, and guided it into his body. What Chu Fan didn't know was that after that killing intent entered his body, it swam towards his sea of consciousness, but it dissipated completely before reaching its destination. Kill. Chu Fan's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot. He looked at Xiaolin and charged straight at her. The next moment, bang! Chu Fan was sent flying backwards, traversing more than 10 meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Come on, let's continue. Charlene curled the corners of her lips, her face full of provocation. Chu Fan continued charging towards her. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Fan was repeatedly knocked away by Xiaolin, but fortunately Xiaolin controlled her strength so that Chu Fan was not in too much of a predicament and his injuries were not serious. Don't rush to improve your ability to adapt to those killing energies. It's a long process, Xiaolin said to Chu Fan. Back then, it took me more than 2 years to fully adapt my body to these flames. 2 years. Chu Fan nodded secretly. Thank you, Captain. Charlene was genuinely guiding him. How could he not see that? At this moment, Chu Fan continued to ask, by the way, you just said that all professions can awaken momentum after awakening. Do you know what Ashura's momentum is? He wanted to take this opportunity to test Charlene, since she was an official member and might know something about Ashura. Charlene shook her head. I don't know, but you have the ability to sense things, which falls under the category of mental power. Your mental power must be quite high, right? Not bad. Charlene looked Chu Fan up and down. As far as I know, some hidden professions can unleash mental attack skills, and on this basis, they can even form their own domain. Field. Chu Fan's expression changed. Isn't my own Ashura domain just a mental attack skill? Charlene continued. That kind of domain is nothing more than a high-level mental attack skill, but I know that some people can materialize a domain. At that time, a domain that exists in imagination can become real. Domain materialization? It actually exists. Chu Fan's pupils contracted slightly. He couldn't help but think of that square, which housed so many true Ashuras. If only that square could be materialized. When hundreds of true Ashuras emerge at once, who can stop them? Moreover, there was a giant trapped by the towering chain. How do I materialize it? Chu Fan asked hurriedly. Charlene shrugged. I'm just an ordinary person. I only heard this information from my captain. How could I possibly know how to materialize it? Chu Fan, anyone who can materialize a domain is an extremely powerful individual. I just told you about momentum, but momentum is merely an auxiliary means for us. However, domain materialization can bring imagined things to life and make them real. You also possess mental power, so you can work towards that goal. First, build your own domain, and then consider materializing it. As for how to build the domain, I don't know. I understand, Chu Fan nodded. Charlene was unaware that he already possessed a domain. Her only remaining concern was how to materialize it. Chu Fan planned to find an opportunity to ask the dean, since the dean also possessed mental power and might know a lot about this. Do you know Yang Daolong from Qinglong University? Xiaolin suddenly asked. Yang Daolong. Chu Fan shook his head. He also has a hidden profession. I don't know exactly what profession he is, but it is rumored that he can materialize a domain and can manifest a level 45 towering dragon to assist in battle. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of emotions. A level 45 colossal dragon manifests to assist in the battle? What a terrible tactic this is. If I could also materialize that square. Chu Fan's eyes were filled with fervor. At this moment, Charlene glanced at the time and smiled slightly. 10 minutes left. After saying that, she slowly walked towards Chu Fan. What are you going to do? Chu Fan took a few steps back and looked at Xiaolin warily. Charlene sneered. I haven't settled the score with you yet, you brat. How dare you treat your older sister like that? You're getting more and more arrogant. If you had resisted immediately, how could I have hit you so many times? Chu Fan said urgently. Upon hearing this, Xiaolin blushed. She rushed towards Chu Fan. Ah, Captain, be gentle. You hit harder than before. Chu Fan's screams echoed throughout the sky. 10 minutes later, Xiaolin and Chu Fan returned to the lobby of the Jinwei Business Center. Everyone turned to look at the two of them. Chu Fan's face was covered in bruises, and he walked silently behind. Charlene walked ahead, a faint smile on her face. The vice captain got dealt with by the captain? What's going on? Many people exchanged glances, but no one dared to ask. Damn it. Chu Fan sat in the corner, rubbing his face and cursing under his breath. This time, we have no choice but to accept our defeat. Once we become strong enough, we must find an opportunity to fight back. Just then, my phone rang. Please designate a target to become a member of the dark web. Enter the target's name, age, gender, and address. 24-hour countdown. Time remaining, 0:10. Chu Fan was taken aback when he saw the pop-up message. He looked at Charlene, who was sitting alone to the side, and Charlene looked at him back, smiling and beckoning him with her finger. Damn it, Chu Fan gritted his teeth. He had initially had reservations about who should be appointed as the new member of the dark web, but at this moment, Chu Fan made the decision directly. You're the one. Captain. Chu Fan walked over and spoke in a low voice. What? Charlene asked with a smile. How can you be so strong? I think you're only in your early 20s. Chu Fan didn't hold back his admiration. Women all like it when others say they look young. The younger the better. Sure enough, upon hearing Chu Fan's words, Xiaolin couldn't help but smile. Your sister is already 27, and you still think I'm only in my early 20s? Am I that young? Ha ha ha. What? Chu Fan was shocked, looking incredulous. Seeing Chu Fan's shocked expression, Xiaolin couldn't stop smiling. Where does the captain live? Chu Fan suppressed his shock and said in a low voice, After this crisis is over, I'd like to visit you more often to practice combat with you. You want to come to my house? Xiaolin was taken aback, then seemed to realize something, her gaze becoming somewhat evasive. Okay, is that all right? Well, it's not impossible. Xiaolin said seriously. It's Unit 2, Building 2, 302, Jiyuan Community, Shiha Road. But I don't know if the community is still there. If it's not, I'll let you know when I move to another location. Thank you, Captain. After saying that, Chu Fan went straight to his seat and sat down, then quickly entered Xiaolin's information. At the same time, he was also observing Charlene's movements. Suddenly, Xiaolin took out her phone and looked at it. Then her expression changed drastically. Chu Fan's senses spread over there. He would never forget the message the dark web sent him back then. He wanted to know what message the dark web sent to Xiaolin that made her willing to enter that website. Chapter 154 Main Hall of the Divine Office. The message appeared in Chu Fan's perception. Still annoyed by your parents pressuring you to get married? Still worried about loneliness at night? Here you'll find a large pool of high-quality male professionals. Automatic matching, money-back guarantee if you're not satisfied. Website, account, redacted, password, redacted. Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. The message sent to Xiaolin was surprisingly related to a blind date. Why did you send yourself a message related to studying? It's understandable that Charlene needs to go on blind dates. After all, she is a level 32 professional and an official member, so her requirements for finding a partner must be very high, which is why she is still single at the age of 27. But is the dark web so certain that if it sends you a learning link, you will click on it? The dark web obtained everyone's information? Not only that, the dark web also knows what each person currently needs and uses their psychological needs to send relevant information. As Chu Fan's thoughts raced, he looked at Xiaolin. At this moment, Xiaolin frowned slightly, seemingly pondering whether the information was true or false. After all, there were no anti-fraud apps in this world, making it easy to encounter phishing websites. But soon, as if drawn by some magic, she paused briefly before involuntarily clicking the link and quickly entering her account and password. Xiaolin logged onto the dark web. A message popped up on Chu Fan's phone. Designation successful. That's it. Chu Fan had assumed that there would be rewards for designating new members, like the kind of rewards for recruiting new members, where you get a certain amount of dark coins for each person you recruit. But to my surprise, there was nothing there at all. All that effort for nothing. Charlene was engrossed in scrolling through her phone, her expression shifting between panic, hesitation, and sighs. Seeing this, Chu Fan nodded secretly. Anyone who enters the dark web would be extremely surprised. After all, the items in the commodity section can be said to be the ultimate pursuit of every professional. For ordinary professionals, acquiring an epic-level piece of equipment is an incredibly difficult task, but legendary-level weapons are available on the dark web, and as long as you have enough dark coins, it's not a problem. Captain, what are you looking at? Chu Fan walked over and whispered. Charlene was startled and quickly put her phone away. She said seriously, "It's nothing. Take a rest. We'll continue the operation in 2 hours." Yangqing Education Department. Ho Chang and a group of powerful figures sat in the conference room. Dean Li Mu and Tang Xiaohu stayed in the Evil Fiend Forest. There's been no movement there for the time being. The Illuminati haven't reappeared, and the Blood Cocoon Demon embryo hasn't changed at all, Ho Chang said with a solemn expression. Everyone else had their brows furrowed. The silence in the Demon Forest only made them more uneasy. After the last meeting, these powerful individuals joined the operation to exterminate the evil hounds, leaving only Ho Chang, Li Mu, Tang Xiaohu, and Lu Jun to guard the Evil Fiend Forest. Everything is currently peaceful in the Evil Forest, so Ho Chang and Lu Jun take some time each day to return to the Ministry of Education and hold meetings. For powerful individuals like them, the journey from the Evil Forest to the Ministry of Education takes only a few minutes. If Li Mu and Tang Xiaohu are left there, they can get there immediately if anything unexpected happens. How's the extermination of the shadow dogs going? Ho Chang asked, glancing around the room. Soon, everyone explained the current situation. Many ordinary people died, and at the same time, professionals also died in the line of duty. Hearing this, everyone sighed. Ordinary people would have no chance of survival if they encountered the demonic hound. Even if all the professionals in Yangqing mobilized, they could only save a portion of them. In this crisis, the deaths of professionals were the biggest impact on Yangqing. Ho Chang frowned upon hearing his subordinate's report. The high-ranking official in charge of liaison at the Ministry of Education nodded and said, "Yes, Teams 6, 14, 19, 23, and 31 have all been integrated into Team 1. One team?" Everyone turned to look at Wang Ming. Wang Ming looked embarrassed. "Don't look at me like that. Xiao Lin reported to me that it was all those small teams that volunteered to join Team 1. Why?" someone asked. "Because of Chu Fan." Wang Ming smiled wryly. As you all know, Chu Fan's perception ability is particularly useful for this operation. Following Chu Fan will not only make the cleanup more efficient, but also safer. Upon hearing this, everyone looked enlightened. This is indeed what makes Ashura special. By the way, Chu Fan performed exceptionally well in this operation. Under his perception abilities, one team has already wiped out the evil hounds in their assigned area, and they also rescued 5 squads, Wang Ming continued. Charlene told me that Chu Fan has the strength to kill a level 30 demon hound on his own. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the powerful figures changed drastically, as if they thought they had misheard. How is that possible? What level is Chu Fan? How could he possibly kill a level 30 fiend hound? Even for me, it would take a lot of effort to kill a level 30 fiend hound. A level 30 demon hound must have evolved 4 times, right? Even some team captains can't kill it. How did Chu Fan, a high school student, manage to do it? Ho Chang also looked surprised. Are you sure? Wang Ming nodded. This is what Xiao Lin told me herself. Chu Fan did indeed kill a demonic hound that had evolved 4 times. After saying that, Wang Ming looked at everyone and said, because he has a martial arts medal. Warrior's medal? Even Ho Chang found it hard to believe when he heard this. I wonder if Chu Fan's ability to join the martial alliance and become a martial artist is related to Li Mu. Ho Chang asked. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in deep agreement. Li Mu is too mysterious. Even they don't know his true identity. By the way, Chu Fan killed that demonic hound when he was level 17, and now he's level 18. Wang Ming continued, opening the level rankings. Upon seeing the name ranked second, everyone took a deep breath. This, level 18, second on the level ranking. Has anyone in Yangqing ever entered the top 200 of the ranking list? No. Yangqing is about to rise. A smile gradually appeared on Ho Chang's face. Ha! Chu Fan, that kid, really didn't disappoint me. Tell Xiao Lin that Chu Fan's safety must be the top priority, and that nothing should happen to him. I know. Wang Ming understood Chu Fan's importance to Yangqing and nodded emphatically. After everyone else had finished reporting on the situation in their respective regions, Ho Chang turned to Wang Ming and asked, what did the higher-ups say? Wang Ming said, they didn't say it explicitly, nor did they clearly refuse. They just told us to stick to our guns. Persistence. Ho Chang sighed. We can't blame them. To remove the restrictions of severing the void, besides the demon-slaying spear from the Temple of the Divine Office, only 10 level 45 experts can act at the same time. If it is not mandatory, no one will be willing to bear the consequences of dealing with foreign matter. Minister, how is Lu Jun doing? Wang Ming asked. The only chance now is the Temple of the Priests. Ho Chang belongs to the Temple of the Gods, and the Temple of the Gods' demon-slaying spear can directly break through severing void. As long as the Temple of the Gods is willing to use the demon-slaying spear, there is no need to consider having a level 45 expert take action. Ho Chang said, he's contacting people next door. Let's wait a bit. At this moment, Lu Jun was standing in the isolation room of the Ministry of Education. Above him, a middle-aged man wearing golden armor was standing in midair. I will apply to the Grand Master, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Lu Jun bowed respectfully to the light and shadow, saying, Thank you, Commander. The capital city, the Huaxia General Temple of the Divine Office. Just as the middle-aged man hung up the call, someone reported, Commander, the Grand Temple Master has summoned everyone to assemble at the temple. Oh, what is it? It is said to be related to the Illuminati. Is it time for a ruling? The middle-aged man nodded. The fact that members of the Illuminati had infiltrated the lava fields suggests that members of the Temple of the Holy See were involved in this matter. The Grand Master is incredibly powerful. He may have already found out who it is. He also took this opportunity to bring up the matter of using the demon-slaying spear. Go! The middle-aged man shouted in a deep voice and disappeared from the spot. Chapter 155 Judgment. Of the main hall of the priesthood. A magnificent golden hall stands tall. There are 4 groups of people sitting inside the main hall. Their clearly defined seating arrangement reveals their class status. At the top, 13 colossal pillars reach straight to the dome, and below these pillars are 13 seats exuding a magnificent and ancient atmosphere. A person bathed in golden light sat in the center, the light obscuring his face, making it impossible to tell whether he was male or female. This person is the legendary figure whose strength is second only to Wei Wuji, the Grand Master of the Divine Hall of China. No one knows his true strength, but it is said that he fought with Wei Wuji. No one knows whether he won or lost, but it is rumored that the two were evenly matched or that the Grand Master of the Divine Hall lost to Wei Wuji. Otherwise, the Temple of the Divine Office would never have allowed a force like the Martial Alliance to develop, and the Martial Alliance would never have become such a behemoth that it could rival the Temple of the Divine Office. On the 12 seats to the left and right of the Grand Master sat men and women wearing masks of the 12 zodiac animals. They were the 12 strongest people under the Grand Master of the Divine Hall. It is named after the 12 Chinese zodiac animals. They are known as the 12 zodiac guardians of the Temple of Gods. Directly below, there was a group of men and women dressed in white robes. On the lower left, a group of people dressed in golden battle robes are sitting. On the lower right, a group of people dressed in black sat there. These 3 groups are the think tank of the temple, the Department of Divine Generals, and the Department of Judgment. The think tank is responsible for internal affairs and also oversees the development plan of the temple. The Divine Generals Department is responsible for combat and internal investigation. The Trial Department, on the other hand, is responsible for both internal and external trials and rulings. Everyone's clothes were decorated with dragon patterns. Upon closer inspection, apart from the Grand Master who was bathed in golden light, the golden armor of the other 12 people on the throne was adorned with 9 clawed dragons. Groups, the think tank, the divine generals, and the judges. Each sat a 3-person creature wielding an 8-clawed golden dragon. The rest of the members are mostly 4-clawed or 5-clawed golden dragons, with a few having 6 or even 7 claws. This is how the power and status of the priesthood are divided. The more dragon claws on the chest, the stronger the power and the higher the status. Below are 3 groups of people, the 3 of whom have 8-clawed golden dragon patterns and are also the leaders of their respective departments. The middle-aged man who was talking to Lu Jun was Yi Tianqing, the commander of the Divine Generals Department. Yi Tianqing respectfully addressed the crowd above. Grand Master, the Divine Generals Department has already questioned the students who entered the lava land and returned safely. According to those students, monsters have appeared in the lava land, monsters that are a fusion of humans and beasts. Monster? The expressions of the many members of the Divine Hall below changed slightly, and they began to whisper among themselves. The Grand Master and the other 12 powerful figures, bathed in golden light, remained silent and listened quietly. Yi Tianqing continued. The students who died in the lava land were all attacked by unknown creatures. Eagle Eye just happened to be destroyed. What a coincidence. Based on various clues, we have found that the monsters that are a combination of beasts and humans are all related to the Illuminati. Therefore, I believe that someone in our clergy is colluding with the Illuminati. These words immediately drew gasps of surprise from the audience. Within the temple of the priests who is colluding with the Illuminati? Yi Tianqing, I understand. At this moment, a gentle voice came from above. The one speaking was the head of the main hall. I implore the Grand Master to thoroughly investigate this matter. Yi Tianqing bowed and said. He knew very well that the Grand Master might have already found out everything, but he still had to go through with the proper pretense. A gentle voice came from within the golden light. The Illuminati, they're quite interesting. He nodded to a burly man beside him who was at least 3 meters tall and wore a bull's head mask. The burly man's arms were 3 times thicker than an average person's. He reached out and grabbed, and a giant hand appeared in the air. Immediately afterwards, a man sitting in the think tank with a 6-clawed golden dragon tattooed on his chest was pulled out by the giant hand. Everyone looked incredulous when they saw this person being arrested. It was him. This person is the deputy leader of the think tank. The man was thrown to the ground in front of him. His face changed drastically, and he cried out in terror. Grand Master, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. The imposing man, 3 meters tall and wearing a bull's head mask, snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, Injustice? Speak. What benefits did the Illuminati promise you that made you betray the temple of the Holy See? The temple places great importance on rules and regulations. This person violated the rules and colluded with the Illuminati to cause the students to die tragically in the dungeon. For the temple of the cleric, this is a betrayal. I really didn't betray the temple. I really didn't. The man exclaimed in horror. At this moment, the graceful woman wearing a snake mask stood up from her seat above, a green light emanating from her body, and entered the body of the deputy commander of the think tank. Soon, the man's expression calmed down, and he stated like a puppet, The Illuminati promises to give me a level 40 epic weapon after the deed is done. What did they ask you to do? The woman wearing a snake mask asked coldly. They told me to cut off Hawkeye's control after those students entered the lava field. For such a small thing, they're willing to give you a level 40 epic weapon? Furthermore, they had me arrange for members of the Yangqing Palace to tamper with things in the Evil Fiend Forest, releasing the evil hounds from there, the man said, his eyes glazed over. The woman wearing the snake mask continued. Who did you arrange over there? Wu Min, do you have anything to add? There is none left. The woman nodded and looked at the man wearing the bullhead mask. That should be it. At this moment, the man also snapped out of his daze, his face turning deathly pale. The Grand Master's voice rang out calmly. Take him away and proceed with the judgment. As soon as he finished speaking, several men in black quickly appeared beside him. The next moment, all the men in black and the man from the think tank disappeared from their original positions. Chapter 156, Taking the Blame. It was him. As they watched the man being taken away, the expressions of everyone in the temple of the priests changed. I never expected that the deputy commander of the think tank would betray the temple. Those who betray the temple will face only one fate, judgment, completely annihilated, body and soul. The thought of such consequences sent a chill down many people's spines. Master, this person is the deputy commander of my think tank. I have failed in my duty as commander, and I am willing to accept punishment. The head of the think tank stepped forward, his face filled with deep self-reproach. He was dressed in a white robe and looked to be in his 60s, but his eyes were deep and his body emanated an invisible aura, indicating that he was extremely powerful. You are hereby forbidden from receiving the baptism of divine light for 1 year, the Grand Temple Master said slowly. Thank you, Grand Master. The leader of the think tank bowed and stepped back. Tianqing, the culprit has been judged. Do you still have any questions? The Grand Hall Master asked. Yi Tianqing hurriedly bowed. This subordinate dares not, but there is one more thing. Go ahead, a neutral voice replied. The Illuminati has deployed the Void Breaker in Yang City. I dare to request permission to use the demon-slaying spear to break the restrictions of the Void Breaker, Yi Tianqing said loudly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Judgment Department dressed in black robes looked surprised, while the members of the think tank immediately became restless and began to whisper among themselves. What? Using the number 12, demon-slaying spear? What kind of place is Yangqing? It doesn't deserve our use of such a bright substance. That's right. Commander Yi is still as disregarding the big picture as ever. He actually made such a request for a small, insignificant city. These consumable foreign substances are used up one less time each time. What can I say? The divine generals are just a bunch of brutes who only know how to fight and don't know how to use their brains at all. The members of the divine generals tribe immediately glared at them angrily. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Yi Tianqing turned to look at the leader of the think tank. The head of the think tank stood at the front, his face indifferent, and remained silent. Go on, Jia. Keep your people's mouths shut, Yi Tianqing said in a deep voice. Yi Tianqing, as a fellow commander, watch your tone when you speak to me, Go on, Jia said calmly. Yi Tianqing's gaze was cold as he turned to look at the seat above him, bowing and saying, Grand Hall Master. Tianqing, do you know why the Illuminati entered the lava lands? The Grand Master asked slowly. Yi Tianqing shook his head. This subordinate does not know. For a high school senior named Chu Fan, the Grand Hall Master said. Chu Fan. Upon hearing this name, Yi Tianqing's pupils contracted slightly. During the questioning of the students who entered the lava land, he had heard the name Chu Fan so many times that he was practically sick of it. All the students mentioned Chu Fan. It is said that Chu Fan swindled money from many students in the lava land. Moreover, he defeated Yasuo, who had already been recruited by Shizuku University, making him one of the top geniuses of this year. Yi Tianqing was impressed by Lu Jun's talent and even inquired about him. He was quite disappointed to learn that Lu Jun had joined the Martial Alliance. He never expected that the Illuminati had entered the lava lands for Chu Fan. What is so special about Chu Fan that makes the Illuminati willing to risk offending my temple of the Holy See to enter the instance? The Inquisition commander asked. The Grand Master smiled and said, There are reasons for this, which you do not need to know. Since the Grand Master didn't say anything, Yi Tianqing didn't press the matter. At this moment, the man wearing a bullhead mask said in a deep voice, Do you know why the Grand Master and we 12 guards have classified the Yangqing crisis as an S-level crisis? Before anyone could speak, he continued loudly. Because the Grand Hall Master already knew everything. The Grand Master knew about the Illuminati's plan, the crisis in Yang City, and that the evil hounds in the evil forest had mutated and gained the ability to evolve. Therefore, the Grand Master and we, the 12 Guardians, classified the crisis in Yang City as S-level. He glanced around. The Grand Master is omnipotent, so I advise those with disloyal intentions not to consider betraying the temple, otherwise. The area below became quiet. The deputy commander of the think tank was a cautionary tale for those who dared to betray the temple. Seeing this, the Ox Guard sneered. Exposing the deputy commander of the think tank in front of everyone was precisely for the purpose of making an example of him. Grandmaster, Yangqing is facing an S-level crisis, and the divine generals are willing to volunteer. We request that the Grand Master grant permission to use the demon-slaying spear, Yi Tianqing said loudly again. The Grand Master slowly spoke. Heavenly City, the price is too high. The demon-slaying spear has only one last chance to be used. I hope to use it in a more worthwhile way, such as against the enlightened-level alien beast in Alien Realm 1, the Hell Dragon. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing took a deep breath. He knew there was no hope. That settled then. Continue to strengthen the recruitment and training of talent. The National Professionals Conference a year from now is very important. This time, I hope our clergy can dominate the top 10. I don't want to see any members of the Martial Alliance in the top 10. The Grand Hall Master slowly disappeared from his seat. He was gone, but his voice echoed in the hall for a long time. Respectfully seeing off the Grand Hall Master. Respectfully seeing off the Grand Hall Master. The crowd slowly dispersed. In the entire hall, only the woman wearing the snake mask and the head of the think tank remained. Go on, Jia. Do you know why I asked you to stay? The woman asked slowly. I do not know. Go on, Jia looked respectful. The person in front of him was one of the 12 guardians of the Temple of the Gods, whose strength was second only to the Grand Master, far beyond Go on Jia's reach. The woman sneered. Do you think your actions can escape the Grand Master's discerning eye? Upon hearing this, Go on Jia's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The woman smiled and said, Don't be nervous. The Grand Master knows that you are the one who betrayed the Temple of Gods, but he did not punish you. Instead, he made your subordinate take the blame for you. There must be a reason for this. Go on Jia took a deep breath. I know I'm guilty. I was blinded by greed. I know I'm guilty. Go on Jia immediately knelt on the ground. There's something I need you to do. If you do it well, you can be spared this punishment. If you don't do it well, Snake, look down at Go on Jia from its high position. I wonder what the Grand Master needs me to do. Go on Jia asked, kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling. Chapter 157 Wings. The woman said slowly. Yi Tianqing has successfully completed his second awakening. Did you know that? What? Upon hearing this, Go Onjia's expression changed drastically. Second awakening. In other words, Yi Tianqing not only reached level 50, but also grasped the true meaning of the profession. How is this possible? Yi Tianqing, you don't need to doubt this. Horse was seriously injured in the last operation to kill the enlightened level alien beasts and can no longer serve as one of the 12 guardians. Yi Tianqing's second awakening was successful, giving him the opportunity to replace Ma and become the new Ma. He's become too powerful, and the Grand Master doesn't want to see that happen. Go Onjia stared blankly at the woman, who then smiled at her and said, "So you have to work hard. If you do this well, not only will you not be judged, but the position of the 12 guards will also be reserved for you." Upon hearing this, Go Onjia was overjoyed and said, "This subordinate will not disappoint the Grand Hall Master's expectations. Do you need me to take action against Yi Tianqing? You think you're worthy to lay a hand on him after his second awakening?" The woman sneered. Yi Tianqing's power has grown stronger in recent years, and many branch hall masters have a good personal relationship with him. If you want to make someone lose power, you have to uproot them. You know what I mean, right? As the leader of the think tank, Go Onjia was very shrewd and could tell what the other party was up to as soon as he heard it. The main hall's primary objective is to maintain an image of light and justice, so it's impossible for them to openly take action against Yi Tianqing. We have to resort to other methods. For example, taking action against those who had close personal relationships with Yi Tianqing. If he loses power and becomes isolated and helpless in the temple, even if he has the strength of a second awakening, he will never be able to become one of the 12 guardians. After all, becoming one of the 12 guardians requires not only strength, but also an internal vote. Without the support of his followers, Yi Tianqing would have no choice but to continue serving as the commander of the divine generals. Go Onjia, on the other hand, was able to rise to become one of the 12 guards. Brilliant. Go Onjia was overjoyed. For him, this was an incredible stroke of luck, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I will contact each of those branch hall masters and tell them to keep their distance from Yi Tianqing, Go Onjia said. The woman shook her head and continued. The one who helped you remove the seal on the evil fiend forest in Yang City was named Gao Chuan, right? Yes. The Grand Master has foreseen many things. This time, the Illuminati has a very important plan. Using their plan, you have Gao Chuan lead people to find an opportunity to eliminate Lu Jun directly. If Takagawa doesn't have the ability, let the nearest branch hall take action together. Eliminate. Go Onjia was somewhat surprised. Do you have a problem? The woman said coldly. No. And the woman continued. There's no need to keep Chu Fan, whom the Grand Master just mentioned. Chu Fan. Yes, Wei Wuji is missing, and the Martial Alliance is left without anyone to oversee it. The Grand Hall Master is planning to take action against the Martial Alliance. Chu Fan is also a member of the Martial Alliance, and he is one of the top geniuses in this generation. Since such a genius has not joined our Divine Hall, there is no need to keep him. Upon hearing this, Go Onjia was deeply shaken. He didn't care about Chu Fan at all. After all, Chu Fan was just a newcomer. He could crush him with a single finger. What he was concerned about was whether the Temple of the Divine Office and the Martial Alliance, the 2 largest forces in China, were finally going to clash head-on. Although Wei Wuji is not in the Martial Alliance, the members of the Martial Alliance are still incredibly powerful. The direct confrontation between the 2 forces is bound to unleash a bloody storm in China and the world. Get up. Go Onjia slowly stood up, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Eliminating someone's wings doesn't require uprooting them completely. You can also make them your own. From the snake's words, it can be inferred that the Grand Hall Master's intention is to kill all the branch hall masters who have a close relationship with Yi Tianqing. Why did the Grand Master do this? Go Onjia was filled with doubt, and a thought suddenly came to mind. Could it be related to Yi Tianqing's professional original intention? Do you have any other questions? Snake suddenly spoke, interrupting Go Onjia's thoughts. Your subordinate will certainly live up to your mission, Go Onjia said, bowing. Yangchen. Chu Fan was deeply moved as he looked at the ever-growing army before him. The group had grown to over 140 people, standing neatly in front of Chu Fan and the others. Standing in a row with Chu Fan were 6 vice-captains, including Xia Lin and Chu Fan. During the journey of the first team to provide support, 2 more teams chose to join them. At first, these newly joined vice-captains were puzzled as to why Chu Fan could be on equal footing with them. After all, Chu Fan looks too young. Even if Chu Fan is the number 1 in this year's competition and has a hidden profession, his level is too low, which is an insurmountable gap. However, after witnessing Chu Fan kill a demonic hound that had evolved 4 times, Everyone abandoned their underestimation of Chu Fan. He's only 18? He's only level 18? How exactly did a level 18 character manage to kill a level 30 ferocious hound? The vice-captains looked at Chu Fan with a mixture of doubt and deep admiration in their eyes. That's genius. Such a genius has never appeared in Yangqing before. Okay, I understand. At this moment, Xiao Lin hung up the phone with a serious expression and looked at everyone. I just received news that Yangqing No. 1 Middle School has been attacked by a large number of vicious dogs, and they want us to go and provide support. Yangqing No. 1 Middle School? Chu Fan's expression changed slightly. Xiao Lin looked at Chu Fan. Your school? Yes. Xiao Lin glanced at the smart ring meter. Yangqing No. 1 Middle School is not far from here, only a dozen kilometers away. If there are no problems, let's go. At a command, the crowd quickly dispersed. Yangqing No. 1 Middle School. A swarm of vicious dogs swept through the campus. The dogs were spotted in places such as the playground, corridors, and classrooms. Since the attack on the city by the ferocious dogs, all high schools in Yangqing have issued announcements. If you have a professional caregiver at home, you can choose to go home on your own. If there is no working person in the family, they can stay at school, where teachers will be responsible for their protection. It all depends on personal preference. Many students, including those in grades 10 and 11 who have not yet switched majors, chose to stay in school. After all, only a minority of families have working adults. At this moment, all the students of Yangqing No. 1 High School are gathered in different halls, guarded by their teachers. Of the elite building. Ha 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 ha. Outside the hall, the sounds of ferocious dogs running and growling could be heard from time to time. Wah, how much longer do we have to hide? One of the girls squatted down and started crying. Luo Ning turned to look at them and said in a low voice, "Don't make a sound. We've already contacted the Ministry of Education for support. We'll be safe soon." He sighed deeply. There are too many ferocious hounds in the school, and there are even evolved ferocious hounds. Even if he charges into the pack of ferocious hounds, he will only die. After all, he is only level 20. Not to mention the students. Now we can only wait here for reinforcements to arrive. As soon as Chu Fan and his group entered the school, they saw a dense swarm of ferocious dogs on the playground, surging like a blood-red torrent. Tang Xiaohu stood on the playground as those vicious dogs charged at him madly. He inhaled sharply, sucking a large number of vicious dogs into his stomach, which instantly swelled into a huge sphere. "Teacher!" Chu Fan's expression hardened, and he rushed forward quickly. "Chu Fan!" Tang Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chu Fan and laughed. "If you guys had been any later, I would have been stuffed to death. I heard you can now kill a 4-time evolved demon hound. Haha, hiccup, you're almost as good as me." Chu Fan glanced at Tang Xiaohu's stomach, which had shrunk back to its original size, and was slightly startled. Then he unleashed the sword shadow flowing light, slashed directly at the surrounding ferocious hounds. A massive sword aura swept across, instantly turning large numbers of ferocious hounds to ashes wherever it passed. Tang Xiaohu watched this scene, his eyes narrowing into slits. This kid has indeed become much stronger. Chapter 158 Classmates. Xiao Fan is so strong. The martial artist medal must have played a big role. This is the benefit of being a kept man. Tang Xiaohu smacked his lips. He learned from Li Mu that Chu Fan had joined the Martial Alliance and become a martial artist in the Martial Alliance, all of which was inseparable from Jiangchua. After all, that little girl's father was the head of the Jiangnan province. A warrior's medal. In the early stages, a single warrior medal can offset an attribute difference of nearly 10 levels. Xiao Fan is only level 18, but his 4-dimensional attributes are comparable to those of ordinary professionals at level 27 or 28. TSK. Tang Xiaohu looked at Chu Fan's back with envy. Quickly muttered under his breath, "Damn it, why doesn't anyone let me be a gigolo too? Am I not handsome enough?" Tang Xiaohu vented his anger on the ferocious dogs that were charging at him. "Die!" He opened his mouth and inhaled, instantly sucking dozens of ferocious dogs into his stomach. There are over 1,000 guard dogs in this playground. Most of them are young or adult killing dogs. Therefore, whether they rush towards Chu Fan or Tang Xiaohu, they are doomed. The team of over 100 professionals were stunned as they watched Chu Fan and Tang Xiaohu unleash their respective skills. "That's Principal Tang. Didn't he go to the evil forest?" a deputy captain asked in surprise. "Principal Tang is the principal of this school. If something happens at the school, he will definitely come immediately. That's called responsibility." Su Fangliang took responsibility very seriously, taking a deep breath. However, the methods. Du Jing looked at Tang Xiaohu in disbelief as well. This was also the first time she had ever seen Tang Xiaohu make a move. This method is indeed too bizarre. Can humans eat strange beasts? This is a hidden class, the Devourer, Charlene said slowly. A devourer? Everyone looked over there and saw that Tang Xiaohu could inhale dozens of ferocious dogs in one breath. His belly swelled up rapidly, but quickly returned to normal, and he opened his mouth again to inhale fiercely. This profession is fucking insane. Principal Tang isn't even that abnormal. Look at Chu Fan, that's what's abnormal. Everyone looked to the other side. Centered on Chu Fan, a large number of sword energies shot out in all directions, and wherever the sword energies passed, a large area of the evil hounds was directly reduced to ashes. Principal Tang can only swallow a few dozen ferocious hounds at a time, but Chu Fan can wipe out hundreds of ferocious hounds with a single swing of his sword. All the hidden professions are abnormal, but Chu Fan's profession is even more abnormal. Everyone chimed in, and there was no need for anyone to intervene. Those two are too strong. Of vicious dogs on the playground has visibly decreased. In less than 2 minutes, the two men had killed all the densely packed ferocious dogs. Immediately afterwards, Chu Fan generously absorbed all the spiritual energy under everyone's gaze. How could he absorb so much spiritual energy all by himself? A new member of the team asked. They're all his. Don't ask. If you do, Captain Xia agreed. All the spirits of the demonic hounds killed by the team belong to Chu Fan. Isn't that a bit unfair? If we encounter an evolved demon hound, we'll also have to put in the effort. This is our team's rule. If you want spirituality, you can apply to Captain Xia, but she will most likely refuse. Why? Captain Xia likes handsome guys. How could she agree to you being so ugly? I'm handsome, can I apply? Asked a fair-skinned man with a middle parting. What are you applying for? Are you the #1 player in Yangqing? If not, then stay put. If you have any complaints, you can leave our team. The fair-skinned man with a middle parting was speechless. Seeing that Chu Fan had absorbed all the spiritual energy, Tang Xiaohu hurriedly said, Go and help those teachers and students. After returning to Yangqing #1 middle school, he led a large number of vicious dogs to the playground by himself. But there were too many dogs in the school, and he worried that the teachers and students wouldn't be able to handle it. Xiao Lin and the other vice captains stepped forward and inquired about the school's basic situation from Tang Xiaohu before deciding to split up. An evolved demon hound. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. How many times has it evolved? Charlene glared at him. The meaning is obvious. You are a student at #1 high school, and you don't care about the safety of teachers and students, but only about the evolution of the evil dogs, right? Chu Fan smiled awkwardly, realizing that his actions had gone a bit too far. Tang Xiaohu sighed. These vicious dogs all came from the surrounding residential buildings. When I arrived, some teachers and students in the school had already been infected. Chu Fan, we. As soon as Xiaolin turned around and spoke, Chu Fan rushed out. That brat, the allure of the evolved demon hounds is greater than anything else for him. Charlene smiled helplessly, then turned to the group and said, Finish the work here in half an hour. Chu Fan quickly moved through the campus. Just now, Charlene said something wrong. There were people at Yangqing #1 high school who cared about him. The evolutionary hound was indeed very attractive to him, but at the moment, he had other things to do. I hope nothing bad happens. Chu Fan moved with lightning speed, heading straight for the ordinary teaching building. Yangqing #1 middle school is not very big. In just 1 minute, Chu Fan appeared outside the ordinary teaching building. The entire teaching building was deserted, and there were corpses on the ground that had been parasitized by the killing dogs. There are students and teachers. Chu Fan glanced at the corpses, his expression calm, and his senses instantly spread out. In Chu Fan's perception, the lobby of the ordinary teaching building was littered with corpses. It seems this place was a refuge for everyone, but unfortunately it was attacked by a large number of vicious dogs. Not here. He frowned and quickly ran forward. At this moment, on the hill behind the teaching building, 3 boys, covered in blood, walked with difficulty, clearly seriously injured. If Chu Fan were here, he would recognize these 3 as his classmates. The thin boy is named Tang Ming, the dark-skinned boy is named Lin Dong, and there is a boy who is 1.9 meters tall named Xing Ping. Tang Ming, Lin Dong, and Xing Ping were all close to Hu Wei in the class. Since Hu Wei's mind was destroyed by Chu Fan and he became a vegetable, the 3 of them have become very obedient. Behind them, a beautiful figure fell to the ground. At this moment, Tang Ming stopped and looked back at the beautiful figure on the ground, his face showing a struggle. Teacher Wu Yu risked serious injury to lead us out of the hall. Now you want me to abandon her? I can't do it. Her injuries are severe. Carrying her would only be a burden. If we encounter the ferocious hounds again, the 3 of us can still put up a fight, but if we bring her along, We'll all die here, Lin Dong said angrily. Yes, Tang Ming, let's go. There's a mountain road that leads straight to the foot of the mountain. We can get out of the school. The school has become a paradise for vicious dogs. Only by escaping the school can we survive. But Tang Ming stood still, his gaze fixed on Wu Yu. Are you leaving or not? Lin Dong asked in a low voice. Just as Tang Ming was about to speak, a vicious dog suddenly rushed out from the bushes beside him. Chapter 159, The Agreement. Not good. Be careful. Zheng Ping's expression changed drastically, and he picked up a rusty iron sword and slashed at the demon dog. Tang Ming and Lin Dong also quickly unleashed their skills on the ferocious hound. That ferocious dog was just a puppy, not even level 10 yet. It took the three of them a lot of effort to finally defeat it. Damn it, they're everywhere. Lin Dong stood there, panting heavily. Let's go, we can't delay any longer. You guys go first, I need to take Teacher Wu away. Tang Ming took a deep breath, as if he had made an important decision. Idiot. Lin Dong stared intently at Tang Ming. Zheng Ping also sighed deeply and shook his head. Tang Ming carried Wu Yu on his back and walked forward alone. In their naive minds, hell lies behind them, while the road ahead leads to light. They didn't know that perhaps beyond the light lay hell. Tang Ming carried Wu Yu slowly forward, a smile appearing on his youthful face. My parents divorced when I was very young, and my grandmother raised me. She was too old to take care of me, so I spent my days playing games, chasing girls, and smoking. I was willing to do anything that had nothing to do with studying. Not only did my grades plummet, but I also picked up a lot of bad habits. If it weren't for Teacher Wu, I might have dropped out of school long ago. I don't know who I would be hanging out with now, and I would have become a useless piece of trash. Tang Ming looked at Lin Dong and Zheng Ping, revealing a simple smile. That kind of smile hasn't appeared on his face for a long time. You know, Teacher Wu helped me through my life, and just now she risked serious injury to help me again. She saved me twice. How can I give up on her? Lin Dong and Zheng Ping were taken aback when they saw Tang Ming, and then they both lowered their heads. Tang Ming smiled and continued walking forward. As he walked, he noticed that Lin Dong and Zheng Ping had come up behind him. What? Tang Ming said coldly. Lin Dong laughed and said, I can't let you do this good thing all by yourself. I, Lin Dong, have never done anything good in my life. Can this count as one? Zheng Ping looked at Lin Dong and cursed in a low voice. You're really shameless. You call this a good thing? Have you forgotten who was with you during your most depressed period, when you were cutting your wrists with a knife? It wasn't your parents or anyone else, but Teacher Wu. Lin Dong's expression changed, and tears welled up in his eyes. He forced a smile and said, Can you not be so blunt? I also want to find some comfort for myself. The corners of his mouth slowly turned up. The best luck I've ever had in my life is meeting Teacher Wu. If it weren't for her, I might have committed suicide because of depression long ago. Zheng Ping recalled. Yes, wasn't I the same? The three of them took turns carrying Wu Yu on their backs, limping along the path. Another young rabid dog. Are you two all right? Zheng Ping shouted, carrying Wu Yu on his back. Kill them, kill these beasts, damn them. Lin Dong and Tang Ming used a strategy of trading blows for damage, and barely managed to defeat a young ferocious hound that was less than level 10. There's still 1 kilometer left. I hope there won't be any more vicious dogs. Zheng Ping's eyes shone brightly. If I survive this time, I will definitely work hard, repent, and live up to Teacher Wu's expectations. Okay, let's make a promise to work hard together and come back to visit Teacher Wu when we achieve something in the future. Haha. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Tang Ming suddenly asked, Do you think so many people would have died if Chu Fan had been at school? Chu Fan. Upon hearing this name, both Lin Dong and Zheng Ping gasped in shock. That person no longer belongs to the same world as them. Chu Fan is too strong enough to compete with many geniuses from all over the country in the Lava Land. He's strong enough to snatch treasures from Chun Haoyu and Yasuo. It's strong enough to rank second in the national rankings. He was so strong that even the school's professors said things like, Chu Fan is a genius that comes along only once in a century. It is a blessing for Yanqing to have him. They were just trash who couldn't even be selected for a cleanup operation, and who had to work together to deal with even a single young, vicious dog. Chu Fan participated in the cleanup operation. I wonder how many vicious dogs he killed. I checked the rankings yesterday, and he is currently ranked second in the country, only behind Chun Haoyu. Wow, this guy is amazing. We actually dared to mock him back then. Thinking about it now, it feels a bit unreal. At this moment, haha, a lean, menacing dog blocked their path. This vicious dog had bulging muscles, exposed yellowish-white fascia, and its body was emanating a visible mist of blood. Upon seeing this ferocious dog, Tang Ming and his companions stopped breathing. Blood. Blood mist. Is this evolved fiend hound? Tang Ming's face turned deathly pale, and his voice trembled. Run! Lin Dong shouted urgently, and the three of them immediately turned and ran. Evolved ferocious hound, which was over level 20, wore a mocking smile. It could sense the strength of these three humans. The weak are like insects. Tang Ming and his two companions ran back the way they came at top speed. That path was blocked by the evolutionary hounds, so I had no choice but to return to the school to seek a chance at survival. Huh? Why didn't that vicious dog follow us? After running for a while, Tang Ming felt somewhat dazed. There was no movement behind him. Hey, it seems like there really isn't one. Do they think we're too weak and not tasty? Lin Dong looked back, but the vicious dog had already disappeared. They really didn't chase after us. The three of them exchanged glances and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Having just escaped death, they now find themselves with a chance to survive, and they all take a deep breath. Suddenly, swish, a blood-red whip shot out from a great distance and went straight into Lin Dong's mouth. One moment Lin Dong's face was filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster, but the next moment, his pupils dilated sharply as a long tongue covered in suction cups was inserted into his mouth, causing him extreme pain. Lin Dong! Zheng Ping exclaimed in shock. Wah, run wah! Lin Dong was still conscious and managed to make a sound. I'll fight you to the death. Tang Ming took out his rusty iron sword and kept slashing at the long tongue. However, the long tongue was like steel, and Tang Ming's attack landed on it without leaving even a trace. Tang Ming stared at the scene and absent-mindedly put down his weapon. The lowest level for an evolved ferocious hound is level 21, while he is only level 7. The difference is too great. Tang Ming, don't just stand there, run. Zheng Ping, carrying Wu Yu on his back, took the lead and ran forward. Just as Tang Ming came to his senses and tried to run away, a long tongue shot out from a distance and burrowed into his mouth. As Zheng Ping ran, he glanced back, his eyes brimming with tears. He carried Wu Yu on his back and ran forward like a madman. He cannot die. If he dies too, Teacher Wu will have no chance of surviving. However, no matter how fast he is, how could he be a match for the evolved ferocious hound? The next moment, a long tongue attacked from behind, then coiled around like a venomous snake and burrowed into Zheng Ping's mouth. Zheng Ping's face was contorted in extreme pain, but he held Wu Yu tightly on his back, preventing her from falling to the ground. Ha ha ha. The ferocious dog slowly approached from the front, looking at the three of them as if they were playthings. Wah, teacher! Zheng Ping could no longer hold on, and Wu Yu fell to the ground from behind. Swish! The ferocious dog opened its huge mouth, and another long tongue lunged at Wu Yu. Zheng Ping, Tang Ming, and Lin Dong's eyes bulged as they all looked in that direction. What happened to your promise not to let her down? What happened to your promise to repent and turn over a new leaf? It's too late, there's no chance left. Tears streamed down the faces of the three men, whose eyes seemed about to burst. Let them see with their own eyes that the person who helped them in their lives has been parasitized by a vicious dog. This is even more painful than killing them outright. Just wondering, will anyone think this is just filler? I personally think it's very well written. Haha, it really captures human nature. I also want to give a proper ending to a minor character like Teacher Wu Yu. Chapter 160 Significance. The scarlet tongue, like a whip from hell, lashed out at Wu Yu on the ground. At this moment, Wu Yu was seriously injured and unconscious, completely unaware of what was happening before her eyes. Lin Dong and his two companions watched this scene in despair, powerless to do anything about it. They had been parasitized. The hound's long tongue, like steel nails, held them in place, while the suckers on its tongue absorbed nutrients from their bodies. The newborn killing dogs have begun to develop inside them, and only death awaits them. Teacher Wu. The three of them looked desperate. Suddenly, just then, a figure came from afar, moving with lightning speed, covering a distance of over 100 meters in an instant, and arrived in front of Wu Yu. The newcomer was a young man, dressed in a long blue robe, which fluttered in the mountain wind. His face was youthful, making him look quite young, but his expression was resolute, and his eyes were deep. He looked at the distant ferocious dog as if it were an inanimate object. Chu Fan. Upon seeing the newcomers, the despair in Lin Dong, Tang Ming, and Zheng Ping's eyes lessened, replaced by excitement and worry. They knew that boy all too well. It was Chu Fan, with whom they had shared 3 years of school friendship. But what's before us is an evolved demon hound. Chu Fan is only level 18. Is he a match for the evolved demon hound? Their bodies struggled incessantly, and they opened their mouths as if to shout to warn Chu Fan, but could only make woo-woo-woo sounds. Swoosh. The long tongue reached Chu Fan in an instant. Snort. Chu Fan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with icy killing intent. He grabbed the long tongue with one hand and pulled hard. The immense force ripped the long tongues, along with the organs inside the ferocious dog's mouth, out, and the dozen or so long tongues fell limply to the ground. Roar. The ferocious dog let out a shrill howl, its eyes fixed on Chu Fan with a menacing gaze. It's not dead yet. However, a sword aura gradually magnified in its pupils. The next moment, the evolved demon hound was instantly reduced to ashes. Lin Dong and his two companions watched this scene in disbelief. From the moment Chu Fan arrived, to the moment he pulled out the mandibles of the evolved demon hound, and then to the moment he casually swung his sword and killed the demon hound, it all took only 5 seconds. The three of them felt that Chu Fan hadn't even broken a sweat, yet the evolved ferocious hound, which was over level 20, was gone. That's incredible. Lin Dong and the other two pulled the severed tongues out of their mouths, gasped for air, and looked at Chu Fan with disbelief in their eyes. Chu Fan, you actually managed to kill the evolved demon hound with a single sword strike. That was a beast that was over level 20. Tang Ming exclaimed in surprise. This was far beyond his comprehension. Just how strong are you? How strong is it? Chu Fan thought for a moment. Just like that, I should be able to kill more than a dozen with one sword strike. A dozen or so? Lin Dong and the other two held their breath, then simultaneously gave a self-deprecating laugh. They used to join Hu Wei in mocking him. Looking back now, it's truly laughable. Do you have any last words? Chu Fan asked, looking at the three men's stomachs. At this moment, their stomachs were throbbing slightly up and down. Inside, the body of a newborn ferocious dog is rapidly developing, eager to break free. It's safe to say that none of the three of them have any chance of survival. No. Chu Fan, if I had another chance, I would like to be your friend. Tang Ming glanced at Wu Yu on the ground and smiled. He picked up the rusty iron sword and plunged it straight into his stomach. Puff! And his belly suddenly stopped moving. Tang Ming also lost his life and fell to the ground, a smile still on his face, a smile that contained a sense of relief. Chu Fan watched all of this calmly. Having witnessed too many people die in this crisis, he has been able to remain unfazed. Moreover, these three people, as his classmates, had never had a good relationship with him. If Chu Fan hadn't sensed their behavior towards Wu Yu earlier, he wouldn't have given them a chance to speak. Chu Fan, after Teacher Wu wakes up, please tell her that I have always been grateful to her, always. Lin Dong's lips curled up slightly as he patted his stomach. Zheng Ping also laughed. Haha, Chu Fan, I have nothing to say. It's enough that you came here in person to save Teacher Wu. Zheng Ping picked up a dagger and stabbed himself in the stomach. In the end, Lin Dong and the other two ended their own lives. Chu Fan watched them fall and sighed inwardly. This is the truth of surviving in this world. If you are too weak, you will eventually die in the mouth of a strange beast. He is currently stronger than the demon dog, which is why he is able to survive. But what if he encounters an even more powerful beast in the future? Will I end up like them? The thought only flashed through Chu Fan's mind for a moment before he stopped thinking about it. Becoming stronger has always been his goal, and he has never forgotten it. Pulling himself back to reality, Chu Fan looked at Wu Yu and found that her injuries were severe, but fortunately not fatal. Luckily we arrived in time, otherwise. Chu Fan secretly rejoiced. A high-grade qi and blood pill appeared in his hand. These are the tuition fees paid in the lava fields, and their effects are far superior to ordinary qi and blood pills. After being fed, Wu Yu finally woke up and suddenly opened her eyes. No, you mad dog, run, run, run with me, let's break out. Wu Yu shouted, her eyes bloodshot and her demeanor frantic. Teacher Wu, it's me. The vicious dog has been dealt with, and we're safe now. Looking at Wu Yu's appearance, Chu Fan felt a pang of guilt. Chu Fan, it's you, really you? What brings you here? Wu Yu finally realized that it was Chu Fan in front of her, and her tense nerves relaxed. Chu Fan recounted everything that had happened here. Wu Yu looked at the corpses of Lin Dong and the other two, tears streaming down her face, and sobbed, Wah, they're all dead, all dead. Chu Fan gently patted Wu Yu's back. He could feel the despair in her eyes. She is not very old to begin with. After graduating from high school, she stayed at Yangqing No. 1 middle school to work, and she is only 23 years old now. She is an ordinary 23-year-old girl who rarely fights monsters and teaches students mostly theoretical knowledge. After witnessing her students being parasitized and devoured by the monstrous dogs, she was left with indelible trauma. Chu Fan forced a smile. Teacher Wu, this is the reality of the world. You don't need to feel this way. Life still goes on, don't you think? He's bad at comforting people, especially women. Wu Yu shook her head, looking confused, and asked blankly. Chu Fan, tell me, what is the meaning of our lives in this world? Why are you suddenly asking this? It's nothing, I just feel like it's really boring. Wu Yu stared blankly at the outline of the school below the mountain, her eyes full of reminiscence. This school has always carried all her hopes. That's why she has always done her best and never given up on any student. They were all her students. There was no right or wrong, good or bad. She hoped to see each of her students succeed. However, in the end, she saw her students die one by one. What is the meaning of life? What is the significance of her job? What's the point? Chu Fan glanced at the corpses of Lin Dong and the other two. Do you even know how you survived? Wu Yu did not speak. They protected you, which is why you were able to hold on until I arrived. If it weren't for them, perhaps you. Wu Yu nodded and remained silent. If I remember correctly, all three of them were consistently poor students in class, had bad relationships with their classmates, and often contradicted you. Why would students like that be willing to protect you when faced with danger? Have you ever thought about it? Wu Yu turned her head and looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan smiled and said, everyone has a reason for existing in this world, and so do you. Although you are not very strong, what you have taught them is definitely more than just theoretical knowledge. For them, what you have given them is far more important than that knowledge. Am I really that good? Wu Yu whispered. Chu Fan nodded. You helped them when they were most confused and made them understand the meaning of life. That's why they will remember your kindness and have been protecting you just now. Just like you've always protected them. As an ordinary high school teacher, you teach them far more than just theoretical knowledge. You also teach them life lessons. Isn't that meaningful? Chu Fan smiled and looked at Wu Yu. He was just like Lin Dong and the other two. Teacher Wu Yu never gave up on him, which is why he searched for her as soon as he returned to school and eventually saved her from the jaws of the vicious dog. If Wu Yu had been like those snobbish teachers and hadn't helped Chu Fan during his darkest days, how could he have saved her? It can be said that everything has its meaning. Perhaps this is what is called cause and effect. Wu Yu stood there, silent for a long time. After a long while, a smile finally appeared on her face, and the confusion in her eyes dissipated considerably. Chu Fan, I understand. Thank you. I will continue to be a good teacher, just like before. Teacher Wu, I should be thanking you. The two stood on the hill behind Yanqing No. 1 Middle School, looking down at the school below. A genuine smile appeared on Chu Fan's face. He was finally able to express his gratitude to Wu Yu in person. Chapter 161, Lingering Feelings. Wu Yu walked up to the bodies of Lin Dong and the other two, tears welling up in her eyes. Chu Fan watched all of this silently. Teacher Wu, after the cleanup team finishes eliminating the vicious dogs in the school, they will bury their bodies and provide their families with compensation. Chu Fan reminded them after a while. Wu Yu took a deep breath. That's good. There are no more vicious dogs around here. Shall we go check out the school? Chu Fan sensed the movement around him. Upon hearing about going to school, Wu Yu thought of what had happened there. Her body trembled slightly, and her face turned deathly pale. Those were scenes she dared not recall. Don't be afraid. With me here, even a 4-time evolved demon hound can't hurt you. Chu Fan said proudly. A demonic hound that has evolved 4 times? According to the evolution pattern of the demon hound, 4 times, level 30? Wu Yu looked at Chu Fan in disbelief. You can kill a level 30 beast? Chu Fan smiled and nodded. It's all thanks to Teacher Wu's excellent teaching. Wu Yu remained in a daze for a long time. Theoretical books mention that some professionals can kill beasts that are several levels higher. But is it too exaggerated for a level 18 player to kill a level 30 beast? Wu Yu took a deep breath and glared at Chu Fan. I'm only level 7. How could I possibly teach a student like you? Let me ask you if you're my teacher. Yes. If you didn't teach him that, who did? Chu Fan asked with a smile. Wu Yu looked at Chu Fan, thought for a moment, and then suddenly took a string of cinnabar amulets off her neck. Chu Fan, this was left to me by my grandmother, and I have always worn it. Your future path is very dangerous, far more dangerous than I can comprehend. There's nothing I can do to help you, but I hope this keepsake that gives me solace will always keep you safe. The amulet is entirely red, but the color is dull and faded in many places, giving it a very old look. Thank you, teacher. Chu Fan accepted it with a smile without refusing. The amulet felt cool to the touch, yet it inexplicably brought a sense of peace. Chu Fan looked at it with a puzzled expression. It looked like an ordinary peace charm. He stopped thinking about it and put it inside his chest, keeping it close to his body. Let's go see a wider world and take my share with us. Let me see this world too, okay? Wu Yu smiled and pointed to Chu Fan's chest. Okay. Chu Fan nodded heavily. The two smiled at each other, then walked down the mountain together back to school. Come with me. Chu Fan pulled Wu Yu along and quickly ran towards a laboratory building. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the laboratory building, I saw several vicious dogs pacing outside. Chu Fan swung his sword, and the broadsword energy instantly covered a distance of more than 10 meters, annihilating the several ferocious dogs. Haha. This commotion attracted the rabid dogs in the laboratory building. In an instant, a pack of ferocious dogs, large and small, rushed out of the door. Wu Yu's face turned pale with fright. Chu Fan, this. It's all right. Chu Fan smiled slightly and gave Wu Yu a reassuring look. Sword shadow flowing light slash. Buzz. A series of sword energies poured out, silencing the entire space. Wu Yu felt that there was no sound outside. She could only see that wherever the sword energy passed, the tidal wave of ferocious hounds were all turned to ashes. Wow, amazing. Wu Yu was extremely surprised. The star sword was sheathed, and Chu Fan gestured with his lip, saying, Go, absorb the spiritual crystal. Wu Yu pointed to herself. Me? Oh. Wu Yu walked forward in a daze and absorbed all the spiritual crystals scattered on the ground. These are all young and adult malevolent dogs. The spiritual crystals have little effect on Chu Fan. Since he has this opportunity, he naturally wants to help Wu Yu. Wu Yu is only level 7, so these spiritual beings around level 10 are a great tonic for her. After a while, Wu Yu murmured softly, then exclaimed in surprise, I'm level 10-12. Congratulations, Chu Fan said with a smile. Wu Yu looked at Chu Fan. So, this is what you call being carried? You're helping me level up. Chu Fan smiled, but didn't say anything. Wu Yu was able to take this opportunity to level up to level 12, giving him enough strength to protect himself, which satisfied him. I was just doing someone a favor. At this moment, more than 20 people ran towards Chu Fan from a distance. They came before him and said respectfully, Vice Captain. Vice Captain. Seeing this, Wu Yu glanced at Chu Fan with a puzzled look, her mouth slightly agape. A group of college students named Chu Fan as their deputy captain? However, upon considering Chu Fan's strength, Wu Yu suddenly understood. Before she knew it, a proud smile appeared on her lips. Regardless, Chu Fan was her student, and the stronger Chu Fan became, the prouder she felt. How is the situation? Chu Fan asked gravely. Reporting to the deputy captain, the evil dogs in the northeast have been completely wiped out. The demonic hounds in the northwest have all been killed. Chu Fan nodded. There's none left here either. That should be about it. Have the wind, mage, move all the corpses on campus to the playground. Oh, and don't forget there are 3 corpses on the mountain behind the regular teaching building. Receive. Yangqing No. 1 Middle School Playground. The corpses were neatly arranged on the playground, each covered with a white sheet. They were all victims of Yangqing No. 1 Middle School, including both students and teachers. Tang Xiaohu, Qi Jiang, Wang Bo, Luo Ning, Xiaolin, Chu Fan, and others stood at the very front of the group. Behind them were a team of members and surviving teachers and students. Everyone silently looked down at the corpses, their expressions solemn. Let us observe a moment of silence for the deceased. After a long silence, Tang Xiaohu whispered to Luo Ning beside him. Notify their families that after seeing them one last time, bury them on the hill behind the school. Yes. Luo Ning's expression was dejected. Principal Tang, please accept my condolences. Xiaolin stepped forward. Tang Xiaohu sighed. It's because I'm too weak. If the principal knew that so many people had died under my management, he definitely wouldn't let me off the hook. It's not your fault. The team responsible for this area is too slow. They haven't even finished cleaning the surrounding area yet. The responsibility lies with them, Xiaolin said coldly. Su Fangliang said in a low voice, Captain, we can't blame them. After all, not every team has Chu Fan. It's normal for them to be inefficient. Xiaolin glared at Su Fangliang. Do you know how to comfort people? Immediately afterwards, under Luo Ning's leadership, all the teachers and students of Yangqing No. 1 Middle School mobilized to bury the bodies. The atmosphere at the entire school was unusually somber. For Chu Fan and his companions, such things happen frequently, and they can only learn to get used to them while they are not used to them, and learn to be strong while they are in grief. Let's go. Charlene gave the order. A team quickly assembled, fully equipped, and set off for the next battlefield. Chu Fan, thank you. In the distance, Wu Yu watched Chu Fan's departing figure, her eyes filled with longing and reluctance. Chapter 162 Calm. Time flies like an arrow, passing by quietly. Before we knew it, It was March 15th. 25 days have passed since the official start of the operation. In the past month, the evil hounds that had been scattered throughout Yancheng have been almost completely wiped out. The professionals were filled with laughter and joy. The crisis is finally over. For nearly a month, all the professionals have been on edge, fighting the ferocious hounds day and night. Now, they can finally rest. People have returned to their normal lives. Some people recalled the fear they had experienced during this period and were filled with terror. Some people lost loved ones and friends and wept bitterly. Some people, through this crisis, gained a profound understanding of the power of the alien beasts and thus changed their lazy habits and began to work hard. Overall, everything in Yancheng got better, and life returned to normal and peaceful. At this moment, photos of the professionals involved in this cleanup operation are being displayed on the giant screen in Yancheng Central Square. In the photo, Chu Fan stands in the center, surrounded by many smiling men and women. They are all heroes of Yancheng. Countless people gathered here, looking at the giant screen with admiration and excitement in their eyes. They saved us. They saved Yancheng. I must become a professional, someone like the members of the cleanup squad. Haha, I'll be 18 next year and I can change jobs. I want to change to a hidden job. TCH, you think you can hide your profession? Do you know how many people in Yancheng have successfully switched to a hidden profession over the years? The answer is 1. Is that the vice captain named Chu Fan? Someone asked, pointing to Chu Fan in the center position on the giant screen. It was him. I saw it with my own eyes. He led a team of more than 200 people and killed the vicious dogs in the hospital. Those people called him Chu. Deputy Captain Chu. Chu Fan. He's my brother Chu Fan. Isn't he amazing? In the crowd, a chubby-faced little boy tilted his chin up and said. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd all turned to look at the little boy. Little friend, do you know him? Little Tiger, with his nostrils flared, shouted, Of course. He's from the same orphanage as me, and he raised me since I was little. By the way, uncle and aunt, my brother Chu Fan has a girlfriend, so don't look at me like that. I will not set up your daughter with her. Little Tiger grinned, revealing a knowing smile. The older men and women around them suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Little Tiger, where are you? Excuse me, thank you. At that moment, a group of boys and girls around 10 years old emerged from the crowd. See, I didn't lie to you. Brother Chu Fan is the strongest in this cleanup team. He's standing in the center position, Xiaohu said with his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. Hey, is that Brother Chu Fan? He doesn't look like him at all. Brother Chu Fan has become more handsome and mature. He's also gotten darker. But even if he turns to ashes, I'll still recognize him. Xiaodong, please don't say that, I beg you. Haha, my brother is only 18, and he's already this amazing. If he eats for another 2 years, won't he be even more amazing? The children chattered excitedly, and the surrounding crowd was once again agitated, turning their attention to the boy standing in the center of the giant screen. He's only 18 years old. To become the vice captain of a squad of over 200 people at the age of 18 is simply incredible. Immediately, many parents around pointed at Chu Fan on the screen and said to their children, Kid, do you have a goal yet? If you can be half as good as Chu Fan someday, I'll be satisfied for the rest of my life. I will try my best. The children's eyes burned with enthusiasm, and they all nodded emphatically. Name, stranger. Age, 18. Occupation, Ashura. Qualifications, S. Grade, 23, 49.5%. Strength, 649 plus 70. Intelligence, 649 plus 70. Agility, 649 plus 70. Endurance, 649 plus 70. Mental strength, 48. Attack power, 1279 plus 1279. Charge fully charged. Source power, 2%. Equipment, Starshine set, rare, level requirement, 10. Skill, wave perception, tier 3, 61%, with accompanying passive, weakness perception, tier 3, 61%. Resilience, tier 2, 78%. Parry, tier 2, 83%. Sword shadow flowing light slash, tier 2, 46%. Ashura domain, tier 1, 75%. Mind's eye, tier 1, 81%. Chu Fan sat in the lounge of the Yanqing Ministry of Education and opened the attribute panel. In the past month, he absorbed the spiritual energy of hundreds of thousands of evil hounds, and his level rose to level 23. Most of these improvements are due to the spirituality of the evolved demon hound. As for the other newborn, juvenile, and adult demon dogs, their effectiveness diminishes as his level increases. Chu Fan nodded secretly. This crisis in Yancheng had raised his level from 13 to 23, a full 10 levels higher. It's almost comparable to an experienced dungeon. He was very satisfied. This level already meets the basic requirements for entering the 2020 cohort of university. Chun Haoyu must have been in the experienced dungeon the whole time, which is why he's been able to maintain his number 1 level. Chu Fan thought to himself. Before the rankings officially ended, he would check them out when he had nothing else to do. Chun Haoyu is firmly in first place, while he is firmly in second place. The gap between the two and the third place is quite large. However, Chu Fan didn't have much ambition to win first place. According to his understanding, after the rankings end, the official team will issue rewards to the top 10, and the rewards for the top 3 are roughly the same, so there is no need to strive for first place. Chu Fan smiled confidently. Even though his level was lower than Chun Haoyu's, he was confident that he could completely crush him. After all, his 4-dimensional attributes are as high as 719 points. Chu Fan secretly calculated and finally confirmed that for S-grade aptitude below level 10, the 4-dimensional attributes increase by 10 points for each level increase. From level 10 to level 20, each level increases the 4 main attributes by 20 points. After reaching level 20, you gain 40 points for each level you gain. Each step has 10 levels. Crossing a step doubles your attribute boost. Based on this pattern, Chu Fan guessed that after level 30, each level up would increase the 4-dimensional attributes by at least 80 points, and perhaps even more. Because you can awaken at level 30, and after awakening, your 4 main attributes will undergo significant changes. This is also why he has been whipped by Charlene all this time. There was nothing they could do. The other party had already awakened. Even if he had S-rank aptitude and the bonus from the martial artist metal gem, his 4 dimensions were still far inferior to those of the awakened Xiaolin. He could only swallow his anger and secretly vow to get revenge later. If I change my equipment to a level 20 rare set, my strength will increase significantly. Chu Fan's eyes shone with confidence as he spoke arrogantly to himself. Chapter 163 Commendation. Chu Fan glanced at his bank card balance. There are 80 million left. That's more than enough for him to buy a level 20 rare set. But Chu Fan didn't spend money to buy it. Instead, he waited for today's commendation ceremony. Charlene told him that today the authorities and the clergy would be recognizing the professionals who had contributed to the operation. Based on Chu Fan's contributions, he may be rewarded with a level 20 rare set of equipment. Why spend money when you can get something for free? Although Charlene said, maybe, it's normal for her, as an official, to know some inside information. Since she said that, the reward is almost certain. Therefore, Chu Fan always wore the level 10 Starshine set. He spent another 100 million of the 180 million he had saved to buy more than a dozen doses of 4th-tier psychotropic drugs. An alchemist, he knew to refine the pill. However, since the severing void had not yet been lifted, they were unable to leave. Therefore, Chu Fan did not wait, and instead swallowed all the mental medicines. The constant fighting and use of wave perception over the past month had already greatly increased his mental strength. With the addition of a large amount of psychiatric drugs, his mental strength eventually reached 48 points. Even now, he doesn't feel the slightest mental exhaustion even when using Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash and Ashura Domain consecutively. Chu Fan shifted his gaze to the skills section. The fluctuation was perceived to be 61% of the 3rd order. The improvement is getting slower and slower, Chu Fan sighed. 10 days ago, his fluctuation perception had reached 61% of the 3rd level, but it hasn't increased at all in the past 10 days, which shows how difficult it is to raise fluctuation perception to the 4th level. Although the fluctuation perception improved slowly, blocking, resilience, and Sword Shadow Slash all reached the 2nd tier. Only the Ashura Domain is still at level 1. After all, he had spent the past month killing ferocious hounds and rarely used the Ashura Domain. Parry, Tier 2. Use your weapon to parry the opponent's attack, damage reduction 5%. Resilience, Tier 2. After activation, stamina plus 20, physical defense plus 50, magic defense plus 50, and damage reduction 5%. Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash. Tier 2 unleashes a continuous barrage of flowing light, sword energy in all directions, causing widespread damage. Attack power, 1279, panel attack, plus 719, strength, plus 15. Looking at these 3 skills, Chu Fan's eyes gleamed. Once parry and resilience are upgraded to Tier 2, they grant a 5% damage reduction effect, which can be stacked. In other words, if he blocks while in a tough state, he can mitigate 10% of the damage. Amazing skill. It is only at the 2nd tier that these 2 skills truly demonstrate their value. The enhancement to Sword Shadow Flowing Light Slash is even more terrifying. The attack range has changed from 100 meters in front to all around. He can now use the sword shadow flowing light slash without changing his position. With a single swing, the sword energy will spread outwards in a circle. This is a true area of effect damage skill. At the same time, the attack power of sword shadow flowing light slash has also increased significantly. His strength increased from 10 times to 15 times. Based on his strength of 719, this five-fold increase directly boosted his attack power by 3595. As expected of Ashura's exclusive skill, this multiplier. Chu Fan took a deep breath. Chu Fan, the commendation ceremony is about to begin. At this moment, Xiao Lin walked over and said. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he stood up. Sister Lin, are you sure there will be a reward for this commendation? After practicing with Charlene for a while, the two became more and more familiar with each other. At Xiao Lin's request, Chu Fan changed his way of addressing her from Captain to Sister Lin. Charlene glanced at Chu Fan. All you know is the reward. Don't worry, I've already confirmed with the captain, you'll get your share. That's good. Chu Fan nodded with a smile. The cost of the level 20 rare set is saved. The commendation ceremony began promptly at 3 p.m. This commendation ceremony was broadcast live nationwide. Many people stopped what they were doing to watch the live stream. On a professional forum, someone posted a link to the live stream. It is said that the crisis in Yangcheng has been resolved, and an awards ceremony will be held soon. Here is the link. You can check it out if you're interested. This post attracted a lot of attention. In the past, they would have ignored it. They had never heard of this small city before. Even if it were destroyed, it wouldn't concern them. But things are different now. This is because Chu Fan firmly occupies the second position on the ranking list, and his level has reached level 23, far surpassing them. Because of Chu Fan, many professionals clicked on the link and entered the live stream. Yasuo, Tang Siue, Li Ao, Dao Quang Wang Lei, and Robot Lin Zong, all those who had interacted with Chu Fan, entered the live stream immediately. Jinan City. Inside the villa, the Monkey King and Jiang Chuha also entered the live stream room, looking expectant. Can we see Brother Fan? Jiang Chuha asked. The Monkey King coldly said, my master is ranked second on the ranking list. He must have killed quite a few monsters. If Yang City doesn't reward him, I will be the first to object. Jiang Chuha. Yangcheng. A barely visible thin film enveloped the city. Now, in front of the Ministry of Education building, all the professionals participating in this cleanup operation stood neatly in the center of the field. Ho Chang and Lu Jun, representing the Ministry of Education and the Temple of the Clergy, stood on the second floor of the Ministry of Education building, watching the crowd. A flying robot slowly flew by in the sky, clearly capturing everyone's face. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement, and also with the joy of victory. Ho Chang announced loudly, I hereby declare the operation to eliminate the killer dogs officially over. During the month-long crackdown, the professionals in Yangcheng were given a critical mission, and each of them played a huge role. Without you, there would be no Yangcheng as we know it today. On behalf of the government, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all professionals. Ho Chang bowed deeply to those below. On behalf of the Temple of the Priests, I thank all the professionals for their contributions, Lu Jun said, bowing deeply. Snap, snap, snap. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from below and lasted for a long time. Everyone looked solemn. They would never forget this experience. Some people died in this operation. Please remember that they died to save Yangcheng, and we should remember their names forever. Qiu Feng, Vice Principal of Yangcheng No. 5 Middle School. Ho Chang read out the names of the professionals who had perished in this operation. Zhang Hanqing, a member of the Official Special Department. Wu Wei, a member of the Ministry of Education. As each name was read out, the professionals standing below had tears in their eyes, and some of the girls could no longer hold back and began to sob softly. Tang Ming, tutor at Yangcheng No. 1 High School. Upon hearing this name, Chu Fan's expression changed. The image of a tall, gruff-voiced warrior wielding a great sword appeared in his mind. Is he dead too? Chu Fan sighed inwardly, his heart stirred. Even level 25 professionals did not survive this crisis. Chapter 164 Uneasiness. When Ho Chang read out those names, the scene was unusually quiet. Ho Chang read for a full 10 minutes before sighing. There are many more students. Each and every one of them is a hero of Yangcheng. Now, let us all observe a minute's silence for all the professionals who have died. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads slightly. A minute later, Ho Chang changed the subject. Everyone made a great contribution to this operation. Now, we will recognize and reward each individual based on their specific contributions. Chang Yu, the captain of Squad 23, led his squad members to wipe out 10 strongholds of the evil dogs. He was awarded a third-class merit and a high-grade marrow cleansing pill. Snap, snap, snap. Under everyone's gaze, Changyu walked out from the crowd. There was no joy on his face, but rather a deep sorrow. His friends and students all died in this operation. Awarded third-class merit. Team leader Xia Liming led his team to wipe out 21 strongholds of the evil dogs. He was awarded a second-class merit and rewarded with 2 high-grade marrow cleansing pills. Squad leader Chen Fong. People kept emerging from the crowd, greeted by enthusiastic applause and eyes full of respect. Team leader Charlene led her team to clear out a total of 72 Fiendhound strongholds, rescued many teams from danger, and killed more than 100 evolved Fiendhounds. Charlene, step forward. Charlene stepped out of the crowd and looked up solemnly. As the team leader, your performance has been outstanding. You deserve a special merit award, the Hero Medal, and a level 30 rare weapon, Ho Chang said to Xiaolin. Yes. Charlene's face lit up with joy. She bowed slightly and then returned to the group. Everyone looked at Charlene. Special merit award. Not a single person harbored any resentment. Everyone knew that without a team, the operation would have lasted at least another 10 days. Perhaps many more people will die in this operation. As the team captain, Charlene deserves all of this. At this moment, Ho Chang looked at one of the people in the crowd below and said with a smile, Chu Fan, step forward. Chu Fan responded and stepped out of the group. Everyone was looking at him. They knew that Chu Fan was the most important person in Team 1. No, to be precise, he was the most important person among all the professionals who participated in this operation. Upon seeing Chu Fan step forward, those who had been waiting in front of the live stream were instantly invigorated. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. That's him. He ripped us off of so much tuition back then. Damn it. Damn it. I'll never forget that face for the rest of my life. Has he regained his sight? With so many treasures you've collected, buying some medicine to restore your eyesight should be a piece of cake, right? Everyone, what's wrong? Why are you all so resentful? Hee, I remember Chu Fan was only level 13 back then, and he was already so strong. He's level 23 now. I wonder how strong he's become. No matter how good you are, you still haven't received an early recruitment offer from the big 4 accounting firms, have you? It seems that's really the case. Jinan City. Brother Fan. Jiang Chua's eyes lit up. The Monkey King, who had been dozing off nearby, suddenly opened his eyes. It really is Master. Judging from his appearance, this crisis didn't cause him any harm at all. How could those little bugs be a match for him? Jiang Chua said smugly, her cheeks slightly flushed. She noticed that Chu Fan had become even more handsome, especially her eyes, bright and deep. Thinking that Chu Fan had used the flowing heart essence she had given her, Jiang Chua felt sweeter than honey. Ho Chang smiled at Chu Fan and said, You performed exceptionally well in this operation, greatly improving the efficiency of the clearing operation by utilizing your abilities. You deserve a special merit award, are awarded the Hero Medal, and are also rewarded with a set of level 20 rare equipment. Ho Chang smiled warmly at Chu Fan. Thank you. Chu Fan was secretly pleased, but his expression remained calm as he returned to the group. The commendation ceremony lasted for 3 hours before it ended. Many people received recognition. However, only Xia Lin and Chu Fan received the first-class merit and were awarded the Medal of Bravery. By the time the commendation ceremony ended, it was already getting dark. Chu Fan entered the Ministry of Education building, where Cheng Feng was waiting for him. Chu Fan. Cheng Feng smiled and handed Chu Fan a set of equipment and a medal. A level 20 rare set, the Dawn set, plus a warrior's medal, which can be inlaid with 2 blue gems, Cheng Feng said. I've already put the gems into the medal. Each gem is worth 10 million on the market. These 2 gems will increase your attribute value by 40 points. Cheng Feng smiled sweetly and emphasized the phrase, 10 million per piece. This was clearly a reminder to Chu Fan that the Ministry of Education hadn't been stingy with the reward given to him this time. Chu Fan frowned slightly. Only a 40-point increase in attributes? Compared to the Warrior's Medal, this Hero's Medal is far inferior. Fortunately, there's no shortage of medals, and you can accumulate attributes. Accumulating various medals can also significantly improve the 4 main attributes. Some soldiers, covered in medals, possessed incredibly high 4-dimensional attributes. Chu Fan took the outfit and the Warrior's Medal, went to the small room next door to change out of the Starshine outfit, and placed both the Warrior's Medal and the Warrior's Medal on the inside of his chest. In an instant, a power suddenly emerged and filled his body. This is a manifestation of a sudden and significant increase in the 4-dimensional attributes. Dawn set, rare set, Level requirement, 20. Set bonus, strength plus 100, intelligence plus 100, agility plus 100, stamina plus 100, spirit plus 10. In addition to set bonuses, each piece of equipment provides attribute bonuses. Hero's Medal, strength plus 40, intelligence plus 40, agility plus 40, stamina plus 40. Chu Fan glanced at the career panel. 870. Chu Fan was overjoyed. The four-dimensional attributes have been increased to 870 points. Because the Starshine set he wore previously came with 5 points of mental power, his mental power also increased by 5 points, reaching 53 points. Meanwhile, his panel attack power is displayed as 1505 plus 1505, full charge progress. The weapon is a bit outdated, it's only level 10. Chu Fan clicked his tongue. The Star Sword's level and base attack are indeed a bit of a drag, but its attack power doubles when fully charged, which is a significant advantage. Chu Fan planned to keep one Star Sword and only use it when it was fully charged. At the same time, seek out level 20 rare, or even epic, weapons. Let's go to the Martial Alliance. It's been a long time since I've been there, Chu Fan muttered to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. The top floor of the Ministry of Education building. The senior executives sat in the conference room. Have all the rewards been distributed? Ho Chong asked. Chung Feng nodded. They've all been distributed. Okay, Ho Chong said. Being able to improve their strength before the final battle is the best we can do right now. Chapter 165 Ignore. The commendation ceremony had just concluded, and the operation to eliminate the savage hounds was announced to be over. Yangqing returned to peace. But at this moment, all the bigwigs in the conference room looked solemn, and there was not a trace of joy on their faces. Wang Ming looked at Ho Chong and asked, Minister, is there still no movement from the Illuminati? Ho Chong nodded. The evil hounds in Yangcheng have been cleared out, but the Illuminati have not shown up yet, and the blood cocoon demon embryo has not made any move. This makes me feel uneasy. When exactly will they make their move? Upon hearing this, everyone sighed heavily. They were well aware that the real crisis in Yangcheng had not been resolved. Compared to the ghouls, the Illuminati's plan was the boulder hanging over everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Dean, what do you think we should do? Ho Chong looked at Li Mu and asked in a low voice. All eyes turned to Li Mu. Li Mu tapped his fingers on his cane and slowly said, Wait. The biggest problem now is that we don't know what the Illuminati's purpose is. We are in the open, and they are in the dark. We simply cannot take the initiative to attack. Moreover, the restrictions on severing the void have never been lifted. Hearing this, everyone sighed. The effect of broken void is still active, which means that Yangcheng is still isolated. Even if all the evil hounds are cleared out, they still cannot get out or find reinforcements. Li Mu continued, however, I think it should be soon. The Light Society has released the evil hounds from the evil forest. They do not believe that those hounds can pose a threat to us. So, they're probably stalling for time. The ever-increasing number of killing dogs has bought them time this past month. Although I don't know when they will make their move, I think it should be soon. Ho Chong nodded, then stood up solemnly and said, Li Mu, Lu Jun, Tang Xiaohu, and I will continue to the evil fiend forest to guard the blood cocoon demon embryo. Since the Illuminati placed the blood cocoon demon embryo in the evil forest, their ultimate plan must be inextricably linked to it. Everyone, be prepared at all times for the final battle. Yes. It was completely dark by then. The bright moon hangs high in the sky. The moonlight, thin as a cicada's wing, gently enveloped the earth. The entire city of Yang was covered with a layer of silver gauze. After leaving the Ministry of Education, Chu Fan hailed a taxi. Master, let's go to Yangcheng Martial Arts School. Chu Fan leaned back in the back seat and looked out the window. In the far distance, a barely visible thin film enveloped Yangcheng. Although the evil hounds of Yangcheng had been wiped out, Chu Fan knew that this was only the beginning of the crisis. The real crisis, however, lies with the Illuminati. The young man with bat wings, and Su Muan. Hold on tight, the driver said excitedly. Yangcheng returned to calm, and he was fortunate enough to survive the crisis and get back to work. Vehicles sped past on the street. Chu Fan sat in the back row, his thoughts drifting away. Even if something terrible happened, Ho Chong and the others would handle it. So Chu Fan quickly put the matter of the Illuminati out of his mind. Without realizing it, he started thinking about his future plans. He is now level 23, ranking second on the level leaderboard, and is also a hidden profession. Logically speaking, those universities should have sent him early recruitment invitations long ago. Although Yangcheng is currently in a state of isolation, the severing the void technique only isolates space, not communication. Sending a text message isn't unreasonable, is it? But in his text messages, apart from Jiang Chua's daily, good morning and good night, without fail, there was no other valuable information. Moreover, in the past 2 days, he has personally witnessed good news coming from people around him, who have all received invitations from 12 top universities. And he, not to mention the big 4 accounting firms, even the 12 top universities didn't extend an olive branch to him, which is very illogical. Could it be because of my profession? Chu Fan thought of this and frowned slightly. However, he didn't take it to heart. Even if you are not recruited in advance, you still have the opportunity to take the college entrance examination. If you get the top score in the country, you can naturally get into the big 4 accounting firms. Would the big 4 really refuse you? Chu Fan smiled and shook his head. The big 4 are still a must-have. College entrance examination. There are still 3 months until the college entrance examination. In these 3 months, he should be able to reach level 30. Of course, this is on the premise that the crisis in Yangcheng has been resolved. Otherwise, the evil hounds have been killed, and he has no source of spiritual energy. What if I had woken up before the college entrance exam? The big 4 accounting firms would probably be worried. Thinking about awakening, Chu Fan unconsciously thought about the methods of awakening. Accumulate source power. Only by accumulating 100% of the source power can one have the opportunity to receive baptism at the Temple of Gods and thus successfully awaken. Even if you receive baptism from the temple, it won't help if your source power isn't at 100%. Suddenly, Chu Fan seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Source power. He quickly opened the career panel and looked at the bottom column. Source power, 2%. Chu Fan's chest heaved violently. Wrong. Wrong. The source power is only 2%, with no growth. He suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. Defeating the boss in the dungeon will grant you source power. And what are the bosses in the dungeon? They are mutated beasts. According to the summaries of their predecessors, all mutated beasts can provide source energy to professionals. But he killed so many mutated ferocious hounds, some of which had evolved 4 times. So why didn't his source power increase at all? Could it be? Those previous demonic hounds were not mutated demonic hounds. Chu Fan's breathing quickened, and he suddenly sat up straight. The driver turned around and looked at him. What's wrong? Was I driving too fast? Oh, it's you. Chu Fan looked at the driver and realized that it was the same driver who had given him a ride last time. Haha. Hero. What a coincidence, the driver said with a laugh. He watched the live broadcast of the commendation ceremony and naturally knew that Chu Fan had killed a large number of demonic hounds and had been awarded a special merit. With such an important person sitting in his car, even the driver started to stammer. I'm not going to Yanqing Martial Arts School anymore. Take me to the Ministry of Education. Chu Fan hurriedly said. Never mind. I'll go myself. Stop the car. Chu Fan initially wanted to jump out of the car, but considering that the other person was an ordinary person, he asked him to stop. Okay. The driver didn't ask any more questions and quickly pulled over. No need for change. I remember your wife is pregnant. Give her the extra money to help her recover. Chu Fan tossed down 1,000 Chinese yuan and quickly left. He had to tell Ho Chang and the others about this discovery as soon as possible. Everyone overlooked the matter of the source force. If those ferocious hounds were mutated ferocious hounds, it's impossible that they wouldn't have source energy after being killed. So, there's only one possibility. Those demonic dogs aren't mutated demonic dogs. However, the ability of the Shahound to evolve can only come from mutation, so it can be inferred that the Shahound has indeed undergone mutation. So, where's the real mutant demon hound? At this moment, a simple, honest voice rang in Chu Fan's ears. So much money. Phew, that's fine. Ever since my wife got pregnant, her appetite has increased day by day. Now she eats almost 5 times as much as I do, and she has to eat meat at every meal. It's such a waste of money. Haha, it's worth every penny if I can give birth to a healthy, chubby boy. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan abruptly stopped, pushed off with his feet, and reappeared beside the taxi. You, how did you get back? The driver was startled. Don't worry, the money won't be taken back. What did you just say? Chu Fan asked, enunciating each word clearly. Chapter 166 Discovery. What did I say? The driver asked, somewhat dazed. You said your wife eats 5 times as much as you. Chu Fan asked in a deep voice. I remember, your wife was bitten by a dog, right? Hearing this, the driver breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's just that last time I picked you up, my wife called me and said she was bitten by a dog, so I kicked you out of the car. The driver, thinking of Chu Fan's identity, said somewhat embarrassedly. Are you sure it's 5 times your usual appetite? The driver laughed and said, That's normal. Pregnant women naturally eat much more than ordinary people. Besides, I usually have a bad stomach and eat very little. 5 times my usual amount isn't much. Chu Fan looked at the driver. He had just discovered a crucial oversight in the Yangqing crisis, and his nerves were already on edge. Upon hearing that the driver's wife had a significantly increased appetite after being bitten by a dog, he couldn't help but become suspicious. Here's 10,000. Can you take me to meet your wife? Chu Fan took out 10,000 yuan in cash from his spatial ring. The driver hesitated. This. 20,000. The driver swallowed hard. Okay, but let's get this straight. She's my wife, you. Don't worry, I'm not interested in married women. After saying that, Chu Fan got into the car. The driver stepped on the gas and sped home. The night was deep, and the taxi shuttled through the streets. After more than 10 minutes, it stopped in front of a dilapidated residential building. The environment here is poor. Please be understanding. As I got out of the car, the driver apologized. To him, Chu Fan was a high-ranking professional and a big shot who had won a special merit in the Yangqing crisis. The driver was very reserved. Relax, I'm just checking on your wife's health, Chu Fan said. Although the crisis is over, helping ordinary people who can be helped is still within our responsibility. Thank you, the driver said respectfully, leading Chu Fan into a dimly lit building. There was no elevator in the building, so the two of them went up the stairs to the 4th floor. Squeak. The driver fiddled with the key in the lock for a few moments, then pushed open the dilapidated door. Honey, look who's following me, the driver called out. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached. A woman wearing a bathrobe and heavily pregnant walked out of the bedroom. Be careful, don't drive so fast. The driver quickly stepped forward. Huan, you've seen this important person on TV. He's a professional who has won the Special Merit Award. We survived this crisis thanks to them. I had the pleasure of giving your husband a ride. He heard you were pregnant and wanted to come and see you. Huan's face was pale, and she looked very weak. She looked at Chu Fan and said, Master, thank you. Chu Fan remained outwardly calm, but his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, in his perception, a ferocious hound with a scarlet mist covering its body was curled up inside Huan's womb. The vicious dog was like a fetus, absorbing nutrients from Huan's body. Chu Fan quickly activated his mind's eye. A string of words appeared in his mind. Newborn killer dog, undergoing pregnancy. Level, 15, continuously increasing. Strength, 250, continuously increasing. Intelligence, 20, continuously increasing. Agility, 250, continuously increasing. Endurance, 250, continuously increasing. Skills, intrauterine parasitism, group sensing, pouncing, tongue whip, confusion. Suppressing his shock, Chu Fan looked at Huan and asked, How many months pregnant are you? Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? Huan nodded. It's been 3 months. I've had 3 checkups already. The doctor said there's a risk of miscarriage and told me to rest at home. Chu Fan frowned deeply and continued to ask, Have you had someone check? Is it a boy or a girl? Huan could speak. The driver beamed and said, Professor, it's a boy, huh? Did the doctor tell you that? Chu Fan asked Huan. Huan nodded with a happy expression. Chu Fan took a deep breath. He wouldn't suspect that the doctor had a problem. To his surprise, even the hospital's advanced technology couldn't detect the evil spirit inside Huan's body. They even photographed the vicious dog as a boy. Huan has a newborn ferocious dog with a level 15 aptitude even before birth. And how many pregnant women does Yangqing have? How many of these newborn monstrous dogs are currently being conceived in their wombs? Thinking of this, Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. What level will the newborn demon dogs, which are still being conceived at level 15, reach after birth? If these ferocious hounds devoured each other and evolved. Chu Fan didn't dare to think any further. He looked at Huan, and a murderous intent suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Professor. Huan shivered as she felt Chu Fan's cold gaze. Chu Fan quickly forced himself to calm down. We cannot take action now. He used his inner eye to see the other party's skills, one of which was group perception. As the name suggests, if he kills this newborn demon hound here, the newborn evil hounds gestating within Yangqing will sense it. He dared not speculate on what might happen then. Anyway, the consequences will definitely be unimaginable. Good luck to you. Chu Fan gave the driver and Huan a deep look, then jumped straight out of the window. The two walked to the window and looked at Chu Fan, who had turned into a blur as he ran under the moonlight, their eyes filled with deep gratitude and envy. The 4th floor, he just jumped off like that. Huan exclaimed in surprise. The driver smiled and touched her belly. She's a professional. We shouldn't be envious, just live our own lives well. I've already thought of a name for my son. It will be Yu Ping Fan. The more ordinary the life, the more unexpected the warmth it can contain. The driver pulled Huan Huan into his arms and smiled happily. The two of them were unaware of this. At that moment, the evil dog inside Huan Huan's belly suddenly opened its eyes. At the same time, in a basement in China, two people shrouded in shadow sat facing each other with their eyes closed. At that moment, one of them suddenly opened his eyes. Tell Shadow that someone has discovered us. The other person also opened his eyes and laughed. Hee hee. Good, we can start ahead of schedule. Chapter 167 Complete Mutation. The young driver stood by the window with his wife, watching Chu Fan's figure quickly disappear into the darkness. Come on, let me help you to rest, the young man said with a smile. At this moment, Huan Huan's expression suddenly changed drastically, and she clenched her teeth, as if she was enduring extreme pain. Honey, what's wrong? The driver asked, his face filled with panic. I have a really bad stomachache. Bear with it. I'll take you to the hospital right away. The driver hurriedly stepped forward and rubbed Huan Huan's stomach. He suddenly froze on the spot and moved his hand away. Huan Huan's swollen belly bulged, as if something was moving inside. What is this? Huan Huan's face turned deathly pale. Ouch, it hurts so much, Before she could finish speaking, her stomach suddenly burst open, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, splattering onto the young man's face. Roar! Ferocious hound, less than a meter tall and shrouded in crimson mist, emerged from inside, curled up in a defensive posture. The driver was completely stunned by what he saw. How could this happen? The blood-soaked, ferocious dog glanced at the driver, then decisively turned around, leaped out of the window, and jumped out. The driver stared blankly at Huan Huan's body on the ground and cried out in grief. Chu Fan weaved through the streets of Yangqing. When he unleashed his full power, his speed reached its limit. Beep, beep, beep. He pressed the red button on the smart ring meter. Soon, Charlene's projection appeared in front of them. Chu Fan. Xia Lin was a little surprised, as Chu Fan rarely contacted her on his own initiative. Sister Lin, quick. I've discovered the Illuminati's true purpose. Gather everyone, quick. Chu Fan said anxiously. What? Xia Lin's expression suddenly froze. Then she took a deep breath and nodded quickly. Let's meet at the Ministry of Education building. On the way, 5 minutes. After saying that, Chu Fan turned off the smart ring watch, accelerated again, and ran towards the Ministry of Education. At the same time, Evil Forest. Ho Chang and his 3 companions stood before the blood cocoon demon embryo, their eyes fixed on the giant egg that appeared to be formed from flesh and blood, remaining silent. Throughout the entire process, the numbered dark matter remained unchanged. Suddenly, Ho Chang's smart ring meter lit up. Xiaolin, what's going on? Ho Chang answered the phone. On the projection, Charlene looked anxious. Minister, Chu Fan has discovered the Illuminati's true purpose and wants us to gather at the Ministry of Education building. Upon hearing this, Li Mu, Lu Jun, and Tang Xiaohu, who were standing nearby, all changed their expressions drastically and exchanged glances. All right, Ho Chang didn't say anything more. The 4 of them moved and quickly disappeared from their original positions. All professionals, please come to the Ministry of Education immediately. The next moment, all the professionals who participated in the cleanup operation simultaneously lit up their smart ring watches. What happened? Let's go. They must have found something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry. Let's go over there quickly. Soon, professionals from all over Yangqing set off, and 10 minutes later, everyone gathered inside the Ministry of Education building. Chu Fan stood at the very front of the crowd. Ho Chang looked at Chu Fan and asked urgently, Chu Fan, what did you find? Chu Fan recounted all his guesses and observations. Killed during the cleanup operation cannot be considered mutated ferocious hounds. They are merely incomplete forms that emerged during the mutation process. He had figured all of this out on the way. In theoretical knowledge, this is referred to as complete variation and incomplete variation. Some alien beasts, after undergoing complete mutation, will become completely different from their original form and will also develop new skills. During the mutation process, there may be a mutation interruption situation. These kinds of alien beasts are called incompletely mutated alien beasts. Incomplete forms can also generate new skills. For example, the evolution of the demon dog and the confusion skill that is formed again during the evolution. The fundamental difference lies in the fact that incompletely mutated beasts do not possess source power. Complete mutation and incomplete mutation? The students felt somewhat ashamed when they heard Chu Fan mention those 2 words. Is he really a high school student? These theoretical concepts are not found in textbooks and are beyond the scope of the curriculum. Even college students are somewhat confused when they hear these two terms. Ho Chang nodded. That is indeed the case. We overlooked it. Humph. He swept his sharp gaze across the principals and snorted coldly. The meaning is obvious. You didn't discover this loophole, but a high school student did. Chu Fan continued. The evolutionary ability that the fiend dog possesses is a new ability gained in its incomplete form. But the true complete form possesses the ability of intrauterine parasitism. Intrauterine parasitism? Everyone was suddenly stunned. Described the demonic hound he had sensed earlier, which was already at level 15 during its gestation phase. These strange beasts called shahounds infect humans by releasing an unknown substance from their tongues. From infection to the birth of a new shahound, it takes no more than 1 minute. We all thought that the way the killer dog was infected was by hugging the face and entering the body through the tongue. But one thing was overlooked. After being bitten by a vicious dog, that unknown substance can also enter the human body. The enemy took advantage of this to divert our attention. We only noticed the rabid dogs that were clinging to our faces, while ignoring the pregnant woman who had been bitten by them. The true mutated demon hound has been continuously gestating. The gestation period can last up to 10 months. I don't need to elaborate on the huge difference between being born in 1 minute and being conceived for 10 months, do I? Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, everyone's faces showed fear. Suddenly, Charlene said in a deep voice, No wonder. Have you found any pregnant women dying in the mouths of vicious dogs in the past month? All the squad leaders shook their heads. No, there were no pregnant women among all the corpses and those humans who were parasitized by face-hugging. Chu Fan nodded. That's right. The demon hounds also have intelligence. They spared all the pregnant women in order to provide a living place for the real, mutated, fully evolved beings. Li Mu's expression turned grave. If Fanner's guess is true, then we're in trouble. More than 40 days have passed since the evil hounds escaped from the evil forest. If a pregnant woman was infected by an evil hound as soon as it came out of the evil forest, then the evil hounds have been gestating in their wombs for more than 40 days. Fanner just said that the demonic hound he found in the pregnant woman's belly was level 15, and the gestation period was about 30 days. Based on this, we can infer that the demonic hound currently being conceived is very likely to be a newborn demonic hound of level 20 or higher. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. The newborn demon hounds have all reached level 20. If these demon hounds devour each other and evolve, what level will they reach? Chu Fan, your discovery this time is very important and may directly affect the future of Yanqing. Ho Chang looked at Chu Fan and said seriously. Chu Fan nodded without saying anything more. Then, Ho Chang shouted to the crowd, find the locations of all pregnant women and eliminate all those demonic dogs that are currently pregnant. Chapter 167 The Killer Dog City Wall. Minister Ho, Chu Fan suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him. Chu Fan said solemnly, those viviparous demonic hounds possess the skill of group sensing. I'm worried that if one of the demonic hounds is killed, all the remaining gestating demonic hounds will sense it and burst out of their bodies. Chu Fan directly revealed the demon dog skill that he had seen with his mind's eye. At this moment, he had no reason to hide this information. Group sensing? Upon hearing this, Ho Chang frowned deeply. Are you sure? Chu Fan nodded. Ho Chang glanced at Chu Fan, not doubting what Chu Fan said, and quickly made a decision. Split up and gather all the pregnant women at the central hospital. After removing those vicious dogs through cesarean sections, kill them all. Yes. Receive. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, all the smart ring meters beeped at the same time, flashing red lights. Everyone's heart tightened. Ho Chang immediately pressed the button on top. What's going on? Minister, a large number of pregnant women across the city have experienced ruptured bellies, and the demonic hounds have reappeared. A terrified voice came from the smart ring. Through long-range monitoring, we've detected that the lowest level of these newborn demonic hounds is over level 10, and the highest, over level 20. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically, including Chu Fan's. Chu Fan was deeply shaken. What a coincidence. He had just discovered this secret, and in less than 10 minutes, those ferocious dogs ended their gestation and chose to emerge from their bodies. Could it be that I discovered the tracks of those vicious hounds, which caused the Illuminati to move up their plans? Minister, Chu Fan looked at Ho Chang, wanting to express his guess. Ho Chang also thought of this, shook his head, and indicated to Chu Fan that he didn't need to worry about it. That's good. Li Mu stood up. Those evil hounds choosing to emerge on their own initiative must be driven by the Illuminati behind the scenes. Since they can't sit still anymore, then let's fight. A powerful aura erupted from Limu, his cloudy eyes filled with killing intent. Ho Chang took a deep breath and shouted, "That's right. Everyone, follow me and fight for Yangqing. Fight for Yangqing." Lu Jun stepped forward, his body crackling with lightning. "Fight for Yangqing. Fight for Yangqing." Hearing the deafening roars around him, Chu Fan felt a surge of fighting spirit. "This time, I can also see just how strong I really am." Ho Chang waved his hand, and the scene instantly fell silent. "Everyone, Li Mu, Tang Xiaohu, Lu Jun, and I are heading to the Evil Fiend Forest to guard the Blood Cocoon Demon Embryo. If nothing unexpected happens, the true function of the Blood Cocoon Demon Embryo will soon be revealed. Everyone, quickly eliminate the evil hounds that have appeared. After the elimination is complete, meet up in the Evil Fiend Forest. Let's unite against the Illuminati." Thousands of professionals set off together. The situation is urgent. If we wait any longer, who knows what might happen? Although it is unclear how many pregnant women in Yangqing were infected, the number of those infected in the past 40 days is certainly not small. If newborn ferocious hounds that are born at level 20 devour each other, how many levels will they evolve to? No one dared to imagine it. Therefore, we must kill them all before those ferocious hounds devour and evolve. Dozens of squads quickly rushed to various parts of Yangqing. Everyone is racing against time. At that moment, Chu Fan was also in the crowd. He was accompanied by Charlene and the rest of the team. "Chu Fan, can you sense the location of those evil hounds?" Xiaolin asked. Chu Fan ran, while chuckling bitterly. "Sister Lin, you don't actually think my perception can cover the entire city, do you?" Charlene nodded, then called out to the smart ring meter, Observation team, this is Charlene, please reply." "Captain Xia, this is the observation team. Locate my position and send me the nearest observed location of the killing dog." Soon, a location was sent from the other side. Charlene looked at the light screen in front of her. There's a hospital 15 kilometers away, and a large number of newborn demon dogs have appeared there. Go there. Captain Xia, wait. At this moment, a panicked voice came from inside the intelligent ring meter. "What's wrong?" Charlene asked. After those ferocious hounds burst out of their bodies, they all moved in the same direction, ignoring even humans who passed by. Hearing this, Chu Fan was deeply shocked. Are all the fighting dogs moving in the same direction? What are they going to do? A chilling thought suddenly popped into his mind. They have swarm intelligence. Could it be that they're trying to gather together, to evolve? Chu Fan hurriedly shouted. "Which direction?" "The direction of Evil Forest." Chu Fan quickly set off and shouted at the smart ring watch. "Continue to follow them and send their location at all times." "Yes." Chu Fan and Xiaolin, along with a team of other personnel, ran to the location provided by the observation group. At the same time, other teams also received messages from the observation group. All the members of the cleanup team changed their expressions drastically upon hearing this news. Everyone guessed the purpose of those vicious dogs. Beasts all possess instincts. As soon as those ferocious hounds are born, they converge in one direction with only one purpose: to devour each other and then evolve. Quickly, we must eliminate them before they evolve, quickly. Team 1. All the spells and skills of each class were unleashed. There is only one objective. Pursue those vicious dogs at top speed. It's just ahead. Charlene looked at the light screen in front of her, which displayed countless red dots. At this moment, a large number of red dots are gathering in front. And all around, large and small red dots were converging in that direction. Soon, the team stopped in a wasteland. Everyone gasped at the sight before them. A dense swarm of ferocious dogs formed a circle, creating a wall of flesh and blood. The city wall covered the entire wasteland and was tens of meters high. The ferocious hounds were piled tightly together, their eyes fixed fiercely on Chu Fan and the others, and they all let out low growls. They seemed to be guarding something. Attack! Charlene suppressed her horror, flames erupting around her as she rushed toward the city wall. Roar! Surrounding the area roared at Charlene in unison, and a scarlet aura burst forth from their bodies, making it look from a distance like a scarlet dome covering the city wall. Sea of flames. Charlene unleashed her momentum. The surrounding environment suddenly changed, and flames and fire spread out. The demonic hounds were surrounded by a sea of fire, but the protective aura formed by their malevolent energy helped them fight off the flames. Blazing fist. Charlene's right fist burst into flames and slammed into the wall of the demon dog city. Range of the punch. The crimson aura was shattered, but it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. These vicious hounds, they actually cooperate with each other. Charlene's expression turned solemn as a flaming whip appeared in her hand. At this moment, Chu Fan also stepped forward. He held the star sword and slashed it sharply forward. Sword shadow flowing light slash. The sword energy expanded rapidly in all directions from him. A vacuum zone was cleaved open by the sword energy. The sword energy sliced through the city wall surrounded by the evil hounds, directly cutting a gap in the evil energy shield, which then spread towards the center. A large number of ferocious hounds were cleaved into ashes by the sword energy. However, those ferocious hounds, seemingly fearless, unleashed their murderous aura once more, forcefully resisting Chu Fan's sword strike. If the wall formed by those ferocious hounds was 100 meters thick, then Chu Fan's slash only penetrated 2 meters before dissipating. Sister Lin, they're all high-level and possess group sensing abilities. They're not easy to deal with. Chu Fan shouted. Charlene gripped the flaming whip tightly, flames rising beneath her feet, suspending her body in midair. Let's attack together, Charlene said to the professionals behind her. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed throughout the sky. Everyone looked in that direction, their faces filled with terror. The roar came from inside the city wall. Chapter 168 Cerberus. What is this? Upon hearing that thunderous roar, everyone's expression changed drastically. Chu Fan frowned and continuously unleashed sword shadow slashes. At the same time, his senses extended into the interior of the city wall, passing over countless stacked demonic hounds and arriving at the central area. Soon, he saw an open space inside the city walls surrounded by the killing dogs. A ferocious dog, a meter long, stood in the open space. It was it that roared. Chu Fan activated his mind's eye. That vicious dog instantly flashed into his mind. Evolutionary Demon Dog. Level, 34. Strength, 640. Intelligence, 50. Agility, 640. Endurance, 640. Skills, intrauterine parasitism, group sensing, evolutionary control, tongue whip, pounce, confusion. Each skill is accompanied by a detailed explanation. Chu Fan quickly glanced at the skill details. He ignored all other skills. There was only one skill that made him tremble. Evolution Mastery. After consuming a newly hatched demon hound, the evolution success rate increases by 50%. Damn it, Chu Fan cursed under his breath. These ferocious hounds not only possess the ability to evolve, but after evolving, they can also develop even more skills. This evolutionary control skill undoubtedly boosted the power of the demon hound. After all, the chances of a demon hound evolving are extremely low. This ferocious dog has even developed the evolution control skill, increasing the success rate of evolution by 50%, which is insane. No wonder there's only this one vicious dog in this open space. Perhaps only this one has developed the evolutionary control skill. They also possess a collective sense. Therefore, all the demonic hounds recognized this demonic hound as their master, seemingly knowing that only it could evolve to the highest level. In Chu Fan's perception, ferocious hounds kept running out from the innermost layer of the city wall and orderly entering the open space, willingly offering themselves up to be devoured by the ferocious hound. This wall, formed from the flesh of the demon hound, is precisely to protect the innermost demon hound, giving it enough time to complete its evolution. Is this what they call gregarious beasts? Chu Fan was shocked. These vicious dogs are like ants, numerous, cooperative, and with a division of labor, and they all share a common goal. No wonder the book says that every gregarious beast race is extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, Chu Fan's gaze sharpened. Level 35. After devouring 6 newborn demon hounds, it leveled up by 1, constantly pushing the level cap of the demon hound race. The level 35 demon hound was no match for him, nor for Charlene. But it can continue to evolve. The biggest problem now is that this wall of vicious dogs is blocking their way. Charlene, like a fire goddess, charged towards the city wall first. Let's attack together. The professionals came to their senses and unleashed a variety of skills. In an instant, the crimson aura of malevolent energy surged from the densely packed, stacked up ferocious hounds, resisting the attacks of the professionals. Over there, holy crap, what is this? At this moment, members of other teams also ran towards this side from a distance, and when they saw the wall of the demon dog, they all froze on the spot. Everyone, get to work. The demon hound inside has evolved and reached level 35. Hurry, Chu Fan shouted as he unleashed the sword shadow flowing light slash. Those people were terrified and quickly joined the battle. Many of them are captains. Although they haven't awakened their powers, their strength is not to be underestimated. As time passed, with everyone's combined efforts, more than 10 minutes later, the baleful aura covering the outside of the city wall of the evil hound visibly dimmed. They can't hold on any longer. Quick now, Su Fangliang roared, leaping into the air, earth-splitting slash. Snowstorm. Windblade. Fire dragon roar. Laser cannon. Thousands of professionals launched a coordinated attack on the distant city wall. Boom. The city wall was bombarded by countless skills, and without the protection of the baleful aura shield, the baleful hounds, which were only level 10 or 20, were instantly reduced to dust. A tremendous roar erupted from the scene. The city wall collapsed, revealing the open space inside. Now, on the open ground over there, a half-meter-long demonic dog stood still, its blood-red aura solidifying into a tangible form. What's most frightening is, that vicious dog had actually grown 3 heads. 3 pairs of scarlet eyes stared fiercely at the professionals. Everyone who saw the ferocious dog trembled inwardly. It actually evolved to have 3 heads. Chu Fan activated his mind's eye on the ferocious dog. Evolutionary killer dog, Cerberus. Level 42. Strength 1080. Intelligence 200. Agility 1080. Endurance 1080. Skills: intrauterine parasitism, mass sensing, evolutionary control, tongue whip, thrust, confusion. Charlene stood at the forefront, staring intently at the ferocious hound. Chu Fan, can you sense its level? Chu Fan took a deep breath. Level 42. 42, huh? Charlene grinned, her body bathed in flames. Look at me. Watch out. Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. A red afterimage flashed by. The next moment, a huge gash was slashed open on Charlene's chest, and blood splattered everywhere. So strong. Xia Lin was secretly shocked. Team leader. Captain Xia. Seeing this, the many professionals around quickly took action, unleashing various skills at the ferocious dog. Roar of the ferocious dog roared to the sky in unison. In an instant, everyone except Chu Fan froze in place, a crimson glint slowly appearing in their eyes. Charlene froze for a moment, then quickly came to her senses, her face showing lingering shock. Other professionals, lacking Chu Fan's mental strength and Xia Lin's high attributes, saw the crimson in their eyes grow increasingly intense. Kill. All the professionals wore murderous intent on their faces, unleashing a variety of skills and indiscriminately hurling them at their comrades. Some low-level high school students suffered as they were hit by the skills of professionals stronger than them. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, they recklessly charged at those around them again. Damn it, it's a confusion skill. Chu Fan frowned as he watched the professionals fighting amongst themselves. He slowly closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the Niwen Palace, controlling his own unique plaza to press down on the surrounding clouds and mist. As his mental strength increased, the area covered by that square also became extremely large. The surrounding area was enveloped in a dense cloud of mist. Ashura domain. In an instant, the crimson in the eyes of those professionals vanished, replaced by fear and horror. They seemed to have arrived at a plaza, where hundreds of Ashuras were slowly approaching them. Those Ashuras all have 3 eyes, and their appearance is evil and terrifying. With each step they take, their bodies suddenly grow taller, gradually transforming from the size of an ordinary person into a 3-meter-tall giant. Splash. In the center of the square, the towering chains made a loud noise, as if a terrifying being was trapped there, pulling hard on the chains in an attempt to break free. What is this? What is this? Where am I? Ah, don't come any closer. Seeing that everyone had stopped attacking and stood there in fear, Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the fact that they were controlled by the mental attacks of the demonic hounds, and thus turned on each other, the fear that the Ashura domain brought them was actually a good thing. At least no one will die. As for whether it would cause them psychological trauma, Chu Fan didn't care about that anymore. Chapter 169 The Man in Black. Captain, you should focus on healing your injuries. I'll hold it off for now. Chu Fan moved swiftly, charging directly towards the 3-headed dog. The wave perception spread outwards. Weakness detection activated. However, with the bonuses of a level 20 Dawnbreaker set and 2 medals, his current attribute value is 870 points. This level 42 Demon Hound has reached 1080 points. The gap was so large that his ability to perceive weaknesses became ineffective. Roar. Seeing that Chu Fan dared to take the initiative to attack, the 3 heads of the ferocious dog roared in unison and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Its speed was astonishing, turning into a red afterimage, so fast that even Chu Fan's sense of fluctuations could not detect it. Not good. Is it a thrusting skill? This thought flashed through Chu Fan's mind. The ferocious dog appeared in front of Chu Fan as if it had teleported, and its sharp claws suddenly slashed across. At the same time, its three heads opened their mouths, and mouthparts that looked like demonic flowers extended out, with dense tongues like scarlet venomous snakes, wrapping around Chu Fan's face at close range. You want to parasitize me? Chu Fan felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Without thinking, he immediately activated his killing intent. The surroundings quickly filled with blood red. Under the state of killing intent fluctuation, his four-dimensional attributes also received a certain increase, reaching 970 points. But it's still far from being as good as that vicious dog. Weakness perception did not restore the deceleration effect. Chu Fan estimated that his current weakness perception attribute value is around 50. For those with inferior attributes, the slowing effect of weakness detection will be effective. Any attribute higher than his will become invalid if it exceeds his by more than 50 points. Even under the state of murderous intent fluctuation, the three-headed dog's attribute value still exceeded his by 100 points. The moment the killing intent surged, the ferocious dog was also affected by the killing aura, and its movements faltered for a moment. Taking advantage of this brief opportunity, Chu Fan pushed off with his feet and leaped backward, tilting his head back at the same time, narrowly avoiding the parasitic attack of the demonic hound. However, his chest was ripped open by the vicious dog's claws, leaving a bloody wound. Roar! When the ferocious hound saw that Chu Fan had actually dodged its attack, a look of surprise appeared in its 6 pairs of fierce eyes. It possesses a certain level of intelligence, its 3 heads turning as it observes its surroundings, seemingly pondering the difference between the red substance permeating the air and the malevolent aura emanating from its own body. At this moment, snap! A long, fiery whip struck the ferocious hound. Chu Fan, are you alright? Xia Lin soared through the air on flames and stopped beside Chu Fan. It's alright. Chu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Lin, this ferocious hound has mental attack skills, as well as a thrusting skill, which is somewhat similar to an assassin's assassination skill. It can greatly increase agility for a short period of time, so be careful. Charlene nodded in realization. No wonder it was able to hit me. It has evolved this skill. She looked at the ferocious hound and said coldly, no matter how much the ferocious hound evolves, it can't escape the limitations of its race. It's still a low-level race, and its attributes won't be very high. Based on our exchange just now, I deduce that its attributes are probably similar to mine, not much higher. I should be able to handle it. Chu Fan nodded slightly. You stay here and keep me company. I'm going. Charlene said in a low voice, then released her momentum again, and a sea of fire spread out. Flames rose beneath her feet, engulfing her in flames as she soared into the air and charged at the ferocious hound once more. Soon, Charlene and the vicious dog were locked in a fierce battle. Knowing that the demon dog possessed the thrusting skill, Charlene took precautions against this move. Taking advantage of the terrain of the Sea of Flames, she could use all the surrounding flames to her advantage. The only threat that Hound could pose to her was its thrusting attack. But Charlene would sometimes control the flames to envelop her, forming a flame armor that blocked every thrust of the ferocious Hound. Sometimes he would gather the raging fire in his fists and slam it down on the ferocious dog. She fought with increasing ferocity and gradually gained the upper hand. The ferocious dog would occasionally unleash confusion in an attempt to control Charlene's mind. With Chu Fan there to keep her company, Xia Lin was able to wake up in no time. Seeing Xia Lin like a fiery war goddess, suppressing the level 42 demon hound, Chu Fan felt a dull ache in certain parts of his body. Dead memories were attacking him. It seems that Sister Lin has been holding back when we spar. Chu Fan's lips twitched. Suddenly, Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. An overwhelming sense of danger welled up in his heart, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Behind Chu Fan, ripples appeared, and a man in black appeared there. Not good. Chu Fan's heart tightened, and he was about to flee the spot. Dark binding. Immediately, a hoarse voice rang in his ear. The next moment, Chu Fan felt himself enveloped in darkness, with only darkness before his eyes. At the same time, he wanted to move, but found that his body was bound by a force, and he could not move at all. You wanted to kill you, but you made us wait in Yangqing for over a month before we found this opportunity. The hoarse voice rang out again. Who? Chu Fan shouted. His senses permeated the air. He sensed that 3 men in black were surrounding him in a triangular formation. The one who will kill you. One of the shorter men in black said. Do it. Kill him. Then go find Li Mu. Ling Hu, you do it yourself. Ling Hu, Li Mu? Chu Fan was shocked. These people's target is themselves and the dean? Who exactly are they? Ling Hu, do you dare to kill me? Chu Fan roared. He was extremely anxious, caught off guard by the other party, and unable to take any action, so he could only stall for time. Sister Lin, can you hurry up? Chu Fan urged inwardly. Ling Hu sneered, about to speak. Don't waste words with him, just kill him. Delay will only cause trouble, the short man in black said coldly. Holy crap. Chu Fan silently made a mental note of the short man in black. Ling Hu produced 2 long swords and grinned maliciously. That's strange, you shouldn't have killed my son. Die, you bastard. He swung his 2 swords at Chu Fan. However, the next moment, his sword stopped half a meter away from Chu Fan. The 3 men in black stood frozen in place, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Ashura domain. Chu Fan unleashed the Ashura domain once again. However, this mental attack skill is very effective against opponents of lower levels, as it can directly destroy their mental state. However, these men in black were all very strong, and the Ashura domain could only have a temporary effect of fear. Just 1 second later, the short man in black woke up first. A mental attack skill. He looked at Chu Fan with a mocking smile. What a pity, what a pity. Before the other 2 men in black could react, he stretched out his withered hand and grabbed at Chu Fan's head. Sister Lin. Chu Fan cried out in shock. You're asking for it. The next moment, Charlene's angry shouts came from afar. She stepped on flames, instantly traversing dozens of meters to arrive above Chu Fan, where she unleashed a punch at the 3 men in black below. Bang! With a sudden burst of power, Charlene blasted a 10-meter deep hole in the spot where she stood, sending billowing smoke into the air. Charlene, carrying Chu Fan in one hand, walked to a spot 50 meters away, her gaze sweeping over the location of the ferocious dog and the 3 men in black. The ferocious dog stood still, letting out a low growl at Charlene. Then, it suddenly turned around and ran quickly into the distance. It's heading towards the direction of the evil forest. It went that way. We need to deal with this place quickly. Xiao Lin frowned and turned her gaze back to the location of the man in black. When the smoke cleared, the 3 men in black stood unharmed. Fire Fist Charlene, from the Special Department of the Xia Kingdom's government. I've heard so much about you, the short man in black said with a smile. Charlene's eyes flashed, and she said coldly, sneaking around like that. Who are you 3? Just an unknown nobody. The man said slowly, black mist emanating from his body. Leave Chu Fan here, or I won't mind depriving the Special Government Department of one more awakened. Arrogant. Xiao Lin shielded Chu Fan behind her, stepped forward, and the flames on her body surged once more. Flames gradually gathered behind her, eventually forming a pair of fiery wings. Stay here, all of you. Xiao Lin sneered, her body leaving a trail of flames in the air as she charged towards the 3 men in black. Chapter 170 Fierce Battle. Chu Fan stood at a distance, watching the fiery wings appear behind Xiao Lin, and was extremely surprised. Flames transform into wings. Is this the power of an awakened one? He gripped the star sword tightly, just about to make his move. At this moment, what just happened? Damn, we must have been hit by a mental attack. Damn it, who is it? Is it that vicious dog? I'm going to kill it. Where's the murderous dog? Where did that murderous dog go? Some captain-level professionals were the first to wake up, their faces still showing fear, and they cursed loudly. They had been unknowingly subjected to a mental attack, and were quite embarrassed. Chu Fan, what's going on? Du Jing walked over to Chu Fan. Chu Fan shook his head and looked into the distance. All the team captains followed Chu Fan's gaze and looked over. Charlene was already engaged in combat with 3 men in black. Captain Xiao, who is she attacking? Su Fangliang looked surprised, and then moved to help Xiao Lin. Deputy Captain Su, don't be impulsive. Chu Fan stopped him. Those 3 men in black are very strong. Going over there will only be suicide. Su Fangliang stood there, stunned. Chu Fan, what do we do now? Just sit here and wait to watch Captain Xia take on 3 opponents? Someone asked. Chu Fan stood still, his mind racing. He couldn't let it go. From what the man in black said, it's clear that their target isn't just him, but also the dean. Although he didn't know what kind of organization they belonged to, Chu Fan didn't believe that the other side had only sent these 3 men in black. Perhaps there are other men in black who have already gone to the evil forest, ready to make a move against the dean at any moment. Just like when I attacked him earlier. Moreover, that level 42 demon hound also went to the evil forest. I wonder what its connection is to the Illuminati's final plan. Currently, only Li Mu and 3 others are on their side. They not only have to deal with the Illuminati, but also have to guard against attacks from these men in black. Chu Fan was extremely anxious. You guys go to the evil fiend forest first. Leave this to me and Sister Lin, Chu Fan said to the team leaders. Are you sure you can do it? Du Jing asked hesitantly. Chu Fan laughed and said, Everyone, if I say that I am the second strongest among all of us, I don't think anyone would object, right? Upon hearing this, the team leaders exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. You little rascal, can you not be so blunt? Keep in mind that Chu Fan was able to kill a level 30 evolved ferocious hound when he was level 17, let alone now that he is level 23. Everyone knew that Chu Fan was indeed the second strongest among all the professionals in the cleanup team, surpassing even the team leaders. First, naturally, is Charlene, who has already awakened. Okay, let's go first. Be careful, Su Fangliang said in a deep voice. Chu Fan nodded. Wake everyone up first, Su Fangliang shouted. At this moment, the high school students still looked terrified, their bodies trembling as they babbled incoherently. They have not yet broken free from the Ashura realm. Looking at those pitiful high school students, Chu Fan touched his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. However, I quickly came to terms with it. I've saved them in a way. At that moment, a golden light appeared, enveloping the area where the professional was located. The A-rank skill of the support class, Radiant, is radiant. It has the effect of restoring the entire population. Under the light, the high school students trembled, feeling a warm sensation in their bodies, and their fear subsided considerably. We are here. This is terrifying. What kind of place is that? The people who woke up were trembling, clearly terrified. They will also need professional psychological counseling afterward, otherwise they may develop chronic health problems. But there's no time to do those things right now, Chu Fan shouted. Everyone, please go to the evil demon forest and meet up with Minister Ho and the others. Sister Lin and I will be there shortly. Okay, let's go over there first. Chu Fan, be careful and come join us as soon as possible. Chu Fan nodded. Soon, the main group of professionals quickly left this place and headed towards the evil forest. On this wasteland, only Chu Fan, Xiao Lin, and 3 men in black remained. Far away, the short man in black stood at the front, shrouded in black mist. 2 other men in black stood beside him, staring intently at Charlene in the air. The short man in black sneered, Flaming Wings, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. But, you're just a professional who has just stepped into the awakening stage, yet you dare to be so presumptuous. After he finished speaking, the black mist around him churned and spread, and in a moment, the black mist filled the space, engulfing the sea of flames created by Charlene. Darkness is corrupting, the man in black said in a low voice. Seeing this, Charlene's expression turned serious. When awakened beings clash, the strength of their momentum often determines their overall strength. At this moment, the opponent's momentum suppressed hers, which shows that the black-clad man's strength was no weaker than hers, and perhaps even stronger. She was only able to hold off the 3 men in black because of her advantageous position. Because she can fly. Charlene's gaze was sharp. Without further ado, she took action. Her body left a fiery trail in the air, passed through the thick black fog, and quickly arrived above the 3 men in black. Rustling sound. She flapped her fiery wings. The flapping of the fiery wings, countless sparks suddenly appeared and hovered above the 3 men in black. Explode, Charlene shouted softly. All the sparks burst forth, and a tremendous light rose from the darkness. Bang! An explosion was heard. Charlene didn't stop. Her fists, enveloped in flames, swung them repeatedly downwards. A series of fiery fist shadows shot downwards, striking the 3 men in black. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. A long time. Charlene stopped what she was doing, her chest heaving, and looked down with a serious expression. Hee, as expected of a Fire Fist Master's A-rank skills, Starburst and Flame Flash Fist. The 3 appeared in the smoke, enveloped by a golden light shield that resembled an inverted glass bowl. Aren't you injured? Xiaolin's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the other man in black. The short man in black clearly has a dark attribute. This golden light shield could only have been released by another man in black. Another awakened one. Charlene felt the pressure. The golden light shield slowly disappeared. The short man in black laughed and said, Fire Fist Masters are known for their fierce and domineering attacks, but they are just an ordinary profession at best. Ordinary professions are still weaker than hidden professions. Rise. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding black mist churned. A series of shrill wails echoed from within the black mist. Charlene frowned and looked around. In the black mist, she could vaguely see heads, and the mournful howls were coming from those heads. Wah, help me. I died so pitifully. Help me. The wailing echoed in Charlene's ears, causing a pang of sorrow to rise in her heart. Oh no. She quickly focused the flames on her temples, and only under the scorching heat did the grief in her heart dissipate. What kind of profession is this? Charlene took a deep breath. Mental attack skills. Charlene frowned, her thoughts racing. This short man in black is clearly a hidden professional. The biggest advantage of hidden professions over regular professions lies in their concealment. The other party can know her skills and abilities. However, she knew nothing about what abilities the other party possessed. The other two men in black haven't made a move yet. We can't delay any longer. Charlene's eyes burned with fire as she looked into the distance through the black mist. Everyone else has gone to the evil forest, so we can use that move now. Chapter 171 Fire Dragon Burns the Sky. Chu Fan stood still, looking in Xia Lin's direction. At this moment, the area was shrouded in a black fog. That's the black-clad man's momentum. Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Charlene had told him that in battles between awakened ones, there are only two ways to counter the opponent's momentum. One approach is to break it by force. Second, use momentum to counter momentum. At this moment, Charlene's sea of flames no longer existed, and in its place appeared a black mist. Chu Fan was slightly startled. It was because the opponent's momentum had suppressed Xia Lin's momentum. He moved quickly and rushed towards the black fog. Help me, Wah, help me. As soon as he entered the black mist, heads rushed towards him, emitting shrill screams. Humph. Chu Fan's gaze narrowed slightly. He snorted coldly and slashed down with his sword in all directions. The sword energy spread out in ripples in all directions. Those heads turned to dust in an instant, and the shrill screams vanished without a trace. A force that can influence a person's spirit. Is the other party also a hidden profession with spiritual power? Chu Fan closed his eyes, and the fluctuation spread out. Darkness was the environment he was most familiar with. Not here. After confirming that Xia Lin was not within 100 meters, Chu Fan quickly sped away into the distance. He wielded the star sword to clear a path, and the heads that charged at him were shattered by the sword's energy. Chu Fan's mental strength is now as high as 53 points, so those shrill screams have no effect on him at all. On the other side, Charlene was completely engulfed in flames, her eyes burning with fire, her gaze seemingly able to pierce through the black mist. She had fiery wings on her back and looked down at the three men in black. Black mist churned around them, and heads appeared and disappeared within it, emitting mournful cries. But flames were also burning near Charlene's temples, stimulating her mind and preventing her from being affected. Fire Fist Charlene, we have no intention of being your enemy. That brat killed my son, so he must die here today. Ling Hu said sternly. Although they made a strong statement, they wanted to reduce the number of awakened individuals in Yancheng by one. But Xia Lin is, after all, an official. Killing an official has far more serious consequences than killing Chu Fan, a student with no background. Ling Hu, don't waste your breath on her. I'll give her 30 seconds to think it over. If she remains stubborn, humph, even if she's an official, I'll kill her without hesitation, the short man in black said coldly. Charlene hovered in midair, without saying a word. Suddenly, she turned her head to the side and said, "Don't come any closer, stay away." Chu Fan, who was rushing towards them, suddenly stopped. Charlene withdrew her gaze and coldly looked down at the three men in black. The flames around her reignited, even igniting the strands of her hair, making her resemble a fire god. Chu Fan is a hero of Yancheng and the hope of Yancheng. How dare you petty people touch him? As Charlene spoke, flames erupted from her body, breaking through the surrounding black mist and soaring straight into the sky. Humph, then don't blame us. A ruthless glint appeared in the eyes of the short man in black. He waved his hand in front of him, and a pitch-black door appeared. The pitch-black gate was like an abyss. A single glance at it sent shivers down one's spine. Cluck cluck. A tooth-grinding sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, a 2-meter-tall skeleton wielding a giant sword walked out of the door. Seeing this, Charlene was terrified. The opponent was able to summon undead creatures. Although she didn't know much about hidden classes, as an official, she had heard of the abilities of some hidden classes to some extent. The only class capable of summoning undead creatures is the necromancer. Roar. The 2-meter-tall skeleton roared at Charlene, then leaped forward, charging straight towards her in the air. The other two men in black did not stop either. One of them continuously released hand seals. Golden rays of light appeared and entered the skeleton's body. Ling Hu, meanwhile, moved his feet and charged towards Xia Lin, wielding two swords. "Take care of her quickly," said the short man in black. Chu Fan stood at a distance, watching the three men in black use their respective methods, and several times he wanted to rush up and help. But at that moment, he stood still and saw the flames rising from Charlene's body, shooting straight into the sky, and he stopped in his tracks. A deafening roar came from the clouds. Above the horizon, the clouds parted, revealing a massive swirling flame in the sky, from which the roar emanated. This. Chu Fan looked up at the sky, his heart filled with shock. An S-rank skill? Within the clouds formed of flames, a giant dragon swam, and then, the dragon formed of flames broke through the clouds and charged straight down. Watch out, that's the Fire Fist Master's S-rank skill. Fire Dragon burns the sky, the short man in black shouted. He raised his hands, muttered incantations, and the surrounding black mist churned and converged on the skeleton. Soon, the black mist enveloped the skeleton rushing towards Charlene, forming a black armor around its body. Attack! The short man in black shouted angrily. The other man in black nodded and cast another spell. A golden light shield rose into the air and enveloped the skeleton. The skeleton's body was covered with 2 layers of armor, one black and one gold. On his way to Xiaolin, Ling Hu suddenly turned a corner and rushed in another direction. That direction was precisely where Chu Fan was located. His target is Chu Fan. Seeing this, Charlene shouted angrily, "How dare you? Dragon, come," she said in a low voice. A giant fire dragon swooped down from the sky with a tremendous roar, instantly covering hundreds of meters to reach Charlene's side. Upon closer inspection, this fiery dragon was over 30 meters long, exuding an overwhelming aura. Charlene looked like an ant next to a giant elephant. Charlene leaped and landed on top of the dragon's head. "Go!" Xiaolin pointed in Ling Hu's direction, her face filled with murderous intent. However, at this moment, a figure stood in front of the dragon, confronting Charlene. It was that skeleton man. The skeleton's empty eyes were devoid of any emotion as it raised its great sword and slashed directly at the dragon. Roar! The giant dragon leaped up and charged towards the skeleton man. The attacks from both sides converged. Boom! An overwhelming aura spread in all directions. Charlene stood atop the dragon's head, feeling an immense force engulfing her. She stared blankly at her own body. Her flame armor had been slashed off by the skeleton, and there was a deep wound on her chest, from which blood was gushing out. Charlene's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The skeleton man's attack was so powerful that even with her S-rank skill, she was still seriously injured. The skeleton man, too, had his double-layered armor shattered under the attack of the fiery dragon, and his entire skeleton turned to dust. Charlene had no time to worry about her injuries. She looked into the distance. At that moment, the man in black wielding 2 swords had already rushed in front of Chu Fan. Chapter 172 The Evil Chu Fan? The man in black had already reached Chu Fan. Charlene's eyes narrowed sharply as she endured the excruciating pain. Just as she was about to move, she found herself bound by a force, unable to move at all. Then, she was plunged into endless darkness. As expected of an S-rank skill, you even managed to kill the level 35 Skeleton King with double protection in one move. A cold voice entered Xiaolin's ears. If anything happens to Chu Fan, no matter what kind of force you are, the authorities will definitely investigate to the end. Xiaolin said coldly. The authorities? They're certainly a tough nut to crack. It's a pity that after Chu Fan is killed by Ling Hu, you'll go with him. Who will know who killed you both? Perhaps, the authorities also believe that you died at the hands of the Illuminati. Charlene was furious, but there was nothing she could do. If I had known, I should have let Chu Fan leave first. It's all my fault for being too confident in my S-rank skills. The opponent has 2 awakened individuals whose strength is no less than hers, one of whom is even a hidden support class. Even when she used her S-rank skill, it was to no avail, and she was ultimately imprisoned in the darkness. Damn it, Xiaolin thought to herself with resentment. You are now severely injured and bound by my dark bondage. Just stand here and wait obediently. Don't try to struggle in vain. The 2 men in black stood still, looking into the distance with interest. Ling Hu alone is enough to deal with a high school student who is only at level 20 or so. Chu Fan, Xiaolin screamed, but could only feel her voice being swallowed by the darkness. Sister Lin. Chu Fan had been keeping an eye on Xiaolin. Seeing that Xiaolin was seriously injured and was still imprisoned in the darkness, Chu Fan felt a surge of rage. At this moment, Ling Hu had already arrived in front of him and soared into the air. A berserker? Chu Fan suppressed his anger and quickly activated his wave perception, while simultaneously trying to sense the effects of weakness perception. However, Ling Hu's attribute values were far higher than his, rendering his weakness perception ineffective. This was within Chu Fan's expectations. These three men in black are all very strong. Even the weakest one, Ling Hu, has awakened his powers and is not much weaker than Xiao Lin. What to do? Chu Fan's mind raced. At this moment, Ling Hu's twin swords transformed into two streaks of blood-red light, slashing fiercely down at the spot where Chu Fan was standing. Chu Fan quickly retreated, dodging the fierce attack. The immense force of the sword cleaved two 5-meter-deep cracks in the ground, which stretched into the distance. Looking at the crack, Chu Fan felt a wave of fear wash over him. I am no match for him. Chu Fan quickly activated his killing intent. Oh, you haven't even awakened yet, but you can already unleash momentum. Ling Hu was somewhat surprised and sneered. I have to admit you're a genius, but you killed my son, so you deserve to die. Ling Hu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he activated rage. He then vanished from his spot and appeared in front of Chu Fan the next moment, swinging his sword down. Now, Chu Fan swiftly unleashed the Ashura domain. Ling Hu's sword-wielding motion stopped. Sword shadow flowing light slash. Chu Fan unleashed sword energy at Ling Hu at close range, one sword strike after another. The sword energy struck Ling Hu, producing a metallic clanging sound, yet he remained completely unharmed. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan's pupils contracted, and he quickly distanced himself from Ling Hu. A level 30 rare set. Chu Fan looked at Ling Hu. Ling Hu was stunned for only half a second before he came to his senses. He patted his chest and laughed. You bastard, your attack is considered strong among professionals of the same level, but it's too weak for me. He glanced at the crimson killing intent around him and sneered. Then, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. In Chu Fan's eyes, Ling Hu's body suddenly grew taller, transforming into a giant over 3 meters tall. The giant's face was still Ling Hu's face, but his body was bulging with muscles, his skin was bright red, and his veins were bulging. He looked like a raging giant warrior. Its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as it looked down at Chu Fan. Power. Chu Fan was startled. My own strength is still too weak. When facing these awakened ones, even my killing intent is suppressed by their momentum. The giant looked down at Chu Fan and roared, Die! A blood-red sword beam slashed out at Chu Fan. Chu Fan was extremely anxious. What to do? Faced with such a powerful opponent, unless one activates their third eye and uses the netherworld slash, there is absolutely no chance of survival. The flesh on his forehead began to writhe, and a slit appeared in a scarlet eye. However, at this time, bang! A sudden explosion rang out. Then, a long, flaming whip swept in from a distance and struck Ling Hu directly. The immense force sent him flying dozens of meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. Sister Lin? Chu Fan looked at the person wielding the flaming whip and asked in surprise. That person was Xiao Lin. At this moment, Charlene was panting heavily, her face pale and bloodless, and one of her fiery wings was broken off. The other two men in black frowned and quickly left their original positions, appearing beside Charlene at the same time. TSK, you actually broke off your fire wings and released a starburst, breaking through my dark bindings, but it was all in vain. The short man in black looked at Xiao Lin with a sneer. Be a good boy and listen to me, don't struggle in vain. After saying that, he pointed at Charlene. The billowing black mist transformed into a black snake, which lunged at Charlene. Meanwhile, another person muttered incantations, his body radiating golden light, and a protective shield appeared out of thin air, enveloping everyone below. 5 golden rays shot out from the light shield. 3 of them entered the bodies of the 3 men in black. The other 2 entered Chu Fan and Xiao Lin's bodies. The golden light entered Charlene's body. Charlene's expression changed drastically. This golden light actually slowed down her movements. A 2-way support skill. Xiao Lin was shocked. This type of support skill can produce positive effects on allies and negative effects on enemies, making it a special category among support skills. Unexpectedly, this man in black possessed such a skill. What exactly is their organization? Charlene's chest heaved violently. At that moment, the black snake formed from the black mist suddenly accelerated and rushed in front of her. A piercing shriek came from the black snake's mouth. Charlene was momentarily stunned. Another mental attack skill. Fire Fist Charlene. I've said it before, I don't mind the official team losing one more awakened. The short man in black grinned maliciously, raised his hand and pointed. Dark Eclipse. The black snake roared into the sky, then coiled its body, attempting to entangle Xiao Lin. Is it over? Xiao Lin looked at the black snake in front of her, then glanced at Chu Fan in the distance, her face full of despair. At this moment, suddenly, a figure blurred into a blur and stood in front of Xiaolin. He grabbed the black snake by the neck, and the third eye on his forehead suddenly opened wide as it twitched, staring intently at the black snake in his hand. The black snake, stared at by that eye, let out a shrill scream. It struggled incessantly, and then visibly vanished. Chu Fan. Xiaolin stared blankly at the back of the figure blocking her way. Chu Fan turned around, a smile spreading across his face. Sister Lin, you rest first, leave this to me. The eyes on his forehead were sinister and eerie, and his smile also revealed a strange evil. Seeing Chu Fan's appearance, Xiaolin froze on the spot. Chapter 173 1 against 3. Chu Fan's third eye on his forehead was eerie and sinister, emitting a terrifying scarlet light. He opened his third eye. With the heavenly eye activated, in Chu Fan's eyes, the entire world seemed to have transformed into a hellish inferno, filled with murderous intent, and a violent killing intent rose from the depths of his heart. You? Xiaolin stared blankly at Chu Fan in front of her, her mouth slightly open, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. At this moment, Chu Fan felt like a stranger to her. She also saw an evil in Chu Fan's smile, an evil that had never appeared on Chu Fan's face before. Is this what Ashura is? Charlene murmured to herself, lost in thought as she contemplated Ashura's fate. You recover first. Chu Fan quickly tossed Xiaolin a bottle of pills, then turned around, wrapped a cloth around his eyes, leaving only his third eye exposed, and looked at the three men in black. Once his divine eye opened, the eyes of mortals became a burden to him. At this moment, Ling Hu returned to the other two's side, and the three of them stared at Chu Fan with cold eyes. He was able to maintain his sanity under my dark erosion, and even crushed the dark serpent formed by dark power with one hand. Was it the effect of that eye? The short man in black said in a deep voice. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his body trembled involuntarily. This is, ha ha ha. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, and then getting it without any effort at all. The Chosen One. You are the Chosen One. I never expected to encounter such a big fish in this plan. It was worth it. Ling Hu and the taciturn man in black also showed excitement. The Chosen One? Charlene frowned, repeatedly chewing on the word, then shook off her thoughts and swallowed the pill in one gulp. At that moment, she had only one thought, to recover as quickly as possible and save Chu Fan again. Although Chu Fan opened that strange eye, he was only level 23 after all, and could never be a match for the three men in black who had already awakened. Hurry up. Xiaolin sat cross-legged on the spot, and the flames around her that had been extinguished rose up again, turning from a wisp into a cluster. Haha, you bastard. I don't know whether to call you smart or too naive. You actually dared to reveal in front of outsiders that you are the Chosen One. We want that eye, as an apology for killing my son. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Hu charged straight at Chu Fan. The other two men in black didn't stop either, disappearing from the spot. Three awakened beings above level 30 attacked Chu Fan simultaneously. Upon learning that Chu Fan was the Chosen One, all three of them felt a surge of madness. All those chosen will be granted certain physical characteristics by an unknown alien race. That part of the physical characteristic has a very important role, which is not a secret within the Professionals Association. Because the president of the Professionals Association is a Chosen One, and he has given a mission to everyone in the association. Whoever finds the Chosen One and brings back their special features will have accomplished a great feat. The association not only rewards valuable treasures, but also bestows certain abilities upon special body parts. This is also the purpose of their visit to Yanqing. Kill Li Mu and take away Li Mu's hand of the dead. At this moment, the group was overjoyed to discover that Chu Fan, whom they had killed along the way, was also one of the Chosen Ones. Three awakened ones attacking me together? They think too highly of me. Chu Fan's lips curled slightly. A small flower, emitting 7-colored light, appeared in his hand. It was a 7-colored blood flower. Facing three awakened ones whose strength far surpasses his own, he didn't believe he could take on all three at once. Even if he possessed a skill like the Netherworld Slash, it wouldn't be possible. The only chance is to improve your level and close the gap with them. So, Chu Fan didn't hesitate, and directly took out the 7-colored blood flower that he had been storing in his spatial ring, and swallowed it in one gulp. The 7-colored blood flower entered his throat, and a cold sensation swept through his body, which then turned into a burning heat. Chu Fan experienced extreme contrasts of frost and heat, sometimes covered in frost, and sometimes steaming with heat. The chilling sensation far surpasses the coldness brought by the essence of the jellyfish from the Earth's core. If it were the Chu fan of the past facing this kind of cold, not only his body but also his spirit would be destroyed. But now, Chu fan's mental strength has reached 53 points, so this bit of cold is nothing more than jumping into a river for a winter swim in the dead of winter, something he can withstand. The same applies to the feeling of intense heat. Almost instantly, the three men's attacks reached Chu fan. Ha ha, well done. Kill you all. Chu fan grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and burst into laughter. A powerful aura rose from Chu fan, surrounded by seven-colored light. His strength has also visibly increased. Level 24, Level 25, Level 26. His strength is increasing. Make a move quickly. The short man in black's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Chu fan in the air and said, "Dark binding." Where Chu fan stood, black mist suddenly appeared, forming a cage that tried to bind Chu fan inside. However, the next moment, Chu fan's lips curled slightly, and he suddenly disappeared from his spot, reappearing 2 meters away. The shackles of darkness failed to hold them back. What? The short man in black exclaimed in surprise, then shouted, "Darkness, erosion." Black mist churned out from the surroundings, once again enveloping the space in its gloom. Wah! Painful cries echoed from all directions. Humph! Chu fan's third eye swept across, and wherever his gaze fell, the heads in the black mist seemed to see something that terrified them, trembling and beginning to move away from Chu fan. This is... The short man in black stood there, stunned. This was the first time he had ever seen the ghost within his own darkness feel fear. However, this only further demonstrates the extraordinary nature of that eye. Ha ha, they're actually afraid of that eye. The short man in black licked his lips and muttered incantations. A dark door appeared, and a 3-meter-tall skeleton walked out of it. It was exactly the same as the skeleton he had summoned before. After summoning the skeleton, the short man in black turned deathly pale. "Go!" he shouted, and the skeleton, wielding a giant sword, charged towards Chu fan. The other 2 men in black did not stop either. Ling Hu lunged forward, brandishing his twin swords. Countless streaks of blood-red sword light erupted with immense power as he slashed fiercely at Chu fan. The sword beams thanks to the heavenly eye's predictive perception. At this moment, the skeleton also came to Chu fan. It was incredibly fast, and its giant sword slashed down with tremendous force. Chu fan moved his feet, effortlessly dodging the skeleton's attack. How can this bastard be so strong? Ling Hu stopped in his tracks and exclaimed in surprise. It's all thanks to that eye. The short man in black shouted urgently. Quickly, use your momentum to seal the power of that eye. We can't wait for it to continue to grow stronger. The taciturn man in black nodded. In an instant, a golden light spread outwards from him. The surrounding black mist slowly dissipated, replaced by golden light. He also released his own momentum, and as soon as his momentum appeared, it suppressed the dark encroachment of the short man in black. Chu fan stood still, looking at the man in black, his eyes slightly narrowed. So he was actually the strongest of the 3. He hadn't made a move before because he was a support class? The man in black's gaze suddenly froze, and he said in a deep voice, "The Hall of Judgment." Chapter 174 Kill. Golden light spread around him, and Chu fan looked around. At this moment, he was in a magnificent golden hall. Hall of Judgment. Chu fan looked towards the center of the hall. A colossal statue, hundreds of meters tall, stood there, its solemn and majestic expression inspiring awe. Chu fan stood below, looking up at the colossal statue as if he were an ant looking up at a god. "Trial," the man in black said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant statue suddenly moved. It slowly raised its right hand and pointed at Chu fan. A golden beam of light suddenly shot out, heading straight for Chu fan's heavenly eye. "You want to seal my heavenly eye?" Chu fan's expression turned cold. The effects of the 7-colored blood flower were still ongoing, and his strength was continuously increasing. The reason he was able to remain unharmed despite the combined attack of the 3 men in black and continue to absorb the effects of the medicine to become stronger was mainly due to his heavenly eye. His heavenly eye's predictive perception allowed him to improve his strength while simultaneously dodging his opponent's attacks. But this colossal statue actually wanted to seal his third eye. That's practically suicide. How could the Ashura race's heavenly eye be sealed by the mere power of an awakened being? If it is what Charlene meant by domain materialization, turning this colossus into reality, then perhaps he could still feel threatened. But at this moment, Chu fan not only did not feel threatened, but instead sensed excitement and disdain from the heavenly eye. Yes, that's exactly it, excitement and disdain. The heavenly eye has become one with him. It feels as if it were something he was born with. At this moment, the third eye on Chu Fan's forehead suddenly twitched. Then, his eyeballs suddenly rotated, and a blood-red vortex gradually formed in his pupil, a vortex that seemed capable of devouring everything. Call out. The golden light pierced into the heavenly eye. 3 men in black stood there, their faces filled with anticipation. Once that eye is sealed, even if Chu Fan breaks through to level 30 with the help of that treasure, he will definitely not be a match for the 3 of them. Then, that eye will be theirs. Inside the main hall, golden rays of light shot from the giant statue's hand and entered Chu Fan's heavenly eye, forming a line between the two. At the intersection of the golden light and the heavenly eye, thin lines spread along the heavenly eye, attempting to seal it inside. But soon, those fine lines quickly disappeared. The Colossus continuously emitted golden light, and the fine lines reappeared, only to vanish again. What's going on? The short man in black and Ling Hu both looked at the other man in black. Suddenly, the taciturn man in black suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What's wrong? The short man in black asked urgently. The man in black looked at Chu Fan in horror and said in a trembling voice, That I absorbed the judgment ray, and I suffered a backlash. What? You're the judge? How could you? Damn it, you've sealed the special characteristics of the chosen one before, so what exactly is that eye? Even you can't seal it. The judge roared. Blame me? Even the characteristics of a given body part vary in strength. This eye is extremely powerful. No, it should be said that the race behind this eye is extremely powerful. I can even sense that the race behind this eye is stronger than the alien race behind the Hand of the Dead. Upon hearing this, both Ling Hu and the short man in black gasped in shock. Then, madness reappeared in their eyes. A one-eyed being even stronger than the Hand of the Dead. If they could bring this back, whether it was to receive a reward from the association or to acquire the power of this one-eyed being, it would benefit them immensely. The 3 exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. The heavenly eye absorbed those golden rays, and Chu Fan could feel an energy spreading within it. He wanted to release himself, but he didn't know how. Ultimately, the energy had nowhere to go and quickly dissipated, as if it had been digested. This? Chu Fan was startled. Could it be that absorbing that beam of light can release it in return, acting against the opponent? The heavenly eye has this function? You want this eye? Take it with your strength. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Chu Fan smiled and strode towards the 3. He was bathed in a rainbow of light, his body sometimes covered in frost, sometimes glowing red, shifting back and forth between extreme cold and extreme heat. However, as his strength increased, the pain caused by consuming the 7-colored blood flower decreased and became almost negligible. His strength continues to rise. It has now reached level 29. Chu Fan's entire body was filled with an explosive power, far exceeding that before. After reaching level 29, his level didn't stop, it continued to climb. He's about to break through to level 30. Oh, I remember now, that 7-colored light. It's 7-colored blood flowers, no wonder, the judge exclaimed. Let's attack together. We can't let him continue to increase his strength. The short man in black's face turned ashen. It's no use. Without sealing that eye, we can't hit him at all. Ling Hu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with resentment. The short man in black whispered, Let's go first and meet up with the vice president. With his strength, taking him down will be a piece of cake. Although we won't be able to keep the eye all to ourselves, we'll still have made a contribution and the rewards we get will be substantial. The 3 nodded quickly, and then each used their own methods to leave. The judge was enveloped in golden light, which then transformed into a streak of light and shot out rapidly. The short man in black was enveloped in billowing black mist, which then transformed into a black cloud and sped away into the distance. Ling Hu was different from them. He could only use all his strength to run away. He chose a different direction from the other 2 men in black. Trying to escape? Seeing that the 3 actually wanted to escape, Chu Fan sneered and slashed at the black mist with his star sword. Netherworld slash. A massive black sword aura emerged from the tip of the sword. This sword energy seemed to come from the netherworld, causing the surrounding space to freeze briefly. A massive, jet-black sword aura roared out, covering an area of 1,000 meters in front. At that moment, the short man in black transformed into a black cloud and soared through the air. 2 eyes appeared behind the dark cloud. He seemed to have seen something, and his eyes narrowed sharply. This is, no. A terrified voice came from the dark clouds. The black sword energy rapidly magnified in his pupils. The sword energy sliced through the dark clouds, and the dark clouds vanished instantly. The short man in black was instantly reduced to ashes. The black sword energy continued its relentless attack, shooting rapidly forward. The judge transformed into a golden streak of light, glanced back, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. He quickly tapped himself a few times, and golden light surged around him, increasing his speed even further. However, the sword energy of the Netherworld Slash was faster than his. Judgment of Fate. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he quickly formed hand seals, sending beams of golden light towards himself. At this moment, a golden die appeared above his head. The dice kept changing numbers, eventually settling on a 6. Upon seeing this, the man in black was overjoyed. Ripples spread around him, and his body gradually merged into the space. Spatial power. It's actually spatial power. Haha, the god of fate is still on my side, letting me roll the highest number. You're still too green to kill me. Suddenly, his smile froze, and he looked down in disbelief at his body, which had merged into the space. A black sword aura swept past. His body was cleaved out of the space. What? Sword energy that can slice through space. What level of skill is this? From his lower body, which was struck by the Netherworld Slash, the man in black gradually turned into nothingness. His head gradually disappeared into the world, and in his final moments, his eyes were filled with deep fear. A figure flashed by. It was Chu Fan. Chu Fan glanced at the spot where he died, then sighed. He couldn't even leave behind any spatial items. He looked to the other side, a grin spreading across his face. There's one more. Chapter 175 Absorption, Level Source. Ling Hu activated his rage state and sped across the ground at incredible speed, his body becoming a red afterimage. At this moment, Ling Hu suddenly sensed something, turned around, and his expression changed drastically. Chu Fan followed him unhurriedly, his eyes revealing a disdainful look, as if he were toying with a mouse. What? Ling Hu's pupils shrank sharply as he swallowed a pill, increasing his speed once again. Chu Fan snorted coldly, pushed off with his feet, and instantly covered 100 meters, arriving in front of Ling Hu and blocking his path. At this moment, Chu Fan was still emitting a 7-colored light, but the light had become very faint and seemed to be about to dissipate at any moment. He had already absorbed 80% of the medicinal effects of the 7-colored blood flower. His level has reached level 31. Having broken through level 30 and greatly increased his strength, Chu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He looked at Ling Hu and smiled. Tell me your identities and purpose, and I might leave you a whole corpse. Arrogant. Ling Hu hardened his heart and attacked Chu Fan directly. Swish. A sword aura flashed past. The next moment, Ling Hu's arm flew directly into the air. Ling Hu stared blankly at his severed arm, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? My patience is limited. Hearing Chu Fan's emotionless voice, Ling Hu's face trembled. He couldn't imagine how Chu Fan could be so strong. Not only could it easily keep up with his speed, but this sword energy was also so fast that he couldn't react at all. Even though Chu Fan consumed the 7-colored blood flower, he was only at level 30, which was about the same as his level, but he awakened. Chu Fan significantly increased his level by absorbing the medicinal effects of the 7-colored blood flower, and he did not undergo the baptism of the Temple of Gods at all, so he could not be an awakened one. Why is Chu Fan so much stronger than him? Is it because of the hidden profession? Ling Hu couldn't help but compare the other two men in black to Chu Fan. I was just thinking about it. Ling Hu's other arm also flew up. My hand, you. Ling Hu looked at Chu Fan in horror. The latter's smile was like a demon in his eyes. Having lost both hands, this peerless war god had lost his fighting ability. I'll tell you everything. I'll just ask you to spare my life. Ling Hu said in a trembling voice. He forgot all about the hatred for his son's murder. All he wanted now was to live. Chu Fan stared at him coldly, without saying a word. Us. Suddenly, Ling Hu's face contorted, and his body swelled up rapidly. Bang! His body exploded into a bloody mist. Seeing this, Chu Fan frowned deeply. Self-destruction? Suddenly, Chu Fan's expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward and reached out to grab. Just as he was about to grab a spatial ring soaked in blood mist, it exploded. Oh shit! Chu Fan grabbed at empty air, and a look of fury appeared on his face. It seems that force is not simple either, and has some kind of secret. They have placed some kind of restriction on their members. Chu Fan frowned and thought to himself, but you're not only putting restrictions on members, you're even putting restrictions on spatial items? Chu Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. The other two men in black were struck by the Netherworld Slash, their entire bodies turning into nothingness, leaving not even any spatial items behind. Finally, this person even confessed. They are all awakened ones, so the items they carry must be quite valuable. That's all money. Why? Chu Fan exhaled heavily, removed the cloth wrapped around his eyes, and the flesh on his forehead writhed as his third eye slowly closed, leaving not even a slit. To the untrained eye, there was no way to tell that there was an eye that did not belong to a human. Chu Fan looked at the black satin cloth that had been with him for a long time and fell into deep thought. His perception abilities can only be fully utilized in complete darkness, especially after he opened his third eye. His mortal eyes have become somewhat of a hindrance. This is why, after his vision was restored, he wrapped his eyes with cloth at a crucial moment. But now his eyesight is amazing. Even with black cloth wrapped around his eyes, he can still see the outside world. Ultimately, this piece of cloth is just an ordinary object. I'll find an opportunity to have a blacksmith forge a piece of cloth that can isolate the five senses, Chu Fan murmured. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, and olfaction are meaningless to him, because he can sense and control everything around him through vibrations. Pulling his mind back to reality, Chu Fan began to carefully sense the changes in his body. He has already absorbed 90% of the medicinal effects of the seven-colored blood flower. He sat cross-legged on the ground and quickly absorbed the last bit of medicinal power from the seven-colored blood flower. Time passed. At one moment, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled heavily. He had absorbed all the medicinal effects of the seven-colored blood flower, and his level had reached 32. He leveled up from 23 to 32, a full 9 levels, but Chu Fan was not satisfied. The seven-colored blood flower is a 5th-grade rare and precious material. It is said that a professional once jumped directly from level 31 to level 41 after consuming the seven-colored blood flower, and he only leveled up by 9 levels. However, upon further reflection, Chu Fan felt relieved. Many things are just rumors and shouldn't be taken seriously. Besides, different professions and different qualifications will definitely lead to different improvement results. He's an Ashura with S-rank aptitude. The person who supposedly swallowed the seven-colored blood flower was probably a low-level professional with terrible aptitude, and the story might not even be true. No matter what, I'm already level 32, and I've established myself in this world. Chu Fan stood up, an air of arrogance on his face. A level 32 professional has already met the requirements for awakening. Dark Messenger. Chu Fan thought of Ashura's awakened profession, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. He looked at the career panel. Having reached level 32, his four-dimensional attributes have reached 1310 points. So tall, Chu Fan exclaimed in surprise. At level 23, his four-dimensional attributes were 870 points. From level 23 to level 30, each level increased by 40 points. Sure enough, after reaching level 30, each level increases attribute points by 80. Chu Fan nodded to himself. I wonder what changes will occur after awakening. He was eager to awaken and become a messenger of darkness. After awakening, the class is completely different from the one before awakening, and the attribute bonuses are also greater. A slight smile played on his lips, and with a swift movement, he dashed away into the distance, arriving beside Xia Lin in no time. Charlene was still recovering on the spot. The flames on her body had grown from small flames into raging fire, and her injuries had almost healed. Chu Fan did not disturb Xia Lin and stood there waiting. 10 minutes later, Charlene suddenly opened her eyes, and a murderous intent erupted from her once again. Just as she was about to leap into the air, she noticed that Chu Fan was smiling at her. At this moment, Chu Fan had returned to his usual appearance. The third eye on his forehead was gone, and the evil flavor in his smile was gone. Chu Fan, what are you doing here? Where are the 3 men in black? Xia Lin hurriedly looked around, her eyes wary. Stop looking, they're all dead. Dead? Yeah, I killed them all. Chu Fan smiled. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin looked Chu Fan up and down in disbelief. Your strength? Level 32, not yet awakened. Seeing Xia Lin's blank expression, Chu Fan continued to explain. She ate the seven-colored blood flower. Xia Lin stared at Chu Fan, her gaze lingering on him for a long time. After a long while, she couldn't help but smile and glanced at Chu Fan. Congratulations on becoming the number 1 in the country. Number 1 in the national ranking list. Chu Fan touched his nose, looking embarrassed. He naturally knew that he had become number 1 on the ranking list and was far ahead of the leaderboard. But his level suddenly skyrocketed in the last few days before the rankings ended. Won't people think he was stealing the tower? In fact, he never paid any attention to the ranking list. Chu Fan, you've reached level 32. Although you haven't awakened your powers yet, you're already one of the top fighters in Yang City. Xia Lin looked at Chu Fan with intense eyes. Chu Fan understood what she meant and nodded, saying, Don't worry, I will do my best. Yangcheng is also my hometown. The two nodded to each other, then quickly left the spot and headed in a certain direction. That direction leads directly to the evil forest. There, the final battle against the Illuminati awaits them. Chapter 176 External Shocks. Wait, look at the rankings. What's going on? Holy crap. Chu Fan's level, my god. How did he level up so fast? On a professional forum, someone exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing this post, many people immediately checked the ranking list. Upon seeing this, he was so frightened that his body trembled. On the ranking list, the number one spot was none other than Chu Fan. His level is 32.6%. Chun Haoyu ranked second, with a level of only 18.1%. Holy crap, I checked the level rankings just half an hour ago. Chu Fan was only level 23. How did he suddenly become level 32 in the time it takes to fire a cannon? Explain the firing in detail. He leveled up 9 times in half an hour. Is he even human? Absolutely impossible. I know now. He must have used the 7-colored blood flower, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to level up 9 times in such a short time. 7-colored blood flowers. Upon seeing this reply, professionals who had ventured into the lava field were all shaken, recalling some unpleasant experiences. No wonder, it was the 7-colored blood flower. He finally couldn't resist swallowing it. I thought he would wait until level 30 to swallow it. This kind of rare treasure is definitely more effective the higher the level. Could something major have happened in Yangcheng that forced him to swallow the 7-colored blood flower? Possibly. Ha ha ha. Chen Haoyu is crying. The level ranking is about to end, and he's only level 26. Even if he goes to the experience dungeon, it won't help him catch up with Chu Fan. There's a 6-level gap. How can he possibly catch up? Chu Fan's tower stealing move was really skillful. With the rankings about to end, he swallowed the 7-colored blood flower at this moment. He's a real sly old man. Hee, this is just a competition between him and Chen Haoyu. We newbies who are only around level 15 can just watch the show. Damn it, I get angry just thinking about it. If it weren't for the Monkey King, our levels wouldn't be progressing so slowly. Yeah, seriously, damn it. Didn't that madman always refuse the spiritual crystal? How come he's now fighting over it for a woman? By the way, what did he call that woman? It seems to be Master's wife. On the ranking list, Chu Fan alone occupies the first place, far ahead of the others. Chen Haoyu came in second. Yasuo, who is ranked third, is only level 19. Starting from the 4th level, most people's levels hover between 15 and 18. After all, they can only level up in regular dungeons, and there's a daily limit on the number of times they can do so. Chen Haoyu entered an experience instance, while Chu Fan consumed a 5th-grade rare and precious material. They are simply incomparable to them. On the professional forum, there was a lot of discussion about Chu Fan for a while, but soon the topic's popularity plummeted. For them, gossip is something to enjoy and excitement is something to watch, but it's only a passing fad. After the gossip is over, they go about their own business or improve themselves. As for the crisis in Yangcheng, no one paid any attention. For most professionals, even if Yangcheng were to be destroyed, it would have nothing to do with them. Chen Haoyu stared at the ranking list, clenching his fists tightly. Level 32. Is it the 7-colored blood flower? He quickly activated the smart ring watch, and soon, an old man appeared in the light screen. It was Yang Daolong. Teacher, I'm sorry, I won't be able to get first place on the ranking list this time. Chen Haoyu lowered his head deeply. Unless he also has the 7-colored blood flower, it is impossible for him to reach level 32 in just a few days. In the end, he lost this ranking competition. Defeated by Chu Fan. Chen Haoyu was very unwilling. Yang Daolong's expression was very unpleasant. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Never mind, come to the school to register tomorrow. I will arrange for your senior brother to train you to prepare for the professional conference after the college entrance examination." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu raised his head, his eyes brightening slightly. Professionals conference. That's a once-in-a-decade event for professionals. All professionals below level 40 in China are eligible to participate. University students, teachers, corporate guild elites, and even the Divine Palace and the Martial Alliance will send people to participate. When the time comes, all the top talents will gather together. Whoever can stand out at the professional conference will become the most dazzling star, attracting the attention of thousands. At the same time, the professionals conference is also a stage for competition among schools and various major forces. This year's professional conference is just a few months away. Chen Haoyu's eyes were fixed on the ranking list, and he quickly put it out of his mind. Yang Daolong slowly said, "I was being too fussy. It's just a ranking list. There's no need to take it too seriously. Besides, I know how Chu Fan got first place. Your goal isn't him, but to achieve a good ranking at the professional conference. Yes, teacher. Jinan City. Jinan Middle School. Jiang Dali and the principal stood in front of the teleportation gate. Jiang Dali smiled and said, I am very grateful to Principal Li for making an exception this time and allowing my sister to enter the dungeon through your school. Principal Li's face flushed. Not at all. It's our honor to have your sister, President Jiang, enter the instance. Jiang Dali wore sunglasses, a slight smile playing on his lips. That old fox, his face changes so quickly. The crisis in Yancheng has not yet been resolved. Jiang Dali didn't want Jiang Chuha to just wait around like this. With the college entrance exam approaching, if one's abilities don't improve, even the most powerful father can't truly justify it. Jiang Dali persuaded Jiang Chuha with the argument that if you don't go to the dungeon, the gap between you and Chu Fan will only widen. Seeing Jiang Chuha, who had resolutely refused to go to the dungeon just a second ago, immediately agreed to go after he said those words, Jiang Dali felt a pang in his heart. Therefore, Jiang Dali went to Jinan Middle School and proposed that his younger sister enter the instance. Principal Li initially refused to do so and was somewhat indifferent to him. But after Jiang Dali generously donated a building to Jinan Middle School, Principal Li's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. Principal Li, you flatter me, Jiang Dali said with a smile, looking at Principal Li. At that moment, the portal vibrated. Jiang Chuha and the Monkey King came out from inside. Sis, what level are you? Jiang Dali hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Jiang Chuha glanced at the job panel. 18. So fast. Jiang Dali and Principal Li both looked surprised. Jiang Chuha nodded and pointed to the great sage equaling heaven beside her. He killed all the strange beasts, but I got their spiritual essence. Jiang Dali and Principal Li looked at the Monkey King. The Monkey King picked at his ear, turned his nose up, and ignored the two. Aren't you going to upgrade? Jiang Dali gave Qi Tian, dashing a friendly smile. The Monkey King chuckled and said, I've leveled up. What level are you? 18. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Dali and Principal Li looked puzzled. Didn't we say we'd give all the spiritual crystals to Jiang Chuha? Jiang Chuha's expression was strange. The great sage equal to heaven said that he was a divine embryo born from the heavenly stone, and he did not need to absorb spiritual crystals. He could slowly level up with each breath. Jiang Dali. Principal Li. However, he is indeed level 18. Jiang Chuha chuckled. Brother, didn't you see the level rankings? Jiang Dali shook his head. Let me show you who's number one. Jiang Chuha opened the ranking list directly in front of the group. Chu Fan's name was prominently displayed in the first column. His level reached 32, far surpassing Chen Haoyu, who was second. Seeing this, Jiang Dali stood frozen in place. How about that? Surprised? Jiang Chua's face was full of pride. Principal Li, standing nearby, also took a deep breath and exclaimed in surprise, Chu Fan from Yancheng next door. Wait, why isn't he from our Jinan city? Yancheng, evil forest. Scattered throughout the blood-red forest were ferocious dogs. Although Li Mu and his group killed a large number of evil hounds in the evil forest, the evil forest was very large, and they had been guarding the blood cocoon demon embryo, so they did not clear out the evil hounds throughout the entire evil forest. Now, Li Mu and his three companions looked solemnly at the enormous blood cocoon-like demonic fetus before them, poised to strike. At this moment, the space above the blood cocoon demon embryo began to fluctuate. They're here, Li Mu shouted in a low voice. Chapter 177 The Problem. Spatial Ripple Oscillation. The young man with bat-like wings appeared in the sky. Is it still just you few? The young man looked at Li Mu and his three companions below. Ho Chang said in a deep voice, To deal with you, the few of us are enough. Without saying a word, he made his move. They have been waiting here for over a month and have long been prepared. Upon seeing this young man appear, he did not hesitate and immediately used all his strength. A sharp aura emanated from Ho Chang. At the same time, everyone present appeared in a huge room. The room's sign read, Operating Room. In the very center of the operating room, there was a huge operating table. Suddenly, thin lines appeared, enveloping the young man like a spider web. Then, the thin threads instantly closed in on the young man, tightened, and dragged him toward the operating table below. The young man began to struggle, but the thin threads pierced deep into his flesh, imprisoning him. Soon, the young man was bound hand and foot and placed on the operating table. A giant, phantom-like scalpel appeared. Ho Chang's expression was solemn as his fingers danced incessantly, manipulating the phantom scalpel to stab towards the operating table. However, the next moment, Ho Chang's pupils suddenly contracted. On the operating table, the young man's body gradually disappeared, and then reappeared on the other side of the room. The path to awakening for physicians. The surgeon, TSK, I never expected that the Minister of Education of Yanchang would take this path. The young man flapped his wings and stood in midair. Break! The youth flapped his fleshy wings, and black lightning flashed out. Click! Ho Chang's momentum shattered like glass. The operating room has disappeared. The group reappeared in the evil forest. Spatial abilities, make your move. Li Mu shouted, looking at Tang Xiaohu and Lu Jun. A torrent of lightning erupted from Lu Jun's body as he charged toward the young man in the air. Tang Xiaohu stood below the youth and tilted his head back to take a deep breath. Suck! A tremendous suction force burst forth from Tang Xiaohu's mouth. The young man was pulled by the suction force, and his expression changed. A devourer? The devourer is said to be able to devour everything. If you are swallowed by the devourer, even it can only be digested. Fortunately, this devourer was relatively weak and had not even awakened yet, so it had not created its own momentum. The young man sneered, flapped his wings, and quickly took off. Tang Xiao's suction range was limited. Seeing that the other party had escaped the suction range, he immediately stopped his movements and stared intently at the sky. Haha! The young man laughed. His body rippled as he tried to teleport, but found himself frozen in place. A lightning-fast figure appeared beside him and swiftly grabbed his arms. It was Lu Jun. Thunderous force. Lu Jun whispered. His long hair rose without wind, and lightning crackled and popped around him. Bolts of lightning appeared, and 100-meter radius around Lu Jun became a sea of lightning. Those thunderbolts, violent and robust, like swimming dragons, enveloped Lu Jun and the young man. Lu Jun grabbed the young man with both hands, his body crackling with lightning, which entered the young man's body. For a moment, even the most powerful young man was paralyzed by the lack of energy. Thunderbolt fist. Lu Jun's right hand slammed towards the young man like lightning. Bang, 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 bang. The powerful punch struck the young man, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the youth flapped his giant wings, black lightning spread, and a gap was torn open in space. Why don't you try your spatial power too? The young man said angrily, pulling Lu Jun towards the dark hole. Every profession has its own area of expertise. Lightning-type boxers and mages are skilled in using lightning, and their bodies, tempered by lightning, have become in harmony with it. Those with spatial abilities are accustomed to the spatial power within spatial rifts. At this moment, the young man also wanted to pull him into the spatial rift and let the power of space strangle him, just like Lu Jun used lightning to deal with him. Suddenly, darkness spread across the sky. The young man's gaze quickly swept around. A huge blood moon hung in the sky. Countless spirits crawled on the ground, and tombstones were scattered everywhere. A massive tombstone, 50 meters high and 30 meters wide, fell from the sky, striking the young man directly and landing on the ground at an extremely high speed. Bang! The young man was pinned under the tombstone, as if he were being crushed by the 5 fingers of Buddha, unable to move at all. This is... The young man felt the aura of the tombstone on his body, and for the first time, a look of fear appeared on his face. Unlike Lu Jun's thunderous tombstone and Ho Chang's operating room tombstone, this tombstone gave him a strong sense of realism. If the previous thunder pool and operating room were virtual spaces constructed by Lu Jun and Ho Chang, so this world of the dead is the real world. Domain materialization. It's actually domain materialization. The young man took a deep breath, and then a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Releasing the undead ghost domain, Li Mu did not stop. Holding his staff, he stepped forward. A jet-black arm, hidden beneath the sleeve, was revealed, resembling a decaying, withered tree. The hand of the dead, bestowed upon us. Corrupt. A wisp of black mist emerged from Li Mu's left hand and spread toward the young man. The young man trapped under the giant tombstone changed his expression slightly. He tried to use teleportation, but it seemed that a death force was suppressing him. Whenever spatial power surged, it would be wiped out by that death force. The black mist quickly enveloped the young man. The young man's body was visibly shriveled and had become as thin as bones. His face gradually turned deathly pale, devoid of any color, as if there was no blood left in his body. His skin aged rapidly, becoming covered in wrinkles, his teeth fell out, and his hair fell out strand by strand. This is the power of corruption. The young man's mouth was agape, his teeth all gone, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Soon, the black mist continued to erode the youth's body. As if countless years had passed, his body finally turned into black smoke and dust and vanished completely. Li Mu and his 3 companions stood there, Their brows furrowed as they looked at the spot beneath the massive tombstone where the young man had disappeared. Is it over? Tang Xiaohu exhaled. Li Mu and Ho Chang remained silent, staring intently ahead. A long time. Li Mu said, We've still fallen under the illusion. When Lu Jun frowned. We've been very careful. Ho Chang shook his head. I don't know. But don't forget, Chu Fan once told us that the girl named Su Muin fused with a 9th-tier alien beast, the enchanted butterfly. The enchanted light powder released by the enchanted butterfly is colorless and odorless. Perhaps from the very beginning, we were in an illusion. This time may have been more than a month ago, when the 4 of us first came here. It could also have been yesterday. Tang Xiaohu exclaimed in surprise. It couldn't have been more than a month ago, could it? In the past month, all 4 of us have left this place. If we were under the illusion spell the first time we arrived here, then Li Mu said slowly. The abilities of a 9th-tier beast cannot be judged by common sense. There's no point in worrying about when the illusion was cast. He looked around, a worried expression on his face. The biggest problem now is how to break through this illusion. Also, we're trapped in an illusion. What is happening outside? Chapter 178, Unknown Fear. While Li Mu and his 3 companions were fighting the young man, thousands of professional extermination squads also arrived in the evil forest. Minister Ho and the others are over there. They quickly approached the location of the blood cocoon demon embryo. Soon, the enormous blood cocoon-like demonic fetus appeared before everyone's eyes. Many people were seeing this legendary dark matter for the first time. They stared blankly at the blood cocoon-like demonic fetus before them, filled with fear. Where are Minister Ho and the others? Su Fangliang looked around, his face full of doubt. Before this operation, Ho Chang made it clear that they should assemble in front of the blood cocoon demon embryo. But at this moment, there was no one in front of the blood cocoon demon embryo. The others quickly looked around, but could not see Ho Chang and his group of 4. Weren't we told to meet here? Where are Minister Ho and the others? Could it be that they've already encountered the Illuminati and moved the battle elsewhere? No. Were we killed in the disaster? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't say things like that at a time like this. So what should we do now? Wait here. The group immediately became chaotic. Quiet, Su Fangliang shouted. As the vice captain of the team, he was very authoritative, and the room quickly quieted down as soon as he spoke. Su Fangliang said in a deep voice, Minister Ho and Dean Li Mu are the strongest forces in Yangqing. We should have confidence in them. Since they're not here, something unexpected must have happened. Everyone, stand still and wait. The ultimate goal of the Illuminati should be related to the blood cocoon demon embryo in front of us. Now that Minister Ho and the others are not here, the responsibility of guarding the blood cocoon demon embryo falls on our shoulders. At this moment, we must not lose our composure. Upon hearing this, the captains of the other teams also stepped forward to encourage their respective teams. The members stopped making noise and all stood still to wait. Time passed slowly. Ho Chang and the others still did not appear. The blood cocoon demonic fetus lay quietly before them, showing no signs of change. No, we can't wait any longer. If Minister Ho and his men are fighting the Illuminati elsewhere, our continued waiting here would be tantamount to letting them go unchecked, a squad leader said anxiously. Su Fangliang looked at him, his brows furrowed. Ning Hai, what do you mean? Ning Hai is the captain of Team 10 and also a high-ranking official in the Yangqing Education Department, with a strength level of 26. I'm worried about Minister Ho's safety. I can't stay here any longer. I have to go find them. Ning Hai shouted to the 10 team members behind him. Everyone, follow me to find Minister Ho and the others. Yes, the 10 team members shouted. Soon, a group of more than 20 people came out and followed Ning Hai away from here. Fang Liang, why don't we go look for him too? Du Jing walked to Su Fang Liang's side and whispered. Su Fangliang watched the members of Team 10 leave and said solemnly, I can understand Ning Hai's feelings. After all, Ho Chang is his superior and has taken good care of him over the years. But he looked at the blood cocoon demonic fetus, must always remember our responsibilities. If we all leave here and the blood cocoon demon embryo undergoes changes, who will stop it? Su Fangliang glanced at the other teams, his meaning clear. He hoped the others would not act impulsively and would prioritize the overall situation. Far away, Ning Hai led 10 team members to an open space. The surroundings were blood-red, empty and quiet, without a single ferocious dog. Captain, where are we going? A member of Team 10 couldn't help but ask. Ning Hai frowned, about to speak, when suddenly his gaze froze. Xiao Jing. Ning Hai rushed towards a girl in the group. The girl looked at her own body. Suddenly, A thin layer of red mist covered her body. This is malevolent energy. Upon seeing this, the members of Team 10 all changed their expressions. They were all too familiar with this red mist. It was the malevolent energy from the evil forest. In addition to the presence of malevolent energy in the evil forest, the evolved malevolent hounds also possess malevolent energy for protection. How did these malevolent energies appear on Xiaojing? Xiaojing's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Kill, kill, kill. She seemed to have lost her mind, attacking her companions indiscriminately without distinguishing friend from foe. Ninghai stepped forward and struck Xiaojing on the back of the head with a chop, causing Xiaojing to immediately lose consciousness. How could this malevolent energy? Ninghai looked around, his eyes filled with vigilance. Suddenly, the red mist around Xiaojing began to churn and then detached from her body, disappearing completely. Those malevolent energies have disappeared. No, look at Xiaojing Shi. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon seeing Xiaojing lying on the ground. At this moment, Xiaojing had stopped breathing, and her skin was as white as paper. Captain, Xiaojing Shi. An insightful observer with golden eyes exclaimed in horror. Her blood is gone. All of it is gone. Upon hearing this, Ninghai's expression changed drastically. The others also felt their hair stand on end and their bodies trembled. Xiaojing stayed by their side the whole time. From the moment the red mist appeared on Xiaojing's body to the moment all the blood in her body was drained, it took no more than 10 seconds. They had no idea how any of this had happened. When did that mist appear on Xiaojing? When was Xiaojing's blood drained, and where did it go? It was as if an invisible hand was gripping their heads. The fear of the unknown spread in everyone's hearts. Captain, what exactly happened? We don't want to end up like Xiaojing. Suddenly at this moment, another scream erupted from the group. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at the two team members who had screamed. This time it was two boys, and somehow, red mist appeared around them as well. Guotian, Chunfeng, when did you? The team members exclaimed in surprise. Guotian and Chunfeng looked down at the red mist surrounding them and said in fear. Team leader, help me, Captain. Ninghai quickly stepped forward, wanting to help the two team members. But the next moment, the red mist detached from their bodies and vanished without a trace. Guotian and Chunfeng, under everyone's horrified gazes, gradually turned pale and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. All the blood in their bodies was gone, just like that, in an instant, the observer said in a trembling voice. Quick, go back. Something's strange here. Ninghai took a deep breath and shouted. He didn't know what was going on, why the evil aura was appearing on his team members, and why their blood was being rapidly drained. At this point, Ninghai no longer had the idea of leading a team to find Ho Chang and the others on his own. He just wanted to get back to the main force and get help from the other captains. Chapter 179 Infection. Everyone was terrified as they looked at the giant egg, which was 10 meters tall and wrapped in blood-red thread-like material. Bang, bang, bang. The blood cocoon demonic fetus slowly contracted and throbbed, like a beating heart, with something being gestated inside. Is this the dark matter blood cocoon demon embryo? What is its purpose? Why hasn't the Illuminati made a move yet? Damn it, the longer we wait like this, the more uneasy I become. They might as well show themselves soon and fight to the death. The members whispered among themselves. Just then, the sound of hurried running came from afar. Everyone turned to look. Then, the members of Team 10, who had left not long ago, were running towards them, their faces filled with terror. Why did they come back? Hey, it seems like 3 people are missing. Look, what's that? As a surprised voice rang out, everyone looked at several members of Team 10. At that moment, among the crowd running towards the main force, 4 members were surrounded by red mist. A murderous aura. Su Fangliang's pupils contracted, and he shouted, Stop! All the team leaders stood in a row with Su Fangliang and Du Jing at the front of the line, looking at the members of Team 10 who were rushing over. Ninghai led 10 team members to a stop. Then, before everyone's eyes, the 4 team members, who were surrounded by malevolent energy, fell straight to the ground. The malevolent energy swirled in the air once and then disappeared. What's going on? How did this malevolent energy appear on them? Du Jing's pupils dilated sharply as she said to those behind her. Insightful one, take a look at the condition of those people. A shrewd observer's eyes gleamed with gold, his voice trembling. They are dead, and all their blood is gone. What? Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It is illogical for evil energy to appear on a human being. Those people's blood mysteriously disappeared, and they lost their lives. The bizarre dark matter blood cocoon demonic fetus was right in front of them. Add to that this bizarre scene I witnessed. The captains exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that the effects of the blood cocoon demon embryo are already beginning to appear? The four people exuded a malevolent aura, and their blood was drained from their bodies. This was all caused by the blood cocoon demon embryo. Ninghai, don't come any closer. Tell us what happened first. Su Fangliang looked at Ninghai, who was dozens of meters away, with a solemn expression. Ninghai shifted his gaze from the four dead men, took a deep breath, and said, "These malevolent energies appeared out of nowhere. 7 of our team members have already died. If this continues..." He suddenly looked at his own body, his eyes widening. At this moment, a wisp of malevolent energy inexplicably appeared around him, burning and expanding rapidly like a flame, instantly enveloping him. At the same time, the malevolent aura spread like flames, and in the blink of an eye, the malevolent aura also appeared on the other members of the 10 teams. Captain Wei, what is this? My sanity is being eroded. What is this thing? Get out of my body. Get out of here. Get out of here now. The members of those 10 teams used their skills to try to expel the evil energy from their bodies. However, those malevolent energies were like invisible things, and even the support class's use of Purify was of no use. Ninghai stared at his own body, a deep fear appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, one of the male college students in the group quickly ran back to the main group. "Save me. As the leaders of the cleanup team, you must have a way. Please save me." Having surpassed level 20, he unleashed his full speed, instantly traversing dozens of meters to reach the main force. "Don't come any closer," an old man shouted angrily, casting a spell that created a hurricane that blew the member away. Seeing this, many people felt somewhat numb. Faced with unknown fears, the team leader of the same cleanup squad chose to abandon that member. But thinking about it, it's understandable. After all, that malevolent aura was too strange. If that person were to get close, perhaps nearly 1,000 people here would suffer as a result. Ninghai watched this scene and sighed deeply. He could understand the captain's actions. If it were him, he would have done the same. "Fang Liang, after this crisis is over, I hope you can help me tell Minister Ho that I thank him for taking me in back then. If it weren't for him, never mind. There's no point in saying that." Ninghai called out to Su Fangliang, and then laughed as he called out, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The next moment, the malevolent energy left his body, and Ninghai, like everyone else, turned ashen-faced and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Su Fangliang's expression changed, and he quickly put aside his thoughts and shouted, "This evil aura seems to be contagious. Quickly, check if anyone in your team has this evil aura on them." The team leaders nodded quickly. Judging from what happened to the 10 teams just now, they must have encountered something that led to their complete annihilation. The malevolent energy that appears on humans can spread from person to person like a plague. If anyone in this group of 1,000 people exhibits this behavior, they must be immediately isolated. The team leaders returned to their respective squads. Everyone looked at their own bodies in fear, afraid that they too might have been inexplicably afflicted with that malevolent aura. At this moment, Captain Wang, you. Someone spoke in a trembling voice. Captain Wang is the same captain who made the move just now. He stared blankly at his own body, when suddenly a wisp of blood mist appeared outside his body. "Damn it!" Captain Wang quickly ran out of the group. "Don't worry about me. Keep an eye on everyone else." His voice faded into the distance and soon disappeared into the distance. Everyone watched Captain Wang's disappearing figure, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Principal Wang's journey will only have one outcome. He will die, just like those before him, with all his blood drained from his body. Wang Yifan, vice principal of Yangqing No. 9 Middle School, is a wind element mage from the class of 2028 and is highly respected in the education field. Both his peers and students highly regard him. Unexpectedly, upon encountering such a situation, Principal Wang immediately distanced himself from the crowd without saying a word. Su Fangliang took a deep breath. "Everyone, concentrate and pay close attention to your own situation. No way. I don't want to die." Before long, blood-red malevolent energy appeared on the bodies of several team members. Everyone looked and saw that they were all members of Principal Wang's team. This further convinced the team captains that this malevolent energy could be contagious nearby. "Get away from them quickly, hurry," Su Fangliang shouted. After he finished speaking, the others quickly left the group. The team members could only stand there, their faces filled with despair. Before long, red malevolent energy appeared on all the members of that squad, and the next moment, they all lost their lives. What exactly happened? Su Fangliang and the other team leaders looked anxious. Faced with this unknown fear, Even they couldn't help but feel flustered. Captain Su, your body. At this moment, Du Jing suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Su Fangliang beside her. When Principal Wang attacked that member just now, he was very close to you. Su Fangliang lowered his head, his pupils suddenly contracting. Chu Fan, your strength should be no weaker than mine now, and you can stand on your own. Charlene and Chu Fan sped across the ground, heading towards the evil forest. Chu Fan grinned. After this crisis, I really need to try and see if I can get back all the humiliation I suffered at Charlene's hands. It's hard to say yet. I'll ask Sister Lin for more advice later. Chu Fan said modestly. We're here. Charlene looked ahead, where the entrance to the evil forest was located. Let's go straight to the blood cocoon demon embryo. Chu Fan nodded. The two accelerated instantly, becoming two afterimages as they entered the evil fiend forest. Chapter 180 Illusory Space. Charlene and Chu Fan entered the evil forest and headed directly towards the blood cocoon demon embryo. The entire evil forest was covered in blood red, as if it had been stained with red ink. Even the earth, trees, and rivers turned red. Charlene's legs burst into flames as she sped across the ground, glancing in surprise at Chu Fan, who was closely following her. Chu Fan's breathing was steady, and he seemed to be able to keep up with her speed with ease. Just how strong has this kid become? Xiao Lin was shocked. She glanced around and whispered, compared to before, the malevolent energy here has weakened a lot. It seems that Minister Ho and the others have killed a large number of the malevolent hounds inside. I wonder how they are now. Have you been here before? Chu Fan asked as he followed Xiao Lin at a leisurely pace. Charlene nodded. Yes, the alien realm is very special. Even if the evil hounds inside are much lower level than me and have no effect on me, I will still come here often to search for unknown substances. Are they visible matter and dark matter? Chu Fan asked. You're overthinking it. It's not that easy to encounter luminous matter and dark matter. In the 300 years since the other world appeared, humanity has only discovered 56 types of dark matter and a mere 32 types of luminous matter in that world, Charlene laughed. Seeing Chu Fan's confusion, Xiao Lin continued. Human exploration of other realms is still very limited, especially those with higher numbering. Some of them even contain enlightened-level beasts, so they are not so easy to explore. The reason we often venture into other realms is twofold. First, to level up, and second, to obtain some magical items, such as the attribute gems discovered by the Martial Alliance. I don't expect to obtain alien matter, but if I'm lucky, there's still a good chance of getting some magical items. Of course, there are dangers everywhere in the alien world. Not only do we have to guard against attacks from alien beasts, but we also have to guard against certain strange events. However, every cloud has a silver lining. Generally, places where strange events occur are also places where magical items are found. During a break in the run, Xiao Lin explained a lot to Chu Fan. Chu Fan nodded slightly. He had also heard of mysterious items, such as the gamma gas that the Sioux group announced to the whole country, which they claimed to have discovered in an alien land. As for whether it was actually real gamma gas, no one knew. Sister Lin, have you been to other exotic lands? Chu Fan continued to ask. Charlene shook her head. I only go into the evil forest often to try my luck in finding magical items. If I can find one, I'll never have to worry about anything again. At this point, a hint of sorrow appeared in Charlene's eyes. Chu Fan turned his head to look at Xiao Lin, and he could understand her somewhat. He can empathize, because he's also short of money. Chu Fan glanced around and looked at the malevolent aura that seemed to blend into the air. Sister Lin, what exactly is the difference between murderous aura and killing intent? He asked the question he had always wanted to ask. In Chu Fan's view, both baleful aura and murderous aura can affect a person's mind, causing them to lose their rationality and become bloodthirsty. Charlene quickly said, the two have similarities, but there are also obvious differences. You can think of evil energy as a kind of malevolent energy. This malevolent energy is ferocious and uncontrollable, and it only appears on strange beasts. Killing intent, on the other hand, arises naturally from the human heart. Killing intent is equally ferocious, but the only difference between it and malevolent intent is that humans can control killing intent. It is said that some hidden professions become stronger by relying on killing intent. Furious, the Berserker's Rage skill also unleashes inner killing intent, thereby boosting the force stats. Chu Fan nodded, then asked, can humans convert malevolent energy into their own and use it as killing intent? Charlene tilted her head and glared at him. What are you thinking? You can control killing intent. Try letting the malevolent aura of a beast appear on you. You might go crazy and completely lose your mind the next moment. I was just asking. Chu Fan smiled. He had thought that his killing intent was related to murderous aura. The evil forest is filled with malevolent energy. If he could absorb all of this malevolent energy, his killing intent would undoubtedly be even stronger. But clearly, this idea won't work. It's over there, speed up. Charlene looked into the distance and suddenly accelerated. Chu Fan also pushed off with his feet, his speed bursting forth once more, and he sped off in that direction. Soon, a figure loomed larger in their eyes. Professor Du Jing? Chu Fan was taken aback when he saw the person who came. At this moment, Du Jing was disheveled, completely lacking her usual elegance and composure, her eyes filled with terror. Du Jing also saw Chu Fan and the other man, and hurriedly shouted, Captain Xia, Chu Fan, you finally arrived. They're all dead, everyone's dead. They're all dead. Xiaolin's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to step forward, Chu Fan grabbed her arm. What's wrong? Be careful, something's wrong. Chu Fan stared intently at Du Jing, who was not far away. At this moment, in Chu Fan's perception, Du Jing in front of him did not exist at all, but was transformed from a wisp of red mist. This is an illusion. Captain Xia, Chu Fan, I'm the only one who escaped. Help me. Du Jing rushed forward, trying to close the distance with Chu Fan and the others. Puff. A sword aura flashed past, cleaving Du Jing's body in two. A faint red mist rose from Du Jing's corpse and dissipated into the world. How could you? Xia Lin looked at Chu Fan in surprise, her expression changing instantly. At this moment, the crimson eye reappeared on Chu Fan's forehead. Chu Fan opened his heavenly eye and looked around. Sister Lin, we've been caught in an illusion, Chu Fan said gravely. Illusion? Charlene was taken aback, as if she had thought of something and couldn't help but ask, Your eye can distinguish between illusion and reality? Chu Fan nodded slightly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Charlene didn't disturb him and waited quietly. At this moment, in Chu Fan's eyes, the area in front of him was still the evil forest, but the surrounding space was divided into 4 parts like a mirror. He and Charlene were inside one of the mirrors. The other 3 mirrors were also separated, reflecting the blood-red scene inside, which was clearly also the evil forest. Chu Fan looked up at the sky, where there seemed to be an unseen shadow enveloping them. There should be one of the 4 different spaces, which is the real space, plus the illusion. Chu Fan took a deep breath. It was Su Muin and that young man with bat wings. They did indeed make a move. Chu Fan withdrew his gaze, closed his heavenly eye, and looked at Xia Lin with his mortal eye, his face full of solemnity. Sister Lin. In addition to the illusion, this also involves the power of space. If we want to return to the real world, we must first break down the spatial barriers here. The power of space? Xia Lin stared blankly at Chu Fan. Is the power of that eye too strong? I'll do as you say. Charlene nodded decisively, flames erupting from her body. Chapter 181 One sword cuts through 1,000 threads. Where is the boundary? Flaming wings quickly appeared on Charlene's back. Chu Fan looked up at the sky, and in his gaze, a barrier seemed to be faintly visible in the sky. Above. Okay, I'm going. Xia Lin took off and flew directly 200 meters into the air. She wanted to go higher, but she felt something blocking her way. Just like the invisible walls in a game. Is this the spatial barrier? Break it. Charlene's fist was burning with flames as she quickly attacked the air wall. Bang, 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 bang. The massive fiery fist collided with the air wall, but the entire space remained completely still. Chu Fan, the person who released the spatial power, is likely far stronger than me. With my current strength, I'm not enough to shatter this spatial barrier. Xia Lin's face showed anxiety. What do we do now? Xia Lin had never encountered this situation before and panicked immediately, at which point she put Chu Fan first. After all, Chu Fan possessed that strange eye. Hey, talk to me, what are you looking for? Charlene asked anxiously. Chu Fan's gaze swept quickly across the sky. Don't rush. It is said that all spaces have their weaknesses. I'm looking for them. Weaknesses? Charlene suddenly realized what was happening, and then stood quietly in the air waiting. Chu Fan's heavenly eye spun around, quickly searching the sky above. Suddenly, his face lit up with joy. In his gaze, somewhere on the horizon, there was a small dot that looked like a belly button. If he hadn't activated his heavenly eye, it would have been absolutely impossible for a mortal to see that tiny dot. Over there, Chu Fan shouted, pointing in that direction. The exact location? Charlene frowned. Chu Fan's direction was too broad. Swoosh. A sword aura soared into the air and shot towards the small dot in the sky. Well done. Charlene laughed loudly as she looked in the direction the sword energy had passed. Flame spear. A spear formed from flames appeared in her hand. Holding the spear, She was bathed in flames and transformed into a streak of blazing light, charging in that direction. Then, a shot was fired at the spatial boundary. Click. Centered on that point, the sky slowly cracked open, then shattered like glass. The spatial barrier has shattered. Charlene exclaimed with joy, looking around. Is this the real world now? This world is no different from the world we just saw. The mountains, forests, and rivers all took on a faint blood-red hue. Chu Fan shook his head. This only breaks through the first layer of space. His gaze swept around. At this moment, in Chu Fan's eyes, one of the 4 mirrors was missing, and he and Xia Lin were in one of the remaining 3 mirrors. Multi-level space? Charlene asked, looking around. How many levels? Chu Fan's gaze was solemn. I can see 4 layers. Now 1 layer has been broken through, leaving 3 layers. 4 layers of space. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin took a deep breath. The opponent had actually set up more than 1 layer of space, indicating that he was a master with spatial abilities who was stronger than her. Chu Fan, continue marking the weak points in this layer of space, Xia Lin shouted. At this moment, Chu Fan looked into the distance with a worried expression. Come down first. I'm worried that someone might also be trapped in this space. Charlene quickly landed on the ground. Okay, let's go check on the blood cocoon demon embryo first. The two quickly set off, and before long, Chu Fan and Xia Lin stopped in their tracks, looking ahead in horror. What is that? At this moment, a large group of 1,000 people stood in a grand procession on an open space not far away. They were the clearing squad. At the front of the crowd stood a giant, blood-red egg. Is that the blood cocoon demon embryo? Chu Fan was shocked. Chu Fan, look at them, Xia Lin exclaimed. Chu Fan withdrew his gaze and looked at the crowd. A group of over 1,000 people. A red, menacing aura emanated from each of them. At this moment, those people also saw Chu Fan and Xia Lin and immediately cried out in shock. Captain Xiao is here, and so is Chu Fan. Don't come any closer, stay away from us. These malevolent energies are contagious. Captain Xia, Captain Chu, don't get close. Chu Fan quickly opened his heavenly eye. The illusion shattered, and the real face appeared before his eyes. Hiss this. Even Chu Fan couldn't help but gasp at the sight before him. Everywhere you looked, everyone had a blood-red thread attached to their body. These threads pulsated like water pipes, seemingly sucking the blood from their bodies. The filamentous structure extends to the far end of the line of sight. It seemed that at the end, a colossal creature was hidden in the red mist. What is this thing? Chu Fan asked in horror. I have to save people first. Chu Fan said something to Xiao Lin, then quickly set off and rushed into the crowd. Seeing that Chu Fan still dared to rush towards them, Su Fengliang shouted, Chu Fan, don't come any closer. The next moment, Chu Fan appeared beside Su Fengliang and slashed at the air in front of him. Thread-like object, visible only to Chu Fan, was severed by him. Su Fengliang stared blankly at his own body. The red mist has disappeared. Captain Su, the murderous aura on you is gone. There's hope. There's hope. Chu Fan can save us. Everyone was overjoyed. They never expected that Chu Fan would be able to cut off the terrifying aura from them. Chu Fan, save us. In just 5 seconds, we'll be dried up like corpses. Quick, Captain Chu. I'm Wang Yu from Yangqing No. 9 Middle School. I used to take you to get a foot massage, don't you remember? You have to save me. Team leader. Chu Fan frowned. Everyone, stay where you are and don't move. Everyone, use your defensive skills. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. As the support class made their move, beams of golden light shot out and entered everyone's bodies. At the same time, everyone used their defensive skills. Chu Fan closed his eyes and maximized his ability to perceive fluctuations. His mind was racing. How can we cut off the filamentous structures on everyone at once without harming them? It seems difficult. After all, the locations of these people were completely random, while the filamentous things were connected to them and spread into the red mist in the distance. If I could control the power of the sword energy. Chu Fan's heart calmed down. Gradually, he lost all sense of others, and only those filamentous things remained in his perception. Chu Fan slowly swung his longsword. A circular sword aura spread out from him, surging outwards. The sword energy sliced through the filaments on some of the people's bodies, severing them in an instant, and then struck their bodies the next moment. However, as it struck their bodies, the sword's momentum suddenly weakened. Then it surged again after passing over all of them, slashing towards another person. The sword's momentum was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, like a controllable wave spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy passed over everyone's bodies, shot into the distance, and then dissipated into nothingness. Chu Fan stood still in the motion of swinging his sword, the flesh on his forehead twitching, his third eye closed. A slight smile played on his lips. It's a success. Chapter 182, Insightful Understanding. Charlene stood there looking at Chu Fan, her chest heaving violently. That move just now was the subtle level. Charlene's eyes were filled with disbelief. He actually comprehended the subtle level. Meticulous. The appearance of the other world. Humanity was also blessed by the heavens, giving rise to different professions. But even now, humanity is still groping its way along this path. Why do professionals exist? Are those hidden professions related to alien races from another world? Driven by the goal of uncovering the truth, humanity continues to evolve along the path of professionals. Over the past 300 years, through the unremitting efforts of humankind, some experiences have been accumulated. People have discovered that awakening is related to the source, which is a substance that can deepen human beings' understanding of their own profession. Therefore, based on this understanding, humanity has divided its own profession into several stages. A preliminary understanding of a profession is called getting to the heart of the matter. Once you reach a level of mastery, you can use your professional skills more freely and effortlessly. For example, a mage, after reaching the level of microscopic perception, can even cast certain skills instantly without needing to release incantations. Just now, Chu Fan was able to control the strength of the sword energy he unleashed, which is undoubtedly something that can only be achieved at the level of microscopic perception. He actually comprehended the realm of subtlety in this state. Is this what genius is? Xiaolin was stunned for a long time. In a line of thousands, the golden light surrounding everyone was shattered by the sword energy, and they were also injured by the sword energy, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the power of the sword strike that hit them was within a tolerable range, which saved their lives. Despite the support classes, protection, aura, and the use of their own defensive skills, the captains were still injured by the sword energy. The team leaders all took a deep breath. Chu Fan's strength has actually reached this level. But the next moment, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Ha ha, the evil aura has disappeared. The evil aura on us has all disappeared. It was Captain Chu Fan who destroyed those evil energies and saved us. Captain Chu. My idol, you are my idol. Hero, hero. Hero, hero. The crowd surged forward, surrounding Chu Fan in the center, tossing him high into the air and catching him again, repeating this process over and over. Put me down first. Chu Fan, who was being cheered like a hero by the crowd, felt rather helpless. He did not forget the important matters at hand. He and Charlene were trapped in the 4th level of space. The entire cleanup team was trapped in the 3rd level of space. So, will the dean and the teachers be trapped in the 2nd level of space? And the 1st layer of space is the real world? Time is of the essence. It's too early to cheer. The team members put Chu Fan down, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration as they looked at him. Su Fangliang walked into the crowd, clutching his chest, and said, "Cough, cough. You little brat, could you go a little lighter? Even we captains felt terrible after taking a hit from your sword energy." The other team leaders also smiled and looked at Chu Fan. Xiaolin walked over and chuckled. Chu Fan has already gone very lightly. Otherwise, even captains like you would have been cut in two by him. These words were spoken. Everyone looked shocked. Chu Fan gave a dry laugh, but didn't say anything. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he figured out how to control the strength of the sword energy. The power of the sword energy was reduced by 5 times the moment it touched their bodies, which allowed them to survive. Otherwise, no one could withstand his full force attack. The reason for using all our strength is that those filamentous things of unknown origin cannot be cut without using all our strength. Chu Fan, what's your strength now? Du Jing asked, taking a deep breath. Chu Fan smiled. Level 32. What? Take the young master? 32. Holy crap, are you a monster? My god, he really is level 32. Look at the level rankings. In an instant, everyone opened the ranking list, and upon seeing the name ranked first, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Captain Xia, Captain Shu, what exactly happened just now? Those malevolent energies. Su Fangliang asked first. We've been caught in multiple illusions, and the space of the evil forest has been divided into 4 parts, Chu Fan said. Everyone was stunned. Each layer of space has been shrouded in illusion, so only by breaking through all the spaces and returning to the real world will you be able to see what has really happened here. Chu Fan said in a deep voice, Sister Lin. Charlene immediately understood, and fiery wings appeared out of thin air. Chu Fan made no attempt to hide it. activating his heavenly eye amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd and searching the sky. There, he unleashed a burst of sword energy in one direction. Charlene transformed into a fire warrior and charged fiercely toward the location marked by Chu Fan. The space was shattered like glass. Is this the second floor? Chu Fan looked around, and suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He quickly closed his heavenly eye and looked at the blood cocoon demon embryo with his mortal eye. He then opened his third eye again, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. With mortal eyes, the blood cocoon demon embryo stood not far away. But when he looked with his divine eye, the other side was empty. What's wrong? Charlene asked. Chu Fan said solemnly, the blood cocoon demon fetus over there is fake. Fake. Everyone looked at the lifelike blood cocoon demon fetus and rubbed their eyes. That's an illusion. The real blood cocoon demon embryo isn't here, Chu Fan continued. Charlene quickly said, take us to the true location of the blood cocoon demon embryo. I remember it's northwest of the evil forest. Chu Fan nodded, opened his heavenly eye to confirm the direction, and led a large force of over 1,000 people towards the northwest. 5 minutes later, Minister Ho, Dean Li Mu, looking at Ho Chang and his group of 4 ahead. Excitement and relief were evident on everyone's faces. Ho Chang and his 3 companions were the strongest in Yanqing. Now that it was confirmed that they were all safe and sound, everyone felt relieved. How did you find us? Ho Chang asked in confusion. As far as I know, the evil fiend forest has been divided into different spaces, and each space has been enchanted with illusions. It's Chu Fan, Xiaolin said. For a moment, Li Mu, Ho Chang, Tang Xiaohu, and Lu Jun all looked at Chu Fan. Fan are you? Li Mu's gaze was solemn as he stared intently at Chu Fan, repeatedly trying to wink at him. Chu Fan knew that Li Mu was worried that he had used his heavenly eye in front of so many people. He smiled wryly and said, Grandpa, this is a last resort to save everyone. Li Mu sighed, then asked, you leveled up? I'm level 32 now, Grandpa. I can help you with some things now, Chu Fan said with a smile. Haha. A relieved smile appeared on Li Mu's face. Chu Fan, can you break through the space here? Ho Chang looked at the third eye on Chu Fan's forehead and asked with a moved expression. Chu Fan shook his head. I can only see the weak points in the space. He looked up at the sky. The weak point is over there. I'm leaving it to you. Chu Fan unleashed a sword aura in a certain direction. Haha, well done, little Chu Fan. Leave it to me. Lu Jun moved like lightning, transforming into a bolt of lightning and shooting into the air. A thunderous fist slammed down towards the location marked by Chu Fan. Click, click, click. The sky gradually shattered. The second layer of space has been broken through. Is this the real world? Chu Fan scanned his surroundings with his heavenly eye. However, the next moment, he suddenly froze on the spot. This is Chapter 183, The Real World. Chu Fan was horrified by what he saw. In his gaze, the blood cocoon demon embryo was not far ahead, its body pulsating rhythmically, like a giant heart beating slowly. Thump, thump, thump. With each beat, a dense aura of malevolence would surge forth from the blood cocoon demon embryo. Countless ferocious hounds lay prostrate around the blood cocoon demonic embryo, growling softly, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Attracted all the remaining evil hounds in the evil forest. At this moment, countless blood-red filaments extended from the blood cocoon demon embryo. Those filamentous things, like the roots of a demon, pierced into the bodies of those ferocious dogs with menacing claws. The demonic hounds visibly withered, but even as mummified corpses, their eyes still held a fierce fervor. The source of those filamentous things is actually the blood cocoon demon embryo. Chu Fan opened his heavenly eye and took a deep breath. The blood cocoon demon embryo resembled a giant egg incubating something, while the filamentous structures acted like conduits, connecting to the bodies of the demon hounds and sucking their blood. The purpose is to provide nutrients to the creature being nurtured inside the blood cocoon demon embryo. Chu Fan guessed this possibility and searched among the ferocious dogs. Where is that level 42 evolved demon hound? With the blessing of the heavenly eye, his eyesight became even more astonishing, yet he still couldn't spot the special level 42 evolved demon hound among the pack. His divine eye can see through illusions, so only he can see the reality before him. At that moment, everyone else stared blankly at their surroundings, looking bewildered. In their eyes, this place was no different from before. The blood sword demon embryo was still lying there quietly, without any change. Has anyone left the group before? Chu Fan suddenly asked Du Jing beside him. Du Jing nodded. Some people wanted to find the blood cocoon demon embryo and left the group, but they returned not long after, their bodies tainted with evil energy. It was from that time on that the evil aura seemed to be contagious, and it infected all of us. So that's how it is. Chu Fan nodded secretly. He had roughly figured out what was going on. The world before them was clearly the real world, and the blood cocoon demon embryo was gestating something. This world, too, was shrouded in illusion by Su Muin, concealing its true form. So no one but him could see this scene. The place where Ho Chang and his group of four were located was the second layer of space. Although they were in front of the blood cocoon demon embryo, they could not see this world clearly due to the illusion and the existence of spatial isolation. Chu Fan had no idea what they encountered in the illusion. The members of the cleanup squad were in the third level of space. They were originally far away from the blood cocoon demon embryo, but because someone left the group, they accidentally ended up near the real blood cocoon demon embryo and were eventually pierced by those filamentous things. As those people returned to the group, they essentially took the filamentous substance with them. This also allowed the filamentous creatures to find their target, so the clearing team would also get entangled in them. Finally, it was him and Charlene. They eventually entered the evil forest and were dragged into the fourth level of space. The Dujing they encountered was an illusion cast by Su Muin in the fourth level of space. Having figured all this out, Chu Fan took a deep breath. He and Xia Lin had just entered the evil forest when they encountered Dujing. Su Muin could not predict the future, so there is only one possibility. Su Muin and the young man with spatial abilities were here, keeping a close eye on the movements of the fourth layer of space and the illusion. Where? Chu Fan's expression turned cold as he looked at the blood cocoon demonic embryo. Could it be inside? Chu Fan, what did you see? Ho Chang asked solemnly as he saw Chu Fan standing there, sometimes looking terrified and sometimes taking a deep breath. Chu Fan quickly closed his third eye and whispered, Minister Ho, you should know that an illusion has also been cast here, right? He did not immediately reveal what he had seen, lest he cause a disturbance and become cowardly before the battle even began. Ho Chang smiled wryly. Knowing is one thing, being able to do it is another. After we arrived here, we deduced that the space here was divided, but we didn't have your ability to see the weak points in the space. That young man is no weaker than us, and his spatial power has been integrated with the ability of the Void Knight Bat. Even if your grandfather and I attack at the same time, we still cannot break through this space. Ho Chang looked around and continued. As for this illusion, it is extremely powerful. The four of us tried many methods, but we still couldn't break through it. Tang Xiaohu sighed. I possess the devouring skill, which can even devour illusions, but I haven't awakened it yet. At this moment, the difference in strength becomes apparent, and I'm the one holding you back. Li Mu said, what are you talking about? You are one of only 3 hidden professions in Yanqing. Don't underestimate yourself. The current task is to break through this illusion. Fanner, can you use that eye to break the illusion here? Li Mu asked Chu Fan. Chu Fan's gaze turned serious, and he shook his head. First killed Su Muin in the dark forest, he broke through her illusion. But at that time, he broke the illusion by looking directly into Su Muin's eyes with his third eye. He doesn't even know where Su Muin is now, so he can't use the same trick again. How's the situation outside? Is it serious? Li Mu waved his hand, and a black mist enveloped the 4 of them and Chu Fan, preventing outsiders from peeping. Chu Fan recounted everything he had seen. As expected, the true function of the blood cocoon demon embryo is to nurture. But what exactly is it nurturing? Li Mu said in a deep voice. Are you sure you didn't discover that level 42 evolved demon hound? I didn't find anything. Chu Fan nodded. Ho Chang looked thoughtful and said in a low voice, do you think that level 42 evolved demon hound might be inside the blood cocoon demon embryo? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Even Chu Fan felt that this possibility was very high. The Illuminati released the demon hounds from the demon forest with the ultimate goal of breeding high-level evolved demon hounds. They succeeded too. And this evolved demonic hound certainly won't just disappear into thin air. The Illuminati's ultimate goal should be to use the blood cocoon demon embryo in combination with that evil hound to do something. It's a pity we don't know the true function of the blood cocoon demon embryo. Otherwise we wouldn't be in such a passive position, Ho Chang sighed. At this moment, Chu Fan spoke up. Seniors, I've thought of a possibility. Everyone turned to look at him. Chu Fan quickly said, the people in the Illuminati have all fused with the alien beasts. That evolved demon hound is a high-level alien beast. You guys think they fused with that evolved ferocious hound inside the blood cocoon demon embryo? Chu Fan frowned and continued. But there's a problem. Both Su Muin and that young man have already fused with high-level alien beasts. Could it be that they can fuse with multiple alien beasts? Upon hearing this, Ho Chang and the others frowned even more deeply. If that's the case, then the Illuminati is a bit scary. At this moment, Chu Fan's gaze sharpened. What's wrong? Did you find something? Li Mu asked. Chu Fantian looked at the blood cocoon demonic embryo and slowly said, the blood cocoon demonic embryo is moving. Chapter 184 Fiendish Aura Clone. Let's go back 5 minutes. Inside the blood cocoon-like demonic embryo, which no one could see, the flesh-like inner walls slowly writhed. The entire interior was filled with a thick, malevolent aura, almost solidifying into a tangible substance. Su Muin stood there, silently watching a figure in front of her. That figure was the young man with bat wings. At this moment, the young man was covered in baleful energy, which swirled around his body, moving in and out. A short while later, the young man opened his eyes and stepped away from where he stood. And in the same spot, a figure that looked exactly like him stood there. The figure's facial features and build were exactly the same as the bat-like youth. The only difference was that the figure was entirely composed of malevolent energy. The young man looked at the malevolent figure and laughed. The malevolent aura clone is complete. We can proceed to the next step. Congratulations. Su Muin smiled. Hee. Who would have thought that the true function of the blood cocoon demon embryo is to condense a clone of evil energy? Ha ha ha. Even if those professionals try everything, they can't stop our plan. They don't even know the true function of the blood cocoon demon embryo. What a bunch of useless trash. The young man laughed. Su Muin's lips curled into a smile. The blood cocoon demon embryo's function is not limited to condensing a clone of evil energy. Have you forgotten how the wanting group disappeared? The young man nodded. Spatial ability? Unfortunately, I still haven't figured out how to activate this ability. The previous protector told me that the reason why Wanton Group disappeared more than 50 years ago was because it was transferred to other planes by the spatial ability of the blood cocoon demon embryo. This ability is simply too powerful. With my own Void Night Bat ability combined with the spatial ability of the blood cocoon demon embryo, there is no place in the world that I cannot go. Su Muin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. No rush, take your time. Just this clone that has fused with the level 42 evolved ferocious hound will greatly improve your strength. Haha, Muwan. You're right, the young man exclaimed with delight. The two walked forward. Evolved demon hound with 3 heads lay on the flesh wall, with a device resembling an operating table placed beside it. Numerous conduits were inserted into the body of the evolved demon hound. On the device, a screen displays information. Mythical beast, evolved demon hound, Cerberus. Level 42. Numerical analysis, strength, agility, and endurance reach 1080, intelligence 200, strength comparable to mid-tier exotic beasts. Confused with humans and exotic beasts level 40 and above, with a fusion success rate greater than 85%. After glancing at the information on the screen, the young man gave Su Muin a look and said coldly, if Nightmare hadn't told us that the plan had been discovered and prematurely brought forth those demonic hounds hiding inside pregnant women, perhaps the professionals in Yanchang would have acted sooner, and in the end, we wouldn't have even been able to create this level 42 demonic hound. It's all that kid's fault. If I had known, Muwan, you shouldn't have stopped me from killing him. The young man looked at Su Muin, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. I already said, I'm not trying to stop you, Su Muin said with a smile. The young man then said softly, Muwan, don't worry, I will kill that brat with my own hands and avenge your broken wings. His gaze was fixed on Su Muin, as if he wanted to discern her attitude towards the matter from her changing expression. Speaking of which, Su Muin was his senior. As one of the 4 protectors of the Illuminati, known as Shadow, he had only been a member of the Illuminati for 25 years. When he was still a lowly henchman of the Illuminati, Su Muin was already one of the high-ranking protectors. It can be said that Su Muin has always been someone he looked up to, a goddess he worshipped, a queen who was high above him and could only be admired from afar. But now, he has become one of the 4 protectors. His status is equal to that of Su Muin, and he is finally able to express the love in his heart. However, the young man discovered that Su Muin seemed to have an unusual attitude towards that ant named Chu Fan. Besides being one of the 4 protectors of the Illuminati, Su Muin has 2 other identities, the only daughter of the Su group and a student at Yangqing No. 1 Middle School. Both of these identities are obviously fake. The young man had even specifically inquired about it, and found out that Chu Fan, who was also a student at Yangqing No. 1 High School, had actually dated Su Muin. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Even if it's a false identity, how could a mere ant who hasn't even grown a hair yet dare to lay a finger on a protector of the Illuminati? The young man continued to learn about Chu Fan's past and discovered that Chu Fan's eyes had been blinded by Su Muin. He was very satisfied. This matched his understanding of Su Muin's character: powerful, ruthless, and unscrupulous. But on many occasions, Su Muin seemed to show leniency towards Chu Fan. For example, that time in the lava field. He could have easily killed Chu Fan. If Su Muin hadn't stopped him in time, Chu Fan would already be a corpse. How could he have become the key figure in ruining their plans? Therefore, Chu Fan has been added to the youth's kill list. Whether it was to thwart their plans or to concern Su Muin, he had to kill Chu Fan. Kill him, good. Su Muin's lips gradually widened, and her eyes shone with excitement. The young man smiled, thinking to himself, yes, this is the Su Muin I know, the queen codenamed Phantom Butterfly. Let's begin the fusion. The young man nodded and pressed the red button on the device. One tube after another extended from the device, entering the interior of the evil aura clone and connecting the evolved evil hound with the figure. The blood cocoon demon embryo vibrated, transforming into an ocean of malevolent energy that continuously converged towards the clone. At the same time, the body of the killing dog gradually became shriveled. Of the demonic hound flowed towards the figure, then condensed in the air, enveloping the clone and eventually forming a blood cocoon. A blood cocoon that is 3 meters tall. Puff puff. The blood cocoon throbbed powerfully. Immediately afterwards, click. The outer shell of the blood cocoon broke apart like an eggshell. A figure walked out from inside. He was about 2 meters tall, his body was blood red, and he exuded a terrifying aura. He has human facial features, but his eyes are small and his teeth are sharp, clearly incorporating some characteristics of a savage dog. Welcome. From now on, you are me, and I am you, the young man said with a smile, looking at the figure. This fusion was created through his clone and naturally belongs to him as well. Haha. The figure grinned, and the flesh on its shoulder writhed as 2 more heads emerged. Su Muin looked at the device beside her. Perhaps it's because of the evil energy. The fusion rate is as high as 92%, which allows the clone to inherit most of the characteristics and abilities of the evil hound. Level 44. You've leveled up by 2, not bad. Shadow, now it's time to see what you do. Those ants are useless now. Let them come out and test the strength of my clone, the young man said coldly. And that bug named Chu Fan, I will crush him with my own hands. After saying that, the young man looked at Su Muin with a half smile. Su Muin grinned. Whatever you want, I don't care. Chapter 185 Strength. In Chu Fan's sight, a gap appeared in front of the blood cocoon demon embryo. It was as if someone had cut a gash there, and it kept getting bigger and bigger. Immediately afterwards, a monster that was at least 2 meters tall and had 3 heads emerged. The gap on the blood cocoon demon fetus was restored to its original state. Is it a fusion? Chu Fantian opened his eyes, his heart trembling. He looked at Li Mu and the other 3, and was about to speak when the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The illusion vanished, and the real world appeared before everyone's eyes. What is this? My God, how come there are so many mummified corpses of vicious dogs? Has the illusion been broken? Look, what's that? Everyone looked at the monster that emerged from the blood cocoon demonic fetus. The monster raised its 3 heads and let out a long roar. Its 3 lips grinned simultaneously, and countless long tongues emerged from its mouths, rushing towards the professionals. Not good, quickly set up defense. Ho Chang shouted, and fine threads suddenly appeared, like a giant net, covering everyone inside. However, those long tongues pierced straight through the airtight silk threads. So powerful. My surgical sutures can't stop it at all. Ho Chang took a deep breath. Those long tongues moved with incredible speed, piercing the mouths of some professionals in an instant. Wah, help me. Teacher I. Team leader. In a single exchange, even some captains were unable to withstand a single ordinary attack from the monster. Their protective light shields shattered instantly, like paper, when faced with the monster's long tongue. Dean. Ho Chang looked at Li Mu, his eyes filled with deep worry. This monster clearly incorporates the abilities of the demon hound. Its long tongues also possess parasitic capabilities. Would the newborn demon hounds parasitized by a monster of this strength be? Hundreds of members were parasitized, and their long tongues retracted from their mouths to stab at other members again. The realm of the dead. Li Mu shouted in a deep voice. Utter darkness spread outwards. A blood-red full moon hangs high in the sky. This place has become a world of the dead. Countless spirits emerged from the ground. They are like guards protecting the underworld, keeping the surviving professionals inside. Countless long tongues pierced their mouths, and the undead smacked their lips, trying to bite off the tongues, but the next moment, their jaws shattered. This monster is very strong. My undead spirits will have a hard time stopping it. Let's attack together. Li Mu's expression was solemn. The surviving professionals also turned their attention to those who were gossipy. Bang, 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 bang. Sparks flew everywhere. However, their attacks landed on the long tongue like a child's fist hitting an adult, unable to budge it in the slightest. Flames spread around Charlene, and she brandished a flaming whip, striking the long tongue repeatedly. Huh? I can't even scratch him. Xiaolin was shocked to see that her attack hadn't left a single mark. Just how powerful is this monster? At this moment, the bellies of the parasitized members lying around them rapidly swelled up. Puff! They shattered simultaneously in the next moment. One after another, ferocious and terrifying hounds emerged from inside. They all have 3 heads. Holy crap, where are the insightful ones? Quick, let's see what level they are. Level 23, a level 23 newborn demon hound. An observer exclaimed in horror. Damn it, you were born 10 levels higher than me. I'll beat you to a pulp. 3 heads. This is the characteristic of that level 42 evolved demon hound, that monster. Minister Ho, Deanly, please save us. The college students were all around level 20, while most high school students were only at level 10. Faced with hundreds of new level 23 demon hounds, all the members panicked. We simply can't beat them. Laughing Tiger. Li Mu turned around and frowned deeply. The undead he summoned protected the members of the extermination squad in the center, preventing the monster's long tongue from parasitizing them. But at this moment, in the center of the circle formed by the undead army, appeared hundreds of evolved demon hounds with 3 heads. Laughing Tiger, Li Mu called out. Tang Xiao nodded and was about to leave when Chu Fan pressed down on his shoulder. Let me do it, teacher. You should eat less, Chu Fan said with a smile. Tang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking of Chu Fan's strength, and nodded slightly. Chu Fan stood still, his heavenly eye having closed the moment the illusion shattered. At this moment, he closed his eyes and extended his perception of the fluctuations. His current sword shadow flowing light slash has a circular range. Kill only the ferocious hounds without harming anyone else. Chu Fan gently swung his longsword. Sword energies spread outwards from Chu Fan in all directions. The sword energy rippled out like waves, silencing the entire space. As the sword energy passed over the body of the undead, its momentum suddenly weakened, and then it shot towards the center circle. Puff, puff, puff. The hundreds of newborn demon hounds, which had just been born and were baring their teeth as they lunged at the humans before them, were struck by the sword energy and instantly turned into a bloody mist. The sword energy still had some residual power, but its strength weakened again as it passed over the bodies of the professionals, only causing them minor injuries. There is still room for improvement. Only when I can control the sword force to the minimum and prevent them from getting hurt will this move be considered a masterpiece. Chu Fan was unaware of the realm of entering the subtle, but at this moment, he secretly set a goal for this move in his mind. The scene was completely silent. All the professionals stood there, stunned. Captains including Xia Lin and Su Fangliang stared blankly at the sword Chu Fan swung, their eyes wide open. After a long while, a gasp of surprise finally rang out. Too strong. He hasn't even used his full strength yet. That eye isn't even open. Yes, I wonder what Chu Fan's strength would be if he went all out. Everyone was shocked by Chu Fan's strength. But they overlooked one point. That sword energy could kill hundreds of level 23 demonic hounds. So why were these members, who were of low strength, unharmed, and only slightly injured by the sword energy? While Li Mu and his 3 companions were attacking the long-tongued creatures, they also glanced at Chu Fan's group. Spot perfect. Li Mu took a deep breath, then his face lit up with joy. Haha, Dean, you've adopted a fine child. Lu Jun laughed, his body crackling with lightning as he battled dozens of long tongues with ease. Heh, congratulations to Principal Tang. You've taken on a good student. Ho Chang had somehow transformed into a doctor in a white coat, wielding a gleaming scalpel and twirling it with afterimages. He still remembered when Tang Xiaohu fought for a reward for Chu Fan. If he had known earlier that Chu Fan had such great potential, he wouldn't have hesitated to empty the resources of the Yangqing Ministry of Education, and would even have paid for it out of his own pocket. I thought we would be the main force in this crisis in Yangqing, but I didn't expect that Chu Fan would suddenly rise to prominence. His strength is now no weaker than mine. Tang Xiaohu looked at Chu Fan, his eyes narrowing into slits. Despite facing a powerful monster, Tang Xiaohu was also excited to see Chu Fan's strength increase dramatically and felt proud of the decision he had made back then. Chapter 186 Alien Race. Inside the blood cocoon demon embryo, the young man and Su Muin stood among them. A screen of light appeared in front of the two, displaying the monster's first-person perspective. My clone can share my vision, and it also has the ability to sense groups. I can say that I know exactly where the evil hounds are still alive in Yansheng and what they are doing. The young man's face showed pride. The creation of this clone greatly increased his strength. That's really impressive. Su Muin covered her mouth and chuckled. The highest level is only 36. This is the strength of the professionals in Yanqing. That's why we chose Yanqing as the location for our plan. Yanqing is too weak. The real powerhouses won't bother to help them remove the severed void. The young man's lips curled up. Su Muin said, "It was destiny that foresaw all of this, which is why we changed the planned location to Yanqing." The young man remained noncommittal. "Don't be careless. Have you forgotten what destiny said?" Su Muin reminded her. The young man seemed to have thought of something and frowned as he spoke. "If we go to the southeast, the plan can be accomplished. The demonic fetus will descend upon the world and bring me light. Anything else? People from other realms do not belong to this world. They are variables and should be treated with caution." Humph, he speaks ambiguously. I hate riddle makers like him more than anything else in my life. The young man gritted his teeth. What about people from other realms, not belonging to this world, variables? I really don't believe that there could be any variables in this plan, unless those powerful people are willing to lift the restrictions of severing the void for Yang City. Su Muin smiled, but didn't say anything. The young man continued. I have figured out the methods of those 4 people. The only one who poses a threat to me is that half-dead old man, who can materialize his domain. But his level is far below mine, which is an insurmountable disadvantage, so I don't even need to lift a finger to kill them. My clones are enough. The young man sneered. At this moment, his face suddenly darkened. He witnessed Chu Fan kill over 100 newly born demonic hounds with a single sword strike. Tsk tisk, it's that kid. His strength has increased a lot since the last time I met him. However, even if an ant gets stronger, it's still just a bigger ant. Are you going to make a move against him? Su Muin asked. The young man looked at Su Muin. What? You don't want me to kill him? Su Muin shook her head and smiled. I just wanted to remind you that he's not so easy to kill. He is the chosen one. What? The young man's expression changed for the first time. He can see through my illusions and even the weaknesses in space. That's the effect of his third eye. That eye, excitement shone in Su Muin's eyes. The heavenly eye of the Ashura clan, born from hell, condenses killing intent and can see through illusions to become a god-slaying eye. The young man looked at Chu Fan in the light screen, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. The heavenly eye, that's actually the heavenly eye of the Ashura clan? Are you sure? He saw Chu Fan open his heavenly eye while he was in the lava field, but he didn't take it seriously at the time. Hearing Su Muin say this, he immediately understood that only the heavenly eye could break through Su Muin's illusion and the multiple layers of space she released. Su Muin nodded. The Illuminati has collected information on the characteristics of a small number of the chosen ones, and the heavenly eye that Wang Xiu possessed 100 years ago is one of them. I'm not mistaken, because he looked me in the eye with that eye, and I saw a sight that still terrifies me to this day. The young man was breathing rapidly and murmured. A person from another realm, not belonging to this world, the variable mentioned by destiny, is him? He was deeply shocked. All those chosen will be granted special features by the alien race. For the chosen ones, this characteristic feature can greatly enhance their strength. But that's not the most important thing. Most importantly, behind every chosen one, there is a different race. This is not a secret within the Illuminati, and it coincides with what destiny said about variables being related to people from other lands. The young man knew that the variable was not Chu Fan, but the alien race behind him. Considering Chu Fan's profession, Ashura, the young man took a deep breath. The alien race behind him is the Ashura race, ranked 9th in the Alien Race Encyclopedia. Su Muin laughed and said, That's right. Do you still think you can kill him? If you anger the powerful Ashura clan behind him, even if your strength has increased greatly now, you will only be instantly killed. Humph. The young man glanced at Chu Fan inside the light screen, a ruthless glint in his eyes. The alien race behind him. Su Muin's lips curled up slightly, as if she were thinking about something. The battlefield outside. Don't get distracted. This monster's tongue is as hard as alloy, so you can imagine how strong its body is. Li Mu waved his staff, and a black mist enveloped the long tongue in front of him. In an instant, the long tongue lost its vitality, became limp, and shrank back towards the monster. It works? Li Mu's eyes lit up. He stood still, black mist swirling around him, like the Grim Reaper in the darkness. Darkness corrosion. Streams of black mist surged from his body, shooting towards the dense array of long tongues, staining them like ink. As the long tongues waved, they instantly lost their vitality, and the monster, standing at a distance, quickly retracted all its long tongues. Seeing this, Li Mu smiled. His dark corruption is different from other necromancers, because he is the chosen one, possessing the given hand of the dead. Having dealt with the corrupting power of the undead for a long time, Li Mu's body was also filled with the aura of death. Therefore, the black mist he released also possessed a trace of deathly aura. If the monster retracts its tongue into its mouth, the large amount of death energy, even if it doesn't kill it, will cause it considerable damage. However, the next moment, the monster's 3 mouths snapped down simultaneously. It bit off the densely packed long tongues by the roots. The severed tongues fell to the ground, visibly changing from scarlet to dark gray, and finally to pitch black, resembling dead flesh. This monster is quite intelligent. It even knows how to cut off its tongue, Li Mu said with a grave expression. Haha. The monster's mouth stretched to its ears, revealing sharp, fine teeth, as it looked at Li Mu with great interest. It seemed that the human in front of him had piqued his interest. Its 3 mouths were slightly open, and a low growl came from its throat. Rapidly grew from the base of its mouth, and within just 2 breaths, countless long tongues had grown out again. What kind of ability is this? Ho Chang gasped. The next moment, the monster left its original spot. No one could see its movements clearly, yet it had already arrived in front of Chu Fan. Oh no, its target is Xiao Fan, Li Mu exclaimed in alarm. Damn it, Chu Fan was constantly aware of his surroundings. When he saw the monster bypassing the 4 powerful figures and heading straight for him, he cursed inwardly. The monster came up to Chu Fan and let out a shriek at close range. Chu Fan felt a sharp pain flash through his mind, but he quickly regained his senses in less than 0.1 seconds. But in just 0.1 seconds, the monster was able to deliver a fatal blow. Not good. Chu Fan was horrified. In his perception, more than a dozen long tongues were coiling around him from all directions. Those long tongues were incredibly fast. By the time Chu Fan tried to leave, his body was already wrapped up by the long tongues and lifted into the air. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Chu Fan. He was actually captured by a monster. Chapter 187. Remember, his name is Chu Fan. Captain Chu. Chu Fan. Quickly save Fanner. Li Mu cried out in despair. The monster was too fast and went straight for Chu Fan. They didn't have time to react at all. Over there, the monster's tongue enveloped Chu Fan's body, holding him in the air, with only Chu Fan's head exposed. At this moment, Chu Fan looked like an ordinary person being coiled by a giant python. His face was flushed red, and he was even having some difficulty breathing. The monster looked closely at Chu Fan, its 3 pairs of eyes filled with intense excitement. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the monster. A middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, thrusting a dagger into the monster's back. Swish! A long, scarlet tongue lashed out and struck the man hard, sending him flying backward. He flew through the air for dozens of meters before landing on the ground. Its principal Luo Hai, they've arrived too. Flames erupted from Xiaolin's body, and she stopped in her tracks just as she was about to make a move. Although she desperately wanted to save Chu Fan, she knew very well that going up against him with her own strength would be suicide. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Bullets streaked across the night sky, striking the monster's head with a resounding clang. The monster, in pain, roared and turned to look in the direction from which the bullet had come. There stood a man wearing a black trench coat. Captain. Charlene looked at the newcomer and said with surprise. That man was Wang Ming, the captain of the special department in Yangqing. Wang Ming held the gun with both hands, his brows furrowed. What is this thing? It survived my headshot unscathed. Soon, men and women dressed in various styles swept in from afar. I'm sorry we're late, Wang Ming said to Ho Chang. They are school principals and high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Education, and are figures whose power is second only to Ho Chang, Li Mu, and Lu Jun. Save Chu Fan first, Ho Chang said coldly. His white coat fluttered even without wind, and the scalpel in his hand swiftly sliced through the air in front of him. At this moment, the monster seemed to pay no attention to anyone else. Its eyes were only on Chu Fan. It controlled its long tongue, wanting to burrow into Chu Fan's mouth, but suddenly froze in place. Upon closer inspection, its entire body is wrapped in fine silk threads, which shimmer with a faint green light. He's been anesthetized by me. Quick, let's make our move, Ho Chang shouted. Sensing a momentary loosening of the long tongues binding his body, Chu Fan swiftly escaped from them, returning to Li Mu's side with a look of lingering fear on his face. I was careless. I didn't expect his first target to be me. Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Fanner stepped back first. Li Mu gave a low shout, and a magic book appeared in his hand, quickly lighting up. Dark binding. Thick black mist emerged from the monster's body, forming a dark cage that imprisoned it inside. Li Mu did not stop. He stomped his staff on the ground with his right hand. Death Tombstone. A huge tombstone fell from the sky and slammed into the monster. The ground shook, and the tombstone sank dozens of meters into the ground, pinning the monster beneath it. With this combo, Li Mu was confident he could kill even a level 40 professional. But Li Mu knew that the monster in front of him was definitely more than level 40. He used these two skills not to kill it, but only to temporarily trap it and think of a countermeasure. Dean, this monster is far stronger than us. What should we do? And the Illuminati haven't shown up yet. Lu Jun looked at Li Mu, his eyes filled with deep worry. By this point, the members of the clearing squads were no longer of much use. It was a battle of the highest combat strength that mattered. What else can we do? Even if we die, we'll drag them down with us. Ho Chang's face showed a look of resignation to his fate. Li Mu said in a deep voice, this monster can actually regenerate its tongue, this ability. Regeneration. This monster not only possesses all the abilities of that evolved demon hound, but has also awakened the ability to regenerate. Ho Chang, Li Mu, Lu Jun, and Tang Xiaohu all looked at the person who was speaking. It was Chu Fan. Chu Fan, you have mind's eye? Tang Xiaohu exclaimed in surprise, as if he had just realized something. Shrewdness. Ho Chang asked, puzzled. Tang Xiaohu looked at Li Mu, and seeing the latter nod, he explained in a low voice. That's right. The third-order fluctuation perception comprehension skill, mind's eye? My grandfather also knows it. Ashuras, who possess mind's eye, can sense the level and skills of strange beasts. Can it sense the level and skills of a strange beast? This ability. The four powerful figures looked at Chu Fan in surprise. Fanner, what level is this monster? Li Mu asked. Chu Fan took a deep breath. Level 44. It should have fused with that level 42 evolved ferocious hound, but not with that Batman, because it doesn't have spatial abilities. Seeing everyone's surprise, Chu Fan told Li Mu and the others what had happened in Yangqing. So that's how it is. It seems the Illuminati chose Yangqing to cultivate high-level fiend hounds, and then have the fiend hounds merge with humans to create another monster comparable to the Bat Youth. Li Mu looked at the tombstone. This monster is very high-level. Not only does it possess the mental attack skill Confusion, it also has regenerative abilities. It's very difficult to kill. Chu Fan asked tentatively. Grandpa, can you defeat it? Li Mu smiled wryly. To be honest, I'm not confident either. We can only take a gamble. Fanner, are you willing to take the gamble with us? Chu Fan stood there, stunned. Li Mu's meaning was clear. Even they didn't have much confidence in the face of such a powerful opponent. The most likely outcome of such a struggle is death. But what is there to fear in death? We do but fight at this point. Escape alone? Chu Fan couldn't do it. Here are his grandfather, his teacher, Xia Lin, who is on good terms with him, and many familiar faces from Yangqing. Many people have lost their lives in this crisis. Some people are afraid of death and want to seek survival when facing death, but this is only human nature. Their courage in joining the cleanup team and getting this far is truly admirable. And courage, he never lacked. Chu Fan grinned. Yang City is restricted by this severed void, and we can't get out. What else can we do but fight? Escape? Where can we escape to? Haha. Good. Fanner, Bukue is my good child. Li Mu said with relief. But don't worry, it doesn't matter if Grandpa dies, but before I die, I will do my best to send you away. Grandpa, don't be so pessimistic. What if we win? Chu Fan called out to the senior of the Ashura clan in his heart. As long as that senior is summoned, no matter how strong the opponent is, they will become a dead soul under the sword of the Ashura clan. Senior? However, no response came to mind. Speaking of which, that senior has been silent for more than a month. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Chu Fan couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Bang! Just then, the huge tombstone suddenly exploded. Long tongues, like sharp knives, pierced into the tombstone and tore it apart. Everyone looked over there. Whether we succeed or fail, We must fight to the death. Ho Chang's eyes were sharp. I am not afraid. Lu Jun laughed. I am not afraid either. Tang Xiaohu stepped forward. Add me to the list. Wang Ming pressed down on the brim of his hat. Make your move. Li Mu shouted in a low voice. Chu Fan stood with the strongest people in Yangqing. One of the strongest in Yangqing. He and Li Mu, along with others, seemed to be the guardians of Yangqing, bearing the brunt of danger and protecting the entire city behind them. Xia Lin, Su Fangliang, Du Jing, and the other members stood at a distance, silently watching the thin figures standing with Li Mu and the others, their eyes filled with gratitude, reverence, and fervor. This is what a young hero is like. Remember, his name is Chu Fan. Xia Lin smiled as she watched Chu Fan's retreating figure. Chapter 188. 6 people. Charlene, you've awakened and are now capable of fighting. Follow me. Wang Ming, wearing a trench coat and a hat, called out to Charlene in the crowd. Yes. Charlene's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as she quickly stepped forward. The 6 strongest fighters in Yangqing stood in a row, confronting the monster. Everyone stared at the 6 figures. They were the strongest in Yangqing and the heroes who protected the city. Li Mu, a level 36 hidden class, is a necromancer who has already awakened. Lu Jun, level 34, standard class, Thunder Fist, already awakened. Ho Chang, a level 35 regular class, a swordsman, has been awakened. Tang Xiaohu, a level 29 hidden class, Devourer, not yet awakened. Wang Ming, level 34, a standard class, Gunner, already awakened. Charlene, level 32, standard class, Fire Fist, already awakened. Chu Fan, a level 32 hidden class, Ashura, not yet awakened. These 6 people are the 6 strongest in Yangqing, but they were facing monsters far stronger than themselves, and that young man with spatial abilities who did not appear. This battle is destined to be a fight to the death. Support, get your buffs up. Ho Chang roared. In an instant, within the massive clearing squad, support classes such as healers, insightful individuals, and light knights swiftly unleashed their skills. A dazzling light flashed in their hands. Although they are all support classes, the support effects of each class are different. Physicians can enhance the defense and recovery capabilities of professionals. Insight can enhance a professional's agility. The light knight, on the other hand, can enhance their power. Multicolored light converged on Ho Chang and his group of 6. As beams of light fell upon him, Chu Fan felt his physical exhaustion fully restored, his 4-dimensional attributes increased once again, and his entire body was filled with unprecedented power. Having a support character by your side is indeed very useful, Chu Fan thought to himself. Fight! Li Mu stood in the center of the 6 people. His face was pale and his body was hunched, but in everyone's eyes, he appeared to be incredibly tall. The monster looked at the 6 humans in front of it, a grin spreading across its face, its eyes filled with contempt. They seemed to be nothing more than ants. Roar! Its 3 heads roared to the sky. An invisible crimson ripple spread out. It's a psychological attack. Ho Chang shouted. He crossed his arms over his chest. Condense. A huge, phantom-like test tube appeared, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain a green liquid. Then, a needle was extended from the test tube and inserted into the bodies of everyone present. From a distance, the enormous test tube stood upright in midair, looking like a hedgehog. The surgeon's A-level skill, injection. The surgeon is an awakened form of the physician, but in a different direction. The surgeon focuses on attack rather than support. Although it is a primary offensive class, the swordsman also possesses some auxiliary skills. The green liquid in the test tube can temporarily boost mental strength and prevent being controlled by mental attack skills. As the monster roared, many people showed expressions of pain on their faces. A crimson hue bloomed in their eyes, and even Wang Ming and Lu Jun were no exception. A level 44 monster uses the mental attack skill Confusion. How can a level 30+ professional withstand it? Not to mention the students with weaker abilities. Many high school students even went crazy on the spot, recklessly unleashing their skills in front of their surroundings. Confusion. At this moment, their minds were already confused. Only Chu Fan and Li Mu remained completely unaffected. Ho Chang's injection. The crimson in those people's eyes faded, and they gradually regained their senses. Roar. The monster grinned and let out another huge roar, then stood still and looked at the humans as if they were toys. In the blink of an eye, their eyes turned bloodshot again. The test tube Ho Chang created already contained very little liquid. This monster is too high level. I'm running out of injection fluid, Ho Chang said, panting heavily. Li Mu looked at Chu Fan beside him and was slightly surprised to see that he was unaffected. Fanner, cooperate with me. Let's Chu Fan stood still, his eyes closed, as if sensing something. At this moment, Chu Fan immersed his consciousness in his sea of consciousness, controlling the plaza within it to press down on the surrounding mist. He pulled everyone's spiritual fog into that square. Faced with the eerie and sinister Ashura race and the unknown being bound by towering chains, a strong sense of fear welled up in everyone's hearts. That fear surpassed the mental confusion unleashed by the monster. The crimson hue vanished from everyone's eyes, replaced by deep fear. The next moment, Chu Fan quickly withdrew his Ashura domain and released the spiritual clouds of those people from the square. He used this trick before. It's all about who has the stronger mental attack skills. Clearly, his Ashura domain was more powerful than the monster's bewitching ability, thanks to his consistent focus on cultivating mental strength as his primary attribute. Everyone came to their senses, their faces filled with fear. "Hey, you pervert, what are you doing?" A girl looked at the boy next to her who was groping her. I'm sorry, I was just controlled. This wasn't my intention." The boy's hand froze in midair, and he said in a panic, "I don't believe you. What exactly is going on? Our sanity was controlled by that monster. It was that square that saved us. Don't you think that square looks familiar? It was that square that saved us from our sanity back at the walls of the Demon Dog City. Damn, that was really intense. We were hit by 2 mental attacks at once, one of which was actually our life-saving skill. Who is it? Who exactly is helping us?" Su Fangliang looked into the distance. It's Chu Fan. That plaza is the mental domain he created. He's a genius. He can actually use mental attack skills like that. Chu Fan. Everyone looked at the figure in the distance, their faces filled with gratitude. This is the second time Chu Fan has saved them. Haha, Fanner, well done. Li Mu's eyes gleamed as he laughed loudly. The monster's eyes narrowed slightly, and its body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Without hesitation, Chu Fan's forehead flesh writhed as he opened his heavenly eye. Once the heavenly eye is activated, no matter how fast the monster moves, it cannot escape the heavenly eye's perception and prediction. In Chu Fan's perception, the monster was charging straight toward him. Its target is still Chu Fan. If Chu Fan didn't activate his heavenly eye, even if his wave perception could detect its presence, he wouldn't have time to react because the level difference was too great. But the heavenly eye can predict the opponent's movements. Its target is me. Protect me, Chu Fan shouted, sensing the monster's next move. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 people stood around Chu Fan, protecting him. Protect me, I can predict its movements. Chu Fan's heavenly eye stared straight at the red figure in front of him. Upon hearing this, Ho Chong and the others gave Chu Fan's third eye a strange look and swallowed hard. Predicting, that ability is simply unbeatable. Chapter 189, The Touch of Death. It's going to attack from behind, Chu Fan suddenly shouted. Bang! Lu Jun, standing behind Chu Fan, immediately focused his attention. A long tongue suddenly appeared, making a sharp turn in the air and striking towards the back of Chu Fan's head. Humph! Lu Jun's fist crackled with lightning as he punched the monster's tongue. A tremendous force struck, and Lu Jun felt as if his internal organs had been severely damaged, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Such powerful strength. Lu Jun took a deep breath. As Lu Junlei unleashed his fist, lightning crackled and popped on the long tongue. The monster's long tongue acted like a fuse, and lightning rapidly spread out, enveloping the surrounding tongues. I'll add fuel to the fire. Charlene brandished her flaming whip. The flames quickly mixed with the lightning, forming fire and lightning. A hybrid technique. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Some professions complement each other, and when skills are used together, the effect can be greater than the sum of its parts. Just like Lu Jun and Xiaolin right now. When thunder and fire combine, they form fire thunder, which is even more powerful. In the blink of an eye, the monster's outstretched tongue was completely enveloped by fire and lightning. Explode. Charlene snapped her fingers. A huge explosion was heard. The monster's alloy-like long tongue was instantly blasted to pieces. Everyone was overjoyed to see this. It's hurt, which is a good sign. Especially for Li Mu. If others could also injure this monster, he wouldn't need to use his skills so frequently, and his body. Li Mu sighed inwardly. I hope we can hold on until the end. The monster's long tongue was blown apart, and it roared as a new tongue grew out of its mouth. This time, it changed its target and charged at Charlene. It went to Sister Lin's place, Chu Fan shouted. Tang Xiaohu stood beside Xiaolin. He only felt a red shadow flash before his eyes. He opened his mouth and sucked in Xiaolin's long tongue, which was about to burrow into his mouth. Damn it! Tang Xiaohu's expression changed drastically, and he withdrew his suction power. Dare not swallow that. Teacher, be careful. It's coming towards you again. Get down here. Chu Fan shouted, his third eye wide open. Tang Xiaohu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, tensed up. 3 long tongues suddenly burrowed out from between Tang Xiaohu's legs. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out. The 3 long tongues were severed in 2 right under Tang Xiaohu's crotch. 3 flaming bullets shot into the long tongue, then spread into the monster's mouth as easily as a knife cutting through tofu. Thanks. Tang Xiaohu gave Wang Ming a grateful look. Wang Ming, holding 2 pistols, nodded. Be careful, I only have 3 explosive bullets. 3 explosive bullets slid along the long tongue and instantly reached the monster's mouth. Puff! One of the monster's heads was pierced through, and blood gushed out. The monster cried out in pain, its head bobbing up to the sky, and the bloody hole in its head visibly healed. This regenerative ability. Wang Ming took a deep breath. Even the explosive fireballs didn't work? Li Mu quickly spoke up. Although this monster is strong, it is, after all, a fusion of a weak alien beast race like the fiend dog. Its attack ability is singular. With Fanner here, its confusion skill is ineffective, and its strength is greatly reduced. Protect Fanner. Yes. Ho Chang and the others nodded quickly. They all knew Chu Fan's role. Chu Fan's ability to rescue them from confusion is something only Chu Fan possesses. Otherwise, Ho Chang's injection has been completely used up, and this monster releases confusion from time to time. Apart from Li Mu being able to remain unaffected, how can the others fight it? Black mist rose from Li Mu's body. I'd like to see how many times you can regenerate. Darkness corrosion. Black mist billowed out and flew towards the monster, enveloping it within. Sizzle sizzle. The black fog carried an aura of death, and within it, serpentine creatures darted about. The monster's body visibly changed from blood red to dark gray. However, a murderous aura suddenly rose from the monster, shattering the mist. The dark gray parts on its body returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Li Mu stood still, staring intently at the monster, supporting his body with his staff. Dean, are you all right? Ho Chang asked. Li Mu shook his head. After a brief pause, the monster vanished from the spot once more. 5 top experts stood around Chu Fan, protecting him firmly in the center. Chu Fan's heavenly eyes darted around, capturing the monster's silhouette. Sister Lin, watch out. It's charging at you again, Chu Fan said. Behind you. Tang Xiaohu opened his mouth to breathe, trying to draw Xia Lin's long tongue, which was attacking him, to his side. At that moment, the long tongue suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Charlene suddenly froze on the spot. A long tongue pierced her body from the top of her head, penetrating her completely. Sister Lin. Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. How could this be? He clearly anticipated that the monster's attack would come from behind. How could it suddenly disappear and change direction? An idea popped into his mind. The power of space. The opponent used spatial abilities to slightly alter the direction of the long tongue, almost like teleportation. It was that young man with bat wings. Where? Chu Fan suppressed his anger and scanned his surroundings. Before anyone else could react, several more long tongues, as sharp as steel alloy, pierced Charlene's body. Charlene. Shaolin. Wang Ming roared in anger, gripping his dual pistols and unleashing a hail of bullets at the monster's true form in the distance. However, these ordinary bullets did almost no damage to the monster. Its regenerative ability allows it to recover from injuries in an instant. The monster grinned and pulled its long tongues back from Charlene's body. It licked its tongue, which was stained with Charlene's blood, and showed an expression of enjoyment, as if it were savoring a delicious treat. Charlene collapsed to the ground, her body riddled with bloody holes, and it looked like she was going to die. The people in the distance were stunned by what they saw. Charlene is dead? Lin? Sister Lin. Chu Fan was a little confused for a moment. Quick, save her. Soon, a wind mage released a whirlwind, transporting Charlene's body into the group. The support class began to examine her injuries. Upon inspection, the scene was filled with mournful cries. Chu Fan's chest heaved violently. Charlene's fate is unknown, but she and he have already developed a deep friendship. Helplessness, regret, and sadness filled his heart. Damn it, you beast. Lu Jun transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged straight at the monster. The monster's eyes were filled with excitement, as if it were enjoying the feeling of torturing humans. Its long tongues danced around it, like steel chains, as it attacked Lu Jun. Cough cough. Li Mu's face was pale. He supported himself and took off the glove on his left hand, revealing the undead hand underneath. The undead hand was like a piece of black, rotten wood, from which a thick aura of death rose. Dean. Tang Xiaohu looked at Li Mu. He was well aware of Li Mu's physical condition. This battle was different from the previous probing of the blood cocoon demon embryo in the evil fiend forest. Testing the blood cocoon demon embryo, Li Mu only released a small amount of death energy, which could not harm his foundation. But now, seeing the resolute look in Li Mu's eyes, Tang Xiaohu felt a sense of foreboding. It's all right. Li Mu revealed the complete undead hand. I will have this day sooner or later. Rather than living a wretched life and being afraid of death, I might as well let it realize its value and die a worthy death. Touch of death. Li Mu stretched out his undead hand and grabbed at the monster from a distance. Chapter 190 Death Battle. Lu Jun rushed forward and engaged the monster in close combat. However, he was only level 34, and even with the attribute bonuses from various equipment, he was still far behind level 42 monsters. Bang! Almost immediately upon engaging in combat, he was struck by the monster's long tongue, and like a kite with a broken string, he flew dozens of meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. Haha! The monster let out a low laugh, sounding both human and beast. Suddenly, its expression changed. An aura that instilled fear in it appeared. The monster's 3 heads all looked toward the source of the fear. It was Li Mu. To be precise, the fear came from Li Mu's undead hand. At this moment, endless black energy surged from the hands of the undead. Li Mu's face was deathly pale, his entire face visibly thinned out, and his hair turned white rapidly, becoming extremely emaciated. Ah! The monster roared and quickly disappeared from the spot. It was quite intelligent and knew very well that it had to kill Li Mu before he could unleash that skill. It's coming. It's going to attack Grandpa. Chu Fan shouted, his third eye wide open. I'll hold it off. Ho Chang stepped forward and unleashed his momentum. The environment changed, and a huge operating room appeared. The monster was entangled in threads and pulled toward the operating table below. The monster shattered the threads and roared, instantly destroying Ho Chang's aura. The next moment, the monster stretched out its claws and slapped Ho Chang away. At this moment, the monster only had eyes for Li Mu. The black mist actually made it feel threatened with death. Damn it! Tang Xiaohu shouted, protect the Dean. Wang Ming leaped into the air, and bombs streaked across bright arcs before landing on the monster. Boom! An explosion occurred at the monster's location. However, the next moment, the monster jumped out of the flames without being injured at all. Tang Xiaohu took a deep breath, and his stomach instantly swelled up rapidly. A powerful suction force came, affecting the monster's movements. The monster's body was actually pulled in by that suction force. It stomped its feet on the ground, its claws sinking into the earth, and managed to stop its body from moving. Damn it, your physical body alone can withstand my devouring. Tang Xiaohu cursed as he sucked in the air. The monster looked at Tang Xiaohu, its eyes filled with bloodlust. Although this fat man wasn't very strong, it had a feeling that it might actually be sucked into the fat man's stomach, and then its fate would be very miserable. Tang Xiaohu's devouring bought Li Mu time. The monster's expression suddenly changed, and it looked down at its own body. One by one, black tentacles suddenly appeared on its body, wriggling like seaweed growing on rocks. Li Mu's face paled again, and he quickly swallowed a pill. Die! He gritted his teeth, and a torrent of death energy emanated from his undead hand. The monster's tentacles multiplied, becoming dense and enveloping it. A furious shout rang out, followed by a flash of blood-red light. A burst of crimson malevolent energy erupted, and the monster shook off its tentacles, revealing the skin beneath. Its skin was ulcerated and had turned a dark gray. Deathly energy is eroding its body. The monster bared its teeth, and a streak of crimson blood appeared on its skin as it used its regenerative abilities to fight against the death aura. Upon seeing this, Li Mu staggered a few steps and used his staff to support his body. Touch of death. He used the skill again, and tentacles reappeared on the monster's body. Under the thick aura of death, the monster's skin visibly rotted and turned black, and the rate of decay of the death aura was clearly stronger than its regenerative ability. After all, this is a skill released through the hand of the dead. That is a special feature that was bestowed upon it. How could a mere beast possibly withstand it? Only 3 breaths have passed since Li Mu made his move. All the professionals were awestruck by Li Mu's methods. He actually managed to fight that monster all by himself. Only Tang Xiaohu looked worried. He knew Li Mu's physical condition very well. Using the undead hand skill twice in a row would accelerate the spread of death energy in his body. It can be said that Li Mu was fighting with the intention of dying together with his opponent. Grandpa. Tears welled up in Chu Fan's eyes. He seemed to sense that Li Mu had aged decades in an instant. The light in Li Mu's eyes had vanished, replaced by a grayness. His already thin body looked frail and seemed about to collapse at any moment. Chu Fan looked around. At this moment, only Tang Xiaohu and Wang Ming remained around him. The battle had barely begun when Xia Lin, Lu Jun, and Ho Chang were already missing, and Grandpa had fought with all his might. Chu Fan took a deep breath, feeling somewhat helpless. He thought his improvement speed was already very fast. After all, among this year's freshmen, he was undoubtedly the #1 in terms of both combat ability and level. Once inside a dungeon, he can fight his way through, instantly killing thousands of monsters with a single sword strike. He completely overwhelmed those students, and even Yasuo was no match for him. He can remain unharmed even when facing evolved demonic hounds, and even use them as tools for leveling up. Throughout this journey, Chu Fan has hardly suffered any injuries. Actually, he also felt proud, even inflated. But at this moment, facing this monster that was over level 40, he realized that his level was nothing in this world. This monster was created by fusing with a low-level ferocious hound. If this is the case for lower-level races, what about the higher-level races and their beasts that are above level 40? I'm still too weak, Chu Fan said with a wry smile. But so what if we're weak? We still have to fight. Chu Fan raised his hand, and the star sword appeared in his hand. He swung his sword directly at the monster. A sword aura, seemingly descending from the netherworld, shot into the sky and swiftly attacked the monster. Netherworld slash. This is Chu Fan's highest damage attack skill to date. If this skill can't kill it, then there's no other way. The monster was still fighting off the tentacles on its body and had no time to dodge the sword energy. Or rather, it didn't take Chu Fan's attack seriously at all. The black sword energy swept past, piercing its body and sinking a meter deep before slowly disappearing. A huge wound appeared on its body, almost spanning its entire length. Fresh blood gushed out. The tentacles, like rats seeing food, desperately tried to burrow into the wound, but the monster's baleful aura shattered them. At the same time, the sword wound visibly healed. The netherworld slash, can it only injure it to this extent? Chu Fan was stunned. Everyone else was stunned by what they saw. That sword energy, what kind of power is that? Yes, I've never seen Chu Fan use that before. It's his killer move. So powerful. Even Minister Ho and his team had a hard time hurting that monster. I never expected Chu Fan to be able to do it. Chu Fan was able to wound the monster with a single sword strike, which astonished them. It seems that Chu Fan brings them a different kind of shock every time. Tang Xiaohu and Wang Ming looked at Chu Fan, their hearts also filled with turmoil. What level of skill is this move? Although the monster possessed regenerative abilities, Chu Fan's sword strike still caused it considerable pain. It glared fiercely at Chu Fan, then focused on defending itself against the tentacles. Other attacks are irrelevant to it because it possesses regenerative abilities. But these tentacles are different. It clearly sensed that its regenerative abilities were unable to withstand the erosion of this deathly aura. The monster was covered in tentacles, which almost completely enveloped its body. Its body also began to change from dark gray to dark black. Die! Li Mu forced himself to stand up and stretched out his undead hand to grab forward again. For the first time, panic appeared in the monster's eyes. Help me! It roared in a low, inhuman voice toward a certain spot in the air. It can actually speak human language. There's someone there? Chu Fan immediately looked in that direction. Chapter 191, The Second Personality. Through his clairvoyance, he could vaguely sense that the space there seemed somewhat different from the surroundings. It seems there's someone hiding inside. Suddenly, space tore open in that spot in the air, and a handsome young man with bat-like wings emerged from the dark spatial rift. Everyone, it's quite a scene, the young man said with a playful smile, looking at the crowd. Save me. If I die, you won't feel good either, the monster roared again. The young man smiled and quickly flapped his wings, with streaks of black lightning condensing on his fleshy wings. Those black lightning bolts seemed to belong to a different world. Spatial cut. The young man pointed at the monster, and the black lightning bolts rushed towards it. Soon, the tentacles detached from the monster's body. Upon closer inspection, each tentacle is enclosed in a small space. The young man actually cut off the tentacles, which were filled with death energy, from the monster, and put them into small spaces. Upon seeing this, everyone, including Chu Fan, gasped in shock. The death aura was gone, and the monster's body visibly turned blood red again. The rotten parts of its body also began to regenerate. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt utterly hopeless. They paid such a high price to finally injure that monster, but now their side is filled with dead and wounded. The monster, however, was completely unharmed. Furthermore, A young man whose strength was no less than that of the monster appeared. How do we fight this? You've finally shown up, cough cough. Limu glared at the young man. Your goal was to create this fusion, wasn't it? Now that you've achieved your goal, could you? Sure. The young man licked his lips. I can spare all of you, but he must die. The young man pointed at Chu Fan, a faint smile on his face. Inside the blood cocoon demon embryo, Su Muin watched the scene intently, her brows furrowed. Likes to play around? I'm afraid he might end up getting caught in a trap. After all, Destiny said, forget it, let it be. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, a smile spreading across her face. So, you're coming out again at this hour? As soon as she finished speaking, the expression on her face changed instantly. Although it was still Su Muin's face, her expression and temperament were completely different from before. If the previous Su Muin was a high and mighty queen, a phantom butterfly, who could calmly face everything. At this moment, Su Muin appeared as a gentle and delicate girl, like a lady from a respectable family. Her face was filled with sorrow as she murmured to herself, I told you, I can't kill Chu Fan. After she finished speaking, her expression changed again. She had transformed into Su Muin, who had been acting like a queen just moments before. Su Muin grinned and said, What? You're that reluctant to part with him? Su Muin said softly, This is my only request. Don't pretend with me. You blinded Chu Fan back then, and you still had the nerve to say you liked him. No, it wasn't me, it was you blinded him, I wouldn't do that. You are my second personality. If I want to do something, would I still do it if you were determined to stop me? In the end, you subconsciously still hope that I will blind Chu Fan. So although you objected, you did not stop me. Opposition and obstruction are completely different things. Let me guess why you agreed. Is it because Chu Fan has been suppressing you in the theoretical exams for years? You lived in this world as my second personality. You were a good girl in your parents' eyes since you were a child and an object of envy for others. So when Chu Fan suddenly appeared, you were still very resentful deep down. You want to take back first place. It's an instinct you've developed since you were a child. So, after I suggested blinding Chu Fan, you objected, but didn't stop me. Are you still saying that matter had nothing to do with you? Su Muin kept smiling and talking to herself. That delicate face never appeared again. A long time. Tears welled up in Su Muin's eyes. I didn't, you're lying. I never expected that after merging with the seven-colored illusion butterfly, a second personality like you would appear in my body. What's worse, you actually fell in love with a mortal while living in the world with a false identity. Second personality, I warned you before, Chu Fan is just a passerby in your external identity. For people like us who are about to become new humans, he has no right to be with you. You need to know your place. The frail Su Muin appeared. Stop talking. This time. Can you let him go? If you don't say anything and I don't say anything either, no one in the Illuminati will know. Su Muin smiled and shook her head. No, getting as I would be good for both of us. Outside, the young man appeared and used his spatial abilities to free the monster from the death aura. Everyone looked desperate. However, when Limu tentatively tried to beg for mercy, the other party actually said that Chu Fan had to die. Limu smiled. He had hoped to find a way to survive. Even though the other party is the evil Illuminati. But for Yangcheng, for Chu Fan, and for the children in the orphanage, he was willing to compromise. But the other party actually wanted Chu Fan dead. This is the person he cares about most. Limu laughed and said, Then there's nothing more to say. Gentlemen, are you willing to fight? Limu shouted. War! War! The professionals roared in anger. The young man hovered in the air, sneering. What? You think you still have the ability to fight me? In that case, then you should all die. After he finished speaking, he flapped his wings, causing the surrounding space to tremble. One by one, hospital beds appeared. Those hospital beds were filled with strangely shaped humans. To be precise, it was a monster lying there, neither human nor inhuman. They possess human characteristics, but most of their bodies have been transformed into beasts. Even more extreme cases have resulted in their entire bodies transforming into monstrous forms. This is... Limu's pupils shrank sharply. When he first arrived at the headquarters of the Su group, he saw hospital beds scattered all over the ground floor in the underground room. The beds on the empty floor had disappeared, clearly indicating that they had been moved away. Those monsters lying on the hospital beds, fused with alien beasts, were all Illuminati experiments. At this moment, the young man actually used his spatial abilities to release the experimental subjects. Even if they aren't strong individually, after fusing with the alien beasts, they're still stronger than most of the professionals present. Limu took a deep breath and shouted, Everyone, Prepare for battle. Haha. The young man burst into laughter. The monster stood beside him, a contemptuous smile on its face. Very well, let me show you the strength of a failed experiment. You humans are ultimately the weakest creatures in the world. The young man acted as if he were insane. As soon as he finished speaking, all the monsters on the hospital bed struggled to get up. Chapter 192 Intense. A rustling sound arose. The monsters lying on the hospital beds all struggled to get up. They pulled out the tubes inserted into their bodies. Squeak, squeak. Giggle. Roar. The monsters leaped off the hospital beds, looked at the humans around them, and their eyes gleamed with excitement. Humans, a cockroach-like monster standing upright said in broken human language. Kill them. Despicable humans. Some monsters dragged long tails, some were covered in jet black scales, and some had eerie eyes all over their bodies. At the young man's signal, they swarmed towards the 1,000-person team. Let's do it. Kill. A strong killing intent also blazed in the eyes of the squad members and captains. These monsters clearly no longer belong to the category of humans. They are all products created by the Illuminati through the fusion of humans and beasts. The beasts are cold-blooded and ruthless. But everyone has a sense of justice. At this point, whoever is afraid to fight will die. Go. Kill them. Even the high school students blushed and shouted angrily. The captain and vice-captains were stronger, and they were the first to charge forward. The students followed suit, showcasing a variety of skills. A monster covered in black scales, resembling a rhinoceros, roared, and a black barrier appeared around it. The team members' attack struck the barrier, but the barrier remained completely undamaged. Ha! Weak people. Humans. The rhinoceros monster roared with laughter. Its face was filled with bloodlust and contempt, completely forgetting that it had once been a human being. Rage. Su Fangliang immediately entered a state of rage, his face seemingly covered in blood. The two swords in his hands gradually turned blood red. Berserker SA rank skill, Bloodblade. Fueled by both rage and the power of the Bloodblade, Su Fangliang charged straight at the rhinoceros monster, then leaped high into the air and slashed down fiercely. Earth-splitting slash. The fierce attack struck the rhinoceros monster's protective barrier, shattering it instantly. Then, to its terrified gaze, the twin swords cleaved its head in two. Seeing Su Fangliang kill the rhinoceros monster with a single sword strike, the surrounding professionals were overjoyed. Haha, Fangliang, well done. An elderly captain laughed loudly. He slightly raised his hands and silently recited the incantation. A strong wind suddenly arose, and the wind grew stronger and stronger, eventually forming a tornado more than 10 meters high, which blasted towards the monsters. The old man, Xiong Tao, would sometimes disappear into the air, appear next to a monster, stab it with his dagger, and then disappear again. He's an assassin. The dagger was coated with a deadly poison, and Xiong Tao used guerrilla tactics to constantly harass the battlefield. He stabbed many monsters that were fighting with others. Although the damage was not high, the potent poison on Xiong Tao's dagger still had a significant impact on them. Kill. The monster covered in eyes roared. Its eyes suddenly turned to look in one direction. Xiong Tao, who had been hiding there, suddenly revealed himself. His pupils contracted as he tried to escape, but he found himself frozen in place. It's the power of those eyes. Xiong Tao exclaimed in shock. Roar, a monster whose limbs had turned into tentacles disappeared from the spot. The next moment, its limbs wrapped around Xiong Tao. Then, a jet black, ink-like substance sprayed from his mouth, enveloping Xiong Tao. Xiong Tao let out a painful scream. His body, covered in ink, was visibly melting away. Xiong Tao, Su Fangliang's expression changed drastically, and he gritted his teeth and charged towards the octopus monster. At that moment, Du Jing also entered the monster horde and slashed at a monster flying in the air like a wasp. The monster's wings were cut off by Du Jing, and it fell from the sky. Hiss! The monster turned around, its vertical pupils staring intently at Du Jing. Suddenly, its rump began to throb, as if something was about to fly out from it. This is bad. Du Jing's expression changed. A half-meter-long spike shot out from the monster's buttocks, creating a sonic boom in the air, and struck Du Jing's shoulder, piercing through it. Du Jing's face turned pale instantly, followed by a wave of dizziness, and her face began to break out in a dense rash of pustules. Is poisonous. Du Jing rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Quickly, save Captain Du Jing. The support class standing at the back of the group stepped forward and, taking advantage of the chaos, carried Du Jing back to the back. The battle is intense. While there are some strong captains on the human side, captains are still a minority. The number of monsters was only 1/10 of the number of the party members. However, all the monsters are of similar strength to captain-level monsters. A monster covered in spikes charged into the crowd. It screamed, and its spikes shot out like swords from a bow, hurtling towards the surrounding people. In an instant, most of the team members were killed or wounded. Xiao Gang. Yin Yin no. As they watched familiar faces die before their eyes, many people shed tears. Ha, die, all of you die? That monster covered in eyes seemed to have a high degree of integration, and its strength was among the top of all the monsters. The countless eyes kept opening and closing at an extremely fast speed. Su Fangliang, who was fighting a monster, suddenly stopped. In that instant, 3 monsters surrounded him. A monster with a snake's tail coiled around Su Fangliang. Weak, so weak. Students continued to die in the battles against those fused beings. Wang Ming and Tang Xiaohu tried to go and help several times, but the level 42 monster blocked their way with a bloodthirsty smile on its face. Where do you want to run off to? Chu Fan looked around. Many people died. There were members of his team who stayed with him day and night, as well as members of other familiar teams. Xiong Tao died. Although Su Fangliang and Du Jing were rescued by the support players, their anxious eyes suggested that they were likely in grave danger. What? You want to go save them? The young man stood not far from Chu Fan, a cold smile on his face. Chu Fan immediately activated his killing intent. The surroundings turned blood red, and the air was filled with murderous intent. Oh, this is killing intent. The young man looked around and said with interest, that makes sense. Your profession is Ashura, and Ashuras are born to kill. Chapter 193 Death. But this bit of killing intent has absolutely no effect on me. The young man suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, his face was only a sheet of paper away from Chu Fan's. The young man grinned and whispered, do you know why I have to kill you? Because you've become involved with someone you shouldn't have. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Fan felt the space around him tremble, and a spatial rift was torn open, revealing a dark spatial crack inside. An extreme pulling force came from the spatial rift. Chu Fan's expression changed drastically. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Chu Fan and gave him a hard push. Grandfather. Chu Fan looked at Li Mu, who had pushed him away. At this moment, Li Mu's face was nothing but skin and bones, his complexion was ashen, and his hair was completely white. He smiled at Chu Fan and said, Grandpa said he would risk his life to send you out. Humph. The young man's face showed displeasure when he saw that Li Mu dared to ruin his good deed. He entered the space and appeared in front of Li Mu almost instantly. Move. Then he struck out with his palm. Li Mu staggered, managing to block the attack, but did not fall. You old fool. Your whole body has been corroded by death energy. You won't live much longer, the young man said angrily. Li Mu laughed. What's there to fear in death? Before I die, I'll take you with me. Ha, arrogant. You? A level 36 hidden class necromancer. The young man smiled disdainfully. You? The smile on the young man's face vanished abruptly. A towering black aura emerged from Li Mu's undead hand. The black smoke billowed up and eventually coalesced into a human figure in the air. The figure was 10 meters tall, with only the outline of its body visible. Its entire face was blended into the black background. It was carrying a huge scythe in its hand. This is the Grim Reaper, the young man exclaimed in horror. The race behind the necromancers, the Grim Reaper of the undead. He suddenly stepped back, causing the space around him to tremble, as if he wanted to enter the spatial rift. The undead race ranks 21st in the Illuminati's illustrated compendium of other races. Their Grim Reaper possesses the power to decide life and death with a single thought. The young man felt fear. Even if he is only ranked 21st among the alien races, he is still far superior to a human who has fused with a beast. Damn it, wasn't Chu Fan supposed to be the variable Destiny was talking about? How come there's another chosen one here? Who exactly is that variable? Faster, faster, the young man thought anxiously. Half of its body had already entered the spatial rift. At this moment, the death god phantom formed from black mist behind Li Mu slowly raised the scythe in its hand and slashed down at the young man's position. The young man froze in place. The half of his body exposed outside the spatial rift instantly turned pitch black, then turned into black smoke and dust, seemingly about to dissipate at any moment. Space freezes. The young man shouted urgently. Suddenly, his half-dissipated body stopped dissipating, as if it were enveloped by an invisible space. It was as if that space had been frozen in time. After using this move, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Death silently watched in his direction, its face shrouded in black mist, revealing no expression. He raised his sickle again and gently slashed downwards. No! The young man's pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. Come here. At that moment, the level 42 fusion monster blocked the young man's path. This is his clone, or rather, a part of him, so naturally it obeys his commands. Reaper's scythe struck the ferocious hound directly. The powerful monster's body instantly rotted and turned black. A crimson light shone from its body, as if it were trying to use its regenerative abilities. But in the face of true death, regeneration is completely useless. Those crimson lights, like candles lit in the darkness, were extinguished in an instant. The demon hound let out a shrill scream. Then its body turned into black smoke and dust, dissipating into the world. Dead. Chu Fan swallowed hard as he watched this scene. That's incredible. What is that thing behind Grandpa holding a sickle? Why is it so strong? The ferocious hound monster that they couldn't defeat, even when they joined forces, couldn't withstand a single move from him. Could it be? Chu Fan suddenly remembered the senior who existed in his mind in an unknown form. That senior was from the Ashura clan. And he himself was the chosen one, chosen by the Ashura clan. Grandpa was also one of the chosen ones. Chu Fan took a deep breath. He immediately understood. The chosen one, the special features bestowed upon him, the alien race behind him. A necromancer. So, is that a necromancer? Chu Fan asked, his breathing rapid. Death swung his scythe twice, and the black aura visibly thinned out, seemingly about to dissipate at any moment. Upon seeing this, the young man's expression changed from fear to great joy. Haha, so what if it's death? How many more blows can you take? Facing a foreign race, the young man felt a surge of pride at being able to survive 2 attacks from them. At that moment, Death raised his scythe once more. Again, the young man's face darkened, and he stepped into the spatial rift. But as the Grim Reaper's scythe swung down, he couldn't take that step no matter what. No, the young man roared in despair. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and froze on the spot. The young man looked at his own body, half of which was frozen in space. The other half of the body that entered the spatial rift remained intact. I'm all right. The young man looked overjoyed and headed towards Li Mu. Now, 3 men in black appeared beside Li Mu. One of them was holding a severed arm, which was the hand of the dead. It's fortunate that we brought dark matter, Oni Cutter, number 53 this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to cut off this undead hand at all. One of the men in black laughed. This Li Mu actually summoned the undead race behind him. Ignorance is bliss. With the hand of the undead, our objective has been achieved. Let's go. Li Mu was already exhausted, and now that the undead's hand had been severed, he slowly collapsed to the ground. The Grim Reaper, who was possessing him, stared at the severed arm and pondered for a long time before slowly dissipating. The young man let out a heavy breath, then said to the 3 men in black, "Gentlemen, that arm." One of the men in black spoke up. "This arm is what our leader specifically requested. You can keep the boy's eyes, but don't even think about this arm." President. The young man looked at Li Mu and the other 2 men in black, his face showing deep thought. A man in black revealed a tattoo on his wrist. Upon seeing the tattoo, the young man nodded. "Please go ahead." The men in black vanished from their spot in an instant. Chu Fan opened his heavenly eye, capturing their figures, and then suddenly leaped out from his spot. "Stay here." He witnessed his grandfather's arm being severed, and at that moment, Chu Fan felt an overwhelming surge of hatred. He was consumed by hatred, and his entire body erupted with a murderous intent that seemed to reach the heavens. Snort. One of the men in black turned around and looked at Chu Fan. "You unawakened piece of trash, you're asking for death." "I'll lend you a hand," the young man said with a smile, pointing at Chu Fan. A bubble-like space appeared, trapping Chu Fan in place. Chu Fan was completely unable to move. He stared intently at the man in black rushing towards him, letting out a low growl. Weakness is the original sin in this world. But at this moment, he was powerless to do anything. Why? At that moment, a sigh came to his mind. "Kid, you're already giving up?" Upon hearing this voice, Chu Fan's face lit up with ecstasy. "Senior, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long." Chu Fan suddenly felt an urge to cry. "Give me your body. These insects have hurt you so badly, they deserve to die," the voice said hoarsely. Chu Fan quickly did as instructed. This time, without any hesitation, he opened his mind and surrendered his body to the other person. Soon, he could feel that his body no longer belonged to him, but he could also feel a soaring killing intent rising from his heart. It was the killing intent in the senior's heart. The Ashura race was born for slaughter. At the same time, This was also the murderous intent in his heart. These people deserve to die. Chu Fan's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he muttered to himself. Not bad, you've improved. In such a short time, your body has reached this state, enough for me to unleash that move. Kid, watch closely. In front of the Ashura clan, they are nothing but insects that can be crushed at will. Chapter 194 Ming King. The young man imprisoned Chu Fan in a certain space, a smile on his face. The situation has changed. From the moment death disappeared, he regained the upper hand. He glanced around. The experimental subjects were gaining the upper hand in their battles against the humans. Humanity has been wiped out, but a dozen or so of the experimental subjects are still alive. Weak humans, the young man laughed. At this moment, the spatial rift behind him had disappeared. With death gone and no longer a threat, he naturally had no hurry to escape. He looked at Li Mu lying in the distance, his eyes cold. I finally managed to create this clone, but I never expected it to fail here. Li Mu lay on the ground, his body covered in black death energy, his skin barely covering his body, devoid of any life force, and his left arm was completely empty. Summoning the Grim Reaper with his frail body had already put Li Mu on the verge of collapse, and then the man in black took the opportunity to use Onikiri to cut off the undead's hand, extinguishing Li Mu's last remaining consciousness. Good riddance, the young man sneered. I told you not to be careless. With your commotion, this plan has been ruined. A flash of seven-colored light appeared beside the young man, and Su Muin said with a half-smile. The young man spoke coldly. I was merely curious about just how powerful the alien race is described in the Alien Race Compendium, but I never expected. Su Muin laughed and said, even the 21st ranked undead clan can kill you in one move. Chu Fan is backed by the 9th ranked Ashura clan. Aren't you afraid? Su Muin turned her head to look at the young man, her eyes brimming with affection. The young man and Su Muin locked eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he seemed to have made a decision and nodded resolutely. Muon, I will personally give you that eye. Su Muin smiled slightly, but remained silent. Without the special characteristics bestowed upon them, the alien races behind the chosen ones will also abandon them, just like the Grim Reaper just now. This is the tragedy of the chosen ones, the young man sneered. He has already come up with a plan. If we quickly gouge out Chu Fan's eye, even if the Ashura clan behind him is powerful, they will abandon him because that eye no longer belongs to Chu Fan. The young man looked at Chu Fan, who was trapped in the space, and sneered. For some reason, he seemed to have developed an obsession with getting that eye and giving it to Su Muin. Even if the Ashura race is powerful, he will still give it a try. At this moment, a soaring aura erupted from Chu Fan. Under that overwhelming force, the space that trapped Chu Fan shattered. The young man's pupils constricted sharply. This aura doesn't belong to him. Is the Ashura clan about to appear? He didn't rush to take action. At this moment, the man in black had already arrived in front of Chu Fan. He held a long knife and was about to kill this arrogant brat with one blow. This is bad. The man in black felt the sudden burst of power emanating from Chu Fan at close range, and his expression changed drastically. That aura was chilling and malevolent, sending shivers down one's spine. Chu Fan stood still, but he had changed drastically. Upon closer inspection, the face was still Chu Fan's. But at this moment, Chu Fan's eyes became narrow and long, and the third eye on his forehead emitted a scarlet light. His hair grew rapidly, and in almost an instant, it went from a head of dry, short black hair to a full head of white hair. His white hair fluttered in the wind, making Chu Fan look like a demon god. Chu Fan grinned at the man in black in front of him, revealing his sharp teeth. Who are you? The man in black exclaimed in horror. You're not human? Chu Fan's voice was hoarse. Does a mere insect dare to inquire about my identity? He quickly made a hand seal. In a moment, a red ray of light shot out from the eye of the sky, reaching straight to the horizon. Above the horizon, the clouds churned violently, and the red rays shooting from the eye of the sky made that area of the sky look like a red ocean. Chu Fan whispered, King Ming, appear. Boom. From within the clouds, a giant as tall as the sky faintly appeared. The giant's head reached the sky, its entire upper body hidden in the clouds, making it difficult to see clearly. However, his 8 arms emerged from the clouds, each holding a weapon. There are swords, knives, and vajras. Beneath the clouds, the giant's 2 legs resembled towering pillars reaching straight to the heavens. The red light shooting from Chu Fantian's eyes pierced straight into the clouds. Soon, a huge, demonic red eye appeared in the clouds. What is this? The young man, Su Muin, the three men in black, and all the test subjects in the arena looked up at the giant in the sky, a deep fear rising in their hearts. At this moment, Chu Fan kicked the man in black in front of him. As Chu Fan moved, the giant in the sky stretched out its massive foot, which was dozens of meters wide, and kicked rapidly from a distance. The foot moved with incredible speed. Before the man in black could react, he was kicked into a bloody mist. What? Run! The other two men in black, seeing their comrade kicked to death, were terrified and quickly unleashed their skills to flee into the distance. Chu Fan sneered and slowly spoke, burning heaven illumination. As soon as he finished speaking, a red line shot out from Chu Fan's third eye. At the same time, a beam of light, even thicker than the one emitted by Chu Fan, shot from the giant's eye in the sky, heading towards the two men in black. Almost instantly, the two men in black were enveloped in a red light. Ah, what is this? What is this? How could such a terrifying thing exist in the world? They were enveloped in red light, seemingly enduring extreme pain, and screaming loudly. At the same time, their bodies disappeared visibly. Starting from the soles of the feet, gradually moving upwards, inch by inch, it vanishes into nothingness. No, the black-clad man holding the hand of the dead cried out in horror. His lower body had turned to dust, leaving only his upper body. The hand of the dead is in my hands. Save me, the man in black roared. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist rose up from within the red fog. Immediately afterwards, a pale arm reached out from the black mist, grabbed the undead's hand, and retracted back into the black mist. You despicable insect, how dare you be so insolent before me? Chu Fan sneered. The pale arm broke off inch by inch, gradually turning into dust like a piece of porcelain that had been stored for a long time. Ah! A scream came from the black mist, which then transformed into the shape of a giant hand, enveloping the undead hand, and gradually dissipating without a trace. Chu Fan stood there, his brows furrowed deeply. He actually got away. Kid, don't blame me. You can only blame your body for not being able to withstand the strength of the Vimalakirti Dharma body. Chapter 195 Annihilation. The hand of the undead was taken away by the person in the black mist. Seeing that the people in the black mist ignored them, the remaining two men in black looked desperate. They were enveloped in red light, and their bodies quickly turned to ashes. Seeing this, the young man instinctively wanted to escape. But the obsession in his heart kept exploding in his mind. We can't escape. We have to get that eye and give it to Mu Wan. The young man took a deep breath. He used teleportation to get closer to Chu Fan and actually launched an attack. Chu Fan's white hair fluttered as he took a step forward and kicked fiercely in a certain direction beside him. The giant's foot whistled past, kicking in that direction as well. The young man was kicked out of the space by the tremendous force, his body flying hundreds of meters away like a kite, with a broken string, before crashing to the ground. Puff! The young man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his whole body racked with pain, as if his body was about to fall apart. If it weren't for the fusion with a high-level beast like the Void Knight Bat, which greatly boosted his physical abilities, that kick would have absolutely annihilated him. Such immense power. The young man dared not be careless and quickly got up, but the next moment, a thick red beam of light shot down from the sky and enveloped him. Ah! The young man's face contorted in pain as he screamed in agony. Half of his body was severed by death, and he is currently sealed in space. However, as the red light shone down, the half of the youth's body in the space vanished into nothingness. This is the alien race ranked 9th in the Beast Compendium? The young man was terrified. More powerful than death itself. Soon, his other half of his body, like a shattered stone sculpture, slowly turned into dust. Starting from the feet, move upwards through the legs, waist, chest, neck, and finally, the head. No. The young man's eyes were filled with terror. Then, his head also vanished into nothingness. Su Muin stood there, her expression changing drastically. A single, multicolored wing sprouted from her back and began to flap it incessantly. Large, colorful specks of light quickly appeared and enveloped her. Su Muin's body was enveloped in light spots, appearing both illusory and real. The next moment, the light shooting from Chu Fantian's eyes directly enveloped Su Muin. She too was reduced to dust by the burning sky illumination. Senior, be careful, is that an illusion? Chu Fan reminded him in his mind. Chu Fan snorted coldly. Are you teaching me? I wouldn't dare. Chu Fan did not stop. He controlled the giant to stomp on the test subjects. The test subjects looked terrified as the giant's feet magnified rapidly in their eyes, before they were all crushed into meat patties. At this point, all enemies were wiped out. However, The professional fighters in Yangqing also suffered heavy casualties. Chu Fan stood there, panting heavily, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. Awesome. Huh. He seemed to have not wreaked havoc like this in a long time, and laughed loudly as he looked up at the sky. After laughing for a long time, he muttered to himself, "Boy, did you see that clearly? The Dharma body of the Vidyaraja is a major killing move of the Ashura race. Summon the Bright King to serve me. Before the true gods, these people are like ants, easily crushed underfoot, truly crushed." Chu Fan's lips slowly curled into a smile, his eyes brimming with arrogance. That's pride in one's own race. The Dharmakaya of the Vidyaraja? At this moment, although his body was possessed by that senior, Chu Fan's consciousness was still intact. He personally witnessed that senior using the Mingwang Dharma body and also personally experienced how to summon the Mingwang Dharma body. In other words, this was equivalent to him personally using the skill once. Chu Fan said, "That's right, Mingwang, Fudo Mingwang. The so-called immovable means unshakable. He is an unshakable god." Chu Fan listened to his senior's words and secretly took a deep breath. Fudo Myo? A true god? The Ashura race can actually summon real gods to assist in battle. Hehe, although your body is much stronger than last time, you still have a long way to go before you can fully summon Fudo Mayu. However, killing those bugs was enough. Chu Fan couldn't help but think of the enormous upper body of the Ming King hidden in the clouds. He has 8 arms, and each arm has a weapon. How powerful would it be if the complete body of the Myo could be summoned? Chu Fan didn't even dare to think about it. You want to summon the complete body of the Ming King? The senior of the Ashura clan seemed to know what Chu Fan was thinking and found it somewhat amusing. Don't be too ambitious. Even the strongest of our Ashura race, the Ashura Emperor, can only summon 2 of the 8 arms of the Bright King, although he can summon the entire body of the Bright King. Among our Ashura race, there is a legend that whoever can summon all 8 arms of the Bright King will become the god who rules over our race. The senior seemed to be in a great mood and even told Chu Fan some things about the Ashura clan. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan chuckled twice in his mind. I was definitely overthinking it. Even the Ashura king could only summon 2 arms of the Myo. How could I possibly summon 8? Senior, you just mentioned the Ashura race. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Chu Fan asked, seizing the opportunity. The last time this senior appeared, he had many questions to ask, but the senior left too quickly and he didn't have time to ask them. Not take this opportunity to get more information? Upon hearing this, the senior colleague fell silent. Senior? After a long silence, Chu Fan spoke to himself. What do you want to know? Chu Fan blurted out. What exactly is the special feature bestowed upon the chosen one? This was a question that had been puzzling him for a long time. Why was he chosen? Is there an alien being behind every chosen one? At the same time, he also wanted to know if his grandfather, as the chosen one who had had his hand of the dead taken away, still had a chance to save him. Many questions need to be answered by this senior colleague. Fortunately, this senior seemed to be quite easy to talk to. If it were the Grim Reaper behind Grandpa, he probably wouldn't even communicate with him, since the Grim Reaper's entire face was shrouded in black mist. Perhaps this is also related to the personality of each different race? Chu Fan's thoughts raced. Chu Fan laughed. You have a lot of questions, I refuse to answer them. Chu Fan. However, I can tell you that behind every chosen one stands an alien being, related to their profession. This involves a huge conspiracy, but I can't tell you more. Because I don't know much either. If you want to find the root of all this, you need to work hard yourself, become the strongest in this world, and go out to see what's beyond. Chu Fan did not press the matter further. Being able to obtain the information that behind every chosen one stands a member of another race is enough. It seems that neither he nor his grandfather were special cases. As for whether the alien race behind him would have any negative impact on him, Chu Fan didn't think that much about it. Regardless of what others thought, at least the senior standing behind him seemed to have no ill intentions towards him. On the contrary, he had saved him twice and personally taught him skills. Senior, there's one last question. Chu Fan asked tentatively. Speak. Chu Fan frowned, seemingly a little impatient. That man over there is my grandfather. I'd like you to take a look and see if there's any hope for him. Chu Fan looked at Li Mu lying in the distance. His gaze narrowed slightly, and then he sighed deeply. It's actually the undead race. Those persistent ghosts are no good. TSK. His whole body is corroded by death energy, and he has lost all his life force. Saving him will be extremely difficult. Senior, do you have a solution? Chu Fan was overjoyed. Chapter 196 Yintian. Chu Fan could tell from the senior's tone. It's difficult, but it can save lives. Senior, do you have a way to save my grandfather? Chu Fan asked urgently. Chu Fan grinned. Haha, the one who tied the knot must untie it. What's the meaning? He died from the death aura of the undead. So if you want to save him, just go to the undead. Those weaklings may not have any other skills, but when it comes to who lives the longest, they are no less capable than any other race. Chu Fan said with a look of disdain, seemingly looking down on the undead race. Looking for the undead? Where the hell can you find this? Senior, could you please help me find a big shot from the undead race and ask them to help save my grandfather? Chu Fan asked cautiously. Damn it. Chu Fan's face turned cold. Who do you think I am? You think I would lower myself to go to them? Impossible. Senior, how can this be called lowering your status? This is precisely the time to showcase your status. I can imagine how those weak undead will grovel before you when you seek their help. Chu Fan bluntly began to flatter him. These words were spoken. Chu Fan paused for a moment, then seemed to realize something, and his mouth gradually stretched to his ears, revealing fine, sharp teeth. Not bad. If I were to descend upon their race, they would surely line the streets to welcome me. Indeed, as a senior, you should go to them. It would be an honor for the undead race. Chu Fan took advantage of the situation. Chu Fan's smile widened, then he stopped smiling and sighed. What a pity. I currently exist only as a consciousness within your sea of consciousness. How can I possibly find the undead race? Hearing this, Chu Fan's spirits plummeted. My attempt to flatter her was in vain. Actually, there's another way, Chu Fan suddenly said. What method? Find that hand of the dead, Chu Fan said slowly. It was something bestowed upon him as the chosen one. If we find it again and restore his status as the chosen one, the undead clan will not stand idly by. Chu Fan understood. Grandpa lost the hand of the dead, which also meant he lost his status as the chosen one. The undead behind him will abandon him because he has no value anymore. But if Grandpa becomes the chosen one again, then he will regain his value. With the methods of the undead race, it wouldn't be difficult to bring Grandpa back. Boy, that man in the black mist just now managed to snatch the hand of the dead from my hand with only one arm. He's no ordinary person. You're still far from being his match. Difficult for you right now. Is it difficult? In his mind, Chu Fan chuckled. No matter how difficult it is, he will do it. He was a kind and righteous person. He had no relatives or friends after he was born into this world, and it was Li Mu who raised him. This loss of an arm must be avenged. No matter who the other party is. Inside a magnificent ancient building in China, an old man was pale. His right arm was missing, and blood was still gushing from the severed wound. At this moment, the severed part of the old man's right arm began to wriggle, and a new arm quickly grew out. It looks exactly like the pale arm that appeared in the evil forest. The old man's face still showed fear as he took a deep breath and said, That aura. It's the aura of a god. Who is it? Someone come here. A man dressed in custom-made clothing walked in. President. Is the crisis in Yangqing over? The old man asked. The man paused for a moment, seemingly puzzled as to why the guild leader would suddenly show concern for Yangqing. He quickly checked the smart ring and said, Reporting to the guild leader, this severed void has not yet been broken, and the crisis in Yangqing should not be over yet. The old man nodded. I remember Ling who went to Yangqing to kill a hidden class. Important people tend to have bad memories. As the president of the Professionals Association, he only cared about one thing, taking Li Mu's hand of the dead. As for Ling whose purpose for this trip, he didn't care at all. He only remembered that Ling who was going to kill someone, and that the person was a hidden class. The man nodded. Yes, that person's name is Chu Fan. He's the #1 ranked player this year. Chu Fan killed Ling whose son, Ling Tianhua, in the dungeon, so... Oh, #1 on the ranking list? What's his class? Let me see. Wait, it's actually... Ashura. The man took a deep breath. The old man paused for a moment, then said, All right, you may leave now. The man slowly stepped back. The old man sat in his seat, seemingly lost in thought. After a long pause, he muttered to himself, The aura of a god. Is it the Ashura clan behind Ashura? The next moment, a jet-black arm appeared in his hand. It was the hand of the dead. He slowly got up, walked to a wall in the room, and pressed a button on the hidden compartment. Boom. The wall slid to the sides, revealing a dimly lit passage. The old man walked straight in and closed the door behind him. Were lit in the passageway, their dim light illuminating the old man's face. At this moment, the old man's face was full of excitement and agitation. After navigating through a winding passage, he arrived at a spacious, dark room. The dark room was empty, with only a coffin, which looked like it was made of crystal, placed in the center. The old man stopped in front of the crystal coffin and respectfully said, "Father, I have fulfilled my mission and obtained Li Mu's hand of the dead." The words were spoken. The coffin shook, the lid flew off, and a figure wrapped in white cloth slowly stood up, with only a pair of lifeless eyes visible, staring straight at the hand of the dead in the old man's hand. "Good, good." The man trembled with excitement, and with a flick of his wrist, the hand of the dead flew into his hand. The man unwrapped his bandages, revealing a body that looked like a corpse. Li Mu, even threatening you with your son back, then couldn't get you to hand over the hand of the undead. Haha, I never thought it would end up in my hands, Yu Yuntian's hands. With this hand of the dead, I will become the new chosen one. Lifespan, I need lifespan. Yu Yuntian's hoarse voice was filled with madness. He twisted off his left arm directly. His body was already decayed, so his arm was twisted off as easily as a lotus root, and not a drop of blood came out. If outsiders saw this, they would be extremely surprised. His blood had dried up, yet he was still alive. Yu Yuntian placed the undead hand on his severed arm. "Yuzhan, help me." The old man quickly extended his pale arm, and a mist rose from it, enveloping the connection between the undead hand and Yu Yuntian's severed arm. Before long, the mist dissipated, and the broken joints fit together perfectly, as if the hand of the dead was his own arm. A light shone through Yu Yuntian's cloudy eyes as he stared at the hand of the dead, his face contorted with madness, as if he were waiting for something. The next moment, black death energy emerged from the undead's hand, and then slowly took shape in front of him, forming a 10-meter-tall figure. The figure held a scythe, and its entire face was shrouded in black mist. "Grim Reaper, Your Excellency, from this moment forward, I, Yu Yuntian, will carry out your orders," Yu Yuntian said respectfully. Chapter 197 Missing. Death faced Yu Yuntian, his expression unreadable. "I only hope that the Lord of the Undead clan can help me prolong my life. I am too old, and I still want to live." Yu Yuntian knelt down directly. Death did not move, but simply watched him silently, as if scrutinizing him. Yu Yuntian buried his head in the ground, his heart filled with trepidation. Will it succeed? A long time. Death moved. He pointed at Yu Yuntian, and a large amount of death energy converged towards Yu Yuntian. Enveloped in deathly energy, Yu Yuntian's withered body began to regain its fullness. His skin gradually became smooth and shiny, and his hair and teeth grew out visibly. Before long, he transformed from a withered corpse into an old man of similar age to his son, Yuzhan. Yu Yuntian was overjoyed. It works. It really works. His wish finally came true. Death, the god of death, can control life and death. Life and death can both bring death and life. The cycle of birth and death continues endlessly. This is death. "Thank you, Lord of the Undead clan," Yu Yuntian said respectfully. Death stood there, seemingly nodding slightly, before slowly disappearing. "Li Mu, what belongs to me will still belong to me." Yu Yuntian laughed loudly. He and Li Mu were co-founders of the Professionals Association. They were of similar age, had a life and death bond, and were sworn brothers. In fact, when they were young, Yu Yuntian saved Li Mu's life. But as time went by, Yu Yuntian found that his life was slipping away, while Li Mu was becoming more and more energetic. By chance, Yu Yuntian learned that Li Mu was the chosen one, and also learned about the alien race behind him, the undead race. No one wants to die, especially after gaining power, status, money, and beauty. They are even less willing to leave this world. Yu Yuntian is no exception. He also wanted to live a long life like Li Mu. However, he was not the chosen one, and he had no alien race backing him. Even if he had a high level, his lifespan would still be limited by his human physique. Becoming one of the chosen ones is entirely up to fate. He's not destined for that. So, Yu Yuntian began to covet Li Mu's hand of the dead, and even threatened Li Mu's son to force him to hand over the hand of the dead. But Li Mu earnestly told him that being chosen was not a good thing, as it meant bearing too much responsibility. Hypocritical. Ridiculous. Isn't it a good thing to be able to live a long life? Li Mu just wanted to keep that good thing for himself. Fortunately, I had saved his life before. Enraged, Yu Yuntian killed Li Mu's son, after which Li Mu disappeared. Over the years, Yu Yuntian has been searching for Li Mu, but he is getting older and his body is no longer able to bear the burden. He is now 130 years old, and it is time for him to be buried. Yu Yuntian was indignant. Why could Li Mu live, but he couldn't? That wasn't fair. He had a high-ranking blacksmith forge a crystal coffin from a special material and lived inside it. At the same time, he asked his son Yuzhan, who had become the president of the Professionals Association, to help him search for Li Mu's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, perseverance pays off. In his pursuit of that kid named Chu Fan, Ling Hu stumbled upon Li Mu, who possessed the hand of the dead. No, he is no longer called Li Mu, but Li Mu. He changed his appearance and went to Yangqing, where he established an orphanage. The man was heartbroken. His son had died, and he wanted to express his grief in this way. Since living is so miserable, why not hand over the hand of the dead to me sooner? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Ha ha ha, my lifespan, my strength. Li Mu, you are truly my brother. I didn't save you in vain back then. Consider this hand of the dead as your repayment to me. Yu Yuntian laughed loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the secret chamber. Congratulations, father. Yuzhan also looked overjoyed. The fact that my father has gained the hand of the dead and his physical strength has returned to its peak is a tremendous boon for the Professionals Association. Hee. Yuzhan, you haven't let me down after all these years of training, Yu Yuntian said with a smile. What day is it this year? The year 3024 in the Chinese calendar. 3024? Time flies, huh? Counting the years, it should be the once-in-a-decade professionals conference again this year, right? Yu Yuntian said slowly. Yes, father, the professionals conference will be held in 4 months. Send the strongest members of the association to participate in this year's professionals conference and participate in the name of the association. Now that my strength has greatly increased, there's no need for me to keep a low profile anymore. The Professionals Association should also recruit some outstanding new blood. Using the association's name? Upon hearing this, Yuzhan was somewhat surprised. The Professionals Association is a neutral organization that gathers many professionals who have not joined the Temple of Gods or the Martial Alliance, and has never participated in the Professionals Conference in the name of the association. Father, Yu Yuntian's lips curled up. The Temple of the Divine Office and the Martial Alliance are the two dominant forces. Who says the Professionals Association can't become a force on par with them? He looked at his undead hand. Let the rise of the Professionals Association begin with this Professionals Conference. Yangqing, Evil Forest. All right, the problem is solved. I need to rest now. Take care of yourself, said Chu Fan. Senior, wait. Before he finished speaking, Chu Fan regained control of his body. His full head of white hair visibly shortened and turned black, and his narrow eyes also returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan, who had been like a demon god, returned to his original appearance. Running so fast again, Chu Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself. He originally wanted that senior to confirm whether Su Muin was dead. After all, Su Muin fused with the 9th-tier exotic beast, the enchanted butterfly, which is a 9th-tier exotic beast. Although his heavenly eye can see through illusions, Chu Fan cannot guarantee that the heavenly eye is invincible. He didn't want to let Su Muin leave again, like before. Suddenly, an extreme feeling of weakness washed over him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Chu Fan felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone was spinning a chainsaw inside him, and he almost fainted. The after effects are much more severe than the last time I was possessed by my predecessor. Was it because I used that Vimalakirti Dharmakaya technique? It completely drained my spiritual energy. Chu Fan managed to stay unconscious. He quickly swallowed several pills to restore his mental energy, and only then did he feel that the excruciating pain had been greatly relieved. He moved swiftly to Li Mu's side and found that Li Mu had indeed stopped breathing, and he was overcome with grief. Afterwards, he went to the fallen professionals and checked their injuries one by one. Many people died. Even many team leaders were not spared from those experimental subjects. Sister Lin. Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat as he went to Xia Lin's side. Charlene's wounds have healed with the help of treatment. He's still breathing. Chu Fan was overjoyed. As expected of a Fire Fist master, he's still alive even after all this. At times like these, nothing brings him more joy than seeing his loved ones alive. Besides Xia Lin, Du Jing and Su Fengliang were also lying in the crowd, barely breathing. The same applies to Lu Jun, Ho Chong, Tang Xiaohu, and Wang Ming. Haha, good. Chu Fan laughed. They didn't die. With them around, there is hope for Yangqing, which is full of ravages. He seemed to be thinking of something, and when he looked in Li Mu's direction, his eyes suddenly dimmed. If Grandpa hadn't summoned death, buying them time, they might have all died at the hands of that level 42 monster. It was Grandpa who saved those people with his life. They also protected the hope of Yangqing. Standing there, Chu Fan was filled with emotion. This battle is finally over. He looked up and saw a pale yellow light shield enveloping Yangqing. Severing the void hasn't been dispelled yet? He suddenly looked in the direction of the blood cocoon demon embryo, and his brows furrowed instantly. Over there, the blood cocoon demon embryo that had always stood there has vanished without a trace. Chapter 198 Truth or Falsehood. What happened? Chu Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. When did the blood cocoon demon embryo disappear? From the start of the battle until now, his attention has been focused on the young man and the ferocious hound monster. Later, he was possessed by his predecessor. They didn't even notice the blood cocoon demon embryo. Now, the blood cocoon demon embryo has vanished into thin air. Moreover, the broken void restriction has not been lifted, and the restrictions on Yanqing remain. Chu Fan seemed to have thought of something, and quickly arrived at the location where the young man had been killed. His senses spread out, radiating to a radius of 100 meters around him. No, Chu Fan frowned. Where are the blood cocoon demon embryo and the broken void? Forget about blood cocoon demon embryo and broken void. There isn't even a single spatial item. He quickly opened his third eye and scanned the world around him. However, in his view, this world was no different from the normal world and was not formed by an illusion. Not an illusion? Could it be that she got away again? Chu Fan thought of a possibility and felt a sense of annoyance. At this moment, cough, cough, cough. A faint cough came from afar. Chu Fan quickly suppressed his annoyance and looked over there. It's Charlene. He vanished from his spot in an instant and appeared beside Xiao Lin, a look of joy on his face. Sister Lin, how are you feeling? Charlene looked around in confusion. I'm still alive? What about the monster and the Illuminati? They're all dead, Chu Fan said with a smile. It's all right, it's all over. Charlene was stunned for a long time, then burst into tears of joy. Chu Fan suddenly smiled and said, Sister Lin, this matter is over. Do you remember what I told you last time? What? Charlene asked, puzzled. Didn't you ask me to introduce you to someone for a blind date? I actually have a friend who's a high-quality man and would be a good match for you. Go back and get this sorted out first. Hearing this, Xiao Lin glared at Chu Fan, looked at her fallen companions around her, and said quietly, there are still many things to do when we get back. She neither answered directly nor refused. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Lin was getting closer and closer to Chu Fan. Chu Fan could even smell the fragrance emanating from her, mixed with a faint scent of blood. At this moment, Chu Fan slapped Xiao Lin's buttocks hard. Xiao Lin winced in pain and glared at Chu Fan. What are you doing? Chu Fan stared intently at her and said in a deep voice, You're not Xiao Lin, so who are you? The blood cocoon demon embryo and severing the void have disappeared without a trace, and the restrictions on severing the void have not been lifted. There are only three possibilities. First, neither the young man nor Su Muin died. The Ming King's Dharma body killed them, but it was just an illusion created by Su Muin. Second, the young man died, but Su Muin did not. The blood cocoon demon embryo and Duan Kong were taken away by Su Muin. Third, even though both of them are dead, a third member of the Illuminati still exists who took the blood cocoon demon embryo and the broken void. Just now, Chu Fan quickly analyzed these three possibilities in his mind. But then I thought, if the other party has already left with severing void, why hasn't the restriction on severing void been lifted yet? Therefore, Chu Fan believed that whoever took away the blood cocoon demon embryo and Duan Kong should be nearby and had not left. He used his divine eye to confirm again and again that this space was real, not an illusion. Could it be that I'm right? The heavenly eye isn't invincible. After all, what merged with Su Muin was a 9th-tier exotic beast, the enchanted butterfly. So even though I'm in an illusion, the heavenly eye can't see through me. Just as she was thinking this, Charlene woke up. With a try-it-out mentality, Chu Fan tested the waters by mentioning that he had mentioned the blind date to her. Xiao Lin wasn't surprised that Chu Fan had mentioned this, but instead changed the subject amidst her sadness. Chu Fan became even more suspicious. It wasn't until she slapped Charlene's bottom that he truly realized. The person in front of me is not Charlene. Charlene shouldn't have this expression. If it really is Charlene, she should be excited. Chu Fan, what's wrong? Xiao Lin slowly approached Chu Fan. Chu Fan didn't say anything more and directly swung his sword. A massive black sword aura shot towards Charlene and struck her body. Charlene's body turned directly into colorful light spots. Chu Fan's heavenly eyes swirled, surveying his surroundings. Come out, it's time to settle this. Chu Fan said. Hee. A voice echoed in the air, but it was impossible to tell which direction it came from. How did you figure it out? Chu Fan stood there, expressionless. Illusion is ultimately just illusion, not reality. You can create illusions with illusions, but you can't create real, flesh-and-blood reality. That's the fatal flaw of illusions. Charlene's peculiar hobby is authenticity. Even if Su Muin's illusion magic is superb, she cannot know this, thus perfectly recreating a fake Xiao Lin. I really underestimated you. The playful voice appeared before Chu Fan, then slowly solidified into a figure. It was Su Muin. Chu Fan sensed the extremely dense seven-colored light spots around him and thought to himself, "It's that even stronger Su Muin." He discovered Su Muin's secret inside the Martial Alliance's virtual simulation pod. There are two Su Muins. To identify which Su Muin it is, you only need to check the concentration of the psychedelic light spots around her. "Hey, let me ask you something. Has that Ashura behind you left?" Su Muin walked towards Chu Fan with a bright smile. If an unsuspecting outsider were here, they might mistake the two for long-lost best friends. "Guess." Chu Fan revealed a wicked smile, which made Su Muin slightly startled. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary lapse in concentration, Chu Fan unleashed a netherworld slash, shattering the initial sword in his hand. He had stored many level 10 initial swords in his spatial ring, and he could afford to consume one initial sword with each use of the netherworld slash. Su Muin did not dodge at all, letting the sword energy strike her and turn her into colorful light spots. But the next moment, she materialized again, appearing in front of Chu Fan. "No matter what, I am your ex-girlfriend, right? You really want to kill me?" Chu Fan stared intently at Su Muin, his mind racing. The opponent's illusionary abilities were too strong. Even the heavenly eye could not see through them. "What should we do? To kill her, we must find her true form, try to make eye contact with her at close range using our heavenly eye, or bring out that weak Su Muin." Chapter 199 The Curtain Falls. "How about," Su Muin walked up to Chu Fan, "and give me your eye? Anyway, I've already blinded you once, so you won't blame me if I blind you again, right?" Su Muin smiled charmingly. "This doesn't seem like you." Chu Fan suddenly laughed. Upon hearing this, Su Muin suddenly froze, as if she had remembered something, and her face suddenly twisted in pain. Chu Fan noticed the change in Su Muin's expression. However, Su Muin's expression quickly returned to normal, and she clasped her hands together and quickly formed a hand seal. The surrounding environment changed abruptly. Chu Fan felt as if he had entered a mesmerizing forest, where giant trees reached for the sky, and the ground was covered with colorful flowers and plants, with vibrant butterflies fluttering among the blossoms. This iridescent world is inside the belly of the enchanted butterfly. Even a level 45 professional would have no way to leave if dragged inside, Su Muin said with a smile. "How about it? Consider what I'm saying and give me your eye. In return, I can tell you why you're divine I cannot see through my illusion." Chu Fan sneered. "You want me to hand over my eyes, and this is all you've given me in return?" Su Muin smiled charmingly and said, "Then how do you want me to repay you? Do you mean you want me to give you my body?" TSK, you're completely different from yourself now. The old you. Although you always wanted to win, at least you weren't this despicable. Ever since you tricked me and blinded me, you've completely changed. And between us, there's absolutely no connection left. Chu Fan sneered. Upon hearing this, Su Muin's expression changed once again. She was sometimes sad, sometimes proud, sometimes weak, and sometimes angry. Chu Fan watched this scene quietly. He knew very well that the Su Muin in front of him was a more powerful Su Muin. He was no match for this person. He had very little spiritual energy left, and could not use the Mingwang Dharma body. Moreover, even if he did use the Mingwang Dharma body, he might not be able to kill the powerful Su Muin in front of him. After all, even the senior couldn't kill her. But it's a different story if you're facing the weaker Su Muin. Chu Fan had only one goal, to force the weak Su Muin out of her shell. At that time, I wonder if the powerful Su Muin with one body and two souls will die along with her. Go back inside. Don't come out now. Su Muin stood there, her face contorted in rage, and roared furiously. However, the next moment, her expression softened, and she said angrily, "Go back. I'll face him. You are no match for him." "I know, so what?" The two sides started arguing and reached a stalemate. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly frowned and asked, "What's going on with you all? Which one is the Su Muin I know?" Suppressing the powerful Su Muin. Chu Fan. Su Muin looked at Chu Fan and smiled. Chu Fan's eyes were cold and sharp. Without a doubt, judging from Su Muin's temperament and demeanor, as well as the sparse, mesmerizing light emanating from her, this was undoubtedly the Su Muin he knew. "You." Su Muin looked at Chu Fan, seemingly wanting to say something, but hesitated. The next moment, a soaring sword aura rapidly magnified before her eyes. Su Muin stood still, instead revealing a relieved smile. "No, you love, struck fool. Hide. Su Muin's expression changed drastically. Her arrogant face reappeared, but now her eyes were filled with terror. The gentle Su Muin suppressed the arrogant Su Muin and smiled through her tears. It's all your fault. If you hadn't bewitched me, how could I have treated him like that? It's all your fault. No, why? Why did I give birth to a second personality like you, whose abilities are completely inconsistent with mine? Amidst screams, a black sword aura, seemingly emerging from the netherworld, pierced through Su Muin's body. Su Muin's body turned into specks of fluorescent light and disappeared into the psychedelic jungle. Is he dead? Chu Fan dared not be careless. He didn't listen to Su Muin's explanation. From the moment the other party blinded him, it was already decided that the two would inevitably face a life-or-death situation. As for why there were two Su Muins, and what the seemingly weak Su Muin's true intentions were, he didn't want to know. In an instant, the world spun around. The surrounding psychedelic jungle disappeared. Chu Fan returned to the evil fiend forest once again. He looked at Su Muin's body, which was broken in two, and after confirming it again and again with his heavenly eye, he finally realized that this time, Su Muin was really dead. There was no difficult battle as I had imagined. I finished her off with a single sword strike. Chu Fan suddenly felt that the knot in his heart that had been troubling him had disappeared. The level experience bar has increased by 20%. Just then, my phone suddenly vibrated. Chu Fan's senses swept over the area, and he was immediately taken aback. You have killed a dark web member, obtained all of their dark web currency and all their information files, and can choose a member to replace them and join the dark web. Received 10 files, accept. Su Muin is a member of the dark web. Chu Fan was taken aback. Just as he was about to enter the dark web, Chu Fan's gaze suddenly swept over two items next to Su Muin's body. It was about the size of an ostrich egg, reddish all over, and you could even see it slowly shrinking and pulsating. Blood cocoon demon embryo. Chu Fan was shocked and quickly stepped forward to take the ostrich egg-sized object in his hand. Which is different from the 10-meter-tall blood cocoon demon embryo. All other characteristics are exactly the same. It really is the blood cocoon demon embryo. Chu Fan suppressed his excitement. This blood cocoon demon embryo can change size at will. This is dark matter number 9, and even he was overjoyed. He quickly put the blood cocoon demon embryo into his spatial ring and looked at another item. A small box made of an unknown material. At that moment, the small box opened, and golden light shot out from it, reaching straight into the sky. Chu Fan followed the golden light upwards and took a deep breath. Substance number 21 void. He tried to close the box. Snap. The moment the box closed, the golden light vanished, and the golden light shield covering Yangqing also disappeared without a trace. This crisis is finally over. Chu Fan stood there and sighed deeply. He put away the broken void and then walked to the fallen professionals, scanning them with his eyes. Charlene was still lying on the ground, breathing weakly. Du Jing also. Something's not right. He seemed to have realized something. Du Jing is dead. At this moment, in Chu Fan's eyes, Du Jing's entire body was festering, as if she had been poisoned by some kind of deadly poison. Several support characters around her also died from festering sores, as if they had been infected. I remember seeing something different just now, Chu Fan said, puzzled. He quickly looked around and realized that some of the living professionals he had seen earlier had perished. However, some of the professionals we saw earlier who had supposedly perished are still alive. The good thing is, Ho Chang, Tang Xiaohu, and the others did not experience the situation. They still lay there, severely wounded but still breathing. What's going on? Chu Fan frowned. Haha, truth and falsehood are intertwined. Falsehood and truth are intertwined. Truth contains falsehood, and falsehood contains truth. Senior, are you still there? Chu Fan asked in surprise upon hearing the hoarse voice in his mind. The voice continued. Boy, what is real may be fake, and what is fake may be real. This is the essence of illusion. Just now, that woman also used this trick to block your heavenly eyes' prying eyes. The reason I didn't point it out directly was to test you. What would you do when you encounter a problem that the heavenly eye can't solve? You are calm and meticulous in handling matters. Hee hee, I am very satisfied. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. He had no idea that his senior had been observing him in secret all along. Remember, although the heavenly eye is a divine object of the Ashura race, it also has limitations. Only by becoming stronger yourself can you truly become powerful. The voice was filled with seriousness. Hearing his senior's advice, Chu Fan nodded emphatically. Chapter 200 Heroes and Benefactors. Yangqing. The flying robot sped through the air, repeatedly broadcasting announcements. Good news. Good news. The restriction on the void has been lifted, and Yangqing has won. Good news. Good news. The restriction on the void has been lifted, and Yangqing has won. The robot's voice was devoid of emotion, but to the people of Yangcheng, it sounded like heavenly music. Wow, what? The restriction on the void has been lifted? That means, is this crisis over? Ha ha ha, the flying robot can see the battle situation over there, so the broadcast will definitely be accurate. In the end, Yangcheng has won this crisis. Long live professionals. I'm saved. I'm saved. Thank you, master. Everyone looked up at the sky, their faces filled with ecstatic joy. For a time, the entire city of Yangcheng was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Faced with the citywide crisis caused by the ferocious hounds that lasted for more than a month, both professionals and ordinary people felt as if they had walked on the edge of hell. Now, that feeling of each day dragging on forever has finally disappeared. Everything has returned to normal. At the same time, Jinan City. Jiang Chuha was practicing at the martial arts gym, sweating profusely. At that moment, the door to the cultivation room opened. Jiang Dali rushed in. Brother, didn't you say not to disturb me when I'm cultivating? Jiang Chuha frowned slightly. Jiang Dali's face betrayed neither excitement nor distress as he calmly said, the restrictions in Yangcheng have been lifted. The restrictions are lifted? Jiang Chuha was stunned for a long time. Brother Fan, don't worry. According to the footage transmitted back by the flying robot, that kid is still alive, Jiang Dali said with a long face. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was deeply shocked at that moment. He watched the images transmitted back by the flying robot. Many people died, including some professionals with strength exceeding level 25. Even the strongest people in Yangcheng, such as Ho Chang, are still missing and their fates are unknown. Only one person stood unharmed on the battlefield. That person was Chu Fan. How could he be so strong? Jiang Dali was shocked. Unfortunately, those flying robots were damaged in the fighting as soon as they entered the battlefield, and apart from the professionals who participated in the battle, no one knew what happened there. Jiang Chuha rushed towards the gate. Where are you going? Jiang Dali chased after him. Jiang Chuha stopped, as if she remembered something, and took Jiang Dali's arm, saying softly, Brother, I remember you have a level 30 rare set of armor? Jiang Dali's expression changed drastically. What are you going to do? Nothing much. Brother Fan is already level 30. He's an orphan and doesn't have much money. He can't afford a level 30 rare set. It's not too much for you, as his older brother, to support him, right? Anyway, you're not short of money. Is that so? Jiang Chuha shook Jiang Dali's arm and acted coquettishly. Me, the older brother? When the hell did I become Chu Fan's older brother? Jiang Dali's face looked very unpleasant. Brother? Yeah. I'm not short of money. It's just a level 30 rare set. What's the big deal? Jiang Dali's lips twitched as he forced a smile. Thank you, brother. Jiang Chua smiled, but her expression instantly turned cold. Let's go, call the great sage, and head to Yangcheng, Jiangnan province. Jiang Haixing stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his face serious, as if he had something on his mind. Chief Instructor, we have received news that the restrictions in Yangcheng have been lifted. This is the latest footage transmitted back by the flying robot. The bald man, Zheng Ming, entered the room and spoke respectfully. After he finished speaking, panoramic images of the evil forest were played on the surrounding walls. That kid actually managed to stand until the very end in the battle against the Illuminati. Zheng Ming also found it unbelievable. I don't know how he did it. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Haixing's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Don't forget his profession. Master, are you saying that the Ashura clan behind him has made a move? Jiang Haixing nodded. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Zheng Ming, Jiang Haixing suddenly looked at the bald man. Have Qin Shanhai prepare a space shuttle airship. We'll go to Yangcheng together. You're going to Yangcheng in person? Isn't that unnecessary? Zheng Ming asked, his face full of surprise. He knew that the headmaster valued the boy named Chu Fan highly, and even made an exception to allow him to become a martial artist. But now that the crisis in Yangcheng has been resolved, the headmaster actually wants to go to Yangcheng in person. Moreover, he also invited Qin Shanhai to join him, and they used a space shuttle airship to travel to Yangcheng. This can only mean one thing. The head of the museum is in a great hurry. What exactly happened? Jiang Haixing said in a deep voice, Don't ask any more questions. Contact Qin Shanhai and gather a few more members who are at least martial artists to come with me. Yes. Evil Forest. Chu Fan came to Xiaolin's side and fed her several high-grade pills. After taking the pill, Xiaolin's injuries visibly healed, and she slowly opened her eyes. She suddenly stood up, looking around warily. Sister Lin, stop watching. It's all over, Chu Fan said with a smile. Charlene's actions at this moment were the same as the fake Charlene created by Su Yuan. If not, Chu Fan glanced at Xia Lin's buttocks, a slight smile playing on his lips. The feel is pretty good. What are you looking at? Xia Lin looked at Chu Fan suspiciously. It's nothing, Chu Fan said with a serious expression. Charlene didn't dwell on the question any further, staring intently at Chu Fan. Don't tell me. That level 42 fiend hound monster. You killed it? Chu Fan shook his head and pointed to Li Mu in the distance. My grandfather killed him. Dean Li He saved our lives, Chu Fan said. Xia Lin stood there, tears welling in her eyes, and bowed deeply in Li Mu's direction. Save Minister Ho and the others first. Do you have enough medicine? Chu Fan took out 3 bottles of pills, all of which were high-grade pills that were hard to find on the market and had excellent recovery effects. Sister Lin, can we get reimbursed for this? Chu Fan asked. Xia Lin glared at Chu Fan. Don't worry, I'll talk to the captain. But the reimbursement process is a bit complicated, requiring signatures from leaders at all levels, so it might take some time. Chu Fan. Soon, the two moved through the crowd, feeding them pills. Those powerful individuals slowly awoke. Chu Fan. Ho Chang stood up, his complexion having regained its rosy hue, and looked at Chu Fan with a puzzled expression. Where is that ferocious hound monster and the enemies of the Illuminati? Not only Ho Chang, but also Tang Xiaohu, Lu Jun, and Wang Ming were filled with question marks. A guess quickly flashed through their minds. Chu Fan was standing there perfectly fine, and he had saved them. That the level 42 ferocious hound monster and that young man from the Illuminati were killed by Chu Fan? Chu Fan didn't speak, but instead looked at Li Mu. Everyone followed his gaze. Dean Li. The group's expressions changed drastically. They quickly came to Li Mu's side, looked at him lying on the ground, and were overcome with grief. Dean. Tang Xiaohu's eyes were red, and he choked up as he spoke. Grandpa sacrificed himself to save us. He is a hero, and also, our benefactor. Chu Fan looked at Li Mu's body and said in a low voice.